Transcending into the role of Uchiha Fugaku's younger brother, I am Uchiha Fuyu, the uncle of Itachi and Sasuke. However, fate bestowed upon me a hellish beginning. At the tender age of 16, I remain unawakened, a source of shame in the eyes of my clan. Just as I languished atop Hokage Rock, the family revival system finally awakened. The first step, when Kushina was still a little girl, I bestowed upon her the courage to combat loneliness. Your red hair is beautiful. A simple affirmation that would alter the course of the future. The second step, I forged a connection with Senju Rope Tree, securing an insider to pursue his sister, Tsunade. When Rope Tree began to call me brother-in-law, I knew I had taken the first step in altering the Uchiha's isolated fate. From gaining the recognition of the first Hokage, Hashirama, to being labeled as the strongest by Uchiha Madara. From dismantling Danzo's conspiracies to leading the Uchiha to the position of fourth Hokage. This is an epic tale of an initially powerless Uchiha who, through the system and wisdom, reshapes the destiny of his entire clan and the shinobi world. Chapter 1. A Disastrous Rebirth. I, Uchiha Fuyu. The 33rd year of Konoha. Nightfall. The land of the Uchiha clan. 16 years have passed, 16 years since I arrived here. The talent of this body is atrocious. Even with frenzied training, I cannot ascend to the level of a Kage. To this day, I linger at the rank of an elite Chunin. I have yet to awaken my Sharingan. I truly am a waste. A young man clad in Uchiha attire sat atop Hokage Rock, gazing out over Konoha, his eyes filled with helplessness and rage. He was approximately 16 years old, standing at 1.83 meters, with long, silky black hair cascading down to his waist, elegantly framing his finely chiseled features, bearing the same tear troughs as Uchiha Itachi. Is it truly my fate, Uchiha Fuyu, to be a mere waste? As a member of the Uchiha clan, how much combat power does the inability to awaken the Sharingan cost me? Without the Sharingan, how can I unleash my full potential and sweep the world? Uchiha Fuyu's eyes brimmed with despair, his fists clenched tightly, overwhelmed by self-reproach and fury. He was Uchiha Fuyu, the younger brother of Uchiha Fugaku, having existed in this world for 16 years. He was not originally from this world. He had been an ordinary, overworked laborer on Blue Star. Due to missing his girlfriend's birthday while working overtime, he angered her, only to be kicked by her furious friend, landing him in the hospital. Upon learning from the doctors that he had lost his ability to bear children, he succumbed to anger. This misfortune was compounded when, after being injured, he was driven to his death, only to awaken in this world, where he could not even awaken his Sharingan. After meeting his demise, Uchiha Fuyu was reborn in the womb of Uchiha Fugaku's mother and subsequently born as the younger brother of the future Uchiha clan leader. Originally, upon entering the world of Naruto, he believed he would inherit the pure bloodline of the Uchiha clan and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, becoming a legendary powerhouse. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. He arrived in this world without even a single Tomo awakened, and now, after 16 years, there was still no sign of awakening. His rebirth brought no benefits, and he found himself a mere waste. At 16, becoming an elite Chunin is not insubstantial, but without the awakening of the Sharingan, he would be met with disdain within the Uchiha clan. Lacking friends, let alone close brothers, he could not find the necessary stimulus to awaken his eyes. During his school days, others feared the Uchiha clan, even expressing disdain, leaving him without true friends. Within his family, others kept their distance, as their status differed. Only his brother Uchiha Fugaku and his mother treated him sincerely. Even his father looked down upon him, believing he could never measure up to Uchiha Fugaku, treating him with harshness. Yet, to awaken his eyes through fratricide and matricide was too extreme, a fact that left him feeling utterly helpless. Awakening the Sharingan requires immense emotional upheaval. Otherwise, it remains a challenge. Suddenly, an array of shuriken shot forth from various directions, hurtling towards Uchiha Fuyu, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Who dares? Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, anger surging within him as he drew his kunai to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. 7 shuriken were deflected in an instant as a shadow lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards him. Humph! With a cold scoff, Uchiha Fuyu leapt down from Hokage Rock, his body descending gracefully, his face turned upwards. Fire style, grand fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from Uchiha Fuyu's mouth, illuminating the entire Hokage rock as a massive fireball, 10 meters in diameter, soared into the sky. The shadow had not anticipated that Uchiha Fuyu would leap down, standing perilously on the edge of the Hokage rock. Looking down, he was met with an approaching searing fireball, causing him to retract. Water style, water barrier. The shadow swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a flurry of water that formed a wall to shield against the fireball. Sizzling. Uchiha Fuyu plunged his kunai into the rock, leveraging it to propel himself back up on a Hokage rock. Impressive strength. Nevertheless, you shall perish. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The shadow spoke coldly, forming hand seals rapidly as a dragon made of earth surged upward, barreling towards Uchiha Fuyu. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brows, hastily forming hand seals to summon a colossal earthen wall before him. Boom, boom, boom. The earth dragon collided violently with the wall, producing a thunderous noise. Fire style, Fireball. Unbeknownst to him, the shadow had already positioned itself atop the earth wall, launching a massive fireball towards Uchiha Fuyu. Damn, so powerful and fast. At least at Jonin level. I cannot match them. I must retreat. Uchiha Fuyu's heart raced, realizing that the figure before him was at least of Jonin caliber, rendering him utterly outmatched. Fire style, Grand Fireball Technique. Uchiha Fuyu unleashed a formidable fireball of his own towards the incoming flame. Boom, boom. The two colossal fireballs collided, creating a deafening explosion. Run! Uchiha Fuyu dared not linger any longer and turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Too slow. The shadow appeared behind Uchiha Fuyu. A kunai pressed against his throat. What? When? Uchiha Fuyu's heart sank, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. At the moment I unleashed the fireball, you let your guard down. Thus you can now die. The shadow's raspy voice echoed as his right hand waved. Boom! Huh. Body substitution technique? The shadow's hand sliced through the air, only to find it met with wood, coldly remarking. Despair. Earth style, Cracking Tooth. Uchiha Fuyu surged from the ground, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he executed a transformation akin to Ultraman, throwing a powerful punch at the shadow. Huh. Boom. The shadow was struck, instantly dissipating into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. What? Shadow clone technique. This is bad. Uchiha Fuyu's heart raced, realizing that the figure before him was merely a shadow clone, a realization that filled him with dread. Smack! Sure enough, another figure emerged behind Uchiha Fuyu, seizing his arm and pressing the kunai against his throat once more. Damn it! Who are you? Uchiha Fuyu's heart raced, utterly caught, knowing he was no match for his captor. Your progress is commendable. To have reached this level of combat with my elder brother. Indeed, but your attention to detail is still lacking. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Uchiha Fuyu's mind. Brother? Uchiha Fuyu paused for a moment, turning to see Uchiha Fugaku, who had dispelled his transformation. Ha ha! Fuyu, don't take it to heart. I was merely toying with you. I noticed you seemed rather glum every day, so I wanted to gauge your strength. Quite impressive. You have indeed improved. Uchiha Fugaku smiled, playfully poking Uchiha Fuyu's forehead. Before me, you are still too weak. At 16, I had already awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan and possessed the strength of an elite Jonin. Unleashing my full potential, I was even comparable to a Kage-level warrior. Yet at 16, I have not even awakened a single Tomo Sharingan. My abilities are limited to that of an elite Chunin. What a waste. Uchiha Fuyu touched his forehead, his eyes filled with disappointment. Fuyu, do not think that way. I believe in you. You are destined for greatness. It is simply not yet your time to awaken. To awaken the Sharingan is not necessarily a blessing. I would prefer that you never have to awaken it. Uchiha Fugaku sat down with Uchiha Fuyu, gently ruffling his hair, eyes narrowing in a warm smile. Are you saying that awakening the Sharingan comes at the cost of losing something precious? Uchiha Fuyu asked Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, I too lost dear comrades to awaken my eyes. In truth, I wish they were still alive. Thus, perhaps not awakening is a blessing in disguise. Uchiha Fugaku smiled knowingly, nodding. Lost important comrades? But brother, I have no comrades at all. My family looks down upon me. My classmates and peers disdain me even more. How could I have any important comrades? They recoil at the sight of my attire. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, offering a bitter smile. How could one speak of loss when they have yet to gain anything of significance? You will surely find them. Do not lose heart. This attire may bring you misfortune, but it also carries honor. They fear you, which is why they disdain you. Have confidence in yourself. We live for ourselves, not for others. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a gentle laugh. I understand, brother. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, smiling. His brother truly cared for him. Perhaps the Uchiha clan truly embodied the legendary bond between brothers. Without his elder brother, he could hardly fathom what his life would become. All the clan members whispered disparagingly, calling him a disgrace, a failure. Moreover, as a reincarnator, he had exerted himself tirelessly, yet to no avail. Being a 16-year-old elite chunin was not poor by any means, but in comparison, the disparity was glaring. His brother, at the same age, possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan and was an elite jonin. Meanwhile, he remained a failure, having not even awakened his eyes at 16. Without comparison, there would be no pain. Everyone measured Uchiha Fuyu against Uchiha Fugaku, and such comparisons branded him as a failure. Chapter 2. A Hero's Rescue, Kushina. Have confidence in yourself. Was it not Uchiha Madara who awakened his eyes at 15? Yet in the end, he became an unparalleled powerhouse. Success is often born from perseverance. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. As the brother of Uchiha Fugaku, you must not underestimate yourself. Uchiha Fugaku smiled gently, patting Uchiha Fuyu's head. I understand, brother. I will surely succeed, and together we will uphold our family. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, clenching his fists. He knew that without sufficient strength, he could not prevent the Uchiha clan's impending doom. He must become a formidable powerhouse swiftly. Otherwise, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was inevitable. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Fugaku embraced Uchiha Fuyu's shoulders, laughing heartily. Now let's return. The commotion from earlier has attracted attention. Let's go. Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed as he sensed an approaching presence, whisking Uchiha Fuyu away from the spot. Who was that just now? The presence of fire release indicates training, and I sense earth and water release as well. This chakra signature must belong to the Uchiha clan. Before long, several members of the Umbu arrived at Hokage Rock, one accompanied by a dog that sniffed the air. After a day of mission execution and a spar with your brother, you must be exhausted. Take a rest. Uchiha Fugaku carried Uchiha Fuyu on his back, heading home. Brother. Uchiha Fuyu indeed felt fatigued. After a long day of missions and a lackluster mood, he had sparred with Uchiha Fugaku, leaving him mentally and physically drained. His eyelids grew heavy, and he soon dozed off. Fuyu, it's time to rise. Early the next morning, a sweet voice filled Uchiha Fuyu's mind. Uchiha Fuyu suddenly opened his eyes, springing up. Understood, mother. He rubbed his eyes and called out to the door. Shortly after, having completed his morning routine, Uchiha Fuyu emerged to join breakfast. Mother, where's brother? Upon entering the dining room, Uchiha Fuyu glanced around but found Uchiha Fugaku and his father absent, looking quizzically at his mother, Uchiha Shizen. They have gone out for matters. Today, we will have breakfast alone. Wash your hands and eat quickly. Uchiha Shizen smiled warmly. With long black hair cascading down her back, her dark eyes sparkled with joy, her delicate features and gentle smile radiating love for Uchiha Fuyu. Is that so? They went out? Is it because of the Second Shinobi World War, heading to the battlefield? Uchiha Fuyu faltered, mumbling to himself. I understand. Mother T then looked at Uchiha Shizen, sharing a soft smile before heading to the kitchen to savor the delicious breakfast she had prepared. Mother's breakfast is the best. As he savored a rice ball, Uchiha Fuyu praised Uchiha Shizen. It's delicious. Eat more. Eat well to grow strong. Uchiha Shizen encouraged gently. After finishing breakfast, Uchiha Fuyu strapped on his sword and departed the house. Look, there's that disgrace. How embarrassing. A direct descendant who hasn't awakened his eyes by 16. Indeed, even I awakened mine at 11. What a failure. Lord Fugaku awakened at 8, and by 16, he possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan and became an elite jonin. Having such a pathetic brother is truly shameful. Who can argue? A disgrace, truly a failure. As Uchiha Fuyu walked on, the disdainful whispers and insult from clan members echoed in his ears, branding him a disgrace to the Uchiha clan for having not awakened his eyes by 16, a symbol of failure in their eyes. Uchiha Fuyu seemed to have long acclimated to walking past them with an expressionless demeanor. The Second Great Ninja War is far from over. It is currently the 33rd year of Konoha, and several years remain. I must swiftly acquire strength. Otherwise, survival in the Second Great Ninja War will be utterly impossible. During my last battle, had it not been for Orochimaru's timely intervention, I would have undoubtedly perished. Uchiha Fuyu clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury as he recalled how close he had come to dying on the battlefield. In such a perilous world, he understood that he must possess formidable power. After the war reached a temporary halt, he was dispatched back for recuperation. Is it that time of year again when the cherry blossoms bloom? Such blossoms are indeed beautiful. As he strolled forward, Uchiha Fuyu beheld the cherry blossom forest before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He frequently practiced alone here. For every April, the area would be adorned with stunning cherry blossoms. The sight of these blossoms always uplifted his spirits. Is it you who often makes my younger brother cry? As he walked, Uchiha Fuyu overheard 3 figures not far away. 2 boys and a girl with flowing red hair appeared to be bullying the girl. It was he who provoked me first. This is his own doing. A coward, unable to defeat me. And yet he called upon you, his older brother. The girl with red hair pointed an accusing finger at a boy of similar age, rebuking him. Oh, so it seems you are the one bullying my brother. Look at what I possess. You have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, while I am already a genin. Genin are quite formidable, you know. Since you admit to bullying my brother, you shall experience the feeling of being bullied yourself. Ha ha ha. A boy of about 14 scoffed at the red-haired girl, flexing his wrists before charging at her. Not good. The girl with red hair felt a jolt of fear and retreated, nimbly maneuvering through the branches to evade him. Don't run. I've caught up to you. Whoosh. The boy followed closely, flinging a kunai at her. Is that a real kunai? How vile. Does he intend to kill me? The girl with red hair's heart raced as she swiftly dodged, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy and had never faced a life-or-death battle. Hearing the sound of the kunai whistling through the air, she immediately sought refuge, feeling a surge of indignation. If you seek to kill me, then I shall not hold back. Fueled by anger, the girl sprang off a tree branch, propelling herself back and landing a punch on the boy's head. Thud. Substitution jutsu? Not good. The red-haired girl landed gracefully, only to discover that her adversary was merely a wooden log, leaving her in shock. Thud. The boy materialized behind the red-haired girl, delivering a punch that sent her crashing to the ground, then kicking her away. Red hair? Yellow clothing? Uzumaki Kushina? Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, gazing at the red-haired girl being bullied not far off, surprise flickering in his heart. Uzumaki Kushina scrambled to her feet, only to have her hair seized by the 14-year-old boy, yanked upwards as she let out a pained cry. This is the level of a genin, something you ninjas who have yet to graduate cannot perceive. Your strength is far too weak, lacking practical experience, unable to even see through the most basic substitution technique. Truly a mere child. Your hair resembles a tomato, stiff and unappealing. The boy mocked Uzumaki Kushina, sneering at her. Ha ha ha. You deserve it for bullying me before. Now you understand the feeling of being bullied, don't you? The boy's younger brother stepped forward, taunting her. Woo woo woo. Tears of grievance streamed from Uzumaki Kushina's eyes. She, too, despised her hair, feeling ugly as she was ridiculed by so many. Yet, there was nothing she could do. It was simply a part of her. Release her, and then be gone. At that moment, a voice resonated in Uzumaki Kushina's mind. Startled, she looked up, her eyes widening as she saw Uchiha Fuyu approaching, a katana slung over his shoulder. You? Who are you? From the Uchiha clan? I will leave at once. The 14-year-old boy's eyes widened in horror as he glimpsed Uchiha Fuyu and the Leaf Village forehead protector tied to his wrist, hastily releasing Uzumaki Kushina and fleeing. Standing on a branch, Namake's Minato refrained from intervening, believing that Uzumaki Kushina could handle the situation on her own, as she was both strong and resilient. Upon releasing Uzumaki Kushina, the boy swiftly made his escape. Kushina nearly stumbled to the ground but felt a warm aura enveloping her. Uzumaki Kushina gazed at Uchiha Fuyu in astonishment, surprised that someone had come to her rescue. She had never experienced such care and warmth, suddenly feeling that Uchiha Fuyu's embrace was incredibly comforting. Your red hair is beautiful. Do not let the opinions of others weigh you down. The Uzumaki clan is known for its red hair, and they are all powerful ninjas. Even though the Uzumaki clan has been exterminated, tales of their legacy still endure in the ninja world. Have confidence in yourself. Uchiha Fuyu gently lifted Uzumaki Kushina, placing her against a tree for support, his gaze calm and composed. After speaking, he stood and turned to leave. Thank you. What is your name? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uchiha Fuyu, summoning her courage to call out, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chapter 3. The First Encounter with the Nine Tails. Fury unleashed with 3 Tomo. I am Uchiha Fuyu, a member of the Uchiha clan, labeled a failure. Uchiha Fuyu turned to face Kushina Uzumaki, squinting his eyes with a smile. Uchiha Fuyu? A failure of the Uchiha clan? Kushina Uzumaki was momentarily taken aback. How could such a formidable individual be deemed a failure? Is it possible that these people have a distorted perception of failure? I, Kushina Uzumaki, am pleased to make your acquaintance, she exclaimed, looking at Uchiha Fuyu. Beep, detecting that the female's affection for the host has reached 90 points. The family revitalization system is now initiating. Beep, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for becoming the inaugural master of the family revitalization system. It is my pleasure to serve you. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving a beginner's gift package, now stored within the system's inventory. Please retrieve it at your convenience. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Uchiha Fuyu's mind. What? The family revitalization system? Uchiha Fuyu was taken aback, his entire being frozen in place. 16 years, and now you choose to appear? Why didn't you show up sooner? He inwardly berated. Beep. The host has not met the activation criteria. System binding requires special conditions. Who is to blame when the host has not found a girlfriend in 16 years? The illustrious Itachi Uchiha has been the center of attention since childhood, adored by all. Even wearing cat ears could make girls swoon. Meanwhile, you maintain a stern demeanor, pushing people away. Naturally, your awakening is slow, the system replied. How was I to know the conditions for awakening? You never informed me. Uchiha Fuyu retorted in exasperation. However, the fact that Kushina Uzumaki's affection for him had reached 90 points intrigued him. It seemed she was indeed an unappreciated individual, having been bullied throughout her childhood, yet maintaining her sense of self amidst the disdain of many. It was only after Minato saved her and complimented her hair that she fell in love with him. And now, it appeared she had transferred those sentiments to me. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head. Kushina, such a lovely name. It is a pleasure to meet you. You must speak confidently and boldly from now on. I must go train until we meet again. With a light smile directed at Kushina, he turned to leave, intent on honing his abilities and examining the contents of the beginner's gift package. There was no time to linger in flirtation. With this newfound affection, he thought, what if I become Naruto's father? What an interesting scenario that would be, having Naruto and Sasuke as cousins. May I join you in training? Kushina summoned her courage and approached him, her eyes sparkling with hope. For the first time, someone appreciated her hair, igniting her desire to connect. Others had only mocked her, avoiding her presence. But near Uchiha Fuyu, she felt a sense of solace. Don't you have school? Uchiha Fuyu asked, slightly surprised. School is closed today. I have nothing to do, so I came here to enjoy the scenery. Kushina replied with a cheerful smile. Very well. Your pace is too slow. Follow me. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, glancing at Minato, who was perched on a tree branch. With a furrowed brow, he swiftly scooped up Kushina and vanished from the spot. Have they left? Minato felt a pang of disappointment. He had developed a fondness for Kushina, but was reluctant to approach her. Seeing her taken away by Uchiha Fuyu left him feeling somewhat disheartened. I should head back, he concluded, shaking his head. Thankfully, it was merely the fluttering of first love, not the all-consuming passion of deep affection. What should we do now that the Uchiha clan has taken the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? The Hokage has decreed that her identity must remain secret. We can follow them discreetly. After all, Uchiha Fuyu is just an elite chunin, remarked one of the 3 Umbu members, who were always on guard around Kushina, ready to intervene if her life was in danger, but otherwise maintaining a safe distance. Brother Fuyu, you don't mind that I'm an outsider, do you? I'm not from Konoha. I was brought here from elsewhere, Kushina said, looking at Uchiha Fuyu, her pupils slightly trembling. An outsider? What does that matter? We are not enemies, are we? Since you are here in Konoha, and so am I, we are allies. Therefore, we are comrades, Uchiha Fuyu replied with a gentle smile, warmth radiating from his eyes. Uchiha Fuyu had indeed entertained thoughts about Kushina. When she was angry, she exhibited a fierce temperament, yet she often displayed a gentle side. Moreover, Kushina was undeniably beautiful. Who could resist the allure of a lovely woman? Thank you, Brother Fuyu, Kushina said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. We have arrived. After what felt like an eternity, Uchiha Fuyu gently set Kushina down in a dense forest. Suddenly, Uchiha Fuyu felt a shift in the atmosphere, and he found himself within a dark tunnel, confronted by a colossal sphere bound with chakra chains, imprisoning a gigantic nine-tails fox. The creature was impaled by wooden stakes, exuding an aura of agony. Roar! The nine-tails roared upon seeing Uchiha Fuyu enter. What is this? How did I end up here? Is this the nine-tails? Such terrifying power. In its presence, my meager chakra feels utterly insignificant. Uchiha Fuyu's heart raced, astonished to find himself within the seal. Kid, release me, and I will grant you boundless power, the nine-tails sneered, its lips curling as red chakra flowed into Uchiha Fuyu's body. You're nothing but a loser. No one will acknowledge you. A wave of potent hatred surged into Uchiha Fuyu's mind, bombarding him with countless taunts and insults. Silence! Uchiha Fuyu roared, unleashing 16 years of repressed fury into the skies. Suddenly, he sensed an icy chakra enveloping his mind, filling his consciousness. A shadowy tomo began to spin furiously within his mind. Ultimately, the illusion solidified, forming a single tomo that continued to whirl, followed by a second and third. Guided by the nine-tails' hatred, Uchiha Fuyu's rage ignited, evolving into a formidable force that culminated in the awakening of his three-tomo Sharingan. Sharingan. Damn Sharingan. The nine-tails, witnessing Uchiha Fuyu's Sharingan, felt a shiver of fear reminiscent of its encounters with Madara Uchiha. So this is the Sharingan. I never anticipated that you would awaken the three-tomo Sharingan while seeking my assistance to break your seal. Is this the true power of the Sharingan? With three-tomo, I can withstand your chakra's corruption. How amusing. It seems the nine-tails is not as formidable as I once thought. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, devouring the nine-tails chakra, his crimson eyes glaring mockingly at the beast before him. Roaring with immense fury, the nine-tails never anticipated that one day it would be mocked by a feeble child. Yet, it found itself utterly immobilized, only able to emit impotent cries. Bound tightly, it was far from the comfort of residing within Naruto. Do you wish to be freed? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, casting a slight smile at the nine-tails. Are you truly capable of releasing me? The nine-tails responded, its brows furrowed, coldly regarding Uchiha Fuyu with skepticism. In order for someone to liberate you, you must first learn to trust them. Forge friendships with humanity. When you consider others as friends, they too will regard you as one. Friendship is reciprocal, much like how the Sage of Six Paths created you. Why did he not divide you into 100 or 1,000 pieces, but rather into 9? It was because he feared your strength could either lead to your capture or to the world's destruction. Thus, he bestowed upon you sufficient power, believing that one day, humans and your kind could coexist in harmony. Uchiha Fuyu smiled gently and approached the nine-tails. Initially, he felt a tinge of fear from its overwhelming chakra, but once he activated his Sharingan, that fear dissipated. After all, the nine-tails before him was merely a bound entity, devoid of the ability to retaliate. If the nine-tails were to confront him in its full might, he would have no chance of escape, for he lacked the Mangekyo Sharingan to control it. Fighting was futile, and staying put would be tantamount to courting death. How do you know of the Sage of Six Paths? The nine-tails asked, its expression tightening in surprise at Uchiha Fuyu's knowledge. Our Uchiha clan possesses some records, he replied. However, if you truly desire freedom, you must befriend humans. Your formidable power instills fear, leading them to seal you away. Yet, I believe there will come a day when you find your companions. You might even try befriending Kushina. She is a kind-hearted girl. After all, true harmony can only be achieved when you and your Jinchuriki share a deep connection, allowing for perfect transformation into a tailed beast. Uchiha Fuyu explained with a soft smile. Humph, a mere child, the nine-tails scoffed, turning its head away. Very well, time is fleeting. Until we meet again. Uchiha Fuyu said with a smile, his consciousness fading from the seal. The young Uchiha truly was intriguing. Friends? The nine-tails mused, a sly glint flickering in its eyes. While it would not easily accept such notions, it was undeniably moved, as if a seed had been planted, awaiting the right moment to take root. Fuyu and I? Fuyu and I. What is wrong? Uzumaki Kushina called out, noticing Uchiha Fuyu standing still, lost in thought, her concern evident. Nothing. I was just pondering, Uchiha Fuyu replied, snapping back to reality and smiling as he set her down. To think that the Nine-Tails hatred could awaken my Sharingan, and I've even absorbed some of its chakra. How peculiar. It seems the system has played a role in this. Uchiha Fuyu contemplated, feeling a distinct chakra within him, one that belonged to the Nine-Tails, yet different from his own. Glad to hear it, Kushina said, patting her chest in relief. Kushina, what do you usually train in? Uchiha Fuyu asked with a smile. I primarily practice sealing techniques and physical combat. Other than that, I have not formally trained much, just some techniques learned at the Ninja Academy. Like the shadow clone and body replacement jutsu, she replied, her cheeks flushing as she scratched her head. Then let us practice together using the shadow clone technique. With a swift motion, Uchiha Fuyu created 2 shadow clones. One clone will train with you. Do your best. Remember, you are amazing, and you are quite adorable. He grinned, leaving one clone to accompany Kushina while the other practiced lightning chakra transformation. Meanwhile, his true self focused on mastering swordsmanship and chakra control. Having practiced since childhood, he understood the importance of swordsmanship on the battlefield, where one could not afford to exhaust their chakra, lest they face dire consequences. To conserve chakra, one must diligently hone their sword skills or combat techniques. The ability to vanquish enemies with minimal chakra, or even none at all, is vital for survival in battle. How many jutsu can a chunin utilize in the heat of battle? Without swordsmanship, one is left defenseless, he mused. All right then, Kushina said, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Wishing Uchiha Fuyu could train with her directly. Let us begin. Do you know how to wield a sword? Uchiha Fuyu's clone asked with a smile, drawing a katana from its back. I don't, Kushina replied, shaking her head awkwardly. Then use a kunai? Uchiha Fuyu's clone tossed her a kunai while she grasped it firmly. All right, come at me. Uchiha Fuyu encouraged her with a grin. Here I come, Kushina declared, launching herself forward. Clang. The two engaged in a fierce duel. Those 3 must be Umbu. After all, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, she cannot be allowed to act alone. There must always be someone watching in the shadows. If they wish to unite our Uchiha clan with Kushina, I doubt the 3rd Hokage would agree. Uchiha Fuyu contemplated, smirking as he evaded the Umbu's surveillance. Let us see what treasures the novice package holds. I wonder what it contains. He silently contemplated, his consciousness suddenly transported to a mysterious space, the system space. Within this realm, one could store numerous items. Was this the novice package? A golden gift box awaited him. System, open the novice package, he commanded, gazing at the enormous golden box. Ding. Congratulations, host, for opening the novice package. You have received 1 physical enhancement, spatial affinity, and Naruto's chakra. In an instant, radiant golden light enveloped the space as the mysterious box opened, and the system's notifications echoed in succession. 1 enhancement, spatial affinity, Naruto's chakra? Sounds impressive, Uchiha Fuyu gasped. Taking a deep breath, these 3 items sounded extraordinary. Naruto's chakra needed no introduction. The Uzumaki clan possessed an abundance of it. Were it not for Naruto needing to partition much of his power to suppress the Nine-Tails chakra, he would not struggle to perform even a simple clone technique. While others might create a few shadow clones, Naruto could effortlessly produce thousands. Such chakra was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, making his shadow clones practically costless. Space affinity. Possessing space affinity means being favored by the essence of space, capable of sensing any spatial wormhole and traversing dimensions at will. This ability consumes mental energy rather than chakra. The distance and frequency of teleportation are solely determined by one's mental prowess. Naruto's chakra. Since Naruto was born with the 9 tails, this refers to Naruto's own chakra, which encompasses half of the 9 tails chakra. Physical transformation. This capability allows the enhancement of one's physical purity. The extent of this improvement is contingent upon the host's fortune. Suddenly, Uchiha Fuyu felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into his being. He distinctly sensed the spatial wormholes surrounding him, and the fluctuations in space were remarkably apparent. It was as if he had become the darling of space itself, merging with it entirely. He noticed his chakra was escalating rapidly, with an infusion of half of the 9 tails chakra blending with the chakra he had previously consumed. His physical prowess was significantly amplified, and the chakra he originally possessed had increased manifold. Clarity surged through his mind, and even the potency of his Sharingan grew exponentially. Is this what it means to have space affinity? It feels as though I am one with space itself. The ability to traverse dimensions at will is truly marvelous. After the transformation, Uchiha Fuyu vanished from his original spot, reappearing 10 meters away, then returning to his starting point, and again materializing hundreds of meters distant. His heart brimmed with delight. The space before him appeared as a series of cues. Entering a wormhole indicated a journey southward by 100 meters, while another signified a westward advance of 1,000 meters. Each wormhole, even without inscriptions, conveyed its purpose to him, requiring no coordinates. He could effortlessly dive into a wormhole and reach any destination he desired. It was nothing short of astonishing. Akin to having an elevator in a hospital where each button indicated a floor, clearly guiding him to his desired level. Uchiha Fuyu smirked. Such space affinity was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, he could wield space to attack adversaries. Every spot where a person stood constituted a piece of space, visible to him. He could separate or merge these spaces at will. If someone stood before him, he could instantaneously sever a part of their body through spatial manipulation, akin to divine power, even causing their head to traverse a wormhole to another location. He dubbed this ability spatial execution. With a sinister grin, Uchiha Fuyu acknowledged that this spatial ability held myriad applications awaiting his exploration. Ding. Transformation successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Indra's body. His ocular power seemed to have intensified, far exceeding its previous levels. Indra's body, he mused, if only it were the Sage of Six Paths body. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Once he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would unleash the force of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a power derived from the progenitor of the Uchiha clan. It was the purest form of the Sage's Eye, requiring no kin's eyes to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Coupled with the strength of half of the Nine Tails within him, he felt invincible beneath the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Fuyu withdrew his Sharingan, feeling the presence of half of the Nine Tails within him, his heart swelling with excitement. Thanks to the system's emergence, he had transformed from the underdog of the Uchiha clan into a formidable powerhouse, now possessing the strength of a Kage, and with his spatial abilities, even the strongest foes might not withstand his stealthy assaults. Finally, he felt a sense of self-preservation. In this era, he considered himself the strongest. Although Uchiha Madara was still alive, his demise was imminent. Obito and Nagato were still mere children. Few adversaries could threaten his life now. Uchiha Fuyu felt content. This system was indeed powerful, rendering him nearly invincible in this age. Chapter 5. Using Uchiha to restrain Uchiha? By the way, system, could you elaborate on what other effects you possess? Uchiha Fuyu silently pondered, still unaware of the system's full capabilities. Ding. This system is a family revival system. The host merely needs to bear offspring to receive rewards, which are random and depend on fortune. They may range from monetary gains to the Rinnegan, or even the fruit of the divine tree, depending on the host's luck. Additionally, if the host marries or gains the affection of a woman to a degree exceeding 90 points, different rewards will also be granted, again randomly. However, the host must wed a woman whose name has appeared in the Naruto world. Once the affection reaches its maximum value, the woman will remain with the host and never betray him. Examples include Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, Tsunade, Kurenai Yuhi, Konan, Mei Terumi, and so forth. Any woman who has crossed paths in the Naruto world can yield rewards. Of course, if the host has particular tastes, even Tsunade is not out of the question. Name: Kushina Uzumaki. Gender: female. Age: 10. Affection: 90. The system provided a brief introduction to its functions and offered Uchiha Fuyu excellent examples. What nonsense! Tsunade? Who would even consider such a thing? Uchiha Fuyu gasped, incredulous at the suggestion. You must be joking. I would never choose someone like her. Ding. The system merely offers a suggestion for the host's consideration. Please remain calm and coexist peacefully, the system's voice replied. Does this mean I can only marry women who have appeared in the Naruto world? And what about having children? Surely they must also be these women? Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. Ding. The birth of offspring is not limited. Any progeny of the host is acceptable. As long as it is your bloodline, rewards will be granted. Adopted children do not count, the system promptly responded. Then that simplifies things. It seems I must encourage little Fuyu to grow up quickly. For the sake of rewards, I must strive hard. I should marry early, have children early, and contribute to society. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, feeling satisfied. If he truly had to wait for those specific women to have children, It would be an eternity. Bang! Kushina Uzumaki was accidentally kicked by Uchiha Fuyu's clone, crashing into a tree and tumbling down. Are you alright? Uchiha Fuyu's clone caught her in his arms, expressing concern. I'm fine really. I can do this, Fuyu and I. Let's go again. Kushina's cheeks flushed. Her strength was woefully inadequate, unable to withstand even a single hour. It was evident that Uchiha Fuyu had been holding back, yet she still struggled to endure. Let's take a break. You're hurt. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, gently placing Kushina on the ground to tend to her wounds. During their earlier scuffle, she had been inadvertently scratched by a branch. Thank you, Fuyu and I. Kushina's face turned crimson as she gazed at the tender and attentive Uchiha Fuyu, her heart racing wildly. In the midst of battle, one must remain vigilant about their own safety. Keep your eyes open and your ears alert. Otherwise, one may easily fall prey to a surprise attack. Uchiha Fuyu tended to her wounds, yet in the blink of an eye, they healed completely. Was it the chakra of the nine tails? Uchiha Fuyu observed Uzumaki Kushina's swiftly mending injury and smiled faintly. I shall be more cautious in the future, she remarked. Kushina nodded in agreement, her smile radiant. The speed of her recovery took her by surprise. Looking at Kushina, Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly. Perhaps my physique is rather unique. Ever since childhood, I have healed faster than others. Kushina lowered her gaze, blushing. Indeed, having a robust constitution is a blessing. Shall we conclude today's training here? Are you hungry? It's nearly noon. I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, rising to his feet, extending his right hand, adorned with a sunny smile. Can I really? Kushina looked at Uchiha Fuyu, standing in the sunlight. His charming demeanor, complemented by a gentle smile, warmed her heart, evoking a mix of shyness and excitement. Of course. It is my honor to share lunch with such a lovely companion, Uchiha Fuyu replied with a grin. Thank you, Kushina said, extending her hand. Their fingers intertwining tightly, sending a shiver through her, her face flushing like a ripe peach. Shall we go? Uchiha Fuyu approached, his shadow clone dissipating into smoke as its memories merged within him. Indeed, Kushina nodded, her cheeks still flushed, following Uchiha Fuyu. It was not wise for the Uchiha clan to grow too close to her. I shall report to the third Hokage, one of the Umbu said, furrowing his brow. Feeling that Uchiha Fuyu and Uzumaki Kushina were becoming too close for comfort. You should go, another Umbu nodded in response, vanishing from sight. One less person? It seems they went to report. Uchiha Fuyu mused, lips curled in a slight frown. Can you keep up? He asked, glancing back at the pursuing Kushina. No worries, Fuyu and I can keep up, she replied confidently. In the next moment, Kushina found herself cradled in Uchiha Fuyu's arms, momentarily stunned and slightly embarrassed. Let's save some time. Onward. Uchiha Fuyu smiled gently, carrying her in a princess hold toward the village. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was approached by a member of the Umbu. Kneeling before him. What is it? Were you not supposed to be following Kushina? What has transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, his brow furrowed as he took a drag from his cigarette. Reporting to you, Lord Third Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu encountered Uzumaki Kushina on the road. Someone was bullying her, and Uchiha Fuyu intervened. Their bond appears to be growing, and they are now preparing to share a meal together. I am uncertain how to proceed and have come to seek your guidance. The Umbu conveyed the situation succinctly. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, deep in thought. Uchiha Fuyu, the one who has been ostracized by the Uchiha clan, regarded as their weakest link? He inquired. Yes, Lord Third Hokage, the Umbu affirmed promptly. Keep a close watch on them, but do so discreetly. Given Kushina's unique status, it is best to minimize their encounters moving forward, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, his brow furrowed. Understood. Lord Third Hokage, the Umbu replied, disappearing into the shadows. Uchiha Fuyu, in these times of war, the Uchiha clan's strength is crucial, and we must not pressure them too much. This young man seems intriguing. I wonder if he shares similarities with Kakashi. If so, he could be cultivated into a formidable asset. At just 16, Uchiha Fuyu possesses the potential of an elite Chunin without reliance on the Sharingan. If he were to awaken it, he would undoubtedly reach the level of Jonin. The Uchiha clans might predominantly stems from the Sharingan, and should this young man's talent awaken, his strength would be formidable. Yet, what draws him to Kushina? Only a select few in Konoha are aware of her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Perhaps it is mere coincidence. In time, I shall test his abilities. Standing, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of smoke, lost in contemplation. Uchiha Fugaku is likely the next clan leader, and Uchiha Fuyu is his younger brother. Perhaps these two can keep each other in check. It would be prudent for the Uchiha clan to avoid unnecessary comparisons for now. As he pondered, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, "We are still embroiled in the Second Shinobi World War, and Konoha requires a robust fighting force. The Uchiha clan, with their 3-tomo Sharingan, boasts a minimum rank of Jonin. Countless Uchiha ninjas have achieved elite Jonin status. During the Second Shinobi World War, Uchiha clan members faced countless casualties on the battlefield. As Konoha's strongest clan, they are feared for their unparalleled valor. The reasons for their ferocity are clear. The position of 4th Hokage is coveted by every member of the Uchiha clan, making their desperation palpable. They understand the principle of mutual survival in times of war. Come forth, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded coldly after a moment of reflection. Yes, Lord 3rd Hokage. An Umbu appeared behind him, kneeling. Once Uchiha Fuyu departs from Kushina, inform him to report to the Hokage's office tomorrow morning. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, exhaling slowly. Understood. Lord 3rd Hokage, the Umbu replied, vanishing swiftly. Let us hope there are no complications, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, biting down on his cigarette, his eyes narrowing with concern. Influenced by Danzo, he harbored a certain wariness toward the Uchiha clan. In the route, the atmosphere was tense. What? The Uchiha clan has made contact with the Ninetales Jinchuriki? What is going on? Is this how the Umbu operates? Allowing Uchiha clan members to get close to the Jinchuriki? Do they intend to have her join the Uchiha clan? This is absurd. Danzo received the news, his rage boiling within him. His greatest fear was the Uchiha clan, whose strength was undeniable, first with Uchiha Madara, and then with Uchiha Kakashi. Each member instilled a deep-rooted fear in him, a fear of being dominated by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara could rival the Sage of Six Paths, Senju Hashirama. That battle remained etched in his memory. Even at a young age, he could feel the earth-shattering power emanating from it, a force beyond human comprehension. Furthermore, the apprehension Haruno held towards the Uchiha clan deepened his wariness of them. What is the current situation? He inquired, casting a glance at the root members who were presently enjoying their lunch. They promptly responded, they are dining together. Humph. I shall pay a visit to Sarutobi, Haruno replied coldly. At that moment, he was in robust health, unscathed and exuding an imposing demeanor, particularly accentuated by the sharpness of his jawline, which radiated a masculine vigor tinged with a hint of ferocity. Bang! Sarutobi, what are you doing? The Ninetales Jinchuriki is in peril. Should we not replace your Umbu with my root? Haruno's voice thundered. How could you allow the Uchiha to communicate with the Ninetales Jinchuriki? What if they instigate an internal conflict, leveraging the Jinchuriki for their own ends? How could you be so reckless? He burst through the door of the Hokage's office, visibly enraged. What is all this clamor? Is this how you conduct yourself? I only just learned of this. Stop incessantly speaking of the Uchiha's betrayal. Which of your eyes has witnessed their treachery? The Uchiha are currently fighting valiantly outside, while you engage in baseless quarrels. What are you intending to do, Haruno? And who granted you permission to enter without knocking? The young 3rd Hokage's commanding presence loomed over Haruno, his formidable aura pressing down upon him. You. Haruno was momentarily rendered speechless by Sarutobi's retort, at a loss for words. In the future, remember to knock before entering. Now what brings you here? Sarutobi inhaled deeply, his voice cool and composed as he took a seat. Humph. The Uchiha must be kept separate from the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Immediately separate the two, otherwise complications are certain to arise, Haruno declared, his heart ablaze with indignation. I will handle this matter. Your root members are not to interfere. Do not let me catch you extending your influence, Haruno. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Without my consent, no one is to act. Uchiha Fugaku is of use to me, and I warn you against any attempts to contact him. Sarutobi glared at Haruno, his brow furrowed, ready to admonish him. Haruno, your behavior has become increasingly unruly. Are you the Hokage, or am I? Sarutobi's voice dripped with authority. I hope you do not come to regret your actions. Haruno responded coldly before turning to leave. This Haruno is far too radical. Alas, what tumultuous times we endure. It remains uncertain when this conflict will cease, Sarutobi sighed. Shaking his head, Konoha now faced immense danger. The Second Shinobi World War had inflicted heavy casualties upon them. If this continued, There was no telling when it would end. They needed to cultivate talent swiftly, or the village would eventually face annihilation. Fugaku, it brings me great joy to meet you today. However, it is getting late, and I must return. Will I be able to see you tomorrow? Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, her cheeks slightly flushed with nervousness. Today had been the happiest day of her life. Having grown up without parents and facing bullying and ostracism in Konoha, the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku had filled the void in her heart. For the first time, she experienced love, care, and excitement. Had it not been for the late hour, she would have wished to remain by Uchiha Fugaku's side. Such affection was hard-won, and she cherished it deeply. Indeed, after your classes tomorrow, I shall teach you some ninjutsu. Until then, we shall meet again, Uchiha Fugaku replied with a smile, waving goodbye. Thank you, Fugaku. I shall take my leave now. Until tomorrow, Uzumaki Kushina beamed, jogging away while waving at him. Until tomorrow, Uchiha Fugaku nodded, waving back. Oh no. As Uzumaki Kushina ran, she stumbled and fell. Be careful. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled, appearing beside her in an instant to lift her up. Thank you, Fugaku. I apologize. It was my clumsiness, she said, her cheeks flushed as she looked at him. What incredible body flicker technique. An Umbu ninja remarked, furrowing his brow. Not just fast. I could hardly see him at all, another Umbu ninja added, shaking his head. This boy's strength surely surpasses that of an elite chunin, a previously emerged Umbu remarked, his expression serious. Allow me to escort you home, Uchiha Fugaku said gently, lifting Uzumaki Kushina onto his back. Are we going to your house, Fugaku? She murmured shyly, her heart racing. Of course not. I'll take you to your own home. Which direction do we head? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. That way, she pointed towards the eastern edge of the village, feeling safe nestled against him. That direction? It seems to be the former territory of the Senju clan, he mused as they walked. Once the most powerful clan in Konoha, the Senju had vanished, having integrated into the village at the behest of the first Hokage, changing their names and fully merging into Konoha. As long as the village endured, the Senju would not perish. It was indeed a clever solution. Uchiha Fugaku contemplated, suspecting that Namake's Minato might be a descendant of the Senju clan, given his extraordinary talents. Not only was his talent remarkable, but his lineage also seemed extraordinary. It had suppressed the Uzumaki clan's signature red hair, a trait passed down for millennia. Now entirely absent in Minato, there was a possibility that Namake's Minato possessed Senju blood, otherwise it would be unfathomable to suppress the Uzumaki lineage. If Minato were a commoner, he would be a native of this world, while the Uzumaki clan descended from Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. Such extraordinary lineage is unmatched by any commoner. Kushina, what is your dream? Uchiha Fuyu turned to Whirlpool Kushina and inquired, my dream? Brother Fuyu, actually, Kushina hesitated, feeling a bit shy to express her thoughts in front of him, despite having declared her aspirations in front of the entire class. What's the matter? You should bravely voice your dreams. There's nothing to fear, Uchiha Fuyu encouraged with a warm smile. Brother Fuyu? Kushina's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, offering a sweet smile. I want to be the first female Hokage of this village. Do you think I will succeed? Gathering her courage, Kushina whispered to Uchiha Fuyu. Chapter 7. I want to be Hokage, the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails. Huh, you wish to become Hokage? That's more than achievable. Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily, giving her a thumbs up. Brother Fuyu? Kushina felt a surge of excitement, elated to receive acknowledgement from the one she admired. Of course, before you become the female Hokage, I will become the fourth Hokage. I will protect the village and my comrades, ensuring no one dares to bully those within our village. With a playful grin, Uchiha Fuyu lifted Kushina onto his back, and their laughter echoed through the streets, resonating far and wide. To aspire to be Hokage is indeed a noble dream. Young people should have dreams. However, one must possess strength. What merit is there for the weak? Three Umbu followed closely, overhearing their conversation. But this was Uchiha Fuyu's intention, to let the three shinobi hear his resolve to become Hokage and protect his comrades, making it clear that this was his dream. Hehe. Let us see who becomes Hokage first. I will strive as well, and I shall not hold you back, Kushina declared. Her heart deeply moved as she gazed at Uchiha Fuyu, his silhouette bathed in the sunset, leaving an indelible mark on her heart. Kushina stretched out her arms and tightly embraced Uchiha Fuyu, resting her head on his shoulder. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her. Ding! Detected an increase of 5 points in Kushina's affection level. Current affection level, 95. The system's voice echoed in Uchiha Fuyu's mind. 5 points increase. Let us keep it up. Marriage isn't an option right now, so I can only focus on increasing affection. Uchiha Fuyu smirked slightly. After escorting Kushina home, an Umbu appeared before him. Umbu? What brings you here? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, his brows furrowing, his tone cold. The third Hokage requests your presence in the Hokage office tomorrow morning. He has matters to discuss with you, the Umbu replied curtly, not particularly fond of Uchiha Fuyu's demeanor. Understood. Please inform the third Hokage that I will be there promptly tomorrow morning. Uchiha Fuyu acknowledged with a nod. The Umbu vanished without another word. Humph, what a nuisance. Uchiha Fuyu muttered to himself as he headed home. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage mused, aspiring to be Hokage and protect the village and comrades? A commendable dream indeed. It seems the will of fire is still very much alive. I shall personally meet with Uchiha Fuyu tomorrow. Very well, you may leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded with a satisfied smile, pleased with Uchiha Fuyu's aspirations. Yes, third Hokage, the Umbu responded before disappearing. Uchiha Fuyu, an intriguing young man. If I can leverage you to diminish the Uchiha clan's martial spirit, it may prove to be a wise decision. There are benevolent souls within the Uchiha clan. There is no need for total annihilation. I wish to avoid excessive bloodshed. As long as you can maintain peace, that is sufficient. Sarutobi inhaled deeply, a smile illuminating his eyes. Upon returning home, Uchiha Fuyu called out, I'm back. Fuyu, you're back. Why so late? Uchiha Shirching rushed out with a smile upon hearing his voice. Mother, have my brother and father returned? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, nodding. No. Your father and brother have gone to the front lines, Uchiha Shirching replied, a hint of worry in her tone. Don't worry, my brother is very strong. Uchiha Fuyu reassured her, choosing not to mention his father. From a young age, his father's treatment of him had been poor, leaving a sour impression. This only worsened when he was cast aside due to his perceived lack of talent. All right, let's have dinner. Uchiha Shirching smiled brightly. Okay, Uchiha Fuyu nodded, washing his hands before sitting down to dinner. After the meal, Uchiha Fuyu took a shower and lay on his bed. To his surprise, the system had even replicated the seal on his body, revealing a Bagua seal on his abdomen. Well, for the sake of strength, I'll endure it, Uchiha Fuyu sighed, recalling the similar seal he shared with Naruto, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Currently, Orochimaru and the others were battling on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. He would likely meet Nagato soon, at which point Jiraiya would mentor him. The Rinnegan, what a powerful pair of eyes. If only he could obtain them, his strength would surge. Yet, Uchiha Madara was still alive, and the elusive Kagaya loomed as a threat. Without Inyang release, killing him would be arduous. Attempting to seize Nagato's Rinnegan with his current abilities might attract Kagaya's attention even more. It would be wiser to develop in seclusion. Marrying and starting a family would yield rewards. There's no need to rush. At present, his strength was sufficient to not worry about being overpowered. With a half-duplicate Ninetales within him, he should first study his own powers, mastering them completely before considering other matters. Uchiha Fuyu rested his hands behind his head, organizing the various events in his mind. He would address Nagato's situation later. Perhaps he could even gain a subordinate in the process. Having been drained by the outer path, he had become frail, such a pity. Never mind, I'll just sleep it off for now, Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly, closing his eyes and drifting into dreams. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Uchiha Fuyu opened his eyes to find himself in a sewer, momentarily taken aback. How did I end up in the realm of the Ninetales again? He pondered, glancing around before approaching a massive portal, behind which lay the colossal Ninetales. The Ninetales raised its head, eyes narrowing as it spotted Uchiha Fuyu. Who are you, kid? Why am I in your body? When were you able to seal me? Kurama, there's no need for such anger. Who was the previous Jinchuriki? Uchiha Fuyu asked, grinning. Previous Jinchuriki? I've never been sealed before. How do you know my name? Who are you? The Ninetales retorted, glaring at Uchiha Fuyu. It seemed the Ninetales lacked memories from Naruto's era, perhaps even from Kushina and Mito as well. Thus, it can be said that the memories of this half-tailed Ninetales should have been entirely erased, leaving only the recollections from the time before it was sealed. This is for the best, as it spares us from unnecessary complications. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the Ninetales' circumstances. You are a replica crafted from the chakra of the Ninetales. I created you, hence you must be sealed within me. Uchiha Fuyu remarked with a slight smile directed at the Nine Tails. A replica? No, there exists a chakra within you that surpasses my own, yet mirrors my essence. How is this possible? Am I truly just a copy? The Nine Tails pondered in shock, sensing a formidable chakra from Konoha that was even more powerful than its own, yet sharing a common lineage. Lacking these memories, could it genuinely be the case that Uchiha Fuyu had replicated it? Very well. You are a chakra replica extracted from the Nine Tails chakra. I created you, so I hope you can be somewhat compliant. For now, I still require your assistance, and in due time, I will grant you your freedom. You may leave whenever you wish, but for the moment, you must reside within me. Of course, you shall pay your rent, as I will utilize your power, Uchiha Fuyu continued, a playful glint in his eyes. Release me? Can I trust your words? The Nine Tails scowled, skepticism lacing its voice. I aspire to be your friend, not to have you as an adversary. My intention in creating you was to seek your aid and earn your recognition. Allow me to introduce myself anew. I am Uchiha Fuyu, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Extending his right hand in a fist, he ventured into the seal. You are not afraid that I might kill you? The Nine Tails questioned, its brow furrowed in disbelief. It was astonished that Uchiha Fuyu would willingly approach, leaving it feeling incredulous. If you were to kill me, you would merely become a wisp of chakra dissipating into the ether, only to coalesce again as the Nine Tails, albeit not necessarily existing thereafter. After all, another Nine Tails exists, and it may very well consume your chakra. At that point, you would cease to exist, Uchiha Fuyu replied with a subtle smile. Are you threatening me, boy? The Nine Tails retorted coldly, its inner displeasure evident. I wish to forge a friendship with you. Otherwise, why would I step inside? Perhaps a fist bump will help you understand, Uchiha Fuyu suggested with a warm smile. The Nine Tails turned its face away, contemplating for a moment before eventually extending its massive paw. As their fists connected, the Nine Tails was immediately flooded with visions of being isolated by countless others, save for its brother, who never looked down upon it. Chapter 8. Treating tailed beasts as friends? A dialogue between the Nine Tails. I can sense your deep yearning for companionship. The Nine Tails observed, its brow furrowed, a complex expression in its eyes. It witnessed many of Uchiha Fuyu's experiences, being scorned, looked down upon. It could detect his longing for a true friend in the depths of his gaze. To come to this world alone, I have felt the weight of loneliness. You saw it. I have but one brother. I have no friends, which is why I yearn for companionship. Will you accept the role of my first friend? Uchiha Fuyu expressed, momentarily taken aback by the Nine Tails' perceptiveness. Indeed, I have arrived in this world without a single genuine friend. Truth be told, the absence of friendship fosters a profound solitude. Thus, I too yearn for companionship. Who would willingly choose to traverse life devoid of friends, isolated and alone? I have never befriended anyone. I do not understand how to form friendships, the Nine Tails admitted, crossing its arms defiantly. Then, would you consider allowing me to be your first friend, just as I wish to be yours? Uchiha Fuyu proposed with a glimmer in his eyes. I suppose I could give it a try, the Nine Tails conceded, a smile breaking across its face as it regarded Uchiha Fuyu. For reasons unknown, the Nine Tails easily accepted this invitation, perhaps out of shared sorrow or a mutual longing for companionship. I am truly delighted to have you as a friend. As friends, trust is paramount. Uchiha Fuyu smiled before appearing outside the seal, lifting it. You? The Nine Tails felt a tremor of surprise. It had not anticipated Uchiha Fuyu would actually release the seal. With the seal lifted, it meant that its chakra could invade Uchiha Fuyu's body at any moment, potentially seizing control, just as it had fought using Naruto's body during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The unsealing signified that the Nine Tails could invade Uchiha Fuyu's mind whenever it wished. As friends, this is only natural, is it not? Uchiha Fuyu chuckled lightly as he approached, reclining against the Nine Tails' fluffy tail and closing his eyes. What a peculiar human, the Nine Tails mused, watching Uchiha Fuyu with intrigue, filled with curiosity as to what kind of person would choose to befriend a tailed beast. Inside Kushina, I sensed something amiss earlier, detecting a chakra akin to my own. However, I had not paid much attention when Uchiha Fuyu absorbed some of my chakra. Now, upon closer inspection, that chakra is immense, though not quite equal to mine. It is still formidable. The Nine Tails furrowed its brow, recognizing the presence of half a Nine Tails within Uchiha Fuyu. Previously, when Uchiha Fuyu absorbed some of its chakra, It had not detected anything unusual, particularly since it was bound tightly. Finally, as Kushina fell asleep and tranquility returned, it sensed a chakra that was not far inferior to its own. The Nine Tails, renowned for its infinite chakra, knew that even half its essence was still boundless, easily overpowering the other tailed beasts. This led it to mistakenly believe that this half was not significantly different from its own, though there was still a discernible distance. Have you sensed me as well? The Nine Tails within Uchiha Fuyu closed its eyes, making its presence known in Kushina's consciousness. How curious, where did you spring from? The Nine Tails within Kushina questioned, surprised at the sight of the other Nine Tails. I am a creation of Uchiha Fuyu, derived from your chakra. I lack the memories of that time. Perhaps it is indeed true, the Nine Tails within Uchiha Fuyu replied coldly. I see, the Nine Tails within Kushina nodded, starting to grasp the situation. It seems your existence is rather challenging. This seal, indeed, it possesses the essence of Indra, which is why I found it peculiar. I find it intriguing to attempt friendship with him. What do you think? The Nine Tails within Uchiha Fuyu snickered. I distinctly recall the battles between Indra and Ashura. Ashura could only triumph over Indra by wielding my power. His strength was formidable. Are you really considering befriending him? How utterly ridiculous, the Nine Tails within Kushina remarked coldly. How can you be certain without having tried? I perceive his innermost desires. He longs for companionship, much like you and I do, the Nine Tails continued, sensing a profound connection. It is a curious sensation, for we were once united, yet have now diverged into two beings. From his memories, I gather that you, the Jinchuriki, possess a certain innocence. Perhaps, you could indeed become friends. The sage of the Six Paths once foretold that one day, we would cross paths. I firmly believe this. The Nine Tails within Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly. Suit yourself, Kushina's Nine Tails scoffed. Let us await the outcome. The Nine Tails within Uchiha Fuyu smiled, filled with anticipation. Kushina, Uzumaki. Humph. How could a mere human possibly grasp the fury that resides within me? Kushina's Nine Tails shook its head, fists clenched tightly in frustration. Its anger nearly overwhelming due to the confinement it endured. At that moment, Kushina entered the seal within herself and beheld the colossal Nine Tails imprisoned in stone, her pupils narrowing in shock. While she was aware of the creature's presence within her, she had not comprehended its sheer terror. Even a hint of its aura was enough to instill fear. What? Why are there two Nine Tails? Kushina thought in horror, swallowing hard at the sight of the two massive beings before her. Ah, your Jinchuriki has arrived? I did not anticipate such a visit. This realm is meant solely for tailed beasts. How did she manage to enter? The Nine Tails within Uchiha Fuyu regarded Kushina with a smirk. Humph. Kushina's Nine Tails snorted in disdain. Are you truly Kushina Uzumaki? The Nine Tails within Uchiha Fuyu inquired, lowering its head to look at her with a slight smile. Yes, but why do you both exist? Kushina asked, her face a mask of confusion. I am the Nine Tails within your beloved. The other is the one residing within you. Hence, we have two. Uchiha Fuyu's Nine Tails replied with a grin. Beloved Fuyu's? Kushina gasped, her heart aching for Uchiha Fuyu. I had no idea that he too harbored a Nine Tails within him. No wonder I felt such an affinity towards him. Could it be that he empathizes with me and harbors special feelings? Is this a form of affection? Kushina pondered, astonished to discover the existence of two Nine Tails. The circumstances of her arrival in Konoha and her selection as a Jinchuriki were baffling. She was unaware of the reasons behind the existence of two Nine Tails. Kushina, if, hypothetically speaking, our tailed beasts wish to befriend you, do you think that is feasible? Uchiha Fuyu's Nine Tails asked, curious to see if others might share such sentiments, or if it was merely Fuyu's notion. Kushina's Nine Tails also looked towards her, eager to know her response, as Fuyu had mentioned the possibility of friendship with Kushina. It could discern that Uchiha Fuyu's Nine Tails genuinely wished to explore the possibility of camaraderie with humans. It was equally curious whether anyone would genuinely desire friendship with them, especially its own Jinchuriki. Friends? As long as you do not frighten me, I would gladly be your friend. Others despise my crimson hair, yet Fuyu does not. Kushina gazed at the two Nine Tails with wide, innocent eyes. Kushina's Nine Tails regarded her as though she were a fool. Ha ha. Uchiha Fuyu's Nine Tails laughed heartily. Indeed, there are still plenty of naive humans. Not all are wicked. Ultimately, she was just a child. Perhaps, true friendship is indeed possible. I eagerly anticipate it. Uchiha Fuyu's Nine Tails smiled with delight. If you wish to befriend us, should you not consider unsealing me? Look at me. I cannot move. Kushina's Ninetales remarked coldly. Are you truly willing to be my friend? Kushina clasped her hands together, filled with hope. Humph. The Ninetales turned its face away, remaining silent. But the glimmer of a smile flickered in its eyes upon seeing Kushina's eager expression. Kushina, would you be willing to release the seal? Friendship should be built on mutual trust. Do not be fooled by this creature's temper. Deep down, it is quite joyful. Fuyu unsealed me without hesitation. Understanding and supporting one another is the essence of friendship, is it not? We possess many unique abilities. You can collaborate with us to wield various chakra types. In time, your strength will flourish significantly. Uchiha Fuyu's Ninetales chuckled, finding the presence of its other self rather amusing. All right, I shall release you now. Kushina nodded, placing her right hand on her abdomen and rotating it counterclockwise. With a mechanical click, the chakra chains binding the Ninetales retracted and the sphere disintegrated, causing the Ninetales to fall to the ground, the wooden stakes vanishing like stardust. Thud. Upon landing, a cunning glint sparkled in the Ninetales' eyes as it extended its hand toward Kushina. You are not evading? Kushina's Ninetales questioned, observing her with narrowed pupils. To its astonishment, Kushina stood her ground, showing no sign of retreat. Fuyu said to have confidence in oneself. Be kind to friends and trust your companions. My willingness to release you signifies my trust in you, as well as in Fuyu. This Ninetales is not sealed, hence I believe its words and Fuyu's words. He claims that humans can coexist peacefully with tailed beasts, and so it shall be. Kushina smiled sweetly, hands clasped behind her back, radiating innocence. Humph. Whether you can utilize my chakra depends on your actions, Kushina's Ninetales retorted, curling up on the ground, silent yet maintaining a smile. Now, I must take my leave. Best of luck to you both. Uchiha Fuyu's Ninetales sneered, severing the connection and vanishing without a trace. Ninetales, from now on, we shall be friends. I never anticipated that my first friend would be you. It is a pleasure to meet you. Kushina approached, sensing that the Ninetales was not as fearsome as she once believed. Is not Uchiha Fuyu your friend? The Ninetales scoffed. Fuyu, yes, he is also a friend. However, it is different. Kushina blushed, shaking her head. TCH, such complicated humans, the Ninetales muttered, closing its eyes. Hee. Kushina giggled, cautiously lying down beside the Ninetales, a smile adorning her face as she drifted into a sweet slumber. Today was a joyous occasion. Not only did she gain Uchiha Fuyu, but she also acquired a Ninetales as a friend. This was indeed her happiest day. Beep. The affection level of Uzumaki Kushina towards the host has increased by 5 points, reaching maximum value. Once the affection reaches maximum value, she will remain loyal to the host and never betray him. Beep. Congratulations to the host for achieving full affection from Uzumaki Kushina, earning the reward, Kurama mode. In a deep slumber, Uchiha Fuyu was abruptly awakened by the system's voice, his eyes snapping open as he vanished from his spot. This was a natural reaction honed by years of war. Even the slightest disturbance would rouse him instantly, a reflex ingrained in his muscles. Uchiha Fuyu paused momentarily, recalling the words just spoken. What? Kurama mode? The perfect Jinchuriki of the Ninetales? Hiss. Is this the reward for Kushina's rising affection? It grants me the power of a perfect Jinchuriki without the need for arduous training. How splendid. A smile crept upon Uchiha Fuyu's lips, his eyes gleaming with delight. In the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Fuyu rapped on the door of the office. Come in. Came the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Creak. Uchiha Fuyu opened the door and stepped inside. Third Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu closed the door behind him and approached, bowing respectfully. Oh. Uchiha Fuyu, is it? I am pleased to meet you today, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a warm smile, his keen eyes scanning Uchiha Fuyu for any signs of abnormality. Third Hokage, may I inquire why you summoned me? Uchiha Fuyu asked, a hint of curiosity gracing his features. Fuyu, I am aware that you are not particularly favored within the Uchiha clan. Would you be interested in working for my direct ENBU? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his profound gaze lost in thought. You wish for me to join the ENBU directly? Uchiha Fuyu replied, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there are those within the Uchiha clan, like Uchiha Kagami, who yearn for peace. You aspire to become Hokage and inherit the will of fire. Thus, I wish to have you join the direct ENBU to contribute more to the village. During this time, you will also learn a great deal, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Third Hokage, I desire to go to the battlefield. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, looking earnestly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, why is that? The battlefield is perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Training in the ANBU is far less dangerous than on the battlefield. Why do you wish to go to war? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, taking another puff from his pipe, puzzled. Because I want to grow stronger. The battles encountered in the ANBU are minimal. However, on the battlefield, I may ignite the awakening of my eyes. Without formidable strength. Entering the ANBU would merely render me a small pawn, Uchiha Fuyu explained, shaking his head. Is that so? Not having awakened your eyes at 16 is not necessarily a disadvantage. Sometimes, awakening them may not be beneficial, Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded, understanding that gaining strength on the battlefield was indeed the quickest path. Yet, he wished to utilize Uchiha Fuyu. Sending him to the battlefield could lead to his demise. After all, the death of an elite Chunin during wartime was a common occurrence. The Uchiha clan had no one to spare at the moment, and he greatly needed a spy like Uchiha Fuyu. My brother spoke of this. However, if I wish to become Hokage, I must awaken my eyes. Only by understanding loss can one truly cherish the peace we have now. War is brutal, yet I wish to contribute my humble efforts. If I can eliminate one enemy, it is worth it. If I can slay two, that would be a gain. On the battlefield, I shall exert my remaining strength to secure victory for the village. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for this cause. I implore you, Third Hokage, to grant me this wish. Uchiha Fuyu bowed deeply towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your love for the village is commendable, and I can empathize with that sentiment. I too act out of love for the village. Very well. I shall arrange for you to go to the battlefield. If you return alive, you may still join the ENBU afterward. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, sensing Uchiha Fuyu's determination, and felt a twinge of satisfaction. If Uchiha Fuyu could indeed survive and enhance his abilities, he would undoubtedly become an even greater asset. After all, those who love the village are the easiest to manipulate. Thank you, Third Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu bowed once more. Tomorrow, a team will depart for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. You shall join them at dawn. Do take care, the battlefield is perilous. Even with Tsunade and the others present, you must remain vigilant. Weapons on the battlefield are merciless. I hope you return safely, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised, concern etched across his face. Rest assured, Third Hokage, it is an honor to defend the village, even at the cost of my life. Uchiha Fuyu replied humbly, showing profound respect towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well, you may leave for now. Departure is scheduled for tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a gentle smile illuminating his features. Yes, Third Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu bowed and took his leave. Kagami, in this child, I seem to see your reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, inhaling deeply from his pipe and exhaling slowly. A long sigh escaping his lips. Surveillance? The direct ANBU? They wish to use me against the Uchiha clan? Have we truly arrived at this juncture? Humph. As Uchiha Fuyu exited the Hokage building, a serious expression marred his features, displeasure flickering in his eyes. I will demonstrate the strength of the Uchiha clan. The position of the fourth Hokage is rightfully mine. To revitalize the Uchiha clan, one must alter our current circumstances. The deliberate placement of the police force aims to create friction between the Uchiha clan and the villagers. When the villagers' fear and resentment towards the Uchiha clan peak, it will inevitably provoke our wrath. The Uchiha clan has been oppressed for too long. You have forced us into this position. On his way home, Uchiha Fuyu's mind raced with thoughts. Assigning the police force to the Uchiha clan was intended to position them in opposition to the villagers. The worse the villagers' attitude towards the Uchiha clan became, the heavier their hearts would feel when enforcing the law. Sooner or later, the Uchiha clan would reach a breaking point and instigate a coup. This entire scheme was orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, isolating the Uchiha clan, breeding distrust, and ultimately seeking their annihilation. With my presence, perhaps change is possible. The shinobi world will truly attain peace under my guidance. Uchiha Fuyu clenched his fists, a fierce glint igniting in his gaze. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, sensing someone trailing him. Umbu? No, it's Root. Danzo. Uchiha Fuyu scoffed quietly. Buzz. In the next instant, Uchiha Fuyu vanished from sight. Where did he go? The Root member blinked in confusion, gazing around for Uchiha Fuyu, who had seemingly vanished. Chapter 10. Teaching Kushina, preparing for the battlefield shadow clone technique. Uchiha Fuyu employed the shadow clone technique, creating a clone that subsequently disappeared from sight. Uchiha Fuyu's clone returned to its original location, appearing as though it had never left. Is it back again? Am I seeing things? Never mind. I'll follow up for now. The root member shook his head, continuing to trail behind Uchiha Fuyu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fuyu's clone pretended not to notice and casually made his way toward the Uchiha clan's residence. Brother Fuyu, I knew you would be here, Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed. Rushing over after class, her face lighting up with a radiant smile at Uchiha Fuyu. Ah, class is over. Uchiha Fuyu replied, squinting his eyes with a smile. Pleased to see Uzumaki Kushina approaching. Yes. Brother Fuyu, you promised to teach me ninjutsu today. What will you teach me? Uzumaki Kushina asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Today, I shall teach you the multi-shadow clone technique. Your chakra reserves are substantial, making this technique particularly well suited for you, Uchiha Fuyu said, smiling at Uzumaki Kushina. The multi-shadow clone technique? Isn't that a forbidden technique? Uzumaki Kushina thought in shock, surprised that Uchiha Fuyu would teach her such an advanced skill right away. This technique was not something just anyone could learn, yet as a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fuyu was certainly capable. Indeed, what is forbidden for others is merely convenient for you. Now, follow my hand seals, and I shall teach you, Uchiha Fuyu said with a gentle smile, creating 5 shadow clones of his own. After all, there were observers nearby. If he were to create too many, they might be left astounded. And the news would likely reach Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. How impressive. Let me try? Multi-shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Kushina nodded eagerly and began to form the seals. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a cloud of smoke erupted, and 1,000 shadow clones appeared before Uchiha Fuyu and Uzumaki Kushina. Brother Fuyu, I did it. Wow, how incredible. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, astonished that she had successfully executed the multi-shadow clone technique on her very first attempt. Not only that, but she had conjured 1,000 clones, filling her heart with immense joy. How is this possible? How many clones is that? The observers' disbelief was palpable. They hadn't anticipated that Uzumaki Kushina would possess such a profound chakra reserve, being the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. I must admit, I'm feeling a bit envious, murmured a few Umbu ninjas, their brows furrowed. Excellent. I never imagined our Kushina would be so remarkable, achieving this on her very first attempt. Perhaps she will indeed become the 4th Hokage someday. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, gazing contentedly at the multitude of Uzumaki Kushina before him. Truly, she is Naruto's mother. Her abilities are truly extraordinary. Like Naruto, she can effortlessly produce 1,000 shadow clones. Her chakra is significantly greater than Naruto's, an enhanced version, albeit without Ashura's chakra. Observing the astonished expression on Uzumaki Kushina's face, Uchiha Fuyu nodded in satisfaction. Brother Fuyu teaches exceptionally well, Uzumaki Kushina said, her cheeks flushed, smiling with squinted eyes. Kushina, have you tested your chakra nature yet? Uchiha Fuyu inquired. Not yet, Kushina replied, shaking her head. Let us give it a try. Uchiha Fuyu produced a chakra testing paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Okay. Uzumaki Kushina nodded, taking the testing paper. Wind and water attributes? Uchiha Fuyu observed the testing paper, which displayed signs of moisture in a corner that had been severed, indicating water and wind attributes. Then I will teach you a water release technique and a wind release technique. Later, I shall instruct you in other ninjutsu. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Uzumaki Kushina. Thank you, Brother Fuyu. Uzumaki Kushina's cheeks reddened slightly, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Watch closely. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, quickly forming hand seals. A fierce gust of wind erupted, akin to a violent typhoon, uprooting trees and leaving devastation in its wake. Wow, that is amazing. Uzumaki Kushina gasped, staring at the chaotic scene before her, swallowing hard. Now, give it a try, Uchiha Fuyu urged gently. All right. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Uzumaki Kushina nodded, unleashing a whirlwind that spiraled upwards, enveloping them both. The speed of the storm intensified, sweeping everything in its path into disarray. Your talent for ninjutsu is remarkable. However, this is merely a C-rank wind release technique. For you, it will suffice. Once you graduate, we can explore more powerful techniques, Uchiha Fuyu said, his eyes filled with admiration. Uzumaki Kushina was indeed a formidable descendant of the Uzumaki clan, mastering a C-rank technique in an instant. Her control over chakra was astonishing, leaving Uchiha Fuyu in awe. Perhaps if Naruto were not burdened by the Nine Tails chakra, his talent would be even greater, Uchiha Fuyu mused quietly. The Uzumaki clan truly was the proud lineage of Hashirama. Thanks to brother Fuyu's excellent teaching, Uzumaki Kushina beamed. What else will you teach me about water release? For water release, I will teach you the water barrier technique. It serves both defensive and offensive purposes. As I do not possess extensive water release techniques, I can only provide you with this simple one, Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, acknowledging his limited repertoire of water release skills. Yes, brother Fuyu, please teach me. Uzumaki Kushina nodded eagerly. All right, water release, water barrier. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, summoning glimmers of water that coalesced into a massive torrent, enveloping them and surging forward. The water barrier not only provides defense, but also allows for offensive capabilities, making it a versatile technique for a genin, sufficient even for someone like Uzumaki Kushina, who had yet to become a ninja. Bang, bang, bang. The torrential waves surged forth with tremendous force, demonstrating their formidable power. My turn. Water release, water barrier. Uzumaki Kushina grinned, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a torrent of water that coalesced into a massive river. Following this, Uchiha Fuyu accompanied Uzumaki Kushina as she practiced her ninjutsu, encouraging her to create several shadow clones for training, one to practice water walking, another to climb trees, one to hone her wind release nature transformation, and the last to refine her water release nature transformation, while her original self focused on physical techniques. This clear division of labor would enable her to master ninjutsu quickly. Utilizing shadow clones for training was a hallmark of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, as they possessed vast chakra reserves and a sage body. Their bodies could recover rapidly, especially with the Nine Tails' potent regenerative abilities enhancing Uzumaki Kushina's formidable potential. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day slipped away. Uchiha Fuyu, as he had the day prior, carried Uzumaki Kushina home. Brother Fuyu, thank you for teaching me ninjutsu today. I had a wonderful time. Uzumaki Kushina smiled at Uchiha Fuyu, her joy evident. I'm glad to hear that. Now, I must be going. It's been a long day, and you should rest early, Uchiha Fuyu nodded, slipping on his shoes and preparing to depart. Brother Fuyu. Kushina Uzumaki cast a glance at Fugaku Uchiha, her cheeks flushing as her hands clasped tightly behind her back. What's wrong? He asked, raising an eyebrow. As he turned his head, he immediately felt a dampness on his cheek, momentarily taken aback. Thank you, brother Fugaku. See you tomorrow, Kushina stammered, her face crimson, before she turned and dashed away. This girl is rather endearing, Fugaku mused, a smile playing on his lips as he touched his moist cheek, shaking his head with a chuckle before rising to depart. Brother Fugaku. Kushina stood in the corner, watching him leave, her face aflame, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Fugaku, when you go to battle, please be cautious. Do not act recklessly. Remember, the goal is to survive. Izumi Uchiha looked at Fugaku, her eyes brimming with concern and reluctance. Do not worry, mother. I will be fine, he replied, a reassuring smile gracing his features. Here, take this bento for the journey. Return safely. I will be waiting for you at home. Izumi reached out to gently touch Fugaku's cheek, tears shimmering in her eyes. Thank you, mother. But it's getting late. I must be on my way. Wait for my return. Fugaku smiled and waved to Izumi as he set off. Be careful on the road, she called, tears streaming down her cheeks. The memories of Kato Dan and Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, falling in battle had led to Tsunade developing her fear of blood. Nawaki, the grandson of the first Hokage, the last pure bloodline of the Senju clan. If his body were infused with cells from Hashirama Senju, he would undoubtedly possess wood release. The sage body combined with wood release is not something that Yamato, the gardener of Konoha, could rival. Alas, Nawaki, your time may be short. Should I attempt to save him? If I can rescue him, perhaps Tsunade might. A sly smile crept across Fugaku's face as he resolved to save Nawaki. After all, Nawaki was merely a year younger than him, and this year marked his fateful end. It was only right that he intervened. Chapter 11. Reinforcement on the battlefield. The Necklace of Death. It was now April, and Nawaki wouldn't perish until after his 12th birthday, meaning there were only a few months left, a fleeting window of time. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage addressed the assembly. You are to support the battlefield at the border of the land of earth and our land of fire. Currently, the land of earth, the land of wind, and we are engaged in fierce combat at the land of rain. The initial forces have already been dispatched. You are the second wave. Your mission is to provide assistance to Orochimaru. I hope for your safe return. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. The assembled Leaf Ninjas responded in unison. Do not worry, Lord Third Hokage. For the village, we shall fight to the death. They proclaimed loudly. Excellent. Thank you for your dedication. I entrust this to you all. The Third Hokage nodded solemnly as the leader of the mission called out, Depart. And the group vanished in an instant. This time, 50 ninjas were dispatched for support. All elite Chunin or higher, with most being special Jonin or Jonin. Fugaku was among them, included at his own request, arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Their mission was to assist Orochimaru in repelling the forces of Awakens. As they sped along their path, none lagged behind. All advanced at full speed. Thankfully, Fugaku had greatly improved his abilities. Otherwise, keeping pace with such formidable companions would have been challenging. Now, however, he found it effortless. Had it not been for the need to remain inconspicuous, he could have traversed a wormhole to reach the battlefield. Accelerate. We must reach the Awakens battlefield swiftly. The situation is dire, the leading Jonin commanded. Understood, the group nodded in agreement, following closely behind. After 3 hours of relentless progress, they finally arrived at the battlefield on the border of the Land of Fire, with the conflict raging in the Land of Rain. We must sever the supply lines of the Land of Earth. Only by doing so can we force them into a temporary retreat. The entire ninja world has descended into chaos. We cannot predict what dangers lie ahead. Thus, it is imperative to cut off their supplies, Orochimaru stated. Studying the map with furrowed brows. I shall undertake this mission, Lord Orochimaru. An elite Jonin rose and bowed respectfully. This may be a one-way trip. Orochimaru looked at the man, concern etched across his face. There are always sacrifices in war. And killing Jiramaru will not be an easy feat, Jiramaru smirked. Confidence radiating from him. Very well, Jiramaru. Take 10 ninjas and proceed to disrupt the supply lines of the Land of Earth. Remember, your primary goal is to harass them. Killing is not the ultimate aim. You must destroy their supply lines entirely. Set traps. If you can outsmart them, do not engage in direct confrontation. The ninjas tasked with supply duties will likely not be too powerful, Orochimaru instructed, nodding as he issued his command. Understood, Lord Orochimaru, Jiramaru replied, bowing before turning to leave. The rest of you must distract the enemy forces and provide cover for Jiramaru's retreat. If we can sever their supplies, it will afford us a moment's respite. Reinforcements have been dispatched. They should arrive soon, Orochimaru announced in a raspy voice. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The Leaf Ninjas replied, rising to their feet and bowing to him. As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru held considerable influence and esteem, surrounded by loyal confidants. With Tsunade not yet on the battlefield and Jiraiya still absent from the village, Konoha was in a precarious situation. Orochimaru had to hold the line against the enemy's onslaught to buy time for the village. He had sent urgent messages for Jiraiya to return, believing powerful reinforcements would soon arrive. Lord Orochimaru, reinforcements have arrived. Before long, Fugaku and the others entered the camp to meet Orochimaru. Is this the youthful visage of Orochimaru? Sporting that earring, he possesses quite the allure. Truly, the Snake Lady is deserving of her title. This battlefield was not yet the stage for Fugaku's brilliance to shine. He needed to delve deeper into the fray before emerging to claim the glory that would save Konoha, securing his place in its history. A sly smile crossed Fugaku's lips as he entered the camp quietly, remaining silent and prepared to follow orders. Excellent. The battle is about to commence. And your arrival is fortuitous. The enemy is unaware that our reinforcements have arrived. This presents us with an opportunity, Orochimaru remarked, a glint of excitement in his eyes. With 50 combatants of special Jonin rank or higher, they were more formidable than hundreds of lower-ranked ninjas. Orochimaru overlooked Fugaku, recognizing his formidable power, aware that Fugaku was at least of Jonin caliber. After all, Uchiha Fuyu did not display any signs of rage. Others could not perceive his depth. However, a single glance was enough to discern that this individual was far from ordinary. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, the leading Jonin replied respectfully. Bang! The battlefield was alive with the clash of swords and flickers of blades, occasionally ignited by explosive tags that stirred the chaos. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses lay strewn across the ground. Nevertheless, Konoha had gained formidable reinforcements, and their combat capabilities soared, pushing Awakens back time and again. In response, Iwagakure also dispatched reinforcements, resulting in a temporary stalemate. The third Tsuchikage did not personally engage in the fray. The current leaders of the various nations would not casually enter the battlefield. Should the third Tsuchikage step onto the field, the third Hokage would inevitably follow, escalating the conflict once more. The Kage of each ninja village held immense significance, and their safety was paramount. They would only engage in battle under dire circumstances. Time passed swiftly, and 4 months slipped by. The conflict between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire remained lukewarm, locked in a stalemate. Initially, skirmishes were minor, as large-scale battles were absent, with the largest clashes involving merely 300 to 400 shinobi, though the intensity was still fierce, lacking the terror of a grand war. On August 9th of the 33rd year of Konoha, with the battlefield between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire not being particularly fierce, Konoha enjoyed a temporary peace. Tsunade did not intervene. Instead, she celebrated a birthday for Shoju. Happy 12th birthday, Shoju. This is your gift. Tsunade beamed as she held out the present, her smile radiant. Sister, I'm no longer a child. You don't need to prepare birthday gifts for me anymore. I am already a grown man, Shoju pouted, looking at Tsunade as he handed the gift back. You are only 12. How could you possibly be grown? Tsunade replied, her voice warm. This is a carefully prepared gift from your sister. Would you like to open it? There is something very important inside. I believe you will love it once you see. Shoju looked puzzled. Something very important? What could it be? He opened the gift box to reveal a necklace, his pupils dilating in shock. Sister, is this Grandpa's jewelry? He gasped, unable to believe his eyes. Yes, this is the jewelry worn by our grandfather, the first Hokage of Konoha. I am passing it on to you now. You must guard it well. Tsunade smiled, leaning against the railing, her eyes sparkling with affection. You have wanted this for a long time, haven't you? I've seen you gaze at the necklace for quite a while. Today, on your 12th birthday, it is yours. This is our grandfather's only relic. You must cherish it. Thank you, sister. I love you. I will take good care of it. Not only will I protect this necklace, but I will also safeguard Konoha. This jewelry is a relic from grandfather, but it is not the only one. Konoha is also part of his legacy. I will protect them both, Shoju declared, joy radiating from him as he donned the necklace around his neck, gazing proudly at the beautiful Konoha village. Shoju? Tsunade paused, surprised by her brother's resolve. The village was founded by grandfather. He was the first Hokage. As his grandson, I will protect it diligently. Shoju clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. Very well, then we shall protect it together. Since you claim to have grown up, you are indeed a man. A man's word is his bond, and he must not waver lightly, Tsunade encouraged, her eyes narrowing with a smile, sensing that at this moment, her brother had truly matured. Rest assured, sister, I will strive to be like grandfather and become Hokage. Inheriting grandfather's position has always been my dream, Shoju exclaimed, eyes sparkling as he gazed at the village of Konoha. Chapter 12. Convincing Shoju to become a younger brother and teach him the Rasengan Shoju? Tsunade felt gratified. Her brother had truly grown and now possessed his own dreams. Watching him radiate hope, she was reminded of their grandfather, a smile gracing her lips. Shoju, remove your forehead protector. I have another gift for you, Tsunade said with a warm smile. Another gift? Shoju asked, puzzled. What kind of gift requires me to take off my Konoha forehead protector? Quickly, let me see. This is a magical gift that will help you realize your dreams, Tsunade said, her face alight with joy as she bent down and untied Shoju's forehead protector. She then bestowed upon him a kiss on his forehead, a gesture she referred to as the death kiss. One could not deny that Tsunade's necklace and her kiss on the forehead amounted to a death kiss. Both Shoju and Kato met their ends in similar fashion. Shoju was momentarily stunned, but then broke into a grin. Tsunade laughed along with him. This was Shoju, and Tsunade was truly beautiful. She must be around 26 now. An impressive presence. Even from a distance, one could feel her vibrant energy. Uchiha Fuyu observed Tsunade, squinting slightly, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Dressed in a white crop top paired with a fishnet shirt and striking red leggings, Tsunade exuded youth and vitality. Over the course of 4 months on the battlefield, Konoha had dispatched personnel to rotate combatants due to the prolonged nature of the conflict, which could wear down morale. Thus, Uchiha Fuyu was replaced and had been back for half a month. During these past 2 weeks, Uchiha Fuyu trained alongside Kushina Uzumaki, mutually sharing techniques. He taught her wind release and water release, while she instructed him in sealing techniques. Their bond flourished in harmony, and had they not been so young, complications might have arisen. Tsunade furrowed her brow, sensing someone watching her, and glanced around. Uchiha Fuyu vanished without a trace, and Tsunade noticed nothing amiss. Sister, I am now a genin. Brother Orochimaru is taking me to the battlefield. I want to experience it firsthand and quickly enhance my strength, Shoju said, determination glimmering in his eyes. To the battlefield? Shoju, you are still only a genin. It is perilous there. Wait until you are stronger before you venture forth. At the very least, you should be an elite chunin. It is far too early for you now, Tsunade replied, alarmed as she regarded Shoju, shaking her head. No. I must go to the battlefield. Only there can I grow quickly. I want to be a guardian of Konoha, just like grandfather. He ended the tumultuous era of the warring states. He was a hero. He also fought on the battlefield from a young age and ultimately became a legendary figure. I will become like him, Shoju insisted, shaking his head, yearning for the battlefield. No, you are still too young, Tsunade said firmly, resolute in her decision to prevent Shoju from going to battle. It was far too dangerous. The third Hokage has already approved my deployment. Tomorrow is my departure. Sister, you must trust me, and with Orochimaru-san by my side, I shall be fine. Shoshu cast a confident smile towards Tsunade. Has Sarutobi-sensei agreed? Tsunade paused for a moment, her gaze drifting towards the Hokage building, a flicker of anger crossing her eyes. Knowing full well that Shoshu was the last descendant of the Senju clan, it infuriated her that he had been sent to the battlefield without consulting her. Indeed, the third Hokage had already sanctioned my deployment to the front lines. I will undoubtedly showcase my abilities in battle. Shoshu chuckled, finding the prospect of combat exhilarating, fully confident in his capacity to handle any adversary. Shoshu, do not be reckless on the battlefield. Stay close to Orochimaru and refrain from acting on your own. If you can escape, do so. Do not confront danger head-on. Tsunade's eyes brimmed with helplessness, aware that she could do little to alter the situation, and could only hope for Shasha's caution amidst the chaos of war. Sister, I am a man. A man does not flee. It is absolutely unacceptable to retreat, Shoshu declared loudly, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade was taken aback, witnessing such earnestness from Shoshu for the first time. Is that so? Tsunade lowered her head, a shy smile gracing her lips, choosing not to respond further. The next day, Orochimaru, please take good care of Shoshu. Tsunade instructed him at the entrance of Konoha, her heart filled with worry. Rest assured, Shoshu is no weakling. Orochimaru smirked, assuring her with a light chuckle. Shoshu is like a half-disciple, half-brother to Orochimaru. He would certainly protect him well. Shoshu, do not overexert yourself. You must survive. Tsunade looked at Shoshu, her eyes filled with concern. Sister, do not underestimate me. I am quite powerful. Shoshu replied confidently with a smile. Tsunade reached out to pat Shasha's head, nodding with a radiant smile. Uchiha Fuyu was also part of this mission. He had rested enough and was ready to join the battlefield. Previously, Uchiha Fuyu had distinguished himself in combat, earning praise from the third Hokage, who did not deny his participation in this endeavor. Only those who truly loved their village would continuously return to the battlefield. In Uchiha Fuyu, he saw the shadow of Uchiha Kagami. If he could protect Shoshu this time, perhaps he might draw closer to Tsunade. After all, he was only 16, and there was quite a gap in age between them. If he were around 16 or 17, he could directly pursue her. Unfortunately, the age difference was nearly a decade. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade, her exquisite beauty profoundly etched in his heart. Thump, thump, thump. This was the feeling of a racing heart. While Uzumaki Kushina was adorable, she was still quite young. Seeing Tsunade, a woman of mature charm and sweet appearance, was enough to stir anyone's heart. Go, Orochimaru commanded, and all ninjas rushed towards the front lines. On the battlefield, the intensity of combat escalated as the three great shinobi villages of the Land of Earth, Land of Wind, and Land of Fire clashed in the Land of Rain. Upon Orochimaru's arrival, he immediately took over as the supreme commander, succeeding the previous officer. Spiraling Sphere. Prior to the battle, Uchiha Fuyu practiced the spiraling sphere near Konoha's encampment. When combined with his spatial abilities, this technique exuded formidable lethality. During this period, Uchiha Fuyu had dedicated himself to mastering the spiraling sphere to unleash his prowess on the battlefield. Incredible! How is such a vast amount of chakra being condensed into a sphere? At that moment, Shoshu approached and was taken aback by the sight of the spiraling sphere in Uchiha Fuyu's hand. Uchiha Fuyu turned to see Shoshu behind him, slightly startled. Hello. I am Shoshu, the grandson of the first Hokage. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am 12 years old. Shoshu smiled at Uchiha Fuyu. Hello. I am Uchiha Fuyu. I never expected you to be the grandson of the first Hokage. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am 16. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, extending his right hand. Uchiha Fuyu, are you from the Uchiha clan? What ninjutsu were you just using? Can you teach me? Shoshu inquired, harboring no disdain for Uchiha Fuyu despite his clan affiliation. After all, Shoshu aspired to become Hokage. How could he harbor prejudice against anyone in the village? Teach you? This is a technique I developed myself. It cannot be taught casually. I will only pass it on to my brother. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head. Then I shall be your brother. Brother, please teach me. From now on, I will be your little brother. Shoshu gazed at Uchiha Fuyu, his face alight with expectation. You want to be my brother? Uchiha Fuyu raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Yes, if I become your brother, you can teach me this ninjutsu. Is that all right? Shoshu nodded enthusiastically, a bright smile on his face. Very well, then you shall be my brother from now on. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes. This was his deliberate approach to Shoshu, as it would also bring him closer to Tsunade. Brother, hurry and teach me. This ninjutsu looks incredibly powerful, Shoshu urged eagerly, nodding. All right, hold this. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, tossing a water balloon to Shoshu. What is this? Shoshu looked quizzically at the balloon in his hands. Do it like this. Boom. Concentrate your chakra, let it flow, and rotate the water inside the balloon irregularly. If it spins in the same direction, it will not burst. Finally, make the balloon explode. And you'll achieve the first step of your training. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, taking another water balloon and demonstrating, resulting in an explosion. This is simple. Brother, I can do it. My sister taught me about chakra control. Our Senju clan has a strong grasp of chakra. Shoshu nodded, confident in his ability as a descendant of the Senju clan. After all, the Senju clan was renowned for their chakra control, enabling them to wield tremendous strength. This required elevating one's chakra control to a level beyond ordinary comprehension. Boom. As expected, Shoshu swiftly caused the water balloon to burst. Truly worthy of being the grandson of Senju Hashirama, his chakra control was impressive. Moreover, the chakra within him was vast, likely rivaling Naruto's own chakra reserves. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, observing Shoshu before him. Sensing his chakra, it was clear that Shoshu's chakra amount was no less than Naruto's, a testament to his formidable sage body. Chapter 13. A surprise attack on the rear of a Wagakure. Now, let us proceed to the second step. Here, take this. Uchiha Fuyu produced a rubber ball from his pocket and tossed it over. A rubber ball? Brother, why are they all balls? Shoshu questioned, puzzled at the recurring theme. First it was a water balloon, now a rubber ball. Why these items? Because the rubber ball is 100 times stronger than the previous water balloon. Only by bursting the rubber ball can you create a powerful chakra. The first phase is to get you to rotate chakra. The second phase is to enhance the power of your chakra. Just having chakra won't suffice to break the rubber ball. So give it a try. Boom. Uchiha Fuyu also took out a rubber ball and effortlessly made it explode. This shouldn't be too difficult. Shunshu's heart raced with astonishment as he witnessed such a training technique for the first time. He began to gather chakra in his right hand. Yet breaking the rubber ball proved to be a formidable challenge. Could it truly be this difficult? To his surprise, he found this jutsu quite arduous to cultivate. A man must never concede defeat. He resolved to try again. With a furrowed brow, Shunshu continued his practice, attentively sensing his chakra, urging it to whirl in an erratic yet rapid motion, for only then could he augment the potency of his jutsu. He focused intently, relying solely on his innate talent. As no water flow was available for him to sense, Uchiha Fuyu glanced at Shunshu with a smile, encouraging him. I understand, brother. I will certainly succeed, Shunshu nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. Yes, keep going. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Remember, this is our secret. Do not share it with others. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, chuckling. I know, brother. I will definitely succeed. Shunshu resumed his training. Where has Shunshu gone? Has it been a day without seeing him? Orochimaru frowned. As a genin, Shunshu was of little use in large-scale battles, and thus he had been left at the camp merely to observe. It would suffice to allow him a taste of battle once it was nearing its conclusion. After all, it was impossible for a genin to control the situation on the battlefield. Upon returning from combat and finding Shunshu absent, Orochimaru felt a twinge of worry and set out to search for him. Huff, huff. This difficulty surpasses that of popping a balloon by countless measures. It is simply on another level. My hands and wrists ache terribly. I can hardly muster any strength. After a day of training, Shungshu lay in the forest, panting heavily. Thankfully, he was within the safe confines of the Konoha camp. Had he been outside, he might have encountered an enemy and faced dire consequences. Shungshu, what is the matter? Orochimaru approached, noticing Shungshu sprawled on the ground, confusion etched on his face. Have your meridians been damaged? What happened? As he drew closer, Orochimaru immediately sensed something amiss. Shungshu's hands trembled, clearly indicating an injury to his meridians. Brother Orochimaru, I am fine. I was training in ninjutsu, Shungshu replied, shaking his head. Training ninjutsu? What kind of ninjutsu could lead to this condition? Are you disregarding your life? Is there truly a training method that could cause such harm? Orochimaru questioned, bewildered. Brother Orochimaru, I was practicing to puncture a rubber ball. It's a new and powerful jutsu. Once I master it, I will surely astonish you. Shungshu refrained from mentioning Uchiha Fuyu, as he had promised to keep it a secret between them. Is that so? You must rest and know your limits. This is a battlefield, and it is perilous. Despite the sentinels around, there remains the possibility of an ambush. Get up now. Let us return so the medical ninjas can treat you. Orochimaru shook his head, bemused, and lifted Shungshu, carrying him back to the camp. Uchiha Fuyu appeared, watching as Orochimaru cradled Shungshu and departed. He would not allow Shungshu to remain alone, with shadow clones stationed nearby for protection, wary of potential dangers. After all, it was his duty to safeguard Shungshu, the future brother-in-law. He could not allow harm to befall him. At this moment, Orochimaru had yet to descend into darkness. The root of his eventual transformation lay in Shungshu's demise. The death of the divine tree would provoke tears even from a snake that did not weep, illustrating the profound impact of Shungshu's fate on Orochimaru. Observing Orochimaru's affection for Shungshu made it clear that he regarded him as a younger brother. Shungshu was not merely Orochimaru's disciple. He was cherished as family. It was only after his death that Orochimaru would weep, leading him down the path of darkness and the pursuit of immortality. This would also result in Orochimaru's fall from grace, his soul marred and ensnared by illusions. Everything unfolded according to my design, Uchiha Fuyu mused, smiling faintly before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru frowned, sensing he had been watched moments earlier. He scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Perhaps he was merely feeling anxious. He shook his head. A week later, brother, I have succeeded. Look, Shungshu exclaimed, demonstrating the Rasengan. After relentless effort, he had finally mastered it within a week. Possessing the sage body and receiving assistance from medical ninjas, Shungshu trained vigorously each day. Ultimately, he could now unleash the Rasengan with a single hand. Remarkable, Shungshu. Truly, you are a prodigy, Uchiha Fuyu remarked, momentarily taken aback by Shungshu's swift progress. In a mere week, he had achieved what took Naruto much longer, driven by an indomitable spirit of perseverance. If Naruto had not been the protagonist, perhaps you two would have taken center stage. In the world of Naruto, perhaps the tale would have revolved around Shungshu and Uchiha Fuyu, one wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan and the other a descendant of Hashirama Senju. Alas, you are not the protagonists, destined to fade into the annals of ninja history. Uchiha Fuyu smirked as he gazed at Shungshu, as if he were witnessing the future Naruto. I am destined to become Hokage, so naturally, I am a genius. Shungshu beamed at Uchiha Fuyu's praise, chuckling. Indeed. Uchiha Fuyu reached out, ruffling Shungshu's hair. Do you wish to enhance the Rasengan's power? Uchiha Fuyu inquired with a light-hearted smile. Brother, is it possible to further amplify the Rasengan? Please teach me, quickly. Shungshu eagerly nodded, intrigued by the powerful ninjutsu. He understood the Rasengan's might, instantaneous, without hand signs, striking before the enemy could react. Such a technique was truly formidable. With sufficient speed, the opponent would have no time to counter. Watch closely. This technique is called the Otama Rasengan. Simply continue to infuse chakra and enlarge the Rasengan. Uchiha Fuyu conjured a Rasengan in his right hand, which swiftly expanded into the Otama Rasengan. Wow, that is incredible. I had no idea the Rasengan could grow so large. Shungshu gasped, astonished at the sight before him. But that is not all. The development of this Rasengan knows no bounds. Its versatility is extraordinarily potent. Observe closely. Super Otama Rasengan. Uchiha Fuyu smirked as he continued to channel chakra, producing a massive Rasengan measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter. That is astonishing. Shengshu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the gigantic Rasengan, swallowing hard in sheer astonishment. The subsequent training will be for you to accomplish. I trust that you, who have mastered the Rasengan, will find it manageable, Uchiha Fuyu said, retracting his chakra with a faint smile. Yes, brother, I will undoubtedly succeed, Shengshu affirmed, determination gleaming in his eyes. I eagerly await your progress, Uchiha Fuyu nodded, giving Shengshu a thumbs up. Encouraged, Shengshu promptly resumed his training. Fortunately, he possessed a vast reservoir of chakra, allowing him to practice the Otama Rasengan time and again. If the chakra is insufficient, one cannot afford to squander it like him. The rope tree continues to train, while Uchiha Fuyu has already entered the battlefield. Be cautious, Tianjia. First eliminate any traps. We must be close to the enemy's encampment. Elite Jonin furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. Byakugan, activate. Hyuga Tianjia nodded and directly activated his Byakugan. There are no traps ahead. However, 16 ninjas from Awakens are approaching us from 2 kilometers away, Hyuga Tianjia reported with his Byakugan activated. Everyone, be careful. Stay concealed. The Elite Jonin nodded and instantly vanished from sight. Uchiha Fuyu and the others quickly followed suit, seeking refuge in various locations. 16 in total. 8 of them are Jonin, while the rest possess chakra levels akin to special Jonin. It appears this squad is an elite force. Do they share the same objective as us? Uchiha Fuyu leaned against a tree branch, concealing his presence, and closed his eyes to sense the general strength of the 16 individuals. Their mission this time is to ambush the medical team stationed at the rear of Awakens. On the battlefield, many injured ninjas are transported back for treatment. Generally speaking, the guards of the medical camp are not particularly strong. Their aim is to annihilate the Awakens medical team. Once the medical team is completely wiped out, the frontline forces of Awakens will have no one to tend to their injuries, leading to a dwindling number of fighters, which would be detrimental to their combat. Chapter 14. The Cat Leaves the Mountain. Two Tails Jinchuriki. This could potentially result in Awakens' defeat, hence the medical camp is of paramount importance. The arrangement of sending Uchiha Fuyu and his team for assassination is not for a frontal assault, but merely to eliminate as many medical ninjas as possible. The Awakens ninjas opposite them evidently share this intention, having dispatched an elite force. Wait a moment. Captain, there are 15 chakra signatures ahead. It seems they intend to ambush us. A sensing ninja among the Awakens ninjas frowned and immediately detected the chakra of the leaf ninjas, prompting everyone to halt. Clearly, they also possessed sensing ninjas. Be cautious. When narrow paths converge, the brave prevail. Chuanhan, can you sense their positions? A burly man stopped and turned to Chuanhan beside him. Yes, Chuanhan nodded. Excellent. We are executing a stealth mission, and they are likely doing the same. It seems we have encountered each other by chance. Since we are on a stealth mission, we must not be discovered by the enemy. Now that we have been detected, we will eliminate them all. We cannot allow this to affect our mission. Everyone move out. Use rock clones to incapacitate them. Jioshu, Anshuan, lied, utilize camouflage techniques to launch a surprise attack. The burly man quickly devised a plan and issued orders. Understood. Jioshu and the others nodded, immediately creating rock clones, while they themselves concealed their bodies underground. The remaining members continued charging towards Uchiha Fuyu and the others. The enemy is coming. They have sensing ninjas and have already detected us. Hyuga Tianjia frowned and spoke coldly. Then we need not set an ambush. Let us go and swiftly resolve this battle. The Leaf Elite Jonin coldly declared, vanishing from sight and leading the charge. Whoosh. In an instant, the Leaf Elite Jonin severed the branches before him, sending countless sharp branches hurtling towards the Awakens ninjas. Earth Release, Rock Arm. A ninja from Awakens frowned, rapidly forming hand seals, and slammed his hands onto the ground. A massive rock arm emerged before everyone, blocking the incoming sharp branches. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air resounded as numerous shurikens flew towards the Awakens ninjas, each affixed with explosive tags. Boom, boom. The thunderous explosions shattered the rock arm into fragments, and the Awakens ninjas had already vanished from sight. Thud. Uchiha Fuyu, wielding his katana, charged forward, concealing his strength, engaging in a fierce back and forth with an Awakens ninja. only to be struck in the chest the next moment. Fluttering, Uchiha Fuyu transformed into a flurry of crows, disappearing from sight, reappearing to plunge his blade into the chest of a special jonin from a Awakens. Rock clone? Uchiha Fuyu frowned, astonished that his strike had hit the enemy's rock clone. Damn you! A cutting sound pierced the air as an invisible figure appeared beside Uchiha Fuyu, thrusting a blade. Thud! What? How is this possible? Jushu glanced down at the katana embedded in his abdomen, blood oozing out, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Had he really been inexplicably slain by Uchiha Fuyu? Your breath causes the space to tremble. I have seen it. Uchiha Fuyu, expressionless, withdrew his long blade and spoke coldly before vanishing from sight. Breath? Tremble? Boom. Jushu, perplexed, could not comprehend how his breathing could disturb the space. It was absurd. Yet, before he could ponder further, he took his last breath. Boom. Boom. The battle raged on. While Uchiha Fuyu fought with ease, the others faced extraordinary difficulty. This batch consisted entirely of Awakens' elite forces, composed of formidable warriors of special jonin rank and above, not mere trifles. Amidst the fierce combat, both Leaf and Awakens ninjas began to sustain casualties. Without external interference, it seemed they would face total annihilation. Enough. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, observing the evenly matched scene on the battlefield, and decided to utilize his spatial abilities to assist his comrades. Thud, thud. Before long, these Awakens ninjas inexplicably found themselves impaled on the swords or shurikens of the Leaf ninjas. During their combat using body flicker technique, Uchiha Fuyu opened the surrounding space, allowing them to slip into it, reappearing just as they were stabbed. How pitiful that they were oblivious to how they ended up before their enemies, dying without understanding. Hyuga Tianjia and the others stood in bewilderment. How did these enemies seemingly charge forward on their own? It was indeed peculiar. Forget it. We must focus on our journey. If the commotion of this battle is discovered by others, it would spell trouble. Let us go. The Leaf elite jonin frowned, filled with confusion, yet unable to discern the cause, attributing it merely to their good fortune. Their speed was so swift that they did not see their blades and collided instead. Whoosh! Uchiha Fuyu and the others quickly followed, vanishing from sight. Ahead lies the Awakens medical camp. Wait, the decorations? Is this from Kumogakure? We've gone to the wrong place. Never mind. This time we shall all disguise ourselves as Awakens ninjas and then launch a surprise attack on Kumogakure. By nightfall, we will infiltrate quietly. As dusk gradually fell, everyone remained vigilant. Do not let yourselves be discovered. The Leaf elite jonin frowned, gazing at the vast encampment before them, filled with cries of anguish from the wounded. Medical ninjas hurried about, scarcely finding a moment to rest. The chakra within? This is the Two Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Fuyu's brow furrowed in disbelief upon realizing that the medical camp housed the Two Tails Jinchuriki. No wonder they dared to assign such a small team here. It turns out the Two Tails Jinchuriki is present. Given that the previous host has not yet emerged, this must be from the preceding generation of Jinchuriki. Uchiha Fuyu scrutinized the medical camp before him, brow furrowed. With the Two Tails Jinchuriki present, sending these people in would be akin to delivering themselves as offerings. The strength of each individual is simply insufficient to defeat the Two Tails Jinchuriki. They are not akin to Haiden and Kakuzu, who possess immortality. Haiden managed to overcome the Wooden Man solely due to his undying nature and the fact that others were unaware of his abilities, allowing him to extract the blood of the Wooden Man. Otherwise, Haiden, as a taijutsu ninja, would merely rank as an elite jonin and would have no chance against the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Currently, our team consists of merely 10 members, 3 jonin, 6 special jonin, and myself, an elite chunin. If they proceed, their demise is inevitable. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, shaking his head. The presence of the Two Tails Jinchuriki rendered the battle exceedingly challenging, not to mention the additional guarding ninjas, which would result in a complete massacre. Perhaps they could eliminate a few medical ninjas, but the impact would be minimal. Alas, we cannot afford to fail the mission. I will distract the Two Tails Jinchuriki. The rest is up to you. Uchiha Fuyu resolved to lead away the Two Tails Jinchuriki, relinquishing responsibility for the others. Earth Clone. Uchiha Fuyu swiftly created an Earth Clone, vanishing from sight without anyone noticing. Who goes there? The Two Tails Jinchuriki, a man, sensed a surge of chakra and opened his eyes, speaking coldly. I never anticipated the assassination would fail. The Earth clone of Uchiha Fuyu replied coldly before vanishing and darting outward. Stop! The Two-Tails Jinchuriki commanded, immediately pursuing him. Lord Nisai? The guarding ninjas outside, witnessing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki rush out, followed closely. You stay here to guard the camp. We must not falter. I will investigate. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki Nisai declared, advancing toward Uchiha Fuyu's Earth clone. Is someone emerging? Hyuga Tanjia, with a furrowed brow, observed a man chasing another man out of the camp. Has someone invaded the Cloud Village camp? This might actually work to our advantage, a Leaf Elite Jonin remarked with a frown. Indeed. The chakra within that individual is exceedingly formidable. Had we charged in earlier, our demise would have been certain. This person seems intent on luring him away, Hyuga Tanjia noted. Nodding. Just like earlier on the road, it appears someone is aiding us. This is advantageous, as it may reduce our casualties. The Leaf Elite Jonin nodded. Having suspected assistance previously, the emergence of another ally seemed genuine. Once they depart, we shall act immediately, the Leaf Elite Jonin commanded coldly. Understood, Captain, the others replied, readying themselves for battle. Stop. Fire release, fire mouseball. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki roared, unleashing a torrent of blue flame from his mouth toward Uchiha Fuyu. Humph. Uchiha Fuyu let out a cold snort and swiftly evaded. Damn, he's fast. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki furrowed his brow, surprised by Uchiha Fuyu's speed, which caught him off guard. This should suffice. Uchiha Fuyu surveyed his surroundings, a smirk gracing his lips as he distanced himself from the camp and came to a halt. Finally stopped? Can't run anymore. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki sneered. Can't run? What a joke. Now, it's time for me to toy with you. Uchiha Fuyu turned to face the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, a taunting smile forming on his lips. Chapter 15. Fuyu teases the Two-Tails Jinchuriki arrogant. Mousetail ball. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki declared coldly, releasing countless chakra orbs, controlling them with his hands, and charging at Uchiha Fuyu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Fuyu casually unleashed a wind technique, instantly summoning a whirlwind that collided with the blue flames, resulting in a violent explosion. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, yet Uchiha Fuyu remained unscathed, much to the Two-Tails Jinchuriki's dismay. Puffed. Sharp claws emerged from the Two-Tails Jinchuriki's hands, elongated and fierce, as he crouched low to the ground, resembling an angry kitten. Come on. Uchiha Fuyu drew his katana, a smirk playing on his lips. Humph. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki snorted disdainfully and lunged forward, slashing at Uchiha Fuyu with his claws. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metallic clashes resonated throughout the air. Fire release, fireball. While attacking, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki conjured red flames in his mouth and launched them at Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Fuyu instantly vanished from his position, reappearing 30 meters away, forming hand seals with one hand. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball soared skyward, crashing toward the Two-Tails Jinchuriki's fireball. One-handed seals. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki was taken aback. It was his first time witnessing someone use one-handed seals. Boom, boom, boom. The two fireballs collided, producing explosive sounds, and the immense heat wave sent both combatants flying. Not finished yet. Mousetail ball. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki immediately spewed forth a multitude of blue flames, directing them at Uchiha Fuyu. What a nuisance. Uchiha Fuyu's Earth clone grimaced. Had it not been for the need to buy time, he would have no interest in this playful skirmish. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Fuyu rapidly formed seals, puffing out flames that split into countless fiery projectiles aimed at the blue flames of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Boom, boom, boom. The flames from both sides collided, igniting numerous trees and setting ablaze the sky. How infuriating. Why is this person so troublesome? It seems I have no choice. Half-tailed beast transformation. Roar. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki's brow furrowed. All his ninjutsu was effortlessly countered by Uchiha Fuyu before him, leaving him with no option but to unleash his ultimate technique. Suddenly, red chakra enveloped him, a tail sprouting from his back, transforming his entire form into something monstrous, no longer resembling a human. Has he transformed into a tailed beast? This is indeed troublesome. Shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Fuyu grimaced, creating several clones that swiftly scattered. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, now half-tailed beast, accelerated and charged at Uchiha Fuyu. You can't touch me. You can't catch me. Uchiha Fuyu's clones circled around the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, smiling playfully. All of this was merely to delay time, leaving the Two-Tails Jinchuriki in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, after Uchiha Fuyu had lured away the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, the Leaf Ninjas began to mobilize. Deploy all explosive tags. Use them all. Kill as many as you can. Go. The Leaf Elite Jonin commanded coldly, leading the charge. Understood. Captain. The Leaf Ninjas followed suit, each drawing kunai and attaching explosive tags before launching them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless shurikens flew out, and the Cloud Village medical camp erupted in violent explosions. Ah, help. No. Countless injured individuals were still being treated when a sudden, violent explosion obliterated many, leading to cries and wails of despair. Go. Target only the medical ninjas. Withdraw within 15 minutes, regardless of how many we kill. Retreat immediately. No lingering. The Leaf Elite Jonin commanded coldly before charging in, mercilessly attacking any medical ninja, regardless of age or gender. War is eternally brutal. Where there are people, there will be war. Therefore, do not blame me. Uchiha Fuyu coldly declared, vanishing from sight. Each time he reappeared, he claimed the life of either a medical ninja or a hidden Cloud Village shinobi. Bang, bang, bang. Huh, this is bad, a feint? I've fallen into their trap. The Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails felt a surge of dread upon hearing the explosion in the distance and immediately dashed toward the camp. Don't leave. It has only just begun. Udama Rasengan. Bang. Uchiha Fuyu noticed the Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails attempting to flee, smirked coldly, and materialized above him, delivering a powerful Udama Rasengan. Ah! The Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails screamed in agony as he was slammed into the ground, creating a massive circular crater. You have thoroughly enraged me. The Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails flipped over, glaring at Uchiha Fuyu, and opened his mouth to condense a tailed beast bomb. Still hoping to unleash the tailed beast bomb? Save your efforts. Rasengan. Uchiha Fuyu scoffed, disappearing once more, reappearing above the Jinchuriki to execute another Rasengan. Bang. Ah. The Jinchuriki's mouth was immediately sealed shut. Crashing back to the ground, his attempt to unleash the tailed beast bomb thwarted. But how infuriating. The Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails could no longer contain his rage. Chakra began to coalesce around him, as if he were on the verge of fully transforming. Time is running out. I can't play with you any longer. Farewell. Uchiha Fuyu waved dismissively at the Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails and vanished. Ah! The Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails was consumed by fury. A desire to kill Uchiha Fuyu igniting within him. If glares could kill, Uchiha Fuyu would have perished countless times already. Subsequently, the Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails dispelled his partial transformation and hurried toward the medical camp. A quarter hour later, retreat. Seeing the desired effect achieved. With 4 out of 10 of his comrades dead, further combat would lead to total annihilation. Having slain over 30 medical ninjas, along with several from the Hidden Stone Village. The number of injured ninjas was beyond counting. Such devastation was sufficient. The Konoha shinobi began to withdraw. Lord Nashi. Upon returning to the medical camp, the Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails found the area in utter disarray, filled with wails of agony, a scene too horrific to bear. The Hidden Stone Village, cursed, damned. The Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails seethed with rage, having been lured away from the mountain, resulting in such a catastrophic incident within the camp. Konoha's faction. This time, you have performed admirably. At the cost of 11 lives, we have wrought the demise of countless medical ninjas and injured shinobi from the Hidden Cloud Village. Although we targeted the wrong enemy, it has instigated a fierce conflict between the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, both suffering significant casualties. We are on the precipice of victory in this battle. Orochimaru smirked, reveling in the victory of his side. The front lines lack supplies and medical ninjas. A monumental loss for the Hidden Cloud Village. Furthermore, the Hidden Cloud mistakenly believes they were attacked by the Hidden Stone, leading them to confront the latter, igniting a fierce clash with catastrophic losses. Now, we shall fully suppress their forces, bringing this conflict to a close and forcing the Hidden Stone Village to capitulate. Lord Orochimaru. We shall continue with the strategy of attrition. The Hidden Stone will soon be unable to hold out. Their medical ninjas are suffering heavy casualties, unable to provide effective treatment. Those who require timely care are dying, while others receive treatment too late, leaving lasting effects, diminishing their strength. Consequently, the combat efficacy of the Hidden Stone Village will be significantly weakened, prompting them to retreat. A Konoha elite jonin stood forth, proposing. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. This battle is nearing its end. The longer we delay, the more urgent the hidden stone will become for a decisive confrontation. We must resolutely avoid direct conflict, engaging only in minor skirmishes to wear them down. This requires the unwavering effort and cooperation of all present. During this period, everyone must remain vigilant to guard against a counteroffensive from the hidden stone. Orochimaru's raspy voice resonated as he nodded. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The crowd nodded in agreement. The battle is nearing its conclusion. This also signifies that Shoju is close to death. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, realizing he must remain vigilant during this time. Super Utama Rasengan. After months of relentless effort, Shoju finally mastered the Super Utama Rasengan, gazing at the enormous spiraling orb in his hands, unable to suppress a laugh. Impressive. In just a few months, he had gained such mastery over the Rasengan. Shoju, you truly are a genius. Uchiha Fuyu appeared beside Shoju, offering a faint smile. Brother, how about it? Am I impressive? Hee, this technique, even if it strikes an elite jonin, would surely leave them incapacitated. It's simply astounding. Shoju dispelled the Super Utama Rasengan and rushed over to Uchiha Fuyu, grinning. Impressive indeed. Even I took quite some time to master it. The God Tree is remarkable. Uchiha Fuyu gave Shoju a thumbs up. After months of training, being able to release the Super Utama Rasengan means that if it were to strike a person, they would surely perish. In just a few months, whenever he had spare time, Shoju dedicated himself to training here. The rest of the time, he accompanied Orochimaru to witness the battlefield, witnessing countless acts of slaughter, even taking down several low-ranking and mid-ranking shinobi. Even Orochimaru was surprised that Shoju could wield the Rasengan technique. When Orochimaru inquired about the source of this technique, he realized he had never seen it before. Shoju simply replied with 2 words, "It's a secret." Orochimaru chuckled, not pressing further. During this time, under Orochimaru's tutelage, Shoju's strength surged rapidly. Despite being only 12 years old, he had already attained the prowess of a special jonin. Special jonin possess unique abilities, allowing them to briefly rival the strength of a jonin. Their power is formidable. Shoju, already having the physique of a sage, combined with the Rasengan and Shadow clones, became nearly unstoppable. Chapter 16, Saving Shoju, Swift Fuyu. Aside from lacking battle experience and being somewhat impulsive, Shoju had already met the standards of a special jonin. However, his knowledge was insufficient. He had not yet defined the rank of chunin. Brother, why are you so powerful yet only a chunin? Shoju questioned Uchiha Fuyu as they sat on a tree branch, perplexed. Because of fear. Uchiha Fuyu squinted and smiled. Fear? Is there something that can instill fear in you? Brother? Shoju was astonished. What could possibly frighten his formidable brother? It is not the strength of others that I fear, but the hearts of men. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. The hearts of men? What is so terrifying about that? Shoju inquired, puzzled by the notion that human hearts could be so fearsome. You do not understand. As you know, our Uchiha clan has never been favored by the village. Particularly the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, they harbor deep-seated trepidation towards our clan. They fear that the Uchiha clan may instigate a coup. In truth, it is their own internal fears and speculations that have led the Uchiha clan further astray. The weaker I appear, the less attention they pay to me, and thus, I remain safer. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Shoju, shaking his head. Is it really that complicated? I find the 3rd Hokage quite amiable. It shouldn't be that way, right? Shoju blinked, filled with confusion. That is because you are the grandson of the 1st Hokage, which affords you such treatment. Moreover, your presence here has already placed you in a precarious situation. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, bemused by Shoju's youthful innocence. I'm in a precarious situation? That's impossible. Who would conspire against me? Shoju was even more puzzled, unsure of how he could be the target of a conspiracy. Do you know why your sister won't let you go outside? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, glancing at Shoshu with a questioning gaze. Because she said the outside is dangerous. And the battlefield is perilous as well. Weapons are blind, but I am a man, and I pose no threat, Shoshu replied, tilting his head back with a confident smile. That's precisely because the battlefield is fraught with danger, where death lurks at every corner. You are the grandson of the 1st Hokage and a promising contender for Hokage in the future. There are those who would rather you not ascend to such heights. Uchiha Fuyu stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Shoshu. Someone wishes for me not to become Hokage? Shoshu exclaimed in surprise, looking at Uchiha Fuyu in disbelief. Toby wishes to become the fourth Hokage. If he were to grow up, how would he then achieve that title? Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, narrowing his eyes. Toby is quite repugnant. I do not like him either. He aspires to be the fourth Hokage? Does he even deserve that? The fact that he was not past the title of third Hokage by my grandfather speaks volumes. I have no desire to lay eyes on him, Shoshu scoffed, clearly sharing disdain for Toby. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. One must not act recklessly. Your sister is right. Safety is paramount. While fleeing may seem cowardly, consider this. Unseasoned geniuses in the eyes of the strong are merely weaklings. Do you think your third and fourth grandfathers lacked talent? No, they were formidable. Yet they perished during the Warring States period. Shoshu, I acknowledge your brilliance. However, a genius must undergo growth. You have made significant strides in these few months. But what if you lack the time to develop? Uchiha Fuyu spoke gravely, looking intently at Shoshu. What if there is no time for growth? Shoshu murmured, lowering his head in contemplation. Allow me to show you a vision, Uchiha Fuyu said, activating his Sharingan and pulling Shoshu into a Jinjutsu. Within the illusion, Shoshu and Orochimaru were engaged in battle as Awakens began to retreat. Orochimaru vanquished an Awakens ninja, but Shoshu rushed ahead, only to stumble into a trap. Boom, boom, boom. Ultimately, Shoshu was annihilated by an explosion, leaving Orochimaru and Tsunade in tears. No, this cannot be. Shoshu's heart raced as he witnessed his own demise, his body unrecognizable. And he cried out in horror. This is the future I have seen, Uchiha Fuyu replied, shaking his head. The future? Brother, can you truly see the future? Shoshu asked, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu. When I encounter certain individuals, I can glimpse their future. It is a unique ability of mine. And you, not long from now, will meet your demise here, Uchiha Fuyu affirmed. I will die? Shoshu felt fear for the first time, trembling as he stared at his hands. Now that you know the outcome, perhaps you can alter it. Do not panic excessively. Living well is of utmost importance. Have confidence in yourself. But do not be blindly arrogant, Uchiha Fuyu said, placing a reassuring hand on Shoshu's shoulder and offering a gentle smile. Brother, did you approach me because you knew my fate? Shoshu inquired, looking at Uchiha Fuyu. Sort of. In truth, I harbor feelings for your sister and naturally wish for your survival, Uchiha Fuyu grinned. Is that so? Hehe. My sister is beautiful, ascension. Brother, I can help you. Though, it may not guarantee success, as Jiraiya has never succeeded, Shoshu chuckled, nodding with a smile, his earlier fears seemingly forgotten. I too shall strive for success, Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily. In the ensuing days, Uchiha Fuyu continuously trained with Shoshu, encouraging him to observe and discover. They set traps in various locations, teaching him to rely on his keen perception to avoid fatal pitfalls. Even if he fell into a trap, immediate use of the body replacement technique or instantaneous technique could ensure his escape. This, however, would demand quick reflexes. Every second counted. Under Uchiha Fuyu's meticulous guidance, Shoshu's abilities flourished rapidly. Shoshu, the battle is nearing its conclusion. Come, I shall take you on a mission, Orochimaru said, casting a slight smile at Shoshu. The battle is almost over, and we have complete control here. It is time for you to gain some practical experience, he added. All right, brother Orochimaru, Shoshu replied, beaming with joy. Let us go, Orochimaru grinned, leading Shoshu and several other ninjas away from the Konoha camp. Despite having cautioned them, risks still lingered. Uchiha Fuyu decided to follow closely, just in case. Shoshu, this battle is about to be won. Hone your combat skills. The Awakens forces are in full retreat. Seek out some mid-level ninjas to engage, Orochimaru urged, racing ahead with Shoshu, fending off countless ninjas while Awakens forces fell back, allowing Shoshu to accumulate valuable combat experience. Die. Suddenly, an Awakens ninja emerged from beneath the ground, striking at Orochimaru. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru replied coldly, his hands sweeping aside, unleashing a multitude of snakes from his sleeve that consumed the Awakens ninja. Orochimaru, you are incredible, Shoshu exclaimed, witnessing Orochimaru eliminate an Awakens jonin in an instant. Hehe. Orochimaru chuckled, though his smile carried an eerie undertone. Huh, this is the place where I was killed in your illusion, ascension? Shoshu pondered, momentarily stunned. His initial impulse to rush forward interrupted by Uchiha Fuyu's Jinjutsu, which conjured a shadow clone. The shadow clone of Shoshu dashed forward, eager to verify the reality of the situation. This kid wishes to confirm the truth? Thankfully, he used a shadow clone, Uchiha Fuyu mused, observing from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, the moment Shoshu's shadow clone charged forth, it was obliterated. Is this real? Shoshu's face paled, a chill running down his spine as he began to believe Uchiha Fuyu's words. It seemed someone truly desired his demise, wishing to thwart his aspirations of becoming Hokage. Clenching his fists tightly, Shoshu's heart filled with gravity. Well done, Shoshu. You managed to uncover a trap. However, do not use shadow clones to test the waters. The backlash from the explosion can affect you too, Orochimaru remarked, offering a slight smile. Shoshu, what troubles you? Orochimaru queried, noticing Shoshu's clenched fists and tremors. Brother Orochimaru. It's nothing. I was merely considering that had I charged forth myself, I would have met the same fate. Shoshu inhaled deeply, seeming to have matured. Looking up at Orochimaru with a faint smile. Indeed, this is a battlefield. One must remain vigilant. Reckless rushing could lead to fatal consequences. Orochimaru nodded, smiling. Yes, I understand. Brother Orochimaru, Shoshu affirmed, becoming increasingly cautious in his actions. He now placed complete trust in Uchiha Fuyu, realizing he must protect himself at all costs. At last, some progress. My efforts have not been in vain. My little brother is safe now. Next, it will be Tsunade. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, a light laugh escaping his lips. Subsequent battles were overwhelmingly one-sided. On the battlefield, Uchiha Fuyu began to make a name for himself, and the title of Instantaneous Fuyu spread throughout the ninja world. With his remarkable instantaneous technique, he swiftly dispatched enemies, earning the attention of Awakens as a prime target. There even emerged slogans within Awakens proclaiming that encountering instantaneous Fuyu warranted abandoning missions and fleeing. Thus, an Uchiha yet to awaken his eyes became a formidable asset for Konoha in the Second Ninja World War, and he was bestowed a title. On the battlefield, he eliminated several high-ranking Awakens ninja and fought the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to a standstill, even exhausting the Jinchuriki in the process. Chapter 17. Cooking at Tsunade's house. The virtuous husband and father? Uchiha Fuyu? An intriguing young man whom I had previously overlooked. It seems he is indeed a talent. Orochimaru smirked slightly as he perused the battle reports. Lord Orochimaru, preparations are complete. We can return to the village, announced a Konoha elite jonin, kneeling before him. Very well. Return, Orochimaru nodded, setting aside the documents with a cold tone. Incompetence, a bunch of incompetence. How could they fail at such a simple task? Why is Shoju still alive? Root, led by Danzo, was in a fury, having intended to eliminate Shoju sooner, but was thwarted in this battle. The next attempt would be even more challenging. After the first encounter, Shoju would be more vigilant. Orochimaru kept Shoju close, making it difficult for their operatives to act. Members of Root felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes reflecting guilt and fear. Humph, incompetence. Failing to complete a task, and still making excuses? Orochimaru's voice was icy. Shoju was with Orochimaru during the battle? Bring them in. Let them experience some consequences. Danzo coldly declared before turning to leave, his anger simmering at having failed to kill Shoju. Yes, Lord Danzo. A man appeared, kneeling and then standing to address the trembling members of Root. Follow me, he commanded coldly before departing. The others rose and followed suit. Konoha achieved a sweeping victory on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and Orochimaru withdrew, leaving the border guards behind as he returned with the main force. Brother, how about I take you to meet my sister? Upon returning to Konoha, Shoju sought out Uchiha Fuyu, looking at him expectantly. Are you certain your sister will take a liking to me? Uchiha Fuyu replied with a smile, shaking his head. At just 16 years of age, it seemed unlikely that Tsunade would find him appealing. Brother, you always say to have confidence in yourself. Why are you lacking it now? I think you're quite handsome. Shoju laughed heartily, taking hold of Uchiha Fuyu's hand and leading him home. That does sound reasonable, Uchiha Fuyu mused, touching his face and nodding. By the way, can you cook? Shoju asked curiously. What's the matter? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, perplexed. My sister's cooking is dreadful. The kind that could kill. It's truly dark cuisine. I don't want to eat her food tonight, Shoju whispered in Uchiha Fuyu's ear, glancing around. Ah, is that so? Very well, I shall cook tonight, Uchiha Fuyu agreed, realizing that to win over a girl, he must make an effort. After all, The system he dealt with required him to achieve a high favorability rating to secure a marriage. Without some strategy, how could he expect a girl to choose him? They were not just any nameless women who would flock to him with a mere wave of his hand. Achieving the system's rewards was no easy feat. But he was determined. Once he succeeded, the reward for having a child would be his, and if he had many, that would yield numerous rewards. It was a lucrative prospect. Yay, brother, let's go buy ingredients. I've heard that to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach, Shoju exclaimed joyfully, pulling Uchiha Fuyu toward the market. Such wisdom at a young age? It seems you have someone special in mind. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly. And no, that's not true. I just heard about it. Shoju blushed, shaking his head vigorously. Very well, let it be mere hearsay. Come, let's buy vegetables, Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, recognizing the telltale signs of Shoju's infatuation. Indeed, to buy vegetables. Shoju grinned. They proceeded to purchase duck legs, beef, lamb, and vegetables, and then headed to Shoju's home. Tsunade did not reside with the Senju clan, but had moved out to live independently, away from her remaining kin. Soon, Uchiha Fuyu began to cook, with Shoju dutifully assisting and learning the culinary art from him, aspiring to win a woman's favor as well. All done. Here are some home-cooked dishes: tomato scrambled eggs, roasted lamb, and potato beef stew. Uchiha Fuyu presented a table laden with food, smiling modestly. Wow, brother, your cooking skills are remarkable. This roasted lamb is incredibly delicious. So tasty. The exterior is crispy while the interior is tender, truly delightful. Shoju exclaimed, savoring the aroma and diving into the meal, praising it with every bite. Pairing it with some refreshing soda is the best. Uchiha Fuyu retrieved a can of soda from the fridge and handed it to him. Cool and refreshing. Delicious. Brother, you're truly amazing. I want to learn from you. Shoju replied, his mouth greasy from the food, unable to contain his admiration. I'm back. Just then, Tsunade's melodious voice floated in from outside. Creak. Tsunade opened the door, momentarily stunned. Sister, you're back. Wash your hands and come eat. Shoju exclaimed playfully. It smells wonderful. Shoju, who is this? Tsunade nodded, sniffing the air. Her appetite peaked, though she was puzzled about Uchiha Fuyu's identity and why her brother had brought a stranger home, especially one from the Uchiha clan. Hello, Tsunade. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Uchiha Fuyu. He stepped forward, offering a smile. Uchiha Fuyu? You are the legendary instantaneous Fuyu everyone in the village is talking about? Tsunade expressed her surprise, having heard the tales circulating about him. Such fame is unmerited, as I am far beneath you. Uchiha Fuyu humbly shook his head. Sister, he is incredibly skilled. He taught me an A rank and an S rank ninjutsu. Their power is tremendous. Moreover, he saved my life. Without him, I would have perished on the battlefield. Shoju set down his lamb leg, grinning as he began to extol Uchiha Fuyu's virtues. Saved you? Shoju, what happened? Are you hurt? Tsunade's heart raced with concern as she rushed to kneel beside him, checking his condition. Sister, there's no need to worry. I am perfectly fine thanks to my brother's protection. Look, I have no injuries at all. Allow me to demonstrate my A-rank ninjutsu, Rasengan. As Shinshu observed Tsunade's anxious demeanor, a mischievous grin spread across his face. He twirled around, gathering chakra to form a Rasengan, which materialized in his hand almost instantaneously. It's all good, he said, his heart racing with excitement. What an impressive chakra. A Rasengan. Is that an A-rank jutsu? Tsunade, relieved to see Shinshu unharmed, felt a wave of astonishment wash over her as she beheld the Rasengan in his grasp. Indeed, its power is formidable. I have used it to defeat a Jonin. He boasted with pride. Hey sister, aren't I amazing? Shinshu beamed at Tsunade, eager to showcase his prowess. Tsunade affectionately ruffled Shinshu's hair, smiling warmly. This is all thanks to your brother's teachings. He has imparted even more powerful jutsu to me, and I shall demonstrate them for you later. But first, let's eat. This meal is lovingly prepared by your brother and is exceptionally delicious, just for you. Hurry and wash your hands. Shinshu turned to Uchiha Fuyu with a grin, showering him with praise. Did Uchiha Fuyu teach you all of this? And he prepared such a feast for me? Tsunade's heart raced with surprise, glancing towards Uchiha Fuyu, her expression one of curiosity. However, upon meeting his gentle gaze, her cheeks flushed ever so slightly. The Senju and Uchiha clans had long been adversaries, a rivalry that had only ceased with the previous generation. Tsunade held no bitterness towards the Uchiha clan. After all, they bore no deep-seated grudges against one another. unlike the Warring States period, where it was a matter of killing each other's family. Moreover, it was quite extraordinary that Uchiha Fuyu was willing to cook for her. A first in her experience. No man had ever shown such willingness. Even Jiraiya had never gone out of his way to prepare a meal for her, usually settling for fish when dining out. Yes, my brother said he likes you, so I brought him home. Sister, you are growing up and should find a boyfriend. I think my brother is quite suitable, strong, gentle, and a good cook. Shinshu nodded, his innocence unabated. Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, feeling the situation slip from his grasp. He likes me. Tsunade's face turned crimson. Her younger brother was quite bold with his words. Tsunade, why not wash your hands and eat? Don't mind Shinshu, Uchiha Fuyu said with an embarrassed smile, quickly setting out the bowls and chopsticks for Tsunade. Thank you, she replied, nodding and avoiding his gaze, feeling a rush of shyness. Throughout her life, Tsunade had only two friends, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. In truth, she was a rather naive woman. Jiraiya had feelings for her, but he was a notorious flirt, even peeping on women while they bathed, which Tsunade found intolerable. As for Orochimaru, he was cold and distant. Far from Tsunade's type, she preferred a man who radiated warmth, justice, and tenderness. Chapter 18. Confession to Tsunade. Blossoming feelings. Thank you, Tsunade said shyly, feeling a flutter as it was her first time having another man in her home, cooking for her. Her brother had even claimed that Uchiha Fuyu liked her. At that moment, Tsunade was at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond or what actions to take. Sister, eat. This roasted leg of lamb is delicious, Shinshu exclaimed, placing the succulent dish in front of her. Yes, it looks good, Tsunade nodded, her smile brightening as she accepted the lamb and took a bite. To her astonishment, the flavor was exquisite. Is this really that good? She thought, realizing her own cooking paled in comparison. Enjoy. It's just some homestyle dishes, Uchiha Fuyu said gently, looking at her with warmth. Then I shall indulge, Tsunade replied with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling like stars, her cheeks slightly flushed, exuding an enchanting grace. Uchiha Fuyu was momentarily taken aback by her smile, which seemed to fill a void within him. No wonder so many were captivated by her. Tsunade, you are truly beautiful, he said, his gaze lingering on her, admiring her like a blossoming flower. Tsunade felt her cheeks heat up under Uchiha Fuyu's earnest gaze, lowering her head as she resumed eating the roasted lamb. It was the first time a man had looked at her so boldly, and his eyes held a purity devoid of any lewdness. Unlike Jiraiya, whose gaze resembled that of a wolf, Uchiha Fuyu's expression was filled with tenderness, making Tsunade's heart flutter. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? Both Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade contemplated in their hearts. From a distance, the moment Uchiha Fuyu laid eyes on Tsunade, he felt an instinctive urge to protect her. Such a perfect woman stirred something within him. Tsunade's smile had deeply touched his heart. Beep. Detected that Tsunade's affection for the host has reached 90 points. Name, Tsunade Senju. Gender, female. Age, 24. Affection, 90. Beep. Congratulations to the host for achieving 90 points of affection from Tsunade, earning the reward. Tsunade's Forbidden Techniques. Creation Rebirth. Ein Seal. 100 Healings Technique. Ein Seal. Upon use, a diamond-shaped mark appears on the forehead, allowing for fine-tuning of chakra to achieve instant healing and enhanced attack speed, preserving youth and optimizing physical functions. Ninjutsu Creation Rebirth, an S-rank forbidden technique that Tsunade developed herself, used in conjunction with the Ein Seal. It stores a vast amount of chakra in the forehead, which can be released in abundance to stimulate protein production, rapidly accelerating cellular division and allowing for the instantaneous regeneration of all organs and tissues. Note, due to the limited number of cell divisions in a human's lifetime, using it will reduce lifespan but can be applied to others. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Uchiha Fuyu's mind. Indeed, it seemed that a girl who had never experienced love was quite easy to win over. Even if she was destined to become the 5th Hokage, she was no exception. Uchiha Fuyu was momentarily surprised to find that Tsunade's affection for him had risen to 90 points, a rapid escalation. The Creation Rebirth ability was indeed a remarkable asset. After all, Tsunade lacked the sage body of Hashirama Senju, making her ability to create such a forbidden technique invaluable in dire situations. It's quite a useful skill, Uchiha Fuyu mused, acknowledging its worth, particularly for others, as not everyone possessed the prowess of Hashirama Senju. Sister, I'm full. I need to visit Orochimaru now. You two keep chatting. I'll be on my way. Bye, Shinshu said with a playful grin, setting down his utensils and scampering off. Shinshu, slow down. Tsunade chuckled, bemused by her brother's blatant enthusiasm, feeling somewhat flustered. My brother can be quite impulsive, she remarked, blushing slightly as she turned to Uchiha Fuyu. That's precisely what makes him endearing, Uchiha Fuyu replied with a smile. In the future, he shall undoubtedly become an exceptional Hokage. Is that so? I merely wish for him to live a safe and peaceful life. Beyond that, I have no extravagant aspirations, Tsunade confessed. Kushina found herself in a dilemma, grappling with Shoju's aspirations, yet as an elder sister, her only wish was for him to grow up safe and happy. His joy was all she desired. Shoju harbored his own dreams. While her intentions were noble, he aspired to become Hokage, to inherit his grandfather's esteemed position and protect the village, embodying the hero his grandfather was. This notion resonated with her. It was the desire to safeguard those dear to him that fueled his ambition. In this perilous world of ninjas, where death lurked at every corner, he wished to become an extraordinary power akin to the first Hokage. He would dedicate his life to protect the world he cherished. One day, he envisioned a true peace enveloping the entire shinobi realm, where no one would wage war due to their allegiances to different countries, and all could live in everlasting harmony. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade with tenderness, resolutely declaring his intentions. Tsunade, slightly blushing, looked back at him, astonished by his ideals. How could a mere 16-year-old possess such profound thoughts? She felt her heart race, realizing she was moved by someone so young. His maturity belied his age, and he appeared more like a man her equal. His gaze was tender, unlike anything she had ever experienced. What kind of man was he? Her curiosity about Uchiha Fuyu deepened. Of course, my greatest desire is to protect you, Tsunade, Fuyu said with a playful smile. Me? Tsunade was taken aback, her heart racing. When I was 12, you walked past me, and from that first glance, I fell deeply in love with you. I don't know why, but I have always felt a strong affection for you. It feels embarrassing to admit, but I genuinely want to protect you. To do so, I have trained relentlessly. Others may call me a slacker, but I strive to prove that even someone considered a loser can protect those they cherish, safeguard our village, and even the entire shinobi world. Thus, I too wish to become Hokage, a guardian for everyone. Uchiha Fuyu continued to gaze at Tsunade, his eyes crinkling with warmth, declaring his affection without hesitation. Do you love me, Tsunade? Her heart fluttered at his confession, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she felt shy and overwhelmed. It was the first time a man had expressed such feelings for her. Indeed, the moment I laid eyes on you, I understood the essence of love at first sight. Tsunade, will you be my girlfriend? Fuyu extended his hand towards her, his eyes brimming with sincerity. I. Tsunade stammered, her pulse racing, feeling an unprecedented nervousness. If I hesitate, then I cannot afford to waver, right? His heart raced as he thought, how can I not seize this moment? He stepped forward and gently kissed her forehead. Tsunade's pupils dilated in surprise as she felt her heart race. Love had arrived like a whirlwind. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Fuyu's mind. Congratulations. Tsunade's affection for you has increased by 5 points. Current affection level, 95. Has her affection increased again? This is splendid. Fuyu felt elated, marveling at how effortless it seemed to win her heart. Tsunade, will you be my girlfriend and join me in protecting Konoha? I agree. Tsunade unexpectedly found herself uttering the words, astonished at her own feelings. How is it possible that I have fallen for a man I just met? The notifications continued. Congratulations. Tsunade's affection has reached maximum value. Reward, ultimate power of yang release. In an instant, Fuyu felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him. What? The ultimate power of yang release. Isn't that part of the Six Paths power? He was astounded, sensing his strength escalating towards a critical threshold, embodying ultimate power. The host possesses both the ultimate yang release and ultimate yin release. They are about to merge, granting the power of creation. The host has met all the criteria to awaken the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan will awaken in 3 years, with a countdown of 2 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Congratulations. The host has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Due to the host's pure bloodline, no adverse effects will occur. These announcements resonated in Fuyu's mind as he felt an exhilarating clarity wash over him, his powers surging dramatically, his eyes glowing crimson. Tsunade? She gasped, taken aback by the transformation in his eyes, feeling both captivated and frightened. Thank you, Tsunade, Fuyu said as he embraced her tightly, savoring her presence and the sweet fragrance of her youth. Fuyu, what is happening to your eyes? She inquired, concern evident in her tone. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Our Uchiha clan embodies the essence of love. When we experience love, it fuels our power. Whether gaining or losing love, it induces a profound stimulation within us, ultimately awakening our eyes. I have harbored feelings for you for 4 years, and now that you have agreed to be my girlfriend, my joy has ignited the love I, manifesting as the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fuyu gazed at Tsunade through his transformed eyes, radiating tenderness that overshadowed their darker nature. The Mangekyo Sharingan? The ultimate eye of the Uchiha clan? I have heard tales from my great-uncle, Tsunade mused, astonished. Few possessed the ability to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The only one I knew was Uchiha Madara. To think you. Tsunade was stunned, her heart racing as she beheld the enigmatic yet gentle gaze he offered. Indeed, Uchiha Madara awakened his eyes out of fear of losing his dear friend, the first Hokage. When his father perished in battle, he unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. This eye of love was a means to protect his brother and clan, yet tragedy struck when his brother was slain by the second Hokage, leading to a reconciliation with the first Hokage. Due to the villagers' distrust of Uchiha Madara, he ultimately succumbed to extremism. The depth of love enhances the power of these eyes. Thank you, Tsunade. Allow me to awaken my sight. With these eyes, I shall protect you, safeguard Shimura, and shield the entire Konoha, our home. Uchiha Fuyu embraced Tsunade, his eyes brimming with joy. Yes, I believe in you, Tsunade nodded, her smile radiant yet shy. Perhaps the system possessed a certain charm, coupled with my rescue of Shimura, which garnered some affection from her. Furthermore, Tsunade had never experienced a confession before and remained naive about romance. Those who have never loved can never truly comprehend the essence of love. Under these circumstances, I inexplicably found myself with the enchanting beauty that is Tsunade. Before other renowned women emerged, or while they were still young, she was among the select few targets. Hehe. The sensation of holding Tsunade was exhilarating, truly invigorating. With so many dishes prepared, they must be consumed without waste. After an unknown duration, Uchiha Fuyu finally released her, chuckling softly. All right. Tsunade smiled brightly as they began their dinner together. Following the meal, Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu naturally washed the dishes in the kitchen, as if they had been living together for ages. Once the dishes were clean, Uchiha Fuyu sent a shadow clone home to report his safety. Fuyu, today feels like a dream. I never expected to confirm our relationship so unexpectedly. Tsunade leaned against him on the rooftop, gazing at the luminous moon. Her eyes filled with blissful smiles. I too feel as if I am dreaming. I cannot believe my beautiful princess has agreed to be my girlfriend. I am truly happy. Uchiha Fuyu wrapped his arm around Tsunade's shoulders, a slight smile gracing his lips. Since my great-uncle's passing, I've had no one to rely on. Thank you, Fuyu. Tsunade turned to him, her smile radiant under the moonlight, resembling a celestial maiden. Tsunade, Uchiha Fuyu gazed at her pure visage, a shiver coursing through him. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. You are truly beautiful, akin to a heavenly spirit. Uchiha Fuyu held her close, embracing her tightly. Am I really that beautiful? Tsunade teased with a charming smile. Indeed, more beautiful than any fairy, he replied with a grin. Tsunade giggled, her face alight with joy, lifting her gaze to Uchiha Fuyu, her eyes shimmering with infinite affection. The simplicity of happiness is truly exquisite. Tsunade nestled against Uchiha Fuyu's chest, relishing this moment of tranquility. Hehe, you're truly impressive. Not far away, Shimura had returned, and, upon seeing Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu in each other's embrace, chuckled to himself. I'll be staying with Orochimaru tonight. After speaking, Shimura left the scroll behind and dashed off, leaving tranquility for Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade. Orochimaru, are you home? Shimura arrived at Orochimaru's residence, knocking on the door. Shimura, what brings you here so late? Orochimaru greeted him with a charming smile. Can I stay here tonight? Shimura asked, grinning. Sure, but what happened? Why the sudden need to stay here? My humble abode is hardly better than yours. Did you have a quarrel with your sister? Orochimaru chuckled, retrieving a drink from the fridge and offering it to him. No, she doesn't need me tonight. She has a boyfriend to keep her company. I should give them space. Shimura replied playfully. Your sister has a boyfriend? Orochimaru's mouth twitched, cold sweat beading on his forehead, recalling the fierce Tsunade. How could she have a boyfriend so quickly, and he was completely unaware? As her best friend, how could he not know? This was quite the shock. Yes, it's the brother who taught me the Rasengan. Uchiha Fuyu, Shimura affirmed with a nod. Uchiha Fuyu? The one who can use the body flicker technique. Orochimaru was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. As far as he knew, the boy was only 16. How could he have won Tsunade's heart so suddenly? Orochimaru had only recently become aware of his prowess, having seen him on the battlefield a few times without any need to get acquainted. Now, realizing that Uchiha Fuyu was Tsunade's boyfriend, it was indeed quite astonishing and left him reeling. Yes, they are together. I even played a part in it. Hehe. Orochimaru, will you spar with me? I want to improve my combat experience, Shimura said eagerly. So late. All right, let us go practice outside. Orochimaru smiled gently, noticing Shimura's eager expression. Not refusing him. Jiraiya, you better fend for yourself. I can't help you, Orochimaru thought to himself, shaking his head. All right. Shimura was bubbling with enthusiasm. Tsunade, seeing the scroll left by Shimura, couldn't help but laugh. Tonight, I should return home, Uchiha Fuyu said, smiling at Tsunade. Now that we've confirmed our relationship, where do you think you're going? This will be your home from now on. Tsunade's face turned crimson as she murmured to Uchiha Fuyu. Her voice soft, yet audible to him. Uchiha Fuyu paused, then smiled. Ah, be gentle, Tsunade exclaimed, surprised by Uchiha Fuyu's sudden embrace. Ha ha. Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily. Fuyu, will you love me forever? Tsunade reached out, grasping Uchiha Fuyu's shoulders, her gaze filled with longing. Yes, I will love you eternally, for all time. I shall protect you, never allowing you to leave my side, always accompanying you. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, looking into her eyes. Fuyu, cherish me, Tsunade whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed, her heart racing with excitement and nervousness. I will be gentle, Uchiha Fuyu promised. Everything unfolded naturally, as both experienced the essence of true love. It was Tsunade's first encounter with such exhilarating feelings, a sensation beyond compare. In the Root organization, the news of Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu's relationship reached the ears of Danzo, inciting rage within him. He had long since dispatched spies to monitor Uchiha Fuyu, but had not approached him. However, Uchiha Fuyu's overnight stay at Tsunade's and their affectionate displays were visible even from afar, solidifying their relationship and raising alarms for Danzo. Next time, he would spare no effort to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu. If the Senju and Uchiha clans truly allied, how could he ever hope to become the fourth Hokage? That must not happen. Uchiha Fuyu must perish. Tuanzang's heart was engulfed in rage, intensifying his murderous intent towards Uchiha Fuyu. He immediately dispatched someone to deliver this information to Hanzo. Tuanzang retrieved a scroll and tossed it to the Root member before him. Yes, Lord Tuanzang. The member nodded, accepting the scroll before vanishing into thin air. Uchiha Fuyu. Tuanzang's eyes brimmed with fury as he clenched his fists tightly. The following day, this war could barely be deemed a victory. Everyone donned black attire to honor their hero as the memorial service commenced. Curiously, rain fell during every memorial, and all bowed their heads in earnest prayer. After the service concluded, Uchiha Fuyu entered the Hokage's office. Fuyu, you've arrived? Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his face alight with joy. Your performance on the battlefield was exceptional, and the village has decided to bestow upon you the title of Jonin. Henceforth, you shall be a Jonin of Konoha. Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, gazed at Uchiha Fuyu with a smile. He never anticipated that even without awakening the Sharingan, Uchiha Fuyu possessed such abilities. If he were to unlock the Sharingan, how formidable would he become? However, having not awakened it by the age of 16, the chances appeared slim. Even Uchiha Madara awakened his eyes at 15. Those of the Uchiha clan who exceeded 16 without awakening their eyes typically remained forever deprived of that potential. While many in the Uchiha clan had not awakened their eyes, those who had were certainly in the majority. Tuanzang and Obito had collected countless Sharingan, but they disregarded the 1 and 2 Tomo varieties, only interested in the 3 Tomo. The third Hokage is jesting, Fuyu replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. This was merely a stroke of luck. I only acted when the rock village was in disarray, retreating in defeat. Their spirits were highly tense at the time, which allowed me to seize the moment. Ha! Fuyu, you are too humble, Hiruzen laughed. I heard you've become involved with Tsunade? He inquired with a knowing smile. The events of the previous night had not only reached Tuanzang, but were also evident to the third Hokage. Originally, Hiruzen intended to utilize Uchiha Fuyu, and now that he was with Tsunade, it would be easier to manipulate him. After all, Tsunade was his direct disciple. If Uchiha Fuyu were to marry his disciple, he would effectively become half an ally. Hiruzen believed Tsunade would never betray the village, thus Uchiha Fuyu would undoubtedly be of great use. Indeed, I have harbored feelings for Tsunade for quite some time. This was an unexpected delight, Uchiha Fuyu replied, furrowing his brow and lowering his gaze. Do not concern yourself. An Umbu happened to witness last night's events and reported them to me. It was not an intentional surveillance, Hiruzen assured him. All the necessary equipment for a Jonin will be sent to you. Yes, Lord Third Hokage, Uchiha Fuyu nodded. I have no further matters to discuss. Very well. You may go, Hiruzen smiled gently. Understood, Uchiha Fuyu bowed before turning to leave. Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade. Who would have thought that the Senju clan would unite with the Uchiha? Yet, it was for the best. The Senju clan of today is no longer the formidable force it once was. With Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade together, they would inevitably find themselves at odds with the Uchiha clan. It was a sight Hiruzen longed to witness, though he could not prevent their union. It may not be entirely unfavorable. A smile danced at the corners of Hiruzen's lips, his deep-set eyes gleaming with mirth. Had last night not been a deliberate display, would you have seen it? TCH. Uchiha Fuyu exited the Hokage building, curling his lip. He had intentionally showcased his connection with Tsunade to the third Hokage, knowing that Tsunade was a member of Hiruzen's inner circle. Thus, his association with her would align him with Hiruzen's faction, potentially alleviating unnecessary complications. However, this would not mitigate the troubles stemming from Tuanzong. Tuanzong had become obsessed with the idea of becoming Hokage, resorting to unscrupulous methods without hesitation. Even at the expense of Konoha's interests. He justified his actions as being for the village, yet they were ultimately for his own gain. This was a stain on Tuanzong that he could never erase. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite being aware of Tuanzong's machinations, he still condoned them, which was equally indefensible. He was a capable Hokage. After all, no politician is entirely virtuous. Politicians are inherently shadowy, and Hiruzen's vision only extends to Konoha rather than to personal interests. To achieve his goals, he would sacrifice anyone, as long as the village remained unharmed. Everything else was secondary. This was also the primary reason why Hyuga Hayashi sacrificed himself for the village. Now, the Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened within me, having inherited Indra's essence. My Mangekyo Sharingan mirrors that of Indra itself. The abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan varied by individual. Perhaps it was due to the torment I endured from the Byakugan that fueled my rage to alter this reality. Hence, the power of my left eye manifests as a nightmarish illusion. In this illusion, everything is idyllic. Once ensnared, one succumbs to eternal slumber. Unless one possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan with superior ocular power, it remains unbreakable. Currently, my Mangekyo Sharingan's prowess surpasses even that of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This means, within the ninja world, there is no escape unless I choose to lift the illusion. Otherwise, those ensnared by the nightmare will perish in a ceaseless dream, akin to the infinite Tsukuyami, witnessing their most cherished desires until their eternal demise. My right eye possesses an illusion as well, but unlike the nightmare, it affects only myself. The power of my right eye allows me to transform all harm into nothingness, functioning like an infinite Izanagi. It nullifies all damage, including death, converting detrimental factors into a realm of dreams, rendering all attacks ineffective during that time, while also allowing the caster's advantageous factors to become reality. Under this ocular technique, all harm is rendered futile, without any limitation in frequency or duration. It equates to an infinite rebirth, perhaps born from the fear of my stagnant power over the past 16 years. Fearing an untimely demise, I inadvertently forged this ocular technique. A smirk played on Uchiha Fuyu's lips. These two ocular abilities were undeniably potent. Infinite rebirth was akin to an overwhelming flaw, nearly unsolvable. Unless someone could destroy my eyes while I activated the technique, I would remain invincible. Even though I had only recently awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I could wield it with effortless mastery. Currently, the balance of yin and yang within me continues to merge. The ultimate power of yang release enables me to utilize yin-yang release. Regrettably, I have yet to learn Sage Arts. If I had, I could access the Sage of Six Paths mode. Learning sage arts must become a priority. However, how does one even begin to learn them? Must I solely seek instruction from the 3 great sage domains? The toads certainly will not teach me. The great sage toad might foretell something ominous. As for the dragon cave, it is better left unmentioned, as its inhabitants are grotesque, appearing neither human nor ghostly, covered in scales. As for the wetbone forest, it has yet to reveal any sage arts. The sage techniques of Senju Hashirama are not derived from the wetbone forest, as he lacks the summoning arts associated with it. Furthermore, Tsunade's summoning from the wetbone forest was self-acquired, not a family heirloom. This implies that the sage techniques possessed by Hashirama are more likely a unique form of sage art inherent to his sage body, akin to the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan, such as the adamantine sealing chains. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, recognizing that he had yet to master sage techniques, thus rendering him incapable of utilizing the Sage of Six Paths mode. This mode, a special transformation formed by the fusion of sage arts, was still beyond his reach. However, he had already begun to wield yin-yang release. With the addition of Sage Chakra, he would be able to enter the Sage of Six Paths mode. Madara Uchiha was able to perform Six Paths Sage techniques due to the presence of the Ten Tails within him, a combination of natural energy. It was imperative that he learn Sage mode swiftly. Once activated, his power would ascend to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. At present, he was already on the cusp of this level, and even the peak Hashirama would not pose a challenge to him. His chakra had surpassed Hashirama's. Augmented by yin-yang release, the perfected Nine Tails, and the ultimate Mangekyo Sharingan, his ocular power was steadily evolving towards the Rinnegan, and he felt a substantial surge in strength each day, with a significant distance of only a step remaining between him and the Six Paths level. Uchiha Fuyu realized that mastering sage arts and controlling sage chakra would allow him to combine it with yin-yang release and unlock the Sage of Six Paths mode. Chapter 21. A storm approaches. What would you like to be? The 4th Hokage. What are you thinking about, Fuyu? At that moment, Tsunade, clad in a flowing blue robe, approached with a radiant smile directed at Uchiha Fuyu. Having transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, Tsunade exuded a newfound maturity, her smile adding a layer of allure. I was thinking of you. Fuyu grinned. I knew you were just saying that, Tsunade replied with a slight blush, naturally linking her arm with his. What do you want to eat for lunch? I can cook for you. Fuyu playfully flicked her nose and chuckled. How about some tender chicken and some drinks? Just make sure to avoid sweets. Tsunade beamed in agreement. All right, let us buy a chicken and some drinks to prepare a meal at home. Fuyu nodded, smiling. Sounds great. After establishing their relationship, Tsunade had become more affectionate. The former Tsunade, quick to anger with foes and Jiraiya, now exhibited tenderness solely towards her beloved. In the original narrative, she had reserved all her gentleness for Dan Kato, and now she bestowed it upon Uchiha Fuyu. Following this, Uchiha Fuyu took Tsunade to the market while his shadow clone returned home. Fuyu, you're back? Uchiha Fugaku greeted him with a smile. Brother, Fuyu replied, returning the smile as he approached. Come with me. I have something to discuss, Fugaku said, nodding before vanishing from sight. Fuyu followed closely. They ascended to the Hokage rock, gazing out over all of Konoha. Fuyu, have you ever considered becoming Hokage? Fugaku inquired with a slight smile. Becoming Hokage? Why do you ask, brother? Fuyu responded, perplexed. In truth, becoming Hokage is not my aspiration. I merely wish to protect those dear to me, he stated solemnly. Indeed, Fuyu, my sentiments mirror yours. However, certain circumstances can be unavoidable, forcing many to push you towards such a path. I heard you and Tsunade are together now. Did you spend the night together? Fugaku asked, his expression tinged with bittersweetness. Yes, we have confirmed our relationship, Fuyu affirmed with a nod. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. Tsunade is an exceptional kunoichi. Not only powerful, but also beautiful. To have her as your girlfriend is truly commendable, my brother, Fugaku smiled. What else do you wish to discuss? Surely, there's more than just this, Fuyu remarked, looking at Fugaku inquisitively. Indeed, you are aware of the current plight of our Uchiha clan. We require a 4th Hokage to alter our circumstances. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before our village and family face grave upheaval. Our clan has been tasked with maintaining peace within the village, a thankless duty. We have been isolated from the village. Hence I wish for you to become the 4th Hokage. The clan will fully support you, Fugaku stated earnestly. The 4th Hokage? You wish for me to assume this role to change the conditions of our clan and the village? Fuyu was taken aback. Precisely. I cherish the village as well. Yet it seems perpetually wary of our Uchiha clan, hindering our integration. In this upcoming war, our entire clan will mobilize, showing no sign of retreat or hesitation. We have given everything for Konoha, yet the higher-ups remain suspicious of us. Over time, this will lead to unrest within our clan. Eventually, it may come down to a choice between the village and the clan. Therefore, I implore you to take on this responsibility, Fugaku urged, his gaze filled with hope. Originally, it was exceedingly difficult for the Uchiha clan to attain the position of Hokage. However, circumstances have shifted, with Fuyu and Tsunade together, should either of them ascend to Hokage. The status of the Uchiha clan would transform dramatically. This was Fugaku's objective. He aimed for Fuyu to become the fourth Hokage, willing to go to great lengths to secure his achievements. Fugaku understood that he himself could never become Hokage, even if he possessed the strength. The entire village would not permit it. Yet, with Fuyu and Tsunade together, any opposition would be futile. After all, Tsunade was from the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and her granduncle was the second Hokage. She was the legitimate heir to the Hokage lineage. I will do my utmost, Fuyu replied, acknowledging Fugaku's intentions. Altering the current state of the Uchiha clan would alleviate their grievances. This way, the Uchiha would not face extermination nor remain at odds with Konoha. In the original narrative, had Fugaku initiated a coup, he could have succeeded with ease, seizing control of Konoha without bloodshed. At that time, the Uchiha clan possessed two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, one belonging to Uchiha Shisui and the other to Fugaku himself, sufficient to dominate the higher echelons of Konoha. However, Shisui loved the village more than the clan, ultimately taking a stand against it. Itachi Uchiha sought to protect Sasuke, ultimately aligning with Obito and annihilating the entire Uchiha clan. Fugaku resigned without resistance, choosing to sacrifice his life for his son. Understood. At present, the third Hokage is in the prime of his life. Yet aspiring to become the fourth Hokage is no simple task. We require time for growth and consolidation. I perceive that the second Great Ninja War is far from over. It has merely begun. We shall have our opportunities. Uchiha Fugaku smiled as he placed a reassuring hand on Uchiha Fuyue's shoulder. Indeed, Fuyue nodded, deep in thought. As a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, it is essential to safeguard their future, as they will undoubtedly become a source of strength for him. Fuyue, I have a proposal. The other nations are stirring once more, and I fear war may soon erupt again. Each team should dispatch a medical ninja to swiftly mitigate losses. Otherwise, if injured personnel are sent back to medical camps for treatment, it will only delay recovery, resulting in unnecessary fatalities or lifelong disabilities. I believe it is imperative to cultivate medical ninjas with advanced skills and to establish medical facilities that focus on enhancing their capabilities. What do you think of my idea? Tsunade lay in Fuyue's embrace, her eyes slightly glazed. Upon returning home, Fuyue prepared lunch, and as they dined and sipped on light spirits, Tsunade felt herself becoming slightly inebriated. Yes, your idea is commendable. However, its implementation is fraught with challenges. Establishing a comprehensive medical system demands considerable time and effort. It is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Moreover, many individuals presently lack medical knowledge. The higher-ups may not easily consent, Fuyue remarked, shaking his head as he looked at Tsunade. Will Master Sarutobi not agree? Tsunade inquired, her brows furrowed in concern. Perhaps he might. We could propose it during the next meeting. Ultimately, their agreement hinges on them, as we lack the authority to make such decisions, Fuyue replied, shaking his head again. Alas, Tsunade sighed deeply. Indeed, they had no decision-making power. The final judgment lay with Sarutobi and others. Do not dwell on it too much. Everything will turn out well in time. We have ample time. All must unfold gradually, Fuyue said, patting Tsunade's shoulder reassuringly. Yes, she nodded, snuggling closer to him. At that moment, an inevitable war quietly commenced. While the land of rain had begun to isolate itself, the other nations were becoming increasingly restless. The entire ninja world was engulfed in chaos, with violence and plunder becoming more frequent. Jiraiya's travels were abruptly halted as the ninja realm descended into a dark period. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Jiraiya with a smile. You have returned. Did you bring any fruitful findings from your journey? Nothing significant. The ninja world is once again in turmoil. The second great ninja war is on the verge of fully erupting, isn't it? Jiraiya replied, exasperated, as he gestured helplessly. Indeed. The storm is brewing. This is not what I wished to witness, yet it has come to pass. We cannot evade it. Our adversaries are well prepared for their assault. Your return is timely. I intend to send you, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the legendary 3 ninjas, to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. They have declared war on us. The hidden leaf, the hidden stone, the hidden sand, and the Land of Iron. The Land of Rain is furious, and our battles will unfold there, provoking their wrath and leading to a desire for mutual destruction. Therefore, your presence on the battlefield is crucial. The 3 of you should be able to contend with Hanzo. His power is formidable, especially with his summoned beasts. One must tread carefully in battle against him, Sarutobi stated, looking at Jiraiya with a smile. Chapter 22. Jiraiya drowns his sorrows in drink. I understand. I have only just returned. Is there really such urgency? Allow me a few days to rest, Jiraiya said languidly. Hands clasped behind his head. Haha, you have a point. It has been a long time since your last return. You certainly deserve a reprieve. Tonight, I will convene a meeting with all the Jonin. You are to attend. Sarutobi laughed heartily. Understood, Jiraiya nodded. By the way, there's something else I must tell you. Tsunade has a boyfriend. Sarutobi's gaze shifted to Jiraiya, studying his reaction intently. Tsunade has a boyfriend? What did you say? Tsunade has a boyfriend? How can this be? Jiraiya exclaimed, clutching his head in despair, tears welling in his eyes. Who allowed this? You weren't around. And someone else seized the opportunity. Nonetheless, I have faith in you, Sarutobi chuckled, taking a drag from his pipe. I'm off, Jiraiya said, his expression one of dejection as he turned to leave. It seems they are destined to remain apart, Sarutobi mused, shaking his head softly. Jiraiya, you've returned? Orochimaru remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Yes, I have, Jiraiya replied, appearing somewhat crestfallen. Are you aware of Tsunade's situation? Orochimaru asked with a sly grin. I can hardly believe it. I was only gone a brief time, and yet... Oh, who understands? Jiraiya lamented, extending his arms to embrace Orochimaru, tears streaming down his face. I truly do not comprehend you. Your relationship is beyond my understanding, Orochimaru shrugged, looking exasperated. It has always been like this. Previously, I even attempted to play the hero, only to end up on the receiving end of a beating, Jiraiya said, annoyance creeping into his tone. Orochimaru, you are insufferable. Come, accompany me for a drink, Jiraiya urged, casting a sideways glance at him. I do not enjoy drinking, Orochimaru replied coolly. Consider it an obligation to accompany me, Jiraiya insisted, dragging Orochimaru towards the tavern, who ultimately acquiesced and followed. At the Konoha training ground 30, Shosuke called out, brother-in-law, watch this. Rasen Shuriken, as he charged towards Uchiha Fuyu, moving with remarkable speed, faster than most Jonin, and hurled a Rasen Shuriken at him. In battles, one does not shout incessantly. If one were to do so, the opponent would be on guard and evade the attack. Fuyu remained calm, standing still as he awaited Shosuke's assault while imparting wisdom. Let me demonstrate whether my method holds merit, Shosuke declared, leaping high into the air to strike Fuyu. Swish. Clang. Fuyu deftly produced 7 kunai from his pocket, launching them swiftly. After a series of collisions, he appeared behind Shosuke. Had Shosuke succeeded in hitting Fuyu, he would have been pierced by the kunai in the next moment. I shall not concede easily, Shosuke yelled, disregarding the kunai behind him as he unleashed another Rasen Shuriken at Fuyu. Ack! Fuyu cried out, only to transform into a block of wood. Oh no, a substitution technique, Shosuke thought, astonished to realize it was merely a substitution. Fuyu stood a distance away. Thud. Ah! Shosuke screamed as the kunai struck him, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. But the battle is not yet over. Shosuke emerged from the ground, launching a punch at Fuyu. Shadow clone. Fuyu smiled slightly, preparing for the counter. I was waiting for this. The Shosuke in the dirt missed, while another figure emerged from the nearby trees, unleashing a deluge of kunai at Fuyu. Brother-in-law, you have nowhere to escape. The corners of Shinshu's mouth curled upwards as he observed countless sufferings rushing towards Uchiha Fuyu, a smile gracing his face. Is that so? Uchiha Fuyu replied with a slight grin, transforming into a puddle of water. Suddenly, Shinshu found Uchiha Fuyu's head appearing beneath his feet, slowly manifesting, a hand gripping his shoulder. What? When did this happen? Shinshu's heart raced with shock as he mechanically turned to see Uchiha Fuyu, unable to believe his eyes. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. In an instant, Shinshu morphed into a python, coiling around Uchiha Fuyu. Hee, brother-in-law, this is Orochimaru's snake substitution technique. How about that? Caught you, didn't I? Shinshu chuckled as he stood before Uchiha Fuyu. There's progress, yet you've overlooked a crucial detail. The earth-release decapitation technique. Uchiha Fuyu emerged from the earth, dragging Shinshu down into the ground. Brother-in-law, let go of me. Let go. Shinshu was momentarily stunned, realizing that despite his agility, he was still captured by Uchiha Fuyu. All the strategies he had concocted had failed. He had rehearsed this in his mind numerous times, considering various possibilities, yet he still could not touch Uchiha Fuyu. He had been overly confident, which was both a blessing and a curse. I have taught you this many times. Uchiha Fuyu crouched down, looking at Shinshu with a shake of his head. Is that so? Brother-in-law, do you really think I've lost? You underestimate me. Shinshu smirked, and the snake that had coiled around Uchiha Fuyu turned into a mound of earth, as the snake dissipated into smoke, transforming back into Shinshu, who then kicked at Uchiha Fuyu. Boom. Uchiha Fuyu transformed into a cloud of smoke. What? Another clone? Shinshu was astounded, realizing it was merely a clone as he rebounded off the ground. I told you, you are too confident. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, his hands coming together. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. A swamp materialized beneath Shinshu's feet, threatening to swallow him whole. Shadow clone technique. Shinshu's heart raced as he divided into two clones, launching his true self away. In midair, he lacked mobility, often becoming a target for others. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged toward Shinshu. Ah, help! He yelled. In the next moment, the fireball vanished into the ether. Boom. Ouch. After the flames dissipated, Shinshu crashed heavily to the ground. This time, there has been improvement. Uchiha Fuyu approached, helping Shinshu up with a gentle smile. I still can't beat brother-in-law. You're too cunning. Not a single one was your true self. Shinshu shook his head, looking at Uchiha Fuyu with a wry smile. Still saying that? Look, is this not my true self? Boom. Uchiha Fuyu transformed into a cloud of smoke once more. Brother-in-law, you truly are devious, not a single one being your true self. Shock flickered in Shinshu's eyes. He realized that he had not been fighting Uchiha Fuyu's true form, but rather a mere shadow clone throughout. Oh, Uchiha Fuyu received the memories of the shadow clone, momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing. Nothing. Shinshu's strength has increased again. He can battle my shadow clone for such a duration. He has already attained the prowess of an elite jonin. However, his combat techniques still require refinement. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Tsunade. You couldn't even defeat my shadow clone. Yet you praise him? Elite jonin is not as common as cabbage. Tsunade chuckled, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu. What purpose would I have to deceive you? If Shinshu can defeat my shadow clone, he must possess at least the strength of a Kage. Do not underestimate my shadow clone. Its combat ability is quite formidable. Uchiha Fuyu replied with a subtle smile. Then shall we engage in battle? I am eager to see just how strong your shadow clone truly is. Tsunade's eyes sparkled mischievously. A battle? What kind do you desire? A bare-knuckle fight, or? Uchiha Fuyu smirked, his expression playful. I'm being serious. You never take anything earnestly. Tsunade's cheeks flushed, shooting a glare at Uchiha Fuyu. Ha. All right, let us go. Uchiha Fuyu embraced Tsunade, disappearing from their location. They reappeared in a training ground. Having space-time ninjutsu is indeed quite convenient, Tsunade remarked, her eyes filled with delight. Indeed, it has made things significantly easier. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled as he summoned a shadow clone. Tsunade, I shall be your opponent now. The shadow clone of Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Tsunade. Very well, let me see just how formidable your shadow clone truly is. Tsunade nodded, clenching her fists, her brow furrowed. Heavenly Foot. Tsunade dashed forward, executing a graceful spin, lifting her leg high before striking down fiercely. Truly fierce. Uchiha Fuyu's shadow clone found itself in disbelief, vanishing from sight. Boom, boom, boom. Tsunade's kick created a massive crater in the ground. You claimed that defeating a shadow clone would grant you Kage-level strength. Let us see if that holds true. Tsunade rushed forward, throwing a punch at Uchiha Fuyu's clone. Swish. Swish, swish. Uchiha Fuyu flung a kunai towards Tsunade. Boom. Tsunade's right fist smashed into the ground, sending a large stone flying to intercept Uchiha Fuyu's attack. She then lunged forward, executing a sidekick. Chapter 23. Taking Tsunade to the movies. First Hokage versus Madara Tsunade. Am I not your husband? Is it necessary to be so relentless? Anyone would know that being struck by Tsunade's punch could lead to dire consequences. After all, it was just a shadow clone. Killing it would be inconsequential. Boom. Boom. Tsunade smirked, her eyes sparkling with joy as she unleashed rapid strikes, not affording Uchiha Fuyu a moment to react. Then don't blame me. Water release, water barrier. Uchiha Fuyu, bemused, unleashed a water technique, summoning countless droplets that surged towards Tsunade. Chakra surgical knife. Tsunade's brow furrowed as she manifested her chakra surgical knife, slicing through the oncoming water flow and advancing rapidly. Earth release, earth flow wall. Uchiha Fuyu slammed his hands on the ground, raising a massive earthen wall before him. Boom. Tsunade's punch shattered the earthen wall, creating a significant dent. Tsunade was gentle at times, yet when provoked, she exhibited tremendous violence. Uchiha Fuyu perched on a branch, observing the battle with a bemused expression. Before long, the training ground was riddled with craters, and Uchiha Fuyu had merely utilized a few basic ninjutsu, primarily engaging Tsunade in ranged combat, avoiding direct confrontation. As a shadow clone, should he come into contact with Tsunade, it would be obliterated by her overwhelming force. Thus, he could only evade and engage from a distance, refraining from employing high-damage techniques. I'm done. If I can't even touch your shadow, what is the point? It's just a waste of chakra. Tsunade panted heavily, her chest rising and falling. A sight to behold. There's no way around it. If you touch me, the shadow clone is finished. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly. Has Shunshu truly reached elite Jonin status? Tsunade settled down as Uchiha Fuyu stepped forward, leaning against her shoulder. That's about right. Even some of the weaker elite Jonin may not stand a chance against him. Shoju's learning ability is remarkable. He is bound to become a cornerstone of Konoha in the future. Becoming Hokage is not out of reach. Uchiha Fuyu looked at Tsunade and smiled. Let him defeat me first before we speak of that. He is still too young and needs to gain more experience. He has just become a Genin and has yet to reach the rank of Chunin. His journey is still long. Tsunade shook her head. Yes, that is true. There's still time. Uchiha Fuyu squinted and smiled. Fuyu. Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Fuyu, her cheeks slightly flushed. Uchiha Fuyu lowered his gaze to Tsunade's radiant beauty, unable to resist the temptation to lean in for a kiss. What is your current strength? Tsunade asked Uchiha Fuyu. Strength? My current power should be comparable to the legendary Uchiha Madara at his peak. The specifics of my strength remain unclear, Uchiha Fuyu replied, shaking his head. Comparable to Uchiha Madara? Was he truly that formidable? It is said he was nearly equal to Grandfather's strength, yet Grandfather hardly seems like a powerful figure. He spends all day gambling. I fail to see what makes him strong. Tsunade was entirely unaware of her grandfather's true prowess. This ignorance stemmed from the peace that enveloped the ninja world at the time of her birth, devoid of war. Having never witnessed Senju Hashirama in action, how could she sense the overwhelming strength that would make one feel compelled to kneel in submission? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were regarded as godlike figures by all ninjas. Your grandfather is indeed a god of the ninja world. To put it plainly, even if everyone in the ninja world, aside from myself, joined forces, they would not be a match for your grandfather alone. Moreover, your grandfather possesses 1,002 hands. Even Uchiha Madara, with the Kyuubi's assistance, was thoroughly defeated. Uchiha Fuyu looked at Tsunade, unable to suppress a laugh. 1,002 hands. What does that mean? Tsunade was astonished, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu. Her eyes filled with confusion. Well then, let me take you to witness the battle between your grandfather and Uchiha Madara. Tsunade, look into my eyes. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, which gleamed with a crimson light. Tsunade lifted her head, instantly feeling dizzy, her consciousness transported to an alternate realm. A mirage. What is this? Tsunade stared at the towering blue giant before her, her heart racing. This is the ultimate ocular technique of our Uchiha clan. Once one awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, they gain access to the formidable ability known as Susanoo. To achieve a form like Uchiha Madara's, one requires a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, they cannot unlock such a perfected Susanoo. Uchiha Fuyu wrapped an arm around Tsunade, the two floating in the air atop a black disc. Susanoo? Is this truly a power attainable by mortals? And it even envelopes the Kyuubi? How can this be? Tsunade was astounded. Unable to believe that Uchiha Madara had summoned a blue giant, riding upon the Kyuubi, the sheer might evoked a profound fear within her. Could anyone truly triumph against such an existence? Indeed, this is the formidable ability of Susanoo, capable of combining with summoned beasts to amplify its power. Dependent on the strength of the summoned beast, the Susanoo that Uchiha Madara unleashed is invulnerable except to your grandfather. At least, during your grandfather's era. No one could withstand it. Watch closely. Your grandfather will soon unveil a grand technique. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, explaining further. A formidable Susanoo? Gasp. Tsunade felt the terrifying pressure. Her heart filled with awe. Madara, cease this. Our battle will yield no benefit. Engaging in conflict here will only harm our village and the ninjas within it. It will only dishonor our brothers and compatriots. There is no need for such a senseless fight. Senju Hashirama addressed Uchiha Madara coldly. Hashirama, are you lecturing me again? Uchiha Madara's eyes burned with fury as he retorted. Madara, I do not wish to kill you. Senju Hashirama stated earnestly. Hashirama, are you insulting me? Are you implying that you could kill me at any moment? Uchiha Madara's anger intensified at Hashirama's words. Madara, I mean we are friends. Hashirama's poor verbal skills only stoked Uchiha Madara's ire further. This is all in the past. I am coming for you. Roar. Uchiha Madara bellowed, the Kyuubi howling in response. Damn it. I have no choice but to attack. Sage art, true thousand hands. Senju Hashirama's brow furrowed as he spoke coldly, his hands clasped together, instantly activating sage techniques. A colossal statue of a thousand-handed Buddha erupted from his chakra, soaring into the sky. What? Grandfather, this is even larger than Uchiha Madara's Susanoo? What is this? True thousand hands? Fuyu, is this what you meant when you said grandfather has 1,002 hands? Tsunade was aghast, sensing a powerful aura rising that surpassed even Uchiha Madara's. Indeed, this is your grandfather's most potent technique, the pinnacle of wood release, true thousand hands. If unleashed with full power, it would likely annihilate the entire land of fire. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, holding Tsunade as they observed the legendary clash. Grandfather, I never imagined you were this formidable. I used to think of you merely as a gambler. I even questioned how you could have become the first Hokage. Little did I know, your strength truly surpasses all others. You could even be called a god. Tsunade gazed at her grandfather with admiration. She was astonished at her grandfather's immense power, truly worthy of the title god of the ninja world. Your husband is not lacking either. Uchiha Fuyu playfully toyed with Tsunade. Focus on watching. Tsunade's face turned crimson, entranced by the illusion, yet the sensation felt so real, leaving her bashful. This is a battlefield. How can this be happening? All right. Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily. I am coming, Madara. Senju Hashirama's expression remained serious as he spoke coldly. Come on, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara roared, commanding his Susanoo forward. Ya. The thousand-handed Buddha rushed toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo charged toward Hashirama's statue, as both warriors roared in defiance. Wood release, Buddha's transformation. Tailed beast bomb spiral shuriken. Boom. Uchiha Madara unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bombs combined with his dual blades, firing countless tailed beast bomb spiral shurikens that collided with Hashirama's thousand-handed Buddha. The statue shattered the tailed beast bomb spiral shurikens with ease, the immense force causing numerous arms of the statue to explode, not due to Uchiha Madara's attack, but because the speed and power of Hashirama's punches were too great for the wood release hands to endure the violent vibrations, leading to their destruction. What? Uchiha Madara was struck with profound astonishment, utterly unprepared for the futility of his assault, as he beheld the colossal hands of countless Senju statues descending upon him. Evasion was an impossibility. He found himself ensnared from every conceivable angle. Chapter 24. The Nine Tails, you are too powerful, must be sealed. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Madara let out a piercing scream as an unending cacophony of explosions erupted, reducing the surrounding landscape to nothingness. What is this? This power is beyond comprehension. In the presence of his grandfather, Uchiha Madara was rendered utterly defenseless, reduced to such a state. Tsunade was equally astounded, witnessing Madara's inability to retaliate before Hashirama Senju. Her disbelief palpable. Yet, Madara was the only figure from the Warring States period who could stand against her grandfather. Though there was a disparity in their strengths, it was not insurmountable. However, the mightier the individual, the more even a slight difference can be magnified exponentially. Uchiha Fuyu nodded thoughtfully, observing the clash before him. His brow furrowed. If it were him, relying solely on Susanoo, there would be no possibility of contending with the true Senju. Yet, he had no need to confront Hashirama directly. After the latter unleashed his true Senju, he could simply lure him into using the Buddha of the summit, allowing him to evade the onslaught with his spatial abilities. To directly withstand Hashirama's might would be an unwise choice. Ninja battles are not mere exchanges of blows. They require cunning and strategic intellect. Lacking spatial ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara found himself unable to escape, trapped with no avenue for retreat, ultimately succumbing to a relentless barrage. How could Susanoo be shattered? Hashirama's power has grown immensely. Uchiha Madara's heart sank, realizing that his most formidable defense was rendered as fragile as parchment before Hashirama. In an instant, his Susanoo was breached, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The Ninetales, you are too formidable. Hashirama, controlling the remaining true Senju statues, extended his right hand and seized the Ninetales with ease. Roar! The Ninetales, in pain, let out a furious cry. The creature, captured in mere moments, felt as though it was a chick in the grasp of its captor. Tsunade was horrified. She had witnessed the Ninetales during her grandmother's pregnancy, and its overwhelming power was now reduced to that of a mere chick before her grandfather. The chasm between them was utterly terrifying. I must capture you for sealing. Hashirama, his brow furrowed, commanded the wooden figure to leap down from the great Buddha, his right hand extending, forming a hand sign. Uchiha Madara sensed the wooden figure approaching with alarming speed. Evasion was imperative. In an instant, he vanished from sight. What a surprising head pat. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, shaking his head. A head pat? Tsunade questioned, only to witness the wooden hand resting atop the Ninetales' head, causing its crimson eyes to close immediately, rendering it motionless. The Ninetales within Uchiha Fuyu's womb furrowed its brow. It was merely a replication without memories of this encounter, yet it felt deeply humiliated. Being dispatched by Hashirama in a single strike felt like a grave insult. Was it truly so weak? It was the strongest tailed beast, renowned for its boundless chakra. Do not be disheartened. In the presence of Hashirama, you are indeed akin to a feeble chick, easily subdued by a mere wood-release technique without the need for the true Senju. Uchiha Fuyu sensed the Ninetales' agitation within him and thought to himself, "Humph." The Ninetales scoffed. Though incredulous, it could not deny the overwhelming power exhibited by both combatants, realizing that even it was incomparable. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama clashed for 3 days and nights. Utterly spent, before Hashirama delivered a fatal blow, even as Madara managed to bite off a piece of flesh in his final moments. Who would have thought that grandfather was so powerful? Such an intense battle, and both of their chakra reserves seemed inexhaustible, akin to an endless supply. Tsunade was astounded. After 3 days and nights of battle, neither Hashirama nor Uchiha Madara showed any signs of chakra depletion, merely fatigue in their bodies. Your grandfather possesses chakra that is truly boundless. No one knows the extent of his chakra reserves. Compared to the Ninetales, it pales in comparison. Uchiha Madara relied on his ocular techniques to amplify the potency of his ninjutsu, while others expend 1 unit of chakra for a jutsu. Madara could unleash techniques several times stronger with a fraction of that. Thus, his chakra conservation was remarkable. Otherwise, he would have had no chance against your grandfather. Uchiha Fuyu nodded in agreement. 1 unit? A fraction? Chakra? Fuyu, what are you talking about? Tsunade was bewildered, questioning the existence of such units for chakra. This is merely my method of quantifying chakra usage. To illustrate, Uchiha Fuyu smiled. Tsunade nodded, choosing not to dwell on it. What? How is Uchiha Madara alive? The illusion continued, the scene shifting to a remote mountain where Uchiha Madara emerged from a coffin. Look at his eyes. Uchiha Fuyu pointed at Madara's right eye. It has turned white? What technique is this? Tsunade gasped, unable to comprehend the transformation of Madara's right eye. This is another function of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. It allows the user to exchange 1 eye for a life. It is called Izanagi. This is considered another ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, classified as a forbidden art. In a brief moment, it can convert the user's injuries and even death into a dreamlike state, allowing for endless repetition, while turning advantageous factors into reality. Once the effect dissipates, the eye that activated the technique will become blind. The Uchiha clan fell into civil strife upon discovering such an eye, marking a dark era. Izanagi? The Uchiha clan's ultimate technique? Could it be that Uchiha Madara is still alive? Tsunade's heart raced as she turned to Uchiha Fuyu. Indeed, he yet draws breath. He has aged into an old man. His days numbered, yet he clings to life. He has orchestrated a grand conspiracy, and it is still unfolding. Uchiha Fuyu confirmed. Fuyu, how do you know this? Tsunade felt a shiver, realizing that such a formidable figure as Uchiha Madara still lived and was plotting a formidable scheme. What could be his aim? Because my Mangekyo Sharingan possesses the ability to glimpse into the future, albeit fragmentarily. I have seen Uchiha Madara resurrected, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. In the future, the ninja world will face an unprecedented catastrophe, with countless ninjas sacrificing their lives, and the very fabric of the ninja world nearly obliterated. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head. His bloodshot eyes locked on Tsunade. Uchiha Madara will be resurrected? Wasn't he already presumed dead? Why would he seek resurrection? Tsunade asked, perplexed. He is nearing the end of his life, but before that, he has awakened the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, possesses unfathomable powers, including the ability to resurrect the deceased. Among the schemes he devised, one was to bring himself back to life. Yet, the reason behind this resurrection remained unclear to me, shrouded in ambiguity. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head and remarked, the Rinnegan can truly resurrect the deceased? A look of shock flashed in Tsunade's eyes, disbelief written across her face. Uchiha Madara has awakened the Rinnegan? This Uchiha Madara, whom I regarded merely as a plaything, casually controlled battles between me and Senju Hashirama, has also awakened the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths? Has he become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Is he not aiming to devour us all? The Nine Tails shivered, inhaling sharply. It had already labeled Uchiha Madara as a supreme dark overlord, and now, with the awakening of the Rinnegan and his status as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, it seemed blatant that he intended for the tailed beasts to become mere nourishment for the Ten Tails. Wouldn't that mean certain death for them? How terrifying. This matter lies far into the future, perhaps 20 years hence. For now, our only recourse is to prepare and enhance our strength, Uchiha Fuyu asserted. Indeed, if that is the case, we must hasten our efforts to strengthen ourselves. Uchiha Madara, even without the Rinnegan, is already formidable. If he were to wield the legendary Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, would there be anyone capable of defeating him? Tsunade nodded in agreement. And what is the Ten Tails? Is it not said that the strongest is the Nine Tails? Uchiha Fuyu replied with a shake of his head. The Ten Tails is the fusion of all tailed beasts, far surpassing the Nine Tails in power. How is that possible? Far stronger than the Nine Tails, a culmination of the nine-tailed beasts? My heavens! Tsunade exclaimed, unable to believe her own ears. She had no inkling that there was so much she did not know. If the Nine Tails were already so powerful, what could be said of this entity that was countless times stronger? The Ten Tails possesses combat power equivalent to that of the Sage of Six Paths. The term Sage of Six Paths is merely a broad classification, comparing to the approximate strength of the Sage. The Sage of Six Paths is infinitely more powerful than your grandfather. In our ninja world, the strongest are elite jounin, and even the title of Hokage belongs to the leaders of the 5 great nations, which is somewhat misleading. Shinobi can be categorized into various ranks: Jinin, Chunin, Elite Chunin, Special Jounin, Jounin, Elite Jounin, Kage, Super Kage, and Sage of Six Paths. Your grandfather surpassed all Kage, earning the title of Super Kage, having reached an unparalleled peak of invincibility. The third Hokage is approximately at the pinnacle of the Kage level. He is currently in his prime and still quite formidable. The Sage of Six Paths, on the other hand, should exist at or beyond the mid-level of the Six Paths. The peak Sage of Six Paths is said to have absorbed the Ten Tails, thus attaining a level of supremacy. As for the Ten Tails, it likely exists at the beginning of the Six Paths level. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, elucidating further. Chapter 25. Teaching Tsunade Forbidden Techniques, the Ultimate Sage Body Fuyu. What level have you attained in your strength? Tsunade thought in astonishment, never realizing that the ninja world had so many levels of power. What realm had Uchiha Fuyu truly reached? I am currently at approximately half a step into the Six Paths realm. I am but a step away from becoming one with the Six Paths. Moreover, my Rinnegan is on the verge of awakening. Uchiha Fuyu did not conceal his strength from Tsunade. With her full trust, he knew she would never betray him. As for the Nine Tails within her, there was no need for secrecy. Half a step into the Six Paths. Tsunade was astounded. hardly believing that Uchiha Fuyu had 1 foot in the realm of the six paths. This was beyond comprehension. Moreover, did he just say his Rinnegan was about to awaken? When did the Rinnegan become so commonplace? First Uchiha Madara, and now Uchiha Fuyu? The Nine Tails widened its eyes, its entire fox form trembling at the implications of Uchiha Fuyu's words. I once saw an inscription in the Uchiha clan's territory. The combined strength of the Senju and Uchiha clans grants one the power of creation, known as the Rinnegan. The Senju and Uchiha clans are, in truth, one family. The Sage of Six Paths had 2 sons, one named Ashura and the other Indra. Indra, the Sage of Six Paths' eldest son, inherited the Sage's eyes, which are our Sharingan. The Uchiha clan descends from Indra. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade as he spoke. Then, does that mean we of the Senju clan are descendants of Ashura? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, realizing she, as a direct descendant of the Senju clan, was unaware of such lineage. Indeed, your Senju clan is descended from Ashura, who was the chosen heir of the Sage of Six Paths, imparting all his power to Ashura. Indra, being the elder son, was naturally endowed with greater talent than Ashura, which bred resentment between the 2 brothers. This animosity culminated in years of conflict, lasting until the founding of Konoha. With your body, my Sharingan has been stimulated, and the feeling of awakening is incredibly intense. Uchiha Fuyu grinned. Is that so? Tsunade's face flushed, feeling somewhat shy at Uchiha Fuyu's words. All right, it is time to exit. Release. Uchiha Fuyu nodded with a smile, dispelling the Genjutsu. Their consciousness returned in an instant, although several days had elapsed in the illusion. Fuyu, if Uchiha Madara truly resurrects, how shall we contend with him amidst the ongoing war in the ninja world? With the 10 Tails possessing the strength of the Six Paths, how formidable must the resurrected Uchiha Madara be? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Fuyu, the previous battle having left her breathless. Now, facing a being on par with the Sage of Six Paths, how could they prevail? Do not worry, I am here. Once I awaken my Rinnegan, I will possess the strength of the Six Paths. If I also learn sage techniques, my power will escalate further. With me around, no one shall harm you. Uchiha Fuyu said to Tsunade, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yes. Tsunade nestled into Uchiha Fuyu's embrace, finding an endless sense of security. Fuyu, I too must grow stronger. I am still too weak, and if I do not enhance my abilities, I will be unable to keep up with you in the future. I will work twice as hard. Tsunade nodded resolutely, determination shining in her eyes. Indeed, during this time, I have custom-crafted a set of forbidden techniques for you. I will teach them to you now. Uchiha Fuyu smiled widely, knowing that Tsunade had yet to develop her own forbidden techniques. By introducing them to her now, she would become even more formidable. Forbidden techniques? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. Yes, watch closely. I will teach you now. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, then directly executed the Ein sealing technique, storing a substantial amount of chakra in his forehead. Tsunade had yet to learn the Ein sealing technique. For some reason, this seemed to be a legacy of the Uzumaki clan, or rather, a forbidden technique passed down from her grandmother. Others had not seen this technique in use. Yet Tsunade had never employed it before. What is this? Is this the Ein sealing technique? Fuyu, you have actually developed the Ein sealing technique? Tsunade thought in amazement, gazing at the diamond mark upon Uchiha Fuyu's forehead in disbelief. Oh, you are aware of this? I believe that fine-tuning chakra can facilitate the healing of wounds, augment offensive capabilities, and enhance speed. Additionally, it can elevate one's physical functions, maintaining them in a state of peak performance. Thus, I have developed this ninjutsu, though I have yet to utilize it. Now, I pass it on to you, Uchiha Fuyu explained. I am familiar with the Ein sealing technique, but as I am still young, it seems unnecessary. If I wished to learn it, I could master it in an instant, Tsunade remarked, shaking her head. She then executed the Ein sealing technique, causing a blue seal to manifest upon her forehead. Suddenly, Tsunade's complexion appeared even more radiant and dewy, as the regulating function of the Ein sealing began to take effect. With the Ein sealing in play, Tsunade looks even more beautiful, Uchiha Fuyu smiled. Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment. She felt she was already sufficiently attractive and had no excess chakra to spare, so she was reluctant to use it. This was her first time employing it, and hearing her beloved compliment her filled her heart with joy. Now, let's proceed, Tsunade stated, ready for the next steps. Uchiha Fuyu then began to instruct her in the techniques of the 100 healings and creation rebirth. Is that so? Creation rebirth? Such a technique can be developed? Tsunade was astounded. She had long desired to enhance her medical ninjutsu, only to discover that Uchiha Fuyu had already achieved it. Well, use it only in times of danger, as it may shorten your lifespan. Do not use it frivolously, Uchiha Fuyu grinned. I understand, Tsunade nodded, smiling sweetly. Next, I shall help enhance your physical constitution. Uchiha Fuyu reached out, placing his hand on Tsunade's form. Alter my constitution? Tsunade blinked, astonished that one could change a person's very nature. Inyang release. The most enigmatic of special ninjutsu in this world, capable of creating or bestowing life. The Senju clan originally possessed the body of a sage. Yet your constitution is not the pinnacle of sage bodies. Allow me to assist you, Uchiha Fuyu stated. A sun emblem appeared on his fingertip as he pressed it against her, and Tsunade instantly felt enveloped in warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring. What is this sensation? She gasped, unable to suppress a moan. She distinctly sensed a unique energy awakening within her. The sage body is endowed with yang attribute chakra. Yet through countless generations, your sage body has diminished. Today, I shall elevate your yang release to its fullest potential, Uchiha Fuyu smiled gently, knowing the immense power of the perfected yang release. At that moment, Tsunade felt a tumultuous surge within her, an overwhelming comfort spreading throughout her being, as her constitution seemed to transcend its previous limits. Her chakra skyrocketed exponentially, a force unlike anything she had ever experienced. Uchiha Fuyu sighed in relief. The energy expended was considerable, requiring a night to recuperate. My chakra? Tsunade was incredulous. Originally abundant, her chakra had now multiplied manifold with the acquisition of a supreme sage body. Your chakra now rivals that of your grandfather. Whether you can awaken wood release depends on your own efforts. Wood release is essentially the fusion of earth and water chakra. However, without the perfected yang release, it holds little significance. Only with the addition of perfected yang release can wood release wield formidable destructive power. Otherwise, it is no different from other ninjutsu. You may attempt to blend the properties of water and earth chakra to form wood release and subsequently infuse it with perfected yang release, Uchiha Fuyu elucidated. To merge the properties of water and earth chakra? Tsunade pondered. I can certainly give it a try. I am quite confident in my control over chakra. She nodded, determination flickering in her eyes. Very well, endeavor to experiment. Uchiha Fuyu encouraged, recalling how Hashirama Senju, with his supreme sage body, mastered would release only in adulthood. Tsunade, having just awakened her top-tier sage body, would find it unlikely to swiftly master would release. It would likely require years of practice unless she possessed extraordinary talent, making it a formidable challenge. Time is of the essence. We should return now, Uchiha Fuyu declared, lifting Tsunade and vanishing from the spot. Chapter 26. The eve of battle mobilization. Tsunade-sama, Fuyu-sama, a member of the Umbu, addressed them respectfully as they were preparing dinner. The third Hokage has summoned you both to attend a Jonin assembly this evening. Understood, Tsunade replied, her brow furrowed, slightly displeased at the interruption. Go on. Uchiha Fuyu waved his hand dismissively. Yes, the Umbu vanished from sight. Let us take a look shortly. It seems the second Great Ninja War is on the verge of commencing, and a mobilization meeting is being convened, Uchiha Fuyu remarked with a smile directed at Tsunade. Indeed. She nodded, now aware of Uchiha Madara's existence. Her interest in the impending war had waned significantly. The events ahead will span at least 2 to 3 decades. Those who survive the war will likely be in their 50s or 60s by then. We cannot prevent the onset of battle, so it is best to focus on safeguarding the village. We will address future matters when they arise. Uchiha Fuyu seemed to sense Tsunade's concerns and gently embraced her. The brutality of the Great Ninja Wars is unimaginable. One can only speculate how harrowing it was during the Warring States period. My grandfather was truly remarkable, bringing an end to the chaos, even if only for a brief period of peace. I sincerely hope there will not be another Great Ninja War. Tsunade sighed deeply, wishing fervently for the absence of conflict. With war comes sacrifice. The world is undeniably harsh. One day, the Great Ninja Wars will conclude. The grievances among the villages cannot be resolved overnight. We must strive onward, Uchiha Fuyu said with a wry smile. Yes, let us both work hard together, Tsunade replied, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. In the Konoha conference hall, the situation outside was known to all. The chaos of the Second Great Ninja War had genuinely commenced. Prior skirmishes were mere trifles. The ensuing events would result in true carnage. Everyone must prepare themselves. The purpose of today's mobilization meeting was to ensure you are psychologically equipped. If the 5 great shinobi villages descend into chaos, we must vow to defend Konoha to the death. War is brutal, yet we cannot falter. Behind us stand our brothers, sisters, and loved ones. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazuki, and Nara Shikaku took their positions, initiating the mobilization assembly. Next, feel free to voice your opinions or highlight any preparations we may have overlooked. Even the key to victory. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the crowd, his voice cold. Is this Uchiha Fuyu? That despicable fellow, stealing my Tsunade from me. But how could he be more handsome than I am? Bah! I am Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. How could anyone surpass my charm? Tsunade, what do you see in this mere child? Sob, sob. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu, his eyes filled with helplessness and pain. He had cherished Tsunade for over a decade, only to be thwarted by Uchiha Fuyu. His heart ached. If the Second Shinobi World War is to commence, I propose that we select the Land of Rain as our battlefield. The Land of Rain connects our Konoha with Awakens and Tsunade. If we can drag the battlefield entirely into the Land of Rain, the ninja of the rain will be compelled to join the fray. Should they wish to launch an offensive against our fire country, they must traverse the Land of Rain. At that point, a confrontation with the rain's forces is inevitable, perhaps even leading to a full-scale war. Moreover, the Land of Rain has already declared war on Konoha, Awakens, the Land of Iron, and Tsunade, seeking to claim territory. Thus, they must pay the corresponding price. A small nation daring to challenge the 3 great ninja villages reveals its ambitions for all to see. I believe we should utterly annihilate the Land of Rain and seize its lands. Orochimaru frowned, speaking coldly. He held the actions of the Land of Rain, a mere speck on the map, challenging 3 great ninja villages and a nation of iron, in contempt. Such arrogance from a small nation is an affront to Konoha and the other villages. Only by obliterating them can we demonstrate the might of the 3 great ninja villages. I support Orochimaru's viewpoint. This battle will not be like those before, now that the Land of Rain has declared war on our 3 great nations. Failing to eliminate them would undoubtedly lead to our belittlement. Only by destroying the Land of Rain can we assert the authority of our great ninja villages. Stated the Jonin of Konoha, Moonlight Raikes. I concur with Orochimaru's stance. So do I. I too lend my support. In an instant, numerous voices rose in agreement with Orochimaru, reflecting his high standing and reputation within Konoha. However, the Land of Rain serves as a buffer zone for our 3 great nations. It is not that we cannot eliminate them, but rather that we should not. Their strength is not formidable, yet we cannot afford their destruction. With the Rain Village as a buffer, we can more effectively organize our defenses. Should the enemy choose to attack us, they must first traverse the Land of Rain, allowing us to detect any disturbances. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, firmly rejecting the idea. We may engage in battle, but we cannot annihilate the Land of Rain. Should we destroy it, our 3 great nations would truly share a border. If conflict arises then, we could be caught off guard and swiftly overwhelmed by the enemy. That would be a true disaster. The others furrowed their brows, falling silent, while Orochimaru remained unfazed. It is but a small nation. Their destruction is inconsequential. I merely offered my opinion. I have a suggestion. Currently, our casualties are too high because our ninjas executing missions lack medical support. If a medical ninja were present, they could receive immediate treatment upon injury. Many ninjas are conducting long, solitary operations behind enemy lines. I propose that each 4-man team must include a medical ninja. This would significantly reduce casualties. With an increased survival rate for teams, the success rate of subsequent missions would also rise. I believe it is of utmost importance to enhance the training of medical ninjas and develop medical structures. Establishing a comprehensive medical system is a pressing priority. Tsunade stood, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. However, now is not the time. A great war is imminent. We need to allocate considerable manpower and resources toward the conflict, leaving no surplus to establish such a medical system. Creating this system requires not only substantial time and money, but also extensive medical knowledge. Such an endeavor would be too time-consuming, and we are out of time. The training of medical ninjas must occur post-war, as the enemy will not afford us any additional time. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. The proposal was commendable, but now is not the time. With the enemy on the brink of war with us, the extensive effort required to cultivate medical ninjas would be futile. Old man, do you realize you are jesting with the lives of our warriors? The absence of medical ninjas will only lead to increased casualties. Tsunade slammed her palm down, shattering the table before her, her eyes blazing with fury. I support Tsunade's viewpoint. A team with medical ninjas will undoubtedly outperform one without, whether now or in the future. This is a long-term consideration. Our ninjas are currently battling far and wide, constantly at risk of losing their lives. Without medical ninjas, we face the threat of large-scale casualties. If time is tight, we must make it work. The knowledge required for medical ninjas is not insurmountable. Mastery of basic healing techniques would suffice for effective treatment during the war. I firmly believe that training medical ninjas is urgently necessary. We cannot gamble with the lives of our ninjas. Lives that could be saved must not be lost due to a lack of medical support. Every ninja is the result of countless hours and effort invested by the village. Not to mention the strength of Jonin and elite Jonin. These ninjas are treasures of the village. The cost of training an elite Jonin could surely fund the training of 5 or 6 medical ninjas. Uchiha Fuyu stood, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, he would support his wife's position, and it held merit. A team with medical ninjas is indeed a formidable one. In a battle of equal strength, should one be injured without treatment while the other receives effective care, the outcome is clear. I too align with their thoughts. I refuse to allow our ninjas to perish in vain. We must learn from their sacrifices. Should we allow this to continue unchecked, we may face the heavy losses that Fuyu speaks of. It would be a grave mistake. Kato Dan found his reasoning sound, rising to speak. Very well. We shall deliberate on this matter further. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Subsequently, everyone shared their opinions, and by the time the meeting concluded, it was already past midnight. All right, let us return. Uchiha Fuyu took Tsunade by the hand, heading homeward. Indeed, Tsunade nodded, smiling as she walked alongside Uchiha Fuyu. Sigh. Jiraiya watched Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu depart, letting out a long sigh. Jiraiya, come, let us drink together, Orochimaru said, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Shaking his head coldly. You actually want to drink with me? Let us go. We'll battle until dawn. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya instantly brightened, throwing an arm around Orochimaru's shoulder as they laughed and left. Meanwhile, Kato Dan gazed thoughtfully at the retreating figures of Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu, shaking his head as he turned to leave in the opposite direction. Chapter 27. Uchiha Fugaku awakens. The Mangekyo. The Second Shinobi World War officially commenced. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, directly confronting the forces of Rain Country. As the great battle loomed, chaos erupted on the battlefield. With ninja from the 4 nations, Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, Amigakure, and Konoha clashing relentlessly, transforming the Land of Rain into a veritable war zone. Each ninja village engaged in a tumultuous brawl. With no clear enemy, any encounter with ninjas from other villages resulted in immediate conflict. Tragically, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Taijima, father of Uchiha Fugaku, was ambushed and killed by Tsunagakure forces on the battlefield. Following the death of Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Fugaku was elected as the new leader of the Uchiha clan by his kin. The entire clan mourned, and Uchiha Fugaku was present at the solemn occasion. Ultimately, you have fallen in battle. Over the years, your indifference towards me has been palpable, yet your departure has deeply saddened Mother. My sorrow is not for you, but for her. From childhood, you looked down upon me, deeming me a failure. Now that you are gone, my heart remains unmoved. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for bringing me into this world. I shall ensure the Uchiha clan is well taken care of. I will elevate our clan back to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, so that you may look upon us with pride from beyond. As Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the gravestone before him, he murmured silently. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shizune wept inconsolably, bereft of the man she once leaned upon. Mother, my brother, and I will protect you henceforth. The only concern for Uchiha Fugaku was Uchiha Shizune. Witnessing her tear-streaked face stirred a wave of sorrow within him. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku sensed a powerful surge of Yin chakra awakening nearby. Turning, he beheld his brother's eyes glowing red, flickering momentarily. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan? So, it was awakened here? The death of their father must have deeply affected his brother's heart. Despite his harshness towards me, he showed great care for our brother. It is only natural for him to grieve. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, understanding the implications of his brother's newfound power. Father, let your love resonate further. Observing the fury in Uchiha Taijima's eyes, a faint smile graced Uchiha Fugaku's lips. After the demise of an Uchiha, their eyes are always returned for burial. Before interment, their eyes are removed and destroyed, for the Uchiha's eyes must never fall into the hands of others. Unlike the Hyuga clan, who are indifferent to their branch members, the Uchiha eyes remain Sharingan even in death and must be destroyed to prevent loss. Currently, Uchiha Taijima's eyes were in Uchiha Fugaku's possession. Without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his brother would ultimately go blind. By transplanting their father's Sharingan, he could awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Thus, it would be a pity to destroy such a treasure. Uchiha Fugaku resolved to allow his father's eyes to remain in this world, observing its gradual improvement. In the Uchiha clan's shrine, the Second Shinobi World War was on the horizon. You are all aware of the stakes. Our primary objective is to elevate Fugaku to the position of 4th Hokage. Even if he fails, we must ensure Tsunade becomes the 4th Hokage. This is the most prudent way to alter our clan's status in the village, Uchiha Fugaku stated. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the gathered assembly. Leader, how can we support Fugaku when his strength is so lacking? Questioned one member. Indeed, leader. Fugaku has yet to awaken his eyes. How can he possibly ascend to the role of 4th Hokage? Echoed another. We unanimously believe that only you are suited for the position, they insisted. Confusion spread among the clan. How could they possibly consider a weakling for such a prestigious title? The village views us with suspicion, making it difficult for me to ascend as 4th Hokage. However, Fugaku's relationship with Princess Tsunade changes the landscape. Once they marry, she will be one of us. Transforming our clan's situation is imperative. Who says we must rely solely on the Sharingan? Are we not elite shinobi even without it? Fugaku's body flicker technique is unparalleled, earning him the title of Fugaku the Instant. In a few years, his strength will surely suffice for the role of 4th Hokage. We must find ways to help him achieve military merit. Do you understand? Uchiha Fugaku's voice was cold as he surveyed the assembly. Yes, leader, his trusted aides responded first. Yes, leader, others quickly followed suit. Only a few still hesitated, questioning Fugaku's capabilities. Perhaps you think I am unworthy. Yet, I urge you to recognize the truth. Sometimes, humility can be a sin, Uchiha Fugaku declared, stepping forward to face the crowd. He activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, causing the assembly to feel as if the world was spinning. What is this? How can it be? Wasn't he yet to awaken even a single tomo? This is clearly the 3-tomo Sharingan. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. My goodness, Uchiha Fugaku has been hiding his true abilities. The entire Uchiha clan erupted in excitement, realizing that the once underestimated Fugaku had transformed into a prodigy. At just 16, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, and recognized by the shinobi world for his prowess, was beyond imagination. Those who once doubted him began to shift their opinions. Is this truly possible? They murmured in disbelief. Do you still have objections? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze pierced through the crowd. Chapter 28. Shock. Fugaku instantly awakens the eternal no objections. Silence fell over the assembly as they beheld Uchiha Fugaku's 3-tomo Sharingan. This matter must remain confidential. Those who disclose it will face clan repercussions. Furthermore, we are soon to engage in battle. Everyone must exert their utmost effort to elevate our clan's reputation. We will highlight Fugaku's achievements and elevate his status. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, satisfaction evident on his face. Yes, leader, the Uchiha clan members responded in unison, understanding their roles. They aimed to become the main force on the battlefield, striving for victory to solidify their position as the greatest contributors to Konoha. Subsequently, they would bolster Fugaku's reputation, ensuring he was forcefully positioned as Hokage during the next transition. This was the most optimal strategy devised by the Uchiha clan. Now, let us proceed with our duties. Everyone, work diligently. It pertains to the survival of our clan. We must not tarnish the Uchiha name, Uchiha Fugaku declared. Yes, leader, the Uchiha clan members responded, their resolve firm. Now disperse. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, indeed. After everyone spoke, they turned and left. At last, your perception within the clan has shifted. How is it that your awakening came so swiftly this time? It seems my brother's words were indeed prophetic. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Fuyu with a gentle smile. The death of our father has profoundly impacted me, awakening my senses. Previously, I had no friends. How could I have awakened then? Uchiha Fuyu shook his head and replied, "That is true. In the past, you had no companions. Well, let us not dwell on that matter. The fact that you have activated your Sharingan indicates that you possess considerable potential." Uchiha Fugaku smiled, genuinely pleased by his brother's burgeoning strength. "Brother, have you unlocked the Manjikyu Sharingan?" Uchiha Fuyu inquired. Did you see it just now?" Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. He had quickly closed it and stood facing away from the others, making it impossible for them to see. Yet, Uchiha Fuyu had perceived it. "I sensed a tremendous power. It must be the Manjikyu Sharingan." He continued, "However, using the Manjikyu Sharingan comes with certain repercussions. Each use inflicts immense pain upon your body. An excessive usage may lead to blindness." Uchiha Fuyu explained, shaking his head. "Blindness? I was unaware of that. Is there a remedy?" Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. "There is a method to completely resolve this, but I wonder if my brother would agree." Uchiha Fuyu looked at Uchiha Fugaku. "What method?" Uchiha Fugaku asked, surprised at how much his brother knew despite not possessing the Manjikyu Sharingan himself. "To replace it with Father's eyes." Uchiha Fuyu revealed a glass jar containing a special preserving solution. "This? Father's eyes were destroyed. How could they be in your possession?" Uchiha Fugaku was astonished, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu. "Due to a flaw in the Sharingan, it would be a pity to let our father's eyes go to waste. This way, brother, you could acquire an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly. "Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan?" Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Aside from Uchiha Madara, few later generations comprehended the nature of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Records within the clan were scarce. Even Uchiha Fugaku had only a limited understanding of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In the past, Uchiha Madara's vision was nearly lost, and Uchiha Izuna had sustained severe injuries from the second Hokage. Uchiha Izuna gifted his eyes to Uchiha Madara, resulting in the latter obtaining the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. This enabled him to elevate the power of the Sharingan, making it significantly stronger and preventing blindness. Thus, for my brother to attain a Manjikyu Sharingan that does not lead to blindness, he must transplant our father's eyes. Only through the bloodline of close kin can the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan be formed." Uchiha Fuyu explained, shaking his head. "This?" Uchiha Fugaku was astonished, realizing that the Manjikyu Sharingan could indeed evolve. This was the first he had heard of it. He had thought the Manjikyu Sharingan was the pinnacle of ocular power. To discover there was an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan beyond it was unexpected. Our ancestors did not require the fusion of a relative's eyes, but our bloodline has thinned over generations. Thus, the Manjikyu Sharingan we awaken may possess flaws. Only by merging the eyes of a close relative can one achieve the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Fuyu reiterated, extending the Sharingan in his hand. "Then I shall give it a try." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, feeling he could trust Uchiha Fuyu. He took their father's Manjikyu Sharingan and proceeded to remove his right eye, replacing it with their father's right eye. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan are designed for immediate integration, enabling rapid neural connection. Uchiha Sasuke, having been blinded, could not regain his sight immediately after the transplant. Normally, the Sharingan connects swiftly, akin to plugging into an outlet. After transplanting his father's Manjikyu Sharingan into his right eye, Uchiha Fugaku felt a significant surge in power. The Sharingan began to spin wildly, transforming into the Manjikyu Sharingan. The crimson light shimmered, ultimately becoming an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. It truly succeeded? Uchiha Fugaku was astonished, unable to believe he now possessed an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The original three-pronged shuriken design in his eye expanded, forming a circle with three small black dots aligning into a triangle, creating an eerie pattern. "Brother, I didn't expect the fusion to occur so rapidly. It seems our father's Manjikyu Sharingan was on the verge of evolving as well. What a pity he perished in battle." Uchiha Fuyu was also surprised by the speed of Uchiha Fugaku's fusion. Chapter 29. The Sharingan that can foresee the future. The only explanation is that Uchiha Tenyu's Manjikyu Sharingan was likewise on the brink of evolution. Now for the other one. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and removed his left eye, replacing it with their father's remaining eye. Suddenly, clarity washed over Uchiha Fugaku's mind, and both of his eyes transformed into eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. What a remarkable power! The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can attain such strength? It surpassed the original Manjikyu Sharingan by more than tenfold. Uchiha Fugaku was astounded, unable to fathom the magnitude of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's power. This is the most potent Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly. Fuyu, do you think these eyes could help you awaken your own eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku offered his eyes to Uchiha Fuyu, uncertain of the outcome. If it worked, their clan would possess 2 eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, rendering them nearly invincible with unparalleled ocular power. Brother, the power of your eye has been completely absorbed. Even if you give it to me, it would only grant me a Manjikyu Sharingan. The residual power within is insufficient to achieve the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. However, I no longer require it. My unique physique has already awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan without the risk of blindness, making it indistinguishable from the usage of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. There is no need to transplant your eyes. These can be kept. They may prove useful in the future. Should someone perish in battle, we must not destroy their Sharingan. We can harness the power within their eyes to enhance the Manjikyu Sharingan. Eventually, we could pass them down to your children. You're not young anymore. And as the clan leader, you should consider taking a wife and having children. Uchiha Fuyu activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, his crimson gaze fixed on Uchiha Fugaku, a smile gracing his lips. Is it truly so? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Fuyu questioned, puzzled. My left eye possesses the ability of foresight, allowing me to glimpse into the future, albeit an uncertain one. Within this future, I have seen you wielding the kaleidoscope Sharingan. When directed at someone, it reveals glimpses of their future. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, recalling the moment he awakened his own kaleidoscope Sharingan, where images of Uchiha Fuyu activating his appeared in his mind. The ability to foresee the future is indeed remarkable. However, my brother is still unfamiliar with fully harnessing the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, making it challenging to control the passage of time. Once you become adept, you should be able to manipulate time at will. Foresight is a formidable power. Uchiha Fuyu was taken aback, realizing that Fugaku's awakening was connected to the ability of foresight, a concept as elusive as mist. Perhaps, we shall discuss matters further at a later time. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled lightly, acknowledging that his abilities remained to be explored, and he needed to become more proficient. Come, it has been a while since I last accompanied you in battle. Today, I shall fight alongside you, he said, smiling at Uchiha Fuyu. All right, Fuyu nodded in agreement, not declining the invitation. Time flew swiftly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru spent most of their time on the battlefield. In contrast, Uchiha Fuyu enjoyed a leisurely existence, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had not sent him into combat, seemingly wary of some impending threat. Because Fuyu remained indoors, Danzo was deprived of any opportunity to eliminate him, leaving him quite distressed. Before heading to the battlefield, Jiraiya temporarily took on the role of a teacher at the Ninja Academy, where one of his students was Namake's Minato. After graduating, Minato followed Jiraiya on a few missions before being thrust into the battlefield as the Second Great Ninja War erupted, forcing even freshly graduated Genin into the fray. A cruel fate, indeed. Jiraiya personally guided Minato on the battlefield, facilitating his rapid growth and strength. Originally, Minato intended to study the Rasengan, but it had already been developed, and he learned it from the teachings of the rope tree. On the battlefield, he witnessed a Jinchuriki unleash a tailed beast bomb, followed by the rope tree's Rasengan, prompting him to innovate his own version. Observing his attempts to replicate the Rasengan, Jiraiya directed the rope tree to teach Minato. Minato, possessing immense talent, mastered it in merely 3 days, astonishing Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Fuyu's elder brother had already found a girlfriend, but I shall not yield. Happiness is something one must strive for. At this point, Kushina Uzumaki had also turned 12. Her fists clenched tightly as she diligently trained in ninjutsu. She had fully mastered the transformation into the Nine Tails and had become genuine friends with it. Over the 2 years, Kushina and the Nine Tails had developed a bond of camaraderie. Though the Nine Tails had a volatile temperament, it would occasionally exhibit tenderness towards Kushina. Whenever Uchiha Fuyu found himself unoccupied in the village, he would accompany Kushina in her training. Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognizing Fuyu as a commendable Uchiha, refrained from obstructing their meetings. As for any special feelings, Hiruzen thought little of it. To him, it might simply be the bond of a brother and sister, given that they shared a childhood of mutual understanding. Hiruzen needed someone to nurture Kushina with affection, allowing her potential as a Jinchuriki to flourish. A Jinchuriki requires love to be influenced positively. Otherwise, resentment towards the village could result in endless calamities. With Uchiha Fuyu's assistance, Hiruzen felt a swell of relief. Kushina, remember, training should be gradual, not rushed. I have prepared your favorite salty ramen for you, Fuyu said, glancing at Kushina with a gentle smile. All right, Fuyu and I, Kushina exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she turned and sprinted towards him. Chapter 30. Danzo's Conspiracy. Fuyu and I, you are truly wonderful, Kushina declared as she leaped into Fuyu's embrace. Her cheeks slightly flushed, holding him tightly. All right, I will prepare your meal now. Fuyu ruffled Kushina's hair affectionately before heading to the kitchen. She nodded. Seated in the dining room, watching Fuyu's busy figure with a bright smile. As a leisurely individual without any missions or battles, Fuyu enjoyed a life of ease, spending his days socializing and occasionally observing the battlefield to ensure Tsunade and the others were safe. Once he confirmed their well-being, he felt a sense of relief. Tsunade was always accompanied by a shadow clone for protection, just in case. Though she had obtained a top-tier sage body, 2 years were still insufficient for her to unleash its full potential, as she had focused solely on medical ninjutsu and taijutsu, neglecting other techniques. Starting from scratch would be cumbersome and not something that could be accomplished in a year or two. Moreover, Tsunade was attempting to integrate water and earth nature transformations to create wood release. She also needed to maintain her medical ninjutsu training, as she would eventually need to teach others to become medical ninjas in Konoha. All these factors left Tsunade with little time for training. However, on the battlefield, her role was primarily supportive, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru leading the offense. Her responsibility was to provide healing. After a hearty meal, Uchiha Fuyu returned home. Lord Fuyu, the third Hokage requests your presence. An Umbu appeared beside him. Understood, Fuyu nodded and vanished from sight. The Umbu was astonished, thinking to himself, he truly lives up to his reputation. I didn't even notice how he left. In the Hokage's office, Fuyu knocked and entered, bowing respectfully. Fuyu, the battlefield is ever-changing. In the land of rain, Tsunade and her team are encountering unprecedented foes. I intend to send you to reinforce them, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Yes, third Hokage, Fuyu replied, not hesitating to accept. Having remained at home for 2 years, it would be refreshing to venture out. Tomorrow morning, gather at the main gate. A team will escort you. Simply follow along, Hiruzen instructed, smiling at Fuyu. Yes, third Hokage. Fuyu consistently replied with these few phrases, asking nothing further. You truly are a man of few words, Hiruzen remarked, chuckling as he took a deep puff from his pipe. In the presence of the third Hokage, one must simply follow orders. Fuyu grinned, while Hiruzen shook his head in amusement. Are we heading to the battlefield? After more than 2 years of conflict. In just a few days, it will mark another year. Soon, it will be the 36th year of Konoha, Fuyu thought, leaving the Hokage's office with a shrug. During this time, the Uchiha clan members had been working diligently, striving to earn as many accolades as possible. It is time for me to make my entrance. This time, I shall capture Hanzo alive. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. The root. He has finally been lured out. Immediately arranged to inform Hanzo. Mobilize the personnel and intercept Uchiha Fuyu. This time, only success is permitted. Failure is not an option. Am I not aware of the recent actions of the Uchiha clan? Do they wish to create momentum for Uchiha Fuyu or Tsunade to ascend? They can forget it. Uchiha Fuyu, you must perish. Danzo's eyes burned with fury. The alliance between Tsunade and the Uchiha clan would only bring him harm, not benefit. Within the village, he could not eliminate Uchiha Fuyu, but outside, the situation was different. Yes, Lord Danzo. A root member vanished from the spot. Sarutobi, was that intentional or deliberate? For over 2 years, you kept Uchiha Fuyu within the village, intending to protect him? Now that he is released, do you wish to grant him some military merit just as victory is within reach? What are you truly thinking? You despicable man. Danzo's brow furrowed, a surge of anger rising within him at the thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was utterly perplexed by what Hiruzen could possibly be contemplating. As the sun rose, before the gates of Konohagakure, Uchiha Fuyu stood. So you are Uchiha Fuyu? I am Yuzuki Tetsu. Now that you have arrived, let us proceed. An elite jonin from Konoha addressed him coldly. Very well. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, seemingly unfazed by their scrutiny. A total of 101 individuals were present, including 1 elite Jonin, 25 Jonin, himself among them, along with 30 special Jonin and 45 elite Chunin. It seemed the battlefield in the Land of Rain would be quite arduous, dispatching 25 Jonin at once. Uchiha Fuyu scanned the crowd, confirming their numbers. These were the elite of Konoha, each a formidable warrior. It was evident that the situation at the front lines was intense. Move out, Yuzuki Tetsu coldly commanded, vanishing from sight, followed immediately by the others. After a considerable distance, nearing the border of Konoha, Yuzuki Tetsu halted, his brow knitted in concern. Uchiha Fuyu, Shinji, Tenzai. I need you 3 to scout ahead. There appears to be an unusual presence. Confirm and report back. Yuzuki Tetsu ordered. Understood. Whoosh. Uchiha Fuyu and the other 2 ninjas vanished. Huh. It seems there are no issues. Yuzuki Tetsu smirked. Shinji, however, remained alert, scanning the surroundings while leaping forward. Detecting nothing amiss. It never hurts to be cautious. We are nearing the Land of Rain, where ambushes may lie in wait. Tenzai remarked coldly, his senses heightened. Feeling an unsettling tension. Chapter 31, Betrayal? All trash, be careful, we are surrounded. Uchiha Fuyu's brow furrowed as he sensed the presence of no fewer than 100 ninjas encircling them. How is this possible? When did this happen? We felt nothing. Shinji's heart raced in shock as he drew his katana, scanning the vicinity. The danger was closing in. At least 15 Jonin, all powerful. Uchiha Fuyu closed his eyes. Perceiving over 100 unusual presences approaching, his frown deepening. Their intentions were malevolent. Signal the main force. Tenzai swiftly retrieved a signal flare, preparing to ignite it. Suddenly, Tenzai felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, shock evident in his eyes as he turned to see Shinji's gaze filled with murderous intent. I'm sorry, Tenzai. I cannot allow you to signal. Shinji sneered, drawing his katana. You actually betray. Thud. Tenzai fell lifeless before he could finish his sentence. Kid, you seem utterly unfazed. Or have you simply been rendered speechless? Shinji turned to Uchiha Fuyu, a mocking smile on his lips. As for the dead, I have nothing to say. Uchiha Fuyu responded coldly. You talk big for a mere Jonin. Thinking you can turn the tide? Die? Shinji's eyes flashed with anger as he swung his blade. Uchiha Fuyu transformed into a swarm of crows, vanishing from sight. What? What is this? An illusion? When did this happen? Shinji's heart raced with dread as he gripped his katana tightly, scanning the area. My illusions are not something just anyone can evade. Shinji soon found himself confronted by a pair of terrifying Sharingan, enormous and daunting. The Sharingan? This is bad. Shinji's heart sank. He quickly shut his eyes and leaped away. Thud. In the next moment, the illusion dissipated, and he felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen. His pupils constricting as blood seeped from his lips. Shinji, what happened to you? Tenzai gasped in horror, bewildered to witness Shinji stabbing himself with his own blade. Thud. Shinji looked at Uchiha Fuyu. Terror etched across his face as he collapsed. The killer shall be killed. Moreover, they are all but trash. Uchiha Fuyu observed the fallen Shinji with a tranquil gaze. He had long suspected Yuzuki Tetsu's treachery and remained vigilant. He never anticipated that the dispatched individuals were sent to eliminate him and Tenzai. He had already cast an illusion on Shinji, who remained oblivious to it, ultimately meeting his demise by his own hand. Be cautious. Someone is approaching. Uchiha Fuyu warned coldly. Understood. Tenzai nodded, drawing his shuriken, vigilant of their surroundings. I can't believe they sent 2 Chunin to deal with us. Do they really think we need this many? Children, take your own lives. Ha ha ha. The 2 Konoha ninjas were merely delivering food. One had just fallen, apparently an elite Jonin from Konoha. Are they engaging in infighting? Ha ha ha. There must be bigger fish lurking behind this. Before long, over 100 individuals surrounded Uchiha Fuyu and Tenzai completely. This time, we may perish here. Tenzai felt a surge of tension, glancing around. Is it truly fate? Shall we accept our demise? Uchiha Fuyu offered a slight smile, his tone icy. Accept fate? How can 2 of us contend against 100 elite warriors? It is a reality. Tenzai shook his head, his voice cold yet composed. Aware that panic would only hasten their end. Then we shall charge through together. Do not fall. Uchiha Fuyu declared, taking a swift step forward, vanishing from sight. Kid, you're asking for death. A Ray ninja charged forward, kunai in hand, aiming for Uchiha Fuyu. 1. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he calmly uttered 2 words. What? the Rain Ninja suddenly discovered that Uchiha Fuyu had vanished. Thud. In an instant, the Rain Ninja's throat was cut, blood splattering. What? This kid's strength is rather peculiar. Everyone attacked together. The others, witnessing their comrade's swift demise, felt a wave of terror wash over them and charged forth. 2. Thud. 3. Thud. 4. Thud. 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 A quarter of an hour later, 100 lives perished beneath the blade of Uchiha Fuyu, and in an instant, blood flowed like a river. What? The instantaneous Fuyu, truly this formidable? Tianza's heart was filled with horror as he gazed at Uchiha Fuyu before him, unable to believe his own eyes. I initially intended to spare your life, but reflecting upon the fate of White Fang, it seems you too shall meet the king of hell. Uchiha Fuyu stood before Tianza, drenched in blood, a blade piercing through his body. Uft. Uchiha Fuyu, do you wish to revolt? Bang. Tianza collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his pupils dilated, unable to close his eyes in death. Without my intervention, you would have met your demise regardless. You should be grateful for the extra quarter of an hour I granted you. Uchiha Fuyu spoke coldly, observing the pallid Tianza, and then withdrew a multitude of explosive tags, having also confiscated those carried by the Rain Ninja. Then let them explode. Uchiha Fuyu sneered, casting all the explosive tags into the air, and with a breath from his right hand, a small flame ignited. Bang bang bang. Nearly 1,000 explosive tags detonated simultaneously, their sound reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fuyu had vanished from the scene, appearing 300 meters away, his garments shredded, his lips stained with fresh blood, and his body bruised as he hastily fled the site. Since they wish to play, I shall indulge them fully. Captain, there are sounds of explosions over there. Should we investigate? One of the ninjas, brow furrowed, spoke coldly. No need. Wait a moment. If there is an ambush, rushing in now would be akin to walking into a trap. Let us wait a little longer. Yunshangja frowned, shaking his head. Captain, it's bad. There's an ambush. Uchiha Fuyu ran back, looking at Yunshangja, shouting loudly, and collapsed before the group, immediately drawing attention as someone rushed forward to assist him. Chapter 32. 3 Ninjas versus Hanzo. Uchiha Fuyu. Why are you the only one who returned? Yunshangja was taken aback. How could it be that only Uchiha Fuyu, who was sent with 2 others, returned alone? We encountered ninjas from the Rain village up ahead. They attacked us, and Shinny and Tianza sacrificed themselves to cover my escape. I have returned to warn you of an ambush ahead. Uchiha Fuyu spoke to Yunshangja, tears flowing down his cheeks, reminiscent of one who had lost their parents. Damn it, the original intention was to kill you, yet you claim I would let you return first? But how could he escape? Over 100 individuals could not defeat a single Uchiha Fuyu? Impossible, they were all elite. Even with his identity as instantaneous Fuyu, he shouldn't possess such overwhelming combat prowess. Was it mere coincidence? Or was Tianza aiding him? Shinny is such a useless fool, Yunshangja thought to himself, casting a wary glance at Uchiha Fuyu. Assassination cannot be conducted openly. Yunshangja found himself at a loss for alternatives. He had yet to witness Uchiha Fuyu's true strength. The title of instantaneous Fuyu was merely hearsay, yet it did not guarantee one could slay over 100 ninjas and emerge unscathed. Uchiha Fuyu, rest for a moment. You too, go ahead and assess the situation ahead. We shall proceed only once we ascertain it is safe. Otherwise, if the enemy has another ambush, we will all be annihilated. Yunshangja instructed the 2 ninjas beside him. Understood, Captain. The 2 men nodded and vanished from sight. Thank you, Captain. Uchiha Fuyu sat on the ground, his head bowed, a trace of a smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with derision. You wish to kill me? You are still far too inexperienced. Uchiha Fuyu murmured to himself, reclining against a tree branch to rest. Before long, 2 Konoha ninjas returned. Captain, we found over 100 corpses, all utterly obliterated. Nothing else seems amiss. The Konoha ninja reported to Yunshangja. Is that so? Yunshangja's brow furrowed as he glanced at the meditative Uchiha Fuyu, his expression grave. Understood. Let us continue our advance. Yunshangja nodded, leading the way forward. TCH. I wonder who sent these assassins. It is most likely Danzo. That filthy scoundrel. I shall eliminate him sooner or later. Humph. Upon hearing the commotion, Uchiha Fuyu immediately thought of that old schemer, Danzo. Who else would dare target him? As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was clear he would not make a move against him at this moment. It was undoubtedly the work of Danzo. Fuyu-senpai, it's time to go. A female Konoha ninja smiled at Uchiha Fuyu, offering a reminder. Yes, thank you. Uchiha Fuyu nodded. Fuyu-senpai, do you need assistance? The female ninja inquired. No need. I am merely slightly injured. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head. That is good to hear. I am Yuhi Kurinai. It's a pleasure to meet you, Fuyu-senpai. Yuhi Kurinai smiled at Uchiha Fuyu. Yuhi Kurinai? You're from the Yuhi clan? Uchiha Fuyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the striking Yuhi Kurinai in surprise. She had long black hair, piercing red eyes, and wore a white skirt with a black mesh top, exuding a commanding presence. Yes. This is my first time on the battlefield. Please guide me. I know you possess the title of Instantaneous Fuyu. You must be quite formidable. Yuhi Kurinai nodded, smiling warmly. Indeed, it is merely a hollow title. Even the mightiest can fall when faced with numerous foes. Uchiha Fuyu nodded. Observing the woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yuhi Akane, curiosity piqued. She must be a relative of Yuhi Akane, perhaps around 17 years old. Akane should be about 2 or 3 years old now. Uchiha Fuyu mused quietly. This year, Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunade engaged in fierce battles in the Land of Rain. Hanzo, in his effort to protect the Land of Rain, simultaneously declared war on the 3 great ninja villages and the Land of Iron. One cannot deny the formidable strength of Hanzo the Salamander, known as the demigod. His power is indeed notable. Firstly, Hanzo confronted the forces of Tsunade, managing to stalemate with Chiyo, repelling Tsunade's advance. He then fended off Inoki, and on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, he engaged the rising stars of Konoha, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, 3 shadow-level powerhouses, in a battle that proved to be their greatest challenge. Unexpectedly, Hanzo the Salamander is this powerful. Jiraiya gasped, observing Hanzo with a grave expression. Jiraiya, be cautious. His salamander's poison is exceedingly potent, and he can burrow underground. It's quite troublesome. Orochimaru stood atop the head of the great serpent, his gaze solemn. He too had anticipated Hanzo's strength. Not only was his combat prowess formidable, but the salamander he commanded was equally fearsome. It could unleash toxins that even Tsunade found challenging, and it could silently burrow underground, making it nearly impossible to defend against. This truly is an unprecedented challenge for us. In all our battles thus far, we have never encountered such a troublesome opponent. Had I known, I would have learned more ninjutsu. Tsunade furrowed her brows, gazing at Hanzo with a grave expression. All 3 of you are quite powerful. Yet, do you, the 3 great ninja villages, believe you can trample upon the homes of others at will, transforming our Land of Rain into a battlefield, causing the demise of so many innocent lives? This time, you shall pay the price. The poison spews forth, Hanzo the Salamander uttered coldly. With a sudden hiss, the salamander beneath him released a plume of purple toxic smoke. In an instant, the sky was filled with poisonous mist, surging towards Tsunade and her companions. Fire style, fireball technique. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, swiftly forming hand seals, and unleashed a massive inferno from his mouth. Chapter 33. The Fusion of Ninjutsu, the Cunning Hanzo. Wind style, great breakthrough. Orochimaru understood the signal, forming hand seals with one hand, and exhaled a whirlwind that engulfed the entire battlefield. Fusion Ninjutsu, Gale Fireball Technique. Jiraiya and Orochimaru shouted in unison. Boom! The flames, now combined with the wind technique, transformed into a fiery vortex, ascending skyward and charging directly into the poisonous mist. Bang! 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 The fiery storm collided with the toxic gas, dispersing it instantly, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds, as the battlefield was engulfed in chaos. With great strength, Tsunade clenched her right fist and struck the ground, causing a massive rock to emerge and shield her from the surrounding debris. Quite impressive, though not particularly formidable. At some point, Hanzo had appeared behind them, his tail whipping through the air. Do you really think I am so easily intimidated? Bunta brandished his long blade, slashing fiercely. Clang! The tremendous sound sent both Hanzo and Bunta reeling backward. Fire style, exploding flame array. Unbeknownst to the others, Hanzo had positioned himself behind them, quickly forming hand seals, unleashing countless explosive tags that soared into the air, encircling Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. This is bad. Jiraiya and the others felt a chill of dread before they could react. The explosive tags had already engulfed them. Bang! 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 A series of violent explosions erupted, and clouds of smoke billowed into the air. Orochimaru, next time, I shall demand 1,000 sacrifices. The myriad snakes roared, transforming into a cloud of smoke and vanishing from the scene. Just moments ago, he had been caught in a barrage of explosive tags, sustaining injuries to protect Jiraiya and Tsunade, coiling around them and suffering severe wounds, leaving behind a stern remark before disappearing. Huff, huff. If I survive, I shall surely repay you. A grave expression flickered in Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes as he gasped for breath. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged on in other parts of the battlefield, as Konoha ninjas clashed with Rain Country ninjas, resulting in countless casualties and a landscape strewn with corpses. To still be alive is quite surprising. Hanzo frowned, speaking coldly. I never anticipated my exploding flame array would fail to eliminate them. His expression grew solemn. Truly, they are three troublesome little pests. Shadow Snake Hands. At an unknown moment, Orochimaru emerged behind Hanzo, executing the Shadow Snake Hands technique, binding him with several large snakes. Ninja art, Needle Hell. Swish, swish, swish. Jiraiya's white hair transformed into countless shurikens, hurtling towards Hanzo. Such speed. It seems he is no ordinary opponent. His mind raced with caution. Water style, water body technique. Hanzo instantly morphed into a puddle, vanishing from sight. Damn it, he escaped again. That cunning, slippery old fox, Jiraiya said coldly, scanning his surroundings with keen vigilance. I wonder how the battle is faring over there. Tsunade's brow furrowed, speaking icily. We must first ensure our own safety. Other matters can wait, Orochimaru replied coldly, his serpent-like eyes brimming with murderous intent. So this is the land of rain? I had only glimpsed its periphery before, but never encountered such scenes. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, surveying the battlefield before him, already littered with bodies, as numerous individuals fought fiercely on their own. This is a chaotic clash among the land of wind, the land of rain, the land of earth, and the land of fire. A spectacle unmatched by the previous battles between Konoha and Awakens quickly reinforced the battlefield. This battle is nearing its conclusion, and we are the last wave of reinforcements. Charge! Uzuki Zen glanced at Uchiha Fuyu and shouted to the crowd. Onward! Kill! The sound of footsteps thundered as everyone rushed towards the rain village, shuriken flying from their hands. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. Follow me and slay them. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the morale of the Konoha ninjas surged. As though their previously depleted strength had been rejuvenated, their movements quickening. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, with the arrival of Uchiha Fuyu and others, Konoha's side gained a significant advantage, the tide of battle shifting dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. What is that presence over there? Tsunade is there. Uchiha Fuyu's brow furrowed as he gazed toward the direction of the fierce battle involving Hanzo and the others. That summoning beast? It must belong to Hanzo the Salamander. Known as Hanzo, he also bears the title of demigod. In his prime, he single-handedly battled against Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, three formidable young leaders. His strength is beyond imagination. Even the legendary three ninja, despite merely stepping into the ranks of elite ninjas, when united, do not simply add up to three. Their synergy, honed over a decade, could potentially rival even the strongest of the shadow level. Yet, why is Hanzo able to effortlessly fend off all three? It is indeed perplexing. Orochimaru, having not undergone the reanimation jutsu, possesses strength that cannot be compared. In his prime, even Kakashi, upon becoming a jonin, felt an overwhelming dread in his presence, losing all desire to fight. During his peak, Orochimaru was impervious to Jinjutsu, unfazed by its existence. Sadly, after the reanimation, his soul was severely damaged, rendering him susceptible to illusions. Now, Tsunade and I are together, and her strength has increased significantly, but as a taijutsu ninja, she still faces considerable challenges. Tsunade's greatest asset lies in her medical ninjutsu, serving as support, while the long-range offense still relies heavily on Orochimaru and Jiraiya, putting her at a disadvantage. It seems I must also teach Tsunade more about ranged combat. Uchiha Fuyu's brow remained furrowed as he charged toward the battlefield where Hanzo was engaged. Having joined forces with Tsunade, he had previously entrusted her with forbidden techniques that significantly bolstered her strength. However, against a seasoned combatant like Hanzo, Tsunade, the medical ninja, still finds herself at a disadvantage. In these past 2 years, Tsunade has had little opportunity to learn ninjutsu, being consumed by the battlefield, with scarce chances to study and remaining ever vigilant. Yuzuki Zen's brow furrowed as he observed Uchiha Fuyu charging toward the battlefield where Hanzo and Jiraiya were engaged. Momentarily taken aback. Chapter 34, The Young Nagato Trio. This fool, oblivious to the danger. Do you dare to step into a battle of this caliber? Truly unaware of the peril. Does he genuinely believe that having earned the title of instantaneous Fuyu makes him invincible? Heh. Yuzuki Zen scoffed coldly, launching a fierce attack against the Rain Village ninjas before him. Bang, bang, bang. The closer Uchiha Fuyu approached, the louder the explosive sounds became. Just then, a child seeking food stumbled onto the battlefield, witnessing a shuriken hurtling towards him, adorned with an explosive tag. A child? Wearing a raincoat? Red hair? Is that Nagato? Uchiha Fuyu's heart sank as he beheld a child standing on the distant battlefield, a kunai beside him adorned with an explosive tag. In an instant, Uchiha Fuyu vanished from his location, reappearing beside Nagato, lifting him into his arms and disappearing once more. Boom. The moment Uchiha Fuyu left, an explosion erupted in his previous position. Had Nagato been nearby, he would have surely been gravely injured. Nagato looked at Uchiha Fuyu with confusion, uncertain why he had come to his aid. Upon noticing the headband tied around Fuyu's arm, his pupils constricted as memories of his mother's murder flooded back. She had worn a similar headband. What are you doing on the battlefield? Are you not aware that people could die? Uchiha Fuyu's brow furrowed as he spoke coldly. I'm hungry, Nagato instinctively replied. Fuyu's expression tightened as he retrieved a bento his mother had prepared for him, which Nagato took without thinking. There are rice balls inside. Take them and eat. This is a battlefield. Do not return here. If you do, no one can save you. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, looking at Nagato with concern. Are you all right, Nagato? At that moment, a boy of similar age, with golden hair, approached, worry etched across his features. I'm fine, Nagato replied, shaking his head as he handed the bento to Yahiko. Is there food? He doesn't seem like a bad person. He is giving us real food. Yahiko was momentarily stunned as he gazed at the bento, a pang of longing striking his heart. He had not eaten a rice ball in ages. Not since the war began. The sight of the rice balls made him swallow hard. Big brother, can you teach us ninjutsu? You are a ninja from Konoha, right? Yahiko's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Uchiha Fuyu. Teach you ninjutsu? Why would you want to learn that? Uchiha Fuyu's brow furrowed further. This country has been raining continuously. I hate the rain. It feels like the world is weeping. I want to protect everyone and bring peace to the ninja world. Please, big brother, teach us ninjutsu. Yahiko bowed earnestly to Uchiha Fuyu. You will find an excellent teacher over there. The one with white hair will instruct you in ninjutsu. Whether you can impress him depends on your abilities. I am not suited to be a teacher. He will guide you on how to become a ninja. Perhaps we will meet again, and I hope that by then, you will still be alive. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly, deciding against teaching them himself as he had no time. While Jiraiya was available, he had already shown them kindness, and once Jiraiya departed, he would interact with them seamlessly. The white-haired ninja? Yahiko blinked in surprise, glancing towards the battle involving Jiraiya, confusion filling his eyes. Indeed, you must strive hard. He is a good teacher. If he leaves one day, I can come to protect you. Would you like to become my younger brothers? I have no brothers. Would you accept? Uchiha Fuyu chuckled lightly, looking at Nagato and Yahiko. To be your younger brother? Yahiko blinked, incredulous at Uchiha Fuyu's words. Nagato turned to Uchiha Fuyu, a flicker of emotion passing through his heart. We accept. Thank you, big brother, for taking us in. From now on, you are our brother. My name is Yahiko, and this is Nagato. We have another friend. Her name is Conan. Yahiko nodded, still a naive child, his innocent nature evident. Even as he grew older, he remained pure. Or else he would not have been deceived by Hanzo of the Salamander. Brother? Nagato murmured to Uchiha Fuyu, his pupils reflecting something unusual. Pleasure to meet you both. I am Uchiha Fuyu. I must return to battle now. You should find somewhere safe to hide. When I have the time, I will come looking for you. Take this. It contains provisions that should last you for some time. Uchiha Fuyu smiled as he introduced himself, handing his backpack filled with food to Nagato. Enough to sustain the three of them for several days. Thank you, big brother. Yahiko exclaimed, thrilled at the abundance of food. Stay in that cave over there. It is too dangerous here. Uchiha Fuyu instructed Nagato and the others before vanishing from sight. Who is he? Yahiko asked Nagato, confusion written all over his face. Having never encountered such a warm-hearted ninja before. I don't know. I don't recognize him. He saved me and then gave me rice balls. Nagato replied, bewildered, shaking his head in disbelief. Is that so? Then let us leave this place. It is too perilous. Yahiko nodded, taking Nagato's hand and running away. Boom. It must be said that Hanzo of the Salamander was excessively equipped with explosive tags, using them liberally, never approaching the three ninjas directly. Instead relying on explosive tags and kunai to maintain distance. This was his signature tactic, laying traps with explosive tags while forcing enemies into his snares to unleash devastating attacks. Chapter 35. Fuyu's Wrath against Hanzo, or perhaps he would ambush the enemy using the Salamander's unique techniques, employing poisonous smoke to confound and assault them. Hanzo scowled as he surveyed the battle between the Rain and Konoha, countless casualties resulting in near annihilation. Had he ultimately lost? Stalled by these three children, he had still been defeated. Hanzo gazed at Jiraiya and the others, his expression grave. He had not anticipated being held up by mere children, each possessing formidable strength. Even one-on-one, he found himself at a disadvantage without resorting to the Salamander's abilities. Swish! Hanzo hurled several kunai, each bearing explosive tags, towards Tsunade. Knowing her close combat skills made her the prime target. Damn it! Boom! Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground, uprooting a massive rock to shield herself. Boom boom boom. The boulder was obliterated in an instant, the shockwave forcing Tsunade to stagger back several paces. But it's not over yet. Hanzo hastily formed hand seals. Anticipating Tsunade would fall into his trap, ready to detonate his explosive formation. That line should be mine. It's not over yet. Jiraiya erupted from the earth, hastily forming hand seals to unleash a fireball at Hanzo. Boom. Yet, in the next moment, Hanzo struck Jiraiya with his tail, sending him flying. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru rushed to his side. Tsunade helped Jiraiya to his feet, while Orochimaru stood beside them, his expression serious as he struggled to catch his breath. This battle had been exceptionally grueling. The three legendary ninjas had expended vast amounts of stamina and chakra, and continuing would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. This battle, it seems, is a victory for Konoha. I shall spare you this time, not because you have bested me, but because Konoha has triumphed. Hanzo addressed Jiraiya and the others coldly. If a fight is to be had, why must you grant us mercy? We have not yet lost. Jiraiya retorted loudly. Jiraiya, let us not provoke him further. Tsunade interjected, shaking her head, aware that her chakra was depleting rapidly from treating their injuries. Hanzo, the Salamander, is indeed a seasoned veteran, and capturing him through one's own efforts is virtually impossible. One can only serve as a supportive ninja, which is the most frustrating aspect. However, your abilities are formidable, albeit your youth is a notable limitation. Surviving such a grand battle places you among the rare few in the annals of the ninja world. I acknowledge your prowess, and from this day forth, I shall refer to you as the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. I hope you will honor this title and live up to its legacy. Hanzo cast a cold glance towards Jiraiya and his companions, speaking with disdain. Jiraiya, feeling indignant, fixed his fiery gaze upon Hanzo. Your words are excessively redundant on the battlefield. At that moment, a voice echoed within Hanzo's mind, startling him. Who is this? Hanzo thought, bewildered, only to feel himself propelled backward as if struck. Such incredible speed. Jiraiya and Orochimaru shared a look of disbelief as they beheld Uchiha Fuyu standing above Hanzo. Is this from the Uchiha clan? No, it must be Fuyu, Orochimaru said, his pupils contracting in astonishment. He never anticipated that Uchiha Fuyu would be the one to lend support. A prodigy of the Uchiha clan. So young yet possessing such strength? It was unbelievable. Jiraiya was equally taken aback. A man of merely 19 surpassed their decades of experience. With a single kick, he sent Hanzo flying, an opponent they themselves found challenging to confront. Upon recognizing Uchiha Fuyu, Jiraiya's eyes glimmered with rage. This was the man who had taken away his beloved Tsunade. How could this be? Jiraiya felt incredulous, swallowing hard as he reflected on his recent interactions with Fuyu. Realizing that Tsunade had been whisked away, he returned to the village filled with animosity, yearning for a confrontation between men. Yet, he understood that Tsunade's affections lay elsewhere, rendering his efforts futile. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his indignation. He had never fought against Uchiha Fuyu before. He had only heard tales of his might without witnessing it firsthand. Now, seeing Hanzo, who had been a challenge for the three of them, easily dispatched by a single strike, left him utterly astonished. Fuyu had arrived? Tsunade's heart leapt with joy at the sight of her beloved, knowing that the tide of battle had turned. Among those present, only Tsunade truly comprehended the extent of Uchiha Fuyu's strength. In every regard, he was remarkably powerful. With a roar, Hanzo lashed out with his tail. However, it merely passed through Fuyu's form. What kind of jutsu is this? Jiraiya thought in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. It was not that Fuyu had passed through. Rather, his speed had left a mere afterimage. Fuyu's speed, the Shunshin technique, truly lived up to its reputation. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. In an instant, Fuyu appeared behind the airborne Hanzo, delivering a devastating punch that sent blood spurting forth. Hanzo crashed into the ground, leaving a small crater. Fuyu had harnessed his formidable chakra control to concentrate his strength into that punch, akin to a powerful strike. I never imagined Konoha possessed such talent. To think someone so young could injure me? Hanzo rose, coldly regarding Fuyu. You have yet to witness much of what I can do, Fuyu replied with an icy demeanor. Having merely capitalized on his affinity for space, he could silently approach Hanzo and deliver a devastating blow at any moment. Chapter 36, Annihilating Hanzo. The three ninjas stunned. This was merely a display before the legendary three. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and he sought to earn some renown. You are exceedingly arrogant, Hanzo roared. After his furious shout, the ground beneath Fuyu shifted, and Hanzo surged upward from below. The previous strike had missed, and he had burrowed underground to prepare a surprise attack. In an instant, Fuyu transformed into a flock of crows, vanishing from sight. What is this? A genjutsu? Hanzo thought, alarmed, as he scanned his surroundings, only to see the crows coalescing into Fuyu's form. Such an exquisite genjutsu. Jiraiya's brow furrowed in disbelief at the prowess of a mere 19-year-old. Tsunade, just how strong is Fuyu? Orochimaru inquired, his voice a raspy whisper that sent chills down the spine. I cannot fully grasp Fuyu's strength, but I do know he far surpasses me. Yet, he remains humble and seldom reveals his capabilities. Tsunade's face radiated pride at her partner's extraordinary abilities. His speed is astonishing. When did I fall under his genjutsu? Break it, Hanzo thought, horrified, gazing at Fuyu, unable to fathom how a young man could so easily overpower him. Futile, Fuyu replied coldly, advancing towards Hanzo. Suddenly, vines erupted from beneath Hanzo, ensnaring him completely. This is impossible, Hanzo gasped, drawing a kunai to pierce his own knee in a desperate attempt to break free from the genjutsu through pain. I warned you, it is ineffective. My genjutsu blocks all five senses. Your pain cannot liberate you, Fuyu declared, elevating himself upon a vine, standing imperiously before Hanzo. Curse it, Hanzo thought, feeling the grip of the genjutsu tighten as he closed his eyes. Sensing a critical moment, Hanzo lashed out wildly at Fuyu. Fuyu transformed once more into a swarm of crows, evading the attack. In a swift motion, Hanzo extended his tongue, attempting to ensnare Fuyu and retreat underground. Not so fast. Lightning release, Fuyu declared, unleashing a surge of lightning. In the land of rain, the power of lightning would magnify exponentially, incapacitating foes in the saturated environment. Hanzo, feeling the crackling energy, released Hanzo from his grasp. As Hanzo regained consciousness, he blinked in surprise. This is intolerable. I'm partially paralyzed. This individual is truly formidable. Hanzo stood atop his serpent, regarding Fuyu with palpable trepidation. To so effortlessly subdue Hanzo was indeed astonishing. Was this truly the extent of Uchiha Fuyu's power? No wonder Tsunade was enamored with him. Did he surpass me? Cursed be it. I shall surely surpass him. Under Tsunade's care, Jiraiya has regained a considerable amount of chakra. Observing Uchiha Fuyu dominating the battlefield, he inwardly lamented, clenching his fists in frustration. Fuyu is indeed formidable. I have yet to engage him in battle, and I remain unaware of his true potential. His prowess surpasses even mine, leaving me utterly powerless. Orochimaru smirked, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he gazed at Uchiha Fuyu. What should we do now? The battle over there is nearing its conclusion, Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed as she attended to Jiraiya's recovery. If we could capture Hanzo of the Salamander, it would serve as an excellent bargaining chip for Konoha, would it not? Orochimaru chuckled derisively. Capturing Hanzo is no easy feat. Jiraiya scoffed, his tone tinged with childish petulance. Jiraiya, Tsunade shot him a sharp glance. Of course, he quickly amended. TCH. Orochimaru rolled his eyes at Jiraiya's antics. Just then, Uchiha Fuyu unleashed several shadow clones, racing towards Hanzo with astonishing speed. The remaining clones brandished kunai from their respective texts. Clang! Hanzo swiftly extended his poisoned scythe to defend himself, astonished by Fuyu's speed. Before he realized it, Fuyu had appeared before him, his scythe still occupied with fending off the clones, leaving Hanzo vulnerable to the four-symbol seal that sealed away his chakra. What? No. This cannot be. Hanzo was caught off guard, feeling his strength wane as his chakra was sealed. This sealing technique was taught to Fuyu by Kushina Uzumaki. Thud. Hanzo collapsed to the ground. Captured. Thud. Upon being sealed, he transformed into smoke, his summoning disrupted. Jiraiya's earlier bravado was instantly silenced by the overwhelming display of power. Such strength? Orochimaru was astonished. Realizing that an enemy who posed a challenge even for the Sannin was swiftly subdued by Uchiha Fuyu. Even having witnessed Fuyu's dominance over Hanzo, Orochimaru could hardly believe the latter's swift capture, leaving him in a state of disbelief and growing intrigue. Cursed be it. Hanzo seethed, feeling an immense humiliation. He never imagined that an undefeated warrior would be bested by a mere 19-year-old. Chapter 37. Your speed is lamentably slow in the realm of martial prowess. Only speed prevails. Your speed is woefully inadequate. Before me, you are no different from a turtle. Indeed, you are even easier to contend with than a turtle, Uchiha Fuyu remarked coldly, turning to approach Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Slow? Easier than a turtle? Hanzo seethed with rage, feeling insulted by the comparison. As a legendary figure, once revered as a demigod, he found it intolerable to be vanquished by a child. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, it has been a while. You seem to be in quite a predicament, Fuyu greeted with a smile. Drawing closer to them. Fuyu, you are remarkable, Tsunade exclaimed, beaming as she rushed into his embrace. You were bullied, weren't you? No worries, I have dealt with him. To dare bully my wife is to invite retribution, Fuyu reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Not at all. I haven't even unleashed my full strength. I was merely giving you an opportunity. If I had resolved it immediately, how could you earn your accolades? Fuyu added with a grin. I knew you would come. Otherwise, how could he withstand my assault? I had to allow you to shine to elevate your reputation. This time, you must capture him, and your standing in the village will surely rise. The position of the fourth Hokage will soon be within your grasp, Tsunade whispered excitedly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. It is important to note that Tsunade's current strength is comparable to that of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, despite lacking the wood release. Hashirama's true power lay not in his wood release, but in the ultimate mastery of his yang release. Even without wood release, had Hashirama employed water, earth, or any other release, he would still dominate the ninja world. Well done, my dear, Fuyu murmured softly, his eyes filled with warmth. Hee. You have accomplished a great feat once again, capturing Hanzo of the Salamander, Tsunade declared proudly. I owe it to the three of you. Had you not exhausted Hanzo's chakra, I would not have succeeded so easily. His decision to spare you was merely due to his own depleted chakra. Otherwise, I would not have captured him so effortlessly. It was merely luck, Fuyu chuckled, scratching his head. Indeed, if we hadn't drained Hanzo's chakra, he would not have been so feeble. Jiraiya laughed, reveling in the moment. Let us take Hanzo away and await Lord Sarutobi's orders, Orochimaru's voice carried from afar. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a giant serpent that swallowed Hanzo whole, vanishing in a puff of smoke. True enough. After a long day, we should find a place to rest, Jiraiya agreed, noting the affectionate display between Tsunade and Fuyu. Feeling somewhat wounded, I will head back to join the main forces and see if there are any issues. Tsunade, you all rest. I shall return shortly. Fuyu smiled, glancing at Tsunade in his arms, speaking softly, be careful. Certainly, Tsunade nodded, reluctantly stepping out of Fuyu's embrace. Do you find Fuyu rather peculiar? Jiraiya inquired of Tsunade. What's peculiar about him? Tsunade responded, puzzled. I don't know. He just seems odd. Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin. Thud. I think you are the odd one. Tsunade retorted. Her brow furrowed as she punched Jiraiya for daring to question her partner. Ah. Jiraiya yelped, lunging towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru sidestepped, evading Jiraiya's attack. Orochimaru. Are you still my brother? Ah. Thud, thud, thud. Jiraiya shouted in disbelief at Orochimaru's lack of support. May you find your own fortune. Orochimaru smirked. How could you treat me this way, when I once considered you a brother? Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes reflecting a bittersweet sorrow. The second war is far from over. Upon the battlefield of the Rain Country, the conflict is nearing its conclusion. Soon, Tsunade will launch an assault on Konoha, leading to the tragic demise of Scorpion's parents. It is at this juncture that the legendary Konoha White Fang makes his grand entrance. Uchiha Fuyu retraces his memories, sketching out the timeline as he understands it. The events surrounding the Second Shinobi World War are seldom discussed within the realm of Naruto, yet he can firmly ascertain this sequence of occurrences. The legendary Sennin achieved victory on the battlefield, and Jiraiya spent 3 years imparting wisdom to Nagato and his companions. During this time, Tsunade's treacherous ambush on Konoha prompted the deployment of Konoha White Fang, the unparalleled master of swordsmanship whose prowess far eclipsed that of the Sennin, rendering the confrontation with the puppet master almost trivially simple. In a mere heartbeat, he quelled Tsunade's incursion and ended the lives of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, thus sealing the fate of Scorpion's parents. This harrowing loss plunged Chiyo into madness, compelling her to rally Tsunade's forces against Konoha. However, it must be noted that this particular manga is riddled with inconsistencies and unresolved plot holes. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head with a wry smile. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, should he fail to ascend to the position of fourth Hokage, he must cultivate a formidable power to ensure his survival in the impending conflicts. While evading Kagaya's machinations, he must also begin subtly infiltrating the Akatsuki organization, preparing for any eventuality. Chapter 38. Ascendancy. Elite Jonin Kagaya, the insidious mastermind, will undoubtedly not permit his schemes to falter. In the shadows, he must incite Nagato's rebellion and eliminate Kagaya. In a few months, his Rinnegan will awaken. At that moment, he will wield the Yin-Yang release to pin Kagaya to the ground, followed by the use of the planetary devastation to seal him away. While these thoughts dance in his mind, the realization of their full realization remains uncertain. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head. His strength still required enhancement, and he must awaken his Rinnegan swiftly. The time is drawing near, and he will not be left waiting long. When the moment arrives, his power will surely increase, provided he remains vigilant against Kagaya's enigmatic attacks. Fortunately, with the Nine Tails residing within him, even if Kagaya were to appear behind him, the Nine Tails would aid him in detecting Kagaya's presence and thwarting his assault. After all, Kagaya's elusive nature is profoundly unsettling. He is, without a doubt, the most adept at evasion within the Naruto universe. For now, Uchiha Fuyu decided to set aside these thoughts, opting instead to take each step as it comes. For time is still abundant. At least he is aware of Kagaya's existence and his clandestine plotting, while Kagaya remains oblivious to his presence and awareness. This knowledge provides him with a sense of confidence. Kagaya's ability to swiftly eliminate even the most formidable opponents is indicative of his extraordinary power. It is imperative that Uchiha Fuyu adopts a cautious approach, developing his skills until he can decisively vanquish Kagaya without affording him a chance to react, as otherwise, he would pose a significant threat. Uchiha Fuyu then vanished from sight, while Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade took refuge within a cave. Yahiko found his way to Jiraiya and, as in the original narrative, received provisions from him. Eventually, Yahiko implored Jiraiya to teach them ninjutsu, while Orochimaru expressed a desire to manipulate Nagato and his companions. Believing that war orphans often meet tragic fates, having witnessed death countless times, Orochimaru deemed it preferable for them to die rather than suffer. However, Jiraiya intervened, voluntarily committing to teach them for 3 years. Orochimaru and Tsunade then returned to Konoha, leaving Jiraiya to instruct Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan alone. Yahiko's brother was indeed correct. Jiraiya-sensei truly remained. I must devise a way for Jiraiya-sensei to teach us ninjutsu, Yahiko resolved with unwavering determination. During one of Yahiko's fishing excursions, Uchiha Fuyu appeared behind him, wearing a smile. "Brother," Yahiko exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at Fuyu's presence. "Do not reveal my existence to anyone. There are those who seek to exploit you and Nagato, and they may even seek to harm you. Exercise utmost caution, particularly with Hanzo. He has been captured, but will soon be released. When you encounter him, do not readily trust his words. Remember what your brother has said. Additionally, Nagato possesses a pair of extraordinary eyes that will awaken in due time. These eyes harbor unfathomable power. I will return to guide you." Uchiha Fuyu regarded Yahiko with a reassuring smile. "Brother, who seeks to exploit us?" Yahiko inquired, puzzled as to why anyone would wish to manipulate such young individuals. "Because Nagato's eyes do not belong to him. They have been deliberately swapped by a dangerous individual who is orchestrating a grand conspiracy. His strength is formidable, and for now, it is not prudent for me to divulge his identity. Every step must be taken with caution, do you understand? Once Jiraiya has taught you, I will return to provide further guidance, but I shall do so under a different identity. With that, Uchiha Fuyu employed a transformation technique. From now on, I will present myself to you in this guise. Do not disclose my true identity, not even to Nagato or Konan, understood? As he transformed into his former self, he smiled at Yahiko. I understand, brother. I will keep this secret from Nagato and the others. I will protect them, Yahiko declared, his eyes gleaming with resolve, vowing not to let any harm befall Nagato and Konan. Very well. It is getting late. Once Nagato awakens his Rinnegan, Jiraiya will instruct you in ninjutsu. Make the most of your studies. I will teach you additional techniques later, in order to avoid Jiraiya's suspicions. Take care of yourselves. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Yahiko. I understand. Brother, Yahiko nodded, his fists clenched tightly, yearning for strength to protect himself, Nagato, and Konan, as well as everyone else. He recognized that to safeguard those he cherished, he must first enhance his own abilities, for at present, he felt utterly powerless. With that, Uchiha Fuyu nodded and vanished from sight. I will ensure everyone's safety, Yahiko resolutely thought, returning to his fishing. Ultimately, on the battlefield of the Rain Country, Konoha emerged victorious. Tsunade and Orochimaru returned to Konoha, while the rest of the forces followed suit. Only Jiraiya remained in the Rain Country, continuing to teach Nagato and his companions. With Yahiko's survival, Nagato would not succumb to darkness, and thus he would not become a mere shadow of his former self. This unfortunate soul, using his own chakra to sustain the outer path, was left to languish, confined to a life of immobility while controlling a Six Paths clone. Perhaps this could alter the course of their lives, especially for Konan, who was another target of interest for Uchiha Fuyu. Now back in Konoha, a smile crept across Uchiha Fuyu's lips as he reminisced about the gentle and graceful Konan, whom he held in high regard. The affinity for space made travel effortless. Fuyu-sama, the third Hokage requests your presence at once. A shadow materialized before Uchiha Fuyu. Acknowledging its presence, Uchiha Fuyu nodded and vanished from his original position. Lord Third Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu arrived at the Hokage's office and bowed respectfully. Indeed, the third Hokage replied with a smile. Fuyu, you have performed admirably this time. Capturing Hanzo outright has decisively concluded our conflict in the Land of Rain. Furthermore, they have consented to exchange 300 million Ryo for Hanzo's release. You have accomplished a significant feat. I intend to promote you to an elite jonin of Konoha. Uchiha Fuyu was somewhat taken aback, initially wondering what the matter was, only to realize it was merely a promotion. Indeed, your strength and accumulated knowledge are more than sufficient, the Hokage continued. Upon becoming an elite jonin, you will be able to independently lead a squad and recruit new members. The current battles are far from over. The Second Great Ninja War will likely persist for at least another year. While we have achieved overwhelming victory on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, we must not grow complacent. The Wind, Earth, and Lightning nations will not relinquish their opportunity to attack Konoha. The threat still looms. Sighing deeply, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes reflected the weight of his responsibilities. The war was not yet concluded. He needed to cultivate Konoha's active forces swiftly to emerge victorious. Understood, Lord Third Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu nodded in acknowledgement. Currently, Jiraiya has not returned, and I wish for you to take his place. You will coordinate with Orochimaru and Tsunade to counter the forces from the Land of Earth, the third Hokage stated solemnly. The absence of Jiraiya meant a loss in combat strength. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted Uchiha Fuyu with this responsibility. The reasons for Jiraiya's delay remained a mystery, even as Orochimaru and Tsunade chose not to disclose their whereabouts, claiming to be occupied with matters outside. In this time of war, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to elevate Uchiha Fuyu's position, allowing him to engage in combat alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade on the battlefield. After all, the legendary Sannin had already made their names known throughout the ninja world. As a direct disciple of Hiruzen, the reputation of the Sannin was tantamount to his own. Their collective merits would reflect upon him, which is why he wished for Uchiha Fuyu to join their ranks. Thus, even if Uchiha Fuyu were to earn accolades, they would ultimately contribute to the glory of Konoha's Sannin, whose renown far surpassed his own. Tsunade, being the princess of the Senju clan and granddaughter of the Uzumaki clan's princess, held a significant name, especially since the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had only recently passed. The memory of the Senju clan's second Hokage was still fresh in everyone's minds. Yes, Lord Third Hokage, Uchiha Fuyu replied, bowing once more. Today, I have summoned you for no other reason than to promote you to elite jonin. You will subsequently accompany Orochimaru and Tsunade in their endeavors. I will inform you when it is time to return to the battlefield. You have just returned from combat and should rest for a while. The next major conflict may arise sooner than we anticipate, so we must remain vigilant. Although this time we have achieved victory, Konoha has suffered significant losses, including many elite jonin and regular shinobi. This will undoubtedly affect our village's strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Uchiha Fuyu. Rest assured, we will take good care of this matter. Lord Third Hokage, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Uchiha Fuyu said with a smile as he regarded the Hokage. Very well. You have no further business today. However, I want to commend you for your excellent performance, which brings me great satisfaction. Go now, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, squinting his eyes in a smile, inhaling deeply before exhaling the smoke slowly. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu bowed once more and departed. Uchiha Fuyu was indeed formidable. Yet the question remained, could this piece on the board be effectively utilized? The fact that he could confront and capture Hanzo single-handedly was remarkable, especially when even the combined forces of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya barely managed to contend with him. Uchiha Fuyu's ability to capture such a formidable opponent at such a young age was truly alarming. If he were to turn against Konoha, would he harbor resentment? Would he threaten the village? Initially, if Uchiha Fuyu had been a mere underachiever, he would have been an easily manipulated pawn. However, his sudden and inexplicable rise in strength, particularly his ability to capture Hanzo, complicated matters greatly. Capturing an enemy alive is exponentially more challenging than eliminating them. Even he would not dare to attempt it lightly. It was increasingly difficult to ascertain Uchiha Fuyu's true intentions. Once perceived as an underdog, he now seemed shrouded in an enigmatic fog, obscuring his true nature. For now, there were no other options. Given that he was now allied with Tsunade, eliminating him would prove challenging. His capabilities had far exceeded Hiruzen's expectations, making it difficult to arrange an ambush outside the village. One step at a time, then, Hiruzen hoped Uchiha Fuyu would not disappoint him, otherwise, even if it meant causing Tsunade pain, he would have to eliminate him. With Uchiha Fugaku now the new leader of the Uchiha clan and his brother exhibiting formidable strength, Hiruzen found himself in a precarious position. If he pressed too hard, they might resort to actions that would harm Konoha, which was intolerable. What strategy could he employ to truly control the Uchiha clan and balance their influence? Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted at the departing Uchiha Fuyu, his expression heavy with concern. He had initially intended to utilize Uchiha Fuyu as a pawn, but now his strength and status surpassed expectations, making it increasingly difficult to manipulate such a powerful ally. The third Hokage's demeanor hinted at a growing complexity. He yearned to control Uchiha Fuyu, yet he also recognized the danger posed by his newfound strength. Moreover, now that I am together with Tsunade, if I truly accumulate significant merit, it is likely that the position of the third Hokage will soon be replaced. Presently, the third Hokage is quite wary of me, perhaps due to my association with Tsunade and my formidable strength, which leaves him somewhat perplexed and, consequently, apprehensive. I have just captured Hanzo alive, a feat that even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself might find challenging. I can distinctly sense his wariness towards me, and even a faint hint of murderous intent. The third Hokage, a political old man, will soon find himself ousted once I have amassed enough achievements. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fuyu's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of mirth flashing in his eyes. He then returned home, which is no longer the Uchiha clan's residence, but rather a shared abode with Tsunade. Now, he, Tsunade, and Shinsuke constitute a new family. Though he is yet to marry Tsunade, everyone in Konoha is aware that it is merely a matter of time. Together, they seem to be a match made in heaven, evoking admiration from those around them. Over the years, Uchiha Fuyu has been quite active on the battlefield, earning the title of Swift Fuyu. Indeed, it is a case of talent and beauty perfectly matched, as Uchiha Fuyu possesses great strength, while Tsunade boasts stunning beauty, a quintessential representation of an ideal couple. I'm home, Uchiha Fuyu called as he opened the door and stepped inside. Fuyu, you're back? Wash your hands. I've just finished preparing lunch. It will be ready shortly, Tsunade responded, her voice carrying warmth as she donned an apron in the kitchen. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Uchiha Fuyu replied with a smile. Removing his shoes and walking towards Tsunade, wrapping his arms around her, inhaling the faint scent of roses that enveloped her. Fuyu, wait. I haven't finished cooking yet. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she felt her partner's embrace tighten around her, her complexion blooming with shyness. Don't worry, you keep cooking, and I'll hold you. We won't disturb each other, isn't that delightful? Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly, whispering in her ear. I can't deal with you. All right. Just one last tomato egg drop soup. And we can have lunch. That rascal Shinsuke runs off to Orochimaru's place all day, forgetting to come home for meals. He's always with Orochimaru now. Doesn't he care about us at all? Tsunade's brow furrowed as she thought of her brother, Senju Shinsuke, feeling a twinge of annoyance. After all, she had just returned, and her brother was always out and about. Today, she had made the effort to cook, having reminded him in the morning, yet he still hadn't returned. After all, Orochimaru is Shinsuke's teacher, so it is only natural for him to visit often. There's nothing strange about it. Being with Orochimaru, he can learn a great deal. Now that Orochimaru has even taught him summoning techniques, what is there to worry about? Although Orochimaru can be a bit reclusive, he's not a bad person. Moreover, he truly considers Shinsuke as his brother, imparting all his knowledge to him. That's fine. Since Shinsuke isn't coming back, let's eat first. Afterward, we can go see what they are up to. If they haven't eaten, we can bring them some food, Uchiha Fuyu suggested gently, his eyes narrowing in thought. Yes, I know Orochimaru isn't bad. I just feel a bit upset that I told Shinsuke to return for lunch this morning, and he hasn't shown up yet. It's not that I think it's wrong for him to be with Orochimaru. I understand that Orochimaru treats him like a brother. It's just that he is my only brother, my only family, and I wish to spend more time with him. It's rare for me to come back, and he is hardly ever home, Tsunade pouted, feeling a sense of frustration as she thought of Shinsuke's absence. Does that mean I'm not considered your family yet? With me by your side, you still think of another man. Though he is your brother, I can be jealous too, Uchiha Fuyu teased with a smile. You big rascal, you're not yet my family. You haven't married me. When will you come to propose? Tsunade asked playfully, turning to face Uchiha Fuyu with her hands on her hips. Are you proposing marriage now? Let me think. When should I marry you? 10 years from now, or perhaps 20, maybe 30 years later, I think 30 years sounds nice. By then, our son will be able to hold his own son, and we can marry then. What do you think? Uchiha Fuyu jested, lifting Tsunade and spinning her around. Fuyu, put me down. I still have the soup spoon in my hand. The soup is spilling everywhere, she exclaimed, her voice filled with laughter. You are quite the troublemaker. 30 years from now, I'll be an old hag, and you'll only think of marrying me then? You irresponsible man. If you don't want to marry me, I'll look for another man to marry, Tsunade said with a playful smile, teasingly challenging him. Chapter 41. The egg drop soup is ready. All right then. We'll set our wedding date after this war. The second great ninja war should be ending soon, and once it's over, I will marry you. How does that sound? Uchiha Fuyu declared, holding Tsunade close as their gazes locked, both able to see the profound love they held for one another. Yes, you better not go back on your word. If this battle ends and you still haven't married me, I will. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she looked at Uchiha Fuyu, feeling an overwhelming love for him that she could hardly comprehend. Relax, my dear wife. I would never deceive you. After all, you are my beloved wife. With such a lovely partner, I wouldn't dream of misleading you, Uchiha Fuyu replied with a gentle laugh, gazing affectionately at Tsunade. That's more like it. What is that burning smell? The soup is burning, Tsunade exclaimed, suddenly realizing that her egg drop soup had scorched and was emitting a strange odor. Don't worry. It's just a burned egg drop soup. We can make another pot, Uchiha Fuyu reassured her, gently setting her down before waving his hand, instantly making the burnt soup vanish from the pot, leaving it spotless. Now, leave the rest to me. My dearest wife, why not take a moment to rest? Just now, I caught a whiff of your cooking, and I must say, you have made remarkable progress this time. The aroma, appearance, and flavor are all splendid. However, there is still room for improvement. Uchiha Fuyu smiled with his eyes narrowed, tilting his head as he gazed at Tsunade. Upon entering earlier, he was already enchanted by the delightful scents emanating from the dishes. Indeed, they were far more appetizing than before, no longer resembling the dark culinary creations of the past. The enticing aroma and appealing presentation, along with the delectable taste he sampled, were a testament to her improvement. While it may not rival his own cooking, it was a significant upgrade from her previous disastrous dishes, so much so that they could drive Shinju to the brink of foaming at the mouth. After a year of culinary lessons under Uchiha Fuyu's guidance, Tsunade's cooking had transformed. It was no longer inedible, and he was spared from her dark cuisine. However, Shinju had not dared to try Tsunade's cooking in quite some time, as the memory of her previous failures lingered, casting a shadow over his heart. With Uchiha Fuyu present, Shinju felt he could escape, free from fear of being caught by Tsunade. Even if she were to express anger, Uchiha Fuyu's presence would temper her response, as she was always gentle around him, never prone to losing her temper easily. Tsunade reserved her good-natured disposition for Uchiha Fuyu, while directing her frustrations toward Jiraiya, whom she considered an old lecher unworthy of her patience. Whenever she caught sight of Jiraiya's lecherous glances, she felt an irresistible urge to confront him. With Uchiha Fuyu by her side, her tolerance for Jiraiya's gaze had diminished. Fortunately, Jiraiya had shown some restraint, wishing for Tsunade's happiness. Unable to provide that happiness himself, he could only watch as she became someone else's beloved, though his heart ached. Yet, as long as Tsunade found joy, Jiraiya could find solace. There exists a love that entails letting go. Jiraiya cared deeply for Tsunade, but now that she was content, he would not intrude. He had his own path as a ninja, silently protecting Tsunade, ensuring her safety without resorting to underhanded tactics simply because she favored another. Jiraiya understood Tsunade's feelings toward him. If someone else could bring her happiness, what was the use of his own dissatisfaction? As long as she was joyful, he felt fulfilled. From a distance, he watched Tsunade, her radiant smile eliciting a genuine sense of happiness within him. To receive praise from Fuyu is indeed a rare delight. Tsunade beamed at Uchiha Fuyu's compliments, her heart swelling with joy. As the saying goes, a woman flourishes for the one she cherishes. Tsunade's culinary endeavors were merely a means to earn Uchiha Fuyu's admiration. It was not that she held a profound passion for cooking or aspired to be a traditional homemaker. Rather, her desire to be with Uchiha Fuyu and gain his praise motivated her. Since their union, she aspired to embody the virtues of a devoted wife. With culinary skills being paramount, if one cannot cook, the joys of domestic life with a husband would be significantly diminished, a sentiment not easily comprehended by all. With a gentle peck on Tsunade's forehead, Uchiha Fuyu smiled. Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, rose on her toes to return the affectionate gesture with a kiss. Time seemed to slip away as they lingered in each other's embrace, reluctant to part. Eventually, Tsunade, her face still blushing like a ripe peach, turned and sat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the egg drop soup prepared by Uchiha Fuyu. With nothing else to occupy her, she set the table with bowls and chopsticks. Egg drop soup is ready. Uchiha Fuyu soon placed the soup on the table. Let's eat, he said, his smile warm as he watched Tsunade. He then took a piece of sweet and sour pork and savored it. Delicious. This sweet and sour pork is exceptionally well prepared. A significant improvement, Uchiha Fuyu praised, finding the dish quite commendable. While it may not reach the heights of gourmet cuisine, it certainly showcased the skills of a competent cook. Chapter 42. Has Tsunade's culinary artistry significantly improved? As long as it tastes good, that's what matters. I have practiced many times to perfect this dish. It certainly won't disappoint. Yet, Shinju still believes my cooking is unpalatable, opting instead to dine out with Orochimaru every day. This truly vexes me. Witnessing her beloved savoring her cooking brought immense joy to Tsunade, filling her with a profound sense of happiness. However, the thought of her brother, who had yet to taste her culinary creations, troubled her. While her previous dishes had been dismal, akin to dark cuisine, she had striven for improvement. Yet her brother remained skeptical of her abilities. This was the source of Tsunade's frustration. After dedicating over a year to honing her skills for the sake of Shinju and Uchiha Fuyu, it was disheartening that her brother continued to shun her cooking. No worries. Tonight, I'll claim the credit for the meal, and when Shinju returns, he will surely be impressed by such delectable dishes, not knowing they were crafted by me. Uchiha Fuyu exclaimed with laughter. Indeed, tonight, I shall ensure that this brat understands that I am no longer the sister I once was. He must recognize my progress. Tsunade nodded, a glint of amusement in her eyes as she found Uchiha Fuyu's idea quite appealing. So long as Shinju remained unaware that she was the chef, he would be none the wiser, and when he discovered the truth, his jaw would surely drop in astonishment. As her brother, should he not support her? Even if her cooking was imperfect, He should at least give it a try. His evasion made her feel as though he regarded her as his greatest adversary. This notion infuriated Tsunade. How could her brother think her cooking so dreadful that he refused to sample her new creations? Afterward, Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu tidied the room, cleaning the dishes and washing up in the kitchen. Laughter filled the space, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. The joy of cooking in the kitchen is a pleasure understood by few. Shall we go find Shinju? I wonder what he is up to now. Uchiha Fuyu asked as he stood from the bed, donning his clothes and glancing at Tsunade, still reclining. Let us go see. This boy has been avoiding me lately, turning tail and running at the sight of me, Tsunade replied, a playful irritation evident in her voice. That rascal deserves a good thrashing, she added, nodding. Her cheeks still flushed as she rose to put on her clothes. Let us see what Orochimaru and Shinju are currently engaged in. Lately, Shinju has been rather secretive. Soon, they decided to investigate what these two were up to. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, gazing at Tsunade before him, a smile gracing his lips. Tsunade, after donning her attire, stepped forward and linked her arm with Uchiha Fuyu's. Together, they departed from the house, making their way towards Orochimaru's residence. Nestled on the outskirts of the village, Orochimaru's abode was not centrally located. As they walked, they strolled leisurely, purchasing various snacks and fruits along the way, intending to present them to Orochimaru. Suddenly, Tsunade paused in front of a jewelry store, observing a couple cradling a child as they shopped. What is the matter? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, looking at her. It's nothing. Let us go, Tsunade replied, her cheeks reddening slightly as she shook her head and resumed her pace. Uchiha Fuyu, unbothered, continued leading her towards Orochimaru's home. Shungshu, your physical and ninjutsu skills have now reached the standard of a jonin. The only aspect you currently lack is practical combat experience. Once your battlefield skills catch up, you shall soon ascend to the ranks of jonin or even elite jonin. At that time, your strength will be recognized as formidable throughout the ninja world. Previously, I shielded you from the brutality of the battlefield, allowing you only to clean up. However, I believe that soon, combat will once again unfold, and this time, it will be genuinely harsh. I hope you can learn some lethal techniques on the battlefield. You have grown, and your strength is sufficient. It is merely the lack of life and death combat that holds you back. Should you enter the battlefield this time, I will accompany you. Yet I will refrain from offering too much assistance. Whether you survive or not will depend solely on your own capabilities. I will not intervene. I hope that through this ninja world war, you can evolve into an elite jonin, at which point, no one shall dare to underestimate you, not even your sister. Orochimaru looked at Senju Shungshu, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. At present, Senju Shungshu could indeed be considered a ninja of jonin caliber. In certain aspects, he possessed an immense chakra that surpassed many elite jonin. Although he had yet to reach the level of a Kage, he was inexorably close. It must be noted that the Senju clan's sage body was exceptionally powerful. Currently, Shungshu's chakra was several times that of Orochimaru's, highlighting its terrifying magnitude. However, Senju Shungshu lacked substantial combat techniques and had limited experience on the battlefield, often merely trailing behind or cleaning up after battles. Consequently, his prior experiences did not provide him with significant honing. This time, however, Senju Shungshu not only mastered all his secret techniques in ninjutsu, but also learned Uchiha Fuyu's Rasengan. On one occasion, Orochimaru witnessed Shungshu unleash an even larger Rasengan, seemingly dubbed the Daiball Rasengan and the Super Daiball Rasengan. This revelation astonished Orochimaru. Such a powerful technique could easily incapacitate or gravely injure any jonin or elite jonin it struck. Chapter 43. The Humble Orochimaru and I. Am I truly capable of barely reaching the level of an elite jonin now? Senju Shungshu asked, his eyes gleaming with delight as he regarded Orochimaru. Not entirely. It is merely to say that in a certain sense, if you could land your Rasengan on an elite jonin, you might indeed defeat or eliminate them. However, your combat skills are still immature, and you still lack the means to hit an elite jonin effectively. Therefore, I am preparing to take you to the battlefield should another war arise. While it is fraught with danger, it is one of the most reliable methods to enhance your skills. As the next heir of the Senju clan, you cannot afford to hesitate. Do you have confidence? Orochimaru inquired with a slight smile, his voice hoarse. Orochimaru and I have confidence. My grandfather is the first Hokage, and my great-uncle is the second Hokage. I will undoubtedly become the 5th Hokage and demonstrate to the world the true extent of my power. I will not be overshadowed by my great-uncle or great-aunt. I will protect our village and uphold my grandfather's dream. Senju Shungshu declared, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Orochimaru. Oh, so you wish to become the 5th Hokage? Then who do you believe is the 4th Hokage? Or rather, who do you think has the potential to become the 4th Hokage in your view? Orochimaru replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he saw his brother harboring such aspirations, feeling a swell of pride within. The 4th Hokage must surely be Orochimaru and I. My sister has never expressed a desire to become Hokage, but my brother-in-law mentioned wanting to be the 4th Hokage. However, I am not very familiar with my brother-in-law's abilities. I know that Orochimaru and I is powerful and will surely become the future 4th Hokage. Senju Shungshu smiled at Orochimaru, fully aware of his formidable prowess. Haha, Shungshu, you overestimate me. In front of your brother-in-law, I seem to possess no room for resistance. His strength is beyond your current comprehension. Back then, alongside you, your sister, and Jiraiya, we faced Hanzo of the Salamander. The 3 of us could not subdue him. Yet he fell effortlessly into your brother-in-law's grasp. Do not underestimate your brother-in-law. His prowess may even surpass mine, though I cannot quantify by how much. Nonetheless, I shall not concede. We will strive together to enhance our strength. Let us defend our village and protect our comrades with our might. Orochimaru gazed at Senju Shungshu, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Reflecting on Uchiha Fuyu's incredible strength left him in awe. He could scarcely keep pace with Fuyu's speed. Had he been in Hanzo's position, he doubted he could have withstood for long before being captured. Nevertheless, Orochimaru was confident he would one day match, if not surpass, Uchiha Fuyu. This was his conviction. He had never been one to lag behind. Though he currently fell short compared to Uchiha Fuyu, he was determined to exert every effort to grow stronger. In contrast to his later years, Orochimaru was not consumed by thoughts of immortality or the pursuit of all ninjutsu. He was not twisted in spirit, for Senju Shungshu had not perished. It was the death of Shungshu that ultimately drove Orochimaru into madness, compelling him to research the forbidden art of reincarnation. His desire was to keep those he cherished alive, to prevent the loss of life. Life was fragile, and he could not bear to see his friends and brothers depart from this world. It was for this reason that Orochimaru fervently pursued the art of longevity, wishing to shield himself from the sorrow and pain of loss. In the present day, Orochimaru still aspires to become the 4th Hokage, carrying forth the will of fire. Now that he is aware of Uchiha Fuyu's formidable strength, who also seeks the position of 4th Hokage, it presents a challenge for Orochimaru. Should he triumph over Uchiha Fuyu, it would be a significant achievement, validating his efforts. Is this true, Orochimaru and I? Is my brother-in-law truly that powerful? I am uncertain about my brother-in-law's true strength. I have merely heard whispers. However, my brother-in-law has mentioned that it was Orochimaru and I, Jiraiya and I, and my sister who depleted Hanzo's chakra. Otherwise, he would not have secured such a swift victory, as he himself stated. Could it be that my brother-in-law surpasses Orochimaru and I in prowess? Senju Nagashi, gazing at Orochimaru, was filled with doubts regarding Uchiha Fuyu's capabilities. After all, Uchiha Fuyu had never displayed his strength before him. He had only taught him the Rasengan. In truth, he had never witnessed Uchiha Fuyu's true combat power. As Orochimaru was Nagashi's teacher, Nagashi naturally understood him more deeply. Is that so? Does your brother-in-law say such things? He is merely being modest, not wishing to overshadow others, Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. Fully aware that he had been present at the time and could not discern Uchiha Fuyu's speed. He had only seen countless afterimages surrounding Hanzo, who could not land a hit on him. Moreover, Uchiha Fuyu's speed created illusions, leading others to mistakenly believe they had struck him. In truth, it was merely a testament to his incredible speed. At the very least, Orochimaru could not achieve that level of speed, though he remained confident in his ability to escape. There was no one on the battlefield capable of taking his life, and that confidence remained intact. Chapter 44. Eating your cooking? Won't end up in the hospital? Is that so? I am quite eager to witness my brother-in-law's true combat prowess. Can he truly rival Orochimaru and I? Senju Nagashi was astounded, unable to fathom Uchiha Fuyu's might. If even his teacher, the great Orochimaru, could not compare to his brother-in-law, what did that imply? In his eyes, Orochimaru was the epitome of strength. Even the 3rd Hokage might not surpass him, or so he believed. He had not witnessed the strength of those individuals, but he had seen Orochimaru's power firsthand. Not only could Orochimaru summon formidable creatures, but the strength of these summoned beasts exceeded that of ordinary elite jonin, highlighting his immense capabilities. Furthermore, Orochimaru's own prowess was formidable, coupled with numerous secret abilities. Nagashi had learned much under Orochimaru's tutelage, and during their encounters, he realized just how vast the chasm between them truly was. Even though he had been praised by Orochimaru for nearing the level of elite jonin, during their battles, he felt utterly powerless, unable to even approach him. Haha. I too am curious about the extent of your brother-in-law's strength, but without having fought him, I cannot say for certain, Orochimaru remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Nagashi. Just then, Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade approached Orochimaru and Shinju Nagashi, smiles upon their faces and 2 lunchboxes in Fuyu's hand. Tsunade and Fuyu-kun? I did not expect you two to seek me out. Is there something you need? Or are you here to see Nagashi? Orochimaru squinted slightly, smiling at Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu, his voice hoarse yet imbued with joy. Orochimaru maintained a good relationship with Tsunade and the others. His rapport with Uchiha Fuyu was also tolerable, as the four had grown accustomed to one another over the past 2 years. Although Orochimaru had never fought Uchiha Fuyu, he recognized the latter's immense strength. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have taken a liking to him, especially after witnessing his ability to capture Hanzo alive. His respect for Uchiha Fuyu's strength had only deepened. Is it not this rascal who spends all day loafing around with you, now neglecting home and refusing to eat the meals I've prepared? Orochimaru, have you bewitched this boy? Tsunade shot a piercing glare at Shinju Nagashi, her voice cold. Eating your cooking? Orochimaru paused, his body tensing. He suddenly recalled the time Tsunade had prepared a disastrous meal for them during a mission. After consuming it, he had suffered for 3 days, nearly collapsing. Had Tsunade not been a medical ninja, he might have already met the second Hokage. What? You two find my cooking unpalatable? Humph. I don't even need to cook for you. To have the privilege of tasting my cuisine is something many would covet, Tsunade retorted, glaring at Orochimaru. I have progressed since then and will not revert to my former self. That is not the case. With Fuyu present, I have no worries. Orochimaru shook his head, glancing at Uchiha Fuyu with a smile. Having the opportunity to accompany Uchiha Fuyu while delivering meals surely would not be lacking in quality, for he had previously tasted Uchiha Fuyu's cooking, which was truly unforgettable. What do you mean by with Fuyu here? You are untroubled. Are you implying that if Fuyu were absent, my cooking would be subpar? If Fuyu is present, I need not cook, as it will be his meal, and thus you find no issue? Tsunade's brows furrowed, her eyes flashing with indignation as she glared at Orochimaru. His words were quite clear. Without Uchiha Fuyu, he would likely not partake in her cooking. Conversely, with Fuyu around, it indicated that the cooking would be his. This felt like a personal affront to her culinary skills. Well, if you insist on interpreting it that way, I suppose it can be seen that way, Orochimaru replied, taken aback yet awkwardly nodding in acknowledgement, as he was not adept at arguing and chose to admit it openly. Orochimaru is correct. With my brother-in-law here, it matters not, Nagashi chimed in, playfully teasing Tsunade. Tsunade, Orochimaru. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru and Nagashi, preparing to roll up her sleeves and deliver a beating to both. However, upon glancing at Uchiha Fuyu beside her, she swallowed her indignation. Humph. Tsunade snorted and turned her head away, refusing to look at Nagashi and Orochimaru anymore. Haha. Well, it is getting late. You all haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, try this. Uchiha Fuyu approached with a smile, offering the lunchboxes to Orochimaru and Shinju Nagashi. Thank you, Fuyu-kun. Orochimaru accepted the lunchbox, a flicker of intrigue evident in his eyes. It was the first time someone had brought him a bento, and that person was Uchiha Fuyu, whom he was not particularly familiar with. Although Orochimaru had internally acknowledged Uchiha Fuyu, their time together had been relatively short, and they did not know each other well. Furthermore, their relationship was not as solid as that of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Just then, he felt hungry. Surely the meals prepared by his brother-in-law would be delightful. The aroma wafted through the air. It was indeed a feast worthy of his brother-in-law's culinary skills. Senju Shoju opened the lunchbox he had received, and the enticing scent filled his senses. The visually appealing and fragrant lunch sparked his appetite. I shall begin, Shoju exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks and savoring the meal inside the lunchbox, relishing every bite. Brother-in-law's cooking is truly delectable. especially this sweet and sour pork. It is simply exquisite. Cooking is indeed best left to my brother-in-law. How delightful, especially when I'm so hungry. Sitting on the ground enjoying his meal, Shoju wore an expression of pure joy. As long as it wasn't his sister's cooking. Chapter 45. Orochimaru versus Fuyu. The meals prepared by his sister were hardly fit for human consumption. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that they were beyond the capabilities of a normal person. Eating her cooking was a trial. He had nearly collapsed after just a few attempts, and he had even ended up in the hospital. After all, the head of the Konoha hospital was Tsunade. It was akin to having a hospital director at home, and being treated by his sister was tantamount to being in a hospital, wasn't it? Well, the taste is indeed quite good. Fuyu-kun's culinary skills are impressive, Orochimaru remarked as he opened the bento and took a bite, praising Uchiha Fuyu's cooking, which suited his palate remarkably well. How ungrateful. This is my cooking. Do you find it delicious? Tsunade interjected. This was prepared before Fuyu returned. After studying for over a year, do you truly think my culinary skills haven't improved? Shoju, why do you keep avoiding your sister? As if she would devour you. My cooking has made significant progress. It may not rival your brother-in-law's, but it is certainly commendable. What you are eating now is what I made today. Do you find it unappetizing? Tsunade said with a smirk, observing Senju Shoju and Orochimaru. You used to say my cooking was terrible, and now look at you. Utterly captivated by it. Really? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, surprised. He had not anticipated that the woman known for her dark culinary experiments could prepare such a delightful meal. It seems that time apart has indeed led to a newfound appreciation. Tsunade, your cooking is undeniably delicious, far superior to before. I must apologize for my previous misconceptions about your culinary abilities, Orochimaru admitted, astonished by her culinary prowess. Having known Tsunade for many years, he had often endured her dark culinary creations, which lingered in his mind. How rare it is to hear you apologize, Orochimaru. But never mind. I shan't hold it against you, Tsunade replied with a playful pout, a smile spreading across her face. The acknowledgement of her cooking brought her immense joy. No way. Sister, is this truly your creation? I can hardly believe it. Brother-in-law, is she telling the truth? She really can cook such delicious meals. It's astonishing. Shoju exclaimed, still in disbelief as he savored the meal. He had been a victim of Tsunade's culinary disasters and had endured her dark dishes far too many times, often left with no choice but to eat them. Previously, he had avoided her cooking, but with Uchiha Fuyu's presence, his sister had become much gentler. As long as his brother-in-law was around, he felt secure. Moreover, he was aware that his sister had been honing her culinary skills for over a year, which only heightened his apprehension. Remaining there might make him an unwitting subject of her culinary experiments. He certainly was not foolish. Becoming an experiment's target would spell disaster for him. If he were to endure daily servings of her dark culinary creations again, how would he survive? Indeed, your sister's cooking has shown remarkable improvement. This year's dishes are quite delightful. While they may not rival your brother-in-law's, they surpass those of any chef outside. Thus, you need not worry about Tsunade's dark culinary experiments anymore. Especially you, Shoju, now that your sister can prepare such delectable meals. There is no need for you to hide from us. Your sister worries when you're away from home. Having spent so long learning the art of cooking, she seeks recognition, especially from you. Uchiha Fuyu smiled, patting Shoju on the head. I understand, brother-in-law. Sister, I apologize. I was indeed frightened by your dark culinary creations. You don't know the horror of how every meal left me bedridden for days. I have truly had enough, which is why I avoided you. But now that you are so skilled, your cooking is wonderful. This is the best meal I've ever had, and I can't believe it comes from you, sister. You're amazing. Shoju nodded, gazing at Tsunade with squinted eyes and a bright smile, radiating warmth that made her heart swell with happiness. Receiving your approval is no small feat, but I will continue to strive for improvement. I aspire to make meals as delightful as your brother-in-law's. Tsunade beamed, looking at Shoju. She had faced challenges in her quest to be a good sister and provide him with home-cooked meals, but her lack of culinary talent had made it difficult. Self-taught, she had learned little, and to this day, could only manage to grill fish, often burnt and oddly flavored. Now, gaining her brother's recognition was a significant achievement for Tsunade. Yes, sister, you can certainly do it. Go, sister. Shoju cheered, raising his fist in support. Indeed. Tsunade laughed, ruffling Shoju's hair, her heart filled with joy. Orochimaru, did you truly wish to fight me earlier? Shall we put our skills to the test? After finishing their meal, Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Orochimaru, eager to discover the extent of their differences, not in terms of weakness, but rather in strength. Fuyu-kun, I too wish to measure the gap between us. I hope you will unleash your full potential. I do not want to leave my youth filled with regrets, and I am eager to understand where our disparities lie. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, his serpent-like eyes narrowing as they fixated on Uchiha Fuyu. He too was curious about the extent of the difference between himself and Uchiha. Chapter 46. Beyond the heavens, beyond the mortals. Very well, let us see for ourselves. I too wish to ascertain whether I possess the strength to contend with you. After all, my victory over Hanzo was largely due to the efforts of you three, who drained his chakra. Without that, I would have been unable to defeat him. I must admit, Hanzo's prowess is indeed formidable. Had it not been for your assistance, I would not have been able to triumph over him. Uchiha Fuyu nodded and addressed Orochimaru before him, not wishing to undermine him. Thank you, Fuyu-kun. I willingly welcome your guidance. Orochimaru nodded in response, his expression grave, as he began to gather chakra, prepared to strike at any moment. Please, Uchiha Fuyu affirmed. In an instant, Orochimaru's brow furrowed as he vanished from sight and reappeared behind Uchiha Fuyu, launching a punch. His speed is astonishing. Uchiha Fuyu extended his right hand, effortlessly blocking Orochimaru's fist and enveloping it within his grasp. Heh! Shadow snake hands. Orochimaru sneered, unleashing several serpents from his sleeves that surged toward Uchiha Fuyu. What's this? Uchiha Fuyu's heart raced as he recoiled. Umph! Orochimaru's brow remained knitted. He understood that the figure before him was not the real Fuyu, vanishing once more. He runs remarkably fast, Uchiha Fuyu thought, surveying his surroundings, yet failing to detect Orochimaru's presence. Fuyu-kun, I've found you. Orochimaru materialized behind Uchiha Fuyu, thrusting a kunai toward him. Thud! Uchiha Fuyu transformed into a puddle of water, disappearing from sight. A water clone, yet another clone. Orochimaru's heart sank, realizing that Uchiha Fuyu's speed surpassed his own. Vanishing without a trace. Orochimaru, I can see you now. At that moment, Uchiha Fuyu's silhouette appeared behind Orochimaru, brandishing a kunai aimed at him. Not good, Orochimaru thought, transforming into a colossal python and lunging at Uchiha Fuyu. Shadow snake hands. Indeed, I was the first to notice you. Orochimaru sneered, expelling a massive serpent from his mouth toward Uchiha Fuyu. Is that so? Uchiha Fuyu had already positioned himself behind Orochimaru, pressing the kunai against his neck. Fuyu-kun, you truly amaze me. A substitution technique? Orochimaru observed the wooden block he had initially seized, while the real Uchiha Fuyu appeared behind him, smirking. Thud! Uchiha Fuyu swiftly slashed with his right hand, causing Orochimaru to spurt blood. Hiss! The previous Orochimaru had morphed into a gigantic serpent, now cleaved in two by Uchiha Fuyu's strike. Incredible! What a display! Senju Rope Tree marveled at the dueling titans, utterly bewildered by the rapidity of their movements. Unable to discern which was the true form, which was the clone, and which was the substitution. This is merely the beginning. Your brother-in-law has yet to exert his full strength. Tsunade shook her head, noting that Uchiha Fuyu had not unleashed his utmost power, as his Sharingan had yet to activate, let alone his Manjikyu Sharingan. Tsunade vividly recalled the overwhelming might of the Manjikyu Sharingan, particularly when Uchiha Madara summoned the complete Susanoo, towering like a mountain and striking awe into all who beheld it. If Uchiha Fuyu were to unleash his full strength, Orochimaru would likely be unable to withstand a single blow unless he resorted to reverse summoning to escape. Sister, are you certain you're not jesting? If brother-in-law hasn't yet exerted his full power, then how formidable is he truly? Senju Rope Tree was incredulous, grappling with the implications of Tsunade's words. You're saying only grandfather could rival brother-in-law? What about second grandfather? Can he not defeat brother-in-law? Senju Rope Tree struggled to comprehend, questioning Tsunade's assertion that only their grandfather could rival her husband. After all, their great-uncle was a deity in the shinobi world, revered as a god, yet could only be compared to her husband in Tsunade's eyes. The distinction between comparison and victory was profound. To compare implied that their grandfather's prowess might equal or be lesser than her husband's, while to defeat him would suggest superiority. The enormity of such praise left Senju Rope Tree astounded. Indeed, Rope Tree, remember to remain humble. Although you have attained the rank of Jonin, even elite Jonin, there are always those stronger than you in this world. Do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. In the shinobi realm, There are many who surpass your current abilities. Should you encounter them on the battlefield, it is wise to flee, which is why I urge you not to be reckless. Tsunade's words were laden with concern as she looked at her younger brother. The only thing that truly weighed on her heart was the safety of this brother. If he were to perish on the battlefield, how could she face their deceased grandfather or parents? For Tsunade, it mattered little whether Senju Rope Tree would become a legendary warrior. What she desired was his safety above all else. In the chaos of war, no one would show mercy, and if he were to fall, what would she do? Chapter 47. The Stubborn Rope Tree and the Slippery Orochimaru. Each time, she felt compelled to remind him, urging Senju Rope Tree to heed her warnings, to refrain from reckless bravado that could lead to his demise on the battlefield. Yet, Senju Rope Tree failed to grasp her intentions, asserting his belief that a true man must never flee. For him, a boy must embrace the mantle of courage, refusing to yield, embodying the pride of the future leader of the Senju clan. Sister, a true man cannot simply run away when faced with adversity. I refuse to be a coward. I aspire to be a stalwart warrior. When you faced Hanzo, was it not perilous? Yet you did not flee. Why should I? Senju Rope Tree, though still young, had little understanding of the brutalities of war. He believed that as a man and the future leader of the Senju clan, he must not retreat or surrender. He was determined to become a formidable warrior, just like his grandfather, the god of the shinobi world. He was the hope of the Senju clan and could not afford to disappoint his kin. Currently, the majority of the Senju clan had assimilated into the village, as per Hashirama's wishes. Thus, the entire clan had spread out and could no longer operate solely under the Senju name, fully integrating into the village. Senju Hashirama had his own considerations. As long as the village remained intact, the members of the Senju clan would not perish. Even if they no longer bore the Senju name, they would still be regarded as his kin. This way, the Senju clan could truly endure through the ages. At present, the entire Senju clan was not numerous, with fewer than 500 clan members still carrying the Senju surname in the village. Among them, fewer than 300 were warriors. The rest were elderly, weak, or infirm, with little combat capability and perhaps not much time left to live. He could not afford to disappoint his remaining clan members, who held Senju Rope Tree in high esteem. They hoped that Senju Rope Tree could revive the glory of the Senju clan. Over the years, countless Senju clan members had perished in battle, and most of the survivors had integrated into the village. A handful of clan members, unwilling to leave their family, remained loyal to Tsunade. Yet, the true leader of the clan was only Senju Rope Tree. If Senju Rope Tree could ascend to the position of the 4th or 5th Hokage, the Senju clan could rise again. Many elders had witnessed the clan's former splendor, but now they could only watch helplessly as it declined, with the number of clan members falling below 1,000. This was a painful reality for many, leading them to place all their hopes on Senju Rope Tree. If only Senju Rope Tree could grow stronger, perhaps even reach the level of Hashirama, then how could the Senju clan not rise again? Alas, speaking to you feels like playing music to a cow. Do you think it is your sister who does not wish to leave? When the three of us faced Hanzo, if we had retreated, even more would have perished behind us. On the battlefield, you are not a commander but a combatant. You must ensure your own survival to eliminate more enemies. At that time, I had you, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya with me. If the three of us had retreated, the ninjas of the Land of Rain would have surged into our Land of Fire, causing untold suffering. How can your current status even be compared to ours? Once you mature and can surpass me, only then will your strength be deemed truly formidable, at least sufficient for self-defense. The urgent matter now is to enhance your power and combat skills, not to show off. Do you think we merely fought on the battlefield? I, along with your brothers Jiraiya and Orochimaru, have run away countless times to survive. Rope Tree, I say this to you only to emphasize the importance of your safety. On the battlefield, there will be no one to protect you. If you die, it is truly the end. Tsunade gazed at Senju Rope Tree before letting out a long sigh. She felt utterly helpless regarding her stubborn brother and did not know how to convey to him the harsh realities of war, as he seemed to prioritize pride over survival. Is fleeing truly so shameful? If you cannot win, what use is it to die fighting? We must preserve our lives to vanquish more foes. If you perish, then everything is lost. Surviving may allow you to continue striking at the enemy, inflicting greater damage, or perhaps you could become a formidable warrior, capable of genuinely protecting Konoha. But if you die, there will be no room for growth, and you will forever remain a hero inscribed on a tombstone, unable to safeguard Konoha. Yet, My brother remains unyielding, which is the source of Tsunade's greatest frustration. I understand, sister. Senju Rope Tree nodded, refraining from further words. Observing Tsunade becoming increasingly agitated and choosing to concede. Regardless, you won't heed my words, he thought, looking at Tsunade earnestly. I hope you can take it to heart. Your life is your own. Tsunade shook her head in resignation, aware her brother would not listen, and sighed deeply, feeling utterly powerless against him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Uchiha Fuyu had been locked in battle for an extended period, seemingly unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Orochimaru's strength remained formidable, with heightened vigilance and swift movements. I did not employ the Sharingan, yet my strength is not lacking. Orochimaru was exceedingly slippery, always managing to evade at critical moments. Even when injured, it seemed to have little effect on him. Uchiha Fuyu, observing Orochimaru, furrowed his brow. Although he had not utilized the Sharingan, his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and body flicker technique were already beyond what any Kage-level ninja could contend with. Yet, before him, Orochimaru was like an indomitable cockroach, always managing to escape at the most crucial junctures. One must admit, as an undying Orochimaru, he was indeed impressive. Unfortunately, in his quest for immortality, his research on the forbidden reanimation jutsu had damaged his soul, rendering Jinjutsu a deadly weakness for him. Chapter 48. Intense Battle, a Stalemate? One must admit, as an undying Orochimaru, he was indeed impressive. Unfortunately, in his quest for immortality, his research on the forbidden reanimation jutsu had damaged his soul, rendering Jinjutsu a deadly weakness for him. At present, Orochimaru was infinitely close to the pinnacle of existence. His resistance to Jinjutsu was tenfold, meaning his current resilience to illusions was at maximum capacity. Ordinary Jinjutsu held no effect on him. However, I have discerned your approximate strength. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, surveying his surroundings with keen attention. Fuyu-kun, your power is truly formidable. You almost bested me several times. However, you were distracted just now. Orochimaru's voice echoed in Uchiha Fuyu's mind. Boom. A massive python erupted from beneath Uchiha Fuyu's feet, opening its gaping maw to strike at him. So many snakes. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled at Orochimaru, leaping high into the air, throwing a kunai into the python's mouth, which was affixed with an explosive tag. Boom. The thunderous explosion resounded within the python's mouth, causing it to cry out in pain before dissipating into white smoke. Got you. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Orochimaru smirked, swiftly forming hand seals as a massive earthen dragon appeared behind him, charging towards Uchiha Fuyu. Water-style, Water Dragon Tornado. Uchiha Fuyu joined his hands together, summoning a dragon-shaped vortex that shot skyward, isolating the earthen dragon. Damn it, all these instant jutsu. How can Uchiha Fuyu execute techniques so swiftly? Orochimaru's expression darkened as he coldly remarked. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Fuyu could execute techniques so rapidly. His carefully found opening was effortlessly neutralized. Boom. The Earth Dragon and Water Dragon collided, with Uchiha Fuyu landing steadily on the ground. Fuyu-kun, your strength is remarkable. I cannot find any flaws in you. You haven't used your full power yet, have you? This time, I concede. Orochimaru shook his head, realizing Uchiha Fuyu was merely granting him a modicum of face in front of Senju Rope Tree. The Uchiha Fuyu before him was unfathomable. He had no idea how strong he truly was, and Orochimaru acknowledged he was not his match. Haha. Orochimaru, your abilities are also impressive. I was merely fortunate. To be honest, I have nearly exhausted my strength, yet I still cannot inflict greater harm upon you. Let us consider this a draw. You couldn't capture me, nor could I eliminate you. We are evenly matched. What say you? Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, squinting at Orochimaru. Thank you, Fuyu-kun. Orochimaru squinted and smiled, unexpectedly finding that Uchiha Fuyu was quite adept at social interactions, not allowing himself to be embarrassed this time, especially with Senju Shoju nearby. At the very least, Uchiha Fuyu did not let him lose face in front of his own disciple. Orochimaru could discern the strengths and weaknesses clearly. All right, let us conclude our conversation here. Shoju, you and Orochimaru shall continue your training. My sister and I will take our leave, having merely come to bring you some lunch. Since you have already dined, we shall depart. Do train diligently. Orochimaru's prowess is formidable. If you can master all that he possesses, you will be able to navigate the ninja world with ease. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Senju Shoju, contemplating that if he could indeed absorb everything from Orochimaru, there would be no one in the ninja world capable of defeating him. Orochimaru's escape abilities were renowned throughout the ninja realm. After all, the title of the Immortal Serpent was not mere boast. No one could slay Orochimaru. And even if one did, he would invariably find another means to resurrect himself. Fuyu-kun, I eagerly anticipate our next duel, Orochimaru remarked. Sensing Uchiha Fuyu's formidable strength and feeling a pressing desire to enhance his own abilities, if he did not elevate his prowess soon, he feared that the position of the fourth Hokage might be seized by Uchiha Fuyu. Orochimaru still aspired to be the fourth Hokage, as it was also the hope of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen had high expectations for him, always wishing for him to inherit the Hokage title. In Hiruzen's eyes, Tsunade and Jiraiya were not worthy of such trust, while Orochimaru, cool-headed and powerful, perfectly met the highest standards for the fourth Hokage. Moreover, Hiruzen had immense confidence in the Orochimaru he had nurtured, particularly since Orochimaru had no backing and stood firmly at Hiruzen's side. Now, unable to surpass Uchiha Fuyu, he must redouble his training efforts. Otherwise, he would inevitably lose the position of the fourth Hokage. I share your anticipation, Uchiha Fuyu replied, narrowing his eyes with a slight smile before turning to leave with Tsunade. Sister, brother-in-law, farewell, Senju Shoju called out, snapping back to reality and waving his hand as they departed. Orochimaru and I, who won earlier? I am still trying to comprehend what happened. Was it a draw? Senju Shoju gazed at Orochimaru, his face a mask of astonishment, as he had been unable to discern their battle clearly, filled with confusion. Indeed, my match with your brother-in-law ended in a draw, as he himself stated. However, I do not concede, a loss is a loss. Your brother-in-law did not unleash his full power, otherwise, I would have undoubtedly perished. Shoju, your sister speaks wisely. In battle, if you can defeat your adversary, then engage them. For survival is paramount. If you lose your life, what use is strength? In combat, your foremost thought should be how to preserve yourself while accomplishing your mission. That is the essence of a true ninja. To lack the ability to protect oneself renders the completion of one's tasks meaningless, as only the Genin and Chunin become fodder. Orochimaru explained to Shoju, not wishing for him to encounter any misfortune. Chapter 49. Fuyu, let us have a child. I understand. Orochimaru and Senju Shoju nodded. Yes. Let us continue our training. This time, we shall venture to the forest of death. Orochimaru nodded and vanished from sight. Orochimaru and wait for me. Senju Shoju shouted as he chased after him. What are you thinking about? Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Tsunade, worrying about Shoju. With his disposition, I fear he may one day perish on the battlefield. In the chaos of combat, he exhibits such a strong sense of masculinity, thinking that retreating is unmanly. If he truly encounters danger, I believe he might stay behind for the sake of his comrades. What would happen if something befell Shoju? Tsunade's eyes brimmed with concern for her inept brother, and she was genuinely troubled by his recklessness. Ever since Shoju first expressed a desire to enter the battlefield, she felt he was being exceedingly foolish. Yet, she could not rein him in. He simply would not heed her words. Even now, having returned from the battlefield, he remained steadfast in his beliefs, continuing to act as he pleased, treating combat as if it were a mere game. This only heightened Tsunade's worries for Shoju's safety. What would she do if something happened to her brother? She had so few family members left. Now only Shoju and Uchiha Fuyu remained. She did not wish to lose either of them. Both men were the most significant presences in her life. Rest assured, Shoju is quite strong. He will not encounter any misfortune. After experiencing a few battles, he will surely understand. His current strength is already comparable to that of an elite jonin, and few can match him on the battlefield. Thus, your concerns may be somewhat excessive. However, you can take comfort in knowing that I can dispatch shadow clones to ensure his safety. As long as he is on the battlefield, my shadow clones will guard him. Fear not, I will not allow anything to befall Shoju. After all, he is my brother-in-law. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Tsunade, determined not to let his dear brother-in-law come to harm. On the battlefield, he would always send a shadow clone to protect Senju Shoju. Moreover, should Tsunade find herself in peril on the battlefield, he would dispatch shadow clones to safeguard her as well, rushing to assist if they encountered life-threatening situations. Although initially drawn to Tsunade for her beauty and figure, after spending over 2 years together, Uchiha Fuyu realized he had truly fallen for her. Tsunade was not only bold and generous in her endeavors, but also possessed a gentle demeanor, which greatly fulfilled Uchiha Fuyu's desires. Throughout his life, he had not received much recognition within the Uchiha clan. However, being with Tsunade now, he felt a profound sense of importance. Additionally, Tsunade's tenderness seemed to embody the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. Despite her fiery temper portrayed in the anime, she was, in truth, a remarkably gentle woman. This was evident in her relationship with Dan Kato, as they had shared a deeply affectionate bond. Furthermore, Tsunade was quite proactive, often adopting a delicate demeanor. Yet, in the arena of battle, she emerged as a powerful force, leading many to perceive her as a symbol of strength and aggression. In reality, Tsunade was inherently gentle. It merely depended on whom she was with. She had a penchant for gambling, which was merely a hobby. Moreover, with both Senju Shoju and Dan Kato deceased, she had no one else to care for, leaving her to rely on gambling to numb her heart. After the tragic demise of Kato, she became afflicted with hemophobia, leading her to shun the battlefield and instead seek solace in gambling and drinking, attempting to numb her inner turmoil. Fuyu, why are you so kind to me? Tsunade felt a wave of emotion as she gazed at Uchiha Fuyu, and she instinctively fell into his embrace. Since the loss of her great-grandfather, grandfather, and parents, no one had cared about her thoughts or worries. She felt that no one understood her, and there were scarcely any who spoke to her. The individuals she had interacted with the most throughout her life were Orochimaru and Jiraiya, while her connections with others were limited. As for Senju Ropetree, Tsunade had raised him herself, which weighed heavily on her heart. What would she do if Ropetree were to perish on the battlefield? As someone who had nurtured him, Tsunade felt more like a mother. Because you are my wife, it is only natural for me to treat you well. If I do not treat you well, then whom should I treat well? Uchiha Fuyu spoke gently, looking at Tsunade. Thank you, Fuyu. Marrying you is truly the greatest happiness of my life. In the past 2 years, I felt that our relationship developed quickly, which is why I hesitated to have children. Now, however, I wish to bear your child. Would you allow me to be the mother of your child? Tsunade's voice grew softer as she spoke, her gaze filled with emotion as she looked up at Uchiha Fuyu. Her heart racing, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach, feeling shy. During the past 2 years, as a renowned medical ninja, Tsunade had been able to avoid pregnancy entirely. This was the reason why, although they shared the same bed every day, she had not conceived. She believed it was too soon to have a child. Especially amidst the ongoing Second Great Ninja War, she did not want her pregnancy to affect the war. Yet, if you wish for me to be the father of your child, I would be more than willing. I understood your reluctance in the past. I was aware of your thoughts, so I did not press you. Now that you have come to this realization, let us have a child. Uchiha Fuyu smiled, narrowing his eyes as he reached out to playfully poke Tsunade's prominent nose. He had sensed Tsunade's use of chakra to envelop the young frogs, and he understood her actions were not wrong, especially given the circumstances of war. Uchiha Fuyu had his own ambitions. He aspired to become the 4th Hokage, which naturally required Tsunade's support. Thus, while Tsunade needed to gain recognition, becoming pregnant could hinder her presence on the battlefield. Now that Tsunade desired a child, Fuyu was more than willing to fulfill her wish. Tsunade had already earned the title of one of the legendary 3 ninjas and had trained numerous medical ninjas, all of which were her achievements. Being pregnant now would only garner her more blessings, and in turn, elevate Uchiha Fuyu's standing. For the Uchiha clan, becoming Hokage was an arduous endeavor. It was not merely a matter of desire. Others could aspire, but the Uchiha clan faced disdain from the village, making their path nearly impossible. Yes, Tsunade nodded, her face reddening as she looked at Uchiha Fuyu with anticipation, not shying away. Then let us go? Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily, sweeping Tsunade into his arms and vanishing from the spot. Have you heard? Princess Tsunade is pregnant, and it's with a child of the Uchiha clan. Is that true? Where did you hear this? I remember seeing Lady Tsunade last time, and she didn't seem to be pregnant at all. It's true. A friend of mine, whose family runs a pharmacy, told me that Lady Tsunade bought a lot of pregnancy-preserving medicine. Does Princess Tsunade really need that? You wouldn't understand. Their essay saying, better safe than sorry. A healer cannot heal themselves. That makes some sense, but if she is pregnant with an Uchiha child, does that mean it's Fuyu's? Of course it's his. This news has spread widely. Fuyu and Tsunade have been in a relationship for 2 to 3 years now. A month passed quietly, and mysteriously, news of Tsunade's pregnancy spread throughout Konoha, sending ripples of astonishment through the village. After all, Tsunade held a high position in Konoha as the direct descendant of the Senju clan, with numerous supporters by her side. This made her quite famous, while Uchiha Fuyu gained notoriety as the son of the Uchiha clan leader. His reputation soared further when he earned the title of Shunshin Fuyu after capturing Hanzo, significantly enhancing his standing in Konoha. Thanks to the Uchiha clan's efforts to bolster his image, many spoke highly of Uchiha Fuyu. His decisive role in ending the war in the Land of Rain had won the admiration of many villagers, who supported his bid for the fourth Hokage. He single-handedly concluded the battles in the Land of Rain, saving countless Konoha ninjas in the process. It was through this conflict that Uchiha Fuyu rose to prominence, earning the gratitude of many ninjas who revered him as Lord Fuyu. Congratulations, host. The 3-year period has ended, and your Rinnegan has successfully awakened. Just as Uchiha Fuyu finished accompanying Tsunade and was about to use the restroom, he heard the system's notification. Suddenly, a burst of purple light illuminated the restroom. Uchiha Fuyu's Sharingan manifested, evolving from 1 tomo to 2, then 3, ultimately transforming into the Rinnegan, adorned with 6 tomo, yet only in his right eye. His left eye remained a standard Rinnegan. What is this? A normal Rinnegan in the left eye and a 6 tomo Rinnegan in the right? Has my Rinnegan finally awakened? The overwhelming power coursing through him was astonishing. Is this the true might of the Rinnegan? Even in its nascent form, it possesses such incredible strength? Uchiha Fuyu marveled at the reflection in the mirror, noting the transformation of his left eye into a standard purple Rinnegan, while his right eye bore the 6 tomo Rinnegan. The capabilities of the Rinnegan were undeniably formidable. He had truly attained a level of power akin to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. With abilities such as Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, and the fundamental powers of the 6 Paths, he realized that his left eye granted him 2 abilities. One was the capacity to absorb and amplify enemy ninjutsu, enabling him to retaliate with greater force than the original attack. The other unique ability was the summoning of the souls of the deceased. It is indeed perplexing why the left eye possesses 2 ocular techniques while the right eye, despite containing 6 tomo and being evidently more powerful, has only 1. Uchiha Fuyu finds himself in a quandary. His left eye, a mere Rinnegan, astonishingly harbors dual abilities, whereas his right eye holds only a singular ocular technique, leaving him bewildered. The power of the right eye lies in its mastery over time and space, enabling him to halt the flow of time across a vast expanse, even allowing for temporal reversal. The broader the area he seeks to control, the shorter the duration he can manipulate. If he were to encompass the entirety of the ninja world, he might only manage a mere second. Fortunately, the dimensions of time and space are dictated by his own volition. The smaller the area, the longer the time he can manipulate. Such is the terrifying might of the laws of time. No wonder the right eye possesses but 1 ability. It is simply extraordinary. Uchiha Fuyu is astounded to realize he can command the laws of time, a power that transcends all others. He can effortlessly halt, rewind, or fast-forward time. A truly miraculous ability. A smile graces his lips as he contemplates the true strength of Konoha. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Fuyu conjures a shadow clone. Thank you for your assistance, he says to the earth clone with a smile. Understood, replies the clone, vanishing from sight. These bodies cannot be overlooked, he muses, a smile playing upon his lips. To the 1st and 2nd Hokages, my apologies. His earth clone gazes upon the graves of the 1st and 2nd Hokages, a smirk forming before it melds into the earth. The 2nd Hokage's remains are intact, while the 1st Hokage's body is missing a significant portion. Tobirama? No. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems there was an episode in the anime where Sarutobi sought to recreate wood release through human experimentation. However, the experiments ultimately failed, resulting in the demise of all participants. Sarutobi eventually sealed this project. Yet, Danzo did not abandon the endeavor and collaborated with Orochimaru, who conducted thorough research and even assisted Danzo in implanting an arm cultivated from the first S cells. This missing flesh must have been taken by Sarutobi. Uchiha Fuyu appears 30 miles outside Konoha, unsealing the scroll to inspect the 2 bodies he retrieved, his brow furrowed. Sarutobi likely yearns for another would release user within the village to suppress the Uchiha clan and facilitate his dominion over Konoha. This project is probably still in the experimental phase, or perhaps it has already failed and been shelved. First, let me extract some of the first S cells. Uchiha Fuyu slices a portion of flesh from Senju Hashirama and seals it back into the scroll. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He then creates several more clones, disappearing from sight. These individuals are essential. He chuckles, standing still in anticipation. In a short while, 4 corpses lay before him. Uchiha Izuna, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mido, the second Mizukage Terumi Mei, and the second Tsuchikage Inoki. These 6 are undoubtedly formidable, each a powerhouse of their respective villages. Your remains are of utmost utility to me. Uchiha Fuyu grins at the 6 corpses before him. In the world of Naruto, fallen warriors are not buried outright, but are sealed and then interred, preserving their bodies from decay and ensuring their immortality. Upon death, Uchiha clan members have their corpses sealed within the family's ancestral grounds, their eyes destroyed. Uchiha Izuna's remains were stored in the clan grounds, and Uchiha Madara did not retrieve them, thus fortuitously benefiting Uchiha Fuyu. As a legendary warrior of the Warring States period, Uchiha Izuna was known for his flawless prowess, ultimately succumbing to a surprise attack by the second Hokage, which led to his untimely demise. In the ninja world at that time, he ranked as the 3rd strongest. Such a body is too valuable to ignore. Next, let us awaken your 6 paths powers. Uchiha Fuyu activates his Rinnegan, a strange purple light flashing forth. Buzz. The powers of the 6 paths surge into the 7 corpses before him. Boom. The 6 rise. No need for the black rods of chakra control like Nagato. He directly commands them with his Rinnegan. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, receives the animal path, perfectly complementing his water-style mastery with summoning techniques for both offense and support. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is granted the most powerful Deva path, possessing wood release and abilities like Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, a formidable combination. The second Tsuchikage, Inoki, receives the Azura path, capable of launching explosive projectiles from the air, an excellent asset for aerial bombardment. The second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, is bestowed the human path, able to utilize mirages to ensnare foes and extract their souls. Uchiha Izuna grants the Hungry Ghost path, a peerless powerhouse with the ability to absorb chakra and ninjutsu. Enhanced by my affinity for space, truly invincible. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido, receives the Hell path. Mido possesses formidable sealing techniques and the chakra of the Nine-Tails, serving as a healer to revive and restore the other 6 paths bodies. Ideal indeed. Uchiha Fuyu gazes upon his 6 paths clones, a grin spreading across his face. Upon taking control of Uzumaki Mido, he rejuvenates her to her youthful form, rather than her elderly state. Alas, such a stunning beauty now exists only as a corpse. Otherwise, well, what thoughts are these? He shakes his head, casting aside his distractions. With these 6 paths clones, tasks will be much easier to manage. However, he must employ transformation techniques to avoid attracting undue attention. Observing his 6 clones, he promptly uses a transformation technique, altering their appearances. It is time to assign tasks. The human path, you will venture to the Land of Water to locate more Bloodline limit talents. The Land of Water is notoriously insular, particularly regarding the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Ensure you keep a close watch and capture them if necessary. The Hungry Ghost path, you shall protect Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. The Azura path, proceed to the Land of Wind to gather talents. The Hell path, remain close to Tsunade for her protection. The Animal path, protect Senju Rope Tree closely. The Deva path, discreetly seek the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara. Upon locating him, eliminate both Madara and Kagaya. Kagaya and Uchiha Madara represent uncertainties. It would be best for them to meet their demise. With the Deva path, even in his old age, without the Manjikyu Sharingan or Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara is merely a fleeting presence. As for Kagaya, the Deva path possesses yin-yang release, capable of pinning her down and sealing her away in another dimension. No one will be able to find Kagaya, and that will suffice. Black may not necessarily lead to death, yet it can be sealed. Soon. Uchiha Fuyu assigned tasks to the 6 paths clones, a smirk playing on his lips as he vanished into a puff of smoke. Chapter 52. Uchiha Mikoto loves me? Lord Fuyu, the clan leader requests your presence. As Uchiha Fuyu stepped out to dispose of the trash, a member of the Uchiha clan approached, kneeling on one knee. Understood. Fuyu furrowed his brow, glanced back at the house, sent a shadow clone to return, and then vanished from the spot. Before long, Uchiha Fuyu arrived at his doorstep. Lord Fuyu? Just as he reached his home, a girl, around 17, bowed to him. Fuyu nodded slightly, walking past her with an impassive expression. After taking a few steps, he paused, turned, and regarded the young woman before him. Makoto? Fuyu had not noticed her at first. She had her head bowed. But now he recognized her familiar form, prompting a curious inquiry. It had been quite a while since he last saw Uchiha Makoto. To his surprise, the little girl he once knew had blossomed into a stunning young woman, exuding an innate charm with every gesture. Lord Fuyu, I never expected you would remember me. Makoto looked up at him, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Makoto stood tall, her long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in Uchiha clan attire. Her graceful figure was accentuated alluringly, and her gentle gaze, with sparkling eyes, radiated an ethereal quality that could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. I heard your father intends to arrange a marriage with my brother? Fuyu inquired, his gaze fixed on Makoto. And no, Lord Fuyu, I declined. It is my sister who has been chosen. Makoto's face flushed slightly as she spoke softly, casting her eyes downward. Declined? Why? Fuyu was puzzled. After all, this woman was to be his sister-in-law, the mother of his future nephews. Why would she refuse a union with his brother? Was it possible that his arrival in this world had altered the course of events? Because I like you, Lord Fuyu. Please, will you go out with me? Makoto's cheeks turned crimson, her neck flushed like a ripe peach, emanating irresistible allure. What? Fuyu was taken aback, gazing at Makoto in disbelief. When had he become so enchanting? Ding! Detected Uchiha Makoto's affection for the host has reached 90 points. Name, Uchiha Makoto. Gender, female. Age, 17. Affection, 90. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 90 points of affection from Uchiha Makoto. Reward, Kusanagi Sword, Yata Mirror. Kusanagi Sword. Once pierced by the Kusanagi Sword, the victim will be trapped in a dreamlike illusion, capable of sealing anyone permanently. It is one of the legendary swords, which can extend indefinitely based on the host's strength and possesses powerful sealing techniques. Yata Mirror, a unique spiritual artifact forged from powerful chakra, possessing the ability to change properties across all attributes, allowing it to counteract attacks based on the opponent's elemental nature, effectively neutralizing their strikes. It can defend against any physical attacks that the user can withstand. Note, attacks exceeding the user's strength can be defended against, but the user may still suffer injury or even death. What? Aren't these the two legendary artifacts of Uchiha Itachi? He was astonished to have them revealed so effortlessly. Gasp. Uchiha Makoto has feelings for me? Does that mean Itachi is my son? And so is Sasuke? The tear troughs Itachi has are inherited from me? After all, my brother's tear troughs are quite short, unlike mine. Fuyu was taken aback, staring at Makoto, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that Makoto harbored affections for him. It was quite perplexing. To go out with you? Makoto, do you realize I am already with Tsunade, and she is even carrying my child? You do not mind? He regarded Makoto gently. Initially, he thought of her as his sister-in-law and had no romantic inclinations. After all, in this world, his only family consisted of his mother and brother. He would never consider taking his brother's wife. Yet now, it seems she favored him, not Uchiha Fugaku. It would be natural for him to accept her affection. After all, it is customary for strong men to have multiple wives. I do not mind. Lord Fuyu, I can be your subordinate. Makoto's face flushed as she boldly declared her feelings for the one she cherished. Are you sure you won't regret this? Fuyu asked, his brow furrowing as he looked at her seriously. He did not wish to compel anyone to love him, especially someone as kind as Makoto. I will not regret it. I hope Lord Fuyu will grant me a chance. Makoto is willing to marry Lord Fuyu. She stepped closer, bowing deeply, her heart racing with nervousness. Very well. Meet me at the training grounds number 30 tonight. I will wait for you there. If you arrive, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, I have matters to attend to now and cannot accompany you. Fuyu shook his head gently, turning to leave. Thank you, Lord Fuyu. I will seize this opportunity. Makoto's face brightened with joy, bowing deeply as she watched him depart, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lord Fuyu, do you know? Since childhood, I have always watched over you. Yet, you have never noticed me. I have followed you, observing the loneliness in your eyes each day, and it pains my heart. I wish to bring you warmth, and I will not give up. No one can prevent me from marrying you, even if you are with Lady Tsunade. Thank you for granting me this chance. Filled with joy, Makoto turned and skipped home, excitedly preparing herself for their first date. Chapter 53. A night alone with Makoto. Today marks the first date with Lord Fuyu. I must adorn myself beautifully. Upon returning home, Uchiha Mikoto immediately began to prepare, determined to look exquisite, hoping to please Uchiha Fuyu. It appears my charm is quite considerable, isn't it? Hehe. Brother, Mikoto's heart belongs to me, so I shall not hold back. Do not blame your younger brother. It is merely that Mikoto is too beautiful to resist. I simply couldn't help myself. After all, there are plenty of elders in the Uchiha clan, and many beautiful women await your selection. I will not overlook those who have appeared in the Naruto series. If she had liked you, I would not have taken what belongs to my brother. Since Mikoto favors me, I shall not be modest. A smirk crossed Fuyu's lips, his eyes gleaming with mischief, secretly reveling in the fact that he had garnered the affection of yet another woman. Lord Fuyu, a guard from the Uchiha clan, stationed at the door, bowed upon seeing him approach. Uchiha Fuyu maintained a calm demeanor as he entered the courtyard, where he observed Uchiha Fugaku feeding the fish, his expression dark and brooding. The Uchiha clan still held a prestigious position within the village, not relegated to the outskirts, but rather situated at its very heart. After all, the Uchiha were formidable, boasting no fewer than 14 individuals of elite strength at the level of Hokage. However, many of the elders favored peace and were reluctant to engage in further conflict, thus refraining from taking action unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, the clan's latent power remained largely untapped. Brother, did you seek me for a reason? What troubles you? Fuyu approached, noting Fugaku's troubled countenance with curiosity. Fuyu, you have arrived. Please, take a seat, Fugaku replied, his somber expression softening into a faint smile. What weighs on your mind? You appear lost in thought. Fuyu, looking at Fugaku quizzically, pressed further. What is it that has you so preoccupied? Yesterday, we convened a meeting of the 12 elders, each of whom has a daughter. However, only the 7th, 8th, and 12th elders are advocates for peace, while the 6th, 9th, and 11th elders are proponents of war. The 1st through 5th and 10th elders remain neutral, neither supporting war nor peace. The crux of the discussion was whether you should be allowed to claim the position of the 4th Hokage. The 3 advocates for peace, alongside 6 neutral members, are generally in favor of your ascension. Only the 6th, 9th, and 11th elders support my claim to the position. As a result, a heated argument ensued yesterday, and now the clan is divided over whether you or I should assume the role of the 4th Hokage. It seems that those who favor my claim are in the majority, as many have feared that if you were to become Hokage, you might seek vengeance against them for their past neglect. This division is precisely what I wish to avoid, as it could lead to a myriad of problems and disputes within our clan. This is the source of my distress. I have pondered this matter all day without resolution. Please assist me in contemplating our next steps. I have no desire to assume the position of 4th Hokage, yet the pressure from the clan is mounting. Although I am the clan leader, I lack absolute power to unilaterally decide who will become Hokage. Currently, the Uchiha clan is fragmented into 3 factions, their internal strife posing a significant challenge for us. Fugaku furrowed his brow, shaking his head as he cast aside the fish bait and settled down to address Fuyu. So, brother, this is what has been troubling you? This matter is indeed easily resolvable. Since you lack the power, why not seize it? Once we secure authority, the position will be ours. If you were to become the 4th Hokage, it would not be insurmountable. It is merely that support for you is lacking. After all, our clan has a notorious reputation within the village. They have intentionally sought to incite animosity between us and the citizens of Konoha, making it improbable for the populace to endorse your candidacy. Now, given my association with Tsunade, whose grandfather was the 1st Hokage, the likelihood of my ascension is somewhat greater. However, we must address the dissenting voices within the clan and demonstrate that I am not of a vindictive nature. Should I ascend to the position of 4th Hokage, I would govern with impartiality, not targeting anyone, for the entire village has at some point opposed me. Would I truly eliminate everyone who opposed me upon assuming the role of Hokage? I believe it is essential to convene another meeting, one in which I shall participate. Furthermore, you must exert your full strength to subdue them. Under the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they will possess no means of resistance. As for those who would threaten us, they are at a distinct disadvantage, for they lack the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if they achieve Kage-level strength, their numbers cannot withstand the might of our eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, you must firmly grasp your power, ensuring it does not slip into the hands of the 12 elders. If you are to reclaim authority, the initiative must begin with them. If possible, I suggest you consider marrying the daughters of several elders to solidify their allegiances. The daughters of the 3rd, 6th, 7th, and 8th elders are all lovely and suitable for you, having reached the age of 18 and remaining unmarried. If you desire, you could indeed bring all 4 into your fold. Such a union would serve as a strategic alliance. Coercing them into submission would only breed resentment and potential sabotage. Fuyu nodded thoughtfully, contemplating his brother Fugaku's position and presenting his insights. Chapter 54. Marrying 5 at once. Surely you jest? Indeed, you speak wisely. Power must remain firmly in our grasp. I admit that I have previously shown too much leniency towards familiar faces. Your words resonate with truth. The authority within the clan must remain firmly in the hands of us brothers to ensure compliance with our directives. Should they conspire with outsiders, it would spell trouble for us, as certain individuals wish to exploit the Uchiha clan. If we provoke them, they may find refuge with the 3rd Hokage, possibly aligning with powerful figures such as Orochimaru or Jiraiya. Should they ascend to the position of 4th Hokage, all our prior efforts would be rendered futile. The 3rd, 6th, 7th, and 8th elders are indeed excellent candidates. They have previously approached me with suggestions for marriage, and it appears that an opportunity has presented itself. However, marrying 4 women at once, does that not seem excessive? Our clan has never seen a man take more than 2 wives. Fuyu, still a young man unversed in the intricacies of marriage, felt a flicker of hesitation. Despite his composure and strength, the notion of such a union weighed heavily on him. Marriage was not merely a means of political alliance. He too longed for companionship with someone he cherished. To marry 4 women at once seemed overwhelming. Is there truly harm in a strong man taking multiple wives? Each of the 4 daughters is beautiful and gentle. As the clan leader, you bear the responsibility of revitalizing our lineage. What does it matter if you take on more wives? It serves the purpose of increasing our direct descendants. Look around. Our direct line has dwindled to just the 2 of us. If we do not produce more heirs, we shall find ourselves overshadowed by the branch families and the elders' lineages. Fuyu smiled at Fugaku, a hint of encouragement in his expression. To understand, all direct descendants are essentially the sons of the patriarch and elders, while others are considered collateral relatives. Generally, the direct line boasts the purest bloodline. Furthermore, all collateral branches prefer to marry their daughters into the direct line. Only the patriarch possesses the most untainted lineage. The Uchiha clan, however, does not enjoy universal harmony. Recently, the elder branch has predominantly produced daughters, with very few sons among them. Some of the elder sons are still quite young, thus to elevate the direct line, reliance on Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Fugaku becomes imperative. The Uchiha clan is divided into 3 factions: the militant faction, the pacifist faction, and the neutral faction. These factions harbor mutual disdain and contempt for one another. The militant faction looks down upon the pacifist faction, deeming them cowardly. Conversely, the pacifist faction perceives the militant faction as excessively brutal, believing that the current peace, hard-won, should not be jeopardized by reckless warfare. As for the neutral faction, they remain indifferent to the disputes between the other 2, focusing solely on their own affairs. They do not endorse the militant faction, nor do they support the pacifist faction, resulting in simultaneous animosity from both sides. This is the nature of the 3 factions, neither yielding to the other. Fuyu, you may ponder. If a man cannot marry the woman he loves, does that not signify a life of failure? Uchiha Fugaku, furrowing his brow, inquired of Uchiha Fuyu. Brother, remember this. There is a saying, affection grows with time. How many instances of love at first sight truly exist? If I were to fall for a girl at first glance, it would likely be due to her appearance or some captivating trait, such as kindness or gentleness. However, if you spend time with another woman, her tenderness and goodness will deeply attract you, and over time, you will genuinely love her. It is not to say that you must marry another woman. Desiring to wed the one you cherish is certainly not out of reach. It all depends on your heart. Yet, brother, this suggests you may have a woman you favor. I wonder who she is. Uchiha Fuyu teased, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Uchiha Fugaku. It appears his elder brother has already found someone to cherish. Indeed, my heart is taken by the eldest daughter of the elder, Uchiha Tomihane, who is 18 this year. She reciprocates my affections, yet at present, marrying her does not seem prudent. The elder belongs to the neutral faction, although his influence within it is minimal. In truth, he stands almost alone, wielding no power and taking no part in governance. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, a wry smile crossing his face as he spoke to Uchiha Fuyu. Since that is the case, why not marry her outright? What harm is there in having 5 wives simultaneously? After all, you are the patriarch of our Uchiha clan. To ensure our clan's prosperity, taking multiple wives should be understandable. Uchiha Fuyu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was not the elder's second daughter, Uchiha Mikoto, for she is Tami's sister. Thus, the preference for Tami over Mikoto becomes fortuitous for him. 5 wives. Are you attempting to exhaust me? Uchiha Fugaku responded incredulously. Must you insist I take on such a burden? I previously discussed this with the elder, as he belongs to the neutral faction and wields no influence. Now that you have reached the age of marriage, I suggest we consider this. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Fuyu, bemused. That is not a concern for you. Uchiha Fuyu replied with a laugh. Chapter 55. Fugaku allocates girlfriends. 3 for you, 3 for me. Even though you are already with Tsunade, it remains essential for our direct lineage to flourish. Therefore, I consulted the elder about the possibility of arranging a marriage for his second daughter with you. Without hesitation, he agreed. I was about to share this matter with you. The elder's second daughter, Uchiha Mikoto, is an exceptionally charming young lady, 2 years your junior. Yet, she has blossomed into an enchanting beauty, rivaling her sister. What say you? Would you entertain the thought of marrying her? This may seem unfair to Tsunade. Yet our direct line needs to wed a member of the Uchiha clan. This has been a tradition passed down for millennia, regardless of whom you wish to marry. You must wed an Uchiha woman to preserve our pure bloodline. Furthermore, marrying Tsunade and then Uchiha Mikoto would likely be acceptable, as Tsunade understands that family legacy is paramount. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head at Uchiha Fuyu. His younger brother's ambitions are grand indeed. To have him marry 5 wives would be overwhelming. Why must he bear such a burden? Does Uchiha Fuyu not recognize his own responsibility in revitalizing the Uchiha clan? Very well. I shall graciously accept Uchiha Mikoto. I shan't be as hesitant as you, brother. If you wish to gift me these women, I would not object. Uchiha Fuyu jested, his eyes sparkling with mirth. What nonsense are you spouting? Other women may be permitted, but Tami is off limits. Uchiha Fugaku retorted. All right. I shall discuss with the elder the possibility of you marrying several brides. 3 for you, 3 for me. How does that sound? Uchiha Fugaku, exasperated, shook his head. He favored Uchiha Tami, while the other women were but a secondary consideration, as long as they did not encroach upon his own affections. Since Uchiha Mikoto has always perceived Uchiha Fuyu as pitiable, her heart is tender, compelling her to follow him to school, though she lacks the courage to approach him. This time, aware that if she did not act, she might lose Uchiha Fuyu, she boldly confessed her feelings upon encountering him. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaku has seen less of Uchiha Mikoto, not to mention that he often shadows Uchiha Fuyu, concerned for his younger brother. As Uchiha Fugaku observed Uchiha Mikoto's affections for his brother, he resolved not to interfere with his brother's happiness. I jest. Should you wish to claim them all, feel free to do so without concern for me. If I were to marry 3, Tsunade would likely take flight in fury. Such an uproar would be unwelcome. While marrying Mikoto might be manageable, as she is but one, the prospect of marrying 3 Uchiha beauties at once would surely incite her wrath. What if she were to harm the child she carries? Therefore, dear brother, you should reluctantly accept these 5 women. It is merely 5 wives. Surely your robust constitution can endure, as I am well aware of your strength. Do not speak of merely 5, even 10 poses no challenge. A single night with 10 is also within reason. I have faith in my brother. He still knows how to navigate these matters. Ha ha. Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's swift refusal, the women who have never appeared in the realm of Hokage hold little value for him. What he desires are those women who have shown themselves in the world of Naruto. The others, whom he has never encountered, could be pleasing to the eye. Yet he remains unaware of their personalities and thus prefers to forego them. After all, he is not merely a stallion seeking to marry for the sake of procreation. That would lack meaning. Should he wish to father children, with his current status within the Uchiha clan, he could effortlessly summon dozens, even hundreds of women. Why indulge in such complications? Therefore, he presently requires only Tsunade, along with Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. These 3 women suffice for his needs at this moment. The plot has yet to unfold in earnest. Even the likes of Naruto and his peers have not yet been born. What is the rush? You, my boy. Enough with the jesting. I shall immediately notify the elders to convene a meeting. This time, We must ensure all power rests firmly in our hands. Additionally, I shall form alliances with the 5 elders, though what I truly desire is for you to acquire a few matrimonial alliances as well. Though we can disregard Tsunade for now. After all, she is the princess of Konoha, and provoking her would yield no benefit for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in resignation, chuckling. Now, he intends to summon the 12 elders, reclaiming all power into his own hands. As the newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan, if he relinquishes all authority to the 12 elders, he will lack absolute decision-making power. Only by reclaiming this power can he genuinely establish his standing within the Uchiha clan. Despite his youth, his strength is formidable. While a stable development is certainly feasible, the pace is far too slow. They must swiftly elevate Uchiha Fuyu to the position of the 4th Hokage. To achieve this, it is essential to consolidate all authority of the Uchiha clan first. Indeed, it is time to convene the elders' meeting, previously within the ancestral hall. My brother merely gathered our father's former subordinates. This time, the aim is to directly control the full might of the 12 elders. Once he secures their influence, the formidable combat power of the Uchiha clan will provide us with tremendous assistance. Chapter 56. Convening the Elders' Conference. Uchiha Fuyu nodded. The last family meeting convened by his brother was merely a gathering of their father's remnants, and those individuals are already aware of Uchiha Fuyu's capabilities. As for the 12 elders, he had not summoned them previously, for their might is substantial, and they would not allow the newly appointed Uchiha Fugaku to wield control over them. Very well, I shall call upon the 12 elders to convene a meeting. Someone, please go to the residences of the 12 elders and invite them to the ancestral hall for a conference, Uchiha Fugaku declared, nodding towards the void. Understood, leader. A voice resonated in their ears. And soon Uchiha Fuyu sensed a ripple in the air as a shadowy figure from the Uchiha clan executed a body flicker technique and departed swiftly. Let us go witness the grandeur of the 12 elders. You have rarely made an appearance before them. Previously, you were never brought along to meetings. This time, let us see. Uchiha Fugaku smiled at Uchiha Fuyu and turned to leave. Indeed, it is time to meet these old fellows. They have never held me in high regard. They perceive me as a worthless individual. This time, I shall ensure they view me differently. In truth, they are the ones who are lacking. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips as he promptly followed suit. In the past, it was not merely the 12 elders who looked down upon Uchiha Fuyu. Even his own father regarded him with disdain. After all, he was a direct Uchiha descendant who had not awakened his Sharingan by the age of 16. A source of embarrassment, especially as the heir of the clan. For the Uchiha, he was deemed a failure. Not to mention, within the ordinary branches of the Uchiha clan, any member who failed to awaken their eyes by the age of 12 was already considered a disgrace. This is not the Warring States period. Back then, everyone was desensitized to the concepts of killing and being killed, making it exceedingly difficult to awaken the Sharingan. However, the present day is different. Now, everyone enjoys a relatively peaceful environment, has friends, and shares strong bonds. When faced with death on the battlefield, the shock can swiftly trigger the awakening of the eyes. In the Warring States era, awakening the Sharingan was a daunting task. However, in later times, it became significantly easier. Uchiha Obito serves as a prime example. He had not awakened his Sharingan by the age of 12, and he was not even a direct descendant. In the Uchiha clan, he was merely a branch member, and by failing to awaken his eyes by 12, he became the lowest of the low, let alone Uchiha Fuyu, the son of the clan leader, who should be a direct descendant of the Uchiha lineage. The distinction between direct and branch members is stark. Not awakening by the age of 16, what else could he be but seen as a failure? The reason for his lack of recognition stems from being a direct member of the clan leader's lineage. Having not awakened his eyes by 16 and possessing only the strength of an elite Chunin. Such abilities could only be classified as the lowest of the low within the Uchiha clan. Not every Uchiha is capable of awakening their eyes. However, the percentage of those who do is exceedingly high, exceeding 85%. This means that only 15% of the Uchiha clan is unable to awaken their eyes. And even that number is likely lower. Among that 15%, a few may become ninjas, but most are relegated to managing the family's commerce and transport. Do not underestimate the Uchiha clan. They maintain numerous shops throughout Konoha. The Uchiha are, after all, one of the largest clans in the Land of Fire, and their numbers should not be dismissed lightly. To date, The Uchiha clan still boasts over 8,900 members, with more than 7,500 being combatants. Do not underestimate these 7,500. They are the elite of the elite. Generally speaking, once they awaken their Sharingan, their combat strength skyrockets. Any individual who reaches the age of 14 or 15 can rival elite Jounin, even special Jounin. This is why Konoha has been able to effectively repel the attacks of several major ninja villages during the First, Second, and Third Great Ninja Wars. The third Hokage leveraged the formidable combat power of the Uchiha clan to secure victory in these conflicts. It is precisely for this reason that the Uchiha clan contributed immensely during the First, Second, and Third Great Ninja Wars, though they also suffered considerable losses. The Uchiha clan's talent dwindled, yet they continued to instill fear in the hearts of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. In later years, not only did Uchiha Fugaku awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Uchiha Shisui did as well, showcasing the immense strength of the Uchiha clan. The ninja world wars often involve thousands, if not tens of thousands, of ninjas engaging in battle, and these forces were not expended all at once. In the course of combat, each engagement resulted in the depletion of personnel, leading to a continuous cycle of reinforcements. This relentless attrition ultimately diminished the Uchiha clan's population, which once boasted over 30,000 members, including non-combatants. The Uchiha clan held a profound affection for the village of Konoha and cherished peace, never harboring intentions of insurrection. However, due to the distrust of certain individuals who perceived them as a threat, not to the village itself, but to their own positions of power, conflict ensued. This is the nature of politicians. The third Hokage, as a formidable political figure, deemed it essential to eliminate those he regarded as threats to his authority. Subsequently, the fifth Hokage, Danzo Shimura, emerged, and ultimately the Uchiha clan faced annihilation, leaving only a few remnants: Obito Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha. In time, both Itachi and Obito perished, leaving Sasuke as the last surviving member of the pure-blooded Uchiha lineage. When Fugaku and Fuyu Uchiha arrived at the Uchiha clan shrine, they seated themselves upon the benches, closing their eyes in contemplation. Shortly thereafter, the 12 elders entered from outside, each bearing a somber countenance, seemingly displeased. Fugaku, you summoned us old fellows today. What is the matter? Is there something that necessitates discussion within the Uchiha shrine rather than in the conference room? A man, approximately 55 years of age, entered with a look of disdain in his eyes. He took a seat without acknowledging Fugaku or Fuyu, closing his eyes and crossing his arms, coldly stating, "I have no desire for idle chatter with you." Another elder interjected, 11 elders, I hope you will speak respectfully and refrain from adopting such a haughty demeanor. Remember, you are addressing the clan leader of the Uchiha, not your subordinates. Do not treat everyone with such contempt, and always be mindful of your standing. Fuyu, with a furrowed brow, activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, fixing his cold gaze upon the 11th elder, filled with disdain. What qualifications do you possess to speak here? Being the lowest of your clan? I am one of the 11 elders, overseeing the military supplies of our clan, the elder retorted. How dare you speak so arrogantly to me, especially when I am your uncle? Is this how you address your elders? Upon hearing Fuyue's words, the elder's expression turned icy. He could hardly believe that a mere waste dared to speak to him thus. Suddenly, he looked at Fuyu, his eyes flashing red as the 3-Tomo Sharingan manifested, striking terror into the hearts of those present. What? Mangekyo Sharingan? How is this possible? As the 11th elder gazed upon Fuyu, his pupils contracted, filled with shock. He was soon ensnared in a Jinjutsu, confronted by a pair of colossal Mangekyo Sharingan, indelibly etched into his soul. Trembling, sweat beading on his forehead, he sank to his knees, utterly powerless against the overwhelming power of the Indra's Mangekyo Sharingan. This cannot be. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Fuyu Uchiha has awakened it? Was he not a mere failure? How can this be? The Mangekyo Sharingan has not appeared for ages. How could he have awakened it now? How can this be? Wasn't he still blind at 16? Why has he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan now? This is unfathomable. Such terrifying ocular power. I find myself devoid of even the slightest desire to resist before his gaze. This cannot be. Even Fugaku has not awakened it. Fuyu, who was once considered a failure, how could he possibly possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? I believe that the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan is a fortuitous event for our clan. Fuyu is indeed a remarkable individual, To have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan before the age of 20, his potential rivals only that of Madara and Izuna Uchiha. If our clan possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, it will bring immense benefits to us. However, I am genuinely astonished that Fuyu has truly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The difficulty of awakening it is exceedingly high. Even we, the elders, have yet to achieve it, underscoring its formidable challenge. The remaining 11 elders gazed at Fuyu, their eyes reflecting their astonishment. They had never anticipated that the jester they once scorned would now confront them with the Mangekyo Sharingan. The terrifying ocular power exerted a natural dominance over them, rendering them incapable of resistance, as if all Sharingan must bow before the Mangekyo. Now, do you believe I possess the qualifications to stand before you and speak? I kindly summoned you here to discuss matters. Yet you show such disrespect towards us and our clan leader. Do you think that your strength grants you the license to act as you please? Do you believe that there is no one within the Uchiha clan capable of opposing you? I previously stated that one should not leverage age against us. Without having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, one can never comprehend its true power. Your 12 three-tomo Sharingan are utterly insignificant before me. I could eliminate you in an instant. Therefore, Elder, should you not reconsider your opinion of me? Among the 12 elders, you have voiced the strongest dissent against me. Do you harbor any thoughts? Or do you wish to engage in combat? I would be pleased to oblige. I merely wonder if you, Elder, are willing to entertain me in this regard? With his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, an eerie crimson light flickered throughout the Uchiha shrine. The immense pressure caused the 12 elders to tremble, chills running down their spines. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their pupils constricting. They could hardly believe that Fuyu Uchiha had become so powerful. The oppressive force was terrifying, standing before Fuyu. They found it impossible to entertain even the slightest notion of resistance. Not only them, but even I, did not foresee that our ocular prowess would fall short against the Mangekyo Sharingan. He is correct. Without having attained the Mangekyo Sharingan, one can never grasp its true strength. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Fuyu Uchiha, while your power is indeed formidable, we are still your elders. Please, retract your Mangekyo Sharingan. We recognize your strength and require no further demonstration, for we are all members of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Fuyu, the 12 elders bowed their proud heads, acutely aware that they could never rival Uchiha Fuyu, who possessed the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan. Rather than continuing in such a manner, it would be more prudent to engage in respectful dialogue. They had no absolute conflict of interest with Uchiha Fuyu. Should their relationship sour, it would likely lead to their collective demise. In the previous chapter, the elders realized that without some pressure, they would not know how to converse appropriately. It was clear that their earlier arrogance was misplaced, as they had overestimated their own strength. With a disdainful snort, Uchiha Fuyu deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan, closed his eyes, and chose to remain silent. Throughout this discourse, Uchiha Fugaku did not utter a word, merely folding his arms and observing their quarrel with unwavering composure. The 12 elders, chastened by Uchiha Fuyu's words, dared not speak, sitting rigidly in their seats. They glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, wishing to voice their thoughts, but ultimately stifling their words. The pressure of the Mangekyo Sharingan weighed heavily upon them, especially given its significance to their clan. All right, esteemed elders, Uchiha Fugaku began. You have all heard what was said. It appears that your attitude towards me has not been particularly favorable. You seem to believe that due to my youth, I am unfit for the role of clan leader. Yet, as you have witnessed, Fuyu now possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he has emerged as the most formidable member of our Uchiha clan. We previously discussed who should ascend as the 4th Hokage, and it should now be clear to you who is the most qualified candidate for this position. I fully support Uchiha Fuyu in assuming the role of 4th Hokage. However, this is merely a decision within our Uchiha clan. Whether the entirety of Konoha will support one of our own in this role remains uncertain. Therefore, I implore the 12 elders to work in sincere collaboration. Our Uchiha clan must function as a cohesive unit, fostering mutual benefit and camaraderie, rather than fracturing into competing factions that harbor disdain for one another. Presently, Konoha enjoys a relative peace, and we have no desire to instigate conflict that could plunge the village into turmoil, especially in light of the ongoing Second Shinobi World War. Previously, Fuyu captured Hanzo, achieving victory on the battlefield in the Rain Country. However, we must remain vigilant against the hostile intentions of other ninja villages, which may soon launch a third attack on Konoha. The shinobi wars are perpetual, and our singular objective is to protect our village. As part of Konoha, our Uchiha clan has integrated into the community, and it is our duty to cherish and safeguard it. Since we are integral to Konoha, we must all engage in the Second Shinobi World War, striving for resounding victories. If our Uchiha clan can achieve significant accolades this time, it would naturally pave the way for Fuyu to ascend as the fourth Hokage. Moreover, Fuyu's relationship with Tsunade, whose status in Konoha is well known, further strengthens his candidacy. She is not only the princess of the Uzumaki clan, but also the current leader of the Senju clan. In essence, she represents Konoha's nobility, akin to a feudal lord. While Tsunade embodies the legacy of the village's elite, her esteem within Konoha is undeniable, and should she align with Fuyu, his chances of becoming the fourth Hokage will significantly increase. What do you think, esteemed elders? Uchiha Fuyu refrained from activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, for he wished to conceal this truth from others. Wisely concealing one's strength is not necessarily a disadvantage. With Uchiha Fuyu having displayed his Mangekyo Sharingan, there was little need for him to reveal the eternal variant. His intention was to secure the unanimous support of the elders for Uchiha Fuyu's ascension to the role of fourth Hokage, though this decision rests solely within their clan. The Uchiha's formidable influence could easily thrust Uchiha Fuyu into the Hokage position. Should he seek the title for himself, he would likely face considerable opposition, as the Uchiha clan is not particularly favored by the rest of Konoha's populace. The animosity towards the Uchiha intensified since they assumed control of the police force. Many villagers and even shinobi harbored deep-seated resentment towards them. Uchiha Fugaku understood that this animosity was a deliberate maneuver by the second Hokage, who, while not overtly hostile, did maintain a level of caution towards the Uchiha clan. The true rift was exacerbated by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, who perceived the Uchiha as overly radical. They sought to stifle the clan's growth, thereby fostering discord between the villagers and the Uchiha, which ultimately cost the clan its rightful claim to the Hokage succession. If the Uchiha clan is not embraced by the villagers, how could anyone support his claim to the title of fourth Hokage or any future Hokage? Aware of the formidable challenges ahead, Uchiha Fugaku resolved to champion his brother, Uchiha Fuyu, for the position of fourth Hokage. Yet, many elders remained skeptical of Uchiha Fuyu, despite his battlefield renown as the instantaneous Fuyu. After all, the technique of body flicker is not exclusive. It is a skill accessible to all Jonin-level shinobi. The title of instantaneous Fuyu carries no inherent prestige, as many can perform the technique. In contrast, the legendary Konoha 3 ninjas possess unique titles that evoke a sense of distinction, while instantaneous Fuyu merely suggests swiftness. To many within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fuyu's failure to awaken his Sharingan rendered him a mere novice. Your speed may be remarkable, but without the Sharingan, I can perceive your every move, they would argue, dismissing his prowess. This was the prevailing sentiment among many Uchiha, and the 12 elders, being illustrious figures of legendary strength from the Warring States period, were no exception. They seldom intervened unless faced with dire circumstances, having emerged as survivors from the battlefields of their time, which demanded a different caliber of strength than the current conflicts. During the Warring States era, their names were already renowned throughout the shinobi world, and although they have since retired from the front line, their capabilities should not be underestimated. In the subsequent chapter, the eldest elder acknowledged, the clan leader speaks wisely. Having witnessed Fuyu's formidable strength firsthand, I believe we should support Uchiha Fuyu as the fourth Hokage. Nodding in agreement, the elder turned to face Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Fugaku, initiating the consensus. Since my elder brother has no objections, I too shall lend my support. Fuyu's capabilities are indeed impressive and warrant the title of fourth Hokage. The second elder concurred, having witnessed Uchiha Fuyu's Mangekyo Sharingan and recognizing his potential for leadership. Indeed, Uchiha Fuyu stands as the most promising candidate for the fourth Hokage, especially considering his relationship with Tsunade and the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, which could easily yield military accolades on the battlefield. With distinguished merit, it is as if one has grown wings like a tiger, effortlessly ascending to the position of the fourth Hokage. Both the elder and the second elder expressed no objections, and naturally, I concurred. The third elder nodded. And although his words were few, his tone was resolute. If you all agree, and I dissent, would it not appear disrespectful to the clan leader? Therefore, I too am in agreement. Fuyu, your prowess is formidable, yet for us elders, it is essential to honor our elders and cherish the young. For we are indeed your seniors. How about this? Look at my eldest daughter. She is not only sweet in appearance, but also gentle and understanding. Fuyu, would you like a wife? My daughter could serve as a lovely little wife for you. While Tsunade possesses remarkable beauty, my daughter is not to be underestimated. The seventh elder gazed at Uchiha Fuyu and smiled slightly, beginning to promote his daughter. My ex-Ainur is also quite lovely. My Hanur is even more beautiful. Adept at various tasks, and incredibly considerate. She will undoubtedly make a splendid wife. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted as the elders began to promote their daughters enthusiastically. It is important to note that Uchiha Fuyu has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and they are well aware of the legendary strength it embodies. Having lived since the Warring States period, they have witnessed the formidable Susanoo of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna on the battlefield, its power beyond imagination. The Susanoo stands as a symbol of invincibility, rivaled only by Senju Hashirama in the entire ninja world. The epic clash between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama reverberated throughout Konoha, as Uchiha Madara initially launched an assault on Konoha, only to be diverted by Senju Hashirama. Even from a distance, witnessing their battle instilled profound fear. Now, with Uchiha Fuyu awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he might possess the same extraordinary combat capabilities as Uchiha Madara. Currently, Konoha lacks such high-caliber power. If Uchiha Fuyu embodies the might of Uchiha Madara, he could lead the Uchiha clan into a new era of glory. In time, Konoha could fall under the Uchiha clan's dominion, which would be immensely favorable for them. The prospect of their daughters marrying Uchiha Fuyu promises them even greater advantages. Uchiha Fuyu stood bewildered, gazing at the assembly of elders. He had not anticipated that the revelation of his Mangekyo Sharingan would prompt them to promote their daughters. It must be said that the women of the Uchiha clan are indeed strikingly beautiful and remarkably gentle. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. However, for those less familiar, he preferred not to delve too deeply, yet he was open to exploring further. Observing the elders introducing their daughters, all of whom appeared exceptionally lovely, gentle, and considerate, sparked a small desire within Uchiha Fuyu. As a member of the Transmigrators, who wouldn't he wish for a multitude of wives? Initially, Uchiha Fuyu had not contemplated such a notion, yet it seemed as though the opportunity was presented to him on a silver platter, and to refuse it felt somewhat inappropriate. As a junior of the Uchiha clan, it was his duty to respect his elders. Thus, denying their requests felt awkward. As a friend to young women, Uchiha Fuyu resolved to rescue these younger sisters of the Uchiha clan. I am willing to acquiesce to your requests. However, I shall only take the second elder's daughter, Uchiha Makoto. As for the daughters of the second elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, ninth elder, 10th elder, 11th elder, and 12th elder, they shall be wed to my elder brother. Surely, this arrangement meets with your approval? However, given the current circumstances, until I assume the position of fourth Hokage, this matter must remain confidential. It cannot be disclosed that they are my women. For now, I still require Tsunade's assistance to help me ascend to the role of fourth Hokage. Only then can we seize control of all of Konoha. I trust that the esteemed elders will have no objections to this. Uchiha Fuyu rose and surveyed the elders before him, who seemed eager to present their daughters to him. He did not refuse but readily agreed, leaving the daughters of Uchiha Tamaki, the third elder, the sixth elder, the seventh elder, and the eighth elder entirely for Uchiha Fugaku. As a brother, he felt he had been quite generous, having reserved 5 for Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Fugaku stared in astonishment at Uchiha Fuyu, utterly confounded. Just moments ago, he had claimed disinterest. Now, he had accepted them all without hesitation. His younger brother's appetite was indeed vast. 5 felt overwhelming to him, yet Fuyu had chosen 8. If Tsunade is included, that amounts to 9. And considering his good rapport with Uzumaki Kushina, it could potentially reach 10. My goodness, my brother is truly remarkable. Chapter 60. I have an opinion. I have another daughter. Uchiha Fugaku was flabbergasted. His brother was astonishingly capable, securing 5 for himself while amassing 10 women, an astounding twofold increase. No objections were raised. It was settled. I shall return home to prepare honor. I have no objections, and surely, you do not either? I have no objections. The remaining elders shook their heads, seemingly in unanimous agreement with this decision. I have an objection. I possess another daughter who could marry you. The sixth elder suddenly stood, announcing to Uchiha Fuyu that he had another daughter available for marriage. This meant he could marry his eldest daughter to Uchiha Fugaku and his youngest daughter to Uchiha Fuyu, a masterstroke of a dual victory. The other elders paused, glancing at the sixth elder, uncertain of how to respond. They lamented not having more daughters, as many of theirs had already married, leaving only one unmarried daughter among them. Very well, today's matters are thus resolved. Elders, you may arrange accordingly. Do not publicize this until Fuyu becomes the fourth Hokage. It must remain undisclosed that he has so many fiancées. Is this understood? Uchiha Fugaku addressed the 12 elders. Yes, clan leader. The 12 elders nodded in agreement. Uchiha Fuyu's ascent to the fourth Hokage was the most pressing matter at hand. Furthermore, esteemed elders, your authority is excessively concentrated. It is imperative that half of it be delegated to my appointed individuals. You have no objections to this, do you? Uchiha Fuyu finally revealed his intentions. His goal of forming alliances had been achieved. All 12 elders had united with their two brothers through marriage, thus eliminating the necessity to reclaim all their powers. After all, such actions could jeopardize relationships. Reclaiming merely half of their authority would suffice for his needs. The combined authority of 12 elders, halved, would far exceed that of any individual. And coupled with the influence bequeathed to him by his father, he would easily manage the 12. Not to mention they lacked the Mangekyo Sharingan. Countering them would be exceedingly simple. Thus, he did not entirely reclaim their power, but merely half, which was already sufficient. The 12 elders understood that the pivotal moment had arrived. It turned out that the Uchiha brothers, Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Fugaku, merely sought to regain power from them. These 12 elders wielded control over the majority of the Uchiha clan's influence. In essence, the Uchiha Fugaku before them had long been rendered powerless. Now, Uchiha Fugaku wished to completely reclaim his authority from them. Even if it were only half, concentrating it in one individual would be enough to contend with them. At that point, their standing within the Uchiha clan would significantly diminish. The 12 elders exchanged glances, caught in an awkward silence, unsure of how to respond. After all, they had just solidified a matrimonial alliance. To refuse now would be rather unseemly. Yet, they were reluctant to relinquish the power they held, creating a profound internal conflict. Esteemed elders, we do not intend to strip you of all your power. Our desire is merely to reclaim half, which does not equate to diminishing your existing status. As long as you adhere to my guidance, I assure you I shall not act unfavorably towards you. However, the power you possess has grown excessive, encroaching upon my role as clan leader. Thus, I must retrieve your authority. You are surely aware that we, the 12 elders, have all entered matrimonial alliances with my brother and me, and we wish to avoid straining these relationships, hence the request for merely half of your power. Uchiha Fugaku recognized that seizing power from them would undoubtedly be met with resistance. Nevertheless, he understood that acquiring such authority was essential for his true governance over the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he might find himself threatened by the very clan members he could not possibly eliminate. He did not wish to approach matters with trepidation. Uchiha Fuyu's assertiveness perfectly complemented his own shortcomings. Were it up to him alone, he would have preferred to establish a marriage alliance rather than directly reclaim their power. However, it would be exceedingly difficult to regain authority without harming the Uchiha clan. My brother speaks true. Relinquishing half of your power is but a small concession, and the remaining half will still afford you ample prestige. Now that we are united through marriage, you must be prepared to pay a certain price. Should you disagree, it is simple enough. You may leave through the door, as I do not compel your stay. If any of you are unwilling to surrender your power, you are free to refuse. The choice lies with you. Uchiha Fuyu activated his Mangekyo Sharingan once more, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with mirth. The elders of the Uchiha clan exchanged bewildered looks, caught in a state of confusion. Was this not coercion? With the Mangekyo Sharingan activated, his claim of not compelling them seemed hollow. Yet, they found themselves in a position where they had no choice but to acquiesce, for they lacked the Mangekyo Sharingan themselves. Furthermore, Uchiha Fuyu, though youthful, possessed formidable strength, making him a worthy investment in their eyes. Given that they had already married their daughters to these brothers, surrendering half of their power was not entirely out of the question. After all, they would still retain their status as fathers-in-law, ensuring their well-being. Very well. I shall willingly relinquish half of my power, considering it a dowry for honor. I too shall surrender half of my power. I concur. So do I. After a moment of contemplation, the elders unanimously agreed to yield half of their authority. Only the eldest elder, having never held much power, still maintained a degree of influence as the eldest brother. Excellent, esteemed elders, I am delighted with today's meeting and our fruitful collaboration. Since we are now united in marriage, I have decided to marry several daughters of each of you in 1 month's time. I trust you will make the necessary preparations, and I will arrange for the appropriate measures to be taken. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, highly satisfied with this outcome. He gazed at the elders before him, a smile playing on his lips as he expressed his contentment. Chapter 61. Can your body handle such a burden? Yes, clan leader. We will ensure everything is arranged properly. The other elders nodded in agreement, smiles gracing their faces. Additionally, the other elders whose daughters are to marry Fuyu should prepare accordingly, so that on the same night, the unions may be completed. However, we shall present this as my marriages to your daughters. At that time, your daughters will be sent to Fuyu's quarters. I have arranged for Fuyu to have a private residence, complete with ample rooms for their use. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, intending to conceal their true intentions by conducting the wedding ceremony for Uchiha Fuyu on the same day. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, they would keep the ceremony simple, merely escorting the brides to Uchiha Fuyu's quarters, as political marriages are of little consequence. Very well, the elders agreed, nodding in understanding. Their daughters marrying into this union was of little concern, provided they were aligned with the right individuals. The specifics of the ceremony were of no significant importance to them. If Uchiha Fuyu were to ascend as the 4th Hokage, it would be a favorable development for them all. Since there are no objections, let us disperse. Return to your preparations and ensure that half of your power is transferred into my hands. I will promptly send individuals to take charge of the matters you oversee. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, having successfully executed his plan, a cause for celebration. Finally, he had managed to sideline these elders, whose power had previously been overwhelming, and he had no desire to oppress them excessively. Unexpectedly, by bringing Uchiha Fuyu into the picture and activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had compelled their submission, which was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Yes, clan leader, we shall take our leave. The elders rose, bowing respectfully to Uchiha Fugaku before departing, smiles adorning their faces, as if they could already envision the Uchiha clan's burgeoning strength. Fuyu, what is the meaning of this? Did you not say you wanted none? Now you request 9. You are quite remarkable. If you include Tsunade, that makes 10. I hear you have also grown close to Kushina. If she is added, it becomes 11. Can your body withstand such a demand? Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha Fuyu, laughter illuminating his features. Initially, his brother had claimed to want none, yet here he was, requesting 9, a truly impressive feat. Initially, I thought it best not to take my brother's women, hence my refusal of those 5. The other 9 are mine. Is that not splendid? I am merely alleviating a significant burden from you. Brother, I am helping you, after all. You cannot shortchange me. I will need a little extra for my allowance, or I may struggle to support so many wives. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, his expression cheerful. Rest assured, I shall not skimp on your expenses. All expenditures within the clan are reimbursed directly, so you will not bear any personal costs. Moreover, every mission you undertake comes with its own remuneration. How could you lack for funds? Should you find yourself in need, simply ask me. Our Uchiha clan has no shortage of resources, particularly not money. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a smile as he shook his head. Splendid. Brother, since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave now. Tsunade is pregnant, and I am somewhat uneasy leaving her alone, so I will return to ease her worries. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Uchiha Fugaku before preparing to depart and accompany Tsunade. Are you not going to check on our mother? She has missed you dearly, Uchiha Fugaku inquired, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu. No need. I visited her before coming here, and it is time for me to go back, Uchiha Fuyu replied, shaking his head. He had previously sent a shadow clone to see his mother, who had indeed appeared somewhat haggard lately. After all, she had lost her husband, and with both of her children nearing adulthood, she seemed to be quite aimless within the clan. Spending her days in solitude, she harbored many worries, which weighed heavily on her heart. Thus, Uchiha Fuyu often sent a shadow clone to keep her company, ensuring she did not feel too lonely. This was the advantage of having shadow clones. He could delegate tasks effortlessly by sending them back as needed. Is that so? Then take care on your way back. I shall not keep you longer, as I must begin preparations to consolidate all these powers under our banner. Uchiha Fugaku responded with a nod, smiling at Uchiha Fuyu. Very well, brother. I shall take my leave now. Until next time, feel free to call upon me if you need anything. Uchiha Fuyu smiled, waved goodbye to Uchiha Fugaku, and vanished from the spot. Who would have thought that Fuyu has grown even more formidable? Each time I see him, I sense an unfathomable aura surrounding him. Even with my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, his presence still instills a sense of dread within me. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Fugaku murmured, lowering his head as he pondered the disappearance of Uchiha Fuyu, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Never mind. The stronger Fuyu becomes, the better it is for me. He was astonished that the 16-year-old Fuyu, who had yet to awaken his eyes, had now transformed into an unparalleled powerhouse. This was indeed a significant leap. During this time, Uchiha Fugaku had also experienced rapid growth in strength, having fully mastered Susanoo, enabling him to unleash its complete form. His ocular power was continually on the rise. Fuyu's cells were incredibly potent. He felt that his strength underwent tremendous transformations daily. Even if Uchiha Madara stood before him, he was confident in his ability to engage him in battle. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Uchiha Fuyu's eyes. His strength was escalating, and he had completely mastered Susanoo. Little did he know the extent of his power when he unleashed his full potential. He merely felt that even if Uchiha Madara appeared before him, he would not be incapable of overcoming him. Over the years, Uchiha Fuyu had also conducted research, infusing his cells into Uchiha Fugaku's body. After all, Uchiha Fuyu possessed the body of Indra, with a constitution far superior to Uchiha Fugaku's. Chapter 62, The Dawn of Conflict. Heading to confront Tsunade, Uchiha Fuyu's cells provided a substantial ocular power enhancement for Uchiha Fugaku. Consequently, Fugaku sensed the burgeoning power within him over the years. My Lord Fuyu, the third Hokage requests your presence. An Umbu appeared before Uchiha Fuyu shortly after he exited the Uchiha clan grounds, instructing him to proceed to the Hokage's office. What could that old man want now? No use in asking you, he thought, furrowing his brow. Understood. With that, Uchiha Fuyu vanished from the spot. Having just departed from the Uchiha clan, he had unexpectedly encountered the Umbu. It seemed they were either concerned for his safety or keeping a close watch on the Uchiha clan. Creaking open the door to the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fuyu stepped inside. Ah, Fuyu has arrived. I hope I am not interrupting, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, taking a puff from his pipe as he regarded Uchiha Fuyu with a warm smile. Third Hokage, you have not disturbed me. What is it that you require? Uchiha Fuyu asked, shaking his head and maintaining a calm demeanor. Nothing much. The Umbu reported some unusual activity from Tsunade. It seems they might be plotting something. An attack against Konoha could be imminent. With Tsunade's pregnancy, I would like you to separate from Orochimaru. Orochimaru will head to the borders of the Land of Rain to guard against Awakens and prevent any surprise assaults. Meanwhile, I need you to assist Kakashi in the Land of Wind, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, his smile gentle and amiable as he looked at Uchiha Fuyu. The purpose of sending him to assist Kakashi was, in part, to share the glory. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a grasp of the Uchiha clan's ambitions, which sought to elevate Uchiha Fuyu to the position of fourth Hokage, a significant threat to him. Previously, on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Uchiha Fuyu had captured Hanzo, earning substantial accolades. If he were to be sent alone to Tsunade and emerged victorious, especially with a resounding triumph, the cumulative accolades would far exceed anything Sarutobi Hiruzen could achieve. Thus, he intended to dispatch Uchiha Fuyu to assist Kakashi, thereby sharing the accolades between them. He hoped to see Orochimaru become the fourth Hokage, and should Uchiha Fuyu and Kakashi outshine him, all his efforts would be in vain. Kakashi, being at least partially aligned with the Hokage lineage, meant that Uchiha Fuyu's role would merely be supportive, with Kakashi ultimately reaping the greatest rewards. The necessity to deploy Uchiha Fuyu to the battlefield had become apparent. Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to send him to Tsunade, as it was historically a relatively weak village, recognized as the weakest among the 5 great nations. Accompanying Kakashi and defeating Tsunade would not yield significant accolades. The two would share the spoils, resulting in minimal recognition for either. Given Kakashi's strength, surpassing even the legendary Sannin, it was entirely plausible for them to vanquish Tsunade together. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to dilute Uchiha Fuyu's accolades to achieve his own objectives. Third Hokage, you wish for me to head to Tsunade? Shouldn't I be accompanying Orochimaru to confront Awakens? Uchiha Fuyu asked, momentarily taken aback. He had initially planned to act alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru against Awakens. Now, being redirected to Tsunade seemed a clear attempt to diminish his potential glory. It was vital to note that Awakens was a formidable presence, with Orochimaru alone. They could merely defend against them. If other battlefields achieved victory, Awakens would likely retreat without further pursuit. If the war concluded and he alone had resisted Awakens, the accolades would be monumental. Standing on the battlefield of Awakens, I could have easily claimed victory single-handedly, a feat of considerable magnitude. However, to my surprise, I was dispatched by the third Hokage to the seemingly feeble Tsunade. Indeed, my expertise lies solely in swordsmanship, and given the treacherous terrain of Tsunade, I must admit I harbor some concerns about the absence of a formidable ally by my side. Yet, your strength is formidable, and your presence on the battlefield of Tsunade would prove invaluable. Thus, I have resolved to assign you to engage in combat there. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a sly smile creeping onto his face. This old man delights in political maneuvering. If I were to confront Awakens, it would result in fewer casualties, yet here I am, sent to Tsunade instead. Tsunade requires but my presence. No additional reinforcements are necessary, as I alone could dismantle their main forces. My involvement would merely be a flourish, lacking any substantial impact, yet he insists upon my deployment. It is evident he does not wish for me to accrue greater merit. Nevertheless, your strength remains formidable, and opposing you holds little necessity. Even in Tsunade, I can achieve considerable acclaim. Who says that defeating Tsunade would preclude my return to Awakens' battlefield? This old fool cannot thwart my pursuit of glory. Uchiha Fuyu pursed his lips, casting a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that even a mission to Tsunade could yield great accolades and allow for a swift resolution before turning his sights back on Awakens. Yes, Lord Third Hokage, Uchiha Fuyu assented, accepting the task of supporting Tsunade. Excellent. Since you have agreed, I shall make preparations, and we shall set forth with the main force the day after tomorrow, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his eyes sparkling with delight. Very well, Lord Third Hokage. I shall take my leave, Uchiha Fuyu said, bowing slightly before turning to depart. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, squinting as he observed Uchiha Fuyu's retreating figure, a trace of wariness flickering in his eyes. Why does Uchiha Fuyu evoke such an unfathomable sensation within me? Once merely the lowest of the Uchiha clan, he now instills in me this feeling of depth. What has transpired within him? Could it be that he has awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Otherwise, how could he provoke such an illusion? It is perhaps best to allow him a chance to confront Tsunade and ascertain whether he has indeed awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If so, he could pose a significant threat to the village. We shall proceed cautiously. Let us first observe how he manages the situation in Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave, the glimmer of murderous intent flashing momentarily in his eyes. He suddenly felt that Uchiha Fuyu exuded an aura of tremendous power and mystery. This compelled him to ponder whether Uchiha Fuyu had indeed unlocked the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan. This was an ability possessed only by Uchiha Madara, a power that instilled in him profound fear. It is worth noting that Sarutobi Hiruzen had once witnessed the terror of Uchiha Madara from a distance during the cataclysmic battle between Madara and Senju Hashirama. The very world of shinobi trembled at their clash, their residual energy palpable even from afar in Konoha. The fear he felt then was reminiscent of what he now experienced, inciting doubts within him. He sought to confirm whether Uchiha Fuyu had genuinely awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he had, and if he pledged allegiance to the village, then it would be imperative to eliminate him. After all, within the village, Uchiha Fuyu must be a loyal protector, not a ticking time bomb. Within the Uchiha clan, the individual who could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan was the most terrifying to him. To prevent the emergence of such a threat, he would go to any lengths, even if it meant sacrificing 1,000 innocents to ensure that not a single one escaped. Fuyu, that individual just now bore a murderous intent towards you. As though he has uncovered a secret or sensed something you conceal, the Ninetales remarked coldly from within Uchiha Fuyu. Despite the distance, it had sensed the faintest hint of malice emanating from the third Hokage towards him. What could I do? I am burdened with immense power. Despite my efforts to conceal it, I cannot escape the notice of the astute. Do not underestimate this third Hokage. He is a cunning individual, a remarkably adept politician, and as such, possesses an unimaginable dark side. His murderous intent towards me is merely a reflection of my own strength, his jealousy manifesting. He cannot suppress me, and thus, his only recourse is to eliminate me. Let us see whether he can indeed extinguish my flame, or if I am destined to usurp his position and ascend as the fourth Hokage. The once mundane world of shinobi appears to be growing increasingly intriguing. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, having sensed the third Hokage's unusual demeanor, yet he remained indifferent. Now, with my strength, who could possibly threaten my life? I could easily eliminate both the third Hokage and Danzo, yet I refrained from doing so. I simply wished to indulge in the game. If I were to eradicate every threat within the shinobi world, what joy would remain? The thrill lies in outsmarting my foes, evoking their desire to kill me while remaining untouchable. Now, that is the essence of entertainment. Humanity's psyche is undeniably intricate. If I were in his position, a mere hint of murderous intent would prompt me to strike him down immediately, yet he seeks to strategize. It is this complexity that renders humanity so detestable. The nine-tails scoffed, reclining upon the water's surface, its paw digging into its ear. As the narrative has yet to unfold entirely, I too require some amusement. Otherwise, I have no time to engage with him. Once the plot truly commences, their presence will no longer be necessary. Presently, my sole enjoyment lies in playing with them. Wooing women and siring children, what bliss! One must incite such profound hatred in their enemies that they can do nothing but seethe in frustration. That is the greatest pleasure of all. Hee. Uchiha Fuyu mused to himself with a slight smile. Before long, Uchiha Fuyu returned to his quarters and dispelled his shadow clone. He found Tsunade engrossed in studying child-rearing techniques, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Fuyu, what is it? You've been gone quite a while. Has something occurred? Tsunade inquired, her gaze lifting to meet his, her face radiant with joy. My brother called me back for a matter. What is the matter? Uchiha Fuyu responded, approaching with a gentle smile, enveloping Tsunade in his embrace, a hint of curiosity in his demeanor. After spending so much time together, could I possibly not discern the difference between your shadow clone and your true self? Nothing has transpired at home, has it? Tsunade replied, her smile brightening as she nestled against him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. There is nothing significant happening at home, is there? It's not as though the village of Konoha is under siege. What could possibly occur within the confines of my household? Just some mundane affairs. As it has been a while since I last visited my mother, it is a fitting time to pay her a visit. However, there were some matters to attend to before I left. Upon my departure, the third Hokage summoned me, instructing me to proceed to the battlefield in the Wind Country to assist Kakashi Hatake. I have already consented, and the day after tomorrow marks my journey to the Wind Country. Once I arrive, you must take care of yourself and the baby at home, refraining from excessive toil. Uchiha Fuyu gently pressed his lips against Tsunade's forehead, a soft smile gracing his lips. Chapter 64, Tsunade's Fury. Fuyu's intentions, is it so? Are we to engage in battle once more? They are sending you to the Wind Country? Kakashi, a senior, is already there. Surely that should suffice. What purpose does your presence serve? Most ninjas specialize in puppet techniques, and Kakashi is the nemesis of puppet masters from Sunagakure. Other ninjas, on the battlefield in the Wind Country, hold little advantage. After all, the terrain is predominantly desert. If Konoha ninjas venture into the Wind Country for battle, the adverse environment would likely hinder us. Furthermore, going to the Wind Country yields little opportunity for glory. Tsunade was perplexed. With a skilled swordsman like Kakashi present on the battlefield, it seemed unnecessary for Uchiha Fuyu to assist. It felt like gilding the lily. If the Wind Country were to launch an offensive against Konoha, it was unlikely that the other hidden villages would remain passive. They might seek to partake in the spoils. In such a scenario, who would command the forces from other regions? Being pregnant, she could not possibly join the battlefield, and Jiraiya had yet to return. This left Tsunade in a quandary. Sending Uchiha Fuyu to the Wind Country seemed to offer little merit. It would be more prudent to send him against Awakens instead. Was this not the true intention of the third Hokage? It appeared he was reluctant to allow her to earn sufficient accolades, favoring the nurturing of Orochimaru instead, with aspirations for him to become the fourth Hokage. Thus, he dispatched Orochimaru alone to Awakens, confident that merely repelling their assault would suffice. Should they achieve victory in the Wind Country, morale would soar, allowing for more ninjas to confront Iwagakure. Orochimaru, as the solitary bastion against Iwagakure, would undoubtedly garner greater recognition. Yet, what would be the worth of my accomplishments in the Wind Country? Even if I were to vanquish them, my merits would be halved, and the strength of Iwagakure far exceeds that of Tsunade. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head and chuckled lightly. Are you suggesting that the third Hokage deliberately seeks to prevent you from gaining recognition, while allowing Orochimaru to claim the accolades from Iwagakure? So he desires to see him ascend to the position of fourth Hokage? How can he act in such a self-serving manner? Such actions would only lead to the demise of more Konoha ninjas. If you were to battle in Iwagakure, you could save many lives. While the situation in the Wind Country is one of overwhelming force, unlikely to incur significant casualties, this cannot stand. I must confront this old fool and clarify matters. Has he truly grown so muddled in his old age? How can he wield his authority for personal gain? He disregards the lives of Konoha's ninjas. It's no wonder I previously insisted on assigning a medical ninja to every team, only for him to outright refuse. He does not regard Konoha's ninjas as human. If this is the case, I staunchly oppose his continued tenure as third Hokage and demand an immediate replacement. I will not allow my grandfather's legacy to be destroyed under his watch. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes blazed with uncontainable fury. She had not anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would act so selfishly, prioritizing Orochimaru's ascension to the fourth Hokage over the safety of other Konoha ninjas. This was utterly outrageous. She could not permit anyone to undermine the village her grandfather had painstakingly built, nor would her brother tolerate such actions. After all, her brother aspired to become Hokage as well. Do not worry. Who says that my journey to the Wind Country precludes me from proceeding to the Rain Country to confront Iwagakure? Let us not forget that I possess space-time ninjutsu. I have already marked the battlefield in the Rain Country and can teleport there at will. Once the conflict in the Wind Country concludes, I shall promptly head to the battlefield in Iwagakure. At that point, my merits will only increase. He cannot suppress my growth. My ambition is to become Hokage and protect Konoha. I shall not allow him to succeed. You need not speak of it now. He will not acknowledge your claims. Moreover, it would be futile, as no one would believe that the third Hokage would target me. Uchiha Fuyu held Tsunade close, understanding her concern for him and her indignation on his behalf. Sarutobi's actions were indeed excessive, driven by self-interest, a behavior unbecoming of a leader. Fuyu, is it too much to ask of you? I had no idea the old man could act in such a way. I never noticed before. It is infuriating. Tsunade lamented for her husband, shocked by the third Hokage's actions, previously viewing him as a mentor, albeit somewhat lecherous. She had not expected him to possess such cunning and darkness. Fear not. What is there to feel aggrieved about? He remains unaware of my abilities. Once he does, my prowess will be the talk of Konoha. When I ascend to the position of fourth Hokage, I can simply cast him aside. Furthermore, I will arrange for information to be relayed back, detailing how Sarutobi's misguided leadership resulted in the needless sacrifices of countless ninjas on the battlefield against Iwagakure. As these words resonate within Konoha, it will only be a matter of time before Sarutobi finds himself compelled to relinquish the title of Hokage. Do not be angry. It is not worth becoming upset over such a person. Uchiha Fuyu smiled gently, embracing Tsunade and tenderly caressing her smooth skin. Indeed, we must teach that old fool a lesson, reminding him that not all matters can be resolved through political means. The older he gets, the more muddled he becomes. What will happen when he is completely senile? Tsunade nodded. At 27, she understood the darkness inherent in politics. However, as her mentor, Sarutobi had been a benefactor, and she had never aspired to become Hokage. Now, discovering that Sarutobi would act against her husband, she felt a twinge of discontent. Chapter 65. An evening date with Mikoto. Very well. Rest easy for now. I have some matters to attend to this evening. I will arrange for shadow clones to look after you. It is time for me to start building my own influence within Konoha. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Fuyu, what influence do you wish to cultivate? Our Senju clan has diminished significantly in numbers. Yet, there remain 500 or 600 capable warriors. I can entrust them to you. If you require them, I can hand them over immediately. You will not find yourself without allies. In the past, I have heard you say that the Uchiha clan does not hold you in high regard, surrounded by unreliable companions. I am willing to entrust all the members of the Senju clan to you, Uchiha Fuyu, as I gaze at you. After all, what belongs to me is also yours. And vice versa. We are family, and there is no need for such clear distinctions. It is of no concern, there is no need. Now that my brother has become the leader of the Uchiha clan, would he deny me the use of personnel if I required them? However, the Senju clan may still harbor some reservations towards me, so it would be best to refrain from involving them for the time being. At least for now. Until the day you bless me with a robust son, then I can fully engage with them and have them as my subordinates. Uchiha Fuyu looked softly at Tsunade, his eyes filled with warmth. He had important matters to attend to that night and could not possibly parade the members of the Senju clan around. After all, he had made plans with Uchiha Mikoto. Very well, Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the strength Fuyu had now acquired. With Uchiha Fugaku as the leader of the Uchiha clan, it should not be difficult for Fuyu to command personnel. Rest well at home. I will prepare dinner for you, and after we dine, I have some matters to attend to, Fuyu said with a gentle smile, rising to begin cooking for Tsunade. All right, Tsunade replied with a bright smile, her heart brimming with joy as she watched Fuyu's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Soon, Fuyu had prepared dinner, and they enjoyed the meal together cheerfully. He then created a shadow clone to accompany Tsunade while his main body made his way to the 31st training ground. At the 31st training ground, Uchiha Mikoto felt a wave of nerves wash over her. Would Fuyu come? What could he possibly want from her? Would he wish to engage in something embarrassing? What am I thinking? She scolded herself softly, her cheeks flushing. Her mother had informed her that she was to marry Fuyu, and in just a month, the day would arrive. Although she would be marrying alongside 8 others, she was more than willing to do so, as long as she could stay by his side. Fuyu had summoned her to the training ground, but what if he had forgotten? Mikoto had arrived early, anxiously scanning her surroundings, her heart racing with uncertainty. Just then, the sound of footsteps caught her attention, and her heart leaped as she turned to see Uchiha Fuyu approaching her, his eyes alight with joy. You arrived quite early, Mikoto, he remarked as he drew closer, noticing her eager anticipation. And no, it's nothing. I just got here myself, she replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her heart racing in his presence. Mikoto, you look particularly beautiful today. I always thought you were adorable, but I never expected you to grow into such a lovely young woman, Fuyu complimented, taking her delicate hand in his, marveling at its smoothness. Today, Mikoto had donned a white qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, her luscious lips and alluring curves igniting a fiery desire within him. Thank you, Fuyu-kun. I am not as beautiful as Lady Tsunade, she stammered, her face flushed like a ripe peach, gazing into Fuyu's eyes brimming with emotion. When did you start to harbor feelings for me? Fuyu asked as he embraced her, their surroundings fading away as they vanished from Konoha. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the seaside. Fuyu-kun, how did we end up here? Mikoto exclaimed, her heart racing at the sudden change in scenery, astonished by his ability. I wished for no interruptions. It is much more convenient here. You still haven tea, answer my question, he said gently. Actually, when I was younger, I saw how others looked down upon you, and I felt a pang of sympathy when I saw your forlorn expression. I don't know why, but it hurt my heart. After I enrolled in the Ninja Academy, I followed you every day, yet you never noticed me, your little shadow. I didn't realize when I started to like you. When my father wanted me to marry Fugaku, I immediately refused. I recognized that I had reached the age to marry, but I wanted to marry you. Each day, I summoned the courage to confess, yet I never found the words. Today, encountering you, I felt a surge of bravery, and then, as she spoke, her face grew increasingly crimson, her heart pounding as she gazed at Fuyu. Oh, so that's why you always followed me. I had thought it was merely coincidence, Fuyu mused, reflecting on his past encounters. Mikoto, I heard from my mother that we will be married in a month. I am truly delighted, she said, her face flushed, shyly nestling against him. Unable to show her face. Would you be willing to become my woman? Fuyu asked, gazing at her with a soft smile. I am willing, Fuyu-kun. I wish to give myself entirely to you. But is it really here? Mikoto asked, her body trembling as she looked into his eyes, her heart racing. Yes, right here. Fuyu nodded, waving his hand to conjure a earthen dwelling that enveloped them both. Fuyu-kun, please be gentle with me, Mikoto whispered shyly, gripping his clothing tightly. Mikoto, you are beautiful. I will cherish you, he assured her, lifting her into his arms as his chakra surged. Suddenly, white fabric surrounded them, filling the air with the scent of roses. Mikoto felt a rush of shyness, yet upon seeing Fuyu's strong physique, she couldn't help but laugh, her eyes shimmering with bashfulness. Everything unfolded swiftly, yet lingered in a slow, blissful haze. The seaside gently rippled as the cries of seagulls echoed, heralding their excitement. Meanwhile, chaos erupted elsewhere. What? You lost him? Such a prominent figure, and you let him slip away? Are you all useless? Get out of my sight. What good are you? I cannot afford to lose even one elite jounin. Immediately send someone to search for him. How could a seemingly ordinary person go missing? I refuse to believe it. Uchiha Fugaku must have some ulterior motive. You have already alerted him, you useless fools. Tuanzang's eyes were filled with rage as he scolded those before him. These individuals truly caused him endless worry. A group of inept failures. He was at a loss for words to describe them. How could they lose track of such a significant person? It was utterly embarrassing. A few elite jonin trailing an elite jonin, only to lose him, if word got out. He would never live it down. Yes, Lord Tuanzang, the elite jonin replied, their faces flushed with shame, eyes filled with helplessness. They clasped their hands in respect and vanished from sight. Internally, they were in anguish. Tracking Uchiha Fugaku was no simple task. His perceptiveness surpassed anyone's imagination. Even when they followed from a distance, he could detect them and vanish in an instant. They were utterly incapable of finding or capturing him. Such a person was truly terrifying. Damn Uchiha Fugaku, where could he possibly be? His strength is growing ever more formidable and inscrutable. I never anticipated that I would send a few elite jonin to follow him, only to lose him. To what extent has his power risen? Uchiha Fugaku, who was once the least capable of the Uchiha clan, how could he possess such immense strength? He previously only had the ability of an elite chunin. How could he ascend so dramatically in just 3 years? Why couldn't several elite jonin track Uchiha Fugaku? Could it be that his prowess has reached the level of me and Hiruzen? Even I can barely achieve that level now. While Hiruzen is several times stronger than I am, yet a mere 19-year-old child has attained such power. How can that be? Or perhaps his body flicker technique is not merely a body flicker, but a space-time ninjutsu. However, the Flying Thunder God technique has remained sealed in the book, never having been examined. How could he possess such a skill? Or could it be that he has been concealing his true strength, far surpassing what is currently evident? Perhaps even possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan? Initially, he did not require the Sharingan to exhibit strength above that of an elite jonin. Now, with the awakening of the 3-tomo Sharingan, his power would instantly soar to the level of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, it would indeed be reasonable for him to evade capture. Tuanzang furrowed his brows. Sitting in the Hokage's office with a dark expression, unable to fathom why a mere 19-year-old could achieve such power. At 19, possessing strength beyond that of an elite jonin is exceedingly rare in the entire ninja world. Even among the countless geniuses of Konoha, there has yet to be one who could reach such heights at such a young age. Even the legendary Sannin attained their strength in their 20s after battling on the front lines, and they were disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is understandable. But who is Uchiha Fugaku? He was a waste who hadn't even awakened his Sharingan by the age of 16. How could a failure achieve such greatness? This left Tuanzang utterly perplexed. It is also possible that the Uchiha clan intentionally concealed his abilities, that his true strength surpasses what is evident, and that all clan members maliciously targeted him simply to hide his power. During the last battle in the Land of Rain, although I did not personally attend, the intelligence I received indicated that Orochimaru and the others had exhausted most of Hanzo's strength, nearly depleting his chakra, which is why Uchiha Fugaku was able to ambush him successfully and capture him alive. Otherwise, how could a mere 19-year-old child overpower such a formidable opponent? It must be the case that the Uchiha clan deliberately neglected him to conceal his abilities. They are now attempting to elevate Uchiha Fugaku to the position of the 4th Hokage. The Uchiha clan is truly malicious. If they succeed in placing him as the 4th Hokage, what will become of me? The position of the 4th Hokage rightfully belongs to me alone. Tuanzang's eyes burned with fury at the mere thought of Uchiha Fugaku, igniting a fire within him. Chapter 67. Is Tuanzang scheming again? If I had not secretly dispatched someone to follow him, I would never have known that Uchiha Fugaku's power had reached such heights. How cunning the Uchiha clan is, hiding such a formidable individual in the shadows. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku had already possessed elite jonin strength at 16 and reached my level by 19. Now in his 20s, his power has only grown stronger. Why, then, is his brother deemed a failure? This is fundamentally illogical. There is only one plausible explanation. Uchiha Fugaku is the Uchiha clan's hidden trump card, poised to seize the position of 4th Hokage unexpectedly. However, as long as I, Tuanzong, am alive, I will never allow any of you to ascend to the position of 4th Hokage. Tuanzang's expression darkened, finally understanding why Uchiha Fugaku, once the lowest of the low, had experienced such a dramatic rise. The news has spread throughout Konoha. Many wish to support Uchiha Fugaku's ascension to the 4th Hokage. His only thought now is that the Uchiha clan intended to keep Uchiha Fugaku hidden, only to have him emerge suddenly, gaining tremendous merit and attempting to usurp his position. It must be known that the 4th Hokage must belong to him alone. No one else may contest it. Otherwise, he would eliminate any contender at all costs. It seems this person cannot be allowed to live. At all costs, he must be eliminated this time. You are heading to the Land of Wind for support, are you? Then I shall leak your information and see if you can withstand the onslaught of hundreds, if not thousands, of Sunagakure ninjas. Haha, Uchiha Fugaku. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot escape my grasp. One day, I shall ensure your demise. Daring to contest me for the position of 4th Hokage? Such delusions are simply reckless. Tuanzang's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. A splendid day has passed. Good morning, sister. Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night from all the excitement? Uchiha Tamaki, upon seeing her somewhat listless sister Uchiha Mikoto, smiled radiantly and teased her. Good morning, sister. I just had a bit of insomnia. I'll catch up on sleep later. Uchiha Mikoto's face flushed, her expression shy. Do take care of yourself. By the way, did you just have breakfast? You still have milk on the corner of your mouth. Really, you're about to get married. Yet you're still so careless. Uchiha Tamaki nodded, glancing at Uchiha Mikoto with a smile, suddenly noticing the milk on her face, and quickly pointing it out. Yes. I had a lot of milk and forgot to wash my face. I was too sleepy. Sister, I won't talk anymore. I'm going back to sleep now. Uchiha Mikoto's face flushed, and she quickly extended her tongue to lick it clean before hastily retreating. What a scatterbrained girl she is. However, she must be overjoyed, right? Hehe. I can marry Fugaku-kun too. How delightful. Uchiha Tamiyen couldn't help but smile at Mikoto's antics, reminiscing about herself as she twirled joyfully in place. Her face brimming with aspirations. With tattered shoes, a worn-out hat, and a frayed robe, they laugh at me, they laugh at him. Uchiha Fuyu returned home, feeling invigorated. And upon seeing Tsunade still peacefully slumbering, a smile crept upon his lips. With the grand wedding with Mikoto and the others approaching in a month, should he perhaps hold a ceremony for Tsunade first, considering she was the first? Yet, he had previously promised Tsunade that they would wed after the battle. But now, with plans changing, should he not hold a grand wedding for her? What should he do, given that he is about to go into battle? As he gazed at Tsunade, a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes. After spending these years together, Uchiha Fuyu had indeed fallen for this extraordinarily beautiful woman. She was stunning, virtuous, gentle, and kind, truly the epitome of a perfect wife for him. Nevertheless, in pursuit of greater rewards and to confront looming crises, he felt compelled to marry other women. After all, it was only through bearing offspring that he could secure more substantial rewards. Relying solely on the women known within the world of Naruto to bear children would prove too slow. He must secure more heirs to reap grander rewards. Currently, he needed to stabilize the Uchiha clan. Only then would he possess the strength that lay behind him, a force that belonged solely to him. Though he was already quite powerful, he did not wish to rely solely on his strength. What then would become of his followers? At times, an individual's overwhelming power can instill fear in others, even breeding rebellion. When one is too powerful, others may perceive them as a villain, prompting them to band together against him. And the fate of such villains is often dire. His ambition was to dominate the entire world of Naruto, to ensure that everyone within it became a loyal subject of his. Only then could he develop in peace. After all, bearing children also required time. He needed ample time to produce more heirs to garner greater rewards. He could easily eliminate Danzo or the 3rd Hokage now. Yet he desired to ascend to the position of 4th Hokage through his own strength and prestige, rather than through inexplicable deaths that would merely allow him to take their places. Once he emerged victorious in this war, Danzo and the 3rd Hokage would no longer be necessary. He must ensure that the people of Konoha viewed his ascension to Hokage as inevitable, a source of pride for the entire village, inspiring admiration and faith in him. Thus, he could confidently pursue his ambitions, cherishing his wives and raising numerous children, while elevating the Uchiha clan. This necessitated his ascension to the role of fourth Hokage. He believed firmly in his own abilities. As for Hanzo and the third Hokage, he had no need to deal with them for now. Once he secured the position of fourth Hokage and controlled all the power within Konoha, he could expose all their transgressions, ensuring their total downfall. To him, assassinating them was beneath him. Many might wonder why he would tolerate them or engage in pretense. The strong do not concern themselves with the weak, and since he could ascend through merit, why resort to schemes? In the face of absolute strength, any plot becomes meaningless. He held great confidence in his power. Once he claimed the title of fourth Hokage, he could ensure their disgraceful exit from Konoha and execute them. Why let them die in vain? Their untimely demise would only leave behind a legacy of honor, while he aimed to cast them as villains within Konoha, revealing to all that these two were top politicians who never regarded the villagers as human beings. Thus, he could further unite the hearts of Konoha's people. And when he sat in the position of fourth Hokage, wouldn't he have everything he desired? In light of this, let tonight mark the moment when she truly becomes my wife. Though it may be somewhat rudimentary, I shall compensate for it later, Tsunade. Now let us prepare. He would ensure everything was in order, allowing Tsunade to become his first wife, and then announce this to the ninja world, letting everyone know that Tsunade had become Uchiha Fuyu's true wife. A subtle smile graced Uchiha Fuyu's lips as he vanished from the spot, reappearing at the 11th training ground in Konoha. With the shadow clone technique, he quickly divided himself into hundreds of clones. They knew what to do, coordinating efforts, procuring supplies, and adorning the venue. Move swiftly. Today, we shall make Tsunade the happiest woman on earth. Of course, a grand wedding will be arranged later. Once I ascend to fourth Hokage, don't forget to send out invitations. Uchiha Fuyu looked at his clones, a gentle smile illuminating his face. He instructed them to prepare, to acquire decorations and celebratory items, ensuring everything was ready. He intended to surprise Tsunade, knowing she would surely appreciate it, even if it seemed modest at first. As for the attendees, naturally, there would be Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Shoshuru, along with Uchiha Fugaku and others. Though the number was small, it sufficed. These were the most important and familiar individuals to them, and that was all that mattered. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, there was no need for them to know. Once they were informed, they would depart. Whoosh! A group of shadow clones disappeared in an instant, each beginning to prepare for the wedding. Today, they must give Tsunade a surprise. Uchiha Fuyu's lips curled upward, his eyes filled with tenderness. At the border of the land of rain. What? You and Tsunade are getting married tonight. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Jiraiya, facing a shadow clone of Uchiha Fuyu, felt as if struck by a heavy blow, his heart aching painfully. Inside, he bled, yet he forced a jubilant expression onto his face. Family, who would understand? It seems that there is a palpable anticipation for the union of Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade. On a whim, it was decided to hold the ceremony tonight, as I shall be departing for the battlefield tomorrow. Hence, I felt it necessary to inform you. As one of Tsunade's few close friends, your presence at the wedding is essential. What say you? Shall we return to the village together? Uchiha Fuyu remarked with a gentle smile, observing Jiraiya before him. He could discern the profound pain concealed within Jiraiya, yet the latter masked it with a facade of well-wishing for Tsunade's happiness. Naturally, I shall return, Jiraiya replied. For it is Tsunade's wedding, and I must prepare a gift. You have notified me quite late, creating a sense of urgency. With a hearty laugh, he looked at Uchiha Fuyu and added, Very well, you may go ahead. I shall return shortly and will certainly be there tonight. Good, then I shall take my leave. Remember to attend the wedding. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, smiling before vanishing from sight. Tsunade's wedding had arrived, and it was time for Jiraiya to prepare a gift. Turning away, he murmured to himself as he contemplated the present. However, once Jiraiya found himself in solitude, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Tsunade, my beloved Tsunade, how my heart aches. He lamented, striking his chest in despair, gazing upon the barren rain country, where only the relentless rain fell day and night. In this sorrowful land, he too wept, feeling the pangs of heartache as he knelt, disappointment flashing in his eyes. He had never anticipated that after years of love for Tsunade, another would seize the opportunity. And now she was to be wed. The pain of knowing his beloved would marry another struck him deeply. If only history had played out differently, perhaps after Dan's demise, Tsunade would have remained single. Chapter 69. The Complexities of Adult Emotions. He had always believed he would have a chance, yet now, with Tsunade's impending marriage, he found himself devoid of any opportunity. Look, Nagato, Yahiko, is Jiraiya-sensei crying? A sweet little girl with long lavender hair, adorned with a delicate purple paper flower, observed curiously, tilting her head as she hid alongside Nagato and others, watching Jiraiya's sorrowful display. I heard it all. Tsunade-sama is getting married, and Jiraiya-sensei loves her. It's only natural for him to feel sad. Adult emotions are indeed complex. If the one you admire does not reciprocate your feelings, why not simply move on? Yahiko scoffed. Having overheard Jiraiya and Uchiha Fuyu's conversation, it was evident that Jiraiya's tears stemmed from Tsunade's marriage, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Fortunately, being young, he thought, if the person he liked were to wed, he could simply find someone else, as it was of little consequence. However, he was still too naive to grasp the true essence of love. Is it really that easy to simply replace someone you care for? Konan pondered, tilting her head as she looked at Nagato and Yahiko. It must be quite challenging, right? But if the person you like is marrying someone else, should you really try to take them away? Tsunade-sama doesn't even like Jiraiya-sensei. Even if you were to win her over, it would serve no purpose. Yahiko shook his head, equally perplexed. Indeed, we should attend the wedding, but how do we reach Konoha? Konan asked, a hint of concern in her voice. If they were to appear as outsiders in Konoha, they would likely be apprehended as spies. Yes, we are not from Konoha. If we go, we would surely be captured. What then? We would miss the wedding and complicate matters for Tsunade, even putting her at risk if she tried to rescue us. Yes, Konan agreed, realizing that a direct approach would likely hinder rather than help. I think, Yahiko scratched his head, contemplating, realizing the truth in their predicament. Feeling momentarily at a loss. Do you wish to attend the wedding? At that moment, the hungry ghost realm Uchiha Izuna appeared before them. Brother, we wish to attend your wedding, but how can we get there? Yahiko inquired, nodding toward Uchiha Izuna. The trio understood that Uchiha Fuyu had sent a clone to safeguard them, though they were unaware it was a six-paths clone, as he had used transformation techniques to conceal his true nature. Observing Uchiha Fuyu's clone, they quickly approached with their questions. If you wish to attend the wedding, that can be arranged. I will escort you there directly, but you must alter your appearances, as Jiraiya-sensei is rather perceptive. It is best not to be recognized by him. I will cast an illusion on you, so that others see you as different individuals. Moreover, they will be unable to detect your chakra, unless they possess eyes like mine. They will not penetrate my illusion, Uchiha Izuna explained before casting a genjutsu, enveloping them, rendering their true forms invisible to the outside world. Their chakra signatures were also concealed, preventing detection even by sensitive ninjas. Is this sufficient? Do we not need to use transformation techniques? Konan asked, observing her unchanged appearance. Will others really see us differently? This is a reverse application of the illusion. Rest assured, no one present today will recognize you. I shall take you to the village now, Uchiha Izuna reassured them, prompting the trio to leave a shadow clone behind as he waved his hand, leading them through a wormhole, disappearing from sight. Remarkably, Jiraiya remained oblivious, having given the trio a few instructions before vanishing himself to prepare for the wedding in Konoha. However, he still needed to procure a gift. Fuyu, you have returned. You must be exhausted from last night. Tsunade smiled softly, awakening to find Uchiha Fuyu seated by her bedside, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I am well. Last night was not tiring, and I did not exert myself much. But you must take care and rest adequately, as you are with child and the most important person in our lives. Uchiha Fuyu replied kindly, gently embracing Tsunade. Would you like to rest a bit longer? You must not overexert yourself. Maintaining your health is paramount. Otherwise, I would worry about you on the battlefield tomorrow. Tsunade nestled in the embrace of Uchiha Fuyu, lifting her gaze to admire his handsome visage, her voice laced with concern. It's all right. We still have time to travel, don't we? Surely. I want to just arrive and immediately plunge into battle. I'm perfectly fine, with my current strength, even if I were to stay awake for 10 days and nights. It would be no trouble at all. Rest assured, I've prepared a heartfelt breakfast for you. Rise and freshen up. After you've washed up, breakfast will await you. Uchiha Fuyu smiled gently, reaching out to caress Tsunade's cheek, his expression filled with affection. Chapter 70. Catching up on sleep, preparing for marriage. Tsunade squinted her eyes in delight, thoroughly relishing the comforting touch from Uchiha Fuyu. She lay in his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, reluctant to part. "What is the matter? Don't you wish to get up?" Uchiha Fuyu asked softly, his fingers playfully toying with her chest. "I couldn't sleep well last night without holding you, so I wish to embrace you a little longer. You'll be heading to the battlefield tomorrow, and I can't help but feel anxious. Even though I know my worries are unfounded, I can't suppress them." Tsunade nestled in Uchiha Fuyu's arms, expressing her inner fears. While she understood that no one in the entire shinobi world could possibly defeat Uchiha Fuyu, her heart was still weighed down with concern. "Fear not. There is no one in the shinobi world capable of taking my life. Don't worry. Your primary focus should be on nurturing the baby and ensuring your happiness each day. You are a physician. Surely you understand this?" Uchiha Fuyu reassured her, lifting Tsunade effortlessly from the bed and guiding her toward the bathroom. "Oh, you're so annoying. I just want to hold you a little longer. Can we sleep together for a bit more? Tomorrow, you'll be off to the battlefield, and I don't know when I'll see you again." Tsunade pouted, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu, wishing to snuggle with him for a little while longer. She was uncertain how long it would be before he returned from the battlefield, perhaps 10 days, half a month, or even a year and a half. Once he was on the battlefield, it was nearly impossible to return swiftly. Tsunade was acutely aware of this, having faced the battlefield more than once. Each time, it had lasted at least several months. Moreover, if the Land of Wind joined the fray, the other nations would surely follow suit, leading to a full-scale war. The end of such chaos was uncertain. All right. I shall accompany you for a nap. And upon waking, we shall have breakfast, shall we?" Uchiha Fuyu said, holding Tsunade close, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. He decided to indulge her with a little more sleep, considering she might have experienced some insomnia without his presence. Fuyu is so wonderful." Tsunade nodded, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Uchiha Fuyu. "Fool." Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, lying back down with Tsunade in his arms. They gazed into each other's eyes, filled with boundless affection, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The two reawoke well into the afternoon, having skipped breakfast entirely and transitioned straight to lunch. Originally, Tsunade suggested that they could simply have the breakfast she had prepared earlier as lunch. However, Uchiha Fuyu insisted on preparing a lavish meal for her to replenish her strength. Their lunch concluded with laughter and joy. "Tsunade, I initially intended to wait until after the war to marry you. However, upon reflection, I believe it would bring you more peace of mind if we were to marry now before I head to battle. What do you think? Shall we wed today?" Uchiha Fuyu inquired gently, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Tsunade. The time was ripe. They were to wed that very evening, and he naturally sought her opinion. "What? Fuyu, what did you just say? We're getting married today? But you're going to the battlefield tomorrow. We have no time for that. Even if we rushed, it would be too late." Tsunade stammered, her face flushed with surprise and embarrassment. While she was already carrying a child, the talk of marriage was an entirely different matter. They had planned to wed after the war, and this sudden proposal left her flustered and anxious. Although she felt a thrill of happiness, she was equally overwhelmed by shyness. "Of course we have time. I've made all the arrangements. We don't need a grand ceremony. I've only invited Jiraiya, Orochimaru, my brother, and my mother. The rest aren't of great importance. Whether they know or not is inconsequential. Once I become the 4th Hokage, I shall publicly celebrate our union in a grand manner, allowing the entire shinobi world to envy you, my Tsunade. What do you think?" Uchiha Fuyu spoke softly, his eyes sparkling with affection as he observed the rosy glow on Tsunade's cheeks. "It's all right as long as they know. The others don't matter. After all, I don't need everyone to be aware of my marriage. As long as those close to me know that I have wed and embraced happiness." Tsunade's heart swelled with emotion as she clung to Uchiha Fuyu, exhilarated at the thought of marrying the man she loved. She had anticipated that it would take a year or two to finally tie the knot, yet here was the unexpected moment, filling her with excitement. "Then it's settled. Tonight, I have prepared a beautiful wedding dress for you. This evening marks our most significant moment, and the ceremony will be attended by just the three of us." Uchiha Fuyu held Tsunade tightly, gently caressing her abdomen, imbuing their wedding with a profound sense of intimacy. Tsunade felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. Marrying the one she adored filled her with joy and anticipation for the evening ahead. "Should I not take the time to prepare myself? Time is of the essence. I must get ready right away." Suddenly recalling that she was to wed that night, Tsunade rushed into the room to begin her preparations. Although she hadn't donned her wedding dress yet, she was determined to beautify herself for the occasion. Chapter 71. Tsunade's Wedding. Orochimaru's invitation, she yearned to present her most beautiful self to the man she loved. Walk slowly, be careful. There is still plenty of time. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled in bemusement as he watched the flustered Tsunade, shaking his head with a smile. Her hurried nature had not changed, though she was gentle with him. Altering her innate temperament was a challenge. With that, Uchiha Fuyu summoned the young women of the Uchiha clan to assist Tsunade in her preparations. After all, it would be quite a task for Tsunade to beautify herself alone. Tsunade's attire was, for the most part, rather casual, lacking any meticulous attention to detail, as her innate beauty rendered excessive embellishment unnecessary. To achieve a more refined appearance, she would require the assistance of others, particularly the women of the Uchiha clan, who were more than capable in this regard. That evening, Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu celebrated a grand wedding on the outskirts of the village. Although the gathering of friends and family was modest, comprising only a few individuals, for Tsunade, it marked the happiest day of her life. Draped in a stunning white wedding gown, her tall figure was accentuated rather than concealed by the flowing fabric, her red lips adding a touch of allure. Uchiha Fuyu, clad in a blue suit, resembled a vision from Tsunade's dreams, ethereal and enchanting. The guest list was limited, featuring Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Shodai, Uchiha Fugaku, as well as Konan, Nagato, Yahiko, and Uchiha Shirchin. In the presence of their loved ones, the couple exchanged vows, officially declaring Uchiha Fuyu as Tsunade's husband. Due to the small number of attendees, the ceremony was simple, concluding amidst the cheers of the guests. Following the wedding, the group shared a meal, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere, with smiles adorning every face. Gifts were presented to the newlyweds in celebration of their union. After the ceremony, the couple naturally engaged in the traditional consummation of their marriage. However, given Tsunade's pregnancy, their activities were understandably limited. Yet, there remained certain avenues to alleviate their newlywed emotions, which need not be disclosed to outsiders. What's wrong? Are you still dwelling on Tsunade? A raspy voice interrupted Jiraiya's contemplations as he sat by the lakeside, gazing at the shimmering surface illuminated by the moonlight. No, not at all. I'm merely pondering my life's direction. How could I still be thinking of Tsunade? She's married now, and there's no point in lingering on such thoughts, Jiraiya replied. Shaking his head without turning to look, his eyes fixed on the lake. Reflecting on his life, he felt a profound sense of failure. Once a bottom dweller, he had finally gained formidable strength, yet he had lost the woman he cherished most. It seemed that his existence had been a series of disappointments. Your words suggest some lingering regret. Love is a perplexing matter, one I cannot assist you with. However, I believe that pursuing Tsunade would not only lead to her wrath, but also to Fuyu's, Orochimaru observed, noting Jiraiya's despondency. Though he himself had never known love, he understood the bonds of kinship and camaraderie, and it pained him to see Jiraiya in distress. Still, he felt powerless to help. Hoping that Jiraiya would soon move past his heartache, lest he find himself on the receiving end of another beating, something Jiraiya was likely accustomed to by now. There's no lingering regret. I merely feel that my life has been somewhat of a failure. The woman I adore does not return my feelings, and my progress in mastering techniques has been painfully slow. After all this time, I still cannot grasp sage techniques. What a failure indeed, Jiraiya lamented, shaking his head as he lay back, hands behind his head, gazing at the crescent moon, his heart heavy with bitterness. What do you plan to do next? War is imminent. Should you not return? Those 3 children should have sufficient capabilities for self-defense by now. With Tsunade pregnant, and Sarutobi-sensei not dispatching Fuyu to my battlefield, I fear facing a Awakens alone may be overwhelming. I might barely withstand their assaults without inflicting significant damage, Orochimaru stated, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Jiraiya. He was uneasy about the prospect of confronting a Awakens alone, recognizing that he could only hope to resist their advances, not defeat them. For now, I cannot. I have my own mission, which you may not comprehend. During this time, I must protect them. They lack the strength to safeguard themselves, and they are of great importance to me. I must ascertain whether I have indeed found the destined child, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head as he met Orochimaru's gaze. He needed to confirm a crucial matter. If he had indeed discovered the child of destiny, he must ensure no harm befell him and guide him appropriately. If Nagato truly was the chosen one, He would need to foster his development to prevent him from straying onto a dark path. Moreover, he had only just begun teaching them ninjutsu, and they had not yet grasped the techniques swiftly enough. He believed that the time would come when they could protect themselves. Coinciding with his departure, a day he hoped was not far off. Is that so? In that case, I shall not press you further. While defeating them may be impossible, holding them at bay is still within our grasp. It seems we have not yet indulged in enough drinks. Shall we partake in another round? Orochimaru suggested with a sly smile as he regarded Jiraiya. Since you have graciously treated me to a meal, I cannot refuse. Let us drink. Jiraiya exclaimed with hearty laughter. Rising swiftly, pulling Orochimaru along as they vanished from sight, radiating joy. After a night of tender intimacy, Uchiha Fuyu rose, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Tsunade beside him. A smile graced his lips as he gently kissed her forehead and chest before quietly exiting the room to prepare breakfast. Once he completed these tasks, Fuyu created a shadow clone to remain at home before disappearing from the spot. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Fuyu, and I shall lead our team. We are bound for the Land of Wind to offer our support. The journey may prove perilous, so I urge everyone to remain vigilant. I detest witnessing sacrifices among our ranks and do not wish for anyone to hinder our progress. Each of you possesses commendable strength, yet the battlefield is merciless. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Those who survive are indeed the elite, but today, you face the elite of Tsunade as well. For now, this is all I shall say. Move out, Uchiha Fuyu commanded coldly, vanishing from sight after addressing the group. Known as the instantaneous Fuyu, his speed was indeed remarkable, dispelling any doubts about his reputation on the battlefield. Since others are able to earn their titles on the battlefield while you have not, it is imperative that you reflect upon the extent of the disparity in strength between you and them. Furthermore, the individual in question is a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan. Why would you perceive him as lacking in capability? Indeed, he is also the beloved of Lady Tsunade, a figure whose prowess and beauty are unparalleled. If Uchiha Fuyu were truly a mere underachiever, how could Lady Tsunade possibly harbor affection for such a man? Undoubtedly, her love for Uchiha Fuyu signifies his formidable strength. As you witnessed, his body flicker technique was so swift that even I, a jonin skilled in taijutsu, could not discern it. The elite jonin following Uchiha Fuyu were left in awe, unable to fathom the rapid movements of Uchiha Fuyu, whose speed left them in his wake. Each of his appearances and disappearances seemed effortless, unlike their own reliance on branches for propulsion. Observing Uchiha Fuyu's progress was akin to watching a leisurely stroll. With each step, he effortlessly materialized before them, leaving them perplexed as to how he vanished and reappeared. The prowess of Lord Fuyu is beyond the imagination of you mere mortals. Do not presume to gauge Lord Fuyu's strength with your limited perspective, a Uchiha Jonin remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, recognizing their inability to comprehend Uchiha Fuyu's actions. His title of Body Flicker Fuyu was indeed well-deserved, instilling both shock and admiration within them. This time, Uchiha Fuyu brought a total of 300 reinforcements, 5 elite Jonin, 36 Jonin, 78 special Jonin, and 180 Chunin, culminating with Uchiha Fuyu himself. As for subsequent troops, arrangements are already underway. This time, they could only muster 300 individuals to advance to the battlefield, as they were merely providing support and were uncertain whether the Sand Village would launch a large-scale assault. Currently, both sides are poised for conflict. Yet no formal attack has commenced. If they send too many reinforcements, it may result in unnecessary losses. Such a scenario, where they would suffer heavy casualties, is something Sarutobi Hiruzen would never endorse. While he is aware that war is inevitable, he did not anticipate such swiftness from the Land of Wind. For now, he has dispatched personnel to provide support and will summon more ninjas as soon as he receives accurate intelligence. On the battlefield of the Land of Wind, Lord Tsukumo, the enemy is attacking again. My brothers are struggling to hold the line. We only have 200 defenders, while the Land of Wind has sent a force of 1,500 to assault us. Our resistance may not last much longer. The defenses could soon be breached. I did not expect them to arrive so swiftly, and we are unaware of how many more troops follow. With only over 200 brothers, we may not withstand this onslaught. We must urgently request reinforcements from the village. Otherwise, our lives will be lost, and the enemy may breach our defenses and invade the Land of Fire. A Konoha ninja bowed towards Tsukumo Hatake, his eyes betraying his grave concern. astonished by the rapid arrival of the Land of Wind. 1,500 ninjas have silently approached our borders, launching a fierce offensive against us. With only over 200 defenders, we cannot hold them back. We must seek assistance immediately. They arrived so quickly? I did not anticipate such a large force and their speed. They have sent over 1,500 ninjas. It seems they are determined, and I suspect they may not limit their attack to this front alone. This group may be a feint, with another contingent poised to invade the Land of Fire directly. The village has already been informed, and they have dispatched over 300 reinforcements. With their support, we should be able to maintain our defenses, given that we hold the high ground. However, I am concerned about the possibility of them stealthily infiltrating Konoha to launch a surprise attack on the village, Tsukumo Hatake remarked, his brow furrowed in thought. Chapter 73. On the battlefield, the enchanting leaf warehouse. Since the village has sent reinforcements, we can rest assured, the man nodded, exhaling in relief. As for other locations, he was unconcerned. Other border ninjas were stationed to guard them. Their position was merely a stronghold. If they could not defend it, they would have no hope of securing the other outposts. Organize everyone for a counteroffensive. We must hold them back. Additionally, have we gathered intelligence? Who are the experts they have dispatched this time? Tsukumo Hatake's expression tightened as he rose to his feet, preparing to confront the enemy. He had not anticipated the Land of Wind's rapid deployment. Before Konoha could react, they had sent a large force to attack. If he could not maintain this stronghold, the ninjas from the Land of Wind could penetrate deep into the Land of Fire, resulting in catastrophic losses. Reporting to Lord Tsukumo, the enemy has sent 2 individuals to command the battle. They appear to be a couple utilizing puppet techniques, rumored to be the offspring of Chiyo, the man informed Tsukumo. Is that so? Puppet techniques, you say? Then we must capture the leaders first. Let us proceed to assess the situation. If we eliminate these 2, the ninja from the Sand Village will likely retreat for the time being, Tsukumo Hatake replied, nodding. He was adept at countering puppet techniques. To him, they were no more than toys that posed no threat. By dispatching these 2 skilled in puppet techniques, he could successfully defend their position and force the Sand Village ninjas to withdraw. With that, Tsukumo Hatake vanished from his location, heading toward the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, the clash of swords and the echoes of explosions filled the air, accompanied by anguished cries and the sight of fallen comrades littering the ground. A river of blood flowing amidst the wreckage. Countless ninjutsu, wind release, water release, fire release, intertwined, creating a tapestry of destruction. Yet, this was not a performance, it was war. And many lives were lost beneath the guise of flashy attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, the battle has commenced, Uchiha Fuyu mused, his brow furrowing as he observed the turbulent border where the fierce sounds of conflict erupted. It was clear that explosive tags were being deployed in great numbers. Wanza, you are responsible for guiding them forward. I shall hasten to the battlefield. The fighting has already begun, and the defenders may not endure much longer. Yes, Lord Fuyu. Uchiha Wanza bowed deeply, subsequently taking command of the main force as they advanced toward the Konoha position. Boom, boom, boom. Those iron wings? I never imagined that even the 3rd Kazekage would personally engage in this conflict. His opponent is none other than Tsukumo Hatake, the father of Kakashi. It appears the Land of Wind has truly mobilized its strongest forces for this battle. This time, they intend to seize the borders of Konoha directly, even infiltrating the heart of the Land of Fire, with a fervent resolve. The border, guarded by merely over 200 ninjas, now faces an assault from over 1,000 adversaries. Remarkably, even the 3rd Kazekage has taken action, indicating their utter disregard for the 3rd Hokage, an old relic of the past. The deployment of such a formidable force for this battle suggests that without Konoha's reinforcements, they would face annihilation. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow. Having already appeared on the battlefield, perched atop the crown of a tree, observing the conflict before him, he could clearly see the 3rd Kazekage, who had grown a pair of dark wings, engaging in combat with a white-haired man, none other than Kakashi Hatake. Amidst the chaos, a graceful figure, seemingly around 18 years of age, surrounded by 3 fiery orbs, shone brilliantly. The individual he had just slain immediately transformed into a desiccated corpse, akin to a mummy, with every drop of moisture evaporated in an instant. Is that Yakura? She appears to be about 18 as well. Quite impressive indeed. She is one of the renowned kunoichi of the Hokage era, possessing remarkable beauty, one I shall not hesitate to claim for myself. A sinister grin crept across Uchiha Fuyu's face as he watched Yakura eliminate a Konoha ninja, swiftly vanishing from sight. Such a stunning woman is only fit for me to possess. After all, Uchiha Fuyu seeks to acquire all the beautiful girls who have graced the world of Naruto. These individuals must not be allowed to roam freely, and should Yakura remain in Tsunade, she would quickly become a pawn in the political machinations of the village. What a waste that would be when she ultimately meets her demise. Since you are destined to be betrayed by your village, to be used as a bargaining chip for peace, you might as well remain by my side. At least this way, you will be spared the hardships of death and treachery. However, her physique and stature rival Tsunade's. How delightful! Uchiha Fuyu's smile widened, his eyes glinting with amusement. Suddenly, Yakura sensed a presence behind her and, with a swift motion, raised her right foot to kick. No need to exert yourself. You cannot defeat me. Come with me to a certain place. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, appearing behind her, seizing her right leg, and enveloping her in his embrace. Vanishing into thin air, Yakura's heart raced with astonishment as she found herself inexplicably transported from the battlefield to a dense forest. Am I dreaming? Just moments ago, I was on the battlefield. How did I end up here? Is this the legendary space-time ninjutsu? She was utterly taken aback. Who are you? What is your purpose in bringing me here? Yakura struggled to comprehend the enigmatic figure before her, unable to identify him due to the absence of a Konoha headband. She was filled with confusion about Uchiha Fuyu's identity and his intentions in bringing her to this place. Had he attempted to strike her earlier, she would likely be dead by now. Do not worry, I will not harm you. I brought you here simply to spare you from the battle, Uchiha Fuyu said softly, stroking Yakura's face. Despite the harsh conditions of the Wind Country, her skin remained remarkably well-maintained, smooth and supple, evoking a sense of admiration. Release me. Who are you to undo my seal? Yakura trembled, her heart brimming with rage. No one had ever touched her before, and she sensed that her chakra was entirely sealed. Leaving her in a state of shock, she shouted in fury, realizing that without her chakra, she was no different from a mere waste. Faced with such a mysterious powerhouse, she found herself apprehensive. Could she truly overcome him? Furthermore, who was he, and why had he brought her here? What did he mean by not wanting her to endure this battle? You need not struggle, your chakra is sealed, and you cannot break free. I brought you here solely to save you. Had you remained on the battlefield, you would have perished. You must know that you are no match for me. If I were to intervene, I could obliterate your entire village in an instant. There is no need to doubt my strength. However, your death would indeed be a regrettable loss. I can see the future, and what I have seen of your fate is rather grim. Uchiha Fuyu regarded Yakura with a slight smile, casually continuing, I acknowledge your prowess. Had you attacked me earlier, I would not have been able to withstand your strike. But if you claim to foresee my future, you must think me a child. Who can truly see the future? It is utterly impossible. At 18, Yakura was no child. She would not be so easily deceived by Uchiha Fuyu's words. Who can see the future? It is simply unimaginable. Only a fool would believe such a thing. If one could see the future, they could alter it. Yakura, I know you will not believe me, but I am someone who has traveled from the future. If you refuse to believe, then allow me to demonstrate whether or not a future exists, and if I can truly foresee it. Look into my eyes. Uchiha Fuyu smiled softly, turning her around and activating his Sharingan, unleashing an illusion upon her. In an instant, Yakura's pupils dilated. She had not anticipated the existence of such a terrifying gaze, as she was drawn into a realm of illusion. Look closely. Is this not a place you recognize? This is several years hence. In the years to come, the third Kazekage will vanish, and the Cloud Village will ambush Tsunade. The fourth Kazekage will be called to action, leading to the outbreak of the third Great Ninja War. During this conflict, you will achieve great renown for Tsunade, especially on the battlefield against the Mist Village. Witness for yourself the scene of you battling the enemies of Tsunade in the years to come. Moreover, you will become a hero of Tsunade. But during your struggle against the Rock Village, your superiors will decide to sacrifice you for peace with the Mist Village. Ultimately, you will become a political pawn. Uchiha Fuyu presented Yakura's future before her, his voice cold as he narrated. The events unfolded before her like a film, every detail clear, allowing Yakura to grasp the entirety of her impending fate. Teacher, called out Shinsuke as he approached Yakura. Shinsuke? What is it? Is something wrong? Yakura replied, bemused. Teacher, you have finally returned. Please guide me in my training. Shinsuke gasped, having just returned from a mission. I just completed a task, and you come seeking me? Yakura chuckled lightly in response. Scenes upon scenes, everything unfolded before Yi Tsang, revealing the impeccable character traits of all involved. This illusion imparted to Yi Tsang a sensation akin to watching a recording, an authentic depiction of events past. Ultimately, the higher-ups of Tsunade abandoned her, sacrificing her to secure peace between the Hidden Mist village and their own. Everything felt so palpably real, as if this was precisely how events transpired. If it were not possible, how could this man before her possess such clarity regarding the personalities, speech patterns, and interactions of everyone present? Was it not perplexing that she had traversed time from the future, presenting all of this before him? Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Yi Tsang with a faint smile, casually inquiring. Indeed, how is it that you can traverse time, returning from the future? Who are you truly? I have never heard of anyone possessing such abilities, nor what might allow one to bridge the temporal divide. Confusion filled Yi Tsang's heart. Who was this man before her? She felt a flicker of curiosity. The scene was undeniably vivid, as though she were living it herself. She recognized that had she been in that position, she would have made the same choice. Even her manner of speech mirrored her own. Yet, she was ultimately betrayed by the village, a hero within its walls. Why, then, was she forsaken? Just continue watching. The forthcoming events hold the key, the very reason I returned from the future, Uchiha Fuyu urged, shaking his head and encouraging her to witness what lay ahead. With a heart full of questions, Yi Tsang glanced at the man, hesitating to speak, then turned her gaze back to the unfolding scenes. The imagery shifted to the borders of the Hidden Mist village, where she was brutally slain by ninjas identifying themselves as allies. Shock coursed through her. They had evidently laid an ambush, waiting for her arrival to strike her down. The revelation left her cold, her pupils narrowing. Although she had witnessed the high-ranking officials in her village convening, she had not truly seen her own death. Yet now the vision confirmed her fate. She was indeed a sacrificial pawn, attacked within the territory of the Hidden Mist. She perished, filled with regret and rage, yet also lingering sorrow. Her intent had been to safeguard her village against enemy forces, never imagining that as a village hero, she would ultimately fall victim to the machinations of its leaders. In this secret mission, you were ambushed and killed. A sacrifice orchestrated by the higher-ups of Tsunade to secure peace, Fuyu explained. After all, at that time, her village was embroiled in conflict with the Awakens, leaving them unable to confront the Hidden Mist. The Hidden Mist harbored deep resentment towards her, a wielder of bloodline limits, as she had slain countless of their ninjas. Thus, her life became the bargaining chip for peace. Now, continue watching. What follows is of utmost importance, Uchiha Fuyu encouraged with a gentle smile as the scene shifted once more. Suddenly, the air resonated with a fierce explosion, suggesting the aftermath of battle. A man strikingly similar to Uchiha Fuyu, perhaps it was he, appeared at the border of the Hidden Mist. He approached the site of the ambush, observing the remains of Yi Tsang, utterly obliterated and strewn across the ground, her body pierced with shurikens. The extent of the enemy's hatred was evident. How could a Tsunade ninja be found here, slain? He pondered. Wasn't Tsunade still engaged in battle with a Awakens? How could she have met her end here? Her hair and physique suggested she was a woman, though her visage was unrecognizable. Yet, she was not entirely dead. A faint heartbeat remained. Incredible, you're still alive despite such injuries? I shall extend my mercy and save you, he declared. He placed his hands upon her chest, infusing her with a surge of green energy. This is impossible, Yi Tsang thought, bewildered as she witnessed him visibly channeling chakra, repairing her form, despite her grievous state. She had been torn apart, yet under his influence, her body began to mend. He reattached her severed limbs, hastily regenerating flesh and blood. In a short time, Yi Tsang found herself restored to her former self, as if no harm had ever befallen her, save for her clothing, which had been completely incinerated in the explosion. Now, she stood naked before this man. Could it be that he saved my life in the future? Yi Tsang pondered, incredulous as she glanced at Uchiha Fuyu. Astonished that anyone could resurrect a person thought dead, his abilities seemed almost supernatural, especially considering she had been dismembered. Yet, this man had reconnected her limbs and initiated her healing. Coughing violently, he expelled blood, exclaiming, "What a struggle! To be torn apart nearly drained my own life force. How fortunate!" He wiped the blood from his lips as his once dark hair began to turn white. I find it strange that I saved a woman I have never met before. How curious that I felt a twinge of compassion in that moment. Not only have I significantly shortened my own lifespan, but I could only barely restore your body, not enough for you to walk. I cannot continue. Any further would sap my life entirely, though at least you will survive. He shook his head. Weariness etched across his features as he draped his coat over Yi Tsong and carried her away from the hidden mist village, retreating to a small cottage by the sea, where he gently laid her down. Ugh! Yi Tsong felt a surge of pain and slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the man with confusion. Do not move just yet. Your body is not fully healed. I have merely reconnected your limbs, but your internal meridians are still incomplete. I have expended 50 years of my life force to save you. It is absurd that I would sacrifice my own life for a stranger. With a shake of his head, he turned to leave, his hair now entirely white, revealing the weight of his sacrifice. What? He actually consumed 50 years of his life to save himself? Indeed, I was supposed to be torn apart by 5 horses. How is it that I am still alive now? He willingly sacrificed 50 years of his lifespan for a woman he had never met before? Just before my death, my soul momentarily left my body, and I witnessed everything that followed. Yi Tsong's heart was filled with astonishment as she gazed at the weathered figure of the elderly man before her, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. In the time that followed, under the tender care of the man, Yi Tsong gradually regained her confidence and the courage to live on, though she found herself immobile. Her heart brimmed with hope, for beside her was a man who loved and cared for her. Fuyu, if there is a next life, I will surely marry you. I, Yi Tsong, will always remember your kindness. To my surprise, I, Yi Tsong, have also fallen in love with a man. Chapter 76. Deceiving Yi Tsong, her affection source. Furthermore, he is a ninja from Konoha. Perhaps this is fate? Fuyu, was it truly worth it for you to sacrifice your own lifespan for me? I am but a worthless being, after all. The two lived together for quite some time, and ultimately, Yi Tsong fell for this man. At night, she often found herself gazing at the man lying on the sofa, whispering to herself, Yi Tsong, do not be disheartened. Everything will turn out well. I will always be by your side. Uchiha Fuyu lay on the sofa, murmuring in his sleep, a smile gracing his lips. Fuyu, you like me too, don't you? Otherwise, why would you stay by my side? Such a man treats me so well. Shouldn't I do something? Fuyu, I wish to express my love for you. I want to marry you. But Yi Tsong struggled to muster the courage to confess her feelings to Uchiha Fuyu. The next morning, Yi Tsong, will you marry me? I like you. To her astonishment, Uchiha Fuyu was the first to confess, gazing tenderly at Yi Tsong. I am willing. Yi Tsong cried out in joy, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Uchiha Fuyu. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Fuyu and Yi Tsong began a blissful life by the sea, and they welcomed a lovely daughter, whom they named Uchiha Tsong. However, their happiness was short-lived. While Uchiha Fuyu was out, ninjas from the Mist Village suddenly attacked, mercilessly killing Yi Tsong and their daughter in their bed. I am back, Uchiha Fuyu declared as he entered, only to sense that something was amiss. Upon seeing the chaos in the room, his heart sank, and he rushed inside, discovering the lifeless bodies of his daughter and Yi Tsong. How could this happen? No. Uchiha Fuyu's heart boiled with rage as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Everything before him was but an illusion, yet Yi Tsong felt an overwhelming sadness, tears threatening to spill. She turned to the man behind her, who looked at her with a gaze full of affection. You claim to foresee the future. Are the scenes you have shown me real or false? And how is it that you traverse through time? If you are from the future, why are you here? Yi Tsong looked at Uchiha Fuyu puzzled. Even if this scene were real, how could this man have traveled from the future to the present? It is the Mangekyo Sharingan, the supreme eye of our Uchiha clan. It is called Mangekyo because each pair of eyes possesses unique powers. When you and Tsunade perished, the blow to my heart was immense. In my fury, I activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. The ability I awakened allowed me to traverse time. The greater the wrath of our Uchiha clan Sharingan, the stronger its power becomes. Without much thought, I unleashed the full might of my Mangekyo Sharingan and lost consciousness. When I awoke again, my consciousness had returned to this body. In other words, this body now carries the memories of my future self. You may not know this, but in Konoha, I am known as the Uchiha clan's waste. I had not awakened my Sharingan by the age of 16, and as the direct descendant of the clan leader, that made me a disgrace, scorned by the entire family. However, with my consciousness returned. You witnessed the illusion I cast upon you, which was born from my Mangekyo Sharingan. This means that it not only transferred my consciousness to this body, but also carried my boundless rage with it. Uchiha Fuyu explained to Yitsong. So, you have acquired the memories and awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan. Your purpose in coming to the battlefield was to rescue me, preventing me from being betrayed by the village? Yitsong began to piece it together, having heard of the Sharingan and its immense power. It was said that Uchiha Madara was extraordinarily powerful, dominating the ninja world with his Mangekyo Sharingan. The only one capable of opposing him was Senju Hashirama. She was unsure of the exact abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it seemed that Uchiha Fuyu possessed countless powers, each more extraordinary than the last. Thus, the man before her was Uchiha Fuyu from decades in the future, returned to the present to save her and alter her fate. Witnessing this illusion deeply moved Yitsong. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl. Though she possessed formidable combat experience, she was naive when it came to matters of the heart. After viewing the scene, she felt her life to be tragically cruel. Moreover, after witnessing the vision, she developed a new sentiment towards Uchiha Fuyu. Though it was hard to believe, something within her felt compelled to trust. After all, if she were in his position, she would undoubtedly fall for such a man. If this had indeed occurred, Uchiha Fuyu had not abandoned her. He even willingly sacrificed his lifespan to heal and care for her with utmost tenderness. In the end, seeing that they had borne a child together evoked a strange and indescribable feeling. Alert! Detecting Yitsong's affection for the host has reached 90 points. Name: Yitsong. Gender: female. Age: 18. Affection level: 90. Alert! Congratulations! The host has gained Yitsong's 90 points of affection, earning the reward, Scorch Release. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Uchiha Fuyu's mind. Indeed, I know the future, which is why I have fallen for you. You understand that I do not wish for your demise. I came to the battlefield to take you away, to lead you far from this war. Yitsong, will you accompany me? Uchiha Fuyu's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes. Chapter 77, Planting Seeds, Awaiting Bloom. When it comes to deceiving young girls, he was particularly skilled. The Yitsong before him was merely 18. It was easy for him to manipulate her feelings. In the realm of illusion, everything is but a fabrication, a mere concoction of fantasy. Yet, before her stands Yakura, who knows too well that she will ultimately face betrayal from the villagers, destined to be sacrificed as cannon fodder for the hidden mist village, where she will be slain without mercy. Only Uchiha Fuyu stands as her solitary savior, willing to lay down his life for her. Moreover, he has tenderly cared for her, even in her state of complete paralysis. Their bond deepens as they declare their love, marrying and bearing a child together. This profound connection stirs her heart immensely. What a rare man he is, willing to sacrifice himself for her. At that moment, the system detects her burgeoning affection for him, which surges to a remarkable 90 points. Consumed by rage after the betrayal, her fists clench tightly, veins bulging, revealing the depth of her resentment towards the village. Yet, it is Uchiha Fuyu's arrival that alters the course of her life. Though she may never become a ninja, she envisions a future filled with happiness alongside him, raising their child together. Alas, tragedy strikes, and they perish at the hands of the hidden mist village. Now, as her future husband returns to seek her, she feels a bittersweet pang within her heart. After witnessing this segment of illusion, she reflects on Uchiha Fuyu, recognizing him as a truly good man. When he inquires about her feelings, she grapples with inner turmoil, hesitating to respond. She is uncertain whether to accept his confession, as it pertains to a future yet unwritten. What if this man before her is deceiving her? If you have no intention at present, you may return for now. If the events I have shown you unfold as foretold, you may seek me out again. If you choose not to, I can wait. I have faith that one day you will return to me, allowing me to cherish you as you deserve. In this lifetime, he acknowledges his failure to protect her, lamenting that he should have left a shadow clone to safeguard her. The unforeseen tragedy weighs heavily on his conscience. I feel immense guilt, but Yakura, I truly love you. Tears glisten in Uchiha Fuyu's eyes as he gently caresses her cheek, his lips quivering with emotion, revealing his genuine feelings. His earnestness does not seem feigned, and she senses a tenderness in his gaze. If he truly intended her harm, she would have perished long ago, especially considering he is a Konoha ninja and she hails from Tsunade. If he were to deceive her, What purpose would it serve? Her heart is torn, as a voice within urges her to trust him. How should she decide? Should she leave with him, or remain in Tsunade? Even if she were to become a hero within her village, would she ultimately find herself as mere fodder, as he had shown her? If that were to be the case, what meaning would her remaining in Tsunade hold? In this moment, Yakura's emotions are a tumultuous blend, leaving her uncertain of her next steps. If aiding Tsunade leads her to become a pawn in their schemes, what then? She wishes to protect her village. Yet the higher-ups are prepared to sacrifice her as a bargaining chip for peace. However, she cannot rely solely on one perspective, for this is merely an illusion crafted by Uchiha Fuyu. No matter how vivid it may seem, should she truly place her trust in it? Yakura is conflicted, uncertain whether to believe this man before her. Yet, if she were to dismiss him, and what he foretold came to pass, what would she do then? You are Uchiha Fuyu, correct? I find myself at a loss, for I cannot discern the truth of what you have shown me. After much contemplation, I have decided to return for now. If these events truly unfold, I will seek you out before my demise. Should they send me to the Hidden Mist Village, I will come for you. Fuyu, will you wait for me? Ultimately, Yakura cannot fully trust Uchiha Fuyu, having just met him. To harbor even a modicum of affection is a significant step. She yearns to ascertain whether her village will indeed make such choices, as he indicated that the third Kazekage would go missing, leading to the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. If all this is true, she will seek Uchiha Fuyu. Very well, I shall not pressure you. This is your choice, and I will safeguard you from the shadows, ensuring no harm comes to you. I wish for your safety, and will await your return in Konoha. Whenever you wish to find me, simply stand atop your home, and I shall appear. Uchiha Fuyu gazes at Yakura with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with warmth. Then it is settled. Should the events you speak of truly come to pass, I will accompany you. Yet, as they have not yet unfolded, I cannot accept this reality just yet. I require time. Yakura exhales a sigh of relief. She recognizes that she cannot overpower Uchiha Fuyu, for he is elusive, leaving her with no opportunity for resistance. Thus, she wishes to utilize time to ascertain the truth of his words. If they prove to be genuine, she will naturally seek him out. Marrying him and bearing his children, what harm would there be in that? However, if all this is a ruse, she will not foolishly present herself to him. Now, I will escort you out, but you must not appear on the battlefield, lest I inadvertently harm you. It is essential that you remain distant from the conflict between Konoha and Tsunade. Uchiha Fuyu nods, his gaze fixed on Yakura, emphasizing the importance of keeping her away from danger. Understood. I will not enter the battlefield. I shall retreat to the rear, pretending to have been defeated by you and rendered unconscious. Yakura agrees, realizing that had she been on the battlefield, she may have already met her demise. Thus, she plans to feign her defeat or death. Upon returning to her village, she will simply be regarded as a special jonin, unnoticed by most. Very well. I shall release you and escort you back to the borders of the Land of Wind. As long as you remain away from the battlefield, you will not fall victim to my unintentional harm. My techniques are vast and powerful. A mere flick of my wrist could result in countless casualties. If you are not accounted for, you may become collateral damage. Uchiha Fuyu acknowledges that Yakura has developed a 90-point affinity for him, deeming it acceptable to return her. After all, she has begun to harbor the faintest trace of affection, akin to a seed that will gradually blossom. One must admit, young girls are indeed easily deceived. Gazing upon the enchanting Yakura, he muses that she is the woman he has chosen. Understood. Yazong nodded slightly, her heart understanding that she would find a way to explain why this battle had suddenly vanished from the battlefield. The abrupt disappearance of someone was quite normal. After all, amidst the chaos of war, no one would specifically observe what she was doing. Uchiha Fuyu also nodded, and subsequently dispelled the illusion. Although much time had elapsed within the illusion, merely a second had passed in the outside world. Uchiha Fuyu promptly returned Yazong to the Land of Wind and reappeared on the battlefield. What manner of man is he, that I sense such an enigmatic aura emanating from him? Why does my heart race in his presence? Is it possible that he is my destined husband? What does the future hold? Will the events I just witnessed truly come to pass? Will all my efforts for the village merely become political pawns? If so, what significance does my protection of this village have? Yazong gazed at Uchiha Fuyu's disappearing figure, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, uncertain of what course of action to take. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fuyu had returned to the battlefield, where fierce combat was underway. The third Kazekage had ensnared Kakashi Hatake, and the Konoha ninjas were retreating under relentless assault. With 200 against over 1,500 ninjas, even with the high ground and ample supplies, they were at a disadvantage due to insufficient manpower. Konoha, in a defensive stance, continued to falter, having lost 2 positions in quick succession. Now was the most intense moment of battle. It was time for me to make my entrance. This confrontation would etch my name into the annals of the ninja world. It is time for you all to witness the might of the Uchiha clan. A slight smile graced Uchiha Fuyu's lips as he beheld the third Kazekage and others, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Whoosh! Uchiha Fuyu then appeared before the Konoha defensive position. "Look, who has arrived? Our reinforcements," murmured the ninjas. "Those are the Uchiha clan's garments. Could it be that they have come to our aid? No, wait. I recognize that figure. It is Lord Fuyu. I cannot believe he has come to the front lines. Is it truly the Fuyu who is famed for capturing Hanzo of the Salamander? Indeed, it is Lord Fuyu. He has arrived. We are saved. Our reinforcements are surely not far behind." The Konoha ninjas, previously in a defensive state, felt a surge of joy as Uchiha Fuyu appeared, their spirits lifted. His arrival signified that the main force was on its way, perhaps even immediately. In an instant, the surviving ninjas of Konoha were filled with elation. Their fighting spirit renewed as they quickened their movements. They knew they had to hold on. Reinforcements were on the horizon, and salvation was at hand. "Everyone, fall back 500 meters. Uchiha Fuyu announced loudly upon arriving on the battlefield, his voice echoing throughout. All who heard him paused, looking up in astonishment at this audacious figure. I had thought myself quite bold, yet here was someone even more audacious than I. The third Kazekage hovered in the air, momentarily taken aback, for he had believed himself sufficiently arrogant, only to discover a more brazen soul in the ninja world. He was the third Kazekage, recognized as the strongest of his kind, and thus had every right to his pride. But what was this Uchiha Fuyu? Did he presume that merely earning the title of Shunshin Fuyu, famed for capturing Hanzo, rendered him invincible? Did he truly believe he could demand everyone to retreat 500 meters, intending to face the entire Tsunade army alone? What? Did you hear that? Did I mishear? Uchiha Fuyu has commanded us to retreat 500 meters? You did not mishear. Lord Fuyu indeed said so. Since he has spoken, he must possess confidence. Let us withdraw 500 meters and take a moment to regroup. Indeed, Lord Fuyu would never deceive us. Quickly retreat. The members of the Uchiha clan led the way in their withdrawal. In a moment, all ninjas on the battlefield began to retreat. Kakashi Hatake, too, felt a flicker of doubt as he distanced himself from the third Kazekage, turning to regard Uchiha Fuyu with surprise. He had thought that with the 1,500 men dispatched, it would suffice to eliminate merely 2 puppeteers. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself engaged in a stalemate with the third Kazekage, neither side able to gain the upper hand due to the latter's magnetic release and ability to fly. Presenting a challenge for Kakashi. Senior Kakashi, you should also fall back. It is time for Tsunade to witness the might of our Uchiha clan. Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate power of the Uchiha. All Uchiha clan members present, observe closely. With unwavering conviction, let your hearts brim with camaraderie, love, and kinship. In doing so, you shall awaken this supreme eye. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Uchiha Fuyu bellowed, a surge of crimson light illuminating the scene. What a formidable aura. Is this the Kaleidoscope Sharingan of Lord Fuyu? This is the pinnacle of our Uchiha clan's ocular prowess, and it seems only Lord Fuyu has awakened it. It has been ages since anyone has invoked such power. Camaraderie, love, kinship? By possessing these, can we truly awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? The Uchiha clan members stood in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief and awe as they beheld Uchiha Fuyu, an overwhelming sense of bloodline pressure surging forth. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan? The legendary eye of Uchiha Madara? Kakashi Hatake furrowed his brow, vanishing from sight, eager to witness the combat prowess of this Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Mere bluster. Everyone charge. The third Kazekage commanded coldly, unfurling his wings and leading the Tsunade ninjas into the fray. Susanoo. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, not employing his full strength, but revealing a skeletal form, standing firmly on the ground. A colossal purple skeletal figure materialized before them, towering with 4 arms, each wielding a katana. What is this? How is this possible? Gasped the third Kazekage and his comrades, their hearts pounding as they beheld the imposing purple figure. their pupils dilating in shock. What did he just say? Susanoo? What an overwhelming presence, such magnitude. What kind of power is this? Kakashi Hitaki, also taken aback, gasped in disbelief, witnessing such raw might for the first time. Is this the ultimate ocular technique of our Uchiha clan? Susanoo, Lord Fuyu has unleashed Susanoo. This is our clan's most potent technique, said to be capable of cleaving mountains with a single stroke. It is too powerful. Can such an aura truly belong to a mere mortal? The Uchiha clan members were left in awe, unable to fathom the sight before their eyes. The magnitude of this event is utterly astonishing. What manner of beast is this? It is colossal beyond imagination. The sheer presence alone is enough to overwhelm us. Fear not, for with the great wind shadow present, we have nothing to dread. The people of Sunagakure also felt a wave of terror. However, their blind confidence in their own leader made them believe that the Susanoo before them could surely be quelled by their third wind shadow. Prepare yourselves to face the reckoning. Uchiha Fuyu stood grounded, surveying the assembly of small Kurami before him, his voice cold. Humph, magnet release, sand iron domain. Let me witness your so-called Susanoo. The third wind shadow retorted icily, unleashing his ultimate technique, ensnaring Uchiha Fuyu's Susanoo in a complete embrace, as countless iron spikes surged forth to pierce the Susanoo. A flickering candle dares not compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Uchiha Fuyu let out a cold laugh, sweeping his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous high-density iron pillars flew back, hurtling towards the ninjas of Sunagakure. This is not good. Such speed. Damn it. It's too heavy. I cannot control it. The third wind shadow's heart sank, as the iron spikes, propelled by Uchiha Fuyu, flew with an alarming velocity, their immense weight rendering him powerless to manage them. Magnet release, sand iron wall. The third wind shadow knew he could not withstand this blow. He hastily conjured countless iron sands to form a defense, attempting to block the very spikes he had unleashed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, numerous ninjas from Sunagakure fell victim to the very iron spikes released by their own leader, impaled to the ground, blood flowing like rivers. What? How can this be? The third wind shadow's pupils contracted, an endless fury flashing in his eyes. His own attack had slain the ninjas of his village, igniting a profound rage within him. His sand iron wall could not withstand his own iron spikes, which pierced through without resistance. What kind of enemy is this? How can we possibly contend with Uchiha Fuyu? He is far too powerful. It is as if he is not human. The attacks of the wind shadow could not even touch him. The ninjas of Sunagakure were paralyzed with dread, their backs chilled, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, trembling with fear. Their strongest combatant could not withstand even a single strike from Uchiha Fuyu, who effortlessly nullified the third wind shadow's assault with a mere gesture, turning it into a weapon of slaughter. How formidable! Long live Lord Fuyu! Long live Lord Fuyu! In an instant, the surviving ninjas of Konoha erupted in fervent cheers upon witnessing such a scene. At that moment, reinforcements from Konoha arrived, only to be met with the bewildering sight of a Susanoo towering dozens of feet high. They were left dumbfounded, questioning the origin of such a colossal entity. This is the strongest ocular technique of our Uchiha clan, the Susanoo born from the Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, the ultimate ocular jutsu of our clan is immensely powerful. Whoever possesses it is invincible. Long live Lord Fuyu! Long live Lord Fuyu! Everyone present continued to chant for Uchiha Fuyu. They already glimpsed the hope of victory in this war, as the initial skirmish seemed to tilt in their favor. Do you have any further tactics? If not, I shall graciously accept your surrender. Uchiha Fuyu sneered, advancing step by step toward the third wind shadow. How infuriating! Magnet release, sand iron rectangular prism. The third wind shadow, horrified, clenched his fists and waved his right hand. A massive rectangular prism of sand iron hurtled toward Uchiha Fuyu. How dull! Is this truly the third wind shadow? The mightiest among them? TSK, TSK, TSK. How pathetically weak! Uchiha Fuyu mocked, slicing through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The high-density sand iron was sent flying miles away, echoing with a dull thud. Wind release, wind cutter. Wind release, cyclone wave. Wind release. Countless ninjas from Sunagakure unleashed their techniques against Uchiha Fuyu. Bang, bang, bang. However, only clouds of dust stirred upon the surface of Uchiha Fuyu's Susanoo, their efforts utterly futile. You are far too weak. I have grown weary of this. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, realizing that he had yet to employ his complete Susanoo, and they were already faltering. This was no longer entertaining. Damn it. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Everyone retreat. The third wind shadow understood that he had lost this battle. He needed to flee swiftly, or his life would be forfeit. His forces were utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of the Susanoo. He turned and fled, ordering the remnants of his forces to withdraw. Think you can escape? I have no interest in the others, but you too must stay? Ha ha ha. Uchiha Fuyu paid no mind to the third wind shadow's departure. His focus lay solely on the parents of Chiyo. Now that Chiyo was likely 49 years old, he wondered how she had changed. However, her daughter-in-law had at least made an appearance. This one seems promising. Initially a puppet, her true beauty was concealed, but now, in her true form, she is indeed lovely. She can still serve my purposes. I shall assess Chiyo's appearance before making a decision. After all these years, I have not seen Chiyo's visage. If her elder self is unappealing, then she is of no use. Yet, if she retains her youthful charm, perhaps she could be of some utility. Uchiha Fuyu vanished from his location, materializing beside a red-haired man, accompanied by a black-haired woman of fair appearance and innocent charm. Upon seeing them, Uchiha Fuyu immediately seized them, disappearing from the scene. Subsequently, he sealed their chakra and cast a genjutsu to render them unconscious. After securing them in his hidden base, he returned to the battlefield. Elder Saku, it is over. Let them clean the battlefield. Uchiha Fuyu said with a light smile directed at Kakashi Saku. Indeed, Fuyu-kun, your strength is remarkable. I am no match for you. Kakashi Saku remarked, squinting at Uchiha Fuyu, his demeanor exuding warmth. Elder Saku, you jest. I have merely been fortunate. This battle has undoubtedly instilled fear in Tsunade. For the foreseeable future, they shall not stir. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Kakashi Saku before turning to depart. We won. Was it truly so effortless? Indeed, we actually triumphed. How incredible. Lord Fuyu single-handedly repelled the third wind shadow and over 1,000 ninjas from Tsunade, slaying hundreds in the process. Truly invincible. Lord Fuyu has yet to exert his full strength. If he did, how formidable would he be? Long live Lord Fuyu. Long live Lord Fuyu. In that moment, all the surviving ninjas of Konoha, still reeling from the victory, erupted in cheers. As they came to their senses, their voices rang out, and Uchiha Fuyu became a symbol of invincibility in their eyes. Admiration and fervor evident on their faces. His prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Everyone, swiftly clear the battlefield. Bring back the bodies of our fallen brothers. Additionally, gather all supplies and reclaim the lands we once lost. Kakashi Saku nodded and promptly issued commands. Yes, Lord Saku. The ninjas immediately began to recover and cleanse the battlefield. Bring back all the fallen ninja corpses, seal them properly, and gather the supplies from the battlefield. In an instant, the two previously lost positions were reclaimed. Uchiha Fuyu possesses remarkable strength. Indeed, he is quite an intriguing individual. First, I shall send this battle report back. With a smile on his face. Kakashi Sakumo never harbored jealousy towards others. He was kind-hearted and amiable towards the villagers. He felt nothing but admiration for Uchiha Fuyu's prowess, devoid of any envy. After completing the battle report, he promptly dispatched a ninja hawk to relay the information back to Konoha. This place is rather desolate. In the midst of the barren desert, Uchiha Fuyu appeared with two unconscious individuals, shaking his head at the arid landscape. Wood release. Birth of the tree world. Subsequently, Uchiha Fuyu clasped his hands together, and an abundance of chakra surged forth, transforming the desert into a lush forest as saplings rapidly grew into towering trees. With the power of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Fuyu merely needed to combine water and earth attributes to manifest wood release. Moreover, the yang release chakra within him would ultimately result in genuine wood release. Otherwise, a technique like Yamato's could only serve for mere greening. However, it seems I am also engaged in a bit of greening myself. Quite pleasing to the eye. Wood release, 4 pillars house technique. Observing the verdant trees surrounding him, Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly, and with a push of his right foot, a luxurious wooden villa appeared before him. As he awoke, Uchiha Fuyu discarded the father of Chiyo aside and placed his mother on the bed, dispelling her jinjutsu. Who are you? You're a Konoha ninja, right? Why have you brought me here? Chiyo's mother, clutching a shuriken, glared coldly at Uchiha Fuyu. Why? Because you are rather beautiful, Uchiha Fuyu replied, rising to his feet, a smirk gracing his lips. Beautiful? Chiyo's mother furrowed her brows, her heart brimming with confusion. Look over there. Who is that? Uchiha Fuyu pointed to Chiyo's father lying on the ground, a cold smile on his face. Chiyo, what do you intend to do? Chiyo's mother exclaimed, her heart racing as she beheld her husband sprawled beside her, panic flashing in her eyes. Dear girl, you wouldn't want your husband to meet a tragic end, would you? What a pity it would be to lose such a promising young man. And you, a woman as lovely as a flower, to become a widow at such a young age. How unfortunate that would be. Wasting such potential is indeed a loss, Uchiha Fuyu remarked, vanishing from his spot and reappearing before Chiyo's mother, lifting her delicate chin with his right hand. Her skin was fair and smooth, a sensation Uchiha Fuyu relished as he made contact. She, like Yakumo, had not allowed the sands of the Wind Country to mar her complexion. Instead, she possessed a natural exotic beauty, her star-like eyes exuding a gentle fragrance reminiscent of milk, refreshing to the senses. Please, don't harm Chiyo. What do you truly wish to accomplish? Chiyo's mother questioned, her heart in turmoil as she gazed at Uchiha Fuyu. Nothing much. I simply find myself fond of you. Dear girl, as a mother, you must understand, Uchiha Fuyu replied, a teasing smile playing on his lips. What? Chiyo's mother was taken aback, her cheeks flushed, her body trembling slightly as she glanced at her husband lying on the ground, panic filling her gaze. Clenching her jaw and fists, she lunged at Uchiha Fuyu with the shuriken. Die! She cried, her voice ringing out, as the weapon aimed for Uchiha Fuyu's heart. With a sickening sound, blood splattered, painting Chiyo's mother's face, yet she felt no joy. Instead, her pupils dilated, her mouth agape, trembling as tears streamed down her face. No, Chiyo, why? Why is this happening? I was supposed to kill that Konoha ninja, why is it you? She lamented, her voice filled with sorrow as she looked upon her husband's lifeless body. Blood gushing from his chest, staining her visage. My lady, surely you wouldn't want your husband to perish by your own hand, would you? Uchiha Fuyu said with a slight smile, approaching her and crouching down to meet her terrified eyes. Why? Why did this happen? I was meant to kill you. Why is it, Chiyo? She cried out, disbelief washing over her as she collapsed to the ground, staring at her husband's blood-soaked body. It is indeed an illusion. What you saw earlier was merely a reflection of him. I know you desire to end my life, yet you foolishly offered yourself for the task. Alas, you cannot see through the illusion. He is now on the brink of death. However, there remains a chance for salvation. What do you say? Will you consider it? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, lifting Chiyo's mother's chin with a mischievous grin. You can save him? If you can bring Chiyo back to life, I will do anything you ask. She replied, closing her eyes, a mixture of bitterness and despair swirling within her heart. Yet, for the sake of her husband, she felt compelled to submit. If Uchiha Fuyu could indeed revive him, she would comply with his demands. As a wife, she understood his intentions, realizing that she was not a fool. She had aimed to kill Uchiha Fuyu, but found herself tragically slaying her own husband instead. The thought of not yielding sent a chill down her spine. What would become of her child if both she and her husband were gone? This is your promise. Do not regret it later, Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, placing his hand upon Chiyo's husband. In an instant, Chiyo's husband's wound healed, and his breathing steadied. All done, Uchiha Fuyu said with a smile, rising to his feet. Chiyo, Chiyo. Chiyo's mother knelt, reaching for her husband's life signs, and indeed, he had returned to life, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. My lady, should we not fulfill your promise? Otherwise, your husband may yet meet his end, Uchiha Fuyu remarked with a cold smirk. I understand, Chiyo's mother nodded, closing her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She had to accept her fate. There was truly no other choice. If she wished for her husband to live, she had to remain by Uchiha Fuyu's side. If both she and her husband departed from this world, what would become of their child? She had no alternative. Only the acceptance of this conclusion. Ultimately, Uchiha Fuyu's hand gently brushed against Chiyo's mother's face, the smoothness of her skin delightful to the touch. It must be said, Chiyo's mother had developed splendidly. An urge to toy with her arose within him. On a stormy night, within the opulent wooden villa, candlelight flickered as shadows darted swiftly, moving with the swiftness of the wind, evoking endless imaginings amidst the blossoming scenery of spring. The mother of Scorpion tightly embraced Uchiha Fuyu, evoking memories reminiscent of the scene where Luffy and the Empress were entwined. observing the relentless yet defiant gaze of the mother of Scorpion as she faltered. Uchiha Fuyu let out a cold chuckle. As the sun rose the following day, he cast Jie back to the Land of Wind and sealed the memories of the Land of Wind from the mother of Scorpion using illusionary techniques. After ensuring her well-being, he made his way back to the battlefield. Recalling the stubborn expression of the mother of Scorpion from the previous night, a smile graced his lips. A woman with red hair? She appears to belong to the Uzumaki clan. Lost in thought, Uchiha Fuyu noticed a red-haired girl, seemingly around 17 years of age, lying on the ground in tattered linen, near the brink of death. He approached her, helping her up and immediately administering treatment. The red-haired girl sensed a surge of immense life energy flowing into her body, causing her to tremble and involuntarily moan. This exquisite sensation was unlike anything she had ever experienced. "Thank you, my name is Huali." Upon opening her eyes and seeing Uchiha Fuyu, she was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled sweetly. Chapter 82. Gaining the Kagura Heart Eye. Her smile was enchanting, pure, radiating an aura of innocence. Her fair skin and slender figure, despite being clad in coarse fabric, could not conceal her remarkable beauty. The small waist and long legs adorned with black fishnet stockings ignited countless fantasies, captivating in their allure. Huali? Could it be Uzumaki Huali? Uchiha Fuyu mused, finding the name quite fitting. The only love. What brings you here? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Big brother, how do you know my surname is Uzumaki? Huali asked, surprised by his knowledge. Anyone who sees your hair color would know. In the entire ninja world, most red-haired individuals are of the Uzumaki clan. I merely guessed. He chuckled, noting that aside from the Uzumaki clan, few possessed such striking red hair. Big brother, after our clan was annihilated, many of our people scattered and fled. I have no idea where they are now. I escaped, but am lost. I was so hungry earlier that I collapsed. I no longer comprehend the meaning of living. Huali shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion as she spoke to Uchiha Fuyu. Then stay by my side. Perhaps we can discover the meaning of your existence together. I am Uchiha Fuyu, a ninja from Konoha. He extended his right hand towards her, his gaze imbued with warmth. The meaning of living? Huali pondered, slightly taken aback by his gentle eyes. Under the sunlight, he appeared as if descended from the heavens to save her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Thump, thump. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Uchiha Fuyu, her eyes brimming with an unusual emotion, and extended her right hand. Brother Fuyu, from now on, you will be my reason to live. In that moment, Huali's heart swelled with thoughts of her past since the fall of the Uzumaki clan, leaving her without refuge amidst the unending turmoil of the ninja world. She longed merely to survive and keep moving forward. His touch was cool and smooth as Uchiha Fuyu held Huali's delicate, icy hand, finding it quite comforting. Beep. Detected that Uzumaki Huali's affection level towards the host has reached 90 points. Name, Uzumaki Huali. Gender, female. Age, 17. Effect level, 90. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 90 points of affection from Uzumaki Huali. Reward, Kagura Heart Eye. The system's voice echoed in Uchiha Fuyu's mind. The Kagura Heart Eye? This is indeed a remarkable ability, enhancing perception significantly. With it, I can instantly sense all chakra within a radius of several hundred miles. It appeared that through Uzumaki Huali, he could acquire all the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan. A smile crept upon his lips. This power was indeed advantageous to him. Just then, a man carrying firewood walked by. Uchiha Fuyu was momentarily taken aback, observing the man's departing silhouette before glancing back at Huali. If I hadn't appeared, perhaps Huali would have been saved by that man. This is near the village of grass. Could she be the mother of Uzumaki Karen? He recalled the tragic fate of the two unfortunate women, mother and daughter, who had perished due to the ravages of war, leaving Uzumaki Karen as the sole survivor, eventually becoming a vital medical resource in the village of grass. The Uzumaki clan possessed immense life force, and their blood could heal wounds, leading to their tragic fate as medical tools, drained of life. If it were you, that would be quite favorable. At least it could alter your destiny. Originally in the storyline, you merely made a brief appearance as a corpse, without even a face shown. However, your existence in the world of Hokage is undeniable. The children you bear will have effects on me as well. Gazing at Uzumaki Huali, Uchiha Fuyu's lips curled into a smirk. If she were indeed Uzumaki Karen's mother, It would be fortuitous. This was one of his objectives, and he had unexpectedly encountered her. Had he not intervened, she might have been rescued by that man carrying firewood, eventually giving birth to Uzumaki Karen. Now that he had saved her, would Uzumaki Karen become his daughter? Uzumaki Karen, too, or a tragic tale. Having witnessed her mother's gruesome demise, she herself became a tool for healing, subjected to torment and bloodletting, ultimately falling for Uchiha Sasuke, who never reciprocated her feelings, leaving her in solitude. Now, let us make you Sasuke's sister or perhaps his elder sister. It would be another form of fate, wouldn't it? Uchiha Fuyu mused, a subtle smile gracing his face as he took Huali's hand and departed. Where are we going now, brother Fuyu? Huali asked, tilting her head. Her red eyes filled with curiosity, her sweet and charming demeanor utterly enchanting. To take you home. Uchiha Fuyu replied with a gentle smile. Home. Huali was momentarily stunned. The concept felt so distant. Gazing into Uchiha Fuyu's tender eyes, she felt as though she might melt, her face flushing as she hesitated in her steps. What's wrong? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, puzzled by her sudden pause. Suddenly, Huali rose on her toes and planted a soft kiss on Uchiha Fuyu's cheek. Uchiha Fuyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling the warmth of her blush as he touched his slightly damp cheek. Chapter 83, Sealing Technique. Diamond Lock. Brother Fuyu, thank you for being willing to give me a home. Thank you for being so kind and saving me. I like you, brother Fuyu. Kushina Haru, once a wandering woman, found herself on the brink of death when Uchiha Fuyu rescued her. This act of salvation deeply moved her, instilling a profound sense of gratitude. Upon witnessing the gentle demeanor of Uchiha Fuyu, she felt as though she had discovered a reason to live, developing a sense of reliance upon him. When Uchiha Fuyu expressed his intention to provide her with a home, she could no longer suppress her feelings and offered him a tender kiss. She was a brave woman, unpretentious in her affections, boldly confessing her feelings. Perhaps this was what they call love at first sight? Ding. Detected that Kushina Haru's affection for the host has reached 95 points. Name: Kushina Haru. Gender: female. Age: 17. Affection: 95. Ding. Congratulations to the host for attaining 90 points of affection from Kushina Haru. Reward: Sealing Technique. Diamond Lock. The voice of the system resonated within Uchiha Fuyu's mind. Has it escalated so swiftly? It appears that, like Kushina Rin, a woman will inevitably fall for the man who saves her. Like mother, like daughter, he mused, casting a glance at Kushina Haru before him. It was indeed because Uchiha Sasuke rescued Kushina Rin once that she fell for him, remaining steadfastly by his side, choosing to follow him wherever he went. Haru, would you be willing to become the woman behind me? Uchiha Fuyu asked, drawing her into his embrace and whispering gently in her ear. Brother Fuyu, does he like me too? Oh, how shy. Kushina Haru's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she gazed at Uchiha Fuyu, her heartbeat quickening. Yes, she replied shyly. Brother Fuyu, I am willing. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. Kushina Haru nodded, casting her eyes towards Uchiha Fuyu, her hands nervously wringing the corner of her attire, exuding a delicate charm. Come. Uchiha Fuyu smiled, taking her hand and vanishing from sight, only to reappear in his secret base. Haru, from now on, you shall be my woman. With Kushina Haru's affection reaching 95 points, Uchiha Fuyu no longer held back. He embraced her tightly, causing her body to tremble with excitement. In an instant, the coarse fabric of Kushina Haru's attire was torn to shreds, and her form radiated a shimmering white light, exquisite as jade. Brother Fuyu, please, have mercy on Haru. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, finding everything to be so uncomplicated. Love arrived with the swiftness of a tornado. The secret base was awash in a vibrant spring atmosphere, an intense heat rising, creating a palpable sense of fervor. Outside the base, tumultuous winds gathered, streaks of lightning illuminating the darkened sky, casting light upon the path of the night. Who knows which scoundrel has made another vow? The heavens have betrayed us. Why is there so much rain? My hat can hardly withstand it. I must hurry to the well for water, otherwise there will be none to drink tonight. In a certain part of the ninja world, a man donned a hat, shaking his head as he observed the descending raindrops with resignation. Soon, he ventured to the well and drew up a bucket of water. Huh, how is there a fish in my well? A fish? Did it somehow find its way in from somewhere else? Tonight's dinner will be delightful. We shall feast on fish. Ha ha. The man, thrilled with his catch, laughed heartily. Later, upon returning home, he insisted that his wife prepare the fish. The rich fragrance of the white fish soup wafted through the air. "My dear, this soup is exquisite. The fish is robust and fresh. I nearly lost my wits while catching it. It was quite lively, but thankfully I managed. This soup is truly delightful. I must have more." His wife, smiling sweetly, enjoyed the soup, her beauty enhanced as she savored it, captivating him to the point of distraction. "Enjoy to your heart's content. We shall continue this tomorrow. Perhaps there are more fish in the well. We shall catch fish there daily. They must reside in the well." The man chuckled, his heart lightened by his wife's joy. "In Tsunade, what do you mean? Jijie and the others have gone missing on the battlefield? How can this be? Was there no one who noticed when they entered the fray? How could they disappear without a trace? Not even their bodies can be found. Dispatch search parties immediately. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. We must locate them. Even if it is merely their remains, we must bring them back, alive or dead." A middle-aged woman in her 40s, her eyes reflecting a grave intensity, bore a youthful complexion, unmarred by wrinkles. The aura of authority she exuded, cultivated by her high standing, left those who beheld her in awe. Although petite, at around 5 feet, her charm and grace rendered her a paragon of femininity, maintaining an alluring presence. Indeed, female ninjas with medical jutsu age gracefully. "Yes, Lady Chio," a Sand Village ninja bowed before vanishing. "How could this happen? Where could Jie and the others have gone? How could they vanish inexplicably? In the battlefield, they were stationed far behind, releasing puppets, and it was inconceivable for them to wander onto the battlefield so carelessly." Chapter 84. The daughter-in-law is lost? Chio is shocked moreover. Both possessed considerable strength. Escaping from Uchiha Fuyu should not have been challenging. Why did this transpire? At that moment, Uchiha Fuyu did not even pursue them. Where could they possibly be? Chio furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes filled with a grave concern. She was perplexed as to why her son and daughter-in-law had vanished so suddenly, inciting a whirlwind of anger and worry within her. "Lady Chio, we have just spotted Lord Jijia. He is currently unconscious at the village entrance, and we have brought him back. However, Lady Meizi is still unaccounted for." Shortly thereafter, a Sand Village ninja appeared before Chio to report. "What? Only Jijia returned alone? Where is Meizi? Come, let us go see. We must retrieve her at once." Chio's heart raced with shock. She had not anticipated her son's return, only to find her daughter-in-law missing. Anxiously, she vanished from sight, hurrying towards the village entrance. "Yes." The Sand Village ninja bowed, promptly following Chio to the village entrance. "Jijia? Jijia?" Upon arriving at the entrance, Chio found her son being carried back, evidently unconscious. She rushed forward, eager to check for any injuries. Breathing steadily, devoid of any wounds. What could be the reason? Yet, he remains in a comatose state. Could it be an illusion? However, there are no signs of enchantment. Chio furrowed her brow, gazing at her son, who lay unconscious before her, and directly performed the seal to dispel the illusion. Jijia slowly opened his eyes, locking onto the visage of his mother, momentarily taken aback. "Mother? How did you come to be here? Where am I? Was I not on the battlefield?" Confusion flooded Jijia's mind. Had he not been on the battlefield moments ago? He then recalled the darkness that enveloped him, leading to his fainting spell. Yet here he was, awakening to find his mother before him. Wasn't she supposed to be in the village and not out here? Surveying his surroundings, his pupils constricted. Had he not returned to the village? What on earth was happening? Indeed, it seemed he had fallen victim to an illusion. "Jijia, what transpired? Why are you alone? And how did you end up at the gate of Tsunade? Where is Meizi? Why did you return without her?" Chio's heart brimmed with worry as she questioned her son, perplexed about her daughter-in-law's whereabouts and the events that had unfolded. "Meizi? She hasn't returned?" Jijia replied, bewildered. "I'm unsure of the circumstances. I only remember the battlefield fading to black, then I lost consciousness. I don't even know how I returned to the village. Surely, someone from the village must have brought me back? Where could Meizi be? How could this happen? I was with her, and then I blacked out. Now, I have no recollection." Jijia was aghast, realizing that after losing consciousness on the battlefield, someone had brought him back to the village, yet his wife was missing. Where could she have gone? At that moment, Jijia's complexion paled, and a chill ran down his spine as he grappled with the unknown. Reflecting on the situation filled him with dread. "Since you are uncertain, do not dwell on it for now. I have dispatched individuals to search for Meizi. I trust we shall have results soon. After all, Unless there is complete annihilation, it is typically possible to locate a body. Even if the people from Konoha took Mei Z's body, we could retrieve it. Do not overthink this matter. Return home and rest. This war has concluded, and we have suffered defeat. Chiyo shook her head, gazing at Jijia with a mix of gravity and resignation. She understood that they had lost this battle, and the absence of her daughter-in-law meant either death or capture. Only those two possibilities remained. Should she be captured or killed, they could negotiate with Konoha to reclaim her. After all, they had been defeated, and discussions of reparations would ensue. If they could retrieve her body or her person, it was not out of reach. Mother, we had no hope of victory in this battle. I did not anticipate that Uchiha Fuyu would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and manifest a power known as Susanoo. Such an ability is dreadfully formidable. He single-handedly faced our army of over 1,000 shinobi, and even with the third Kazekage present, we could not thwart him. Jijia continued. We had assembled over 1,500 shinobi as a strike force, with the third Kazekage backing us, intending to swiftly eliminate the Konoha shinobi along the border and penetrate the Land of Fire. Yet, the emergence of Uchiha Fuyu led to our downfall. His strength is truly overwhelming. When I witnessed Susanoo, I was engulfed by terror. That manifestation is tailored to counter our puppet masters. Our puppets could not breach his defenses. While he could attack at will, none among us could withstand him. A shadow of despair crossed Jijia's eyes as he realized the magnitude of Uchiha Fuyu's strength. The invocation of Susanoo rendered their numbers and puppetry futile against his defenses. With such impenetrability, he could enact slaughter upon the battlefield, each strike resounding with overwhelming power. Their shinobi could hardly approach, and all jutsu unleashed upon Susanoo seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Chiyo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, turned to Jijia. You have not witnessed Uchiha Madara's terror. In his time, he could single-handedly conquer the 4 great shinobi villages. His power stemmed from Susanoo, and only the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could contain him. This ability has not surfaced for decades, yet here it is again, embodied in a young member of the Uchiha clan. Such might is not something our village can withstand. However, from what I gather, Uchiha Fuyu's Susanoo pales in comparison to Madara's. The latter's Susanoo was far grander. Chiyo continued, thus, we are not devoid of chances. If we can engage other villages in battle and utilize the Jinchuriki for an offensive, Uchiha Fuyu will inevitably face defeat. After all, not everyone is Uchiha Madara. While Madara was indeed formidable, Uchiha Fuyu, in comparison, is somewhat lacking. If he possessed such prowess, he would have already invaded our Sunagakure. Madara could effortlessly obliterate a shinobi village. To him, they were insignificant. Yet, Uchiha Fuyu refrained from such actions and released Susanoo, allowing you to escape unharmed. This indicates that his control over Susanoo is considerably inferior to Madara's. His strength, when compared to Madara, may not be as formidable. This is our opportunity, an optimal moment to eliminate him, Chiyo concluded, her eyes reflecting the memories of witnessing Madara's overwhelming power. If Uchiha Fuyu could indeed rival Madara, he would not have spared over 1,000 shinobi, nor would he have hesitated to storm Sunagakure and compel us to submit to Konoha. Since he did not take such actions, it implies that his abilities are still developing, particularly given his youth, lacking the maturity of Madara's age. The mother seeks to unite others in a conspiracy to assassinate Uchiha Fuyu. Does she not? Jijia paused momentarily, glancing towards Chiyo before inquiring. There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. My mother will take care of it, and it is not merely us who desire Uchiha Fuyu's demise. There are undoubtedly many within Konoha who share this sentiment. Chiyo shook her head, smiling gently at her son, fully aware that Konoha is far from united. Initially, it was Danzo who conspired with them to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu. At the time, they thought little of him, considering him merely a young man with little strength. Even though he had earned the title of instantaneous Fuyu on the battlefield, they believed he could not pose a significant threat against the third Kazekage, along with her son and daughter-in-law. However, they were swiftly proven wrong, for Uchiha Fuyu had grown exceedingly powerful. Even the third Kazekage could not vanquish him, and her son and daughter-in-law were not even qualified to engage in battle. All their attacks against Uchiha Fuyu proved futile. Now, single-handedly, he had obliterated the forces of Sunagakure, instilling fear in the village. If Uchiha Fuyu is not eliminated, the shinobi world might witness the rise of another Uchiha Madara, and peace would be forever lost. I understand. Mother, But we must ensure that Mei Zi is rescued. We must see her alive or dead. Jia nodded, recalling his wife's current unknown whereabouts. His eyes filled with helplessness. Understood. You should rest now. Chio nodded, her smile warm and gentle towards her son. Yes, Jia acknowledged, rising to his feet and vanishing from sight. What manner of person is Uchiha Fuyu? It seems the time has come to meet him. This time, we must ally with other ninja villages to eradicate Uchiha Fuyu. Otherwise, he may once again replicate the glory of Uchiha Madara. With Awakens currently at war with Konoha, it is likely that Inoki's fear of Uchiha Madara exceeds even my own. At that time, we could join forces with Awakens to launch an offensive against Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Fuyu must not be allowed to grow any stronger. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for the entire shinobi world. Chio's eyes were filled with solemnity, fully aware that she must eliminate Uchiha Fuyu. To achieve this, an alliance with other ninja villages is essential. Relying solely on Tsunade would be futile against Uchiha Fuyu. Unbeknownst to all this, Uchiha Fuyu remained in his tender sanctuary. Ding! Detected that Uzumaki Karen's affection for the host has reached 90 points. Name: Uzumaki Karen. Gender: female. Age: 17. Affection: 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for attaining 100 points of affection from Uzumaki Karen, who will never betray the host. Reward: all sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Upon opening his eyes, Uchiha Fuyu immediately heard the notification in his mind. After a night of fervent connection, Uzumaki Karen's affection for him had reached its zenith, granting him access to all sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, including the Shiki Fujin. Previously, although Uchiha Fuyu and Kushina had mastered numerous sealing techniques, it was unrealistic to claim they had learned them all. Even Kushina could not encompass the entirety of the Uzumaki clan's sealing arsenal. Truly remarkable. Far more delightful than Uzumaki Karen. Her figure is incomparable to that of Uzumaki Karen. Perhaps Uzumaki Karen's upbringing, marked by being drained of vitality by others, stunted her growth, resulting in her later flatness. Yet, her mother's physique is only slightly inferior to Tsunade's, with breathtaking beauty. It would indeed be a shame if she were to meet the same fate as depicted in the original story. However, she is now mine. Heh! Uchiha Fuyu smirked, glancing at Uzumaki Karen, who lay beside him like an octopus, his eyes filled with mirth. Brother Fuyu, you are awake? Uzumaki Karen, already possessing a sage body and remarkable recovery abilities, sensed Uchiha Fuyu's movements and opened her eyes, filled with affection. Now that Uzumaki Karen had reached maximum affection for Uchiha Fuyu, her gaze was imbued with love. Were you tired last night? Uchiha Fuyu extended his arms, embracing her with tenderness. No, not at all. As long as Brother Fuyu is happy, that is all that matters. Seeing Brother Fuyu smile brings me joy, Uzumaki Karen replied, her eyes narrowing in delight. Silly girl, it is time to get up. The sun is already high. I will prepare a meal for you. What would you like to eat? Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, observing Uzumaki Karen with a smile. Brother Fuyu, I love noodles. Can you make me some? I haven't had any in ages. After all these years, I've yet to enjoy a bowl of hot noodle soup. Now, I crave noodles. Can you please cook some for me? Uzumaki Karen nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Uchiha Fuyu. Cook some? Very well, I shall prepare the noodles. Uchiha Fuyu affirmed, gently setting her down before standing and walking outside. Brother Fuyu, let the shadow clone do it. I do not wish to part from you. Hold me a little longer, please. I wish to sleep with Brother Fuyu for a while longer. Uzumaki Karen's cheeks flushed, her gaze shy as she looked at Uchiha Fuyu, her face a delicate shade of red, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Very well. Uchiha Fuyu agreed, creating a wood clone to go prepare the noodles while he held Uzumaki Karen close. Having been displaced, Uzumaki Karen was grateful to have finally found a home. She wished to spend more time with Uchiha Fuyu. How frustrating. The noodles are burning, and yet they remain inside. Fortunately, the time within the system space is frozen. Otherwise, those noodles would have been ruined. What a pity. Alas, it has been 3 hours. Do they have so much to discuss? The sounds of their murmurs are becoming tiresome. When will they emerge to eat? The noodles are burning, dear siblings. Uchiha Fuyu's wood clone sat at the entrance, cooking the noodles, which had long since begun to overcook. However, he had previously prepared several bowls of noodles and stored them within the system space. Time stands still in the system space, so placing the noodles there preserves their flavor. When it is time to eat, He can simply retrieve them, and they will be steaming hot. Yet, the wood clone was puzzled. It had been 3 hours. And why had they not yet emerged? He had grown weary of the sound itself. Alas, I am but a mere clone. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to experience it myself. What a pity. Nevertheless, the clones in this world are indeed remarkable, for they can maintain consciousness. Moreover, their forms are entirely corporeal. These wooden clones prove to be exceedingly useful. If Tsunade could awaken the wood release and then unleash wooden clones, that would be quite intriguing. Wouldn't he it? After all, these wooden clones are tangible and, provided they do not suffer severe damage, they will undoubtedly remain intact. If only the wooden clones could behave similarly, that would surely be fascinating. Uchiha Fuyu, the wooden clone, sat at the doorway, a wicked grin on his face as he reclined against the ground, gazing up at the azure sky with evident delight. Time to eat, Uchiha Fuyu announced, holding a bowl of noodles as he approached Uzumaki Karen, a smile gracing his lips. I'm about to dig in. Wow, it smells wonderful. Brother Fuyu, you're amazing. I adore you. Uzumaki Karen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. It's been ages since I've tasted such delectable noodles. They are so chewy and smooth. These noodles are simply divine. Brother Fuyu, please cook noodles for me every day, all right? She added, looking at him with a sweet smile. Of course. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled lightly, reaching out to affectionately ruffle Uzumaki Karen's pert nose. Hee hee, you're so kind, Brother Fuyu. Uzumaki Karen playfully licked the broth from her face, savoring the moment before continuing to eat. Enjoy it. Eat as much as you like. Uchiha Fuyu smiled, gently patting her small head. Uzumaki Karen nodded, her eyes narrowing with joy as she relished the noodles. Due to the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, the land of whirlpools would cease to exist, and Uzumaki Karen, after that fateful day, began a life of fleeing, having scarcely had a proper meal. She had lost track of how long it had been since she had tasted such delightful noodles. With this meal, her heart felt warm as she looked at her beloved, a profound sense of happiness enveloping her. She had never imagined that after years of wandering, she would find her happiness. Just yesterday, she had been suffering from hunger and cold, moaning in despair, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope to survive. Chapter 87. Understanding Karen when Uchiha Fuyu appeared. She thought it was all a dream, yet upon awakening this morning, she discovered that everything was indeed real. Now, she truly felt she was enveloped in happiness. No longer a mere illusion. The warmth of joy, unlike anything she had ever known, filled her entire being with vigor. Karen, I must return to the battlefield shortly. So you need to stay here and live well. I will have my wooden clone keep you company, ensuring you are safe from any misfortune. I will return to be with you tonight. Do not wander off, understood? Uchiha Fuyu said, casting a reassuring smile at Uzumaki Karen. He had to rush to the battlefield. After all, the war was not yet concluded. He needed to amass enough merit. Although he had defeated the Land of Wind, the hidden stone village of the Land of Earth was still engaged in combat with Konoha. He had to go earn military honors to inherit the position of the 4th Hokage. To ascend to this esteemed rank, he must first assist Orochimaru in repelling the hidden stone village. Brother Fuyu, are you going to the battlefield? Uzumaki Karen asked, well aware that Uchiha Fuyu was a Konoha ninja and that Konoha was in the throes of battle with other ninja villages. She understood that the Second Great Ninja War was far from over. Upon hearing that Uchiha Fuyu was heading to the battlefield, her eyes reddened with worry as she gazed at him. She knew her beloved was extraordinarily powerful, excelling in every aspect, yet her heart was still filled with anxiety. Fear not. No one in the entire ninja world can capture me. I will be perfectly safe, so rest assured. I will return tonight to be with you. How about I take you back to the village once the battle concludes? There's another girl from the Uzumaki clan in the village. You two can keep each other company. Uchiha Fuyu spoke gently to Uzumaki Karen. He knew he had to go to war, but he would resolve the conflict swiftly, allowing him to return to the village with Uzumaki Karen. After all, she was of the Uzumaki clan, and bringing her back to the village would not pose any issues. As the Uzumaki clan had always been allied with Konoha, their emblem even engraved on the green vests of Konoha shinobi. Brother Fuyu, do you want me to come back to Konoha with you? Uzumaki Karen inquired, her sensitivity evident. Is that girl from the Uzumaki clan someone you like too? She added with a charming smile. Well, sort of. Uchiha Fuyu hesitated, his gaze lingering on Uzumaki Karen, wanting to say more. Brother Fuyu, there's no need to say anything. A powerful figure like you must surely have many admirers. Just having your love is enough for me. Uzumaki Karen reassured him. You need not worry. I will not feel jealous or intrude upon your relationships. As long as you remember me and hold a place for me in your heart, that is sufficient. However, brother Fuyu, you mustn't spend all your time with them. Do come and visit me occasionally, she continued, her affection unwavering. No matter how many people are around you, it does not diminish my love for you. You are my everything, my light. As long as you are by my side, I can find joy, and I am willing to share you with others. I understand that I do not wish to burden you with worries. As long as you hold a small piece of my heart, that will suffice. Uzumaki Karen smiled sweetly at Uchiha Fuyu, knowing that as a formidable warrior, he would undoubtedly have many women around him. Yet, she did not mind. As long as she could be with Uchiha Fuyu, she felt content. Being a kind-hearted girl, she had no desire to compete or take from others. She simply wished to be blissfully united with Uchiha Fuyu. Foolish girl. Thank you. Uchiha Fuyu tenderly brushed his fingers across the smooth surface of her cheek, his eyes shimmering with compassion. Hee. Uzumaki Karen smiled softly, setting aside her chopsticks and leaping into Uchiha Fuyu's embrace. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, content with the notion that as long as she could continue feeling this bliss, everything would be all right. Just knowing that her beloved would occasionally return to check on her filled her heart with satisfaction. After all, she had once thought she was on the verge of death, only to find Uchiha Fuyu in her hour of need. He not only accepts himself, but also offers himself encouragement, and furthermore, he has allowed himself to experience happiness. For the first time, she feels that there can exist such blissful emotions between a man and a woman. She loves Uchiha Fuyu deeply, understanding that if her actions were to cause him distress, she would likely lose him. The thought of losing her beloved fills her with dread. So she would rather endure a bit of inner turmoil than burden Uchiha Fuyu with difficult choices. All right, let us eat some noodles first. Once I finish, I'll head to the battlefield. I should be back tonight. I'll wrap up the fighting swiftly and return to spend the evening with you. Then, at dawn tomorrow, we'll go back to Konoha, where you will have a home again. There's a girl from the Uzumaki clan who can keep you company. At least you'll share a common heritage, and perhaps discover some shared interests. This way, you won't feel so alone in Konoha. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly and reached out to stroke the head of Uzumaki Karen before him. Chapter 88. The Alliance of Tsunade and awakens. Such an understanding, beautiful, and charming girl is indeed rare. Seeing Uzumaki Karen in this light only deepens his affection for her. Don't worry, brother Fuyu. I will certainly become good friends with her. I promise not to trouble you in Konoha. However, brother Fuyu, you must come to see me often, all right? Otherwise, my heart will feel lonely. The only place I truly call home is where you are. You are everything to me, so please don't leave me, okay? No matter how many girls may like you or how many you have, please do not abandon me. I will be obedient, willing to do anything you ask, as long as you don't leave my side. Uzumaki Karen clung tightly to Uchiha Fuyu, her voice a whisper, trembling with the realization that she could never possess him entirely. Yet, her desires were simple, to be with Uchiha Fuyu. As long as he held her in his heart, loved her, cared for her, and visited her from time to time, she would be content. Rest assured, wherever I am, that will be your home, regardless of the location. Furthermore, I will always be by your side, protecting and loving you. One day, we shall have a multitude of children, and we will live a blissful life surrounded by them. How delightful that would be. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Uzumaki Karen with a smile. All right, I will give you many children. 10 or 8 would not be too many. She giggled. Uzumaki Karen's cheeks flushed as she looked up at Uchiha Fuyu with a radiant smile. Silly girl, do you truly believe you are a little pig? Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, surprised by her notion of wanting so many children. However, he was aware that childbirth could be a harrowing experience for women. Though his Rinnegan would protect her from death, the pain involved would still be present. Hee. I am not a little pig. I simply wish to spend as much time with you, brother Fuyu. If I really have 10 or 8 children, it means you would be with me every day, year after year. Uzumaki Karen's thoughts were straightforward. If she bore Uchiha Fuyu numerous children, it signified that he would be by her side continuously, engaging in joyful activities together. This was her heart's desire. She longed to be as close to Uchiha Fuyu as possible, never wanting to part ways, yet she understood that he could not belong solely to her, especially now as he headed to the battlefield, filling her with worry. Silly girl. Now eat your noodles. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, shaking his head at Uzumaki Karen's thoughts. fully aware that her desire was for him to spend more time with her. However, he knew that soon he would be surrounded by many beautiful women, making it challenging to provide equal attention. Uzumaki Karen nodded obediently and returned to her seat to begin her meal, finishing a bowl of noodles in no time. After sharing a tender moment with her, Uchiha Fuyu departed for the battlefield, thankfully not needing to travel far as he vanished from his spot and reappeared directly within the Konoha camp. Given this, it seemed Uchiha Fuyu had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Could he truly possess the strength of Uchiha Madara at such a young age? Under 20, did he genuinely have the power of the legendary Uchiha Madara? Inoki furrowed his brow, gazing at the Tsunade ninja before him, shaken by the memory of Uchiha Madara and the fear he once inspired. Indeed, he had awakened the so-called Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, he appeared to be on the battlefield of Awakens. His power was formidable, having unlocked the legendary Susanoo, a display of might that even they had never witnessed. Surely, Lord Inoki had encountered the might of Susanoo before, as Uchiha Madara had once come to confront Iwagakure. As a survivor from that era, he would have a deeper understanding of Uchiha Madara and Susanoo. Our Wind Shadow wishes to combine the might of the three great ninja villages to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu. Otherwise, if another Uchiha Madara were to emerge in the ninja world, Konoha's strength would rise uncontested, overpowering surrounding villages, leaving them defenseless. Surely, Lord Third Tsuchikage understands the power of Uchiha Madara, so I need not elaborate further. The Tsunade ninja spoke respectfully to Inoki, understanding that it was imperative to bring Iwagakure and Kumogakure into the fray to confront Uchiha Fuyu. Otherwise, Tsunade alone stood no chance against him. Previously, they had deployed all their elite, yet still failed to inflict any damage upon Uchiha Fuyu. This indicated that his strength was likely far beyond their comprehension, merely a glimpse of his capabilities instilling fear. On the battlefield of the Land of Wind, they had suffered a complete defeat, and now they sought to unite with Kumogakure and Iwagakure to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu. If they could succeed, they might restore the balance among the 5 great ninja villages. Otherwise, the remaining 4 villages would have no choice but to submit to Konoha. The entire world would belong to Konoha, leaving no room for the other 4 ninja villages to survive. It was imperative to stop Uchiha Fuyu. The consequences of failure were unimaginable. Chapter 89. Inoki's bold demands. I understand this matter, but I wish to contemplate it further, as it is indeed significant. If we were to collaborate with you, we must engage in thorough discussions to ascertain the benefits. I am curious to witness what significance a young man, not yet 20, holds, even if he possesses the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Can it be presumed that every member of the Uchiha clan who awakens the Kaleidoscope Sharingan can rival the formidable Uchiha Madara of your Tsunade may have faced defeat, yet to accept your narrative alone would be imprudent. If you wish to persuade our Iwagakure to act decisively, it is evident that a price must be paid. If the third Kazekage concurs, a sum of 100 million ryo would secure our assistance against Konoha and Uchiha Fuyu. Inoki regarded the Tsunade ninja before him with a cold, disdainful gaze. He understood that if Uchiha Fuyu were to emulate Uchiha Madara, his power would be formidable. Thus, he was inclined to ally with Tsunade against Uchiha Fuyu. However, this was contingent upon Tsunade paying the aforementioned sum. After all, Iwagakure's commitment would entail significant costs, and this 100 million ryo would be deemed a reward for our mobilization. Lord Third Tsuchikage, your demands seem rather excessive and opportunistic, he remarked. Moreover, should you choose not to unite with us, it matters little, for Uchiha Fuyu has already arrived on the battlefield of Iwagakure. In essence, you are compelled to engage. Failure to do so will surely result in dire consequences for your village. It is no longer us requesting your cooperation. It is you who require the assistance of Tsunade. I hope you will reflect on this, as you are the third Tsuchikage. If you neglect Uchiha Fuyu, leading to significant casualties in your village, the responsibility lies with you. Although we of the Wind Village have faced defeat, should we extend a hand to Konoha and pay reparations to forge a peace treaty, it is you, Lord Inoki, who will suffer the repercussions. The man addressed Inoki coldly, astonished by the audacity of the elder, who demanded such an exorbitant sum. It was precisely because Tsunade lacked resources and wealth that they sought to acquire land and resources from the Land of Fire. Ah, you display commendable courage. What is your name? He inquired. You are correct. If Uchiha Fuyu possesses the Susanoo and has arrived on the battlefield, he indeed presents a formidable adversary for Iwagakure. Yet, do you truly believe this young Uchiha, not yet 20, can best me? How can you ascertain my strength? Though the third Kazekage is hailed as the mightiest of his kind, he pales in comparison to me. Furthermore, while Tsunade possesses only one-tailed beast, we boast two. When Uchiha Madara attacked a Awakens in the past, we lacked tailed beasts. Thus, under the current circumstances, do you truly believe Uchiha Fuyu can secure an advantage against us? You underestimate Awakens and the power of my dust release. My mastery of dust release surpasses even the limits of bloodline limits. Over the years, I have honed it to perfection. Should Uchiha Madara reappear before me, I would not falter, let alone be concerned about a mere Uchiha Fuyu who is yet to reach 20. You have calculated well, but if you seek our assistance, you must be prepared to pay a price. Otherwise, we shall merely repel Uchiha Fuyu. At that point, you would need to rally all the forces of the ninja world to convey this news to Uchiha Fuyu. Do you not think he would be incensed and visit Tsunade in retaliation? Anoki's lips curled slightly as he regarded the Tsunade ninja coldly. Despite the immense pressure Uchiha Madara had once exerted upon him, he could not fathom that a young Uchiha could reach such heights. Indeed, I am Rozuna, a disciple of the third Kazekage. No one understands my master's strength better than I. Moreover, Lord Third Tsuchikage, you are overly confident. All-tailed beasts were once captured by Konoha. Consider who was responsible for that, and who could rival the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara. Why could he stand toe-to-toe with Hashirama Senju, who wielded formidable wood release? It was because he possessed the legendary kaleidoscope Sharingan. And now, Uchiha Fuyu has also awakened this power and can summon the Susanoo. Though perhaps not as powerful as what you witnessed in the past, can you truly ascertain if he is not unleashing his full potential? At present, you remain unaware of the extent of Uchiha Fuyu's prowess. Do you believe that merely relying on a few tailed beasts can defeat him? Such a belief is laughable. While you may be my elder, I possess self-awareness. Although Tsunade may struggle against Uchiha Fuyu, how much stronger is Awakens in comparison? If the third Tsuchikage lacks genuine intent to cooperate, then our discussions hold no merit. I am confident that Kumogakure would prove more astute than you, Rozuna stated, rising and addressing Anoki coldly before turning to leave. Humph, Rozuna, is it? Young man, you exhibit remarkable courage. It has been long since anyone has dared to speak to me so. Do you believe that Awakens can be approached at will? Anoki replied, his displeasure evident in his eyes. So, what are your intentions, Lord Third Tsuchikage? Rozuna halted, his voice icy. We shall see if you possess the audacity to back your words, Anoki replied coldly. Do you wish to fight? Apologies, Lord Third Tsuchikage. I am but a sand clone. Killing me would yield no benefit, Rozuna remarked with a slight smile. Ah, it appears you are quite clever. Very well, I concur with this matter. Rozuna, you possess commendable courage. It has been ages since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. Youth indeed has its merits. Anoki laughed heartily, rising to praise him. Does this imply that you, Lord Third Tsuchikage, have consented? Rozuna inquired, a smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, my greatest disdain lies with the Uchiha clan, particularly those who wield the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Fuyu must perish, Anoki nodded, his lips curling in a cold smile, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. Who might you be? Are you Lord Fuyu? Lord Fuya, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be on the battlefield of the Land of Wind? The Leaf Village's ninja stared in slight disbelief at Uchiha Fuya, who had inexplicably appeared on the battlefield between them and the rock-hidden village. This unexpected presence raised questions among the group. Had the battle in the Land of Wind concluded so swiftly? Have you not received any news? The conflict in the Land of Wind has indeed come to an end, Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a subtle smile, observing the Leaf Ninja before him. The war in the Land of Wind had concluded, hence his arrival here. Yet, it seemed they had not been informed. That was puzzling. Over a day had passed, and they were still without word. What could have gone awry? What? The war in the Land of Wind has ended? How could that be? Wasn't it just beginning? They murmured in astonishment. It was said that Tsunade had committed all its forces. How could it have concluded so suddenly? Wars typically did not resolve within a mere day or two. Perhaps Lord Fuya's strength was simply overwhelming, especially since Tsunade is among the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages, someone speculated. Indeed, it was well known that Tsunade's forces were the least formidable. Thus, their defeat at the hands of the Leaf Village was hardly surprising, particularly with both Lord Fuya and Lord Kakashi present on the battlefield. Lord Kakashi's prowess is extraordinary. He is the strongest among us leaf shinobi. His abilities may even surpass those of Lord Orochimaru, another added. The leaf ninjas were taken aback, unable to fathom that the battle in the Land of Wind had concluded so rapidly. In their experience, conflicts often span months or even years. Yet this one had ended in mere days, a phenomenon they had never witnessed before. However, upon reflection, the might of Uchiha Fuyu and Kakashi was indeed remarkable. The two of them together on the battlefield against Tsunade could easily secure victory. Where is Lord Orochimaru now? To what extent has the war progressed? Uchiha Fuyu inquired as he followed the leaf ninja ahead. Lord Fuyu, I shall take you to Lord Orochimaru immediately. He is currently in discussion with the elite Jonin regarding how to counter the relentless assaults from the rock-hidden village. In recent days, their attacks have become increasingly frequent, with the number of combatants escalating from 2,000 to 4,000. They aim to decisively crush us, the leaf ninja reported respectfully. Fortunately, when Lord Orochimaru arrived, he brought a multitude of shinobi. Otherwise, resistance would have been exceedingly difficult. The rock-hidden village has been repelled twice already, but it is likely a new battle will be organized this afternoon. Indeed, the pressure is certainly greater on this side. Only about 1,500 ninjas were dispatched from the Land of Wind. However, they aimed for a surprise attack, concentrating their elite forces to break through our defenses quickly. Had I not arrived in time, the third position might have fallen, Fuyu reflected. Now that I am here, it is time for Inoki and his forces to experience the terror of Susanoo. Let us see if this Susanoo can instill fear in Inoki's heart. In the past, he trembled before Uchiha Madara, filled with dread at the mere sight of him. This time, he shall revisit that fear. With a slight smirk, Uchiha Fuyu continued. If we can secure victory in this battle, the position of the fourth Hokage would undoubtedly belong to me. The conflict between the rock-hidden village and the leaf was bound to be even more brutal, with Inoki deploying a greater number of shinobi. The scale of the ensuing battle would far exceed what had transpired in the Land of Wind. Furthermore, Lord Orochimaru was alone in this struggle, lacking the assistance of Tsunade or Jiraiya, which placed a significant burden on him. Before long, Uchiha Fuyu arrived at the military tent, where a gathering of elite jonin from the Leaf Village, along with Orochimaru, were engaged in strategizing. The rock-hidden village's aggressive onslaught necessitated the fortification of all strongholds. Unless we can maintain our defenses, any breach could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Land of Fire. If the rock-hidden village infiltrates and wreaks havoc, the devastation would be unimaginable. We must guard every position and allow not a single rock ninja to slip through. The lives of our citizens depend on it. As Uchiha Fuyu entered the military tent, all eyes turned toward him, astonished by his unexpected arrival. Orochimaru's expression mirrored their surprise. Fuyu, were you not on the battlefield of the Land of Wind? Why are you here? Has something occurred there, or have you resolved the situation already? Orochimaru inquired, narrowing his eyes in disbelief. If a problem had arisen in the Land of Wind, news would surely have reached them, yet there had been no communication. Thus, it seemed improbable that any significant issue had arisen. The only explanation for Fuyu's presence was that he had swiftly dealt with the conflict in the Land of Wind. But how could that be? This was a battle between two great shinobi villages. Could Uchiha Fuyu truly have single-handedly quelled the forces of thousands? Let alone contend with the likes of the Third Wind Shadow, Chiyo, and the One-Tailed Jinchuriki? Each of them possessed formidable strength, making it implausible that they could have been easily defeated by Fuyu alone. This left Orochimaru in a state of bewilderment. If he himself had ventured to the Land of Wind, even alongside Fuyu or Kakashi, could they have truly vanquished the Wind Village? The Leaf Shinobi stationed there numbered only a few hundred. Even with the 300 Fuyu brought along, they would scarcely suffice against the forces of Tsunade. All these thoughts left Orochimaru utterly perplexed regarding Fuyu's sudden appearance. Indeed, Lord Fuyu, what has brought you here? Has something amiss transpired on the battlefield of the Land of Wind? The prowess of Lord Fuyu is so formidable that it is inconceivable for any unforeseen events to arise. I surmise that the battlefield in the Land of Wind has already been resolved by Lord Fuyu. How could it be so straightforward to resolve matters on the battlefield of the Land of Wind? If that were the case, would we need to expend so much time and energy preparing for battle? Indeed, while Tsunade is the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages, it still possesses considerable strength, particularly with the third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest, who is said to wield control over all iron weapons and possesses the formidable ability of magnetism. It is true that the third Kazekage is reputed to command such a powerful capability, allowing him to manipulate iron to his will and traverse the skies with incredible might. So how can you assert that Lord Fuyu is incapable? Known as the instantaneous Fuyu, his strength is unparalleled. Can you truly question him? Yes. Lord Fuyu is so powerful that he could capture Hanzo alive. Do you possess such abilities? If you do not, then refrain from belittling Lord Fuyu. In that moment, the Uchiha clan's ninjas within the tent stood firmly in support of Uchiha Fuyu, contrasting sharply with those who felt astonished. They resolutely defended the illustrious image of Uchiha Fuyu. Those who sought to tarnish his reputation would naturally engage in verbal disputes with him. Enough. This is a military tent. Do not create a ruckus. If anyone wishes to argue, step outside and do not disturb the morale of everyone present, Orochimaru proclaimed, his brow furrowed and a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the crowd. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, all fell silent, daring not to speak further. His authority in Konoha and on the battlefield remains formidable, and he is currently the commander in this theater of war. Very well, there is no need for speculation. The battle in the Land of Wind has concluded. They have been successfully repelled and are unlikely to launch further offensives against Konoha. The situation on the battlefield in the Land of Wind was not as intense as yours. When I arrived, they had only deployed around 1,500 ninjas. And alongside the third Kazekage and Chio's son and daughter-in-law, there were no particularly formidable opponents among them. Hence, I swiftly resolved the conflict there. And they have been successfully driven back. For the foreseeable future, they will not attack Konoha and may even send envoys to seek peace. Therefore, Konoha remains quite safe for now. I have come here to ascertain whether you require assistance, Orochimaru said, eyeing Uchiha Fuyu with a slight smile. He understood that his presence might not be wholly welcome, for Orochimaru would likely prefer assistance from Jiraiya and Tsunade. The arrival of Uchiha Fuyu could be perceived as an attempt to usurp credit. Furthermore, Orochimaru harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage himself. Thus, he was quite proactive regarding the battles at hand. He was aware of Uchiha Fuyu's aspiration to become the fourth Hokage as well, creating an inherent rivalry between them, though not necessarily adversarial. Their mutual objective of claiming the title of Hokage rendered battlefield achievements exceedingly significant. Having anticipated substantial accolades on the battlefield of Awakens, the arrival of Uchiha Fuyu threatened to have those prospects. Should Uchiha Fuyu combine his achievements in the Land of Wind with those from the previous conflict in the Land of Rain, it could eclipse even Sarutobi Hiruzen's standing. Orochimaru was acutely aware of this, and while he did not wish for the deaths of his fellow villagers, he felt a tinge of discomfort. His conflicting emotions regarding Uchiha Fuyu's assistance were palpable. He felt both joy and unease. The primary reason for this internal struggle was his fervent desire for the title of Hokage. However, the presence of Uchiha Fuyu would surely bolster their forces on the battlefield. With him present, it was unlikely that Awakens would gain any advantage. And Uchiha Fuyu would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the war effort. We have already repelled 2 waves of enemies from Awakens. This time, they will likely deploy even more. Current estimates suggest they have mobilized around 7,000 to 8,000 ninjas. Moreover, Anoki has brought along the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Five Tails, making their approach formidable. Although the reasoning behind sending such powerful Jinchuriki into battle remains unclear, it is evident that this war will not conclude easily. I am indeed pleased by your arrival. An additional strength is most welcome. Alone, I could not withstand the might of the Four Tails, Five Tails, and Anoki, Orochimaru remarked, a smile gracing his lips, though it was difficult to discern whether it stemmed from genuine happiness or something else entirely. Since you welcome me, I shall not be modest. Had you not wished for my presence, I would have returned to the village to enjoy a peaceful life, for this battlefield is no place for the faint of heart. However, did you just mention the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Five Tails, as well as the third Tsuchikage Anoki, personally joining the fray? They are deploying such powerful forces right at the onset of the conflict. Do they not fear an ambush from Kumogakure? Uchiha Fuyu mused. Anoki's boldness in sending all of his village's strongest warriors to the battlefield was indeed noteworthy, and it raised concerns about potential repercussions should the third Raikage choose to retaliate against Awakens. In the previous conflict, the third Tsuchikage had caused considerable trouble for Awakens with his forces. It was surprising to see Anoki so brazenly lead the Jinchuriki into battle. Uchiha Fuyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation with Anoki and the two Jinchuriki joining the fight. The Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki were formidable, and their presence, coupled with Onoki and the commanding officer orchestrating the army's maneuvers, indicated at least four powerful figures on the battlefield. The casual deployment of these four elite warriors to engage in combat raised significant concerns, especially given the history of conflict between Kumogakure and Awagakure. One had to wonder if Onoki was at all concerned about an ambush from Kumogakure and Konoha joining forces. Should such a scenario unfold, Awagakure would likely suffer severe casualties. While the exact motivations remained unclear, we had received reliable intelligence indicating that Onoki and the two Jinchuriki had indeed arrived at the battlefield. The Hidden Cloud Village appears to wish to enter the fray, but their target is not the Hidden Stone Village. Rather, it is us, the Hidden Leaf. This war is astonishing, and this time they have dispatched four Jinchuriki, the Two Tails, Four Tails, Five Tails, and Eight Tails, all joining the battle. This implies that we are faced with at least four-tailed beasts, along with two formidable shadow-level warriors. The third Reikage, renowned as the mightiest spear, possesses extraordinary strength. And coupled with Onoki, who wields the unrivaled dust release, they are formidable opponents. Both are not to be underestimated. Their prowess is remarkably fierce. Thus, with the tailed beasts joining their ranks, along with two shadow-level powerhouses, we would require at least 3 to 4 individuals of comparable strength to stand a chance against them. It seems they have reached some sort of accord, collectively marching against us, and the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village are already en route to the battlefield. Approximately 30 miles away, Orochimaru shook his head, his expression darkening. He understood that this time, they were up against two hidden villages, each deploying their Jinchuriki. This meant that they would be confronting four Jinchuriki, not to mention the third Reikage and the third Tsuchikage, Onoki. Just these few individuals represent 6 shadow-level powerhouses. Without 3 or 4 equally powerful allies, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand them. Even if he and Uchiha Fuyu were to confront them together, they would struggle to hold their ground. Orochimaru realized he would not be able to claim all the accolades from this battle, as he lacked the necessary strength. A sense of urgency began to creep into his heart. His progress was painfully slow. He was taken aback by Uchiha Fuyu's rapid ascension, single-handedly resolving the conflict in the Land of Wind, a feat that left him in disbelief. How vast was the chasm between their strengths? Furthermore, the battlefield was now a clash among 3 ninja villages, with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone attacking the Hidden Leaf. To confront this battle alone was simply untenable. From the outset, Orochimaru had been aware of this, yet the sight of Uchiha Fuyu approaching stirred a reluctance within him. Had it been Kakashi Hatake or Jiraiya arriving, he would have welcomed them warmly. No one wished for a rival for the title of Hokage to appear on the battlefield and seize the glory for themselves. Chapter 93. Fuyu rushes to the front lines. Is it true? The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages have formed an alliance? This revelation caught me off guard. Nevertheless, now that I am on this battlefield, I should be able to resolve this situation decisively. The outcome rests on my shoulders. You may deliberate on how to defend against their breakthroughs of my defenses here. I shall investigate the extent of their strength. Uchiha Fuyu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages would unite to assault the Hidden Leaf. This was a perplexing development, given their historic enmity. Moreover, they had just fought a battle against one another and were now allied. This left him with many questions. Such a sudden alliance must harbor ulterior motives, and he was determined to uncover their intentions. No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Fuyu vanished from sight, leaving the gathered individuals in a state of bewilderment. Even Orochimaru, who attempted to voice his concerns, found himself too late to intervene, his mind racing. What was he planning? To venture alone into battle? Was he courting death? The Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud had sent forth numerous powerful warriors, and he intended to confront them single-handedly. Even I would not dare to proceed alone. Yet Uchiha Fuyu simply uttered a few words and departed. Was he truly so dismissive of his adversaries? Such a disposition would inevitably lead to trouble. Never mind. I shall not concern myself with him for now. I had not anticipated his arrival in the first place. It is best to focus on organizing our war strategy and ensuring we can withstand their assault. I have already sent a distress signal. Reinforcements from the village should soon arrive. Orochimaru shook his head, a look of astonishment crossing his features. He had not expected Uchiha Fuyu to act so brazenly, declaring his intent to scout the enemy even as they were poised for battle. Did he not realize the danger? With so many powerful foes engaged, was he not courting disaster? Yet, there was little they could do. They knew Uchiha Fuyu's famed body flicker technique was exceptionally potent. By the time they processed his departure, he had already vanished from their sight, making it impossible to dissuade him. Lord Orochimaru, Fuyu has already left. Should we not assist him? If he encounters the main forces of the Hidden Stone or Hidden Cloud, he may struggle to return unscathed. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. Shall we merely watch as Fuyu heads to the battlefield to meet his demise? His arrogance is astounding. Does he truly believe himself invincible? Does he think he is the first Hokage, capable of defeating all foes with a single wood release? Who could argue otherwise? I have never witnessed such arrogance in someone so young. Does he not realize he is inviting calamity upon himself? The elite jonin within the tent shook their heads. Having seen much of the world and survived, they had heard tales of the legendary Senju Hashirama, who wielded wood release with unmatched prowess. In the midst of battle, he could resolve conflicts with a mere technique. Yet now, Uchiha Fuyu sought to confront both the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages alone. As if he were the first Hokage himself. Did he truly believe he could wield wood release to topple all adversaries? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Some expressed concern, for Uchiha Fuyu had become an idol to many leaf ninjas. Witnessing him venture into battle alone filled them with trepidation. Conversely, others, seasoned elite jonin, were astounded by Uchiha Fuyu's audacity. To stand against two hidden villages alone was sheer folly. If he could do so, what purpose would they serve? What do you mean by that? Lord Fuyu is the strongest genius of our Uchiha clan. How can you regard him as a mere arrogant fool? I do not wish to hear such words from you again. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to respond harshly. An elite jonin of the Uchiha clan glared sternly at those around him. He understood that Uchiha Fuyu had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he faced those ninja villages alone, what harm would come to him? After all, Uchiha Madara had once wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan and stood against nations without fear. In the eyes of most Uchiha, Uchiha Fuyu represented their destiny. He was the embodiment of invincibility. With him present, any conflict could be effortlessly quelled. In the battle against the Land of Wind, although Uchiha Fuyu spoke lightly of the matter, he was undoubtedly utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan and the legendary Susanoo to successfully repel the forces of the Land of Wind. Only the members of the Uchiha clan comprehend the terrifying prowess of the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a mere flicker, it can ensnare individuals in illusions, delivering death without a trace. And it possesses the mightiest ocular technique, Susanoo. After all, it has been decades since Uchiha Madara vanished from the ninja world, leaving a profound imprint on the hearts of the Uchiha. The Mangekyo Sharingan reigns supreme across the land. Aside from the formidable Hashirama Senju, none can withstand its power, such is the sentiment residing within the Uchiha clan. Humph. The remaining elite jonin cast a sidelong glance at the Uchiha elite before them, snorting dismissively, and then fell silent. In this time of war, unity is paramount. They cannot afford to let petty squabbles lead to their downfall. They are acutely aware that bickering with the Uchiha clan serves no beneficial purpose. Enough, everyone. Fuyu's strength is formidable, and with his exceptional body flicker technique, he should be able to retreat safely if overwhelmed. Let us first devise a battle strategy. We must not allow the enemy to breach our defenses. We must hold our line and await reinforcements, for relying solely on our numbers will not suffice against the onslaught from Awagakure and Kumogakure. Chapter 94. The three great ninja villages unite to hunt Fuyu. Currently, the Awagakure and Kumogakure have amassed at least 14,000 troops against us. Therefore, everyone must remain vigilant and not underestimate the situation. Orochimaru observed the discord among the crowd and promptly intervened, initiating the formulation of a strategy. They must quickly establish a plan to defend against the enemy while awaiting reinforcements. Once the village dispatches support, their worries will diminish. The primary concern now is how to repel the enemy's assault, rather than fixating on Uchiha Fuyu. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, the crowd acknowledged, nodding in agreement as they began to discuss countermeasures. The alliance between Awagakure and Kumogakure is indeed peculiar. However, for me, the number of their forces holds little significance. Let me witness your true combat capabilities. Do you truly believe that your combined might can vanquish us? I shall demonstrate to the world my prowess as Uchiha Fuyu. If I triumph in this battle, the position of the fourth Hokage shall undoubtedly be mine. Once I dispose of the third Hokage and Danzo, I will wield complete control over Konoha, and potentially unify the entire ninja realm. My previous pretense of weakness was merely due to my insufficient power. Now, I see no need for such concealment. Moreover, I have dispatched 6 clones to locate Kaguya and Uchiha Madara. Once I find them, I will swiftly eliminate them. Even if I cannot slay Kaguya, I must seal her. Yet, Kaguya is elusive, making it challenging to track her down. As a product of yin-yang release, she is not a conventional entity. She can liquefy into a black substance, rendering her nearly impossible to perceive through sensory means. I can only hope to encounter her visually to strike her down. Alternatively, I might sense a trace of her yin-yang energy, but she typically conceals her presence, making her discovery quite arduous. However, I remain unperturbed. Once I reveal my true potential, they will likely become curious about my identity. At that moment, should they approach me, I will undoubtedly sense their presence and seal them away. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Uchiha Fuyu's lips. He understands that Kaguya is an ancient being who has existed for millennia, a master strategist not to be underestimated. Her schemes are numerous, and her ability to deceive is formidable, causing even Uchiha Fuyu to feel a sense of challenge. To eliminate Kaguya, the only viable solution is to seal her. Whether I can completely annihilate her remains uncertain. The nature of yin-yang release is exceedingly remarkable. It is not confined to a singular form, capable of transforming entirely into a black liquid without consequence. Thus, achieving her defeat is virtually impossible. Even if you were to dissect her 1,000 times, she would still reconstitute. The most effective resolution is to seal Kaguya outright. Now, I shall pay a visit to Inoki and the third Reikage, the mightiest spear among them. The third Reikage was a peerless warrior who perished from sheer exhaustion. His strength remains commendable. This time, I shall observe the true extent of his power. How could he withstand over 10,000 ninjas only to be worn down to death? Such prowess is indeed impressive. Uchiha Fuyu is eager to witness the third Reikage's combat capabilities and ascertain just how much strength he can compel from himself. Inoki, are you certain of this? Another member of the Uchiha clan has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? This phenomenon has not occurred in decades. Why has it suddenly resurfaced now, single-handedly decimating Tsunade? The third Reikage's brow furrowed as he questioned Inoki, a hint of astonishment in his demeanor. How much combat prowess could a mere youth of around 20 possess? The fact that such a young individual could single-handedly dismantle Tsunade left him feeling utterly awestruck. After all, even he himself might not be capable of repelling Tsunade alone. Indeed, we have received credible intelligence, and the forces of Tsunade are already en route here. They should arrive shortly. This news is staggering, not just for you, but for me as well. I never anticipated the return of the Mangekyo Sharingan after so many years. Reflecting on Uchiha Madara's formidable strength, I still remember it vividly. Back then, our village had no capacity to resist. We were like fledglings before Madara, easily trampled upon. Thus, Uchiha Fuyu must not be allowed to flourish. Should he grow in power, it would pose a grave threat to the entire ninja world. This information was relayed to me by the people of Tsunade, who have organized this coalition. Their strongest warriors are already en route here. This time, we shall unite to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu before he can mature. A genius who has yet to realize his full potential, regardless of his innate talent and abilities, is ultimately powerless. We can only strike once, and it must be a decisive blow. Otherwise, Uchiha Fuyu will undoubtedly evade capture. His body flicker technique is reputed to be formidable. Though we have not witnessed its true power, we must eliminate every possible avenue. Inoki nodded solemnly, acknowledging that he too had not foreseen the emergence of another Mangekyo Sharingan wielder from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, at just 19 years of age, if he were to mature further, he could potentially become the next Uchiha Madara. Should that occur, the entire ninja world would find itself ensnared in the terror of Uchiha Fuyu. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate him before he can fully develop. Chapter 95. The Gathering of the 5 Great-Tailed Beasts and their Jinchuriki. If that is the case, then Uchiha Fuyu must not be allowed to survive. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan was once renowned throughout the ages. I have indeed heard of this matter, though I have not witnessed it with my own eyes alongside you. However, the historical records of our hidden cloud village attest to it. At that time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were undoubtedly the 2 most formidable ninjas in the ninja world. One was revered as the god of shinobi, while the other was known as the Azura of the ninja realm. If this is truly the case, then Uchiha Fuyu must be eliminated. The third Reikage nodded in agreement. If it is as such, then Uchiha Fuyu must be slain. Otherwise, the entire ninja world may face an adversary as powerful as Uchiha Madara once was. With the abundance of talents in Konoha, it is likely that the other ninja villages would be utterly incapable of resisting Konoha's onslaught. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Thus it is imperative to eradicate Uchiha Fuyu. This time, we have united the strength of our 3 major ninja villages, along with the 5-tailed beasts. I am confident we can ensure Uchiha Fuyu's complete annihilation. We have already dispatched a multitude of ninjas for infiltration, seeking to gather intelligence on Konoha. If we can ascertain Uchiha Fuyu's whereabouts, we shall proceed with our next plan to encircle and eliminate him. Inoki nodded, his expression grim. As he recalled the terror instilled by Uchiha Madara, he felt an urgent need to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu. Such a powerful individual. Still merely 19 years of age, what might he become in another 10 or 20 years? Who in the entire ninja world would stand against him? Uchiha Fuyu must be nipped in the bud. Apologies for our tardiness. At that moment, the third Kazekage entered, accompanied by Chiyo, Izo, and Fubuki. Another 4 shadow-level powerhouses had arrived, making this gathering indeed rare in the ninja world. Present were the third Tsuchikage Inoki, the third Reikage A, the third Kazekage, as well as the 1-tail, 2-tails, 4-tails, 5-tails, 8-tails, Chiyo, Izo, and several elite jonin from various ninja villages. Many among them possessed shadow-level strength and were exceptionally formidable. Not late at all. The timing is quite propitious. We have only just assembled. Do you have any plans? Keep in mind that Uchiha Fuyu is renowned for his speed, referred to as the instantaneous Fuyu. Should he escape, seizing him again would be nearly impossible. Inoki surveyed the gathering, his expression somber, and spoke coldly. We must swiftly eliminate Uchiha Fuyu, and it must be a decisive strike. There can be no room for error. He must not be allowed to detect our approach, otherwise. Should Uchiha Fuyu flee, capturing him would be futile. Indeed, Uchiha Fuyu possesses formidable strength. He wields Susanoo, rendering him virtually invulnerable. However, I have conducted some research and discovered what seems to be a weakness in Susanoo. It stands upon the ground. Therefore, I can utilize magnet release to draw him out of Susanoo. Subsequently, you all must launch an immediate assault. The third Kazekage furrowed his brow, addressing the assembly. Oh, the vulnerability of Susanoo? Can it truly be drawn out? If so, I could unleash dust release and swiftly eliminate him. However, it must be done expeditiously, otherwise, we may fail to accomplish our objective. We need to deliberate on how to ensure a swift and decisive elimination. Inoki's eyes brightened. If we can indeed draw Uchiha Fuyu out of Susanoo, he could unleash dust release and immediately vanquish him. He was confident that if he could strike Uchiha Fuyu, he would obliterate him from this world entirely. Yes, I too can take action. I am quite confident in my speed and offensive capabilities. If I can get close, Uchiha Fuyu is as good as dead. The third Reikage nodded, believing no one could escape his most powerful spear once within his reach. Let us first discuss whether we can eliminate him in an instant. If we become embroiled in a stalemate, unforeseen complications may arise. We still do not know whether Uchiha Fuyu exerted his full strength at the time. However, I believe he will not use his full power initially. Thus, we may have an opportunity to strike him down when he is least prepared. The third Kazekage nodded. He understood that even the strongest possess a flaw, overconfidence. Uchiha Fuyu would likely not unleash his full power at the onset, presenting them with an ideal opportunity to eliminate him. Indeed, we must carefully deliberate on how to lure Uchiha Fuyu out and lead him into a trap. Susanoo is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. For us, if Uchiha Fuyu remains, it poses a tremendous threat to the entire ninja world. Uchiha Fuyu, still not yet 20, can already unleash such devastating abilities as Susanoo. This formidable power may benefit Konoha, but for us 4 major ninja villages, it spells disaster. I have heard rumors that Konoha intends to bestow the position of the 4th Hokage upon Uchiha Fuyu. This implies we will soon confront a 4th Hokage as powerful as Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan is already the mightiest clan in the entire ninja world. If Uchiha Fuyu ascends to the position of 4th Hokage, the combat prowess of the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly reach new heights. At that point, Uchiha could easily challenge any ninja village, and it would not be inconceivable for him to eliminate foes outright, not merely demanding land and reparations. Therefore, For the sake of the ninja world and our own survival, Uchiha Fuyu must be eradicated. Chiyo harbored immense fury toward Uchiha Fuyu. She had dispatched individuals to the battlefield, yet found no trace of her daughter-in-law. Chapter 96. The conspiracy emerges. Plotting against Fuyu, even sending spies into Konoha yielded no information. And no news had arrived indicating they had captured her daughter-in-law. This was a dire situation for Chiyo, who directed all her wrath toward Uchiha Fuyu. It was his emergence that had led to her daughter-in-law's inexplicable disappearance. When her grandson inquired about his mother's whereabouts, she found herself at a loss for words, her heart brimming with rage. All of this was the fault of Uchiha Fuyu. Should the opportunity arise, she would ensure Uchiha Fuyu faced a most brutal demise, ensuring he would never attain peace in the afterlife. Chiyo was not mistaken. It was indeed necessary. Uchiha Fuyu must not be allowed to evolve into another Uchiha Madara. Such immense power cannot be permitted to flourish unchecked. In his youth, Uchiha Madara's strength was not particularly remarkable, yet as time passed, his might grew exponentially, even capable of single-handedly challenging an entire ninja village. Our Hidden Stone village, with all its might, could not conquer him. Everyone should understand that the strength of all ninja villages has diminished somewhat. After all, the era of warring states had only just concluded, and the combat capabilities of each village cannot be compared to those of the present. However, at that time, the hidden village had no means to contend with Uchiha Madara, illustrating the formidable strength he possessed. I hold a firm belief that if he were to fall into our trap, I would undoubtedly be able to eliminate him. Yet, the terror that Uchiha Madara instilled in me during those years remains vividly etched in my memory. Now that we have decided to act, it is imperative that we resolve this matter decisively, ensuring that he does not escape. Otherwise, the entire shinobi world may not withstand his wrath. Anoki gazed solemnly at those gathered before him, recalling the fear that Uchiha Madara had once instilled in him. Although he had boasted to Rashi that he would fearlessly confront Madara should he appear before him now, the reality was far more daunting. Madara had once evoked endless dread, leaving him feeling restless and uneasy, akin to a thorn in his side. It is well known that Uchiha Madara's power was immense. The first Hokage was utterly powerless against him. Should we fail to deal with Uchiha Fuyu promptly, he may well become the next Uchiha Madara. Thus, we have gathered here today. Do any of you possess ideas on how to ensnare Uchiha Fuyu in our trap? After all, Tsunade is in Konoha, making it impossible to capture her. Furthermore, we have yet to find any leverage against Uchiha Fuyu, making it exceedingly challenging to lure him into our trap. The third Reikage nodded, noting that the village had extensive records regarding Uchiha Madara. No one in the shinobi world could defeat him, save for one, Senju Hashirama, who was said to have matched Madara's strength in battle. Historical accounts indicate that even from hundreds of miles away, the terrifying aura of their conflict could be felt. As meticulously documented in their village's history, it seems exceedingly difficult to draw him into our trap, although he has appeared on the battlefield. We remain uncertain if he will engage at the front lines. I propose that we first test the waters. The villages of Kumogakure and Awagakure will launch an assault on Konoha tomorrow. Their border forces are minimal, allowing us to send a large contingent initially to gauge their defenses. Inflicting significant damage on Konoha, Uchiha Fuyu will undoubtedly retaliate. If he aspires to become the fourth Hokage, he must ensure Konoha's victory or the safety of its ninjas to gain sufficient prestige. We will utilize the lives of Konoha's ninjas to draw him out. And once he emerges, we will devise a way to ensnare him in our trap. After all, Uchiha Fuyu is no fool. Luring him out will not be a simple task. Moreover, a warrior of his caliber would not recklessly venture out alone, would he? The third Kazekage furrowed his brow, addressing Anoki and the third Reikage. The only approach he could conceive was to encounter Uchiha Fuyu on the battlefield tomorrow and entice him into their trap. Otherwise, without even locating him, how could they possibly lead him into their snare? This presents a genuine dilemma. Even if we assault Konoha and inflict heavy casualties on its ninjas, it is unlikely that Uchiha Fuyu would come forth alone to engage us. Does he possess the audacity to pursue nearly 10,000 ninjas by himself? That seems implausible. Anoki shook his head, believing that Uchiha Fuyu would not be so naive. If they attempted to lure him away on the battlefield, it would likely prove challenging. Uchiha Fuyu need only position his forces to counter their advance. Would he truly be foolish enough to chase after a large group? Surely he would not fear being encircled. Even with his Susanoo, could he truly withstand the assaults of countless ninjas? The current Uchiha Fuyu is not Uchiha Madara. It is doubtful that Madara could have single-handedly confronted tens of thousands of ninjas either. Should Uchiha Fuyu manage to accomplish such a feat, it would stretch credulity. If they were to breach Konoha only to retreat, attempting to draw Uchiha Fuyu away, it would be evident to anyone that it was a trap. What the third Hokage may not realize is that at that time, we had over 1,500 ninjas, along with myself and the village's strongest, attacking Konoha. Uchiha Fuyu emerged alone, demonstrating his extraordinary self-confidence. The outcome was clear. He proved to be significantly more powerful than us. Our collective assault of 1,500 was utterly ineffective against him. Even my most vigorous efforts failed to inflict any harm. Hence, our strategy hinges on enticing Uchiha Fuyu to confront us alone, whereupon we can surround and eliminate him. The third Hokage regarded the assembly and nodded, recalling that they had faced a similar situation. Uchiha Fuyu, with his unyielding confidence, would undoubtedly charge forth to confront us, presenting an opportune moment for our plans. With over 1,500 elite ninjas and additional powerful allies attacking Konoha, Uchiha Fuyu had commanded all Konoha's ninjas to retreat, confronting us alone. This exemplifies his immense self-assurance, which makes enticing him into our trap all the more feasible. If the villages of Awakens and Kumogakure attack Konoha, Uchiha Fuyu will surely emerge. At that juncture, we will ensnare him and eliminate him, a plan likely to succeed. Oh, Uchiha Fuyu faced you. Over 1,500 formidable elite ninjas, including the third Hokage, and was still able to fend you off? It seems the threat posed by Uchiha Fuyu warrants further consideration. The fact that over 1,500 ninjas could not overcome him, alongside so many powerful allies, speaks volumes about his capabilities. Thus, if we were to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha to draw him out, it might indeed be a prudent strategy. However, Orochimaru of Konoha is not to be underestimated. He possesses formidable strength and must be dealt with. Otherwise, if they are intent on fleeing, he may very well evade capture. I have first-hand experience with Orochimaru's abilities. He is not only potent in combat, but also exceptionally adept at escaping. Capturing him is virtually impossible, and my attempts have often resulted in the loss of several of my own ninjas. It is precisely due to Orochimaru's remarkable ability to escape that even he might find it challenging to match his own prowess. This talent for evasion is truly awe-inspiring. Allow me to handle this matter. Hozuki smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing. Very well, it is settled. We shall commence our final assault on Konoha tomorrow, drawing out Uchiha Fuyu to engage in battle. At that point, we shall ensnare him completely, ensuring he never rises again. The third Hokage nodded, his voice cold. Agreed. The others also nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of this strategy. Though simple, it is effective and direct. As long as Uchiha Fuyu participates in tomorrow's battle, he will inevitably fall into their trap, allowing them to capture him entirely. Everyone, there's no need for such elaborate plans. I've been standing here for quite some time, and yet you failed to notice me? The voice of Uchiha Fuyu resonated in the minds of those present. Who? Uchiha Fuyu? This is bad. Despite being elite shinobi, none of them had detected Uchiha Fuyu's presence beside them. Upon hearing his words, a chill ran down their spines. Had he chosen to attack them directly, how would they have responded? Those who recognized his voice turned in shock, maintaining a safe distance while drawing their kunai, their expressions filled with apprehension. Oh, so you are Uchiha Fuyu? A prodigy indeed, but your arrogance is quite excessive. Do you realize where you stand? This is the main camp of Awakens, and right beside us is the camp of Kumogakure. Do you truly believe we would hesitate to eliminate you here? Inoki regarded Uchiha Fuyu with a mixture of astonishment and disdain. He had not anticipated that after such extensive discussion, they would remain oblivious to how Uchiha Fuyu had infiltrated their ranks. It was now clear why he possessed the capability and courage to conquer Tsunade. They had thought he would not dare venture alone into the battlefield, yet here he was, brazenly infiltrating the heart of their camp. Inoki could not help but admire his audacity and confidence. Lightning release, chakra mode, activate. Hell stab, a technique unparalleled. The moment the third Hokage beheld Uchiha Fuyu, he instantly activated his lightning release, chakra mode, vanishing from sight. Hell stab is renowned as his most formidable technique, often referred to as the strongest spear, said to penetrate all. As a guest in your Awakens, one would expect at least a cup of tea, yet I am met with hostility instead. Is this how Awakens treats its guests? However, I must commend you, third Hokage. Your speed is indeed impressive. You have unleashed your strongest spear, capable of piercing anything. But can your speed truly rival mine? Allow me to show you what it feels like to be defeated by your own hand. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly before vanishing from sight, reappearing at the third Raikage side, conjuring a Rasengan that he launched directly at the Raikage's arm. What? What does he mean by that? He intends for the third Raikage to perish by his own spear? The Raikage's swift speed had evaded even Uchiha Fuyu's senses. Yet now Fuyu claimed his speed was unmatched? Chapter 98. Instantaneous defeat of the third Raikage. The imposing seal of strength. How swift could Uchiha Fuyu possibly be? Inoki's heart raced, witnessing the unfolding events. He could hardly believe his eyes. The third Raikage was renowned as the fastest shinobi in the world, boasting unparalleled defensive capabilities and formidable offensive strength. Even Inoki himself would hesitate to confront him closely, as he was not a taijutsu specialist. And should he be caught by the Raikage, his life would be forfeit. Yet, Uchiha Fuyu's audacity in claiming superiority over the third Raikage's speed was astounding. Such speed. This body flicker technique is beyond comprehension. If I were to approach them too closely, I would likely be eliminated in an instant. Chiyo observed Uchiha Fuyu and the third Raikage with trepidation. As a puppeteer, she understood that if these two approached her, she would be in grave danger. Taijutsu specialists were her greatest fear. Their speed was so overwhelming that she would barely have time to react before meeting her end. What incredible speed! What powerful lightning release! The onlookers marveled at their velocity, which was truly chilling. If either of them wished to assassinate her, she would scarcely have time to react before meeting her demise. What? The third Raikage felt a chill as his pupils constricted. He had never anticipated that his speed, which he deemed sufficient, would fail to land a blow on Uchiha Fuyu. Now he found Fuyu at his side, and his own attack was beyond his ability to evade. Boom. A smirk crept onto Uchiha Fuyu's lips as he struck the third Raikage's arm with the Rasengan, the immense force bending the Raikage's arm toward his own chest. Puff. The third Raikage was taken aback, shocked that his own attack had harmed him. The strongest spear and the mightiest escape turned against him, leading to his own demise. Puff. After inflicting harm upon himself, the third Raikage spewed forth blood, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. The third Raikage? Impossible. This cannot be. Instantaneously defeated? How could this be? The onlookers were left in utter shock, unable to fathom that the third Raikage, hailed as the mightiest spear and the fastest in the shinobi world, had been vanquished by Uchiha Fuyu in an instant. Uchiha Fuyu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Kill or be killed. Since you seek to eliminate me, I shall not show you mercy. Now is the time for you to pay the price for your intentions. With a chuckle, Uchiha Fuyu vanished from sight, reappearing behind Inoki and delivering a swift kick to his lower back. Ah, crack. So swift was Uchiha Fuyu that Inoki had no inkling of his approach. He merely felt a sudden pain in his waist before being sent flying to the ground, landing in a heap. Moreover, the robust Inoki found his spine shattered by Uchiha Fuyu's kick, the sound of breaking bones echoing throughout the encampment. Such astonishing speed. We must leave. The third Kazekage felt an overwhelming shock and instinctively wanted to distance himself. Otherwise, he and his companions might fall victim to Uchiha Fuyu's instantaneous onslaught. Attempting to flee? It was already too late. You all shall remain right where you are. Uchiha Fuyu declared coldly, as several chains of chakra surged from his body, binding everyone present effortlessly. What is this power? A sealing technique? This is the Uzumaki clan's sealing art. How could it possibly be in the hands of the Uchiha? This is inconceivable. The Uzumaki clan has long been extinguished. Even the last of them, Uzumaki Mito, has passed away. How could anyone possess the Uzumaki sealing scroll? Moreover, he is of the Uchiha clan. It is unthinkable for him to wield Uzumaki techniques. Damn it, my chakra has been sealed, and I cannot move. What should we do? Everyone present, including the Jinchuriki, felt a profound sense of helplessness. They never anticipated being so effortlessly subdued. Moreover, Uchiha Fuyu, a member of the Uchiha clan, was employing the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki. It was known that the Uzumaki clan was eradicated due to the overwhelming power of their sealing arts, which instilled fear across the nations. Who would have thought that members of the Uchiha clan could now utilize these techniques? Isn't this surprising? To eliminate you all, I merely need a glance. Your strength is truly pathetic. Yet, your audacity is rather amusing. Why, despite being a flock of weaklings, do you believe you could possibly defeat me? Who granted you such confidence? Is it Liang Jingru? You lot are foolish, inept, and weak. Yet you have a penchant for self-destruction. Would it not be better to stay peacefully within your village? Had you not attacked Konoha, I would have had no interest in retaliating. But since you have chosen to strike first, I shall reciprocate. Allow me to show you the true meaning of despair. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly, and subsequently cast the sealing technique upon each individual, sealing their chakra and binding them completely. Observing the foolishness of those before him, he felt a touch of exasperation. He had no intention of attacking other villages. However, if they were so willing to offer him this achievement, he would gladly accept it. Chapter 99. Controlling the 3 hidden villages. Uchiha Fuyu, please release us. Do you wish for the 4 great ninja villages to unite against Konoha? The 3rd Kazekage exclaimed in desperation. Damn it, you have even slain the 3rd Reikage. Are you not aware that this will provoke an unending assault from Kumogakure? If you allow us to leave now, Tsunade will not oppose Konoha again and will gladly sign a peace treaty, along with compensation. The 3rd Kazekage was horrified. He had not anticipated Uchiha Fuyu's immense strength. They were all subdued in an instant, leaving them engulfed in an abyss of fear. Yet, he did not wish to perish. The only option was to persuade Uchiha Fuyu to spare them. He was willing to concede and sign a peace treaty with Konoha, even if it meant paying a price, as long as he could preserve his life. Anoki felt a sharp pain coursing through his body as Uchiha Fuyu had shattered his spine with a single kick, igniting a storm of rage within him. However, he understood he could not insult Uchiha Fuyu. He was at the mercy of the Uchiha, and he had to endure. He had once believed that Uchiha Fuyu lacked significant power. After all, his own abilities had increased considerably over the years. Even if Uchiha Madara stood before him, he would not exhibit the same fear as before. Yet, the Uchiha before him, though merely 19, instilled terror within him. This was unfathomable. He was confident that he could not defeat Uchiha Madara, but surely he could contend with Uchiha Fuyu? Reality, however, delivered a harsh slap to his face. He found himself utterly defenseless before Fuyu. All present, including several Jinchuriki, were unable to resist him, swiftly succumbing. The rest of the gathered individuals felt a surge of anger. Yet none dared to voice their frustration, their faces flushed with rage. Ah, 3rd Kazekage, I had already spared you once. I never expected you would still seek to confront me. But fear not, it truly matters not. I shall indeed let you go. Why would I wish to kill you? Your demise would bring me no benefit, yet sparing you would yield endless advantages. So rest assured, I have no intention of taking your lives. Uchiha Fuyu approached the 3rd Kazekage, crouched down, and playfully patted his face with a mocking expression. Uchiha Fuyu, your strength is indeed formidable. We acknowledge that we are no match for you. Thank you for allowing us to live. Tsunade will surely sign a peace treaty with Konoha. Furthermore, we shall compensate you for your mercy. The 3rd Kazekage breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Uchiha Fuyu did not appear inclined to kill them. As long as he could survive, signing the peace treaty was a small price to pay. After all, the treaty would not bind them. They would merely suffer a financial loss. But what value did money hold if their lives were forfeit? For now, their priority was to survive. The matter of compensation could be addressed later. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. If the 3rd Kazekage could live, then perhaps they too would be spared. As for the compensation, it would be the village that bore the cost, not them, since they represented the village's highest combat power. It was only natural for the village to contribute some funds. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. However, there will still be a price. He. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, and then activated his Rinnegan, casting an illusion upon those present. Buzz. In an instant, the eyes of the gathered individuals transformed into Rinnegan, indicating that they had fallen prey to the Jinjutsu. Subsequently, Uchiha Fuyu released the Rinnegan's hold, restoring them to normalcy while using his Sharingan to implant a suggestion deep within their minds, exerting complete control over them. All set. Though I shall spare your lives, you will still serve my purpose. Otherwise, what would be the point of my mercy? By controlling you, I effectively control Tsunade, Kumogakure, and Awakens. Now, the 3 villages are under my command, and soon I shall take control of Konoha, becoming the 4th Hokage. Thus, I will dominate 4 ninja villages within the shinobi world. As for Kirigakure, it will be even simpler. Once Uchiha Madara and Kaguya are eliminated, it too will fall under my sway. Isn't controlling these leaders far more engaging than merely ruling the entire shinobi world? He. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, surveying those he had ensnared. Now, with Tsunade, Kumogakure, and Awakens firmly under his influence. His return would surely herald his ascension as the fourth Hokage. He would then command all of Konoha, and as for Kirigakure, its subjugation would be an effortless endeavor. He never anticipated that Chiyo would be so strikingly beautiful. Although she was somewhat shorter, it hardly mattered. If only it were a bit taller, this figure would undoubtedly be exceptional. Uchiha Fuyu rose to his feet and approached Chiyo, noticing her diminutive stature, yet striking beauty. Aside from her height, Chiyo was flawless in every other aspect, possessing a curvaceous figure that exuded allure. Her charm lingered, captivating Uchiha Fuyu, who found his fingers itching to explore. Although Chiyo would eventually age into an old woman, she currently radiated remarkable beauty, untouched by wrinkles. Her skin fair and her youthful visage akin to that of a doll, stirring deep emotions within one's heart. With time still on his side, Uchiha Fuyu decided to indulge for a while longer. A smirk graced his lips as he waved his right hand, causing both himself and Chiyo to vanish from their location. 3 hours later, Uchiha Fuyu, with a slight upward curve of his lips, returned Chiyo, Otozuki, and the third Kazekage to Tsunade, having gained control over them. It was equivalent to seizing authority over the village itself. Subsequently, Uchiha Fuyu healed the wounds of the third Hokage, ensuring he did not perish, as fortunately. The injury was not to his heart, but merely to his right chest, which healed swiftly. The third Hokage and Inoki were both compelled to withdraw their forces upon Uchiha Fuyu's command. Chapter 100. The complete Susanoo. I have absorbed a portion of the chakra from the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 8 tails, and 1 tail. Once I gather all the chakra from the tailed beasts, I should be able to manifest a miniature 10 tails. While it may not compare to the original 10 tails of Kagaya Otsutsuki, it will certainly exceed that of the 10 tails possessed by Madara Uchiha. Oh, what a fruitful harvest this has been. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, having absorbed a portion of the tailed beast chakra, now holding within him the chakra of 6-tailed beasts. When he ultimately devours the chakra of the 3 tails, 7 tails, and 6 tails, he will be able to merge into a smaller version of the 10 tails, thus truly becoming a Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. The power of a 10 tails Jinchuriki is immensely formidable, incomparable to the 9-tailed beasts. At that point, he would seek out the remains of all past Jinchuriki, employing the impure world resurrection technique to study it. By consuming the chakra of the tailed beasts within their bodies, he could potentially compensate for the missing chakra. However, simply ordering their retreat would not suffice. He needed to create a spectacle to ensure his contributions were recognized. Otherwise, their withdrawal would imply that he had played no part in their departure. With that in mind, it was time for the complete body Susanoo to make its appearance and instill fear in the hearts of all. If Black Zetsu were to witness his complete body Susanoo, he might inadvertently reveal his true nature. Once Black Zetsu shows his hand, Uchiha Fuyu would have the opportunity to seal him away. A sly smile danced upon Uchiha Fuyu's lips as a glimmer of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. It was time for the world to recognize his terrifying prowess. His strength was growing ever more formidable, and aside from Black Zetsu, there was little to fear. Madara Uchiha was but a withered corpse, devoid of combat ability, relying solely on the outer path to prolong his existence. Presently, the greatest threat remained Black Zetsu, who was elusive and impossible to track, necessitating his swift removal from the equation. Meanwhile, Chiyo still possessed an undeniable charm. Controlling her with Genjutsu was exhilarating. 30, like a wolf. 40, like a tiger. What was it again at 50? Ah, yes, sitting on the ground can draw in the earth. Truly, a reputation well-deserved. This sensation is not one that everyone can experience. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly, reminiscing about Chiyo's frenzied demeanor, his eyes sparkling with mirth. He had also taught Chiyo the Yin seal. Yet the symbol that formed upon her forehead was not a diamond. It could be reshaped at will, transformed into 4 interlinked little red flowers. Instantly, Chiyo regained her original beauty, resembling an enchanting 18-year-old maiden. Now, it was time to get to work. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly before vanishing from sight, issuing commands to the third Tsuchikage Inoki and the third Hokage to engage him in battle. The complete body Susanoo manifested. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield at the borders of Konoha, a Susanoo towering hundreds of feet loomed, dwarfing even the 9 tails, which appeared no larger than a mere hand. The ground shook violently, and all eyes were involuntarily drawn to Uchiha Fuyu's direction. What is that? What on earth is that colossal entity? Even from this distance, we can sense its overwhelming aura. I've heard of it. It's called Susanoo, isn't it? Susanoo. Could this be the strongest ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan? You speak the truth. This is indeed the mightiest ocular technique of our Uchiha clan. I cannot believe Lord Fuyu possesses such immense power. This colossal Susanoo is like a force tearing through the heavens, far larger than any mountain. Everyone in the Konoha border camp gazed in awe at Uchiha Fuyu's Susanoo, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. What kind of power could summon such a terrifying presence? What has transpired? At that moment, elite shinobi like Orochimaru emerged from their tents. Glancing toward Uchiha Fuyu and witnessing the immense Susanoo, their pupils constricting in shock. What is that? Orochimaru thought, astonished for the first time at such a fearsome sight, rendering him unable to look directly at it. Report to Lord Orochimaru. This is the strongest ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. According to family records, Susanoo is as tall as a mountain. A single strike can reduce a radius of several dozen miles to ruins. In the hands of Madara Uchiha, its might was unmatched, and only the leader of the Senju clan, the first Hokage, could stand against it. To this day, no one in the shinobi world has been able to counter this powerful Susanoo. However, all of this is based on family records. I have never witnessed it myself. This is indeed the first time I have seen such an immensely powerful Susanoo, exactly as described in our clan's records. From a distance, it appears like a mountain, perhaps even larger by several fold, measuring at least over 1,000 meters. One of the Uchiha clan members turned to Orochimaru and reported that they had never seen a true Susanoo. After all, they had not been present on the battlefield of Tsunade. Moreover, this was Uchiha Fuyu's first time utilizing the complete body Susanoo, the strongest ocular jutsu. Susanoo? The pressure is palpable even 10 miles away. I can feel it clearly. Such overwhelming energy instills an endless sense of fear within me. Fuyu, just how powerful are you? Is this truly your strength? I had no idea the Uchiha clan possessed such formidable abilities. Madara Uchiha, who stood alongside the first Hokage, was regarded as a god in the shinobi world. Orochimaru's heart raced, his pupils narrowing, fear and suppressed emotions flooding his serpentine gaze. Chapter 101, Mastering the Art of Deception. The great merit he never expected Uchiha Fuyu to be so powerful enough to instill fear within him. This was also the first time he truly felt an endless terror. Having spent many years on the battlefield, he had long since placed life and death aside. He had become accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Yet, confronted by the formidable Susanoo, he was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. As if every part of his being were trembling. Even from several miles away, he could distinctly sense the immense aura emanating from it. It seemed that this time, he truly stood no chance of contending for the position of the fourth Hokage. If you are indeed as powerful as Uchiha Madara, then the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village are no match for you. The Uchiha clan is indeed a terrifying lineage. Fuya, I, Orochimaru, seldom admire others. But you are an exception. Deep down, Orochimaru understood that he was in no position to rival Uchiha Fuya. He could not compete with Uchiha Fuya for the role of fourth Hokage. Fuya had already achieved victory on the battlefield of the Sand Village. Now, he stood alone amidst the ranks of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, challenging both major ninja villages. Should he emerge victorious, Orochimaru's aspirations for the fourth Hokage would be rendered futile. His own merits pale in comparison to those of Uchiha Fuya, indicating that Orochimaru had permanently lost any claim to this position. Help! What manner of monster is this? Run! What on earth is this creature? How did it come to be here? I have never encountered anything like it. Is it even human? Do you see that? There seems to be a figure atop the giant, controlling it. Everyone, retreat immediately. This person is beyond our capacity to confront. The ninjas of the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages felt an overwhelming dread as they witnessed the completed Susanoo of Uchiha Fuya and began to flee. All ninjas, retreat at once. The third Tsuchikage commands all ninjas of the Hidden Stone village to withdraw. All Earth-style ninjas, use your techniques to block the enemy. The rest, retreat. A dark ninja from the Hidden Stone village shouted for everyone to withdraw and instructed the Earth-style ninjas to create barriers against the enemy. The third Raikage also ordered all ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village to retreat. Similarly, the Hidden Cloud village echoed the call for retreat, for if they did not withdraw, the outcome would surely be death. The third Reikage and the third Tsuchikage stood before Uchiha Fuya, their expressions grave. Tailed Beast Transformation. Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom. The remaining tailed beasts unleashed their tailed beast bombs towards Uchiha Fuya, carrying with them an unfathomable force, soaring towards Susanoo. Such trivial techniques dare to flaunt themselves before me? Great Heavenly Dragon Slash. Uchiha Fuya scoffed, drawing his sword and cleaving through the air. Boom. Several tailed beast bombs were deflected, crashing into the ground and erupting with catastrophic force, shaking the very earth. All present felt an overwhelming fear. Third Reikage, third Tsuchikage, you are no match for me. Your villages have recklessly attacked Konoha. This time I shall spare you, but should you dare advance further into Konoha, I will annihilate your villages without mercy. Anyone who crosses this line shall be executed without exception. Uchiha Fuya stood atop Susanoo, gazing down at the ninja army below as though they were mere ants, speaking coldly. With a swift motion, he carved a deep trench into the ground, as effortless as slicing a watermelon, producing a hissing sound. We are no match for him. Let us retreat. Inoki shook his head, looking at the third Reikage with a bitter smile. I never anticipated that Uchiha Fuya would be so formidable. We truly stand no chance against him. This battle is a defeat for us. The third Reikage nodded gravely. Indeed, Uchiha Fuya, we cannot contend with you. Let this be acknowledged as our defeat. Who could have imagined that Konoha had such talent? Inoki exclaimed towards Uchiha Fuya. Tomorrow, ensure that you send envoys to Konoha to negotiate a peace treaty. I shall await you there. After speaking, Uchiha Fuya turned and soared back toward the Konoha camp, controlling the imposing Susanoo, which struck terror into the hearts of all. As the ninjas of the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages witnessed Uchiha Fuya's departure, the sense of horror gradually dissipated. Many collapsed in relief, having not anticipated the overwhelming strength of Uchiha Fuya, which had made them acutely aware of the specter of death. Look, Lord Fuya is returning. Indeed, Lord Fuya was soaring back toward them, effortlessly vanquishing the forces of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, compelling them to retreat to their villages. Long live Lord Fuya! Long live Lord Fuya! The Konoha ninjas, filled with excitement, shouted in unison as they saw Uchiha Fuya return. They stood on elevated ground, witnessing the mass exodus of ninjas. A shout from a member of the Uchiha clan echoed, prompting all Konoha ninjas to join in a chorus of praise for Lord Fuya. At that moment, every ninja in Konoha looked upon Uchiha Fuya with a mixture of reverence and fear. Yet, more than anything, there was exhilaration. They had anticipated a battle that could lead to their demise, yet Uchiha Fuya's presence had driven back their enemies. They had prepared for death, but now, with survival assured. Tears of joy filled their eyes as they gazed upon Uchiha Fuya with admiration. Upon returning to the Konoha camp, Uchiha Fuya descended from the heavy Susanoo, causing tremors that left the Konoha ninjas stunned, nearly stumbling in awe. Chapter 102. Victory in Battle, Danzo's Fury at Hizashi. This was their first encounter with Susanoo, and witnessing such a colossal form was undeniably terrifying. However, since Uchiha Fuya was of Konoha and a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the fear in their hearts was somewhat mitigated. Nevertheless, facing such a terrifying entity for the first time made them tremble inside, though their excitement at surviving the battlefield overshadowed their fear. All right, the battle is over. They have all fled. I expect that tomorrow Inoki and the third Reikage will send a delegation to Konoha to discuss peace. Uchiha Fuya deactivated Susanoo and appeared beside Orochimaru, patting his shoulder with a faint smile. Orochimaru snapped back to reality, still reeling from the fear instilled by the sight of Susanoo. That fear was profound, emanating from the depths of his being, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. Fuya, I never imagined you had concealed such strength from me for so long. Unexpectedly. Your prowess is indeed formidable. To you, these individuals must seem no different from ants. I previously believed that attaining such strength at my age was remarkable. Yet, upon witnessing your presence, I have come to understand the true meaning of being a frog at the bottom of a well. In your eyes, my abilities are likely akin to those of a slightly larger ant. It is truly astonishing that the Mangekyo Sharingan of your Uchiha clan possesses such immense power. I am genuinely in awe. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with a sense of resignation as he observed the surrounding ninjas, each casting admiring glances towards Uchiha Fuyu. It was evident how elevated Uchiha Fuyu's reputation had become in Konoha. Oh, Orochimaru, you speak too modestly. To possess such combat prowess at your age is a testament to your genius in the shinobi world. I merely benefit from the legacy of our family's bloodline, which does not truly reflect my own strength. Achieving such heights through your lineage is already remarkable. Do not compare yourself to me. You are aware that prior to the age of 16, I was at the tail end of my clan. It was my intense desire to grow stronger that has granted me this ability. Moreover, we can protect Konoha together, cannot we? Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly at Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru had yet to embark on his studies of human anatomy. If he were to become the fourth Hokage, collaborating with Orochimaru on research would indeed be beneficial, given Orochimaru's remarkable technological capabilities. They could explore not only the reanimation jutsu, but also other unique abilities. Having grown stronger, his future adversaries would likely be the Daitamu clan, known for their formidable strength, where lacking 6 pads level combat prowess would render one mere cannon fodder. Indeed, we can protect Konoha together, and I will strive to continue enhancing my abilities. However, our original plan is now unnecessary, as I never anticipated such an effortless victory over a Wagakure and Kumogakure. All of this is thanks to you, Fuyu. Your strength is truly humbling. Orochimaru observed Uchiha Fuyu, who shook his head with a wry smile. He had once contemplated testing Uchiha Fuyu's depths, but today's encounter left him feeling utterly diminished. Enough of this discussion. I have been away for several days and must return to check on Tsunade. Since the battle here has concluded, I will take my leave, as there is little point in remaining. As for the aftermath, Orochimaru, I leave that in your capable hands, for this is your battlefield, not mine. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Orochimaru before preparing to depart. There was no need to linger, especially since the battle had ended and he had achieved comprehensive victory. Furthermore, the entire shinobi world now recognized the extent of his power. Consequently, his prestige in Konoha would soar, and the prospect of becoming the fourth Hokage was within reach. Rest assured, you may return. I will handle everything here. They have just retreated and are unlikely to return, as fear has gripped their hearts. Should you truly engage them, they would likely face total annihilation. Orochimaru nodded. Although victory had been secured, he still needed to manage the remaining affairs and relay all information back. Should the village demand his return, he would promptly retreat within its confines. Very well, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Uchiha Fuyu waved at Orochimaru and vanished from sight. His might was not only impressive, but his speed was unparalleled. Perhaps no one in the entire shinobi world could rival him in swiftness. To this day, I remain uncertain whether he employs space-time ninjutsu or body flicker technique. If it were space-time ninjutsu, why did he not require a medium as described in the records? If it were the body flicker technique, then his speed was simply astounding. One could hardly discern how he vanished. Orochimaru shook his head, baffled by Uchiha Fuyu's disappearance. Enough of this. Uchiha Fuyu's strength is beyond my current grasp. I must continue to strive for improvement. Orochimaru turned and departed. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, do you understand what this information signifies? Uchiha Fuyu has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and we remain oblivious to it. I warned you that Uchiha Fuyu should be eliminated. Look at what he has done. He unleashed Uchiha Madara's Susanoo at the borders of the Wind Country. Danzo's face flushed red with anger as he reproached Hiruzen. This was Madara's exclusive technique. No Uchiha has used it for years. Now, consider the implications if the Uchiha clan were to stage a coup. How would we respond? Danzo glared at Hiruzen, his frustration palpable. Lower your voice, Danzo. I am still the Hokage. Who permitted you to raise your voice? Although Uchiha Fuyu has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, look at what he has accomplished. He repelled all the ninjas from the Wind Country, ensuring the safety of our borders. Do you still wish to eliminate him? Are you aware of his current standing within the village? Even I would hesitate to strike him down. Furthermore, what repercussions would your actions have on the Uchiha clan? Do you truly wish to provoke them into rebellion? Uchiha Fuyu is the younger brother of Uchiha Fugaku, the strongest member of the clan and their leader's sibling. Do you want to force the Uchiha into open conflict with us? If any harm befalls Uchiha Fuyu, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly instigate turmoil within Konoha. We are currently under attack from a Wagakure and Kumogakure, and we need the Uchiha clan's strength now more than ever. Do you intend to kill Uchiha Fuyu at this juncture? Danzo, I warn you, this is my final warning. Uchiha Fuyu must not face any issues in Konoha. If he does, I will hold you accountable. Hiruzen glared at Danzo, his anger boiling over. Today, you will regret uttering those words, Hiruzen. You know that Uchiha Fuyu's influence has already surpassed yours. Should we secure victory, it is likely that you will have to relinquish your position as the third Hokage. Danzo seethed, his fury directed at Hiruzen. Had it not been for Hiruzen's constant interference, he would have already ascended to the position of fourth Hokage. Not only did Hiruzen obstruct his path to becoming the fourth Hokage, but he also sought to nurture a figure like Uchiha Fuyu, whom Danzo deemed malevolent. If this continued, he might be forced to concede the title of fourth Hokage to Uchiha Fuyu, a scenario he could not allow to transpire. As long as Uchiha Fuyu remains devoted to the village, I shall never lift a hand against him. Thus, you have quelled the thoughts within you. As long as Uchiha Fuyu remains loyal to Konoha, I shall never permit you to inflict harm upon him. Danzo, this is the final warning I shall impart. I hope you refrain from taking action against Uchiha Fuyu within Konoha, for if I learn that you have laid a hand upon him, I will ensure your expulsion from Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Danzo with a cold demeanor. Hiruzen, there will come a time when you regret this, Danzo retorted. His eyes ablaze with anger as he stared at Sarutobi. I wish to witness the moment you are unceremoniously cast aside, and another ascends as the fourth Hokage. At that juncture, will you still be untroubled? Only your heart can answer that. With a dismissive scoff, Danzo turned and departed. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Danzo, as long as Konoha remains safe, I see no issue with relinquishing my title as the third Hokage, Sarutobi remarked, inhaling deeply from his cigarette and exhaling slowly. With a resounding slam, Danzo exited the Hokage's office, leaving the door swinging shut. Hiruzen, did you not advise me against acting in Konoha? Who said I would do so? You remain blissfully unaware, do you not? The alliance between the Cloud and Rock villages has been forged expressly to target Uchiha Fuyu. Moreover, Tsunade has also joined the fray. With the same objective, Uchiha Fuyu is destined to perish upon the battlefield, and when that occurs, the Uchiha clan shall harbor deep-seated hatred for Tsunade, the Cloud, and the Rock villages. When war erupts, they shall all serve as mere fodder. Let the Uchiha clan march to their demise. Once Uchiha Fuyu falls, who shall hinder my ascent to the fourth Hokage? As Danzo stepped away from the Hokage's office, a sinister smile crept across his face. He had long since allied with the Cloud, Sand, and Rock villages to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu, for they all feared the resurgence of Uchiha Madara. None wished for another Uchiha Madara to emerge in the ninja world, hence their collaboration aimed at encircling and annihilating Uchiha Fuyu. He had dispatched all of his elite ninjas to the battlefield, ready to seize the opportunity to strike. Should they fail to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu, his subordinates would still capitalize on his moment of weakness to deliver the final blow. Hiruzen, ultimately, you cannot best me, Danzo chuckled to himself, relishing the unfolding drama. His earlier confrontation with Sarutobi was merely a diversion, one that Sarutobi had unwittingly accepted, believing Danzo sought to kill Uchiha Fuyu. Little did Sarutobi know, Danzo had already orchestrated the collaboration with other ninja villages to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu. Soon, news would undoubtedly arrive that Uchiha Fuyu had been slain. It was astonishing how swiftly Uchiha Fuyu had matured. He had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and could manifest a Susanoo akin to Uchiha Madara's. Danzo recalled witnessing the terrifying might of that Susanoo, feeling its overwhelming power even from hundreds of miles away. The entire ninja world could not allow the emergence of another Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fuyu, do not blame me. Surely, Danzo would dispatch operatives to hunt you down. And if you manage to survive, it is your fate. If not, so be it. Konoha requires only one Hokage, and no one shall wrest that position from my grasp, not even you, Uchiha Fuyu. Once you are gone, I shall ensure your offspring are treated with the utmost care. For you are indeed a hero of Konoha. Furthermore, I will incite the Uchiha clan's ire towards the Cloud and Rock villages, diverting their rage. After Danzo's departure, Sarutobi reclined in his office, inhaling deeply from his cigarette and exhaling slowly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 104. The root has disappeared? He had just told Danzo that he must not act against Uchiha Fuyu within Konoha. Therefore, Danzo would undoubtedly strike outside its bounds. This was of no concern to Sarutobi. After all, he had not sent Danzo to assassinate Uchiha Fuyu. Once Uchiha Fuyu fell, he could redirect the blame, inciting the Uchiha clan's fury towards the Cloud and Rock villages. Danzo, no one understands you better than I. Your ambition to become the fourth Hokage is utterly unattainable. I shall never grant you that opportunity. If you ascend to that position, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan will be thrust into battle. For years, I have safeguarded the Sarutobi ninjas, preventing them from engaging on the battlefield, assigning them only ancillary tasks. Should you truly become the fourth Hokage, you would inevitably discover my intentions. If you were to command our clan's ninjas to the battlefield, the Sarutobi clan would suffer grievous losses. Thus, it is imperative that you are not allowed to enter the battlefield. My trusted allies must ascend as the fourth Hokage, and that must wait for several more years. I, the third Hokage, have not yet fulfilled my duty. I am in the prime of my life and shall not retire. The first and second Hokages both met their demise while serving, having rushed to the battlefield. I am not so foolish. I shall maintain my position in Konoha, allowing you to sacrifice yourselves while I retain control over the Hokage seat. Your victories will be my accolades, and your defeats will be your failures. Everything remains unrelated to me. I merely need to safeguard Konoha from ruin under my watch. As for you ninjas, you exist solely for my use. Sarutobi smirked before wandering to the side, indulging in a glimpse of the Konoha hot springs. Quite the sight, he mused, observing a gaggle of beauties bathing. Blood trickling from his nose, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Konoha's border. Strange. Where have the ninjas from the Cloud and Rock villages gone? Weren't they just at the border? Why is there no trace of them? A group of root ninjas stood bewildered at the empty battlefield. Did we not come to assist the Cloud and Rock villages in confronting Uchiha Fuyu? With their absence, how are we to tackle him? Uchiha Fuyu has awakened the legendary Susanoo. Can we truly defeat him alone? We must gather intelligence first, one suggested, noticing a long chasm on the battlefield. What kind of force could have caused this? We should send someone to investigate what transpired. After all, Danzo's orders have been issued, and if we fail to resolve this, we will have no explanation for him. One of the root ninjas furrowed his brow and coldly addressed the assembly before him. Let us first dispatch someone to investigate the situation. It is indeed peculiar. We have just arrived on the battlefield, only to discover that the ninjas from the Cloud and Stone villages have vanished. Should we fail to accomplish our mission this time, we shall undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon our return. One of the root ninjas nodded in agreement. The intelligence we gathered indicates that they were all defeated by Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Fuyu activated Susanoo and drove them all away. Now, the ninjas from the Cloud and Stone villages have completely vacated the battlefield and declared their defeat. A root ninja returned to the group and relayed the news, his brow knitted in concern. They had not anticipated that upon being dispatched to execute a task, they would find that their opponents had already fled, rendering the mission a failure before it even commenced. How could this be possible? The Cloud and Stone villages, with their myriad of ninjas, could not overcome Uchiha Fuyu? And yet, the third Reikage, the third Tsuchikage, and even the Jinchuriki were present. Yet they could not triumph over him. This is unfathomable. Indeed, the strength of the Cloud and Stone villages was formidable, and the fact that so many could not defeat Uchiha Fuyu led them to believe that their own involvement would be futile. When did Uchiha Fuyu become so powerful? The remaining root members were astonished, gazing at their comrade in disbelief. I cannot ascertain the details. All I know is that they were defeated, and it was solely at the hands of Uchiha Fuyu. He has saved the Leaf's border ninjas, who are now celebrating and cleaning the battlefield. One of the root members explained, "Have we not come here in vain? Who shall we report to Danzo? Shall we tell him that by the time we arrived, Uchiha Fuyu had already driven off both major ninja villages?" The other root members paused, contemplating whether they would return to Danzo and explain that nearly 10,000 ninjas from the Cloud and Stone villages had been routed by Uchiha Fuyu alone. Would anyone believe such a tale? Chapter 105. Danzo's terror. Regardless of the truth of this news, or whether Lord Danzo would believe it, the reality remained. Even if we doubt it, there is no escaping the facts. Ultimately, Lord Danzo will receive word that Uchiha Fuyu has indeed triumphed over both the Stone and Cloud villages. As for the means by which he achieved this, I cannot say at present. Further investigation is required. What shall we do now? Shall we conduct our investigation here, or return to the village and report this incident to Lord Danzo, stating that our mission has failed through no fault of our own, as we had only just arrived? The root members shook their heads, still in shock at the news. They had encountered Uchiha Fuyu before, who had once been a mere underachiever, yet suddenly transformed into an unparalleled warrior. The fact that he had single-handedly defeated 2 major villages, not mere small clans, but 2 of the 5 great ninja villages, left them utterly bewildered. You need not dwell on this any longer, nor do you need to return and inform Danzo of your failure. A voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the root members. Who is it? How can this be? Uchiha Fuyu? This is bad. A group of root members froze upon hearing the voice of Uchiha Fuyu. They turned to see him, and in an instant, they felt a blinding flash. The entire group of root ninjas collapsed, leaving only one, who was swiftly rendered unconscious. The tongue curse seal has been undone, Uchiha Fuyu sneered, releasing the seal and extracting intelligence through Jinjutsu. Ah, Danzo, you brought this upon yourself. With a cold smile, he snapped the neck of the last remaining ninja. Do not waste chakra. The chakra within these corpses is still warm and potent. Uchiha Fuyu absorbed all the chakra from the fallen root members and sealed their bodies within a scroll. Do you wish to kill me? Huh. Even if the entire ninja world turns against me, what is there to fear? Danzo, the time has come for my achievements to grant me the position of Hokage. Therefore, your existence has become unnecessary. This time, I shall ensure your disgrace, and you shall be executed before the villagers of Konoha. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled to himself. Initially seeking only a modicum of prestige to inherit the title of fourth Hokage. Now, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen had become irrelevant. All he needed to do was incite the populace to secure his succession. At that point, he could reveal the dark secrets of Danzo and Sarutobi, exposing all their past misdeeds to the citizens of Konoha, inciting their hatred against them, and ultimately slaying them publicly. This would not only enhance his standing within Konoha, but also ensure that the villagers loathed Danzo and Sarutobi. Of course, should many sympathize with him, he would have no qualms about eliminating them in secret. He was in control of Konoha, the rest mattered little. Someone has undone the tongue curse seal? Who could it be? Danzo's brow furrowed as he sensed the seal he had controlled had been broken, filling him with dread. It was known that the tongue curse seal was a specialized sealing technique developed by the Uzumaki clan, and no one else knew of its existence. Not even in the sealing scrolls. This meant that only the original creator of the seal, whom Danzo had already eliminated, could undo it. So who could possibly possess the knowledge to break his tongue curse seal? Come forth. Danzo's expression darkened. He realized that someone had likely uncovered the method to break the seal. If this were true, the root would need to develop a new sealing technique. Otherwise, if this information were to leak, it would spell disaster for him, jeopardizing his status within Konoha. Such a sealing technique must not be allowed to escape. If others learned how to undo it, it would be catastrophic for him, as root members held countless sensitive information, both good and bad. The information of the root could not be allowed to leak. Lord Danzo, a root member, appeared before him. Immediately initiate an investigation. It appears that someone has broken the seal. This individual must be apprehended, for if not, the secrets of the root will fall into enemy hands. The information pertaining to the root must remain concealed at all costs. Otherwise, it would deal a grievous blow to Konoha. Dispatch personnel at once to ascertain who has been captured and who has gone missing. It is imperative to locate them swiftly. Investigate the missions they undertook and send others to examine the matter. This situation must remain undisclosed until all involved are eliminated before the enemy becomes aware of it. Danzo furrowed his brow as he gazed at the root members before him, promptly sending them out to determine who had embarked on missions that required their attention. They must be found and brought back, for failing to do so would jeopardize the secrets of the root, which would not bode well for his standing. Anyone who has come into contact with the secrets of the root must perish. Yes, Lord Danzo. The root member nodded and vanished from sight. Chapter 106. Severing Danzo's right hand. Who could possibly have unraveled the cursed seal of our root? Years ago, I ensured complete obliteration. It should be impossible for anyone to know the method of breaking this seal. If it were the Uzumaki clan, that too would be implausible, for they have long been extinguished. Even the surviving members lack the power necessary to wield such abilities, having lost their familial heritage and the protection that comes with it. Not to mention their sealing techniques. If they are not the culprits, then who could it be? The notion that someone could break my seal is truly unfathomable. Regardless, the secrets of the root must not be disclosed. Whoever dares to oppose me will be met with total annihilation. Danzo's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping him as he seethed with rage. It was unfathomable that one of his own had been captured, and worse yet, that his seal had been undone. Should this seal be broken by another, they could extract vital information from the minds of those involved. Such knowledge falling into the wrong hands would spell disaster for him. For the many heinous acts he has committed within the root would be laid bare, leaving him without sanctuary in Konoha. Therefore, he must clarify this matter, locate that group, and eliminate them all without exception. Apologies, Lord Danzo, but there is no need for you to search any longer. Do not waste your time. Your turn to face retribution has come. If you wish to know who took your root members, look no further than before you. It was I who took them. At that moment, Uchiha Fuyu appeared behind Danzo, his right hand sweeping through the air. Thud. Ack. Upon hearing the sound, Danzo turned, but it was too late. His right hand was severed by Uchiha Fuyu's blade, blood gushing forth as he bellowed in fury. Is this your arm, Lord Danzo? Know that this arm is sufficient for you to meet your demise 100 times over. It bears not only the numerous Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, but also the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It is evident that you have desecrated the grave of the first Hokage. Should this come to light among the villagers of Konoha, I shudder to think of the consequences you would face. I believe the villagers would turn against you, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would be unable to withstand their pressure, leading to your execution. After all, Konoha was founded by the first Hokage himself. To toy with his remains, if the villagers were to learn of this, they would never forgive you. Uchiha Fuyu bent down and picked up the severed arm from the ground, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Uchiha Fuyu, what are you planning? Do you not know who I am? How dare you ambush me and sever my arm? Should I manage to capture you, no one will know the truth. They will only see that you attacked me. In that case, you will be disgraced, and your clan will suffer the consequences. Danzo's heart raced as he pressed his left hand against the wound on his right, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with rage and panic as he regarded Uchiha Fuyu. He had not anticipated the strength of Uchiha Fuyu, who had mysteriously appeared behind him without detection, delivering a swift strike that severed his arm, now held in Fuyu's grasp. Moreover, Izanagi requires prior activation. Yet, Uchiha Fuyu had not afforded him a moment's preparation. Even if he were to activate Izanagi now, it would merely document the state of his severed hand, not transform the damage into a mere illusion. Danzo could hardly fathom that Uchiha Fuyu seemed to have known the secret he held, a secret not known to just anyone. Especially considering that his hand had only recently been engineered by Orochimaru. How could Uchiha Fuyu possibly be aware of it already? Could it be that Orochimaru has betrayed me? Cursed be Hiruzen's disciple. Such trust is unwarranted. Danzo's heart brimmed with fury, leading him to conclude that perhaps Orochimaru had indeed turned against him, divulging the secret of his right hand to Uchiha Fuyu. However, his singular focus was on how to swiftly eliminate Uchiha Fuyu and reclaim his rightful hand. Otherwise, he would suffer a significant loss of power. There is no need for further contemplation. If one wishes to conceal their deeds, they must first refrain from wrongdoing. You have wrapped that right hand, yet I can sense an inexhaustible energy emanating from it. Not to mention the ominous aura radiating from your right eye. The very essence of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Do you believe I am oblivious? The only reason I have not dealt with you until now is that I deemed the timing unfit. Now, it appears you have become an impediment to my growth, and thus, you must die. With a derisive smile, Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Danzo, his eyes shimmering with mockery as he stored Danzo's severed hand within the confines of his system space. As a member of the Uchiha clan, no one understood the capabilities of Izanagi better than he. To activate Izanagi, one must first prepare, documenting the state of their body prior to activation. Chapter 107. Danzo's Agitation. A game played? Upon his sudden appearance, he swiftly severed his right hand, leaving Danzo no opportunity to react whatsoever. Even if he wished to activate his ocular technique, he found himself utterly unprepared. Damn it! Die, Uchiha Fuyu! A tempest of fury surged within Danzo. He understood that Uchiha Fuyu before him must be eliminated. Otherwise, he feared for his life here. Even if he survived, the knowledge of this encounter would ruin his reputation and strip him of his aspirations to become the fourth Hokage. With this thought, Danzo charged forward, consumed by rage. You weakling, I shall indulge you for a moment. Uchiha Fuyu smirked at Danzo, his eyes glinting with disdain. He then reached out and grasped Danzo's head, tossing him aside as if he were a mere feather, turning to leave. Izanagi. With a sudden burst, Danzo activated the Uchiha's ultimate ocular technique, Izanagi, reappearing behind Uchiha Fuyu and driving his hand into his heart. What? How is this possible? You win. Uchiha Fuyu spun around, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Uchiha Fuyu. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Did you not know of our ultimate ocular technique, Izanagi? You were overconfident. And now your own rival has led to your demise. Do you now regret opposing me? Had you obediently served as my loyal hound, perhaps you would not meet such an end. Yet, you are fraught with uncertainty. Thus I shall graciously accept your Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo's eyes gleamed with a cold smile as he gazed upon Uchiha Fuyu, exhilarated at the prospect of acquiring a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Ah, Danzo, I never anticipated you would dare to kill me. I was merely jesting with you. Do you not fear the retaliation of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fuyu shouted in anger. Ha! What can your Uchiha clan do? Once I acquire your Mangekyo Sharingan, will I still fear the Uchiha? In my eyes, your clan is but a collection of garbage. Even your greatest warrior fell before me. Heh! Uchiha Fuyu, in your next life, I hope you refrain from crossing me again. Hand over your Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo chuckled coldly, his heart racing with excitement at the thought of claiming Uchiha Fuyu's eyes. So, Danzo, why can you not best Sarutobi Hiruzen? Is it because your intellect is lacking? Do you think you are the only one capable of using the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular technique, Izanagi? As a member of the Uchiha myself, am I not capable? Alas, the price you pay is blindness, while I suffer no such cost. I merely wish to toy with you, to demonstrate just how feeble you truly are. Do you know what this is called? This is the art of killing, the destruction of the heart. At that moment, the figure of Uchiha Fuyu reappeared behind Danzo, wearing a mocking grin, while the Uchiha Fuyu who had been before Danzo dissipated into thin air, as if he had been but a mere illusion. Though the blood was all too real. What? How can this be? Danzo's heart raced in horror as he turned to find his heart pierced, his body trembling, his pupils dilating. He beheld the unscathed Uchiha Fuyu standing behind him, unable to believe his eyes. Izanagi? No, there must be a cost. Your eyes? Gazing upon Uchiha Fuyu's activated Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo was filled with disbelief. Why must he sacrifice an eye to use Izanagi, while Uchiha Fuyu incurred no such cost? Because you will never comprehend the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only those who lack understanding would squander them as mere resurrection tokens. Do you grasp the strength of the Sharingan? Yet, in your hands, it has become a mere token, a shameful waste of our Uchiha heritage. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly at Danzo, his voice cold as ice. Resurrection tokens? Danzo stared at Uchiha Fuyu in surprise, feeling a searing pain, his eyelids growing heavy, as if death were imminent. I have lost. Danzo's left eye bled as he roared in despair. No, you have not merely lost. You have been deceived. Uchiha Fuyu observed Danzo with a smile, then dispelled the illusion. Now kneeling on the ground, Danzo looked at Uchiha Fuyu, realizing that aside from his severed right hand, he bore no other wounds. However, blood streamed from his right eye socket. An illusion? How can this be? In that moment, Danzo realized that everything he had done was merely an illusion. He had not only lost his right hand, but also his right eye to Uchiha Fuyu. It is not yet your time to die. Soon, I shall ensure your reputation lies in ruins, suffering a painful demise. I was merely jesting with you. Do not take it to heart. Uchiha Fuyu let out a cold laugh, casting another illusion. You? Ruined? How infuriating. Danzo seethed with rage. But his left eye quickly became unfocused, and he collapsed. With your strength, you wish to kill me? I merely wish to indulge you. Did you think yourself formidable? Heh. Uchiha Fuyu regarded Danzo with a cold smirk. From the moment he appeared, he had ensnared Danzo in an illusion. To ensnare a person in an illusion requires no direct gaze. Any life that hears his voice would fall victim to it. Chapter 108. The Art of Killing. The destruction of the heart. The shock of Sarutobi earlier. He had merely jested to illustrate the disparity between them, allowing Danzo a fleeting moment of exhilaration as if he had ascended to the pinnacle of the world, a sensation beyond imagination. Then, he would let him plummet from that height, enabling the enemy to truly experience what joy and despair feel like, what it means to kill and destroy the heart. Shadow Clone Technique. Uchiha Fuyu then created a shadow clone to carry Danzo away, while he transformed into Danzo's likeness, commencing his exploration of the root. From Danzo's mind, he had gleaned valuable information. Within this root base lay a portion of Hashirama Senju's cells. Though Danzo had given some to Orochimaru, he retained a portion for himself. The cells of the first Hokage are indeed a valuable asset. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, securing the first Hokage's cells. Moreover, he also seized all the files and information from Root, containing secrets of numerous missions carried out. To truly dismantle Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would need sufficient evidence. This evidence would be enough to ruin Danzo's reputation. Next, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn. The secrets surrounding him must also be unveiled. Heh! Uchiha Fuyu let out a cold laugh, harboring no fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had long sensed the faint murderous intent emanating from him. Now, Hiruzen was likely reveling in his inner joy, believing that with Danzo as the scapegoat, he could dispatch forces to eliminate Fuyu. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the true ruler of Konoha. Everything Danzo orchestrated was ultimately under his control. Many of Danzo's actions were tacitly permitted or even directly or indirectly instigated by Hiruzen, allowing Danzo to act upon the information he received. Were it not for Hiruzen's revelations to Danzo, the latter would not have had access to such extensive knowledge. Everything transpired because Hiruzen intentionally disclosed information to Danzo, enabling him to deal with the so-called darkness. Danzo was merely a knife in Hiruzen's hand, yet he reveled in the illusion of wielding true power. Little did he realize, he was forever just a pawn in Hiruzen's game. Hiruzen sought to make Danzo his scapegoat, reaping all the accolades and credit for himself, while Danzo remained the village's dark side, an aspect forever shunned from the light. This was a truth known to all, except for Danzo, who fancied he could step into the light from the shadows. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat, an Umbu kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What is it?" Hiruzen inquired, raising his gaze to the Umbu before him. Reporting to the third Hokage, Lord Orochimaru has achieved a complete victory on the battlefield at the border. Moreover, Awakens and Kumogakure have retreated, announcing their defeat and soon dispatching a delegation to Konoha to discuss post-defeat matters. The Umbu reported with a respectful bow. What? What transpired? Weren't Awakens and Kumogakure united against us? Konoha hardly has enough ninjas. How could they suddenly be defeated? Hiruzen asked, bewildered. What occurred? Orochimaru only has a few hundred men. How could they stand against a united Awakens and Kumogakure? Reports indicate that their strongest warriors, including Jinchuriki, have already entered the fray. Hiruzen was astonished. How could Orochimaru have easily secured victory against two major ninja villages? Reporting to the third Hokage, it was due to Lord Fuyu's presence on the battlefield in the Land of Earth that Awakens and Kumogakure were inexplicably defeated and retreated, declaring their surrender. According to intelligence, Lord Fuyu seems to have activated Susanoo, which is said to be hundreds of feet tall. Not only does it possess the ability to fly, but with a mere strike, it can shatter mountains, single-handedly withstanding the simultaneous assaults of both villages. Furthermore, he effortlessly deflected all tailed beast bombs. The Umbu continued. It was precisely due to Lord Fuyu's immense power that both the Awakens and Kumogakure were struck with terror, losing all will to fight and ultimately seeking an agreement to send a delegation to Konoha to announce their defeat and offer reparations. What? How could this be? Hiruzen's heart raced with disbelief upon hearing the Umbu's words. Why is Uchiha Fuyu so swift, suddenly appearing on the battlefield in the Land of Earth? I had specifically sealed all news from the battlefield in the Land of Wind to suppress Uchiha Fuyu's reputation. How could he inexplicably show up in the Land of Earth? What could have caused Uchiha Fuyu to appear there so rapidly? Originally, I intended for him to go to the Land of Wind, even if he gained merits, to share them equally with Kakashi. Yet, unexpectedly, Uchiha Fuyu not only quelled the chaos in the Land of Wind, but now reappears on the battlefield in the Land of Earth. None of this matters. What is critical is that Uchiha Fuyu has also defeated both the Awakens and Kumogakure. If Uchiha Fuyu returns to the village, the combined merits from both wars will elevate his reputation to unprecedented heights, making it impossible for even me to rival him. Hiruzen's expression darkened. His eyes filled with a chilling haze. Chapter 109. Hiruzen's thoughts. Return home. I never anticipated that the former Uchiha Fuyu was merely the tail end of the Uchiha clan. His strength was exceedingly weak, yet in just 3 short years, he has managed to single-handedly confront 2 major ninja villages on the battlefield. Not only that, but he has directly defeated both the Awakens and Kumogakure. Such power exceeds the limits of what I can bear. If I do not eliminate him swiftly, Konoha may very well elect him as the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu has not only triumphed in 2 wars, but has achieved these victories single-handedly, holding immense prestige in the hearts of Konoha's ninjas. Furthermore, as Tsunade's husband, the position of 4th Hokage will inevitably fall to him. What must I do to suppress Uchiha Fuyu? His strength is exceedingly formidable, and how can I eliminate him? His power poses a perpetual uncertainty for Konoha. Should he rally the Uchiha clan to revolt, no one in Konoha could withstand their assault. As the third Hokage, I cannot allow Uchiha Fuyu to threaten Konoha or harm any of its citizens. Sitting in his office, Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling slowly, his eyes reflecting the weight of his concern. Initially, he had merely sought to dilute Uchiha Fuyu's accomplishments, but unexpectedly, he ended up with the merits of two battlefields. Moreover, the merit from one battlefield dwarfed that of the other. Together, they posed a significant threat to Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Most importantly, Uchiha Fuyu was Tsunade's husband. The Senju clan still bore considerable prestige in Konoha. After all, it had not been long since the second Hokage's passing, and everyone in Konoha remembered the stability and happiness brought by the first and second Hokages. Now, Tsunade was even pregnant with Uchiha Fuyu's child. With such unprecedented prestige and accomplishments, it was evident that Uchiha Fuyu was the only candidate for the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen had originally intended for Orochimaru to gain the merits from this battle, but in the end, it was Uchiha Fuyu who benefited. This outcome filled the third Hokage with immense anger. He could almost envision someone usurping his position as Hokage. Hiruzen had initially planned to pass the Hokage title to Orochimaru precisely because he was a commoner. Orochimaru, despite ascending to the position of the fourth Hokage, found himself devoid of a supporting faction and thus relied heavily on the influence of the third Hokage. Ultimately, the true power within Konoha remained firmly with him. However, he was taken aback by the emergence of Uchiha Fuyu. This unexpected contender dealt a severe blow to Orochimaru's ambitions, shattering his carefully laid plans. With Uchiha Fuyu poised to return to Konoha, the Uchiha clan had been fervently rallying support for him, anticipating his triumphant homecoming. The entire village would soon extol Uchiha Fuyu's might. As the ninjas of Konoha began to venerate him, the villagers would likely be swayed by public sentiment, believing the position of fourth Hokage was destined for him. In that eventuality, Orochimaru's past efforts would be rendered futile, and anxiety gnawed at his heart. He pondered whether Danzo could truly contend with Uchiha Fuyu. If even the formidable Awakens and Kumogakure could not vanquish him, it would be near impossible for Danzo to succeed. What measures could he undertake to suppress Uchiha Fuyu and safeguard both Konoha and his own position? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. He yearned to witness whether Danzo could indeed handle Uchiha Fuyu. If Danzo could eliminate him, then no one would pose a threat to his authority. Danzo, do not let me down, he implored silently. Should Danzo succeed, he would retain his position as the leader of Root. Conversely, failure might necessitate a change in leadership. The Uchiha clan harbored significant grievances against him, and he certainly did not wish to see Uchiha Fuyu rise to prominence. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a grave concern. He could only hope that Danzo would prevail over Uchiha Fuyu. The latter's strength was indeed formidable. Merely hearing of it filled him with awe. It was astonishing for a single individual to repel two great shinobi villages. Such prowess was unparalleled. The only one capable of such feats had long since passed away. No one understood the immense power of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara better than he did, having grown up alongside Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Facing Uchiha Fuyu alone, he felt no certainty of victory unless the entirety of Konoha united against him. However, the Uchiha clan was not to be underestimated. Their combat prowess was exceptionally fierce. If he were to sever ties with them, even if Konoha triumphed, it would be a hollow victory. The four great shinobi villages would undoubtedly vie for Konoha's resources, leading to its eventual downfall. Thus, he resolved that this task must fall to another. Danzo was the most suitable candidate. May all proceed smoothly, he sighed, shaking his head. He understood that unless it was through assassination, there was little chance of defeating Uchiha Fuyu in a direct confrontation. After all, Uchiha Fuyu had reached the level of Uchiha Madara in his prime. Konoha. Tsunade had just opened her eyes after a brief nap and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Uchiha Fuyu before her. Fuyu, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she beamed at him. Sensing his presence, she sprang up and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Awake now? Uchiha Fuyu observed her with a gentle smile. Is this a dream? Aren't you still on the battlefield? Why have you returned so soon? Have the matters outside been resolved? Tsunade clung tightly to his waist, her voice barely above a whisper as she inquired. Chapter 110. The appearance of Kurizetsu and inner doubts. It was perplexing. Uchiha Fuyu was still engaged in battle, so how could he suddenly return? Had the conflicts on the battlefield been resolved in just a few days? It seemed implausibly swift. Having participated in numerous battles herself, she knew that each engagement typically lasted several months, if not longer, sometimes even a year or more. Yet, here was Uchiha Fuyu, having returned far sooner than anticipated. With me leading the charge, what challenges could possibly remain? These weaklings are but trifles to be dispatched at will. Once the situation was handled, I came back to be with you, he declared confidently. Before long, I shall ascend to the position of 4th Hokage, and I will unveil the dark secrets of Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. They will surely face disgrace within Konoha, and you shall become the esteemed Hokage's wife. Uchiha Fuyu smiled down at Tsunade, gently holding her, savoring the joy radiating from her. In the midst of the battlefield, he was untouchable, but at home, in Tsunade's presence, he felt an unparalleled tranquility. Already resolved the wars in the land of earth and the land of wind. Truly impressive, Fuyu. Tsunade's heart swelled with pride as she planted a kiss on Uchiha Fuyu's cheek, her eyes brimming with affection. This was the man she adored. His strength was unmatched, and it filled her with immense pride. Throughout the entirety of the shinobi world, no one had ever claimed victory in mere days. Furthermore, he had single-handedly faced 3 shinobi villages, a feat that was anything but ordinary. Even their previous conflicts with the Land of Rain had drawn out for considerable time. The realization that Uchiha Fuyu had dispatched the 3 great villages with such ease left her in awe. By the way, Fuyu, what did you mention about Danzo and the 3rd Hokage? Are they to face disgrace in Konoha? Tsunade inquired, a look of confusion crossing her face. She had not fully grasped his earlier words, but now, reflecting on them, she found them astonishing. While she was aware that Danzo and the 3rd Hokage had their share of questionable dealings, her knowledge was limited. It was only known to her that they had implemented various political measures to solidify their hold on power. However, she remained oblivious to the full extent of their actions. Danzo had committed numerous transgressions, yet he bore the brunt of the blame alone. Many of these actions were tacitly approved by Hiruzen, and should these truths come to light, the entirety of Konoha would turn against them. For now, it is perhaps best that you remain unaware of the details, as I have yet to gather all the evidence. He replied, Hiruzen has made grave mistakes resulting in immeasurable harm to Konoha, a wound that can never be healed for its people. At that moment, he would not only face disgrace, but might also be met with the wrath of countless villagers. Whether they could survive remained uncertain. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head as he gazed at Tsunade before him. He was unaware of the chaos that would ensue when the citizens of Konoha learned of these revelations. After all, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo had committed numerous wrongdoings, never truly considering the common people as anything more than pawns in their quest for power. Were they indeed that severe? Tsunade paused slightly, looking at Uchiha Fuyu, and nodded, as if beginning to comprehend. Shall we sleep a little longer? It's only a bit past 2. When you wake, I'll prepare a sumptuous dinner for you. Uchiha Fuyu gently pressed a kiss on Tsunade's forehead, smiling softly. All right, Fuyu, come join me. Tsunade embraced Uchiha Fuyu, her cheeks flushed. Of course, he nodded, lying down beside her. Tsunade nestled comfortably against Uchiha Fuyu, wearing a serene smile as she drifted into a deep slumber. Uchiha Fuyu tenderly caressed Tsunade's smooth back, a fleeting look of guilt crossing his eyes. He was acutely aware that the woman beside him was not the only one in his life, and a sense of remorse lingered in his heart. However, this twinge of guilt was quickly overshadowed by the rewards he was about to receive. It is a truth as old as time that men are drawn to beauty. It is a fundamental aspect of their nature. Soon, Uchiha Fuyu created several clones to attend to other matters while he remained beside Tsunade, resting. How could this happen? Uchiha Fuyu? I had previously understood him to be a mere underachiever, someone who hadn't even awakened his Sharingan by the age of 16. I had wondered if he could become a pawn, yet here he is, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in just a few short years. Furthermore, his Mangekyo Sharingan appears to be distinct, capable of manifesting the complete Susanoo. The complete Susanoo requires the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to be activated, otherwise, no one could withstand its power. Does this mean Uchiha Fuyu possesses Indra's chakra? Kagaya, concealed in shadow, observed in astonishment. The chakra of Indra's reincarnation should not grant such abilities. Yet, this was perplexing. Uchiha Madara was still alive, and his Indra chakra had not been reincarnated. Why then? Could Uchiha Fuyu utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan to activate the complete Susanoo? This truly puzzles me, Kaguya thought, her brow furrowed as she emerged from the treetops. Her expression filled with confusion. She had witnessed Uchiha Fuyu single-handedly confront two great ninja villages, but she still harbored doubts. How could Uchiha Fuyu, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, achieve what only Indra could? The descendants of Indra had never been able to wield the complete Susanoo with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, before her, Uchiha Fuyu was capable of doing just that. Such a bloodline could only belong to Indra's reincarnation or Indra himself. Otherwise, it was simply unattainable. Even Uchiha Madara required the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to unlock the complete Susanoo. The fact that Uchiha Fuyu could accomplish what even Madara and Hashirama could not left Kaguya utterly astonished. In truth, there were many more surprises awaiting you. Not only about how I could awaken the complete Susanoo, but many more revelations lie ahead. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Kaguya. What? When did you? Kaguya turned in surprise to see a mysterious man, his eyes bearing the Rinnegan. Suddenly, Kaguya felt a sharp pain as her body was pierced by black iron rods. The only means to restrict her movements being those crafted from yin-yang release. How is this possible? Who are you? How could you possess the Rinnegan? I have never seen you before. How do you know of my existence? Where did you acquire that Rinnegan? Kaguya's heart raced in horror. She was baffled by someone knowing of her existence and even possessing the Rinnegan. This stranger was an unexpected anomaly. Kaguya had never encountered such a state of confusion before. Her movements were restricted, and she found herself unable to flee. This person seemed to possess profound knowledge of her, leading her to question their true identity. As for who I am, did you not just witness it? You were lamenting my status as an underachiever, questioning how I could activate the complete Susanoo with my Mangekyo Sharingan. Have you already forgotten so quickly? Tendo Hashirama gazed at Kaguya, a slight smile gracing his lips. This was the Tendo of Uchiha Fuyu, crafted from the body of Senju Hashirama. This Tendo was indeed formidable. Originally, Hashirama possessed immense power, unrivaled beneath the Six Paths. Now, endowed with the power of the Six Paths by Uchiha Fuyu, along with Tendo's abilities such as the Chibaku Tensei and Universal Pull, he could unleash devastating power. If Uchiha Fuyu wished to channel all his strength into Hashirama, that force might surpass even the likes of the three-eyed Six Paths Madara. What? You claim to be Uchiha Fuyu? No wonder you can unlock the complete Susanoo. It is because you possess the Rinnegan. But how do you know of my existence? I have never appeared before anyone. Kaguya's mind raced with disbelief as she regarded Uchiha Fuyu, unable to fathom how he could know her so well. Moreover, she sensed the disparity in their chakra. It was evident they were not the same. Furthermore, she could feel a trace of Ashura's power emanating from the Tendo of Senju Hashirama before her. Having schemed against Hashirama and Uchiha Madara for years, she was intimately familiar with their powers. Yet, with his Rinnegan obscuring most of his aura, she could still perceive that this man's chakra was closer to Ashura or Hashirama. But both Hashirama and Ashura were dead. So who was this man? No, you must be Uchiha Fuyu. Yet this body is not yours. It is the corpse of Senju Hashirama, correct? The body of Hashirama still exists. Thus you have fashioned it into a Six Paths avatar. In essence, what lies before him is none other than Hashirama Senju, transformed into one of the Six Paths avatars by you. Black Zetsu suddenly perceives that the aura emanating from this individual bears a striking resemblance to that of Hashirama Senju. Thus, since both Hashirama and Ashura have long since perished, there exists but one possibility. The person before him is indeed Hashirama Senju. However, he is not a living being, but rather a corpse, a lifeless body controlled by Uchiha Fuyu. Clap, clap, clap. Black Zetsu, Black Zetsu. It is no surprise that you, having lived for millennia, possess such a keen intellect. Indeed, I am Uchiha Fuyu, and simultaneously, Hashirama Senju. The corpse of Hashirama has been fashioned into the Six Paths avatars, thus facilitating my continuous surveillance of your movements. Do you comprehend why I unveiled the complete body of Susanoo today? It is to compel you to emerge. Black Zetsu, you have concealed yourself for millennia, instigating the war between Ashura and Indra solely to resurrect your mother. Is that not so? To prevent you from interfering with my plans. I intend to capture you first, and then seal you away. In due time, should I wish to rescue your parents, I shall also release you. However, presently, sealing you is imperative for my peace of mind. The sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama, gazes at Black Zetsu before extending his hand to clap. Chapter 112, Planetary Devastation. Sealing Black Zetsu. Indeed, he is Hashirama Senju. He never anticipated that this ancient being, who has existed for thousands of years, would discern his identity with a mere glance. For millennia, he has employed his intellect to manipulate the course of the ninja world. It can be said that the current state of the ninja world is a direct result of the machinations of this very Black Zetsu, orchestrated entirely by him. Everything has unfolded according to his design. Such a person is truly terrifying. The phrase "a mind sharper than a demon" aptly describes him. Not only does he possess an extraordinarily formidable power, but also an intellect that is unparalleled in the ninja world. Who among them could so effortlessly plot over millennia and ultimately succeed in their schemes? Such intelligence is simply unmatched throughout history. Thus, Uchiha Fuyu approaches Black Zetsu with utmost caution, wary of revealing even the slightest hint of his true intentions. He has meticulously calculated that if he were to unleash the complete body of Susanoo, Black Zetsu would undoubtedly take notice, perhaps even emerge to investigate. At which point he could ensnare him completely. Who would have thought I would fall into your hands? After plotting for thousands of years. To falter at your hands. Can you divulge how you became aware of my existence? Who exactly are you? If you claim to be Uchiha Fuyu, I find it hard to believe. Black Zetsu gazes intently at Uchiha Fuyu, his mind racing, wondering if there exists any ability that could allow him to escape. He is stalling for time, yet despite his frantic thoughts, he finds no means to extricate himself from the iron rod fashioned from yin-yang release that binds him. Desperation envelopes him. After millennia of effort, his plans were on the verge of fruition, having nurtured the existence of the Rinnegan. All that remained was to proceed methodically according to his meticulously crafted scheme, which would undoubtedly lead to his mother's resurrection. Yet, Uchiha Fuyu's appearance has abruptly shattered all that he had painstakingly built. You are aware that our Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan, are you not? Moreover, the capabilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan are known to be numerous. My Mangekyo Sharingan grants me the power of foresight. In the future, you will kill Uchiha Madara and use his body to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. This is all within my foresight. Ever since awakening my Mangekyo Sharingan, I have been monitoring you, searching for you. For a long time, I could not locate you, until suddenly it struck me that you would likely be very concerned about the Uchiha clan. Should anyone manifest a Mangekyo Sharingan, if an Uchiha were to wield Susanoo, you would surely pay particular attention, especially to the complete body of Susanoo. The complete body of Susanoo signifies that one has essentially activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, when I initiated the complete body of Susanoo, I had already positioned numerous shadow clones in the periphery, anticipating your self-invitation into my trap. To my astonishment, the outcome was rather favorable, as I promptly located you. Now, let us venture to another world. The Sage of the Six Paths smiles slightly, grasping Black Zetsu and vanishing from their original location. Upon reappearing, they find themselves in a desolate realm, a world devoid of life, where not a single trace of humanity is evident. The world of Naruto connects to countless alternate realms. As long as one can discover a traversable wormhole, they can arrive in this world. Uchiha Fuyu frequently trains here, thus he is well acquainted with this desolate land, which lacks any form of life, making it an ideal location to seal Black Zetsu. After transporting Black Zetsu to this barren expanse, the right hand of the Sage of the Six Paths manifests a black sphere. Uchiha Fuyu, what are you planning? Do you intend to seal me? You just claimed that there was a possibility of rescuing my mother. Are our goals not aligned? While I am perplexed as to why you wish to save her, it is evident that her rescue would greatly benefit you. Otherwise, you would not endeavor to aid my mother. I am unaware of your true intentions. But since you are willing to assist in her salvation, I am open to collaboration. Please, do not seal me. I wish to avoid such a fate. Black Zetsu gazes at the black sphere in Uchiha Fuyu's hand, his body trembling involuntarily. He realizes that if he is sealed, he will forever lose his chance at light and will never be able to rescue his mother. His existence is solely for her salvation. Yet now, he faces the prospect of being sealed, an injustice he cannot accept, and he cries out in anguish. However, I require no assistance from you. And even if I were to resurrect your mother, it is not the right time. When I possess the strength to do so, I will naturally release you as well. For now, you must remain sealed. After all, you cannot die. Even if it is for 10 years or several decades, I will eventually free you. Perhaps by then you will also see your mother. Your plan has not failed. At the very least, your goal of rescuing her remains intact, does it not? Of course, this may take 10, 20, or even several decades, but one day I will revive her. As for the purpose of her resurrection, you will come to understand in due time. For now, I cannot divulge it, nor can I allow you to disrupt my plans. Uchiha Fuyu, controlling the Sage of the Six Paths, lets out a cold laugh, disregarding the fearful black Zetsu before him. Planetary devastation. Uchiha Fuyu gazes at black Zetsu, tossing the black sphere skyward, where it ascends slowly, unleashing the planetary devastation. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to tremble violently, an immense force exerting itself upon the earth, sending clouds of yellow sand spiraling upwards, coalescing into an array of incredibly hard stones that surge toward the black sphere. No, Uchiha Fuyu, please. I do not wish to be sealed. No. Black Zetsu's pupils contract. He is unwilling to face sealing, his heart filled with rage and panic. Yet he finds himself powerless to resist, shouting in fury. Should he be sealed, his plans to rescue his mother will undoubtedly fail, and he cannot ascertain whether Uchiha Fuyu will still endeavor to save her. At that moment, if one fails to free oneself, does it mean that both one and one's mother shall be eternally sealed? Black Zetsu ascend. Hashirama's Deva Path seized Black Zetsu and hurled him into the sky. Chapter 113. Madara, long time no see no? Black Zetsu was consumed by an overwhelming rage and panic as he neared the celestial sphere of the Earth explosion star, crying out in despair. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, an enormous Earth explosion star materialized in the sky above. All of this transpired under the meticulous control of Uchiha Fuyu, who observed with a slight smile as Black Zetsu was thoroughly sealed, while tightening his grip on Tsunade, who lay beside him. It was done. He had finally resolved the nuisance that was Black Zetsu. When he appeared moments ago, that location must have been Madara Uchiha's base. I had followed him to the battlefield, keeping a close watch on him for a long time. However, to avoid alarming the enemy, I refrained from confronting Madara. Now that the trouble of Black Zetsu was dealt with, it was time to send Madara to his final resting place. Madara Uchiha was a lingering threat, better off dead. After his demise, his corpse could serve my purpose, which is quite an advantageous option. Madara's remains could rival those of Hashirama Senju. For now, I shall acquire them. Perhaps his power could awaken Tsunade's Rinnegan. The reason it took Madara so long to awaken his Rinnegan after merging with Hashirama's flesh was that he had only absorbed a small fragment of Hashirama's essence, which contained minimal chakra. Consequently, his awakening was exceedingly slow. He barely achieved it before his death. However, if I were to infuse all of Madara's chakra into Tsunade, it is highly likely she would awaken her Rinnegan in a short span. At that point, we would gain another power of the Six Paths level. I cannot help but wonder when the Otsutsuki clan will descend. Although, according to the narrative, their arrival is set in the era of Boruto. My presence may trigger a butterfly effect, potentially bringing them here sooner. 1, 2, or even 3 of them. I might be able to handle them. But if 7 or 8 come, even I may struggle to defeat them. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, acutely aware of his own capabilities. His strength had ascended to that of a Six Paths level being, yet he still lacked the power of the 10 Tails. In terms of pure combat prowess, he was comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. Ultimately, the Sage attained his peak strength through the power of the 10 Tails. What Fuyu needed now was the 10 Tails power. He was in the process of collecting tailed beasts and had acquired all the chakra from the 9 major tailed beasts, albeit only half of their chakra was obtained. Currently, Uchiha Fuyu possessed the ability to revive the 10 Tails, but this resurrection would likely yield only a strength akin to that of Madara's 6 Tomo Sharingan 10 Tails. After all, he had only taken half the power from the 9-tailed beasts. He needed to eliminate Madara and obtain the Outer Path Golem to directly resurrect the 10 Tails. At that moment, he could become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, gaining even greater power. While its chakra might not match that of the original 10 Tails, it would be sufficient for him to achieve an invincible stature within the Six Paths realm. Indeed, no one possesses the complete 10 Tails, unless the other Otsutsuki clan members arrive. Speaking of which, I recall that Otsutsuki Kagaya also cultivated a 10 Tails. Perhaps consuming its power would make me equal to the original 10 Tails. I do not wish to utilize Kurama's power for now, so I will simply absorb the 9 Tails chakra from Kushina Uzumaki. That will suffice. As long as I can revive the 10 tails, it will be adequate. Who knows? Perhaps some offspring will bring me the 10 tails, or even the fruit of the divine tree. Thus, I must strive to conceive. A slight smile crept across Uchiha Fuyu's lips as he contemplated. Reviving the 10 tails and becoming its Jinchuriki would be enough. After all, he might receive additional rewards. And perhaps even the 10 tails itself. Subsequently, Uchiha Fuyu left a wooden clone to guard the seal and began to cultivate various chakra nature transformations in this world, aspiring to fuse them all into the most formidable bloodline limit. Is this the place? It seems I can sense the aura of the outer path golem. Unexpectedly, Madara has set up a barrier here, yet it could not escape my keen perception. This is indeed the location, controlling Hashirama's Deva path. Uchiha Fuyu arrived at the border between Awakens and Konoha, locating a hill from which the aura emanated. At that moment, Madara, hidden within the hill, seemed to sense something and turned to find a figure before him, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Who are you? No, wait, you bear the presence of Hashirama. Who on earth are you to command the body of my dear friend? Madara's eyes flashed with uncontainable fury as he regarded the Deva path of Hashirama. After all, no matter how one views it, Hashirama Senju was his esteemed friend and rival. The sight of his body being manipulated by another filled Madara with rage. It was a stark reality that his lifelong respected opponent and companion was being so easily toyed with, igniting a deep-seated anger within him. Simultaneously, he felt a profound bewilderment, unable to fathom who could locate his hiding place. Madara, long time no see. The Deva path of Hashirama smiled slightly, dispelling the transformation technique, revealing the true form of Hashirama Senju before Madara, speaking coldly. Rinnegan, who are you to have crafted Hashirama's body into a Six Paths clone? It is truly astonishing that another pair of Rinnegan exists in this world. Who might you be? Madara's heart raced with disbelief as he gazed at Hashirama, unable to trust his own eyes, his pupils shrinking in awe. Chapter 114. Subduing Madara Uchiha and capturing Black Zetsu. Who is this person capable of possessing another pair of Rinnegan? After all, awakening his Rinnegan had been an arduous task for Madara, achieved only on the brink of death. Yet, this man before him had awakened the Rinnegan. He was someone Madara had never encountered, leaving him to ponder the existence of another pair of Rinnegan in the ninja world. Lost in thought, Madara could not arrive at any conclusions. Do not be surprised. I have been observing you for quite some time. You entrusted your Rinnegan to Nagato and devised a series of plans for your resurrection. All of this has been within my monitoring range, and now, your time has come to an end. Your utility has been exhausted. It is time for you to relinquish the outer path golem. The Deva path of Hashirama spoke coldly, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Madara, swiftly severing the connection between the outer path golem and Madara. Madara had long been on the brink of death. His continued survival was solely due to the outer path golem behind him. Once severed from his connection with the outer path's golem, he would swiftly succumb to death due to insufficient life force. The current Uchiha Madara had weakened to an extreme degree, without the golem's life energy to sustain him. He possessed little strength. Who are you, that you know so much? And what do you mean by saying I am within your range of surveillance? That no one can escape your perception? Uchiha Madara roared at the figure of Shinra Tensei before him. He never anticipated that all his plans were thoroughly known to this individual, including the fact that he had bestowed the Rinnegan upon Nagato and manipulated him to resurrect himself, thereby regaining his full power. Yet, he had never encountered this person. How could he possibly know all this? Uchiha Madara seethed with anger and resentment, feeling as though all his meticulous preparations were about to unravel. Madara, there is no need for you to inquire further. You need not know so much. Simply understand that you no longer serve any purpose, Shinra Tensei replied coldly, waving his right hand. With a swift motion, several black rods pierced through Madara, pinning him to the wall, eliciting a cry of agony. Soon after, Madara screamed again, realizing that his pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan had been forcibly extracted. Now, a veil of darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him blind, while the black rods sealed his chakra, leaving him utterly powerless. Uchiha Madara could hardly believe it. Having once been invincible in the ninja world, he was now defeated by someone he had never seen before. These eyes, when placed upon you, are of no use. They would be better suited for my collection. After being nurtured by you and the outer path's golem, these 3 Tomo Sharingan are indeed filled with immense ocular power. It won't be long before they naturally evolve into a Mangekyo Sharingan, but alas, you will no longer have any use for them. After all, you were destined to die, were you not? As he spoke, Shinra Tensei knocked Madara unconscious and then glanced at the golem, concealing it within his system space. As long as it remained in his domain, no one could summon the golem. For now, he would refrain from allowing Nagato to use it, as he lacked the requisite strength. Being still young, if he were to forcefully utilize the golem, he might end up, as in the original story, nearly draining his life force. His next plan was to transform the golem into the 10 tails and seal it within himself. And you, White Zetsu, still hiding? You are a clever one. You do not wish to meet your end, do you? Shinra Tensei smirked, casting his gaze towards a distant, shadowy corner where a white figure partially emerged, revealing only its head. Heh, I did not expect such a formidable being to be present. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards you. Moreover, I am not aligned with Uchiha Madara. He views us as mere pawns, and I disdain to associate with him. White Zetsu chuckled amiably at Shinra Tensei. You possess a keen self-awareness. From now on, you shall accompany me. Perhaps I can help you regain a physical form in the future. Shinra Tensei replied with a cold smile, advancing towards White Zetsu. Thank you. I wonder, can that body excrete waste? I am quite curious about the experience of defecation. White Zetsu revealed himself fully, asking Shinra Tensei. Of course, a normal person can certainly provide you with the experience of such bodily functions, Shinra Tensei said, bemused, nodding in acknowledgement. Then I would be happy to assist you. Should I address you as Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Fuyu? White Zetsu had been listening to everything from the sidelines. From now on, you shall call this body Tensei. Stay by my side henceforth, Shinra Tensei commanded coldly. Very well, Tensei. I will follow you, but do not forget our agreement. I wish to experience defecation. White Zetsu nodded eagerly, obediently, filled with curiosity about the sensation of such a natural act. Subsequently, Shinra Tensei vanished with Uchiha Madara, reappearing in his home in Konoha. Well done, Uchiha Fuyu remarked with a gentle smile, observing Tsunade peacefully asleep before Shinra Tensei disappeared again. Should he channel all of Uchiha Madara's chakra into Tsunade, she would likely awaken her Rinnegan quite swiftly. Madara's Sharingan, nurtured over countless years, was imbued with tremendous ocular power. If he were to directly transfer it to Tsunade, she would likely awaken her Mangekyo Sharingan quickly. At that point, Tsunade would possess the Mangekyo Sharingan and, with Madara's vast chakra, perhaps even awaken the Rinnegan. Currently, the yang-release chakra within Tsunade was already on par with that of Senju Hashirama. If Uchiha Fuyu were to infuse all of Madara's chakra into her, it would undoubtedly be swifter than directly implanting Hashirama's flesh. Observing Tsunade, Uchiha Fuyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 115, Tsunade awakens the Mangekyo. After all, the amount of chakra contained within even a fragment of Hashirama's flesh was minimal. However, by directly transferring all of Madara's chakra into Tsunade, the vast Indra chakra would surely expedite her awakening of the Rinnegan. With a faint smile, Uchiha Fuyu grasped the unconscious Uchiha Madara and absorbed all of his chakra, channeling it into Tsunade. Tsunade, still in slumber, suddenly sensed a surge of immense energy within her, a sensation of unparalleled comfort that elicited a soft moan. Tsunade will soon recover. Uchiha Fuyu cast an illusion over her, plunging her into a dream state. He intended to replace her eyes with the 3-tomo Sharingan he had just acquired from Madara. The Sharingan, cultivated for years, was on the verge of evolving into a Mangekyo Sharingan. If Uchiha Fuyu were to implant this Sharingan into Tsunade, the combination of her extreme yang release and yin release chakra would inevitably lead to her awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, possessing both types of ultimate chakra would ensure that Tsunade would not lose her sight upon awakening the Mangekyo. As Tsunade fell deeper into the illusion, Uchiha Fuyu began the process. It is time. He gently removed Tsunade's eyes, preparing to replace them with the 3-tomo Sharingan. This type of ocular power was remarkably convenient, akin to a plug-and-play device. The moment the 3-tomo Sharingan was implanted, the optic nerves connected swiftly, without a hint of pain. Uchiha Fuyu delicately wiped away the blood from the corners of Tsunade's eyes and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Tsunade, do not hold it against me. Our enemies will grow ever stronger. We must possess the means to protect ourselves. I care not for others. My only concern is you. It is imperative that you awaken the Rinnegan and attain the power of the six paths, so I can be at ease. Uchiha Fuyu understood that the adversaries he would face in the future would be from the Otsutsuki clan, whose strength was formidable. He had to ensure that Tsunade possessed sufficient ability to safeguard herself. Thus, he could feel more at ease. If his wife were to be taken away by someone else, it would undoubtedly throw him into disarray. Suddenly, Tsunade's Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, began to whirl furiously, ultimately revealing a pentagram. Indeed, it was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This abundant ocular power rivaled that of Indra. Tsunade had awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and due to her unique constitution, she was unlikely to suffer from blindness. Furthermore, I could distinctly sense that the 2 extreme chakra types within her began to converge towards the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Perhaps within a few years, Tsunade would truly awaken the Rinnegan. Uchiha Fuyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he beheld his beloved's awakening. His heart brimmed with joy as he dispelled her illusion. Upon breaking free from the illusion, Tsunade felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her body. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found Uchiha Fuyu gazing at her with a gentle smile, which filled her with a sense of perplexity. Wait, my eyes. Fuyu, why do they feel sharper than before? This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Tsunade sprang up, astonished at Uchiha Fuyu. She realized her vision had become remarkably acute, and soon discovered an array of abilities manifesting in her mind. Among them, the most familiar was Susanoo, alongside 2 other techniques that left her in awe. Tsunade, do not blame me. Just now, I replaced your eyes with a pair of 3 tomo Sharingan. However, I removed your original eyes, and now you have successfully awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In due course, you will also be able to wield the power of Susanoo. Moreover, I infused all of Uchiha Madara's chakra into you, so you now possess the strength of both Ashura and Indra. Perhaps it won't be long before you awaken the Rinnegan. You should be aware of the immense power it holds. With the Rinnegan, even if someone were to perish, we could bring them back to life. However, we cannot resurrect too many, lest we deplete our own life force and face death ourselves. The current shinobi world is fraught with unrest. We face not only enemies from our realm, but also foes from other worlds. They all possess Byakugan and Rinnegan, and their strength is at least on par with your own. Furthermore, they wield terrifying powers. Even my current strength may not suffice to truly defeat them. Uchiha Fuyu enveloped Tsunade in his embrace, knowing that his unilateral decision to remove her eyes was unjustifiable. Yet, he felt compelled to take this desperate measure to ensure her safety. Had he directly asked her to switch to the 3 tomo Sharingan, she might have resisted. It was better to replace them without her knowledge, allowing her to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan seamlessly. Fuyu, I understand that your intent in giving me these kaleidoscope Sharingan is rooted in your care for me. You wish for me to gain greater strength, is that not so? If you had simply informed me, I would not have held it against you. I am entirely yours now, as long as it brings you happiness. I willingly accept this exchange of eyes. It's not as if I have become blind. You need not bear such burdens. We are husband and wife, united as one. Sharing no secrets, are we not? Tsunade shook her head, tightly embracing Uchiha Fuyu, her voice soft and tender. She bore no resentment towards him, recognizing that all he did was for her sake. Moreover, she could sense his deep-seated worries. His earlier words hinted at unknown secrets. Chapter 116. Is this corpse Uchiha Madara? Indeed, today I wish to elucidate why I was so eager for you to enhance your power. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly, relieved as long as Tsunade remained unperturbed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Uchiha Madara's corpse. What is this corpse? Tsunade nestled in Fuyu's embrace, a smile gracing her lips. Before realizing she had never seen Uchiha Madara and felt a tinge of confusion regarding the origin of the body. This is Uchiha Madara. He lived for decades, plotting an earth-shattering conspiracy, which I previously mentioned to you, though I did not elaborate. You have seen that footage, have you not? Madara did not die. He has been orchestrating a plan for his resurrection. He awakened the Rinnegan and placed it within another person's eye socket. When the time is ripe, he intends to use that individual to bring himself back to life. This is Madara's ultimate goal, to revive himself and regain his former combat prowess. Uchiha Fuyu continued to explain patiently, aware of the necessity of clarifying his actions to Tsunade, allowing her to comprehend the reasoning behind the exchange of her eyes for the kaleidoscope Sharingan. As you saw, this corpse is aged and frail. He has become a mere shadow of his former self. Therefore, in order to reclaim his peak combat ability, he must be resurrected. And his current body has reached its limits. For some time, I have sought Madara's whereabouts, and today, I finally located his hideout. I defeated him and infused his chakra into you. To awaken the Rinnegan, 2 conditions must be fulfilled. First, you require Indra's chakra from Uchiha Madara. Second, you must possess Ashura's chakra from your grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Of course, these 2 types of chakra merely represent the extreme manifestations of a single chakra. Indra represents the pinnacle of Yin release chakra, while Ashura embodies the pinnacle of Yang release. I have elevated the Yang release chakra within you to its utmost limits, effectively granting you Ashura's chakra. Now, combined with Indra's Yin release chakra from Madara, this will facilitate your awakening of the Rinnegan. As for whether one needs to possess the Sharingan beforehand, I cannot say for certain. Thus, I have bestowed upon you the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which should expedite your awakening of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Fuyu smiled gently, revealing all his intentions to Tsunade. Does this mean, Fuyu, that I will soon awaken the Rinnegan? She had not anticipated that Uchiha Madara possessed such cunning. Surviving for so many years, his sole ambition was to resurrect himself and reclaim his peak strength. It was truly astonishing how formidable Madara was. Now that I possess the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, I feel my power nearing the level you described as that of the 6 paths. Perhaps once I awaken the Rinnegan, I shall wield strength comparable to yours at the level of the 6 paths. Thank you, Fuyu. Tsunade nodded, her heart profoundly shaken by Uchiha Obito's intellect. She had never anticipated that he could orchestrate such intricate plans over the years solely to regain his former strength and resurrect himself. Yet, she felt immense gratitude towards Uchiha Fuyu for awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was quite possible that she might awaken the Rinnegan in the future. She could feel that this was all a manifestation of Uchiha Fuyu's love for her. She also sensed his urgency, which likely related to the so-called enemies from beyond the realm. She refrained from asking, quietly listening to Uchiha Fuyu's words. She understood that if he wished for her to know, he would certainly disclose the nature of his concerns and the identity of those foreign adversaries. From what she gathered, it seemed that these individuals possessed both Byakugan and Rinnegan, which astonished her. Wasn't Byakugan the hallmark of the Hyuga clan? Who were these outsiders? And why did they possess such powers? Are we not partners? Why such formalities? Uchiha Fuyu smiled gently, pulling her into an embrace and planting a soft kiss on her lips. Are these enemies from beyond truly formidable? Tsunade gazed at Uchiha Fuyu, worry flickering in her eyes. To be honest, I am uncertain of their true strength. What I do know is that each of them possesses pure Byakugan. In fact, most have awakened the Rinnegan. Their powers are unfathomable. This tale traces back thousands of years. Millennia ago, a celestial maiden descended upon this ninja world. At a time when there were no ninjas and no chakra, everyone was merely ordinary. It was her arrival that led to the planting of the divine tree, awaiting its maturation. Once the tree bore fruit, the celestial maiden consumed it, ultimately becoming the progenitor of chakra. This maiden came to rule the entire ninja realm, giving birth to 2 children, one being the sage of 6 paths, and the other, Otsutsuki Kagaya. This celestial maiden, known as Kagaya Otsutsuki, hailed from a world beyond our own. They wielded powers beyond comprehension, and both the Uchiha and Senju clans are their descendants. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade, gently caressing her smooth face, and spoke softly. What? Tsunade exclaimed, her mind racing. Are the Uchiha and Senju clans truly descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki? Kagaya Otsutsuki? The sage of 6 paths? Fuyu, who exactly are they? Tsunade's heart raced, unable to comprehend. The notion that both her clan and the Uchiha were descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki was staggering. According to Uchiha Fuyu, this implied that both clans were rooted in her lineage. You silly girl, I mentioned this before. The Senju and Uchiha clans share a common ancestry. Have you forgotten? Truly, pregnancy makes one forgetful. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly. Not only that, but the Hyuga clan and the Uzumaki clan are also descendants of the Otsutsuki. The reason the Hyuga possess Byakugan is due to their inheritance from the Otsutsuki's Byakugan. The Uchiha Sharingan descends from the sage of 6 paths, who was born with Rinnegan. There is a legend that the sage awakened the Rinnegan after slaying his brother, who had initially possessed the Sharingan. Thus, the Uchiha inherit the sage's Sharingan, known as the Eye of the Sage. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Tsunade, gently poking her forehead and explaining further. He realized it was time to share everything with her. To instill a sense of urgency, enabling her to comprehend his mission and join him in confronting the Otsutsuki clan. He knew that he could not face the Otsutsuki alone. He needed countless fearless ninjas at his back, all of immense strength. I seem to have overlooked that. I never imagined that the Hyuga, Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans were all of the same bloodline. But why did it lead to the great wars of the Warring States period? Shouldn't a family support and care for one another rather than fragment into so many branches? Tsunade mused, rubbing her temples in thought. It was indeed astonishing to learn that the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans were all interconnected. Yet, she was plagued by questions. How could a shared lineage lead to such division and conflict, culminating in the wars that continued until her grandfather's generation, eventually giving rise to the various ninja villages? The fragmentation stemmed from the conflict between Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Fuyu replied, shaking his head. Were not Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths family? Why did they wage war against one another? Besides, you mentioned that the sage killed his brother to awaken the Rinnegan. Was it the death of his brother that caused this family feud? Tsunade's expressive eyes brimmed with confusion. How could Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths, who were family, come to blows? Moreover, Uchiha Fuyu had just mentioned that it was the sage who killed his brother. Was that the root of their conflict? No, Uchiha Fuyu clarified. The discord stemmed from differing ideologies between Kaguya and the sage. The sage's brother was slain during a battle instigated by their mother, who had controlled him. Kaguya, originating from another world, was initially a sacrificial offering for the divine tree. Unwilling to accept this fate, she killed another member of her clan to take their place as the offering. She feared her family would send someone to hold her accountable or even kill her. Thus, she cast a powerful illusion that ensnared the entire ninja world, making them her pawns, resulting in a state of existence that was neither human nor beast. These beings were not particularly powerful in combat, but as a woman, she was filled with fear and trepidation regarding her family's potential retribution. In her desperation for self-preservation, she resorted to such drastic measures. The sage and his brother, however, could not comprehend her actions, believing their mother was guilty of unwarranted violence, which led to their estrangement. Eventually, their mother compelled the sage's brother to confront the sage in battle, with their strengths being nearly equal. The sage found himself forced to kill his own brother to survive. This act profoundly traumatized him, awakening the Rinnegan. Of course, this is merely one legend. Another claims he was born with the Rinnegan, the truth of which remains uncertain. Subsequently, the two brothers united against their mother, sealing her upon the moon. Originally, there was no moon in this ninja realm. The moon above was created by the sage and his brother. The moon serves as a prison for Kaguya Otsutsuki, for she is the progenitor of chakra and has consumed the fruit of the divine tree, granting her the ability to achieve immortality. In essence, she is merely sealed upon the moon, yet she remains very much alive. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade before shaking his head slowly, then proceeded to elucidate everything that had transpired in the past, relaying the events to her without alteration. Hadn't the Sage of Six Paths already slain his brother? How could his brother possibly join forces with him again? Fuyu, you've left me utterly confounded, Tsunade admitted with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Wasn't he killed? How could he be resurrected to confront their mother? That was due to the intervention of the Sage of Toads, Fuyu explained gently. The Sage of Toads from Mount Mayaboku, utilizing the summoning technique of nature, summoned a small toad from their mountain. With the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan in the ninja world and their planting of the god tree, the tree began to absorb natural energy from the world. Only by consuming this energy could the god tree grow rapidly, leading to a swift depletion of the natural energy throughout the ninja realm. The three great sage territories rely on this natural energy to enhance their power, akin to the god tree usurping their livelihoods. Thus, they sought the aid of the Sage of Six Paths to combat Kaguya Otsutsuki. There exists a talisman in Mount Mayaboku that can grant resurrection. Though it is said to be singular, its authenticity remains unverified, Fuyu continued, observing Tsunade's puzzled expression, his lips curling into a charming smile that compelled him to kiss her. Tsunade momentarily froze, then embraced Fuyu tightly. After a prolonged moment, they reluctantly parted. Chapter 118. The Birth of Black Zetsu and the Grudges of Senju and Uchiha. I am indeed aware of the three great sage territories, Tsunade remarked. The Sage of Toads from Mount Mayaboku was mentioned once by Jiraiya. It is said that this sage possesses the ability to foresee the future and urge Jiraiya to seek the so-called child of destiny. Jiraiya still searches for this child, which intrigues me. Does the Sage of Toads harbor some ulterior motive? The Sage of Toads indeed possesses foresight, Fuyu confirmed. He understands that Kaguya Otsutsuki is immortal and cannot be slain. Should she ever return, the entire ninja world would suffer, and the natural energy of the three great sage territories may be completely consumed. Thus, he has sought countless individuals to sign contracts with the three great sage territories, hoping to find someone capable of sealing Kaguya once more. This is why Jiraiya has been on the quest for the so-called child of destiny. As for whether the three sage territories are benevolent or malevolent, I cannot say for certain. Fuyu shook his head, pondering the implications of the three sage territories. However, such matters seem trivial compared to his own pursuit of greater strength to counter the impending invasion by the Otsutsuki clan. In the future, as depicted in Boruto, the Otsutsuki clan has already begun to make their appearances. Might there be even more formidable Otsutsuki to descend upon the ninja world? I see now, Tsunade mused. It was indeed the Sage of Toads who revived the brother of the Sage of Six Paths. Subsequently, the Sage of Six Paths, dissatisfied with his mother, joined with his brother to seal her away. Fuyu, your concerns are indeed centered upon the Otsutsuki clan and their potential invasion of the ninja world, which would bring about widespread devastation, correct? Tsunade looked at Fuyu, her eyes brimming with pride. The man she loved bore a profound sense of responsibility. He not only wished to protect Konoha, but also the entire ninja realm. He possessed immense power, and she was acutely aware that she had now attained strength akin to what her grandfather once held. She too must strive to grow stronger, to aid Fuyu against the impending threat from beyond. Indeed, you are correct. They joined forces to seal their mother, but in doing so, another child was left behind. This child is shrouded in mystery, and even the Sage of Six Paths and his brother were unaware that Kaguya Otsutsuki had detached her will upon being sealed, creating another being through her formidable yin-yang release. This very child has been orchestrating plans in secrecy for millennia, intent on resurrecting his mother. Uchiha Madara is merely a pawn in his grand scheme, for to revive Kaguya, one must possess the Rinnegan. It is due to Madara's potential to awaken the Rinnegan that he was ultimately deceived by Black Zetsu. Even in the future, should Madara be resurrected, he would eventually meet his demise at the hands of Black Zetsu, who would then use his body as a vessel to summon Kaguya Otsutsuki. What? Tsunade gasped, incredulous at the notion of a single individual orchestrating events over millennia. Such intellect and cunning were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The Otsutsuki clan could divide their will and utilize yin-yang release to create life? Her astonishment deepened as she absorbed the implications of a being capable of existing for thousands of years, wielding profound wisdom and strategy to manipulate events over the ages, ultimately leading to the awakening of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. This meant the final step to resurrecting Madara was imminent. Had he not accounted for Uchiha Fuyu's existence, Madara would undoubtedly have been revived, and Kaguya would ultimately be freed. As the progenitor of chakra, the combined might of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother was required to seal her away, a formidable adversary that could not be vanquished. The subsequent events I previously relayed involved the Sage of Six Paths begetting two sons, Ashura and Indra. As for the sage's brother, Kaguya's son, he ascended to the moon, and their descendants vigilantly guard Kaguya Otsutsuki. Firstly, he sought to accompany his mother, acutely aware of her profound fears. Secondly, he aimed to protect the seal. Should anyone attempt to breach the moon, their clan's descendants would repel the intruders to safeguard the seal. The Hyuga clan is, in fact, descended from Kaguya's son. The rift between Ashura and Indra arose due to Kaguya's third son, who was entirely black and not truly human. He could merge with any substance, even infiltrating living bodies, and could liquefy himself, shrouded in enigma. He began his machinations with Ashura and Indra, recognizing the overwhelming strength of the Sage of Six Paths, who could not be subdued. Thus, he shifted his focus to the sons of the sage. Regrettably, Ashura ultimately acquired the Six Paths' power, rendering Indra unable to triumph over him. From that point on, he sought the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura through generations, aiming to awaken a pair of Rinnegan. It was only in your grandfather's era that he discovered Uchiha Madara, enabling him to awaken the Rinnegan. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade, laying bare the entirety of past events, now weaving a coherent narrative. Thus, it is revealed that Grandfather is indeed Ashura, the reincarnated embodiment, while Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra. Their union awakened the Rinnegan. Now, where is Kurizetsu? If we can locate and eliminate him, would we be able to thwart the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki? Tsunade nodded, realizing the truth of the matter. From the Celestial Maiden's descent to the eventual rift between the brothers Ashura and Indra, it ultimately evolved into the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Chapter 119. United in purpose, compassionate Tsunade, everything became clear to Tsunade, who understood that this was indeed the genesis of the entire shinobi world. I have already found Kurizetsu and sealed him away. He cannot be killed, but I have imprisoned him in another realm. I have also left a wooden clone in that world, ensuring that as long as it exists, Kurizetsu will never escape. Should anyone attempt to rescue him, I will sense their presence and intervene swiftly. Currently, my concern is not about Kagaya's resurrection, but rather whether the Otsutsuki clan will invade the shinobi world. After all, the Otsutsuki clan is a presence that even the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, fears. I am uncertain of their true combat capabilities. Thus, we must enhance our strength to prepare for the potential emergence of the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, gazing at Tsunade as he elaborated. He too was unaware of when the Otsutsuki clan might appear in the shinobi world. If they do arrive, he must possess formidable strength to withstand their assault. Without power, all words are meaningless. He must rapidly augment his abilities, not just for himself, but also for everyone around him. Fuyu, knowing all this, your urgent desire to become the fourth Hokage stems from a wish to bring peace to the shinobi world in order to counter the Otsutsuki clan's aggression, does it not? Tsunade nodded, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. Indeed, an entity that instills fear in the progenitor of chakra must possess immense combat prowess. If they cannot bolster their own strength, should the Otsutsuki clan invade the shinobi world, they would stand no chance of resistance. She did not believe her current abilities could defeat the Sage of Six Paths or Kagaya Otsutsuki. If she could not prevail against Kagaya, the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan's elite would spell doom for the entire shinobi world. Tsunade was not so arrogant as to think she could vanquish such formidable foes. Indeed, it is for this reason that Danzo and the third Hokage are unfit to govern Konoha. As long as they remain, peace will elude us, and countless shinobi will perish. My aspiration to lead Konoha is primarily to usher the shinobi world into a true era of peace. The current state of constant warfare among the various villages is merely self-destructive. I wish for unity against external threats. My goal in aspiring to become the fourth Hokage is to bring about a peaceful era in the shinobi world and empower all shinobi to confront the impending Otsutsuki invasion. Thus, I wish for you to also enhance your strength, so that you may assist me in achieving this peace. Uchiha Fuyu gently caressed Tsunade's flowing hair, speaking softly. He was on the cusp of ascending to the position of fourth Hokage, and the Uchiha clan was fervently rallying support for him. Once the battle reports returned, the entire Konoha would erupt in celebration. His rise to the fourth Hokage would be inevitable. Fuyu, rest assured, as husband and wife, we are united in purpose. This is your ambition, and I will undoubtedly stand by your side to realize it. The peace of the shinobi world shall be achieved by our hands. I have faith in you. Together, we shall unite the entire shinobi world against the Otsutsuki clan. Even if we fail in the end, at least we will have made an effort. While I am uncertain of the true extent of the Otsutsuki clan's power, it is clear that you harbor deep concerns. Their might is evidently immense. After all, the Otsutsuki clan and the Sage of Six Paths combined were able to create a moon. Such ability transcends what ordinary beings can fathom and is nothing short of divine. If every member of the Otsutsuki clan possesses the strength akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths, how many can truly stand against them? Tsunade could perceive Uchiha Fuyu's apprehension, for the strength of the Otsutsuki clan was indeed formidable. According to Fuyu, the Sage of Six Paths created a moon, a celestial body. Albeit smaller than the shinobi world, yet still substantial. If the sage could conjure a moon, what of the other members of the Otsutsuki clan? Might they surpass the sage in power? If so, even one or two of them could prove overwhelming. Indeed, the Otsutsuki clan wields power that transcends the divine, having ruled the entire universe for countless years. We, the inhabitants of the shinobi world, cannot even begin to comprehend the vastness of the cosmos. Most of us have never ventured beyond the confines of our world, let alone into the greater universe. The stars above are all celestial bodies. Each night, the innumerable stars in the sky serve as a reminder of the unfathomable expanse of the universe. Yet, the Otsutsuki clan possesses eternal life, cultivating divine trees on each of these celestial spheres. This underscores their dominion over the entire universe and hints at the magnitude of their power. Coupled with their immortality, their numbers must be staggering. Perhaps all the inhabitants of the shinobi world combined would not even amount to a fraction of their population. This is the source of Kagaya's fear, and it is what troubles me. If the Otsutsuki clan were to invade the shinobi world, we would have no means of defense. Perhaps we could fend off a handful, but what if they come in droves? Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, exhaling deeply. His knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan was limited, as no one truly knew the extent of their numbers. Consuming the fruit of the divine tree grants eternal life. If their very existence is eternal, how vast must their population have grown over countless generations? Fuyu, take heart. There will be a solution. Our strength will continue to grow. And even if they dominate the universe, what does it matter? Chapter 120. The path to dominating the shinobi world. The larger their realm of dominion, the more complex their governance becomes. This is likely why Kagaya Otsutsuki has existed for millennia without any of her clan arriving in the shinobi world. I believe their response to distress signals is not as swift as one might imagine, nor is their arrival to the shinobi world particularly rapid. Thus, we still have ample time to strengthen ourselves. As long as we can enhance our abilities, we shall be able to eliminate a few members of the Otsutsuki clan, buying ourselves hundreds, if not thousands, of years. After centuries, or even millennia, our descendants, provided they can swiftly enhance their abilities, will stand a chance against the Otsutsuki clan. And they will have allies. If we can withstand the initial onslaught, we will instill confidence in them, prompting them to bolster their strength and cultivate a sense of urgency. They must understand that every few years, formidable members of the Otsutsuki clan will invade the ninja world, potentially growing stronger with each incursion. Therefore, they must enhance their capabilities to fend off the Otsutsuki invasion. Tsunade held Uchiha Fuyu tightly, recognizing his inner turmoil, and comforted him with a charming smile. Indeed, the ninja world cannot afford internal strife at this juncture. I aspire to unify the entire ninja realm as swiftly as possible. However, mere unification will not suffice. There will inevitably be dissent among them. Even if my strength is overwhelming, compelling their submission to Konoha will not quell their discontent. In the end, internal discord will likely arise again, which is my greatest concern. The crucial task is to earn their genuine allegiance to Konoha, to unite against external threats. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, acknowledging Tsunade's sentiments, articulating his deepest fears. His desire to dominate the entire ninja world was simple enough, yet if the people remained unconvinced, his efforts would be futile. They would resist his directives, potentially instigating chaos within Konoha and the broader ninja realm. Without a powerful adversary, the aspiration for peace across the ninja world would remain unattainable. Coercive rule over the ninja world is devoid of meaning. The priority must be to earn their true allegiance to Konoha. Indeed, the entire ninja world has been embroiled in conflict for decades, and the notion of uniting everyone seems a pipe dream. After all, they cannot simply overlook their enemies. Unless a formidable foe emerges, one they cannot possibly contend with, unity will remain elusive. Tsunade furrowed her brow, contemplating deeply, before proposing the most feasible solution. Over the years, all ninja villages have harbored enmity, resulting in countless casualties. The surviving ninjas may have lost loved ones to rival villages, making true unity nearly impossible. Thus, achieving peace in the ninja world appears exceedingly challenging. Brute force alone cannot compel their genuine allegiance. The remaining viable strategy is to fabricate an insurmountable enemy. Only then will the entire ninja realm unite to confront this common threat, thereby addressing the current predicament. Without a formidable adversary, the various factions will continue to act independently. If a shared, overwhelming enemy materializes, they will be compelled to unite, lest the ninja world face annihilation. Indeed, Tsunade acknowledged, her expression reflecting her admiration for Fuyu's insight. If such a scenario unfolds, everyone will rally against the external threat. After all, that powerful enemy will be beyond their capacity to challenge. Only by uniting can they hope to confront this might. Uchiha Fuyu, with a smile, expressed his thoughts. He aimed to channel Tsunade's ideas, and if she concurred with this approach, he could proceed with his plan. As long as Tsunade comprehended the strategy, that would suffice. The others need not be privy to the details. Fuyu, do you think this plan is sound? Tsunade inquired, her smile radiant. The prospect of aiding her beloved filled her with joy. Indeed, this strategy is excellent. It will undoubtedly assist me, and I have already devised a course of action. With my newly awakened Rinnegan, I can control beings and create 6 paths of existence. If I send my 6 paths to various ninja villages to collect tailed beasts, the entire ninja realm will likely descend into panic. At that point, I will instill fear in everyone, compelling them to unite against my 6 paths. Ultimately, we shall prevail, and bonds will form among them. What were once enemies will find themselves needing to stand together against a common foe. Over time, these bonds will strengthen, leading the entire ninja world to transcend their previous self-interests. Perhaps this will usher in an era of peace. Tsunade, what are your thoughts on this method? Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade with a subtle smile, revealing his inner thoughts. He envisioned using his 6 paths as a formidable enemy. If this could prompt unity against his 6 paths, the bonds formed would mirror those of the past, fostering a state of peace. However, to ensure that unity does not revert to the previous division among the 5 great ninja villages, he resolved to first dominate the entire ninja world before unleashing his 6 paths. In this way, they could redirect their animosity and rage towards the 6 paths, allowing them to grasp why Uchiha Fuyu sought to consolidate the ninja world. At that juncture, he would reveal information about the Otsutsuki clan through his 6 paths, ensuring that no one would dare to rebel. Furthermore, everyone would diligently strive to enhance their abilities in preparation for potential future crises. Ultimately, Uchiha Fuyu's rule over the ninja realm is essential for its gradual strengthening. Fuyu, I find this idea quite promising. If it can indeed be executed and foster bonds among everyone, the ninja world may truly find peace. However, is the cost not too great? The number of lives lost in such a conflict could be staggering. You may become a pariah in the ninja realm. Does that not concern you? Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, her deep eyes reflecting surprise and contemplation. Uchiha Fuyu's proposal was undeniably astute. Yet, if war were to erupt, the toll could be catastrophic. Should so many ninjas perish, and if they subsequently discover Uchiha Fuyu's deception, they may view him as the architect of chaos, seeking to dominate the entire ninja world under false pretenses. At that point, they would likely reject him, which troubled Tsunade. Do not worry about this matter. It will remain our secret. Only you and I will be aware. And as long as you do not divulge it, no one will know. Besides, I have awakened the Rinnegan, which I have mentioned can resurrect the deceased. As long as we gather all their lifeless bodies together at the appointed time and resurrect them in unison, it will suffice. However, at that moment, I may have to sacrifice my own life. Therefore, before that time arrives, you must awaken the Rinnegan. Otherwise, my sacrifice would be in vain. Once I have resurrected everyone, if I must give up my life, you shall be responsible for bringing me back to life. Reviving one person does not require a life as a price. Yet to resurrect thousands, a tremendous amount of vitality must be expended. I am uncertain if I can endure such a significant loss of life force. If I remain alive at that time, it would be inconsequential. Should I perish, you must utilize the Rinnegan to revive me. Hence, you must awaken it swiftly. Uchiha Fuyu perceived the concerns swirling in Tsunade's heart and gently caressed her cheek, speaking softly. Fuyu, can the Rinnegan truly resurrect so many? Tsunade asked, her heart racing. Is it possible for the deceased to return completely without any cost? Fuyu had never awakened the Rinnegan either, if it could indeed revive others. What kind of price would it exact? Fuyu implied that reviving a single person seemed harmless, but resurrecting a multitude might exact a toll on his own life. What then would be the cost of bringing back one individual? Indeed, while the Rinnegan can bring back the dead, reviving 1 or 2 individuals incurs little cost and can be replenished instantaneously. However, reviving everyone at once would demand a sacrifice of one's life force. It is quite possible that the sheer number of those revived could lead to sacrifice. Thus, if too many perish, you must bring me back. Therefore, you need to awaken the Rinnegan as soon as possible to ease my mind. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly at Tsunade before him, fully aware that reviving so many would undoubtedly come at a cost. However, reviving a few individuals posed no significant threat, especially since Fuyu currently possessed an immense life force. I understand. I will strive for it, Tsunade declared. Fuyu, I cannot allow you to die. I agree to this plan, but you must not perish. Do you understand? Their deaths would not matter. After all, even if they did not sacrifice themselves in this battle, they would inevitably fall in the endless wars of the shinobi world. Thus, I believe their sacrifices will lend greater authenticity to their plight. If they can be revived after death, many may think, if I can return, why should I train? This mindset could proliferate among others. If this war results in the deaths of their friends and family, they too must withstand such anguish. Realizing that the Otsutsuki clan gazes hungrily upon the shinobi world, compelling them to enhance their strength against the impending invasion. If everyone believes they can return from death, many may become complacent in their training. I would prefer them all to perish rather than you, Fuyu. Do you understand? They hold no significance for me. My priority lies with you and our children. Tsunade shook her head. If reviving so many would lead to Fuyu's demise, she would never allow it. After all, those ninjas were inconsequential to her. Uchiha Fuyu was what mattered most to her and her children. Everyone else could fall, but Fuyu and her brother, Noshiru, must absolutely survive. Even if her brother had already perished, Fuyu could resurrect him. At the very least, her brother would not be lost. As for the other ninjas, she cared not. The number of deaths mattered little to her, as long as her family remained safe together. Foolish girl. Very well, I promise you. Regardless of who dies, I will not revive them, except for Noshiru and the others. Everyone else holds no relation to us. If they die, so be it. Reviving a few individuals is quite simple and will not endanger my essence or my life. I intend to live a long life, forever by your side and the children's. Rest assured, in the future, we shall witness our children grow. If it is a boy, we will see him marry and have children. If it is a girl, we will see her wed. Chapter 122. The Cheat of Eternal Life. Forever together, I would never feel that my life is too long, longing for death. As long as we possess the Rinnegan, you and I shall never perish, and our entire family will remain unscathed. The Rinnegan can be considered a remarkably potent eye of immortality. If I cannot withstand it, I may face my fate, and you can resurrect me. If you falter, I can bring you back, and thus, none of us shall die. Perhaps our children will awaken the Rinnegan as well, ensuring we are eternally united, never depart. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade with a gentle smile, fully aware that the Rinnegan is a superlative cheat. With 2 pairs of Rinnegan, we can resurrect each other. You revive me, I revive you, and thus, no one will meet their end. Reviving others with the Rinnegan does not inherently cost a life. It simply requires a vast amount of chakra, a fact he is certain of, as it is described within the ocular techniques in his mind. Regrettably, the Sage of 6 Paths brother awakened the legendary transmigration eye, not the Rinnegan, which did not grant him the ability to revive. However, its offensive capabilities far surpass those of the Rinnegan. Can you imagine the power of someone with the transmigration eye cleaving the moon in two? Fuyu shook his head, explaining to Tsunade. The Rinnegan does not require life force for revival. Only a massive amount of chakra is necessary. This he is absolutely certain of, as detailed in the knowledge he possesses. Unfortunately, the Sage's brother awakened the transmigration eye, not the Rinnegan, which ultimately led to their inability to revive one another. Their lives ultimately reached their conclusion. Buried within the annals of shinobi history, cutting the moon, Tsunade gasped, her pupils contracting. If he were to attack the shinobi world, would it not mean that the entire realm would be unable to withstand his strike? That is utterly terrifying. She never anticipated the transmigration eye to be so formidable. With a mere strike, it could cleave the moon, indicating that the entire shinobi world could not withstand such power. If it pertains to Otsutsuki Yawamura, it is indeed the case. A mere flick of his wrist could potentially cleave the entire shinobi world in twain. In the visions of the future that I have glimpsed, there exists a descendant, also of Otsutsuki Yawamura. However, with just a casual strike, he was able to sever the very moon into 2 halves. Should the true Otsutsuki Yawamura wield the power of the Rinnegan, it is likely that the entire shinobi realm would be bisected, leading to untold casualties. Therefore, mutual resurrection between the two is impossible. Yet, should you awaken the Rinnegan, we would be capable of resurrecting one another, thus achieving immortality. Only through our eternal existence can we contend against the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, relying solely on a handful of formidable warriors would prove insufficient to oppose them. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, explaining that had Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Yomura both awakened the Rinnegan back in the day, they would undoubtedly have survived to the present, avoiding demise. The Sage of Six Paths is still alive, albeit transformed into a mere manifestation of chakra, wandering throughout the shinobi world. As for Otsutsuki Yawamura, he seems to have vanished completely, with no trace of his chakra to be found. Only within the capabilities of the Byakugan have I caught glimpses of him. Whether those were illusions or reality remains uncertain. It is no wonder. Had both of them truly awakened the Rinnegan simultaneously, they might still be alive today. If they were indeed still among us, the shinobi world would not have devolved into its current state. I now sense a burgeoning power within my eyes, a growing potency. Perhaps within a few years, I shall awaken the Rinnegan, and at that time, I could assist you. Fuyu, do not bear the burden alone. I am here with you. Tsunade nodded. Sensing the immense pressure weighing on Uchiha Fuyu, she gazed intently at him, her eyes shimmering with affection, and spoke gently. Rest assured, once you awaken the Rinnegan, we shall attain eternal life. At the very least, we can ensure lasting peace in the shinobi world and guide the next generation in strengthening their abilities to combat the Otsutsuki clan's descendants. They possess immortality. Having proliferated for countless ages, if we too possess eternal life, our children will gain formidable strength, allowing us to withstand them adequately. As for enduring against them for centuries, millennia, or eons, that remains uncertain. As long as we survive, the shinobi realm shall know peace. I shall also strive to elevate my strength further, to ascertain if I can achieve even greater heights. After all, we are unaware of the true extent of our adversary's power. We must maintain our own strength to remain at the pinnacle, or even surpass it. Uchiha Fuyu turned to Tsunade, speaking softly, with a wife like you, what more could a husband desire? Indeed, Tsunade replied, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Now it is time to rise. I shall prepare breakfast. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled lightly, reaching out to tousle Tsunade's hair. No need. Use a clone to cook. Tsunade shook her head, playfully protesting while clinging tightly to Uchiha Fuyu. All right, Uchiha Fuyu laughed, shaking his head. Ever since her pregnancy began, Tsunade had become particularly affectionate. Chapter 123, Sarutobi Hiruzen in distress. Subsequently, Uchiha Fuyu embraced Tsunade, indulging in their intimate moments. After days apart, Tsunade was ablaze with passion. The feeling of rekindled romance was undeniable. Though pregnant, both possessed immense strength. And Uchiha Fuyu used his yin-yang release to safeguard their unborn child, allowing them to fully enjoy each other as company. The next day, bang. What is happening? Why is there still no news? What is Danzo doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his hand on the table, a cigarette clamped between his lips, berating the situation. He never anticipated that a full day and night would pass without any word from Danzo, igniting his ire. What would be the outcome if Uchiha Fuyu returned to Konoha, on the battlefield between the land of wind and the land of earth? They had suffered consecutive defeats against the sand, rock, and cloud villages. This was unprecedented, a scenario never before witnessed on any battlefield. Historically, Konoha had always been far superior to other ninja villages, even capable of taking on the four great shinobi villages without issue. Yet it had always been a struggle, with countless shinobi lost to the annals of time. This had ultimately led to Konoha's dearth of talent. However, Konoha remained robust, possessing formidable strength. While they could not single-handedly confront the four great shinobi villages, any one of them would have to pay a significant price, potentially facing annihilation, to conquer Konoha. In other words, Konoha still stood as the mightiest among the five great shinobi villages. Yet, there was no one who could claim to end the battles on two fronts in a matter of days. Now, if Uchiha Fuyu truly returned victorious, how much adoration would he receive from the populace? The citizens of Konoha were simple and sincere. As long as he could protect the village and achieve merit on the battlefield, he would be their guardian deity, earning their reverence and admiration. They would see him as the ideal candidate for the next Hokage. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was actively rallying support for Uchiha Fuyu, implying that his return could very well result in the ousting of the third Hokage. Hiruzen had entertained thoughts of eliminating Uchiha Fuyu, but with Fuyu already possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was uncertain whether he could match the prowess of Uchiha Madara. Should Fuyu possess such formidable strength, the individuals he dispatched would stand no chance against him, and it would even reveal his intent to eliminate Fuyu. If the villagers learned of his intentions, it would be impossible for him to retain his position. As each day passed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anxiety intensified, the longer he waited for news from Danzo. the more restless he became. He was desperate to prevent Uchiha Fuyu's return, which fueled his urgency. "Someone, fetch Danzo for me," Hiruzen commanded, his expression dark and resolute. He needed to ascertain whether Danzo had dispatched anyone. If not, he would risk exposure to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu himself. "Yes, Lord Third Hokage," an umbu appeared and swiftly vanished. "Danzo, you have truly disappointed me. You cannot even manage to send someone to eliminate Uchiha Fuyu?" Hiruzen seethed. "I refuse to believe that Uchiha Fuyu maintains such unwavering vigilance at all times. No one can deflect blades and swords indefinitely. If they are close enough to strike, they will fall. Uchiha Fuyu must not be allowed to return to the village. Otherwise, everything I have done will be in vain. And I may even lose my own position. Uchiha Fuyu absolutely cannot be permitted to return to the village. What must I do to eliminate him? If Danzo has failed to send anyone, what course should I pursue?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced with anxiety. He was deeply averse to the thought of Uchiha Fuyu returning to the village. Damn it, the battle reports have been suppressed for far too long. If this continues, I fear they will be unable to be contained. Our station forces are about to return. Furthermore, the envoy from the Cloud and Rock villages is already en route. Soon, they will arrive at Konoha. How shall I explain this to the villagers? In the end, I can only delay for one more day. If Uchiha Fuyu is not eliminated within that time, these battle reports must be made public. At that moment, Uchiha Fuyu's reputation within the village was bound to reach its zenith. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seething with anger, had kept the battle reports suppressed for far too long. After all, the victory on the battlefield of the Land of Wind was known to no one. Why? It was precisely because Sarutobi Hiruzen had concealed all this information, leaving even Orochimaru, the commanding officer at the border, in ignorance. Orochimaru had only learned of the complete victory on the battlefield due to Uchiha Fuyu's emergence. Traditionally, when a battlefield triumph was achieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen would promptly relay the good news to Konoha and all the combatants involved in the border skirmishes. This not only bolstered the fighting spirit of the ninjas under his command, but also made them aware that their village had secured a victory. Consequently, reinforcements would pour in, enabling them to claim further victories and significantly enhance their combat capabilities. However, this time, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's selfishness, he refrained from informing the citizens of Konoha about Uchiha Fuyu's triumph in the Land of Wind, leaving them oblivious to the news. Yet, these reports could not be suppressed indefinitely. After all, the ninjas from the battlefield would inevitably return home. Once the war concluded, the supporting forces would be dispatched back to undertake other missions, as the village required substantial resources to function. On the battlefield, they could not fulfill tasks or earn income. However, once the conflict ended, they could immediately engage in missions to aid themselves and the village in generating more revenue. Once these supporting ninjas returned to the village, everyone would learn of Uchiha Fuyu's victory on the battlefield of the Land of Wind, achieved single-handedly against the shinobi of Tsunade. The people of Konoha would erupt in celebration. If news from the battlefield of the Land of Earth were to arrive as well, the villagers would deify Uchiha Fuyu. Chapter 124, Danzo's Disappearance? The Third's Excitement. A roller coaster of emotions? I never anticipated that within a mere 3 years, Uchiha Fuyu could grow to such heights, single-handedly challenging and defeating the 3 great ninja villages. Should he instigate a coup in Konoha, the village would face utter devastation, akin to what transpired with Uchiha Madara. I cannot permit Uchiha Fuyu to become the next Uchiha Madara. As the 3rd Hokage, I must not allow Uchiha Fuyu to disrupt the delicate balance of Konoha. Such a calamity cannot be allowed to unfold. I had always believed that Uchiha Fuyu could be of service to me, which is why I had never taken action against him. However, I never expected him to acquire such formidable power in such a short span. It is evident that the Uchiha clan possesses tremendous strength and unpredictable variables. I should have heeded Danzo's advice and eradicated them entirely. Now it is too late. And the realization comes too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, his heart ablaze with fury. Had I foreseen this, I would have allied with Danzo to annihilate the Uchiha clan, thus preventing this immense crisis. Had the Uchiha clan not aspired to the Hokage position, I would have had no reason to eliminate them, as there would have been no direct conflict of interest. However, the situation has changed. Now the Uchiha clan seeks the Hokage position, and they wish for Uchiha Fuyu to ascend to that role. Moreover, Uchiha Fuyu has wed Tsunade, and they now have a child together. This development significantly raises the likelihood of Uchiha Fuyu becoming the fourth Hokage. Should he achieve this, it would jeopardize my standing, instilling in me a profound sense of crisis. As long as my position remains unthreatened, I would not concern myself with the Uchiha clan, perhaps even offering them protection. However, should they pose a genuine threat to my authority, I would be compelled to eradicate them completely. This is the nature of politics. If you are useful to me, I will not harm you. But if you cease to be of value and instead become a formidable threat, your existence must be extinguished. Report to the third Hokage. My lord, upon visiting the route, I found no trace of Danzo. It seems no one knows his current whereabouts. At that moment, an Umbu returned from the route, kneeling on one knee. I did not locate Danzo, nor did I learn from anyone where he might be. What? Danzo is not at the route. Where could he possibly be? If he is not there, then he is likely gone. If that is the case, it could indeed be fortuitous. You may leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, suddenly struck by a thought, a subtle smile creeping across his lips as excitement flickered in his eyes. Yes, my third Hokage. The Umbu bowed and vanished from sight. Ha! Uchiha Fuyu. Oh, Uchiha Fuyu. It appears that this time, Danzo is preparing to take matters into his own hands to eliminate you. If Danzo intervenes, the odds of success would undoubtedly increase. Should he succeed in vanquishing Uchiha Fuyu, I would save myself considerable effort. Danzo, do not disappoint me. With a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled smoke, a smile gracing his lips as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a cheerful mood, called out toward the entrance. Creak. The door swung open, and Uchiha Fuyu stepped through. Clang. As Sarutobi Hiruzen beheld Uchiha Fuyu entering, his pupils constricted in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. The cigarette he had been holding slipped from his lips, clattering to the ground. What the hell? What is happening? Wasn't Danzo supposed to have gone out to assassinate Uchiha Fuyu? Why is Uchiha Fuyu back in the village? Why has no one informed me? What on earth is going on? This worthless Danzo, what is he doing? As Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Uchiha Fuyu stride in, he could hardly believe it, cursing Danzo's incompetence internally. To his astonishment, Danzo had personally intervened and yet achieved nothing. Just moments ago, he had been so self-satisfied, and now, the very person he had expected to be defeated stood before him, igniting a blaze of fury within Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had thought that once Danzo eliminated Uchiha Fuyu, his position as the third Hokage would be firmly secured. But now, with Uchiha Fuyu appearing before him, it signified Danzo's failure. If Danzo failed, it threatened Sarutobi Hiruzen's standing, and he risked losing the position of fourth Hokage. Initially, he had intended to secure the fourth Hokage position for Orochimaru, but now, unexpectedly, it had been snatched away by Uchiha Fuyu, leaving him seething with anger. He had envisioned a future where he and the Uchiha clan would grow stronger together, ultimately becoming the preeminent clan in the shinobi world. Yet, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Before him stood Uchiha Fuyu, and Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. Although a tempest of anger churned within him, he was acutely aware that he must not reveal even the slightest hint of his fury. Should Uchiha Fuyu sense his ire, the consequences could be dire, especially if he were to incite a rebellion alongside the Uchiha clan. The village of Konoha would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Lord Third Hokage, Uchiha Fuyu has returned to report. He declared, the battles in the land of wind were conclusively over, as were those in the land of earth. Uchiha Fuyu had made a special trip to deliver this news. As he gazed at the third Hokage, a smirk played upon his lips, and disdain glimmered in his eyes. He knew that the third Hokage was unnerved by his presence. He was also aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had likely conspired with Danzo to plot against him. Chapter 125. The third Hokage lies without preparation. To his astonishment, not only had he survived, but he had also returned to Konoha. The smoking pipe he had dropped earlier lay on the ground as evidence of his unexpected appearance, which had clearly startled Sarutobi, leaving him flustered and filled with trepidation. It was evident that Hiruzen was taken aback to see him unharmed, and the notion that Danzo could eliminate him now seemed absurd. Fuyu, is it? I never anticipated that the battles in the land of wind and the land of earth would conclude so swiftly. I had not received any news until now. It seems our communication summoning beasts have been captured, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, forcing a smile that betrayed his discomfort. He was well aware that he had already received the news, yet he refrained from disseminating it throughout Konoha. The villagers remained oblivious. Thus he spun a tale of their communication beasts being ambushed. In doing so, he hoped to navigate this situation with some semblance of grace. He understood that once Uchiha Fuyu returned to Konoha, he would inevitably ascend to the position of fourth Hokage, a role that could not be bestowed upon another. After all, the victories in both wars were largely attributed to Uchiha Fuyu's prowess, bringing immense benefits to the village. Oh, I see. That explains why the citizens of Konoha seem unaware of the battlefield's happenings. I had not realized our communication beasts had been compromised, Fuyu replied. Lord Third Hokage, I have already returned home and now come to report to you. With the war concluded, it is time for you to be apprised of the results. Konoha has emerged victorious, and soon, the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages will send delegations to negotiate reparations. Our losses were minimal, which is indeed a stroke of fortune. Uchiha Fuyu added with a smile. Is that so? I have always believed that with you. Fuyu, nothing is insurmountable. You truly are the instantaneous Fuyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, bending to retrieve the fallen pipe, though a shadow of concern flickered in his eyes. Internally, he wrestled with rage, contemplating whether he could swiftly eliminate Uchiha Fuyu. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he lacked the capability and reluctantly abandoned the notion. He recognized that he had squandered the optimal moment to strike, and that he now had no opportunity to act against Uchiha Fuyu. Even if he summoned all the Umbu, it was likely they would not prevail against him. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a formidable figure in the ninja world, and sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Uchiha Fuyu. He feared that any attempt to act against him would be detected, especially given that Uchiha Fuyu was renowned for his speed. A missed strike would leave him with no second chance, and should Fuyu unleash his Susanoo within Konoha, even if he escaped, the village would suffer devastating losses. Moreover, the villagers would learn of his intent to assassinate a war hero, leaving him with no hope of a peaceful retirement. For the esteemed saviors of the village were sacred figures. Lord Third Hokage, you jest. I merely did my part. As long as Konoha achieves victory, what does my life matter? Uchiha Fuyu stated, his allegiance to the Uchiha clan unwavering. Very well, I acknowledge this matter. I shall ensure that every citizen of Konoha is informed, allowing them to rejoice. After all, this war has persisted for many years, and your victory signifies your remarkable strength. Your reputation and military achievements are unparalleled. The citizens will celebrate your triumph, and we shall host a grand feast in your honor, Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed with a smile. Recognizing that he must placate Uchiha Fuyu for the time being, discussions on how to eliminate him could wait, for he had yet to relinquish his position as third Hokage. However, I have one more matter to report to you, Uchiha Fuyu interjected, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, what is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of unease. This time, I encountered figures from the Root organization on both battlefields and obtained evidence implicating collusion between our Konoha forces and the Hidden Cloud, Sand, and Stone villages. I wonder, Lord Third Hokage, how do you explain this? Uchiha Fuyu coldly tossed a scroll before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this true? Who is responsible? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced as he opened the scroll, revealing damning information about Danzo's actions, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Lord Third Hokage, I trust you are aware of the contents of this scroll. However, your ploy to use another's hand against me appears to have backfired. Danzo, I presume, is no longer with us? Chapter 126. Confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen. I shall not play this game anymore. It seems that the Third Hokage has already dispatched someone to investigate Danzo, and he likely feels a sense of relief, believing he can personally handle the situation against me. Uchiha Fuyu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a smirk playing on his lips. Filled with disdain, he had long understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen was contemplating. He aimed to make Danzo the scapegoat. Even if he failed to assassinate himself, Danzo would still serve as a convenient scapegoat. Should he succeed in killing him, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have executed his plan of using another's hand to commit murder. Regardless of the outcome, Sarutobi Hiruzen would bear no guilt, skillfully evading all blame. What do you mean by that, Fuyu? I cannot believe that Danzo would resort to such actions. It astonishes me that he has conspired with Tsunade and other villages to eliminate you. This oversight on my part has caused you considerable trouble. However, it is imperative that we bring Danzo's actions to light, ensuring that all of Konoha's citizens are aware of his malevolence. Unfortunately, I lack knowledge about this matter, as the Root and Umbu are not part of the same department. and I cannot command the members of Root. Nevertheless, I vow to investigate thoroughly and restore your honor. If Danzo is indeed the perpetrator, he will face severe repercussions for betraying the hero of Konoha. A shadow of apprehension crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he gazed at Uchiha Fuyu. His hands clasped tightly behind his back, suppressing a surge of murderous intent. He could never admit that these actions were orchestrated by him through Danzo. Despite his indirect involvement in revealing information to Danzo, who acted on his behalf. How could Uchiha Fuyu know that Danzo was acting on my instructions? My machinations were flawless. Never disclosed to anyone. How could he possibly be aware? Could it be that Danzo inadvertently revealed something? That seems implausible. No one should know about my manipulation of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply perplexed, unable to fathom how Uchiha Fuyu could discern his actions, leaving him astonished. He had leaked nothing, and even Danzo, the fool, was unaware of the intricacies. Yet Uchiha Fuyu had insight into everything he had done. The third Hokage has indeed stated that you remain oblivious to it all. After all, your actions have been shrouded in secrecy. Even Danzo is oblivious. How could outsiders possibly be aware? The third Hokage, in his quest to maintain his position, would likely resort to any means necessary. Sending me to the battlefield in the Land of Wind was merely to allow Orochimaru to claim the glory, thereby positioning him as your successor, the fourth Hokage, was it not? Uchiha Fuyu let out a mocking laugh, stepping closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do you mean by that? Fuyu? I am the third Hokage. How could I harm the elite of the village for my own gain? My decision to send you to the battlefield was predicated on your exceptional shunshin. The strongest opponents in the Land of Wind are primarily puppet masters, so your synergy with Kakashi would ensure swift victory. I intended for you to accrue merit, not to undermine you. If I had wished to suppress you, I would have kept you within the village for menial tasks. Besides, if I wanted Orochimaru to gain glory, I wouldn't have allowed him to face two major ninja villages alone. Such an act would be suicidal. Have you been influenced by idle gossip to make such accusations? I bear no grudge against you. You have achieved significant merit on the battlefield. However, do not bring this matter up again. As the third Hokage, I have never acted against the interests of the village. Today, let it be as if you have said nothing, and I have heard nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he observed Uchiha Fuyu, his hands clenched tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Fuyu's hostility had intensified. He was likely preparing to strike. The nine tails within Uchiha Fuyu raised its head, sensing the escalating hostility emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen. I can feel it too, it remarked. However, he won't last long. He has long been ensnared in my jinjutsu. How could he possibly escape its grasp? Uchiha Fuyu sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen had fallen victim to his jinjutsu the moment he entered. Unbeknownst to him, while in a state of heightened tension, he remained oblivious to the trap laid before him. Despite years of being Hokage, a hint of guilt lingered within him. His psyche was formidable. Yet this feeling of guilt still existed, albeit unexpressed. You humans are truly peculiar. Such filth can be effortlessly eradicated, yet you engage in games of hide-and-seek. Remarked the Nine-Tails dismissively. You fail to grasp the essence of my desire. I seek the hearts of the people, a sense of unity. I do not favor reliance on brute force. Moreover, can true allegiance be forged through might? If I were to defeat you by force, would you truly submit? It is impossible. The human heart is intricate. Thus, I require the loyalty of all in Konoha. Otherwise, who would play along with me? Uchiha Fuyu's laughter rang out, for he sought the hearts of Konoha's citizens. Without their allegiance, even his formidable power would be insufficient to confront the entire shinobi world. How tedious, the Nine-Tails scoffed, lying down and closing its eyes. Shaking his head, Uchiha Fuyu approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. What are you attempting to achieve, Uchiha Fuyu? Do you intend to make a move in the Hokage's office? Step back immediately, and I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, it may endanger your Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply as he observed Uchiha Fuyu drawing nearer, his heart racing in alarm. Chapter 127. Controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen. Commanding Konoha, he could distinctly sense that Uchiha Fuyu seemed to harbor a faint, mocking smile towards him. It was evident that Uchiha Fuyu was contemplating a direct confrontation. Confront me? What can you possibly do? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, attempting to sound dignified. I refer to you as the third Hokage out of respect. Otherwise, you are merely a triviality. Were it not for your current usefulness, I would have already silenced you. While engaging in this banter, Have you not noticed anything amiss nearby? Uchiha Fuyu regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, weary of further trivial conversation, and cut to the chase. What do you intend to do, Uchiha Fuyu? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he scanned the area, suddenly feeling an ominous presence and growing grave. When did I fall victim to a genjutsu? Genjutsu, release. He realized he had been careless, unknowingly ensnared in Uchiha Fuyu's genjutsu, and now sought to dispel it. Do not waste your efforts. With your current strength, you cannot hope to break my genjutsu. If you could, you wouldn't be fleeing from other ninja villages, unable to confront them in battle. Since you became the third Hokage, have you not noticed that Konoha's strength is rapidly declining? Once the mightiest in the shinobi world, Konoha has now become evenly matched with its enemies under your leadership. I fear that if Konoha continues to linger in your hands, it may ultimately descend into a state weaker than that of the Hidden Mist village. To prevent Konoha from falling into ruin under your watch, and for the sake of peace within the ninja world, I, the formidable Uchiha clan, hereby declare once more. You, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, must acknowledge your errors, allowing all of Konoha to recognize the transgressions you have committed. Uchiha Fuyu regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen before him, a cold smile gracing his lips as he activated his Rinnegan. What? What is this? Could it be the Rinnegan? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of horror within him as the immense power of the Rinnegan materialized before his eyes, after which he succumbed to unconsciousness. As a master of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen had perused countless texts, both ancient and modern. Yet he had only encountered fleeting mentions of the Rinnegan in obscure tomes. He had never witnessed its reality. Indeed, the existence of the Rinnegan had yet to grace the ninja world. It was only upon seeing Uchiha Fuyu's Rinnegan that he comprehended its true existence. However, it was too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen had fallen victim to an illusion and lost all consciousness. The time was ripe. White Zetsu. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled coldly, beckoning with his right hand. Hehe, Lord Fuyu, I have arrived. White Zetsu emerged from the ground with a grin. Possess him. Uchiha Fuyu smiled, and swiftly sealed Sarutobi Hiruzen, binding all his chakra and placing it under White Zetsu's control. Very well, Lord Fuyu. White Zetsu nodded, entering Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and taking control, transforming into his likeness. Unbeknownst to anyone, the true Hiruzen was no longer present, undetectable by the Nine-Tails' malevolent senses. Summon Mito Menyen and Tsunade Shizun. Uchiha Fuyu commanded White Zetsu coldly. As you wish. Lord Fuyu. White Zetsu grinned. Hiruzen, what brings us here? Mito Menyen and Tsunade Shizun entered, puzzled by the sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nothing of consequence. Merely a request for you to remain compliant. Uchiha Fuyu appeared behind them and cast an illusion upon the two. What? Mito Menyen and Tsunade Shizun were taken aback. Falling under Uchiha Fuyu's illusionary control, one must admit that possessing illusionary abilities is indeed convenient, sparing the trouble of seeking you out. Haha. Uchiha Fuyu sneered at Mito Menyen and Tsunade Shizun. Tsunade Shizun, at around 45 years of age, was still quite youthful in appearance, retaining a semblance of her former charm. If one were to employ a sealing technique, she could revert to her original self. In her youth, Tsunade Shizun had been a great beauty. Observing her, Uchiha Fuyu chuckled coldly. White Zetsu, immediately notify the others. On the battlefield between the land of wind and the land of earth, Uchiha Fuyu single-handedly repelled the three major ninja villages, earning tremendous accolades and saving countless lives of Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Fuyu cast a glance at White Zetsu, his smirk returning. He intended for all of Konoha to be aware of his triumph over the three major ninja villages. This would let everyone recognize the depth of his strength. Furthermore, with the Uchiha clan's relentless promotion, the entire village would sing praises for Uchiha Fuyu's accomplishments. In due time, he would have Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Menyen, and Tsunade Shizun publicly endorse the transfer of the fourth Hokage title to Uchiha Fuyu. Subsequently, he would unveil all their misdeeds, leading to their disgrace, which would not impede his ascent to Hokage. Every element of this grand design lay firmly within Uchiha Fuyu's control. Very well, Lord Fuyu. White Zetsu nodded with a grin. The 3rd of September in the 37th year of Konoha. What is this? Look, it is Lord Fuyu. Who would have imagined that he could single-handedly confront the three major ninja villages? Not only did he defeat them, but they also declared reparations. Truly, Lord Fuyu is astonishingly powerful. No wonder Lady Tsunade chose to marry him. They are a match made in heaven. It is almost unfathomable. In the past, our confrontations with other ninja villages were far from this effortless. Who would have thought that with Lord Fuyu's appearance, the three major ninja villages would be vanquished so easily? Indeed, the strength of Lord Fuyu is remarkable, especially at such a young age, not yet 20, having already become a peerless powerhouse within the ninja world. Have you not heard? I have heard whispers that Lord Fuyu possesses an immensely powerful ability known as Susanoo, capable of summoning giants of hundreds of feet in height. I also heard that this Susanoo is the Uchiha clan's most formidable ocular technique. Alone, Lord Fuyu stormed into the Sand Village's ranks and annihilated all its ninjas with a single blow. How extraordinary. I have also heard that upon summoning Susanoo, the ninjas of the Rock and Cloud villages turned tail and fled, none daring to challenge him. In a flash, Konoha was adorned with wooden plaques emblazoned with the remarkable feats of Uchiha Fuyu. The entire village rejoiced, celebrating their comprehensive victory in this battle. The atmosphere in Konoha was filled with laughter and cheer, their hearts brimming with joy at their triumph over other ninja villages. The outcome proved to be quite favorable. Uchiha Fuyu sneered as he stood atop the Hokage building. During this period, he returned to his clan to wed, taking several lovely brides. Among them, Uchiha Makoto was the most mature and obedient, easily accommodating his wishes, while the others still retained some reservations. However, he knew that in time, they would adjust. The newlywed wives had scarcely settled into their new roles when they became pregnant, for not everyone possesses the prowess of Tsunade, the renowned medical sage, who could prevent pregnancy. They had no such means, hence the rapid succession. Moreover, having fulfilled her wish to marry him, Uchiha Makoto's affection for him soared past 100, granting her a unique reward. Lord Fuyu, unmatched in strength, who can stand in your way? This mere Hokage position is but a trifling matter. Whitesetsa chuckled, offering praise. Tomorrow, we shall depart for the capital of the Land of Fire. We will control the daimyo, and then I shall ascend as the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu sneered, confident that once he secured the daimyo's allegiance and solidified his claim to the Hokage title, his succession would be assured. Very well, Lord Fuyu. Whitesetsu nodded with a grin. Fuyu, have today's matters been resolved? Tsunade inquired, her smile brightening upon his return. Indeed, I have concluded everything. Tomorrow, I will summon the third Hokage and the others to the capital of the Land of Fire, where we will finalize the list for the fourth Hokage, securing my position. Then, I can initiate reforms within Konoha, enhancing the strength of all its citizens to prepare against the impending threat of the Otsutsuki clan. Only by strengthening Konoha can we dominate the entire ninja world, and then proceed with our plans to instill fear in everyone, allowing all ninjas to forge bonds. Only then can true peace be realized throughout the ninja realm. Uchiha Fuyu stepped forward, embracing Tsunade in his arms, and spoke softly. I hope everything goes smoothly. Tsunade nodded, squinting her eyes as she gazed into Uchiha Fuyu's eyes, her expression radiant with light. Haha, rest assured, everything will go exceedingly well. I have already taken control of the third Hokage and the others. They can only serve as our puppets. Once we have them all under our control, Konoha will be our domain. The wrongs they have inflicted upon Konoha will meet their due punishment. When I become the fourth Hokage, I shall reveal their transgressions to the world. As for whether the villagers will choose to forgive them or condemn them, that is a matter of their own fate. Uchiha Fuyu lifted Tsunade and spun her around with a smile, his eyes gleaming with joy. Ah, Fuyu, put me down. You might frighten the baby. Tsunade held in Uchiha Fuyu's embrace, twirled in place, her lips curling into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness. However, fearing for the safety of the baby, she quickly exclaimed, the soup is boiling over. Fuyu, I still have soup simmering on the stove. Upon hearing a commotion, Tsunade turned her head, only to discover that the pot on the stove was bubbling violently, with soup spilling over the sides, causing her to gasp in shock. No worries, there's plenty of soup. Today is a joyous occasion, it matters not. Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily, showing no signs of stopping as he continued to leap with her in his arms. Tsunade felt as if she were soaring to the heavens and then plummeting to the abyss, the sheer ecstasy of the experience illuminating her face with delight. All right. The fire will catch soon. How am I to clean up this mess on the stove? Honestly, you have no idea how tiring household chores can be. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Fuyu, a playful smile on her lips, pouting adorably. Let me handle it. With a gentle smile, Uchiha Fuyu employed the universal pull technique, effortlessly drawing all the dirt and mess into his hands before disposing of it in the toilet. This Rinnegan is indeed quite convenient. Tsunade giggled, realizing the remarkable capabilities of the Rinnegan, a splendid aid in household tasks. Now it's time to eat. Would you like fish today? Uchiha Fuyu asked, his voice light and playful. I'm not particularly fond of fish. It has a strong taste that makes me nauseous, Tsunade replied, her cheeks flushing as she shook her head, recalling past experiences of cooking fish that had gone awry, leaving her with an unpleasant aftertaste. What would you like for dinner then? Uchiha Fuyu inquired gently. How about some abalone and sausages? You love abalone, and I made sure to buy some. I'll just have fewer sausages this time. I bought plenty of large ones. We have enough to last us quite a while. It would be wasteful to let it go to waste, all that meat bursting with flavor. Tsunade smiled at Uchiha Fuyu, surprised by his early return, which left her little time to prepare. All right, I'll help you, she agreed. Soon, the two were in the kitchen, one preparing abalone while the other cooked sausages. When will Shoju return? The war has ended, yet we remain unaware of when he will come home, Tsunade murmured, nestled in Uchiha Fuyu's embrace. He should be back soon. The war is over, but they might be stationed at the border to prevent any surprise attacks. It won't be long before their delegation arrives in Konoha to discuss matters, and then both sides will be able to reach an accord. They should return in a few days. With Orochimaru around, there shouldn't be any mishaps, and besides, my 6 paths would clone will ensure their safety. Over the years, Shoju has trained under Orochimaru and me, and his strength now rivals that of any Kage-level ninja. Although his wood release has just recently fused, its power is considerable. By the way, how has your wood release fusion progressed during this time? Uchiha Fuyu asked, a smile gracing his lips as he toyed with the earth. Shoju has learned much from Orochimaru over the years, and under Uchiha Fuyu's guidance, his abilities have advanced rapidly. With Uchiha Fuyu's assistance, his yang release chakra has reached its peak, becoming the pinnacle of yang release chakra. For years, Uchiha Fuyu has encouraged Shoju to experiment with fusion, and just last month, he successfully fused his wood release, enabling him to utilize wood techniques. However, since he is still unfamiliar with the newly acquired abilities, he cannot wield them to their full potential. Even with the awakening of a bloodline limit, one cannot instantly master its use. Although you possess wood release, a lack of familiarity requires a substantial amount of chakra to execute jutsu, resulting in a waste of energy. The more adept you become with your bloodline limit, the less chakra you will expend and the greater your power will be. Currently, Uchiha Fuyu has not yet taught Shoju the more advanced wood release techniques, having only provided him with a few scrolls. These scrolls, which Uchiha Fuyu procured from the Senju clan, encompass various wood techniques, including wood clone, wood wall, 4 pillars prison, 4 pillars house, and the great forest technique, among others. They are relatively simple techniques. Considering Shoju has just mastered wood release and is not yet ready to learn the more formidable jutsu like the birth of the world tree, learning must be a gradual process, not rushed. Now that wood release has been successfully fused, Shoju is capable of performing the wood clone technique. However, to avoid chakra depletion and fatigue, he has refrained from excessive practice. I will train after the baby is born. There is no need to practice now, as it could be detrimental to the baby. Tsunade nodded, her eyes narrowed in a gentle smile. That is wonderful, since you can now control the wood clone technique. Your mastery of wood release is clearly profound. Afterward, you'll be able to learn the sage arts that come with the sage body, or even study the techniques of the wet bone forest to unleash the true 1,000 hands technique. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, planting a kiss on Tsunade's fair forehead. Surprised by Tsunade's newfound ability to freely perform the wood clone technique, he acknowledged its powerful significance. If, by that time, experts can master the heart techniques of Shiguling or awaken the innate celestial abilities bestowed by their immortal forms, they will undoubtedly unleash the true 1,000 hands. Tsunade's Susanoo could also soon become a reality. Beneath the 6 paths, the true 1,000 hands are invincible. It remains to be seen whether they would prove effective against the formidable beings of the 6 paths. Perhaps, in due course, this can be tested. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly, pondering to himself. He had not anticipated that Tsunade would so swiftly master the wooden puppet technique. If she could wield celestial arts in conjunction with her current Mangekyo Sharingan, the Susanoo could indeed become a possibility. He was uncertain about the efficacy of Susanoo against those of the 6 paths level. as the true Thousand Hands were already unmatched beneath that realm. Yet, could they also serve a similar purpose against those who transcend the six paths? This had yet to be demonstrated by anyone. If he could use Susanoo to suppress opponents of the six paths level, it would certainly be gratifying. I have also been diligently practicing celestial arts. I began my studies when we were together. I can activate them in an instant. But my absorption of natural energy is somewhat slow. I need to enhance my speed further, he remarked. Tsunade nodded, aware of the might of celestial arts after spending years with Uchiha Fuyu. She had begun to explore these techniques herself. After 2 or 3 years of training, she finally mastered celestial arts and could activate them almost instantaneously, though her speed of natural energy absorption still required improvement. Is that so? My dear wife, you are truly remarkable. Have you mastered celestial arts so quickly? Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily upon hearing Tsunade's words. He was pleasantly surprised by her rapid progress in cultivation, completing even the training of celestial arts, though her absorption speed remained relatively slow. Nonetheless, she was capable of utilizing several ninjutsu, and as her mastery grew, her absorption rate would inevitably increase. This was a certainty, and there was little to worry about. However, if she were to engage in battle now, her current amount of celestial chakra would be insufficient against opponents of equal standing. Fortunately, they had ample time to prepare to confront the Otsutsuki clan, as decades lay ahead for their cultivation. Chapter 130. The Fourth Hokage, Uchiha Fuyu. Fuyu is so strong, I can't afford to lag behind. Tsunade mused with delight at Uchiha Fuyu's praise. When one truly falls in love, even the slightest compliment or a mere glance from the beloved can ignite a profound joy within. This is the essence of love. Fuyu, I have yet to see your celestial arts. Have you learned them? Tsunade inquired, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu with sparkling eyes. Indeed, I learned from Kurama. Do not underestimate Kurama. It is a versatile being that possesses not only an immense reservoir of its own chakra, but can also absorb the natural energy of the world. It is curious how the Sage of Six Paths divided the 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts, leaving only Kurama capable of autonomously absorbing natural energy. The other tailed beasts are incapable of such feats. I learned to absorb natural energy and consolidate celestial chakra directly from Kurama. Now, after gathering celestial chakra, I can claim the celestial chakra that Kurama generates for myself, as if I possess an eternal motion machine with an inexhaustible supply of celestial chakra. I could unleash celestial ninjutsu for 10 days and nights without depleting it, Uchiha Fuyu explained with a light chuckle, unaware of the boundless nature of his celestial chakra. He was aware of his rapid absorption of natural energy and the assistance of the 9 tails in transforming it into celestial chakra, creating the illusion of an infinite source. With his already vast chakra pool, he could engage in this practice for an extended duration without facing exhaustion. Presently, he was uncertain of the true magnitude of chakra within him, as he had accumulated half of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. When combined with his own considerable chakra, it likely surpassed even the 10 tails. His chakra, having reached the level of the 6 paths, was already comparable to that of the 10 tails, boasting remarkable recovery capabilities, not to mention the additional chakra from the 9 tails. At this point, his chakra likely exceeded that of the 10 tails by 1.5 times. Even he could not ascertain the full extent of his chakra reserves, but he felt confident that it was more than sufficient compared to the 10 tails. Is it truly that impressive? If I were to unleash a few celestial ninjutsu now, I would likely need to gather more chakra, Tsunade remarked, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu with eyes brimming with pride. How impressive could it be? Uchiha Fuyu teased with a smirk. Well, it must be quite remarkable, Tsunade replied softly, her cheeks flushing. Ha. Then let us see who is even more impressive. Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily. The next day, Uchiha Fuyu, accompanied by White Zetsu and the controlled Mido Uzumaki, Choji Akimichi, and Danzo, set forth towards the Land of Fire. Ultimately, Uchiha Fuyu directly influenced the daimyo of the Land of Fire and became the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon returning to Konoha, Uchiha Fuyu immediately instructed White Zetsu to disseminate the news throughout the entire ninja village, ensuring that every villager in Konoha was informed of his new position as the 4th Hokage. The following day would mark the ceremonial transfer of power. At last, I am to become Hokage, Uchiha Fuyu mused, a smile gracing his lips as he stood atop the Hokage building. As for the ceremonial robes of the 4th Hokage, Uchiha Fuyu had already arranged for the Uchiha clan to prepare them, a testament to his confidence in his own abilities. He could simply don them. And after the transfer ceremony, he would officially assume the role of the fourth Hokage. Lord Fuyu, as per your arrangements, all members of the Umbu have been assembled. A total of 70 individuals, all elite ninja or higher, including 6 elite jonin, White Zetsu reported as he entered the room, closing the door and bowing respectfully to Uchiha Fuyu. Very well. The Umbu of Konoha comprise the elite of the elite. The Umbu is known as a special operations unit for assassination tactics, consisting of 4 teams, each led by a captain, with a minister overseeing their activities. The remaining members usually operate in groups of 4 to execute missions. Their strength is formidable. The root members are even more numerous. These 70 Umbu are directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command and are exceptionally powerful, obeying only the Hokage, regardless of who assumes the role. As long as power is passed to the next Hokage, they will fully comply with the next leader. They are the most unique force within Konoha. As for Root, it comprises a total of 385 members, all personally trained by Danzo. On the surface, there were merely 13 individuals, yet in truth, the numbers were substantial. They have since been resealed, no longer pledging allegiance to Danzo, but instead, to me. Once I gather the remaining members of the Umbu, the transfer of power within Konoha will be nearly complete. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, his gaze imbued with an icy demeanor. After capturing Danzo, he had seized control over him, summoning all the members of his faction back and resetting their seals. From that moment forth, they would entirely pledge their loyalty to Uchiha Fuyu rather than to Danzo. Fuyu had completely altered their wills. Now, possessing the Rinnegan, he could effortlessly reshape their intentions as long as they did not resist. Under Danzo's command, not a single soul dared to oppose him, ultimately swearing fealty to Uchiha Fuyu. Are they all assembled? Yes, splendid. Let us proceed. It is time to make their acquaintance. These individuals are, after all, among Konoha's most elite forces. Uchiha Fuyu smirked coldly, vanishing from sight. The Umbu comprised the finest elites from various clans, and thus held a prestigious position within Konoha. Baiju followed closely, accompanying him into the depths of the Forest of Death. Greetings, Lord 3rd Hokage. Greetings, Lord 4th Hokage. A group of Umbu members knelt before Uchiha Fuyu and Sarutobi Hiruzen, paying their respects. From now on, Fuyu shall be the 4th Hokage. I have transferred all your powers to him. You are no longer my direct Umbu, but his. His commands supersede all, even should he order you to eliminate me. You must comply. This is the will of Fire of Konoha. You are all inheritors of this will, and I trust you shall not disappoint me. Baiju addressed the Umbu with a cold voice. Yes, Lord 3rd Hokage. We acknowledge the 4th Hokage and pledge to obey his every directive. The Umbu members responded fervently, their eyes filled with zeal. Uchiha Fuyu was a singular force who had vanquished the 3 great ninja villages. Admiration for him was universal, and their gazes reflected fervent respect. Indeed, since the inception of Konoha, no one had dared to challenge the 3 great villages single-handedly, not even the first Hokage. Yet now, one had accomplished this feat, Uchiha Fuyu. Within 2 days, he had entered 2 battlefields, repelling Tsunade in the Land of Wind, and subsequently, upon reaching the battlefield of the Land of Earth, he had decimated Kumogakure and Awakens, leaving them in disarray. This inspired immense respect among all Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Fuyu's ascension to the position of 4th Hokage was indeed well-deserved. The citizens of Konoha hailed him with admiration, and the Umbu were no exception. The Umbu was a realm where strength dictated respect. A powerful individual could easily become their idol. The Umbu members, being ninjas of Konoha, were not mere automatons. They possessed their own thoughts. However, their absolute loyalty to the Hokage remained unwavering. Regardless of the order, even if it entailed actions against their own kin, they would fulfill their duties without hesitation. This was the education drilled into them since childhood upon entering the Umbu, a rigorous training and indoctrination process. Now, they had become the direct Umbu under Uchiha Fuyu, their hearts racing with excitement, as they had never before stood guard alongside such a transcendent power. Among them were 2 individuals, the parents of Konohamaru, who had previously served as Sarutobi Hiruzen's right and left hands. They were the de facto leaders of the Umbu, the minister and captain. Although they had been Hiruzen's trusted aides, their loyalty lay solely with the village and the Hokage. These 2 were also under Uchiha Fuyu's special consideration, both being formidable elite jonin of Konoha and members of the Sarutobi clan, formidable in their own right. Recognized as rare powers within the ninja world. Excellent. From now on, you shall accompany me. I expect you to adhere to orders without question. Regardless of the task at hand, Konoha has achieved a comprehensive victory in the Second Great Ninja War. Now, we must prepare for negotiations with the 3 great ninja villages. During this time, we must strictly safeguard Konoha, preventing any suspicious individuals from entering and disrupting our discussions. Once we agree on the reparations, we must escort these delegations out of the village. You are to dispatch 3 teams immediately to ensure the protection of the delegations from the 3 great villages. Is that clear? Uchiha Fuyu nodded, addressing the Umbu with a chilling resolve. Yes, Lord 4th Hokage. The Umbu members bowed deeply in response. Good. Dismissed, Uchiha Fuyu affirmed, gesturing with his hand. In an instant, 70 Umbu members vanished without a trace. Everything fell well within his grasp. With Konoha's Umbu fully reclaimed, it was time to reveal the truth to the public. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly, having consolidated all power within Konoha. He was now ready to unveil the misdeeds of Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. Ah, Lord Fuyu, Konoha is now entirely under your command. After tomorrow's transition ceremony, no one will dare oppose you. Baiju grinned, casting a glance at Uchiha Fuyu. Indeed, Baiju, you have performed admirably this time. Once everything concludes, I shall find you a physical form, allowing you to experience all the abilities of humanity. Uchiha Fuyu replied with a gentle smile, directed at Baiju. Lord Fuyu, do remember to let me experience the sensation of nature's call. I am utterly curious about what it feels like, Baiju expressed with eager anticipation. Of course, Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, bemused by the simplicity of Baiju's desire. Fuyu, congratulations on your imminent succession to the 4th Hokage. You are finally on the verge of fulfilling your dream. In the comfort of their home, Tsunade had prepared a meal and rushed to greet Uchiha Fuyu upon his return. Tsunade, after I assume the role of 4th Hokage tomorrow, I intend to bring the 3rd Hokage and Danzo's misdeeds to light. At that moment, many in Konoha will likely harbor disdain for them. As for how to address this matter, we must deliberate carefully, considering they were once the leaders of Konoha. Uchiha Fuyu spoke softly, embracing Tsunade and kissing her forehead. From now on, whatever you wish to do as the 4th Hokage, I shall support you. Moreover, all the members of the Senju clan will stand behind you. The Uchiha clan shall do the same. Although our clan may have diminished in combat prowess, we still hold considerable influence within Konoha. Just remember, I shall always be the woman standing resolutely behind you, unwavering in the face of any danger. Tsunade lifted her head to gaze at Uchiha Fuyu, her eyes sparkling with affection as she smiled sweetly. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, then lowered his head to gently kiss her luscious red lips. Chapter 132. Shashu returns home. I saw nothing, brother-in-law. Sister, I'm back. At that moment, Shashu's voice echoed as he opened the door, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade in such a passionate embrace. He quickly shut the door, stammering, I didn't see anything. You two carry on. Turning away to avoid the awkwardness of witnessing his sister kissing Uchiha Fuyu, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu parted their lips and turned to face the door, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shashu returned quite early, didn't he? Uchiha Fuyu remarked with a playful grin, noticing Tsunade's shy demeanor. Yes, let us eat. Let Shashu in, Tsunade suggested, relieved that their moment hadn't progressed further, or it would have been utterly mortifying. Next time, we should really go to a room, she whispered to Uchiha Fuyu. Realizing she hadn't expected Shashu to interrupt them at such a pivotal moment, they would have to be more cautious in the future. What if he catches us again? Next time, I'll send a wooden clone to keep watch outside. It'll be fine. Haha. Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily at the thought. How annoying. I'm not talking to you. Tsunade huffed, her face still crimson, as she stomped off to serve food for Uchiha Fuyu and the others. With his presence, their meals had transitioned to Chinese cuisine, which she found delicious and wonderfully varied. The food they had consumed prior was incomparable. Uchiha Fuyu suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Shashu. Phew, I'm glad I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have faced a beating from my brother-in-law, Shashu muttered, panting heavily as he distanced himself, unable to suppress his nervousness. Stop running. What is there to be afraid of? I wouldn't really hit you. Come on, let us go back to eat. Uchiha Fuyu said gently, a smile gracing his face. Sister, brother-in-law, how do you appear out of nowhere? You scared me, Shashu exclaimed, startled at Uchiha Fuyu's sudden appearance. Stepping back a couple of paces, his pupils dilating. Calm down. What is there to be afraid of? I isn't at you who dashed off too hastily? I had no choice but to use some tricks to catch up with you. Why are you back so early today? Did Orochimaru return with you? Uchiha Fuyu inquired. Unable to suppress a chuckle, fully aware that Shashu had been following Orochimaru on the battlefield in the land of Earth. If Shashu was back, it likely meant Orochimaru had returned as well. Everything on the battlefield in the land of Earth has been resolved. The Cloud and Rock villages have sent delegations, which are currently on their way, passing through our Konoha camp. Orochimaru asked me to escort the Rock Village delegation back to Konoha, so here I am. Shashu explained with a grin. So, Orochimaru hasn't he returned yet? Uchiha Fuyu nodded, acknowledging the necessity of protecting the delegations from the Rock and Cloud villages. If anything were to happen to their delegation while in the Land of Fire, Konoha would undoubtedly bear the blame. He had control over the 3rd Raikage, 3rd Tsuchikage, and 3rd Kazekage, but any misfortunes befell the delegation could incite retaliation from other ninja factions, a scenario he wished to avoid. Orochimaru was indeed preparing to return, having completed all his tasks and tidied up the aftermath. Generally, the border was no longer problematic, and he was on his way back. Shashu had merely returned a day earlier than him. All right, since that is the case, let us head back to eat. Your sister is waiting for you at home, Uchiha Fuyu suggested, and with a nod, they both vanished from the spot. Sister, Shashu called out to Tsunade, his face beaming with joy. Welcome back. Let us eat. Tsunade approached, her belly round with anticipation, affectionately ruffling Shashu's hair, her eyes filled with warmth. Yes. After traveling all day, I'm starving. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm going to dig in. Shashu declared excitedly, sitting down and grabbing his chopsticks, quickly devouring a piece of cola chicken wing, juice dripping down his chin. Slow down. There's no one here to compete with you, Tsunade admonished gently, her eyes glimmering with maternal love. Though Shashu was Tsunade's younger brother, she had raised him single-handedly, embodying both sister and mother. As she was about to become a mother herself, seeing her brother filled her with a profound sense of love. Wow, sister. Your cooking skills have improved tremendously. It's delicious. After being away for so long, I missed your cooking so much, Shashu said with a big grin. Being on the battlefield, he had longed for Tsunade's delightful dishes, as he found the food they ate outside to be utterly unpalatable compared to what Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu prepared. Eat as much as you want. Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade chimed in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Yes. Shashu beamed, relishing the happiness of this life. Ever since Uchiha Fuyu had arrived, he had seen his sister smile daily, which filled his heart with joy. Chapter 133. The 4th Hokage is actually my brother-in-law. Moreover, over the years, with Uchiha Fuyu's guidance, Shashu had awakened the wood release technique. With further practice, he could become as formidable as his grandfather. He eagerly anticipated what kind of person he would eventually become. By the way, brother-in-law, I think I saw an announcement in the village saying you are going to become the 4th Hokage tomorrow. Is that true? I initially thought that Orochimaru would surely be the one to take that position. I never imagined that it would be you, Shashu inquired, astonished at the thought of his brother-in-law becoming the 4th Hokage, a feat that seemed almost unimaginable. During this period, Rope Tree has grown significantly and has come to understand various matters. He is well aware that previously, the entire village held disdain for the Uchiha clan. If one were to suggest that the Uchiha clan could ascend to the position of the 4th Hokage, it is likely that a considerable portion of the village would have dismissed such a notion. Yet, this has now become a reality. Uchiha Fuyu has indeed become the 4th Hokage, a fact that had never crossed Rope Tree's mind. He had always believed that the role would inevitably go to Orochimaru. However, with his brother-in-law now assuming the mantle of the 4th Hokage, what is there to be astonished about? Is there a lack of confidence in your brother-in-law? He is a formidable powerhouse, comparable to your grandfather. Hey, I'm just curious. Rope Tree chuckled sheepishly. Yes, tomorrow marks the day of the 4th Hokage's succession. It has already been confirmed by the daimyo. From now on, I will be the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu nodded with a smile. Your brother-in-law is indeed impressive. However, I will undoubtedly become the 5th Hokage. With my brother-in-law as the 4th, it is certain that I will ascend to the role of 5th Hokage once he retires. Rope Tree replied, beaming with enthusiasm. To his surprise, this was indeed true. He had merely caught a glimpse of it by the roadside, uncertain of its authenticity. Yet, hearing Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu affirm it made it clear that it was a fact. He could hardly believe that his brother-in-law had become the 4th Hokage, and he resolved to become the 5th Hokage. All right, let us eat properly. I want to see what progress you've made during this time, Uchiha Fuyu said, casting a smile at Rope Tree. He had been on the battlefield lately and was eager to witness Rope Tree's growth. Sure, I have learned many wood release techniques. My strength has increased significantly. After my brother-in-law helped enhance my chakra, its volume has multiplied tremendously, and I can hardly fathom its magnitude. Moreover, when I am injured, I can recover almost instantaneously, just like my grandfather. I have heard that he, too, would heal immediately after sustaining injuries. I will undoubtedly become a powerful figure like him, protecting Konoha, my sister, my brother-in-law, and Orochimaru. One day, I shall become the mightiest man in the entire ninja world, Rope Tree exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he looked at Tsunade and Uchiha Fuyu. After Uchiha Fuyu's enhancement of his yang release chakra, Rope Tree's chakra had surged exponentially, rivaling that of his grandfather, Hashirama Senju. He firmly believed that he would one day become the strongest man in the ninja world, at which point he would protect his sister, brother-in-law, and Orochimaru rather than the other way around. Although Orochimaru had always been his mentor, Rope Tree regarded him as an older brother, treating him as family. This bond is why he addressed Orochimaru as Orochimaru instead of teacher. Orochimaru, in turn, preferred this term, finding it more endearing. Rope Tree represents Orochimaru's last vestige of tenderness, and he is determined to protect Rope Tree from any harm. Having lost much, Orochimaru now aims to safeguard his only remaining kin, Rope Tree. While Jiraiya and Tsunade are his good comrades, none can compare to Rope Tree, who serves as the anchor for his soul. Each time he hears Rope Tree call him Orochimaru, an ineffable warmth flickers in his otherwise cold eyes. Such ambition. The young scion of the Senju clan should embody such aspirations. I believe in you, Uchiha Fuyu continuously encouraged Rope Tree, confident in his potential to become a powerhouse akin to Hashirama Senju. With time, as Rope Tree matures, he will reach Hashirama's level. Now equipped with the ultimate yang release chakra, Rope Tree's power is on par with Hashirama's. Hashirama's strength stems from the ultimate yang release chakra, a power only Ashura could possess. Others cannot achieve its pinnacle. Uchiha Fuyu's enhancement of Tsunade and Rope Tree's yang release has granted them the essence of true Ashura. With time and experience, as Rope Tree becomes adept in wood release, he will grow increasingly formidable. Once he masters Sage Art, he will unlock the pinnacle transformation, rendering them virtually invincible in the ninja world. Even if Uchiha Madara were to resurrect, he would pose no challenge to Rope Tree unless he activated the Rinnegan. Currently, Rope Tree is still youthful and requires several more years to truly mature into a peerless warrior like his grandfather. Rope Tree felt elated to earn his brother-in-law's recognition as he devoured his meal eagerly. Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 134, Wood Release versus Water Release. Fuyu. Rope Tree's chakra is expanding immensely. In a few years, it may rival my own, Tsunade mused, reclining in Uchiha Fuyu's embrace. Observing the battle between Uchiha Fuyu's wooden clone and Rope Tree, a smile gracing her lips. Yes, as he ages, his chakra will only grow stronger. It is certain that he will become a super powerhouse like your grandfather, Uchiha Fuyu replied, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. He has already mastered numerous wood release techniques and is nearing the mastery of the wooden clone technique. One day, your grandfather's wood release will flourish in his hands. Why can't I be the one to elevate wood release? Tsunade pouted, glancing at Uchiha Fuyu. Because you will soon awaken the Rinnegan, after which the power of wood release will diminish. Wood release is primarily a large-scale destructive force. In our impending confrontations with the Otsutsuki clan, we will be dealing with individuals rather than large groups. Thus, the combat capability of wood release may be too sluggish. Many members of the Otsutsuki clan possess space-time ninjutsu. Even utilizing the pinnacle transformation may not guarantee success. The release of such power is not simple. It requires a substantial amount of chakra, and if the enemy is not struck, it becomes futile. Therefore, when facing the Otsutsuki clan, we must conserve chakra and avoid overusing techniques that deplete our reserves. Uchiha Fuyu gently pinched Tsunade's nose, speaking softly. It would be better if the Otsutsuki clan arrives later, Tsunade nodded, sharing Uchiha Fuyu's concerns. Indeed, the longer we delay, the greater our chances of victory, Uchiha Fuyu said with a smile, fully aware that his current strength was more than sufficient to confront the forthcoming members of the Otsutsuki clan in the ninja world. However, he would not directly convey to Tsunade that the few members of the Otsutsuki clan who had arrived in the shinobi world were not particularly formidable. It was imperative for him to instill in Tsunade the belief that the Otsutsuki clan was immensely powerful, while simultaneously encouraging her to enhance her own strength. Do not fret. Regardless of the outcome, I will always stand by your side, Tsunade gently articulated, wrapping her arms around Uchiha Fuyu's waist. Uchiha Fuyu lowered his gaze to Tsunade, his eyes brimming with affection. In just a few days, you will be giving birth. During this time, refrain from wandering about, he softly advised, caressing her head. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 10 months had passed since Tsunade's pregnancy began, and he was eagerly anticipating whether they would welcome a son or a daughter. Of course, I know what I'm doing. I'm a doctor, after all. Do you wish for a son or a daughter? Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued regarding Uchiha Fuyu's preference. It matters not. Both are the fruits of our love. However, I believe a daughter would be more delightful. A son would undoubtedly be a little rascal. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly, gazing at Tsunade with warmth. In a world where patriarchal norms prevailed, female ninjas were a rare sight, with the majority being male, and women generally held a lower status within the shinobi realm. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Fuyu, remaining silent as she nestled in his embrace, her eyes closed, a smile gracing her lips. Hearing his words filled her heart with joy. Many families hoped for a son, yet Uchiha Fuyu did not seem to mind the gender of their child. Fire style, great fireball technique, Uchiha Fuyu declared, standing firm as he merely moved his lips, summoning countless massive fireballs, each several meters in diameter, raining down upon Shoju. Are you certain this is the great fireball technique, brother-in-law? This appears even more formidable than an A-rank ninjutsu, Shoju exclaimed, alarmed, as he clasped his hands together, conjuring enormous earthen walls adorned with four serpentine heads. With a resounding crash, the smoke dissipated to reveal Shoju panting heavily. Are you emulating Kakashi? Uchiha Fuyu remarked with a bemused smile, observing the earth walls before him. Wood style, birth of the world tree. Shoju roared, channeling chakra that erupted from his body, transforming the surrounding area into a sprawling forest, leaving only the space occupied by Uchiha Fuyu and Tsunade untouched. This lad possesses commendable control over wood style, Uchiha Fuyu acknowledged, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Indeed. Shoju deliberately avoided our vicinity, Tsunade noted, her eyes sparkling with delight. The stronger her brother became, the happier she felt. Water style, violent water wave. Uchiha Fuyu's wooden clone smirked, kicking off the ground as torrents of water surged forth, enveloping him in a deluge that spread across the landscape, forming a lake that countered Shoju's wood-style assault. Swish, swish, swish. Countless vines lunged toward Uchiha Fuyu, their ferocity palpable. Water style, thousand water dragons. A cacophony of dragon roars erupted as countless water dragons soared into the sky, relentlessly crashing into the wooden vines, continuously regenerating even after being destroyed. How is it possible for water style to be utilized in such a manner? This is the first time I have witnessed such formidable water style techniques, Shoju mused, astonished that water style could mimic wood style. Do not lose focus during battle, Shoju. Uchiha Fuyu's wooden clone appeared beside him, wearing a slight smile. With a sudden thrust, Shoju found himself pierced by a kunai, releasing an odd sound. Chapter 135, Summoning Technique, One-Eyed Kenya. Brother-in-law, you've taken the bait. Shoju smirked, transforming into a block of wood that subsequently morphed into countless wooden thorns, ensnaring Uchiha Fuyu's clone entirely. With a crash, the clone was revealed to be merely a water clone. Excellent work. You have thoroughly analyzed the nature of wood style, Uchiha Fuyu remarked as he surfaced from the water, glancing at Shoju, who stood not far away, chuckling lightly. Your speed is indeed impressive. When did you release your water clone? Shoju questioned, his brow furrowing as he summoned 6 wooden clones to remain vigilant against Uchiha Fuyu. I released it while casting ninjutsu, Uchiha Fuyu replied. I warned you not to be distracted. Wood style, binding technique. Shoju exclaimed, realizing too late that Uchiha Fuyu's water clone had suddenly emerged from the depths, dragging him and his wooden clones beneath the waves. This technique is from your second grandfather's water style, wave strike, Uchiha Fuyu stated. standing atop the water and observing the chaos unfolding between their water and wood techniques with a smile. Your water style can manipulate the water. But within this domain of my wood style, my techniques can also thrive. Do your water dragons surpass my wood techniques? Shoju attempted to control his wood style, obliterating Uchiha Fuyu's water clone, bringing himself to the surface. Uchiha Fuyu's clone, however, found itself ensnared by wood style, causing him to pause momentarily. Suddenly, a leaf drifted behind Shoju. I did not expect you to possess such skill. However, appearances can be deceiving. Have you truly grasped the essence? Uchiha Fuyu smirked, transforming into a puddle of water, vanishing from sight. Another water clone? Darn it. My brother-in-law is too cunning. Where is his true form? Shoju pondered, feeling a sense of helplessness each time he faced Uchiha Fuyu. Not good. Body replacement technique. Shoju exclaimed, sensing a powerful aura and swiftly executing the technique to evade. Here I am. As the smoke cleared, the leaves around him transformed into Uchiha Fuyu's figure, lightning crackling in his right hand as he lunged forward. With a splintering sound, the wooden structure shattered. That was close. How is my brother-in-law's transformation technique so impressive? There are no discernible flaws, Shoju thought, his heart racing as he struggled to catch his breath, astonished by Uchiha Fuyu's flawless transformation. Your reflexes are commendable. Your training on the battlefield has certainly paid off, instilling in you a strong sense of crisis, Uchiha Fuyu observed, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Shoju from a distance. Had I been a moment too late, you would have been slain. You have grown formidable. This wooden clone of mine is no ordinary clone. Should you manage to defeat this clone, there would be no shadow-level stronghold in the entire shinobi world capable of besting you. Best of luck. I have yet to utilize my Sharingan, so remain vigilant. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled lightly, for his wooden clone possessed strength surpassing even that of a shadow. And without employing the Sharingan or other abilities, he relied solely on the fundamental 5 elemental techniques, rendering him unmatched by any shadow-level warrior. The strength of Shengshu has already reached the level of shadow, and with his mastery of wood release, his role in the battle is undeniably significant. Few can withstand his wood release. In a clash of armies, a single technique from him could lead to the downfall of his opponents. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, one must hone their combat skills. Sheer power in ninjutsu does not guarantee victory. This time, I shall defeat my brother-in-law. Summoning jutsu, Shinya, Shengshu roared, biting into his right fingertip and forcefully slamming it onto the ground. Suddenly, a colossal Shinya serpent materialized on the battlefield. Observing Uchiha Fuyu before him, Shengshu crossed his arms and stood atop the serpent's head. Little brat, did you summon me? Who gave you the audacity to do so? Do you think you can command me? Believe me, I could devour you. Upon appearing, Shinya, bewildered at being summoned, bellowed angrily at Shengshu standing on his head. Filthy serpent. Do not be so arrogant. Do you dare threaten me? Shengshu's expression turned grave. This was his first time summoning Shinya. He understood that Shinya was a notoriously irritable giant serpent, even more powerful than Manda. Orochimaru had informed him of Shinya's volatile temperament and immense strength. In its presence, Manda was not even worthy of approach. Moreover, Shinya possessed sage techniques that could petrify anyone it sprayed with its venom, making it exceedingly formidable. Yet, it harbored a deep disdain for humans and had never trusted them, which was why Orochimaru had never summoned it. This time, however, Shengshu sought to discover whether Shinya truly was as powerful as rumored. Vile humans, do not come near me. Shinya roared, swinging its tail toward Shengshu. Wood release, binding. Shengshu's brow furrowed as countless wooden vines shot into the sky, ensnaring Shinya's tail. Damn it, you pest. I will end you. Shinya howled, suddenly raising its head and charging toward a tree. Not good. Shengshu's heart raced. Was there truly a snake that would self-harm? It aimed to end its own life by colliding with a tree, prompting him to leap from its head. Crash. Shinya's head struck the massive tree, uprooting it entirely. Shengshu, it seems you cannot even control your summoning beast. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled lightly at the sight. Brother-in-law, do not gloat. This is my first time summoning Shinya. I heard it was powerful, but I did not expect it to be this unruly. Shengshu trembled slightly, offering an awkward smile. Orochimaru had warned him of Shinya's fierce temperament, yet he had not anticipated it would be this uncontrollable. He had believed summoning Shinya would be advantageous and that he could tame it. Chapter 136. The irritable red serpent. Little did he know that it was indeed as temperamental as described. Binding its tail with wood release only provoked it further, leading it to attempt to smash its own head against a tree. It showed no regard for its own well-being. What if it injured itself or became incapacitated? Yet it charged forward without a hint of concern, aiming for the towering tree that Shanxu had summoned, not just any tree from the forest. Fortunately, he had not summoned it on the battlefield. Otherwise, it would not only have been an embarrassment, but could have led to significant casualties among allies. I have heard of this serpent. It harbors resentment towards humans after being blinded by its former master. When you summoned it, its temperament flared up. You clearly do not understand this creature. Summoning it without knowledge could leave you facing two enemies if I were your foe, Uchiha Fuyu remarked with a light laugh, observing Shanxu. Thankfully, he was not an enemy. Had he been, Shanxu would have likely found himself combating two formidable foes. Vile humans, none are trustworthy, Shinya roared, sensing its chakra rapidly depleting, even its sage chakra, and was astonished. Blinded by my master? So that is the case. Shanxu paused, gazing at the serpent's lifted head and nodding in understanding. Shinya, I do not wish to argue with you. From now on, you shall be my summoning beast, and I shall not treat you as your previous master did. He met Shinya's gaze with determination, raising his voice. Humans are inherently untrustworthy. You shall perish. With a swift motion, Shinya opened its massive jaws and spewed forth a torrent of venom. Allow me to demonstrate my resolve. Shanxu stood his ground, refusing to evade. Uchiha Fuyu's brow furrowed, surprised that Shanxu did not flinch. He contemplated intervening, but ultimately restrained himself. The petrifying ability of Shinya could be countered by absorbing sage chakra, so he dismissed the concern. Unexpected, Shinya thought, taken aback that Shanxu did not dodge, allowing its venom to envelop him. Instantly, Shanxu was petrified, frozen in place. Buzz. Shinya, incredulous, opened its long-sealed right eye. Drip. At that moment, Shanxu entered Shinya's consciousness space, witnessing the serpent's past betrayal by its friends, finally grasping its anger. Perhaps you have misunderstood. I sense your former master controlled you through illusion. If he betrayed you, why did he not kill you? When you lost consciousness, no ninja attacked. He had no reason to slay you. When the fortress fell, he ordered your retreat while you remained to fend off the enemy. If he wished to kill you, he could have simply left. Alone, you would have met your demise anyway. Thus, I believe he must have been under some form of control. From now on, I shall protect you. You must have felt the power of my wood release. If I unleashed it, you would stand no chance against me. Yet I did not strike, allowing you to land a blow upon me, did I not? Shanxu reasoned, shaking his head as he gazed at Shinya. Impossible. He sought my demise. Humans, cease your explanations. You wish to exploit me, do you not? You face a formidable enemy, and since you cannot defeat him, you seek to use me. Shinya retorted angrily, glaring at Shanxu. He is not my enemy. He is my brother-in-law. We are training together, but his strength is immense. I require your assistance. What I seek is not merely a weapon, but a friend, a comrade, a brother. So let us stand together in battle. Shanxu implored sincerely, gazing into Shinya's eyes. Shinya's brow furrowed as it contemplated Shanxu's words. Its distrust of humans stemmed from the betrayal of its former master, and the loss of its right eye had only intensified its rage. Yet, as it listened to Shanxu, it began to reconsider. If he truly wished to end his own life, why did he emerge unscathed in the end? Logically, if he intended to take his own life, he would have surely succumbed after collapsing. The fact that he remained unharmed suggests he might have fallen victim to an illusion. If he genuinely wanted to die, why not simply flee for his life? Why would he choose to face the entire ninja army alone while allowing himself to escape? Upon hearing Rope Tree's words, Shinya found himself momentarily unsure of the truth. If this were indeed the case, had he misunderstood him? Surely, you too must harbor doubts in your heart, after all. If he could have fled, why would he choose to blind you? Such an action only served to lead to the utter downfall of his stronghold. The sole explanation for this conundrum is that he was under some form of control, or perhaps he sought to save you. He did not wish to abandon you, but rather to incapacitate you so that they would not harm you. After all, at that moment, you disregarded his advice and charged into battle against the ninja army. Despite his attempts to let you go, this may not have been in his best interest. Perhaps he intended for you to escape, but when you refused, the only outcome was your injury and fainting, preventing you from perishing in combat. Naturally, I lean towards the belief that he was indeed ensnared by an illusion. If you and I were to forge a complete pact, allowing you to become my summoning beast, We could strive together against formidable foes. What do you think? This time, I approached it with a sense of experimentation, and to my surprise, I truly summoned you. However, since you do not acknowledge me, I wish to fully collaborate with you and become friends, so that we may fight side by side in the future. Rope Tree gazed at Shinya with a smile that radiated warmth and sunshine. Chapter 137. Rope Tree accepts Shinya. The technique of the wooden man emerges you. My friend, truly lack shame. Nevertheless, your words have piqued my curiosity. To clarify this matter, I am willing to agree to your proposal. Should you betray me in the future, I will certainly devour you. Shinya looked at Rope Tree and replied coldly. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from Rope Tree. Furthermore, his words and deeds stirred doubt within him. Had he misjudged him all those years ago? He could not unravel this mystery, and now he could only seek answers from Rope Tree. He wanted to discern if the Rope Tree before him was akin to the one from his past. A deal is struck. Rope Tree turned to Shinya and chuckled, extending his right hand in a fist. What does this mean? Shinya was puzzled, unsure of the significance behind Rope Tree's gesture. Extend your fist towards mine, and you shall understand my intentions. Rope Tree smiled at Shinya. Humph. Shinya scoffed, his eyes reflecting disdain, yet he still leaned forward to meet the gesture. Fuyu. Rope Tree, is everything all right? Why have you turned to stone? Tsunade's heart raced with anxiety upon witnessing Rope Tree's petrification. Do not worry. Have you sensed anything? Uchiha Fuyu embraced Tsunade gently, speaking softly. What? Tsunade shook her head, her worry intensifying as she saw Rope Tree turn to stone. The perfect sage body within him had awakened under these fortuitous circumstances. The perfect sage technique was on the verge of emergence. Rope Tree absorbed the sage chakra from the petrifying force, triggering a resonance with his sage body. Once he absorbed all the sage chakra, his strength would amplify significantly. At that point, he would rival a Kaga-level ninja, facing few challengers in the ninja world. Uchiha Fuyu gently patted Tsunade's smooth back, offering comfort. What? The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, activate. Tsunade paused in shock before activating her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, intently observing Rope Tree, her mouth slightly agape. Is it truly happening? The sage technique of the perfect sage body has awakened? Those markings? Tsunade activated her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, confirming that markings were indeed appearing on Rope Tree's body, signifying the awakening of sage techniques. She had not anticipated that Rope Tree would turn misfortune into fortune, awakening the sage techniques inherent to the perfect sage body. Indeed, Rope Tree had benefited from adversity, unlocking the sage techniques that came with the perfect sage body. Such techniques are the most formidable of all. They belong to a unique ability intrinsic to the perfect sage body. When the Sage of Six Paths possessed the Ten Tails chakra, all of it was condensed natural energy. The Ten Tails can be said to have no specific attributes while embodying all of them. Its natural energy is immense. Thus, the Sage of Six Paths bore two children, one of whom, Ashura, inherited the sage body, endowed with the ability to absorb natural energy and form sage techniques, although it requires time to awaken. Indra inherited the sage eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, both abilities being extraordinarily powerful. The sage body is not merely characterized by abundant chakra. It possesses a unique chakra known as sage chakra, allowing them to freely absorb natural energy from the environment and transform it into special sage chakra. Now, with Rope Tree having absorbed this sage chakra after being petrified, he awakened his perfect sage body and thus fully realized his potential. His power, consequently, surged. Once he becomes familiar with it, he should possess strength rivaling that of a Kage. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, explaining, indeed, the stronger Rope Tree becomes, the better it is for us. Just now, it was truly alarming. Tsunade nodded, relieved. Even if he truly has changed, he can recover. There's no need for concern. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled softly. Yes, yes. Tsunade nodded, her kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixed intently on the battlefield. At that moment, Rope Tree let out a furious roar, and a visage of Senju Hashirama's sage face suddenly appeared on his own. His eyes opened, and a smile graced his lips. So this is sage technique? I never expected to awaken a sage technique akin to my grandfather's. What a tremendous power. I feel my strength has multiplied several times over. An unending flow of natural energy surges into my body, automatically transforming into sage chakra. A torrent of power manifests as I instantaneously master the wooden man technique that I had yet to fully control. Haha. Rope Tree laughed joyously, his eyes brimming with excitement. Congratulations, Rope Tree. Your strength has indeed grown considerably. However, defeating me will not be an easy feat. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Rope Tree. At present, Rope Tree possesses immense power, not only having a perfect sage body but also mastering the wood release and awakening sage techniques, making his strength comparable to any Kage. However, this strength has come too swiftly for him to fully digest. Moreover, Rope Tree is still quite young, lacking experience in battle, and has not spent enough time learning wood release techniques. Thus, he cannot fully harness the power of both wood release and sage techniques, which inevitably diminishes his overall strength. If we were to categorize his power into tiers, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak, his current strength might only be at the early to mid-stage of Kage level. To reach the level of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha from back in the day, he would likely require 3 to 5 more years. Hashirama is the pinnacle of Kage level, while Madara, without the Nine Tails, is at a high Kage level. With the Nine Tails enhancement, he could also reach the pinnacle of Kage level. Brother-in-law, do not underestimate me. This time, I am certain I will win. Wood release, wooden man technique. The corners of Shinshu's mouth curled upward, his eyes brimming with mirth, and his hands pressed together in prayer. Suddenly, a colossal wooden figure towering several dozen feet appeared on the battlefield, with Shinshu standing proudly atop its head, exuding an aura of grandeur. His spiky hair danced in the wind, and a resolute glint flickered in his gaze. Tsunade, upon witnessing Shinshu in this form, felt as though he had transformed into the legendary Hashirama Senju, and tears welled in her eyes. Seeing Shinshu was akin to seeing her grandfather, stirring deep emotions within her heart. Grandfather, rest assured, we shall protect Konoha and even the entire shinobi world. We have tirelessly pursued your legacy, and now we have caught up to you. Yet, the shinobi world stands on the brink of great calamity. We must grow stronger. As long as we stand, the shinobi world shall remain safe. Shinshu has indeed grown stronger. Grandfather, do you see? Tsunade's tears fell, landing upon Uchiha Fuyu's hands. Uchiha Fuyu paused momentarily, glancing down at Tsunade's tear-filled eyes. He tightened his embrace without uttering a word. Indeed, it is remarkable. You have already mastered the wooden golem technique. In the entire shinobi world, there is no one else who can rival you. However, do not presume yourself invincible. Let me show you the true power of your brother-in-law. The complete form of Susanoo manifested. Uchiha Fuyu's wooden clone nodded, gazing at Shinshu with a look of satisfaction as his eyes began to spin. The crimson light flashing as he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. His younger brother-in-law's abilities were commendable. Awakening sage techniques and immediately unleashing such power was no small feat. Furthermore, the wooden golem technique he wielded was a formidable force, second only to the legendary Buddha of the summit. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan of my brother-in-law? When he saw Fuyu soaring back to the camp from a distance, Tsunade regretted not being present to witness the Sharingan's magnificence. Yet, that overwhelming presence, akin to a mountain, was beyond her current reach. She never anticipated that even a wooden clone could exude such a formidable aura. Shinshu furrowed his brow. Previously, while on a mission, he had not witnessed Uchiha Fuyu's complete Susanoo. This marked his first encounter with Fuyu's Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom! Upon activating Susanoo, a version even taller than the wooden figure appeared, enveloped in a mysterious purple hue. The first form of Susanoo resembled merely a skeletal frame, akin to the one Sasuke had used. The second form was a half-body skeleton. The third form, a semi-Susanoo, concealed its bones externally while displaying them internally, capable of manifesting weapons, a form frequently utilized by Itachi Uchiha. The fourth form featured legs, allowing it to walk independently and wield immense power, often referred to as the complete Susanoo. The fifth form, the perfect Susanoo, sported wings and full armor, exuding incredible strength. These 5 forms are generally acknowledged, yet to attain greater power, one must either absorb the strength of the 9-tailed beasts or undergo a transformation. This time, Uchiha Fuyu simply employed the complete Susanoo, towering over the wooden figure before him. What? Is this truly Susanoo? Such overwhelming pressure, even more potent than my wooden golem technique. This is what is referred to as Susanoo, akin to a mountain? What being can withstand such pressure? Shinshu gazed at Uchiha Fuyu's complete Susanoo, his heart racing in astonishment. Shinshu, are you prepared for the battle ahead? Uchiha Fuyu, wielding 4 katana, addressed Shinshu with a smirk. Brother-in-law, I do not possess ninjutsu. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Attack. Shinshu roared, as a wooden dragon entwined itself around him, surging towards Uchiha Fuyu with great speed. The wooden figure thundered across the ground, shaking the earth and instilling awe. Very well. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled, charging forward, raising his twin swords to strike at the wooden figure. Roar. The wooden dragon lunged at Uchiha Fuyu, attempting to bite him. Boom. The resounding clash echoed across the land, creating shockwaves that resonated for miles, leaving a massive crater in its wake. But that was not the end. Shinshu bellowed, unleashing twin fists from the wooden golem towards Uchiha Fuyu's Susanoo. Fuyu's other two hands swiftly grasped Shinshu's fists, capturing the wooden dragon beneath his arm. What? Boom. Shinshu was taken aback, feeling the world spin as the wooden figure was flung several hundred meters away, crashing against a small hill before coming to a halt. Shinshu, relying solely on your current wooden golem technique, you cannot defeat me, Uchiha Fuyu remarked, shaking his head with a smile. Is that so? Wood release, secret technique, flower tree world birth. This is a powerful ninjutsu I learned, inheriting my grandfather's will. This time I must win. A determined glint sparkled in Shinshu's eyes as he gazed at Uchiha Fuyu, shouting fiercely. Boom. The earth trembled as countless massive vines erupted, encircling Uchiha Fuyu. Oh, you have even mastered the flower tree world birth technique? Impressive. If it were only Uchiha Madara, he would surely fall victim to it. However, this is sufficient. Few possess space ninjutsu. If one lacks such skills, they might indeed be ensnared by your trap. But have you forgotten the water beneath my feet? Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly, observing the towering trees that surged towards him without a hint of concern. Countless water columns erupted, coalescing around Uchiha Fuyu, enveloping him as if he were bathed in water, severing all breath and propelling him forward with great speed, while the four katana in his hands swiftly cleaved through the surrounding wooden techniques. If the numbers were overwhelming, the water release would burst forth, slicing through the wood. Not done yet. Wood release, twin dragon technique. Shinshu recognized Uchiha Fuyu's intent to escape, clasping his hands together and roaring. Roar. Two wooden dragons surged forth, seeking to drive Uchiha Fuyu back and prevent him from escaping the range of the wooden techniques. Chapter 139. The powerful Shinshu indeed. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, launching the two katana from his hands, transforming them into flying blades. Boom. The flying blades collided with the wooden dragons, resulting in a violent explosion. Swish. Numerous robust wooden vines lashed out at Uchiha Fuyu, with the water columns failing to keep pace. Boom. Ultimately, Uchiha Fuyu was struck, as the vast range of the wooden techniques rendered escape impractical. Unless he utilized space ninjutsu or activated the complete Susanoo, it was futile. Previously, Uchiha Madara had only thwarted the effects of the flower pollen by activating his complete Susanoo. You are quite impressive. However, I am merely a wooden clone, unafraid of flower pollen. Boom. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head. After being attacked, his Susanoo remained unscathed. He rose to his feet, clearing away the surrounding wooden vines, and charged towards Shoju. Just then, Shinya burst forth from the water, unleashing a spray of serpent venom. Uchiha Fuyu furrowed his brow, turning away as the venom narrowly missed him. Had he been struck, his Susanoo might have been petrified. An impressive ability indeed, but your speed is too slow. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head and stomped down on Shinya's vital point. Shinya roared in pain. Curse you. Take my punch. Shoju yelled, commanding the wooden figure to charge at Uchiha Fuyu. To save your friend? Very well. Let me witness your full strength. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, a smirk forming on his lips as he conjured two more katanas, hurling a total of 4 towards Shoju. Boom. The explosive sound reverberated through the air, while Shinya transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. Had he remained, he would have been obliterated by the attack. After battling for 3 consecutive hours, the sky darkened, casting a gloomy twilight. Panting heavily, Shoju gazed at Uchiha Fuyu with a serious expression, his breath coming in gasps. The depletion of chakra was substantial after wielding the powers of wood release and sage techniques for so long. You are still young. Your body cannot endure such intense combat. With a few more years, you would be better equipped for this. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Shoju. I can still continue. Shoju, standing atop the wooden figure, shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. To be able to fight against my wooden avatar at just 14 is something to take pride in. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly and dispelled his Susanoo. Despite not employing space-time ninjutsu, the Rinnegan would release sage techniques or the Nine Tails. Relying solely on Susanoo and basic ninjutsu is still formidable against most foes. His perfected Susanoo surpassed even that of Uchiha Madara. Shoju had already proven his strength by enduring several hours against him. Boom. The wooden figure collapsed, unable to sustain itself without Shoju's chakra, landing heavily on the ground. What? Shoju was taken aback. A moment of relaxation had severed the chakra flow, causing the wooden avatar to sit down abruptly, flinging him away. This child. Tsunade shook her head, bemused. Uchiha Fuyu's wooden avatar kicked off the ground, swiftly flying toward Shoju, cradling him midair. Brother-in-law, you can fly too? Shoju asked, exhausted. If you had used this ability earlier, perhaps my wood release couldn't have reached you. I possess many abilities. You can fly with wood release as well. The wood dragon can soar. You should try it next time. Uchiha Fuyu's avatar replied gently before vanishing from sight. Wood figures can fly? I just learned. Shoju murmured, closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. His combat prowess was impressive. In the entire ninja world, no one else could match him. Uchiha Fuyu's avatar approached Tsunade, speaking softly. Indeed, you've worked hard. Uchiha Fuyu nodded. It felt strange to commend oneself. I will take Shoju back to rest. He exhausted too much chakra today with his wood release. After a good night's sleep, he will be rejuvenated. In the future, he must practice more taijutsu, not just ninjutsu. Uchiha Fuyu's avatar scoffed before disappearing with Shoju in his arms. It's fine. Shoju has fought hard all day and is simply fatigued. He will be fine by tomorrow. The sage body recovers quickly, and he will undoubtedly be revitalized. Perhaps even increase his chakra. The combat experience from today will serve him well for a lifetime. Indeed, you have observed Shoju's tremendous growth and strength. Currently, aside from us and elder brother, no one in the ninja world can defeat him. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Tsunade, his voice tender. Yes, as long as the Otsutsuki clan doesn't intervene, there should be no major issues. I have witnessed Shoju's diligent efforts throughout these years. And as his sister, I am genuinely proud of his achievements. Before long, he will become a top-tier powerhouse like grandfather. Should the Otsutsuki clan arrive, perhaps Shoju will be able to assist. Tsunade nodded, her heart swelling with pride for her brother. After all, she had raised Shoju, and witnessing his accomplishments filled her with joy. Now that Shoju possesses strength beyond that of a Hokage, in a few years, he will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable ninja in his own right, akin to their grandfather. Thus, when the Otsutsuki clan arrives, he may lend valuable support. Chapter 140. The scheme to hunt the Otsutsuki clan. Rest assured, we will allow him time to further enhance his strength and adapt to his current abilities. Gradually, he will reach the pinnacle of power beyond the Kage level. Ultimately, we'll see if he can awaken the Rinnegan. Once he attains the pinnacle of power, if granted a pair of Rinnegan, he could ascend to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Though it may only be the initial tier of the Sage, it is not a level that just anyone can attain. To elevate beyond the realm of the Sage, one must possess a tailed beast, specifically the Ten Tails. With the Ten Tails, he could wield even greater power. Currently, there is only one Ten Tails in the entire ninja world. To enhance our strength, we must capture more Ten Tails. To acquire more tailed beasts, we must hunt the Otsutsuki clan, as the Ten Tails are typically found within them. If we cannot obtain new Ten Tails, we must consume their power. To confront the Otsutsuki clan, we must become significantly stronger. If they seek to invade the ninja world, we will eliminate them entirely, claiming the chakra within them. Every Otsutsuki clan member harbors immense chakra, rivaling that of the Ten Tails, if not half of it. There is no point in discussing this further now. We can address it when the time comes. If he could awaken the Rinnegan, that would be ideal. What he currently lacks for this awakening may simply be a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or 2 pairs of Byakugan. Uchiha Fuyu regarded Tsunade, shaking his head. The sole method to awaken the Rinnegan in the Divine Tree is to first provide him with a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and activate them with the ultimate Yin release chakra. Once Yin and Yang release chakra fuse perfectly, combined with a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it will undoubtedly lead to his growth into the Rinnegan. Of course, it is also possible to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan. After their mutual fusion, they should be able to become a reincarnation comparable to the Rinnegan. Once one possesses the reincarnation eye or the Rinnegan and reaches the pinnacle of divine speed, they will undoubtedly ascend to the level of the six paths. At that time, the entire ninja world will witness the emergence of another being at the six paths level. Including himself, there will be Uchiha Fugaku, Tsunade, and Shoju, resulting in 4 six paths level beings in the entire ninja realm. As for Uchiha Fuyu, he will naturally devour the chakra of Senju Hashirama. As long as he stabilizes the ultimate power of yang release within himself, there will be no trace of Hashirama's visage left upon him. It was because Uchiha Madara directly transplanted Hashirama's flesh onto his own wounds that, after healing, his face bore a resemblance to Hashirama. With Uchiha Fuyu's existence, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to consume Hashirama's chakra, combined with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, will certainly enable the awakening of the Rinnegan. It is important to note that when Uchiha Madara merely consumed a small portion of Hashirama's flesh, he could awaken the Rinnegan due to the extremely limited yang release chakra contained within that small piece. This explains why Uchiha Madara's awakening of the Rinnegan was so slow after acquiring that fragment of flesh. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku can consume a significant portion of Hashirama's flesh, which contains an abundance of yang release chakra. Furthermore, with Uchiha Fuyu bestowing upon him the ultimate yang release chakra to assist in their fusion, it would forcibly awaken the Rinnegan. At that point, counting their numbers, all 4 of them would become beings of the six paths level. Even without the later six paths Naruto and six paths Sasuke, with the existence of such a powerful entity in the ninja world, the Otsutsuki clan would find it nearly impossible to disrupt the peace, at least for the next few decades, if not a century. Once the Otsutsuki clan members arrive, Uchiha Fuyu will annihilate every one of them and absorb their chakra, extracting their Byakugan or Rinnegan, thus potentially creating several new six paths level warriors. He is also aware that Otsutsuki Ishiki has been nurturing a 10-tails. Although not very large, when combined with the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts within him, it will undoubtedly transform into a formidable 10-tails. Consequently, he will rise to become an unparalleled entity at the pinnacle of the six paths, eclipsing even the sage of six paths during his prime. Furthermore, by having children, he will receive numerous rewards, and perhaps among these offspring, there may arise a 10-tails or powerful ocular abilities. It is even possible that the fruit of the god tree may manifest directly. After all, he is yet to sire any offspring. The only one, Tsunade, is approaching her due date in a few days. He eagerly anticipates the possibility of rivaling or even surpassing the sage of six paths at his zenith. 2 pairs of Byakugan? Fuyu, what do you mean by that? Could it be that the merging of 2 pairs of Byakugan can result in a reincarnation eye? I recall you mentioned that the reincarnation eye could cleave the moon in 2. If the fusion of 2 Byakugan can indeed yield a reincarnation eye, then why has no one from the Hyuga clan awakened a reincarnation eye until now? After all, many members of the Hyuga clan have perished, including those from the main family. Did they not feel anything amiss after their demise while holding on to their Byakugan? Tsunade pondered, a hint of doubt creeping into her heart. The notion that 2 pairs of Byakugan could combine to form a reincarnation eye seemed implausible. The Otsutsuki clan had once proclaimed the existence of an eye that rivaled the Rinnegan, capable of effortlessly cleaving the moon. If the reincarnation eye were truly that formidable, why had not a single member of the Hyuga clan discovered it over the course of millennia? No, it is not that the fusion of 2 pairs of Byakugan will directly yield a reincarnation eye. Rather, it requires the Byakugan from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon to merge with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, thus presenting a chance to awaken the reincarnation eye. However, I believe that each pair of Byakugan among them is exceptionally pure and should be capable of awakening the reincarnation eye. As for other branch family members, unless they are freed from their cage, their Byakugan will likely be difficult to fuse into a reincarnation eye, Uchiha Fuyu explained, shaking his head. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon? Are they the ones who accompanied Otsutsuki Kagaya to the moon to guard the legacy left by her mother? Tsunade inquired, somewhat astonished, recalling everything Uchiha Fuyu had previously shared with her. Indeed, they are the family members who were taken to the moon by Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Byakugan of both the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan left behind by Kagaya are exceptionally pure. Just as the Otsutsuki clan refrains from intermarrying with outsiders, their lineage remains unsullied, save for Otsutsuki Kagaya's spouse. This purity ensures that the Byakugan of both clans remains unparalleled to this day. Once the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan merges with that of the Hyuga clan, it will undoubtedly become a powerful reincarnation eye. Should Shoju find a means to awaken the Rinnegan, we can also attempt to fuse two pairs of Byakugan and see if we can achieve the awakening of the reincarnation eye, which possesses formidable power, Uchiha Fuyu elaborated, shaking his head slowly. Now I see. The Otsutsuki clan and the Hyuga clan, when fused together, can awaken the reincarnation eye. However, Fuyu, we must not resort to slaughtering the members of the Hyuga clan for the sake of power. After all, they are our kin in Konoha. If we were to kill them, I would carry a heavy burden in my heart, Tsunade nodded, expressing her reluctance to exterminate the Hyuga clan for the enhancement of her own abilities. Even the death of a single member would weigh heavily upon her conscience. It would be preferable to avoid their deaths altogether or let them perish on the battlefield and then acquire their Byakugan, which would afford her some solace. Indeed, I never suggested we extract their Byakugan forcibly. The members of the main family of the Hyuga clan, upon their deaths, are sealed within scrolls for preservation, and we can obtain some of these Byakugan. Throughout the centuries, there have surely been thousands of casualties among the Hyuga clan, if not hundreds. If we quietly take a few, it should not pose a problem. After all, this is for the protection of the ninja world, and the Hyuga clan is part of that. Letting them pay a small price is not unreasonable. Furthermore, those who have already passed can still serve a purpose, can't they? Moreover, we will initiate a war that involves the entire ninja world, confronting my 6 Paths clones. I will also collect the eyes of those from the Hyuga clan who perish in battle. At worst, we can allow more members of the Hyuga clan to awaken the reincarnation eye. We are safeguarding the entire ninja realm, not merely seeking power through these actions. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled lightly, noting that all the fallen or deceased members of the Hyuga clan would be sealed within scrolls for preservation before burial. The main family members, after their bodies are sealed, would not be buried but rather have their clothing interred while their sealing scrolls are stored in the ancestral shrine, receiving daily veneration. This is the distinction between the main and branch families. The latter, upon death, render their Byakugan useless, all of which are destroyed by their cages. However, the former, after their demise, ensure their Byakugan remains intact, necessitating their sealing and storage within their family's ancestral shrine. Within their ancestral shrine, unless they face total annihilation, no one can remove these remains. By extracting the bodies of their ancestors and mining their Byakugan, it is certain that they can merge with the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon to form the Rinnegan. This is indeed a feasible idea, especially since the Hyuga clan could benefit from it. However, if we could also cultivate the Hyuga clan into a branch of the Otsutsuki, it would be a wise strategy. According to your introduction, the Otsutsuki clan possesses an immensely vast lineage, while we, with the ninjas capable of participating in the current conflict, barely number 20,000. In the face of the Otsutsuki clan, this is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yet, considering our possession of a considerable number of descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths, could we amalgamate all the descendants of the Sage or Kagaya Otsutsuki to enhance their power? Might we awaken the latent strength within them, akin to how you awaken my wood release? I believe that any descendant of the Sage of 6 Paths or Kagaya Otsutsuki, when united, could become an extraordinarily formidable force. Currently, we only recognize the immense power of the Otsutsuki clan without taking any action. We must elevate our collective strength rather than rely solely on a handful of individuals. Even if you, I, and Shoten each attain the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, what would we do if 10 or 8 members from the Otsutsuki clan arrive? It seems imprudent that only 3 individuals in the entire ninja world have reached the Sage level. If we could cultivate dozens, or even hundreds, we would be better prepared to confront future crises. If we were to nurture 1 individual per year, then in a millennium, we could produce 1,000 Sage-level individuals. Tsunade furrowed her brows, recognizing the validity of Uchiha Fuyu's plan. After all, those individuals are already deceased. They merely need to contribute their eyes to safeguard their kin and the entire ninja world. Even if they were aware, it is likely they would consent. However, it is best to conduct such affairs discreetly to prevent the Hyuga clan from discovering our intentions. Once we successfully cultivate the Rinnegan, we could even allow some members of the Hyuga clan to awaken a few. This way, even if they learn of these developments, their resistance would be mitigated. Moreover, Tsunade contemplated that if we could cultivate countless Sage-level warriors, confronting the Otsutsuki clan would become considerably simpler. Their strength is formidable, and their numbers vast. Which is why Tsunade conceived this strategy. If we can produce one sage-level individual annually, after a millennium, we would have 1,000 ready to face the Otsutsuki. Kagaya Otsutsuki has been sealed for millennia, yet during this time, no sage-level Otsutsuki has emerged within the ninja world. This suggests their capacity to receive information is somewhat sluggish. With this in mind, if we could cultivate one individual per year, over a millennium or 10,000 years, how many sage-level warriors might we amass? This method merits consideration, though its success remains uncertain. It must be prioritized after unifying the entire ninja world, ensuring a united front before proceeding. Many may not readily submit to Konoha, which could lead to numerous complications. Once those issues are resolved, we can begin preparations to see if we can cultivate all of Kagaya Otsutsuki's descendants into members of the Otsutsuki clan. Provided their strength is sufficiently formidable, it would significantly benefit us. Protecting the ninja world cannot rely solely on our small group. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, acknowledging Tsunade's astuteness. She quickly grasped the necessity of uniting all the Otsutsuki descendants to combat their clan. Indeed, if we could cultivate all of Kagaya Otsutsuki's descendants into Otsutsuki, we would be adequately equipped to confront the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki typically operate in pairs or trios when undertaking missions in other worlds and may only communicate with their clan periodically. This is their time. They can dispatch a group to eliminate threats, and by the time the Otsutsuki clan realizes an issue exists, thousands or even tens of thousands of years may have passed. After millennia of evolution, if the ninja world attains peace, we could then manipulate events to cultivate everyone into sage level or even higher beings to confront the Otsutsuki clan with greater confidence. Indeed, I shall heed your counsel. Tsunade replied with a gentle smile. Let us return. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, embracing Tsunade and vanishing from the location. Brother Fuyu is set to become the 4th Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement upon hearing this news. Kushina, it seems you harbor feelings that are somewhat unique towards your brother Fuyu? Uzumaki Karine teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sister Karine, what are you suggesting? I merely admire brother Fuyu. He is the warmest man I have ever encountered. Additionally, his prowess is remarkable. He single-handedly triumphed over the 3 great ninja villages, a rarity in the ninja world. Sister Karine, I've heard you were brought back by brother Fuyu. Do you truly have no other relationship with him? Kushina's cheeks reddened as she inquired. Well, Kushina, if I were to say I am your brother Fuyu's woman, would that surprise you? Karine smiled coyly. It is customary for the strong to have multiple wives, yet given your beauty, I see no reason why it couldn't be possible. After all, I cannot prevent others from being enamored with brother Fuyu. Such a powerful individual will undoubtedly attract many women in the future, a fact I cannot hinder. If you, Sister Karine, could also marry brother Fuyu, we would have companionship in our endeavors. Kushina smiled brightly, realizing that since Uchiha Fuyu is already wed to Tsunade, if she were to intervene and mind his numerous female acquaintances, it would only entangle her further. Furthermore, with both Kushina and Karine belonging to the same clan, marrying Uchiha Fuyu would foster a sense of kinship. Let us strive together to win brother Fuyu's affection, shall we? Yes, let's do our best, Karine agreed, gently ruffling Kushina's hair with a smile. There will certainly be an abundance of women drawn to brother Fuyu in the future, and our rivals may be numerous. But I will not concede. I believe that both you and I will become his beloved. Fuyu, not only blessed with striking good looks, but also endowed with a gentle disposition, has ascended to the esteemed position of the 4th Hokage. It is inevitable that numerous women would desire to wed him, even though he is already married to Tsunade. The Uchiha clan, being the most prominent family in Konoha, will undoubtedly attract even more suitors now that Fuyu has taken on this illustrious role. We must strive diligently. Kushina nodded, motivating herself, refusing to concede defeat. For the sake of her true love, for the man she adores, she is determined to exert every effort to win his affection. Yes, Kushina, you are remarkable and full of ambition. Let us endeavor together, said Karine with a radiant smile. Indeed, Karine, let us work hard together, Kushina affirmed, her face alight with joy. Suddenly, Karine felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Karine, what is the matter? Kushina inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. It's nothing. Perhaps I just overindulged this morning, Karine replied with a light laugh, shaking her head. Well, as long as you're all right. I have a mission today. so I must take my leave. Farewell, Karine, Kushina said, nodding and waving goodbye. Take care on your way, Karine responded, smiling warmly. As Kushina departed, Karine placed a hand on her stomach, her eyes shimmering with happiness. It must be true. I am carrying the child of Fuyu. A bright smile graced Karine's lips as she gently rubbed her belly, overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 143. The Succession Ceremony of the Fourth Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu in the Land of Wind. Yakura stood atop a rooftop, gazing towards Konoha, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Could Fuyu truly be my future husband? If he were not the embodiment of memories from the future, how could he possess such formidable strength? He single-handedly conquered the 3 great ninja villages. Such prowess is not typical of someone merely in their 20s. Everything seems to validate Fuyu's claims, suggesting that they are indeed true. If it were not for me, perhaps Tsunade would not have experienced such a favorable outcome. Fuyu's power instills an overwhelming fear, one that no ninja village could withstand alone. He vanquished both Awakens and Kumogakure on the battlefield of the Land of Earth, indicating that he had shown restraint in Tsunade, not unleashing his full might. Did he spare Tsunade because of me? My thoughts are consumed by Uchiha Fuyu. I wonder if he will wait for me. Yakura's heart was tumultuous, uncertain of what was real and what was illusion. She was acutely aware that Fuyu had not exerted his full strength against Tsunade. Why would such a formidable warrior choose to show mercy? Tsunade was the aggressor against Konoha. Without my influence, would he have spared them? Her mind raced with speculation. After witnessing the illusion, her fondness for Fuyu surged dramatically. Now that he has been absent for several days, her heart felt desolate. She couldn't fathom why she felt this way. She just knew she longed to see him. Indeed, Fuyu is remarkable. His power is unparalleled, making it understandable that he would ascend as the 4th Hokage. It seems even Sarutobi-sensei lacks the ability to impede his rise. I once aspired to become the 4th Hokage, yet my strength proved insufficient. Orochimaru received news midway through his journey about Fuyu's ascension to the 4th Hokage. Initially taken aback, he felt a sense of resignation. There was nothing he could do against such overwhelming talent. After all, Fuyu had captured Hanzo on the battlefield of the Land of Rain and subsequently defeated Tsunade. He swiftly appeared on the battlefield of the Land of Earth, triumphing over both Kumogakure and Awakens. In a remarkably short span, he had secured 4 significant victories, surpassing Orochimaru's accumulated achievements over the years. Thus, Fuyu's elevation to the 4th Hokage came as no surprise to Orochimaru, though a sense of bitterness lingered within him. He had long coveted this title, only to have it snatched away by another. Despite his relentless striving since childhood, he found himself without the position he desired, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. I must return quickly and extend my congratulations to Fuyu. This young man is indeed impressive. To this day, I remain unaware of the true extent of his power. Such a man is truly formidable. With a resigned shake of his head and a wry smile, Orochimaru vanished from sight. The following morning, Uchiha Fuyu donned the ceremonial robes of the Hokage, standing atop the Hokage building as countless eyes were fixed upon him. Look, the 4th Hokage has emerged. The 4th Hokage is here. The 4th Hokage is so handsome. I wish to bear his children. Who do you think you are to claim that? Only I am worthy of such a title. I will bear his offspring. 4th Hokage, I adore you. Look over here. Konoha was teeming with people, all gathered around the Hokage building, their voices rising in excitement. Many women boldly proclaimed their desires to bear Fuyu's children. Yet those standing directly below could not see him, while those farther away had a clearer view. Patriarch, Fuyu has become the 4th Hokage. Our Uchiha clan has succeeded. This is the first time in many years that one of our clan has attained the position of Hokage, exclaimed a man beside Uchiha Fugaku, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Most members of the Uchiha clan wore smiles of joy, aware that their time had finally come. The Uchiha clan celebrated with laughter and revelry the previous night. During this period, let us refrain from causing trouble. Fuyang, relay the message. Now that our Uchiha clan has taken control of Konoha, we must treat all villagers as our kin. We cannot allow them to feel that we are tyrannizing them, as it may bring trouble to Fuyu. Is that understood? Uchiha Fugaku nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with pride as he beheld Fuyu's ascension to the role of 4th Hokage. He never imagined that his younger brother would ascend to the position of the 4th Hokage. Although they had planned for this, there was never a certainty that Uchiha Fuyu would become the 4th Hokage. Now, Witnessing his brother's achievement, he felt immense pride. Previously, his brother was not well regarded within the Uchiha clan, but now everyone recognized that he was not a mere underachiever, but an extraordinary warrior. Moreover, he had earned this title through his own abilities. Chapter 144. A moment of great anticipation. Konoha in uproar. Yes, clan leader, rest assured. It was merely due to the third Hokage's biases against our Uchiha clan. Now that Lord Fuyu has become the fourth Hokage, the entire Konoha is our Uchiha clan's family. We shall not mistreat them. Furthermore, we have acted with integrity. Strictly speaking, we did not target the villagers of Konoha, but merely addressed their transgressions. Our lack of expressiveness led to their disdain. Uchiha Fuyang looked at Uchiha Fuyue before him and smiled faintly. He was, in fact, a cousin to Uchiha Fuyue, being the son of Fuyue's father's sister, and currently held the position of the third-in-command within the Uchiha clan. Throughout the years, he maintained a good relationship with Fuyue and others. Being just a month younger than Uchiha Fuyu, their bond was amicable, though their interactions dwindled once they entered the ninja academy, as he was often occupied with missions alongside his father, managing the lineage of the Uchiha clan leader. Such incidents must never recur. Recently, we have all resigned from our positions in the Konoha Guard. The villagers' opinions of us have begun to shift positively, and the Hyuga clan has taken over the responsibilities of the Konoha Guard. Their approach tends to be more measured. Henceforth, we need not oversee the Konoha Guard, which indeed alleviates our burdens. Uchiha Fuyue smiled slightly. At that time, they had already relinquished their roles in the Konoha Guard, leaving the third Hokage with no choice but to allow the Hyuga clan to temporarily take over. The third Hokage was left in a state of helplessness, unable to voice his frustrations, as the Uchiha clan had voluntarily stepped down, necessitating someone to fill the void. The only available candidates were the members of the Hyuga clan, as it was unthinkable to appoint those from the Danzo family. Consequently, they selected some elder branches of the Hyuga clan to manage the guard. The Uchiha clan refrained from returning to the guard out of a desire to avoid conflicts with the villagers. Remarkably, this strategy proved effective, as the Uchiha clan's image improved significantly following their withdrawal from enforcement. The Hyuga clan's gentler approach in handling matters, albeit sometimes ineffective, ultimately led to larger issues, causing distress among many villagers of Konoha. This realization allowed the villagers to see that the Uchiha clan's previous actions were not entirely unjustified. However, the Uchiha clan would not take on this contentious position again. The Hyuga clan could only send seasoned personnel to oversee the guard's operations, which did yield some improvement. For the Hyuga clan, as long as the Uchiha clan persisted in Konoha, they could never ascend to the status of the most prominent clan. Thus, they were left with no choice but to follow the third Hokage's directives. The personnel they dispatched to the guard were not particularly strong, but were older members of their clan, providing them with a stable income without the need to engage in battles, an advantageous arrangement, as long as conflicts with villagers were avoided. The Hyuga clan's involvement in the guard was purely beneficial. The discord between the Uchiha clan and the villagers stemmed from their serious demeanor. Their strict adherence to rules often led to unintentional offenses. Fuyu, the future of Konoha is in your hands. Baiju, holding the Hokage hat, looked earnestly at Uchiha Fuyu and personally placed the hat upon his head. Yes, third Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, donning the Hokage hat with a solemn expression. Fuyu, Tsunade, with her prominent belly and wearing her forehead protector, gazed at Uchiha Fuyu with bright eyes and a slight smile. Uchiha Fuyu returned her nod with a smile. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the leaders of all clans in Konoha stood lined up atop the Hokage building. Wearing the Hokage hat, Uchiha Fuyu approached the edge of the building, removed his hat, and smiled. Look, the fourth Hokage is coming out. Long live the fourth Hokage. Long live the fourth Hokage. Long live the fourth Hokage. In an instant, the citizens of Konoha erupted in fervent cheers upon seeing Uchiha Fuyu. It was his presence that had secured their victory in this battle, which signified Konoha's superiority over all ninja villages. After all, Uchiha Fuyu alone could confront the three major ninja villages, Tsunade, Humogakure, and Awagakure. The weakest, Kirigakure, posed no challenge, as even the other ninjas from Konoha could easily defeat them. Thus, Uchiha Fuyu's emergence had elevated Konoha's combat prowess to unprecedented heights, surpassing the entire shinobi world. It felt as though they had returned to the time of the first Hokage's establishment of Konoha, standing above all ninja villages. Back then, Senju Hashirama was revered as the god of the shinobi world, undefeated by anyone, and it was during that era that Konoha was at its zenith. Now, Uchiha Fuyu had rekindled the glory of Konoha, instilling a profound sense of pride in all its citizens. Konoha is our home, and we shall never allow anyone to humiliate us, be it the villagers of Konoha, the ninjas, or anyone associated with us. As long as I, Uchiha Fuyu, remain in Konoha, I will protect it. No one shall dare to bully the people of Konoha. Uchiha Fuyu addressed the throngs of villagers before him, his voice resonating far and wide. Clearly heard by all in Konoha. Konoha forever. Long live the fourth Hokage. The other villagers, stirred by Uchiha Fuyu's words, felt a flame igniting within their hearts. Filled with pride for their village. They had endured years of oppression, and now, Konoha had finally risen. No longer would they passively endure attacks. They were ready to stand firm. Chapter 145. Unveiling Danzo's Malice, a call for justice now. Konoha had risen, unafraid of any challenges from other ninja villages. With their new Hokage, the fourth Hokage Uchiha Fuyu, whose strength was widely recognized, Konoha was destined to grow even stronger. Soon, no one would dare to bully the people of Konoha again, as they had now ascended above all ninja villages. Hearing Uchiha Fuyu's impassioned speech, the villagers felt a fire of determination burning within them, filled with pride for their beloved Konoha. The selection of Uchiha Fuyu as the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure feels exceedingly justified. Today, on this significant day, I wish to convey some unsettling news to the villagers of the Leaf. It has come to our attention that a traitor lurks within our midst, someone who once held a position of great power and was revered by many, yet also feared by others. Uchiha Fuyu addressed the gathered villagers, proclaiming loudly, "What does the fourth Hokage mean by this? I find myself somewhat perplexed. How can you not comprehend? The fourth Hokage is indicating that we have an infiltrator among us, one who was previously esteemed and in a position of authority. Who would dare betray our village? Indeed, if there is such a person, we must unearth them. To betray Konohagakure is a disgrace, and to occupy a high office while doing so is utterly shameful. I stand with the fourth Hokage, and such a scoundrel must be punished severely. Let them be made to understand the consequences of treachery." Upon hearing Uchiha Fuyu's words, the villagers erupted in outrage, astonished that a traitor could exist within the village. They were eager to expose this traitor and see them face a dire fate. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, surveying the crowd, then lowered his head in contemplation, remaining silent. "Orochimaru, what is Fuyu referring to? Who does he wish to reveal?" Jiraiya inquired, looking at Orochimaru with curiosity. "I am uncertain," Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. "This man is Shimura Danzo, the leader of our village's root division. Danzo has betrayed our village, leaking countless secrets. Moreover, under various pretexts, he has assassinated many of our shinobi. One such victim was his own close friend. Who was this friend? I believe many of you have speculated why Uchiha Kagami has been missing for so long. He was a powerful shinobi of Konohagakure and Danzo's dear companion. Yet, why has he not been seen in years? It is because Danzo cruelly murdered him, betraying both our village and his closest friend. Look at what adorns his right eye." Uchiha Fuyu exclaimed, gesturing emphatically as the Umbu brought Danzo forward. At that moment, Danzo was presented, restrained by an Umbu agent, standing beside Uchiha Fuyu. How is this possible? The traitor among us is none other than Lord Danzo. What? Lord Danzo? Did you not hear? The fourth Hokage has declared that he was the one who killed his own comrade, Uchiha Kagami. Such a despicable individual. I have never liked him. And you still call him Lord Danzo? Indeed, Danzo has always appeared sinister, and I have long harbored disdain for him. It is shocking that he would not even spare his own comrade, but rather take his life. Look at Danzo. What is that upon his eye? Is that not the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Impossible. Could it be that he killed Uchiha Kagami to seize his Sharingan? The villagers of Konohagakure, largely disenchanted with Danzo, were appalled by his malevolent demeanor. As the leader of the village's dark side, he was deeply despised. Before long, the Umbu removed the bandaging from Danzo's right eye, revealing a crimson Sharingan, instilling fear in all who beheld it. They had not anticipated that the second-in-command of the village, the leader of Root, would have stolen the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, and furthermore, that he had done so from his former comrade. In Konohagakure, comradeship is sacred. One's allies are akin to brothers. How could one betray a brother in such a heinous manner as to pluck out his very eye? This act was met with universal contempt. What? The eye Danzo has kept covered is indeed a Sharingan? Could it be that he truly did take Uchiha Kageme's eye? How dare this old cur commit such atrocities? The Uchiha clan is part of our village, and he has audaciously stolen their eye. Jiraiya was taken aback, realizing the extent of Danzo's arrogance in removing Uchiha Kageme's Sharingan. After all, Danzo was the second in command of Konoha, overseeing the Root Division. It was unthinkable that he would dare to kill someone from his own village and seize their Sharingan. Indeed, has he been discovered? Orochimaru mused coldly, recalling his previous dealings with Danzo, during which he had implanted cells from the first Hokage into Danzo's arm. He now understood that Danzo had indeed stolen the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. What? This cannot be. How could Danzo harm someone from within our village? Our leader has committed murder? How could this happen? My heavens! Luckily, this has not befallen us. Otherwise, we common shinobi would surely be the first to perish. Danzo is a disgrace to Konoha. Such a person deserves to be punished without mercy. Indeed, he must face a severe reckoning for daring to jeopardize the lives of our shinobi. The other shinobi watched in stunned silence, imagining if they were in Uchiha Kageme's shoes. They would likely meet a similar fate. Chapter 146. What? The third Hokage is not a good person either? As long as such a person remains in Konoha, we shall live in constant fear. Who knows when one might become the next Uchiha Kageme? Although they may lack bloodline limits or Sharingan, they could easily be betrayed by Danzo at any moment. Everything you have speculated is correct. This eye is indeed the Sharingan of Uchiha Kageme, Danzo's comrade. Their bond was once strong, yet he cruelly harmed his fellow Uchiha and stole his eye. Now, let us examine his right hand. It is a terrifying sight. Do you know what it holds? His hand is adorned with Sharingan. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is not something just anyone can bear, which is why he resorted to stealing the body of the first Hokage. Not only that, but he extracted the cells from the first Hokage's body to cultivate this hand. Only the cells of the first Hokage can withstand the power of the Uchiha clan's eyes. Danzo has not only betrayed his brother, but has also defiled the body of the first Hokage, implanting his cells into his own hand. Such a wretched individual is unworthy of life. The first Hokage is our pride, the founder of Konoha, and the elder brother of Danzo's master, the second Hokage. What do you believe should be done with such a heartless fiend? Uchiha Fuyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at the bound Danzo, who had undergone reattachment of the severed arm. In the present day, Danzo has been entirely under his control, leaving no possibility of escape. The only way to restore honor to the ninjas he has wronged is to ensure his downfall. Look, there are so many Sharingan in his right hand. It is truly terrifying. Can such a person even be considered human? I never imagined that Shimura Danzo could be so vile. Not only seizing countless Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, but also desecrating the grave of the first Hokage, extracting his cells to implant them into himself. The first Hokage is the founder of our Leaf Village. How dare he insult such a revered figure? Kill him. Yes. The first Hokage is a sacred presence in our Leaf Village, the founder and the elder brother of the second Hokage. To defile the first Hokage is unforgivable. The villagers, upon seeing the Sharingan on Danzo's right hand, were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated Danzo's audacity in not only transplanting the Uchiha clan Sharingan, but also in appropriating the cells of the first Hokage. The first Hokage is a sacred figure for them. Without him, the Leaf Village could never have been established. Yet, even the founder of the Leaf Village couldn't escape Danzo's treachery, having his grave robbed and his remains taken. It is simply unbelievable. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, realizing that Danzo had violated her grandfather's grave, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at him, her fists clenched. Stay back, don't provoke my anger. Your grandfather's remains must have already been retrieved by Fuyu, Jiraiya said softly, approaching Tsunade. It was no wonder Fuyu had not disclosed what Danzo had done. They had even gone so far as to desecrate her grandfather's remains. Tsunade's heart burned with rage upon hearing this news. It was no wonder Uchiha Fuyu had kept this from her, as it was a means to bring down Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. How despicable to insult the first Hokage. The first Hokage is not only the founder of our Leaf Village, but also the former leader of the Senju clan. This vile Danzo deserves death. Kill him. I agree to kill him. The members of the Senju clan were filled with indignation. They could not fathom that their former leader, the first Hokage, had his remains exhumed by Danzo. The remaining members of the Senju clan were equally enraged, shouting loudly for Danzo's demise. The outcry stirred emotions deeply, as many Senju clan members had integrated into the Leaf Village, and witnessing their former leader's grave desecrated ignited their fury. The other clan leaders also felt a surge of anger. If Danzo could act so brazenly against Senju Hashirama, what would stop him from targeting them? This situation was indeed infuriating. However, there was another participant in these events you may not have anticipated. He is the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was the first to study the cells of the first Hokage, seeking to replicate the power of wood release. In doing so, he sacrificed countless lives of leaf ninjas for his experiments. After much contemplation, I have decided to reveal this to all villagers so you may understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen has also committed grave errors. I hope the third Hokage can acknowledge this. Both individuals represent opposing forces within the Leaf Village. One is its light, while the other embodies darkness. Darkness often necessitates actions hidden from view, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has indeed made many mistakes. As the fourth Hokage, I express my outrage. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, addressing the villagers with a voice laden with grief. What? The third Hokage has committed such acts? He even conducted human experiments within our village, leading to many deaths? I never imagined that the third Hokage could be such a person. I refuse to believe that the third Hokage would do such a thing. As Fuyu spoke, all the villagers of the Leaf were left in shock, unable to comprehend that while they held disdain for Danzo, they still placed their trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen. They could not fathom that he would truly engage in such actions and preferred to believe it was untrue. After all, they had not witnessed any of this firsthand. The words of Uchiha Fuyu alone were insufficient to sway their beliefs. In a moment of uncertainty, the villagers were left questioning the truth of Fuyu's claims. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged incredulous glances at Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to believe that their teacher could have engaged in human experimentation, particularly with the lives of leaf ninjas at stake. If this were true, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Tsunade, to some extent, was aware of this situation and was not surprised by it. Indeed, I made mistakes in my past. I accept the villagers' scrutiny and punishment. At that time, when our village faced dire threats, we sought a way to restore the first Hokage's wood release to protect the leaf. However, the cells of the first Hokage were too powerful for any to withstand. This led to countless casualties among the leaf ninjas, and I take full responsibility for that. I am willing to admit my faults. Obito, controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped forward. His expression grim. What? Is this true? But did you not hear? The third Hokage stated he acted to protect the leaf, which justifies his methods. Yet, those actions remain unforgivable, especially as they involved our own ninjas. Countless lives lost, and we cannot forgive the third Hokage despite understanding he acted for the village. The villagers began to debate fervently, grappling with the implications of Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. From this day forth, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resign from the high ranks of the Leaf. I will confine myself at home. The future of the Leaf shall be entrusted to the fourth Hokage. Given that everyone is now aware of these matters, I cannot continue in my role as Hokage, he declared. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the crowd fell silent, lowering their heads in contemplation. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had dedicated much to the village, and they were not ungrateful. With his resignation and self-imposed confinement, what reason would they have to oppose him now? They could not possibly support the execution of their former Hokage as they did for Danzo. Everyone has heard the words spoken by the third Hokage, who has now resigned from all positions in Konoha. The third Hokage, having dedicated many years to the protection of Konoha, has earned both merit and blame. From this point onward, there will no longer be a third Hokage, only Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for his subordinates, there are individuals like Nara Shikamaru and Mito Gaiden. The position of Konoha advisor has been abolished, and the new trio of advisors consists of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Everyone is well aware of Orochimaru's formidable abilities. Jiraiya needs no introduction, and Tsunade, the current head of the Senju clan, also stands among the legendary Sannin, now serving as Konoha's top advisors. Uchiha Fuyu addressed the gathered villagers, proclaiming loudly, "Long live the fourth Hokage." This was echoed by an unknown voice, followed by the chant, "Long live the fourth Hokage." The names of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade resonate loudly in Konoha, and thus, it is no surprise that no one opposes their appointment as the new advisors. Jiraiya, shaking his head, felt a sense of helplessness. He believed that human experimentation was not the right path, and he was astonished that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take such a step. Who would have thought that we, the legendary Sannin, would become Konoha's new advisors? Orochimaru smirked, licking his lips with a hint of amusement. I have no time for such matters. I am quite busy, Jiraiya retorted. What could you possibly be busy with? Peeping at beautiful women bathing? Tsunade interjected coldly. Tsunade, why must you bring that up? Jiraiya stammered, his face turning red. Is there anything wrong with acknowledging my past actions? You should really work on your character, otherwise. Who will marry you? Tsunade remarked, shaking her head. Well, it will happen eventually, Jiraiya replied awkwardly. Why not stay and keep me company, Jiraiya? You spend all day searching for the destined child. Do you really think you'll find them? Orochimaru said with a cold laugh. I want to see if this child is indeed the one, Jiraiya responded solemnly. All right then, come over for dinner today, let us celebrate Fuyu. I'll cook. Tsunade smiled at both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. You're pregnant, and still planning to cook? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's noticeable belly in surprise. My shadow clones will handle it. I want to overexert myself. My constitution is quite resilient, Tsunade replied gently, smiling brightly. Very well. Today we shall feast. Orochimaru, you must drink with me, Jiraiya nodded. No longer refusing, and patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Boring. But I suppose I can entertain myself, Orochimaru shrugged, smirking. Chapter 148, A Heart-to-Heart with Orochimaru subsequently. Uchiha Fuyu ordered for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be taken away and confined in his own home, taking the opportunity to exert some control over him, thus eliminating the need for White Zetsu's possession. Later, Danzo was led into Konoha's prison under the watchful eyes of the villagers. Fuyu personally retrieved his right hand and Sharingan, ensuring Danzo's complete demise, concealing his body within the confines of the system space. Having accomplished all this, Uchiha Fuyu had effectively seized control of Konoha. Meanwhile, delegations from other ninja villages had arrived in Konoha to discuss reparations. Fuyu directed Uchiha Fugaku to preside over these negotiations. Tsunade Senaizo. While Kumogakure dispatched the future fourth Reikage, the son of the third Reikage. The Wagakure sent the son of Inoki, Kuratsuchi. The four great ninja villages convened at the negotiation table, beginning their discussions. Ultimately, the three major villages, wary of Uchiha Fuyu's potential wrath, agreed to compensate 300 million ryo each as the price of their defeat after arduous negotiations. Following this, Uchiha Fuyu personally signed a peace treaty with the three major ninja villages, urging them to expedite the delivery of the reparations to Konoha. The successful negotiations brought joy to the hearts of Konoha's villagers, significantly elevating Uchiha Fuyu's reputation. Currently, Uchiha Fuyu's renown surpasses that of all previous Hokages. After all, possessing a powerful Hokage ensures prolonged stability for the villagers of Konoha. At least while Uchiha Fuyu remains alive, the village can hope for eternal peace. Orochimaru, what are you pondering? Uchiha Fuyu inquired with a slight smile. Fuyu, do you have anything to say to me? I expected you to demand my confession. Orochimaru replied with a light chuckle. Are you referring to the right hand you helped Danzo create? What of it? I merely revealed this to solidify my own position. You pose no threat to me, so why would I disclose your involvement? Besides, we are friends, are we not? I know you care for Shinjuro, which is why you have not left Konoha. And Shinjuro is now considered my brother, just as he is yours. We are akin to family. Fuyu smiled at Orochimaru, patting his shoulder. Of course, I understand that you sought to secure your position as Hokage. After all, Sarutobi's influence in Konoha runs deep. If you hadn't removed them, your development in Konoha would have likely faced their constraints. However, I am surprised that you did not implicate me as well. Orochimaru observed with a curious glint in his eyes. Do you know, Orochimaru, who the most powerful being in this world is? Fuyu asked, shaking his head as he looked at Orochimaru. The most powerful being? If we were to consider decades past, it would undoubtedly be the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. But presently, you are arguably the strongest ninja in the entire shinobi world, are you not? Why do you ask? Orochimaru inquired, his voice tinged with skepticism. Your assertion is not entirely accurate. Whether decades ago or now, neither I nor the first Hokage qualify as the strongest. There exists someone even beyond us, Fuyu replied gravely, meeting Orochimaru's gaze. Oh, Fuyu, what do you mean by that? You imply that there are those even more formidable than you and the first Hokage? Orochimaru's brow furrowed in confusion. I must admit, I am unaware of anyone in the entire shinobi world who could surpass your strength. Even if Uchiha Madara were to return, I doubt he would be your match, Orochimaru remarked, a hint of uncertainty in his serpent-like eyes. Your statement holds merit. Should Uchiha Madara from back then stand before me today, he would still fall to me. However, they are not the true unrivaled powers of the shinobi world. Above them, there are others. This indicates that there exist beings even more powerful than the likes of me and the first Hokage. Fuyu shook his head, sitting atop Hokage Rock, gazing out over Konoha. Stronger than you? In this present day, you have become sufficiently formidable. Yet, one might ponder, who could possibly surpass you? The words of Uchiha Fuyu astonished me, and I found myself intrigued. Who, indeed, possesses greater strength than you, as well as the first Hokage and his ilk? Orochimaru licked his lips, gazing intently at Uchiha Fuyu, inquiring further. From beyond our realm, there exist powerful beings, Uchiha Fuyu replied, extending his hand toward the heavens. His expression grave. From beyond? Orochimaru echoed, momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting skyward in astonishment. This was a revelation he had never encountered before. How could such entities exist beyond their world? And how was Uchiha Fuyu privy to this information? Do you understand the origin of the moon? Uchiha Fuyu posed a question to Orochimaru. The moon? Was it not always there, just like our ninja world? Is it possible that it was created by another? Orochimaru shook his head, clearly perplexed, for this inquiry surpassed his comprehension. He was unaware of the moon's true origins, nor of how their ninja world had come into being. However, he firmly believed it could not have been artificially created, for no human could achieve such a feat. Your latter assertion holds truth. The moon was indeed crafted by human hands, and that individual was none other than the Sage of the Six Paths, Uchiha Fuyu intoned solemnly. The Sage of the Six Paths? Is he not a mythical figure? Could he truly exist? Moreover, you claim he created the moon. How could a mere mortal conjure such a celestial body? Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he regarded Uchiha Fuyu, shaking his head in disbelief. While he had heard of the Sage of the Six Paths, being an avid reader, he had encountered references to him in ancient texts. He remained uncertain of the veracity of these legends. No one had ever witnessed the sage, nor could they ascertain whether he truly existed. Now, hearing Uchiha Fuyu assert his existence, and that he was the architect of the moon, raised profound questions about the nature of humanity itself. Could such a being truly exist? Even if Orochimaru believed his own strength rivaled that of Uchiha Fuyu, he considered himself among the elite of the ninja world. Yet, Uchiha Fuyu was regarded as an unparalleled powerhouse. Could he truly possess the capacity to fabricate an entire planet? You must be filled with doubt. I understand this well. After all, the notion of an individual conjuring a vast celestial sphere seems implausible. Yet, this is not mere fantasy, but a reality that has transpired. Presently, I may appear to be the strongest in the ninja world, yet there exists another transcendent being who lurks somewhere within. The Sage of the Six Paths is indeed real, and our clans, the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki, are all descendants of him. Long ago, he fathered two sons, Indra, the elder, and Ashura, the progenitor of the Senju clan. Indra inherited the sage's eye, known as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, while Ashura inherited the sage's body. This lineage has allowed the Senju and Uchiha clans to thrive for millennia, remaining the most powerful entities in the ninja world. However, due to the first Hokage's decision to disperse the Senju clan throughout the Land of Fire, their bloodline has diluted, resulting in a scarcity of powerful individuals. In contrast, the Uchiha clan maintains its status as the mightiest family in the ninja world, as you have witnessed our formidable eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, an inheritance of the sage's divine vision, a power beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. In the past, the sage's eye was even more potent than what we possess today. It was known as the Rinnegan. Uchiha Fuyu regarded Orochimaru with a serious expression, intent on persuading him to collaborate in the pursuit of technological advancement. The potential of technology could be immense, perhaps one day. It too could wield extraordinary power. For instance, formidable mechs, boasting high defense, speed, and offensive capabilities. Everything is conceivable. Within the ninja world, the scientific landscape is skewed, and their technology is vast and wondrous. Even Orochimaru, long ago, managed to utilize the chakra of the eight tails to cultivate a horn from it. Should Uchiha Fuyu gain the expertise of Orochimaru, he might be capable of nurturing countless tailed beasts. The fusion of numerous tailed beasts could yield an equivalent of the 10 tails. Even in the absence of the Otsutsuki's divine tree, the amalgamation of the 9-tailed beasts could result in tremendous power. Fuyu, who is this individual more powerful than you? Even if you and the Senju clan are descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths, who could possibly eclipse your might? Is the sage himself still alive? Orochimaru's mind was rife with questions. Even as descendants of the sage, who could surpass Uchiha Fuyu? To discuss this figure, one must delve into the origins of the Sage of the Six Paths. As previously mentioned, he is the ancestor of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The sage's lineage is intricately connected to the formidable being you referenced. The sage's mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, is currently sealed within the moon by the sage himself. Before you express your astonishment, know that this is indeed the case. Kaguya Otsutsuki hailed from an otherworldly race, possessing eternal life, a concept you may also covet. In truth, members of her clan universally possess this eternal existence. Kaguya, the progenitor of the 9-tailed beasts, derived from the 10 tails, which had been separated from her. The Otsutsuki clan wields extraordinary power. Moreover, they possess eternal life and formidable ocular abilities. Naturally, they are endowed with unique eyes, akin to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan can be considered descendants of the Otsutsuki, though they are not of the sage's lineage, but rather of his brother, Hamura Otsutsuki. The sage, known as Hagoromo Otsutsuki, is the eldest son of Kaguya, and he has a brother, the progenitor of the Hyuga clan. Together, the sage and his brother sealed their mother due to her overwhelming and terrifying power, which instilled fear in all within the ninja world. Kaguya, fearing that the Otsutsuki clan from beyond would invade and harm her and her sons, resorted to crafting a special puppet from the entirety of humanity. This act provoked her sons, who perceived her as an embodiment of evil. Ultimately, they sealed her away, creating the moon as a powerful prison. Kaguya, blessed with immortality, did not perish within her confinement. Should anyone unbind her seal, she would return to the ninja world. Now, you should grasp why I assert that I am not the strongest entity within the ninja world, for Kaguya Otsutsuki surpasses even me. At that time, she was gripped by fear after having killed one of her companions, apprehensive that someone from her clan might come to take her life. However, her companion did not perish. He is currently alive somewhere in the ninja world, striving for revival. His power is formidable. I have not battled him. Yet I am certain his strength is at least on par with mine, if not greater. Uchiha Fuyu observed Orochimaru before him and shook his head, offering an explanation. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother collaborated to create this moon. Such immense power is likely beyond your current capabilities, Fuyu. If they could not eliminate their target and could only seal him away, one can only imagine the magnitude of his strength. As you mentioned, he has a companion who remains alive and may also surpass you. Hence, it would be prudent to understand that the entire Otsutsuki clan possesses formidable strength. Am I correct? Orochimaru nodded slightly, grasping the implication. He looked at Uchiha Fuyu and inquired, if that is indeed the case, we must exercise caution. After all, even the powerful mother of the Sage of Six Paths harbored fear of her own clan. Their strength must be truly formidable. Regarding the notion that Uchiha Fuyu might deceive him, Orochimaru was skeptical. Fuyu had no reason to mislead him. If Uchiha Fuyu were truly the most powerful entity in the ninja world, fabricating a false powerful being would serve no purpose, as he could never hope to defeat him. Thus, Orochimaru found himself increasingly convinced of the genuine existence of the Otsutsuki clan. Indeed, I knew you would comprehend. The Otsutsuki clan is exceptionally powerful, which is why I require your assistance, Uchiha Fuyu stated solemnly. Fuyu, you must realize that few would be willing to believe your words. If you claim that the Sage of Six Paths truly exists, some might be inclined to accept it. However, if you assert that he fashioned this moon, skepticism will abound. My strength pales in comparison to yours. What assistance could I possibly offer you? Orochimaru expressed, bemused. I do not seek your strength. I seek your intellect, Fuyu countered. While you are indeed a paragon of power in the ninja world, your mind is unparalleled. I need you to establish a scientific research division dedicated to studying bloodline abilities, tailed beast chakra, bloodline evolution, fusion, and other capabilities. We must conduct experiments to enhance the overall strength of our ninja world. Orochimaru shook his head. He was acutely aware that, in the realm of scientific intellect, no one surpassed him, save for Kabuto. Though the Nara clan possessed considerable intellect, their expertise diverged from his own. Under his guidance, however, they could potentially flourish as scientists. Oh, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, descending into contemplation. What purpose would my intellect serve? After a moment of reflection, he lifted his gaze to Uchiha Fuyu and queried, Fuyu, I recognize your formidable strength and the depth of your knowledge concerning technology. I want to establish a scientific research division focused on the exploration of bloodline powers, tailed beast chakra, bloodline evolution, and fusion abilities through experimentation to bolster our ninja world's capabilities. Experiments? Orochimaru's brow knitted in concern. You must understand that such research necessitates human trials. You condemned the third Hokage for his previous studies, deeming them too cruel. Why do you now endorse human experimentation? Because I possess the ability to resurrect the deceased. Uchiha Fuyu replied with a smirk. Resurrect? What do you mean? Orochimaru's heart raced, unable to believe his ears. Look into my eyes, Uchiha Fuyu commanded, activating his Rinnegan. What? What is this eye? Orochimaru's pupils contracted in disbelief. He had never encountered the Rinnegan and was astonished by its appearance. This is the Sage of Six Paths eye, the Rinnegan. Do not underestimate it. It possesses the power to revive the dead. When one perishes before me, I can restore them in an instant. As long as the number does not exceed my limits, I can bring them back to life. Thus, I have no fear of human experiments, for none shall truly perish. My experiments differ fundamentally from those of the third Hokage, whose trials inevitably resulted in death upon failure. I, however, hold dominion over the lives of my subjects, Uchiha Fuyu declared with a confident smile. To resurrect the dead? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a phenomenon was unfathomable to him. He had only encountered a similar concept in forbidden techniques, particularly the second Hokage's unique jutsu, the impure world reincarnation, which summoned the souls of the deceased for one's use. However, that required sacrifices and was not true resurrection. Yet here stood Uchiha Fuyu, claiming that the Rinnegan could achieve what he deemed impossible, igniting a spark of incredulity within him. Indeed, the Rinnegan's might extends beyond mere resurrection. It can also execute a unique ninjutsu capable of creating celestial bodies. Allow me to demonstrate how to forge a planet. Of course, I cannot unleash my full power, as it would impose a significant burden upon me. After all, the moon was unleashed by the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. Follow me. Uchiha Fuyu smiled, grasping Orochimaru's hand and vanishing from their location, slipping into the realm of space. In the next moment, Uchiha Fuyu led Orochimaru to a world strewn with yellow sand. What is this? Space ninjutsu? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, I possess space ninjutsu, allowing me to traverse dimensions, even to other worlds. Witness the true power of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Fuyu declared, lifting off the ground and suspending himself high above. To fly directly? Is this akin to Inoki's ability? Orochimaru pondered, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Uchiha Fuyu. Chibaku Tensei. Uchiha Fuyu's right hand released a black sphere, which hovered above before he joined his hands together. Boom. A tremendous tremor shook the ground, and Orochimaru, taken aback, glanced around in astonishment as the yellow sand surged upwards, coalescing into massive chunks of stone propelled toward the black sphere by an overwhelming force. What is this power? Orochimaru himself felt the overwhelming baptism of power, incessantly leaping from one piece of sand and stone to another. Fear not, this is merely a performance for you. Come. Uchiha Fuyu appeared beside Orochimaru, guiding him away from the range of the Tenchi Shinsei's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sands erupted from the ground, coalescing into a singular mass. Before long, an immensely gigantic meteorite materialized in the sky, entirely formed from a peculiar type of sand. The land below, within a radius of 10 miles, bore no trace of even the tiniest grain of sand. The ground itself was rendered pockmarked and uneven. Hiss! Is this truly a force that a mere human can wield? Orochimaru gazed up at the colossal meteorite above, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was his first encounter with such formidable power. Should this meteorite descend, its impact would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Now do you believe? This is the power of the Rinnegan. It can fabricate celestial bodies. However, I have not yet exerted my full strength. This meteorite is merely 500 meters in diameter. The moon, on the other hand, was created through the combined efforts of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, an immense entity indeed. To conjure such a vast celestial body, I would likely need to fully deplete my ocular power. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, shaking his head as he regarded the meteorite he had effortlessly summoned. Such immense power. How potent must the Sage of Six Paths have been? And what of his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki? The Otsutsuki clan? Hiss. Immortality? Fuyu. With the Rinnegan now in your possession, does this imply you are destined for eternal life? Orochimaru's gaze flickered with intrigue as he looked at Uchiha Fuyu. If the aspiration is immortality, perhaps this pair of Rinnegan could indeed facilitate it. After all, if the Rinnegan can resurrect the deceased, then by reviving individuals multiple times, could one not achieve a semblance of everlasting life? The Rinnegan can indeed bring individuals back to life, yet the number of revivals is finite. Should there be an excessive number, it may drain all vitality from my being. Reviving one or two, or even a dozen at once, would merely consume my ocular power. If true immortality is the goal, at least 2 pairs of Rinnegan would be necessary. Alternatively, one might evolve their bloodline to become part of the Otsutsuki clan, absorbing power to attain eternal life. The Otsutsuki clan possesses extraordinary strength and the gift of immortality. I believe we can harness the power of technology to evolve our bloodlines. Thus, Orochimaru, I require your assistance. I need you to begin researching how to enhance the strength of our bloodlines. Only by fortifying our blood can we truly attain great power and the ability to live forever. Furthermore, regarding the dragon and bloodline abilities, if we could merge your bloodline with that of the Otsutsuki clan, we could create an even more potent lineage. This shall be our research direction. All of this must be explored through our own experimentation. Hence I implore you to remain in Konoha and initiate scientific research, so that the strength of everyone in the shinobi world may be elevated. The Otsutsuki clan, bearing eternal life, surely has countless members. To contend with them, we must ensure that the strength of every individual in the shinobi world is augmented. I shall also prepare to dominate the entire shinobi realm, uniting all forces against the Otsutsuki clan. We do not know when they might invade the shinobi world. Thus, we must consolidate the strength of humanity to oppose them. Uchiha Fuyu looked at Orochimaru, hoping for his aid to embark on scientific research, one that is intensive and advanced, enlisting all brilliant minds to participate. Only then can we genuinely elevate the power of the shinobi world. He was confident that Orochimaru possessed the capability. Fuyu, I understand your purpose. I shall endeavor to assist, though I cannot guarantee success. Furthermore, I will require your unwavering support. Human resources, materials, finances, and equipment, all are essential. Orochimaru nodded solemnly, realizing he had not anticipated such a grave crisis for the entire shinobi world. Their peril was not solely from the 4 great hidden villages, but from beyond, with external forces growing increasingly formidable, instilling a sense of urgency within him. If he wished to protect the village of Konoha, the strength of the entire shinobi world must be fortified. Otherwise, should the Otsutsuki clan truly invade, there may be no one capable of resisting them. Indeed, the Otsutsuki clan is formidable, with half of their members wielding the Rinnegan and other unique ocular powers, all manifesting tremendous strength, including their powerful Byakugan. Their Byakugan is not the degraded variety seen in the Hyuga clan. It rivals, if not surpasses, my Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the resources you seek, human, material, financial, I shall ensure they are provided. Additionally, I will prepare experimental subjects for you. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, addressing Orochimaru with a serious tone. Let us commence scientific research immediately. In a few decades, how advanced will the shinobi world be? He could hardly fathom it. He merely wished to uncover how to enhance bloodline strength. His immediate goals were to acquire the 10 tails and to elevate his bloodline power. If he could elevate his bloodline to that of an ordinary Otsutsuki, he would significantly augment his strength. Currently, he possessed the Indra bloodline, but due to his native lineage, he could not reach even the standard bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 152. Tsunade is about to give birth to her first offspring. Of course, this requires verification. It is not certain. Perhaps Kagaya Otsutsuki significantly enhanced her bloodline power after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, resulting in the birth of the Sage of Six Paths with a remarkably pure lineage. The Indra bloodline, even when diluted, may still surpass that of many in the Otsutsuki clan. Very well, this matter is settled. Upon my return, I shall commence research. starting with the cells of the first Hokage. Orochimaru nodded, filled with anticipation at the prospect of developing a method to enhance bloodlines, aspiring to become akin to the Otsutsuki clan. In that case, he could attain immortality. Indeed, I am aware you possess the cells of the first Hokage. Upon your return, you may begin investigating the bloodline of the first Hokage to see if it can amplify bloodline strength. Initially, focus on whether it is possible to absorb the bloodline of the first Hokage and integrate it into any human form. The cells of the first Hokage are exceptionally potent. As you have likely witnessed, not everyone can withstand the bloodline of a Hokage. However, if we cannot integrate the cells of the first Hokage into the bodies of all native shinobi, it will be difficult to elevate the bloodline of all shinobi. Let us first allow them to possess the cells of the first Hokage, enabling them to merge with the most rudimentary bloodlines. Subsequently, we shall investigate whether it is possible to enhance their bloodline strength, allowing them to gradually become as powerful as the first Hokage. Finally, we will explore whether we can fuse them into a unique bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. All of this must undergo continuous experimentation to ascertain its feasibility. If such endeavors prove unworkable, we shall focus on enhancing the bloodline strength of the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan. The Kagaya clan, Tsukuyami clan, is also part of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Uchiha Fuyu looked at Orochimaru and nodded in agreement. In pursuit of enhancing the power of bloodlines, could one not elevate the blood of all natives within the ninja realm to a rudimentary form akin to that of the Senju clan, gradually progressing towards the ultimate lineage of Hashirama Senju, and ultimately to the Otsutsuki clan? Such a gradual augmentation of bloodline power would indeed fortify their strength step by step. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of excitement illuminating his eyes. In the past, his experiments had to be conducted in secrecy, but now, with the establishment of a scientific research institute alongside Fuyu Uchiha and others, there was no need for subterfuge. He could freely pursue his research endeavors. Previously, he had pondered the possibility of achieving immortality, for only through eternal life could humanity transcend its mortal bounds. Following Fuyu Uchiha's insights, he became aware that the Otsutsuki clan indeed possessed the secret to immortality. If he could elevate everyone to the bloodline of the Otsutsuki, would they not attain eternal life? And could he not, in turn, become immortal himself? The departure of those close to him weighed heavily on Orochimaru's heart, leaving only the bonds with Shinju. Yet, his thoughts began to shift towards the pursuit of formidable power and the quest for immortality. With Fuyu Uchiha's revelations, his interest was piqued. If he could devise a method to enhance bloodline power and transform his own lineage into that of the Otsutsuki, might he not also secure eternal life? This notion became increasingly significant, providing him with a clear direction for his research. Since the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, possessed the bloodline of the Otsutsuki, Orochimaru contemplated whether he could adapt this lineage to suit all individuals, including himself. Should he successfully merge with Hashirama's bloodline, could he then elevate it further, ultimately achieving the bloodline of the Otsutsuki and thus attain immortality? The technique of Edo Tensei also presented itself as a viable capability. If he could develop a method to summon powerful deceased ninjas without the need for sacrifices, it would indeed be a splendid strategy. All must be approached with patience. I shall dispatch shadow clones to assist you in your experiments, hoping to provide valuable aid. Fuyu Uchiha observed Orochimaru with a smile, eager to see if their collaboration could enhance their bloodline power. The strength of an individual alone was insufficient to contend with the Otsutsuki. He required the collective strength of all. Understood. I shall exert my utmost effort. After all, I have yet to attempt enhancing bloodline power. If I desire to elevate it, it will undoubtedly prove challenging. Continuous research and experimentation are imperative. Orochimaru nodded, filled with newfound motivation now that he had a clear purpose. Very well, let us return. Fuyu Uchiha replied with a nod and a smile, leading Orochimaru out of the alternate dimension. Upon their return to Konoha, Fuyu Uchiha promptly arranged for the establishment of a research base for Orochimaru. Whatever equipment Orochimaru required would be prioritized, along with the provision of assistance and personnel to support his endeavors. Today also marks the day Tsunade gives birth. Childbirth is indeed a skillful endeavor, and the cries of labor echoed from within the delivery room. Fuyu Uchiha stood anxiously at the doorway, filled with concern. Fuyu, do not worry. Tsunade will be just fine, assured Izumi Uchiha, offering comfort. Indeed, mother, giving birth is truly a trial for the woman. Sigh. Fuyu Uchiha's eyes were laden with worry. It had been an hour without any sign of progress, heightening his anxiety. Do not fret. Childbirth requires the dilation of the cervix. Until that occurs, the baby cannot be born. Some women may even take a day or two to deliver. When I bore you, it took me a full 3 days before you finally arrived. You were quite reluctant to emerge. Izumi Uchiha smiled as she reminisced about her own experience, realizing she had now reached the age of becoming a grandmother. Creak. Just then, the delivery room door swung open, and a female doctor emerged. Fourth Hokage. Tsunade has given birth. Both mother and child are safe. The doctor smiled brightly at Fuyu Uchiha. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Fuyu Uchiha's mind. Notification: offspring detected, rewards granted. Congratulations. You have acquired the Sage of Six Paths body. Congratulations. Your offspring has received enhancements, elevating their overall abilities. What? My strength has increased? The Sage of Six Paths body? A complete lineage of the Otsutsuki? This child is remarkable. Upon birth, they have granted me the physique of the Sage of Six Paths. Originally, I possessed the Indra's body, but now I have ascended a tier. Fuyu Uchiha felt a surge of excitement. His physical prowess had indeed improved significantly. All is well. The mother and child are safe. I knew Tsunade would be fine. Am I to become a grandfather now? Izumi Uchiha's face radiated joy as she looked at Fuyu Uchiha. Indeed, I shall go in and see. Fuyu Uchiha smiled warmly and entered the delivery room, finding Tsunade lying on the bed, her face aglow with a smile. Tsunade, you have worked hard. We have a son now. We are parents. Observing Tsunade's pale complexion, Fuyu Uchiha's gaze softened as he extended his right hand, channeling powerful yang release energy into her. Although Tsunade was endowed with great vitality, childbirth still subjected her body to immense strain. The torn wounds healed instantly, yet they had consumed a significant amount of her stamina. Fuyu, I am fine. I merely shouted until my throat was hoarse. This child was adamant about staying put. It truly exhausted me. Now that he is born, I feel entirely rejuvenated. Tsunade, drenched in sweat, smiled at Fuyu Uchiha, her eyes brimming with happiness. Childbirth was actually quite manageable for her. It was merely that the baby was exceptionally reluctant to make his entrance, akin to the struggle of constipation. Now that he had arrived, it felt as though a burden had been lifted, granting her an unparalleled sense of relief. Ha ha, silly girl. Fuyu Uchiha chuckled softly, planting a kiss on Tsunade's forehead. Subsequently, Tsunade was transferred to a special care ward, and Izumi Uchiha accompanied her. Little Tsunade, sip some porridge to warm your stomach. After giving birth, one should avoid overly rich foods. Plain congee will suffice. Mother has also prepared pig trotters. You should have some later for increased milk production. Izumi Uchiha entered, personally feeding Tsunade the porridge. Mother, I can manage. I am fine. My body is strong and has already recovered. I could head to the battlefield at this very moment. Tsunade blushed, shaking her head. She was still unaccustomed to having Fuyu Uchiha's mother care for her. No need to rush. If any complications arise, it would be unfortunate. It is only right for your mother to care for you. Uchiha Ziking shook her head gently, a warm smile gracing her face. Thank you, Mom. Tsunade nodded, showing no reluctance, as it would be unbecoming to refuse Uchiha Ziking. She obediently sipped her porridge. Uchiha Fuyu, standing by, chuckled, then glanced at the chubby boy lying nearby. A Mangekyo Sharingan? This child awakened it right upon birth. In the future, he may even directly awaken the Rinnegan. Who knows? Cradling his son, Uchiha Fuyu noticed his long tear trough, feeling a surge of potent ocular power as he scrutinized the boy closely. To his astonishment, the child had indeed opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, the red light flickering momentarily before returning to normal. The innate Mangekyo Sharingan left him somewhat astounded. Such talent was truly extraordinary, suggesting he might become a figure akin to the Sage of Six Paths Fuyu. Have you named the child yet? Have you decided on a name? Uchiha Ziking inquired while continuing to feed Tsunade her porridge. A name, you say? Let me think. How about Uchiha Hitomi? After some contemplation, Uchiha Fuyu decided to name his child Hitomi, given his extraordinary innate ocular power. Uchiha Hitomi? Little Hitomi. Tsunade nodded, her gaze filled with maternal affection as she looked at Uchiha Hitomi cradled in Fuyu's arms. Congratulations, Fuyu. You've had a son, Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a light chuckle. Brother, you've leveled up. You're now an uncle. Ha ha. This boy is a natural Mangekyo Sharingan wielder. His future achievements may even surpass ours. Uchiha Fuyu's eyes sparkled with joy as he regarded Uchiha Fugaku. What? A natural Mangekyo Sharingan? This child's talent is astonishing. Uchiha Fugaku gasped, taken aback. He had not anticipated that his newborn nephew would possess such remarkable potential. After all, the path from a single tomo to the Mangekyo Sharingan was fraught with battles, bloodshed, and witnessing death. Yet here was his nephew, who, having just entered the world, already bore the Mangekyo Sharingan, a sign of greatness to come. Moreover, possessing a natural Mangekyo Sharingan indicated he could potentially possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, thus avoiding the curse of blindness. Such talent was unprecedented, and he had never heard of a child born with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, I, too, was taken aback. This child has truly surprised me. When I first saw it, I felt immense astonishment. The sheer ocular power he possesses is likely on par with my elder brother's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fuyu was equally astonished by his son's innate Mangekyo Sharingan, recognizing it as a precursor to the Rinnegan, much like the Sage of Six Paths in his day. Indeed, the disparity in talent is staggering. However, the fact that Hitomi possesses a natural Mangekyo Sharingan is a blessing for our Uchiha clan. The future will belong to the youth, and as their strength grows, so too will the might of our clan. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, reflecting on how they were all aging, and that by the time these children grew up, they would be in their 30s or 40s. Chapter 154. The Pinnacle of Six Paths, Sister-in-Law, is expecting. The future indeed lies in the hands of the young. Their strength and talents only bode well for our clan. Yes, brother, you should also step up your efforts. Are any of the sisters-in-law expecting? Uchiha Fuyu smiled at Uchiha Fugaku. Yes, they are all pregnant. They will give birth next year. I wonder what their talents will be like, Uchiha Fugaku replied. Then congratulations in advance, brother, Uchiha Fuyu laughed, envisioning that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke would likely be born from Fugaku's wife. Though he had married Mikoto, it was uncertain if their children would resemble the original Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. They might take after their father instead. Such matters were unpredictable. It's still quite early. Now that Tsunade has given birth, our mother will have something to occupy her time, rather than languishing in the clan without purpose. With children around, I believe she will soon emerge from the shadow of our father's passing. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, smiling. Indeed, with Tsunade's child, our mother will have a renewed sense of purpose. After all, being alone in this world can be quite lonely. The bond between generations may rekindle her spirit. By the way, brother, how is your fusion with the first Hokage's chakra coming along? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, casting a glance at Uchiha Fugaku. The ocular power continues to grow. With each fusion, I can sense the awakening of my Rinnegan drawing nearer. My eyes will soon undergo a transformation, Uchiha Fugaku replied, excitement glimmering in his gaze. That is excellent. Once you awaken your Rinnegan, you will possess the true combat prowess of the Six Paths. Furthermore, you ought to continue your training in sage arts. Follow the training method I provided, create a shadow clone, and supervise your own practice to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Mastering sage arts is crucial for activating special modes once you attain your Rinnegan. Uchiha Fuyu smiled lightly, encouraging Uchiha Fugaku to master sage arts swiftly. Only by mastering perfect control of sage arts can you activate the six-path sage mode during battle. Simply possessing the Rinnegan alone does not offer significant enhancement. Mastering sage arts will greatly amplify your strength, enhancing your perception and reaction capabilities dramatically. Yes, I have entrusted most family matters to Fuyang recently, allowing me to dedicate more time to training. I aim to master sage arts and awaken my Rinnegan as soon as possible. Uchiha Fugaku nodded with a smile, noting his rapid growth and strength. As he neared his peak, the pace of enhancement would inevitably slow. Indeed, Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, and the two brothers continued their light-hearted conversation. I now possess the Ten Tails within me. Although it is merely a fragment akin to the Ten Tails of the Sage, it remains formidable. The power of the Ten Tails, combined with my inherent strength, has elevated me to the pinnacle of the Six Paths. Should I acquire the complete Ten Tails, my strength would ascend even further. This is the body of the Sage of Six Paths, indeed powerful. In the past, the sage only possessed the chakra of the Ten Tails without sealing the actual Ten Tails within himself, which limited his power. The strength of the Ten Tails and its chakra are incomparable. The chakra of the Ten Tails without the Otsutsuki's body is certainly inferior to that of the Ten Tails with it, even if it is incomplete. It remains vastly more potent than mere chakra. Such prowess, one wonders where it ranks within the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, his eyes gleaming with mirth. At present, Uchiha Fuyu had ascended to the status of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, elevating his power to the pinnacle of the Six Paths level. Within the ninja world, no adversary could stand against him. However, he remained uncertain of his standing among the Otsutsuki. After all, Otsutsuki Kaguya possessed the complete Ten Tails, her strength undoubtedly surpassing that of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, she lacked any combat aptitude, which led to her being sealed away by her own sons. In terms of true power, Kaguya was naturally far superior to the Sage and his ilk, but she was unable to harness that strength effectively. What formidable power could the higher echelons of the Otsutsuki clan wield? Fuyu yearned to comprehend the extent of their might and the disparity between himself and the Otsutsuki. Nevertheless, he resolved to take each step as it came. It would likely be many years before the Otsutsuki clan arrived at the designated time. During this period, he would have ample opportunity to enhance his own abilities. Presently, several individuals were already with child, and when they gave birth next year, it would undoubtedly bolster his strength significantly. In a few decades, he could scarcely fathom the heights he might achieve. Why should he fear them? Now, with Kurizetsu dealt with and Uchiha Madara no longer a concern, there were no lingering worries, and it was time to focus on his own ambitions. Rather than forcibly subjugating them, he intended to instill terror within them, compelling them to submit to Konoha and to the rule of Uchiha Fuyu. A cold chuckle escaped his lips. It was time to set his plans into motion. He had long conspired with Tsunade to create a formidable enemy, one that would evoke fear throughout the ninja world. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fuyu commenced with the paperwork at hand. The volume of documents was still manageable. He dispatched several clones and swiftly completed the tasks. Presently, the three major ninja villages had settled all reparations, resulting in a temporary peace within the ninja world. During this interval, he aimed to cultivate a few talents before gradually unfolding his grand design. Before executing these plans, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. He could not allow others to discern Konoha's true intentions. He decided to convene a Chunin examination, promoting the lower ninjas to Chunin status. This would provide an opportunity for the other ninja villages to participate in the examination as well. As for the Land of Water, it was already under his control. Their third Mizukage had fallen victim to his Jinjutsu, remaining utterly oblivious. He would host a Chunin examination among the 5 great ninja villages, inviting all to send their lower ninjas to compete. Meanwhile, the Land of Water, now firmly in his grasp, had begun its own blood mist operations, targeting the clans with bloodline limits. Six Paths avatars had also commenced their efforts to gather members of the clans within the Land of Water, indirectly bolstering the Akatsuki's strength. The Akatsuki had been established, with Nagato and his associates poised to take the reins publicly. In due time, they would gather rogue ninjas from across the ninja world, sowing chaos. However, this would require time. There was no rush. Uchiha Fuyu smirked, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "Come forth," he commanded coldly. "Fourth Hokage-sama." An Umbu member appeared before him, immediately informed the 4 great ninja villages and other smaller ninja villages that Konoha will be hosting a Chunin examination, instructing them to send competent lower ninjas to participate. This year's examination will be initiated by us, and it is imperative that this news reaches the entire ninja world and all villages. Additionally, ensure that the announcement reaches all of Konoha so that every leading jonin is aware of the upcoming examination. Lower ninjas without supervising teachers from Konoha will also be permitted to participate. Uchiha Fuyu gazed sternly at the Umbu member, instructing him to notify the major ninja villages. During this Chunin examination period, he could accomplish numerous objectives, and this event would enhance Konoha's overall strength. After all, these lower ninjas had grown too complacent. It was time for them to experience the brutal realities of the Chunin examination. Understood, 4th Hokage-sama. The Umbu member bowed and vanished from sight. The Chunin examination was indeed intriguing. During this time, he could nurture more ninjas of Chunin rank and above, providing him with ample cannon fodder when needed. Uchiha Fuyu smiled faintly, rising from his seat to gaze out at the azure sky. "Do you see that? It proclaims that Konoha will host a Chunin examination." Indeed, It states that any lower ninja who has not yet advanced to Chunin may participate in this examination. Does that not mean I have an opportunity to partake? After all, I did forfeit previously. The announcement made no mention of prior forfeits barring participation, indicating that the fourth Hokage intended for all lower ninjas to compete. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Many had previously forfeited during the examination, losing their chance. Indeed, I was one of them. I never anticipated that the fourth Hokage would issue such an order. Could this mean I have a chance? The news of the Chunin examination spread throughout Konoha, igniting excitement among the lower ninjas. Many had lost their opportunity during previous assessments due to cheating and were left with no chance of retaking the exam. Naturally, they could not admit to being caught cheating. They could only claim they had previously forfeited. A Chunin examination? A man clad in a tight green outfit paused, staring at the announcement. This time, I too shall participate. Hard work will not betray me. I shall succeed this time. The green-clad man's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared loudly. Look, isn't that the eternal lower ninja, Might Guy? Indeed, look at how excited he is. An eternal lower ninja aspiring to become a Chunin. It's truly remarkable. Let us not dampen his confidence. After all lower ninjas are eligible to participate now. Though he may be an eternal lower ninja, he is still a lower ninja nonetheless, and possesses the right to compete. Indeed. Might Guy is among the elite lower ninjas of Konoha. He is our pride. Do not underestimate him. Laughter erupted among the surrounding lower ninjas as Might Guy, nearly 30 years old, remained a lower ninja, which amused everyone. At nearly 30, he had stagnated at the rank of lower ninja. And everyone knew that Might Guy was solely reliant on taijutsu, lacking any other ninjutsu skills, which further diminished their respect for him. How could a ninja who only excelled in physical techniques truly be considered a ninja? Thank you for your support. Might Guy surveyed the surrounding genin, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he raised his thumb and displayed his signature bright smile. Look at him. He is actually smiling at us. What a fool. Just a perennial genin. What difference does it make if he participates this time? In the end, he is merely a stepping stone beneath our feet. Indeed, if he does take part in this examination, it could be advantageous for us. After all, even if we lose, we can count on him to be at the bottom. Can't we? The crowd erupted into laughter at Might Guy's remarks, mocking the perennial genin who unexpectedly could still smile amidst their ridicule. Chapter 156. Young, and opening the 7 gates. Just then, an umbu appeared before Might Guy. Might Guy, the umbu, cloaked in a fox mask, addressed him coldly. Umbu? Might Guy inquired, somewhat puzzled. The fourth Hokage wishes to see you immediately at the Hokage's office, the umbu stated flatly. The fourth Hokage seeks my presence. Might Guy's expression brightened, though he was unsure of the reason. I shall go at once. The umbu vanished after delivering the message. Can you believe the fourth Hokage would summon Might Guy? Someone remarked. I bet he wants to prevent him from participating in this genin exam, fearing he might bring shame to Konoha. Indeed. A perennial genin participating in this examination would surely tarnish our village's reputation. Another chimed in. It's written that this time, not only Konoha's ninjas are participating, but also those from the other 4 great ninja villages and various small villages. The fourth Hokage surely thinks he would be a disgrace. If such a weak ninja shows up, it would reflect poorly on us. As the crowd mocked the notion of Uchiha Fuyu wanting to meet Might Guy, each individual felt a sense of relief in knowing that, compared to him, they were not at the bottom. Some, lacking in strength, found solace in the mere thought of this perennial genin. Might Guy, however, paid no heed to their insults and mockery. He gave them a thumbs up, stood tall, wearing a joyful expression, and then turned to leave. Might Guy possesses considerable strength. Perhaps his abilities have not been fully realized due to the early battles of the Hokage, which were rather lackluster. Later, when the power escalated, he could elevate to the level of the 6 paths, albeit with just a single opportunity. Moreover, those with space ninjutsu could easily evade him. Once the 8 gates are opened, he would no longer be a contender, merely exhausting his life force. After all, opening the 8 gates is akin to burning one's life essence. Might Guy's taijutsu should not be inferior to Might Due's. Even the later version of Rock Lee might struggle to open the 8 gates. The talent required to unlock the 8 gates is not something just anyone can possess. In his youth, Rock Lee could manage only up to the 6th gate. Thus, Might Guy's ability to open the 8 gates indicates his strength far exceeds that of an average jonin. It seems to be a narrative necessity. Had he opened the 7th gate, He could have handled the situation, right? After all, the aim was merely to drive them away, not necessarily to eliminate them. Protecting might do Wei and the others might have led him to sacrifice himself, perhaps believing he could not match the combined might of 7 Jonin, ultimately leading to the opening of the Death Gate. Once the Death Gate is opened, it is irreversible. A formidable warrior capable of decimating the 7 ninja swordsmen could hardly be weak, could they? Uchiha Fuyu smirked, his eyes twinkling with amusement. This time, such a powerful being. I shall not allow you to sacrifice yourself. The 8 gates will become Konoha's most formidable weapon against the Otsutsuki clan, regardless of how many times you utilize it. Even if you meet your demise, I can resurrect you completely. In due time, we can explore whether it is possible to keep the 8 gates perpetually open or to mitigate the severe damage it inflicts on the body. Akin to the practitioners of the immortal realms. Why does opening the 8 gates result in such tremendous harm? Is there a way to alter the 8 gates? The might of the 8 gates is well known, allowing a Jonin to rival a 6 paths level warrior. This is the strongest weapon in the ninja world. This time, I am eager to see just how formidable Might Guy truly is. Uchiha Fuyu was intrigued by Might Guy's prowess and anticipated witnessing his true strength. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Enter. Uchiha Fuyu, aware that Might Guy had arrived, settled into the Hokage's chair, resting his chin on his hands. A smile gracing his lips. 4th Hokage, Might Guy entered, bowing respectfully before Uchiha Fuyu. Might Guy, Uchiha Fuyu acknowledged, a slight smile forming. Though you are a genin in the village, I have never doubted your efforts. Might Guy's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gave himself a thumbs up. Indeed. Might Guy, do you know why I have summoned you today? Uchiha Fuyu inquired with a gentle smile. 4th Hokage, I'm not entirely sure, Might Guy replied, shaking his head. A hint of curiosity in his heart about the purpose of this meeting. Because I wish to promote you to Jonin, Uchiha Fuyu declared straightforwardly, smiling at Might Guy. Jonin? Might Guy paused, momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Am I truly to be promoted to Jonin? Indeed. While your expertise lies solely in taijutsu, there is no rule that prohibits a ninja who specializes in taijutsu from becoming a Jonin. In my view, your strength is at least at the Jonin level. Following the Second Great Ninja War, the village continues to bolster its ranks, having lost numerous Jonin. Hence, I wish to elevate you to the status of Konoha's Jonin. What say you? Uchiha Fuyu regarded Might Guy with a warm smile. 4th Hokage, is this truly happening? Might Guy's eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at Uchiha Fuyu. Seeking confirmation. Certainly, Uchiha Fuyu nodded, a gentle smile on his face. Indeed, youth does not deceive those who strive. Thank you, 4th Hokage. Might Guy, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed deeply to Uchiha Fuyu. I am aware of your prowess in taijutsu, which is exceptionally strong. I have heard you have trained in the 8 gates. How many can you open now? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, a smile gracing his features. To think the 4th Hokage is aware of my training in the 8 gates. Might Guy expressed his gratitude. Currently, I have mastered the 7th gate, but I believe I will soon be able to unlock the 8th. Might Guy felt an immense sense of pride as he noticed Uchiha Fuyu's interest in his progress. Oh, you can already open the 7th gate? That is quite impressive. The 7th gate should already place you at the level of a strong Kage, Uchiha Fuyu remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. To unlock the 7th gate is to stand equal to any Kage-level warrior. Chapter 157. Might Guy opens the 7th gate versus Uchiha Fuyu's taijutsu strong Kage? Might Guy, perplexed, could not fully comprehend. Well, it's nothing to worry about. Shortly, someone will deliver all your Jonin provisions to your home. For now, accompany me to a certain place. Uchiha Fuyu shook his head, offering no further explanation, and vanished from his original spot, reappearing beside Might Guy, leaving behind a shadow clone. He then took Guy with him into a spatial tunnel, disappearing from sight. Upon their next appearance, Uchiha Fuyu and Might Guy found themselves in a different realm. What is this? Might Guy inquired, momentarily taken aback, glancing around in confusion. Might Guy, unleash your full strength and attack me. This time, let us engage solely in taijutsu. I wish to gauge your true prowess, Uchiha Fuyu said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Might Guy. Yes, Lord 4th Hokage. Might Guy's heart raced with excitement, aware that Uchiha Fuyu sought to test his abilities, and he was elated at the prospect of battling the 4th Hokage. Come forth. Uchiha Fuyu beckoned to Might Guy. He too was eager to discern the extent of Uchiha Guy's abilities, and he resolved to engage him with taijutsu alone. refraining from utilizing ninjutsu. He first needed to ascertain the level at which Might Guy could compete. Should his taijutsu prove insufficient, he would naturally resort to ninjutsu to better understand the depths of Guy's strength. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage, Might Guy responded, his expression serious and focused as he faced Uchiha Fuyu. With a determined stride, he rushed forward, leaping high into the air, his right leg descending swiftly in a powerful kick. Impressive speed, Uchiha Fuyu acknowledged with a nod, evading the strike just in time. With a resounding thud, a small crater formed upon the ground. Uchiha Fuyu raised his right foot and launched a kick towards Might Guy. Cyclone roundhouse kick. Might Guy furrowed his brow, spinning rapidly to retaliate against Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Fuyu's brow knitted in concentration as his right foot collided with Guy's spinning kick, swiftly delivering 3 consecutive strikes before retreating. Might Guy, do not hold back. You cannot harm me yet. Come at me. Feeling the immense power emanating from Uchiha Fuyu's foot, Might Guy nodded internally, charging forward with renewed vigor. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Youth Blossom. First gate of the 8 gates, open. Second gate, rest, open. Might Guy's eyes flashed with determination as he activated the 8 gates, his body radiating vibrant green energy. Excellent. Now it begins to get interesting. Do not hold back. Activate the 7th gate. Let me witness your true strength. In a duel between men, mercy is not an option. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly, observing Might Guy as he remained stationary, not intervening. Second gate, life, open. Second gate, injury, open. Second gate, shock, open. Might Guy's chakra surged exponentially, coalescing into a tangible form, blue steam billowing forth, fissures appearing across the ground, and an overwhelming wave of energy enveloping the vicinity. Should any weak individuals be present, they would likely be swept away in an instant. Blue steam? Such a formidable aura. Even this sheer force alone would be unbearable for any Chunin. This battle promised to be far more intriguing. Might Guy's combat prowess had escalated to a level rivaling that of a Kage, without reaching such heights. One could hardly withstand his might. Uchiha Fuyu smiled again, acknowledging that Might Guy, upon opening the 7th gate, had achieved a strength comparable to that of a Kage. Suddenly, Might Guy materialized before Uchiha Fuyu, launching a left hook aimed squarely at his face. Uchiha Fuyu swiftly dodged, but Might Guy closed in, denying him any opportunity to counter. However, despite Might Guy's formidable taijutsu, it still fell short in comparison to Uchiha Fuyu's current capabilities, and the 7th gate alone could not inflict any damage upon him. The speed of both combatants surpassed that of ordinary humans, rendering them beyond the reach of any adversary. Such velocity would be insurmountable, even for a gathering of Kage-level shinobi, unless they possessed space-time ninjutsu. In terms of taijutsu, the only one capable of matching Might Guy was Might Guy's own father, Might Dewey. Even Uchiha Madara, a being of Kage stature, would find it impossible to contend with Might Guy's taijutsu without resorting to Susanoo for defense. Boom, boom. The aftermath of the clash between Uchiha Fuyu and Might Guy generated immense shockwaves, their velocity creating sonic booms that echoed throughout the heavens, a truly terrifying spectacle. At this moment, Might Guy was panting heavily, his tight pants showing signs of wear. In contrast, Uchiha Fuyu appeared remarkably composed, with only a slight tear in the fabric of his left shoulder, evidence of their intense physical exchanges. Guy, continue. You must have more tricks up your sleeve. Such taijutsu leaves few rivals in the entire shinobi world. However, this is merely a comparison of taijutsu. To genuinely defeat other shinobi, one must also master the simplest of ninjutsu. Now, allow me to witness your ultimate technique from the 7th gate. Uchiha Fuyu gazed at Might Guy with a gentle smile. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. This is a technique I created myself. It is still under development, so please be cautious. Yeah. Might Guy proclaimed, rapidly circling and delivering punches towards the front. This technique bore no name. Roar. Suddenly, a blast of air materialized, morphing into a white tiger that charged toward Uchiha Fuyu. What is this? Daytime tiger? Such an impressive aura. Uchiha Fuyu smiled at the sight of the white tiger. However, my taijutsu is not inferior to yours. Let me test myself. Daytime tiger. Uchiha Fuyu wished to see if he could also create a similar air cannon. Drawing upon the strength of his Sage of 6 Paths body, which was now formidable enough to rival Might Guy, as Uchiha Fuyu unleashed a rapid succession of attacks. The surrounding air compressed into brilliant white light, forming another white tiger. Suddenly, two gigantic white tigers manifested on the battlefield, baring their fangs. Boom, boom. The two white tigers lunged forward, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds that resonated across the universe. Might Guy was sent flying, buried beneath a pile of stones. With a tremendous force, Uchiha Fuyu was also propelled several meters back, barely managing to halt his slide. Truly impressive power. Might Guy, you certainly do not lag behind your son. Uchiha Fuyu stretched his limbs, smiling gently. The fierce assault had caused him no harm, aside from a few tattered edges on his clothing. After all, their confrontation had been a pure contest of taijutsu, devoid of any other ninjutsu. Are you alright? Uchiha Fuyu approached Might Guy, a smile on his face. Lord Fourth Hokage, your strength is unparalleled. Even when I exert my utmost effort, I am no match for you. There is no significant issue. It is merely a few broken bones and a fractured right arm. I am still capable of fighting. Might Guy shook his head, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu before him, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Well done this time. Your prowess has earned my acknowledgement. Not everyone can withstand my full-force strike. Although I only employed taijutsu in our battle, your skills are unmatched in the shinobi world. I did not misjudge you. Your strength is indeed formidable. With such power, you are more than capable of serving as a jonin. Congratulations, Might Guy. You have finally shed the title of a lowly genin and emerged as a true and powerful jonin, earning my recognition. Uchiha Fuyu smiled slightly and directly utilized the healing palm technique to mend Might Guy's wounds. Thank you, Fourth Hokage, for your recognition. I have always believed that hard work never betrays. A person who does not believe in themselves, no matter how hard they try, will achieve nothing. I have unwavering faith in myself, and I have succeeded. Thank you very much, Fourth Hokage. Might Guy, filled with excitement, quickly rose and bowed deeply to Uchiha Fuyu. Now that your injuries have healed, let us return. Your performance in this battle was remarkable. I hope you will continue to strive for the benefit of Konoha. Uchiha Fuyu withdrew his hand and patted Might Guy's shoulder. Yes, Fourth Hokage. Might Guy, brimming with joy, immediately bowed once more. Chapter 158. The Passage of Time. Subsequently, Uchiha Fuyu returned to Konoha and had all the supplies for jonin delivered to Might Guy. At last, Might Guy had shed the title of a perennial genin and had become a jonin of Konoha. Before long, news of Might Guy's promotion spread throughout the village, leaving those who once mocked him in utter astonishment. They could not comprehend how a ninja proficient only in taijutsu could ascend to the rank of jonin in Konoha. It seemed utterly inconceivable to them. Some even sought to challenge Might Guy, eager to prove their superiority, yet they were promptly apprehended by the Hyuga clan's guards. Then, Konoha held its first Chunin exam since the Second Shinobi World War. Nearly every ninja village in the shinobi world participated, with over 1,900 genin competing. The fierce contests once again bolstered Konoha's reputation in the ninja world. Among the participants, the genin Minato Namikaze emerged victorious, becoming a Chunin. Due to the lack of battle opportunities during the Second Shinobi World War, Minato had not been promoted until this Chunin exam. Additionally, Kushina Uzumaki also successfully advanced to Chunin. Time flew by, and 5 years passed, marking the 42nd year of Konoha. During these 5 years, Uchiha Fuyu and Orochimaru fervently researched, finally discovering a glimmer of potential for bloodline enhancement. However, merging the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan with an ordinary person's was an arduous task, as the ordinary cells were too weak to endure the Otsutsuki lineage. Nevertheless, Uchiha Fuyu remained undeterred, continuing their research alongside Orochimaru. In this span of 5 years, Tsunade bore him 6 children, showcasing her remarkable fertility. These children brought numerous benefits, the foremost being the 8 gates of healing. The others were born alongside 5-tailed beasts, unknown, diverse, including wolves, tigers, bulls, leopards, and a dog, each with chakra levels rivaling the 9 tails. Furthermore, all these children were born with unique ocular abilities, possessing either Byakugan or Mangekyo Sharingan, displaying exceptional talent. Uchiha Makoto, Uzumaki Karen, Yakura, Chiyo, and Mizu all bore several offspring, bestowing Uchiha Fuyu with substantial rewards. Other wives of the Uchiha clan also received numerous accolades. Makoto gave birth to 3 sons, and her second son presented him with a seed of the god tree's fruit, requiring a living planet to nurture and grow. This was an unexpected delight, as the seed of the god tree's fruit represented immense power. Furthermore, Makoto was once again pregnant. As for Yakura, Uchiha Fuyu, controlling the higher-ups of Tsunade, employed a bit of cunning to make her believe his fabrications, ultimately leading her to Konoha, where she remained by his side. During these 5 years, Uchiha Fuyu fortified the Akatsuki's strength. The organization grew increasingly formidable, with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan appearing to lead it. While in reality, it was Uchiha Fuyu who held the reins. They recruited many rogue ninjas, as well as bloodline wielders from Kirigakure. The Akatsuki launched a challenge against the ninja world, seizing all the tailed beasts from the 4 great ninja villages. In an instant, the entire ninja world was engulfed in panic, uniting to counter the Akatsuki. Yet, without Uchiha Fuyu intervening, the 4 great ninja villages suffered heavy casualties. Eventually, Uchiha Fuyu declared that if the 4 great villages complied with Konoha's directives, Konoha would offer them protection. Since he controlled the upper echelons of the 4 great villages, there was no opposition. Even dissenting voices were swiftly silenced. Ultimately, under the leadership of their respective Kage, the 4 great villages allied with Konoha. As the Akatsuki began to invade the entire ninja world, a great conflict became inevitable. Uchiha Fuyu naturally emerged victorious in every battle. This conflict was deliberately prolonged, lasting a full 3 months. During this time, bonds formed among the inhabitants of various ninja villages, culminating in the release of Kagaya Otsutsuki, utilizing Nagato's body. Nagato sacrificed himself to free Kagaya, who, upon her emergence, was immediately sealed by Uchiha Fuyu using Inyang release, preventing her from utilizing chakra. Kagaya Otsutsuki, upon resurrection, was devoid of the 10 tails, significantly diminishing her power. The moment she appeared, Uchiha Fuyu seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, leaving her no chance to resist. The naive Kagaya, bewildered upon her arrival, found herself completely sealed of chakra. Throughout the conflict, Uchiha Fuyu achieved resounding victory, ushering the entire ninja world into a genuine era of peace. Uchiha Fuyu was hailed as the savior, adored by all. The 5 great ninja villages ceased to exist, and Uchiha Fuyu resurrected Nagato, guiding him towards redemption, allowing him to join Konoha. Everyone understood that they must unite against the Otsutsuki clan, as their realm still harbored this formidable lineage. With Nagato having reformed, he was naturally welcomed into Konoha to combat the Otsutsuki clan and the impending crises. Afterward, Uchiha Fuyu and Orochimaru dedicated 10 years to research, ultimately discovering a method to fully integrate ordinary cells with the Otsutsuki bloodline. Uchiha Fuyu procured 10 seeds of the God Tree's fruit from Kagaya Otsutsuki. The naive Kagaya ultimately bore 10 children for Uchiha Fuyu, and their union produced pure-blooded Otsutsuki offspring. Uchiha Fuyu's strength ascended to surpass that of the Sage of 6 Paths, though the extent of his power remained unknown to him. Another 20 years passed, and Uchiha Fuyu's prowess became evident. To safeguard humanity and enhance the strength of the ninja world, all families with gifted daughters sent them to Uchiha Fuyu's residence, aspiring for him to father more children possessing the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Among them are Hinata Hyuga, Hanabi Hyuga, Tenten, Sakura Haruno, Kuratsuchi, Terumi Mei, Temari, Kurinai Yuhi, Ino Yamanaka, Taiya, Konan, Yuzuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, Hanar, Kato Shizun, Natsum Shizuka, and Tsuchikijai. Furthermore, after the inclusion of the Nara clan into Konoha, her master and several other women also joined the ranks. After all, only Uchiha Fuyu alone possesses the capability to give rise to individuals with strength approaching the 6 Paths level. Over the years, the number of Uchiha Fuyu's offspring has exceeded 970, each possessing the power akin to a pseudo-6 Paths after reaching adulthood. This is a widely acknowledged fact, which is why the distinguished women from various clans were all sent to him. Consequently, Uchiha Fuyu has received countless rewards, all of which have been invested in enhancing the prowess of his children, each experiencing rapid growth and strength. Subsequently, Uchiha Fuyu confronted Otsutsuki Ashiki, decisively eliminating Jigen and extracting his data, reducing him to ashes. Moreover, he acquired a body from the Otsutsuki clan, with chakra and eyes wholly claimed by Uchiha Fuyu. 8 decades into Konoha's existence, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Mamashiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki descended upon the ninja world, only to discover it teeming with formidable warriors. Even the gatekeepers had attained the super shadow level. This surge in power stemmed from their utilization of genetic enhancement techniques, integrating the cells of the Otsutsuki clan, resulting in exponential growth and strength. Ultimately, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Mamashiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki had their eyes gouged out, adding 3 more 6 paths level warriors to the ninja world. Uchiha Fuyu transformed the chakra of Kinshiki, Mamashiki, and Urashiki into chakra fruits as rewards for the village, thus introducing 3 more pseudo 6 paths level warriors. A millennium has since passed without the Otsutsuki clan's return to the ninja world, while Uchiha Fuyu's descendants have proliferated to an uncountable extent, leaving the number of his progeny a mystery. He has amassed countless rewards, to the point of being overwhelmed by the fruit of the divine tree. Uchiha Fuyu and his numerous wives have created several moons, as the population of the ninja world has nearly reached its limits. Their fervent quest for offspring was driven by the desire to combat the Otsutsuki clan. However, when the Otsutsuki clan ceased to appear, these individuals could focus on enhancing their strength and peace. The Uchiha clan has nearly monopolized the entire ninja world, leading to an overpopulation that necessitated alternative measures. In times of tranquility within the ninja realm, Uchiha Fuyu refrains from intervening. "What are you thinking about, dear?" Hinata Hyuga approached, gazing at Uchiha Fuyu with a radiant smile. "Nothing much, just contemplating how solitude accompanies invincibility," Uchiha Fuyu replied, seated atop the mountain, embracing Hinata Hyuga and smiling gently. "Hehe. As long as the ninja world is at peace," Hinata Hyuga responded with a charming smile, her eyes filled with joy. "Indeed, peace is truly wonderful," Uchiha Fuyu remarked, his gaze drifting to the blue planet before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Honey? Honey?" At that moment, figures such as Otsutsuki Kagaya emerged, filling the mountaintop with an overwhelming presence of over 6,000 women. "Ha!" Uchiha Fuyu laughed heartily, darting towards the multitude of women with extraordinary speed, kissing each of his wives on the cheek. "The space-time ninjutsu is truly remarkable," Uchiha Fuyu mused, a playful smirk adorning his face, his eyes gleaming with delight.